The young man never believed in supernatural things or superstitious beliefs. Yet afterwards, he became a professor at a magic academy. Everything has to go back to when he was small. His mother always advised him to become a shaman, a medium capable of communicating with spirits. She always gave him strange drawings, poems, and even a raise, imposing her beliefs on him daily. But Heathcliff never accepted that because he had decided his own fate. He focused on studying and researching, and after 10 years, became a self-made man in society. While reaching the peak of his life, he passed away in a mere accident. Even harder to believe is that Heathcliff was reincarnated, but in a different body and world. Reincarnation is real. Everything his mother said became the truth. It's true that humans cannot understand things they haven't experienced themselves, until Heathcliff realized that. And the reason he reluctantly became a professor at the Magic Academy must be attributed to a shocking event. That day on the express train, a young man was having his ticket checked to board. He would never know that this would be his last time riding a train. That guy's name was John Gee. As if possessed by ghosts or devils, he accidentally ended up sitting in the same compartment as an old man named Gyra. At first, there was nothing special. Neither paid attention to the other, focused on reading their own books and newspapers on the trip. But when John looked up, he accidentally saw the headline of the article on the front page. The civil war of the Utah Kingdom had ended. Victory belonged to the princess's faction. John couldn't help but speak up proactively. Finally, the civil war in Utah had ceased. Gyra glanced at him for a moment and then responded. That's right, I was still curious about when it would finally end. It feels like just yesterday the princess faction was still trying their best to replenish their forces. So, the two began to chat and introduce themselves. Gyra was on his way to the imperial capital, Linsbrando, a place very famous among tourists. The Exilian Empire has always been known as an ideal destination for travelers due to its tremendous development. John's destination was Luthovink. He had just been accepted into the Academy of the Exilian Empire. Hearing that, Gyra was a bit surprised. For John to be accepted there at such a young age, he must certainly be very talented. Being praised, John's face beamed with happiness. Returning to the Utah Civil War issue earlier, John said there were rumors of a person considered the key leading to the princess's victory. That wasn't an outstanding mage or high-ranking knights, but a rogue mercenary named Machiavelli. Gyra knew that was not a fabricated rumor. Reason why will be revealed if one continues to watch the subsequent segments. Gyra gave a friendly smile and asked if John would be teaching at Saurin Academy. John confirmed and even said he would be assigned to the second year. Hearing this, Gyra was very surprised. Starting with the second year at such a young age is certainly not ordinary. John was even more talented than he thought. Suddenly, Gyra felt something was amiss. Truly, a sensitive sixth sense makes a difference. Just a few seconds later, a lower section of the train suddenly exploded. Gyra and John were both surprised and bewildered. This train is strictly protected by a magic engine, so for this problem to occur is very strange. Suddenly, Gyra realized there was danger, which was a raid by some group of bandits. Perhaps their target was aimed at merchants or nobles. If that is truly the case, then surely among them there must be a mage. Gyra suggested they both leave or hide to ensure safety. As a precaution, John volunteered to go first to lead the way. He carefully opened the door to step out and observe the situation. It seemed only the two of them were in car number 4. Gyra also stepped out at this time. John said each compartment on this train has its own protective spell, so it should be fine. But Gyra thought that was not feasible at all, because the outside of the train is also protected by similar magic. Thus, the compartments are no longer safe either. Based on the noise just now, perhaps the explosion earlier happened in car number 3. Robbers haven't reached here yet, likely because they are focusing on targeting car number 1. Because wealthy passengers would buy first-class tickets. Just when they thought they were safe and started to escape, suddenly from the window, a robber smashed the glass and flew in. Gyra and John were both very panicked. Gyra looked at the robber and felt something ominous. It seemed things were not very fine. The robber then pulled a knife from his body and lunged towards John. Luckily, John was quick-witted enough to use magic to subdue that robber, causing him to roll onto the ground. Gyra thought John had killed him, but actually he only temporarily paralyzed him. John approached the robber. Despite Gyra stopping him, he wanted to interrogate him a bit. John pointed his trembling wand at the robber. He asked what their true purpose for attacking this train was. The robber didn't answer but just chuckled. This made John confused and a bit impatient. Then the robber glared and said that filthy bastards like you deserve death. And he ripped his shirt open. Unexpectedly, the robber had strapped himself full of bombs set to detonate. The countdown timer had reached 1 second. John didn't foresee this would happen and naturally couldn't escape in time. The bombs on the robber's body exploded, destroying everything and blowing it all away. Thanks to knowledge, experience, and expertise, Gyra escaped death in time. However, the young man John was not so lucky. Gyra was horrified to see with his own eyes that both he and that robber had turned into ash. The explosion caused a part of this train car to be heavily devastated. Gyra also didn't expect the talented young man he just met to depart in such a heartbreaking way. At this moment, a strange tear suddenly appeared on Gyra's face. Gyra frowned in annoyance and then sighed wearily. Anyway, he had spent a lot of money on it. To be precise, this mask. Seeing it could no longer be used, Gyra decisively used his hand to remove the mask from his head, revealing a handsome, good-looking face. It is also the face of our main character in this story.
Heathcliffe van Bretus,
son of the king of the Holy Kingdom of Bretus. To explain this, we must go back to when he first regressed. At that time, Heathcliffe had spent a lot of time traveling everywhere, and got involved in so many things that he had to change his identity many times. Machiavelli was also one of the identities he once had. During that time, many things happened, bringing unwanted attention to someone who could not reveal his identity like Heathcliffe. Luckily, the princess faction was sleeping soundly on their victory, so he quickly seized the opportunity while they were not paying attention to him to change his identity. But unluckily, while on the way to Lindsay Brando, he encountered a situation like this. Who could have known that the robber would trigger a bomb when electrocuted like that? No other ordinary robber would do such a thing. This guy's mind is truly unimaginable. If he wants to die, he must take others with him. Perhaps their real target was not money, but this very train. While he was lost in thought, the train captain suddenly walked over. The devastated scene before his eyes caused him to be a bit surprised. Heathcliff briefly explained the situation that had just happened to him. Hearing that, the train captain was a bit confused. He said he was also planning to evacuate other passengers. In his attitude, there was something strange, unlike usual. Train captain had not even finished his sentence. Heathcliff had already rushed over quickly to pin him to the ground. Turns out that right from the beginning, he had realized something unusual. Those robbers seemed to have been waiting for a long time. An express train on this rugged mountain range was already strange enough. Yet, the protective magic on the train was also broken. Doing these things requires a lot of time and is not simple to execute at all. Unless there was someone on the train who supported doing that. And that person was none other than the train captain. Seeing that he had been exposed, he did not try to act anymore, immediately revealing his evil appearance. He pulled his knife out from his person, tending to kill to silence the witness, but was quickly blocked by Heathcliff. Heathcliff asked him what the purpose of doing these things was. The train captain remained tight-lipped and did not say a word. Heathcliff used the knife to subdue him from behind and then forced him to move forward. But before taking a few steps, he immediately felt an extremely strong killing intent approaching. Heathcliff pushed the train captain forward while he himself quickly crouched down to dodge the bullets. This group of robbers did not even give him time to send a signal. They flocked to the compartment where Heathcliff was standing. Unexpectedly, even after firing bullets like rain, there was still someone alive. Heathcliff stepped out in annoyance and questioned who they were to spit out such unpleasant words about life and death. Seeing a person, the robbers immediately pointed their guns at him, intending to open fire to kill him. But suddenly, their guns did not fire any bullets. It turned out that Heathcliff had used magic to make the robbers' guns unusable. But immediately after that, suddenly there was a stream of other magic neutralizing Heathcliff's magic array. It turned out that within the bandit group, there was another wizard who also knew how to use magic. It was he who had neutralized Heathcliff's magic. The wizard looked briefly and hastily guessed that Heathcliff was perhaps also a fourth-tier mage like him. Otherwise, he would have heard some rumors about him in the mage circle. Heathcliff at this moment was still silent, quietly observing. Calculating up to now, the train has been exploding for 10 minutes. It will still take a long time for the train to cross the Arid mountain range. Reinforcements will also take a long time to arrive, so Heathcliff could not rely on them. So without needing to think for long, Heathcliff decided to immediately jump down from the train compartment. Seeing that, everyone in the bandit group was surprised and panicked. The mage ordered someone to go over and check, but they did not see anything either. They assumed that perhaps Heathcliff had truly jumped down. They were mistaken. Taking advantage of the moment they let their guard down, Heathcliff quickly sent one of them to meet his maker. Very quickly, the mage in the bandit group realized that Heathcliff was attacking from the roof of the train. Every one of them was very surprised. Closely following a moving train using flight magic is unthinkable. Now there was no time to marvel in surprise. Under the direction of the mage, the robbers immediately chased after Heathcliff, who was running toward the last carriage. But Heathcliff was very smart. While running, he had already set a bomb trap, and it truly took effect against the robbers. That mage could not believe his own eyes. Compared to the mages he had encountered in the past, Heathcliffe was indeed very different. Different in a terrifying way. He looked more like a hunter than a mage. Perhaps even a mercenary. The train at this moment suddenly began to shake violently. It was not difficult for that mage to realize that Heathcliffe had detached the carriage and fled. Immediately, he gave chase, but it was no longer in time. He should have realized earlier on that Heathcliffe did not necessarily need to fight them. The bandit group tried to chase after Heathcliffe, but it was too late. The train had been separated, and they had lost track of Heathcliffe. However, that mage had memorized his face carefully. Later, he would definitely find him and take revenge. Suddenly, at this moment, the mage sensed an extremely strong flow of mana. But he could not determine where on earth it was coming from. When he turned his head back and realized it, Heathcliffe was already there with his high-level magic array. Not letting them have time to react, a beam of light emitted from Heathcliffe's magic circle pointed straight at the bandit group. Just a moment later, the small fries in the bandit group had turned into dust. Only that mage remained alive, but one of his arms had been severed. The mage did not understand why Heathcliffe had to kill them. He questioned whether Heathcliffe felt any guilt towards them at all. Heathcliffe heard this, his face remaining cold and calm, but inside, he found it utterly ridiculous. The madness of this mage was truly beyond his imagination. Initially, it was they who wanted to kill Heathcliffe first. Not only that, they caused the deaths of so many innocents and wrecked this train until it was in shambles. And now, he was spouting some nonsensical, hypocritical morality. People who preach morals usually live like trash. Of course, Heathcliffe hadn't intended to kill them at first, just to escape far away. Since they had seen his true face, he had to silence them to avoid future calamities. Even if he tried to run, he'd be hunted to the ends of the earth, so he might as well settle the debt now. Just as Heathcliffe was about to strike, a row of ice spikes suddenly appeared, splitting the mage's head in two. Heathcliffe hadn't even grasped what was happening. A girl clad in silver armor stepped forward. Those ice spikes were her creation. She was the captain of the guard squad, a cold iron knight. Explosions rang out. Survivors from other cars fired their guns continuously. Damn it, they came so fast. I can't believe they used flight magic in this weather. The knight used defensive magic, surrounding himself to block the hail of bullets. Immediately after, he used combat magic by gathering energy in his hand. He rushed into the air, not giving the bandits a chance to react. The red-haired man panicked and retreated. The knight dashed forward, taking down the bandits one by one. He rushed toward the last one. The bandit couldn't react in time either. In the end, only a shrill scream was left behind. With matter settled, the knight immediately reported. Car number 2 has been cleared. Other cars also reported in turn. Car number 1 as well. We have ensured the safety of the passengers. At this moment, Veronica was attentively listening to reports from the knights. Vice Captain, requesting permission to report. We have handled all the cars. She encouraged them. Good work, everyone. Then she immediately gave an order. Escort the passengers safely to the next stop. At Luthovink Station shortly after, the crowd was incredibly bustling. Heathcliff sat in a quiet compartment, looking outside. Veronica walked over and asked him, "Are you all right, sir? The terrorists didn't injure you, did they?" He replied humbly, "Thanks to the help of the knights, I am fine. I was just thinking." Her voice was very warm. "I am very glad to hear that." Then Veronica introduced herself. "Apologies for the delay. I am Veronica DeVille." Heathcliff was about to speak. "I." At that moment, a voice spoke up, cutting off the conversation. "Sorry to interrupt." Veronica turned to look at Remlers and another guard walking over. "What is the matter?" Remlers asked tentatively. "Are you the commander of the Night Corps?" Her expression showed no hesitation as she replied. "Yes, I am Vice Captain Veronica DeVille." He held up a card. "I am Inspector Remlers from the Luthovink City Police Department. I received news of a train attack in the Erek Mountains." Veronica summarized the situation. "Yes, we have eliminated all the terrorists." Remlers expressed his sincerity and concern. "We greatly appreciate the knight's actions." However, Heathcliff was startled and turned to hear him speak. "There are a few things not mentioned in the report," she asked in confusion. "A few things not mentioned? What are they?" Remlers was suspicious. The train was subdued incredibly quickly, even though there was a wizard among them. They infiltrated the magic engine train too easily. She froze, as if realizing something. He continued speaking. "We suspect that someone on this train may have assisted in the attack." Veronica stood thinking for a moment, her tone slow. What you just said makes a lot of sense. He consoled her. Of course, this is entirely just speculation. Remlers presented a solution. We will immediately send people after investigating the identity of the suspect. And Veronica agreed with that. I understand. Suddenly, Veronica turned back to look at Heathcliff. You heard that, sir. As long as you are honest, there will be no problem. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. But in reality, deep down, he was extremely worried. This is bad. He thought back to his previous actions. The identity of Gerard has no flaws. The ticket was bought through a normal transaction. And I boarded the train legally. Heathcliff furrowed his brows, his face revealing clear unease. The problem lies with my face. No matter how you look at it, this isn't the face of a man over 40. Thinking of his punishment. I will definitely be hanged. Or if I'm lucky, just tortured. Then he thought of escaping. Outside, there are tons of knights and inspectors. Escaping is impossible. Moreover, right next to me is Veronica. Above all, the personality of this vice-captain is typical of those who are ruthless toward criminals. She might smile and treat me well right now, remembering the scene where the fur-hatted man died miserably. But the moment I am discovered as a suspect. Heathcliff's face was full of tension and helplessness when she spoke up to ask, Are you still all right, sir? Remlers held a pile of papers and walked to the door to reassure him. Apologies. Took me quite a while to get the passenger list. I'm just checking your identity. No need to worry. He began to conduct the investigation. If you still have your ticket, would you mind showing it to me? Heathcliff immediately handed it over. Here. The guard checked the information on the ticket and turned to Remlers. Compartment 403 seems to have no issues. He looked at the papers in his hand and started reading. Compartment 403, let's see. A young man about 20 named Lutzer Chalice and a 40-year-old man named Gerard. Remlers suddenly darkened his face, looked up, and asked, Where is the other person? Heathcliff quickly explained the situation. He was unfortunately caught in an explosion when the train was attacked. It happened right when the train crossed the Erech range, so he unluckily fell into the abyss. His eyes revealed clear suspicion as he stared at him. Heathcliff swallowed nervously. Amidst the tension, Veronica suddenly spoke up. Please wait a moment. This man cannot be the suspect. Remlers turned to look at her with surprise. Beg your pardon? She affirmed with absolute certainty. That gentleman fought the terrorists before the knights arrived. Why would he do that if he were an accomplice? He was slightly astonished. Fought them. Remlers nodded slightly. I understand. So that is what happened. My apologies. He called out a name. Mr. Ludger, making Heathcliff turn around in great surprise. Veronica and Remlers read the information on the paper and were suddenly shocked. What is this? You were just accepted into Saurin Academy. What? Saurin. Her eyes looking at him now seemed to sparkle as if seeing gold. Only then did Heathcliff smile comfortably. He picked up his luggage and stood up. That is correct. He put on his hat as an affirmation of his identity. As you two just said, I am the newly accepted professor, Ludger Cherish. Standing before the city train station, Remlers and Veronica were seeing him off. He expressed his sincerity. Once again, I apologize for the inconvenience. Mr. Ludger, Heathcliff humbly comforted him. No, I was able to get here smoothly thanks to you two. Remlers expressed his desire. Why not let me escort you to Saurin Academy? But he repeatedly refused. No, there is no need. He pushed even further. You are the one who will teach the future generation of the Empire. How can I casually send you off alone? Heathcliff forced a smile. Inside, he was already very tired and helpless. No, being escorted by you people would make me even more uncomfortable. He immediately made an excuse to slip away. I need to go to a place to handle some private matters. No need to trouble yourself for me. Remlers finally stopped. If you say so. He hurriedly turned his back to leave. I will be going first. But he did not forget to turn back to bid them farewell. Miss Veronica, although it was brief, it was an honor to meet you. Veronica smiled in response. Yes, Mr. Ludger, I hope we can meet again. She gazed after his back as it gradually faded into the distance. He strode forward, merging into the bustling crowd. In his heart, he was secretly rejoicing. I did it. I did it. Heathcliff also felt a bit of guilt. I am sorry, Ludger, but you have saved me. He silently exclaimed. I feel lucky that the photography level of this world is not developed. The real Ludger and I are very hard to distinguish by just a photograph. Heathcliff was still thinking about his future plans. I should be fine after successfully escaping that mess. I must run away while finding a new identity. Suddenly, a voice called out, Mr. Ludger Cherish. A man walked over. Turns out it really is you. I I saw you speaking with the knights. Heathcliff turned back to see Wilford standing there, greeting him politely. I am a staff member of Saurin Academy. My name is Wilford. I came to pick you up after hearing news of the terrorist attack. He smiled at him. It is fortunate that you are unharmed. Please get on. I will take you to Saurin. He looked at him tensely, the bustling crowd and many carriages moving on the street. Wilford was sitting in the front, controlling a horse made of a metal engine. Heathcliff eventually had to get on the carriage. He was sitting inside, lost in deep thought. He looked up tensely. This is bad. I did not expect them to specially send someone to pick me up. And that person, he is no ordinary employee. Heathcliff could see Wilford through the glass in front of him, putting aside that robust body. I could not sense his presence when he approached me. He must have been a knight at the very least. He tried to calculate a countermeasure. If I try to escape here with some stupid excuse, he will certainly become suspicious and track me down. I will temporarily choose the safe solution. It might be better than fleeing. And Heathcliff turned to comfort himself. Zira has been confirmed dead. I am currently just a ghost. He clasped his hands together, looking forward with great worry. So even if I get dragged somewhere, no one will notice. Finally, Heathcliff made his decision. Honestly speaking, it would be better if I had a solid identity. I should play the role of Ludger Cherish while waiting for an opportunity. At this moment, the carriage approached a blue iron gate that was opening up. We have arrived. Mr. Ludger. Inside was an incredibly magnificent scene. Wilford introduced it to him. This is Saurin Academy. He looked around in astonishment. What? This entire place is the campus of Saurin. It is even more vast than I thought. Wilford spoke up again, interrupting his thoughts. I will take you to the office. You can leave your luggage with me. Building as magnificent as a castle. Inside, Wilford was leading Heathcliff to a room. He stepped inside without hesitation and introduced himself. I am Ludger Cherish. I have come at your summons. Opposite him was Elisa, sitting in the center of the room. She smiled at him. Her eyes even held a hint of cunning. I have been waiting for you, Mr. Ludger. I am the principal of Saurin Academy, Elisa Willow. Gentle sunlight streamed through the small window. Regarding the incident that occurred, Elisa asked after Heathcliff. Are you all right? I heard you were involved in an assassination attempt. He was also honest. It is not very serious. I was saved by the knights right at the critical moment. Elisa appeared delighted. That is truly good news. Our academy would bear a bad reputation if our newest professor were to be injured. Heathcliff was somewhat confused. To speak so bluntly about reputation like that. Her mind must not be right. He began to feel flustered. The important thing is, I have felt something strange since earlier. Is it just my imagination? Has Ludger ever met this professor before? Does she realize that I am not him? Elisa's mood was blooming like a flower. This is the first time I have met you in person, but you really are handsome. Seeing her like that, Heathcliff gained confirmation. Probably not. Without dragging it out, he was straightforward. Thank you for your compliment. You do not need to be so polite. Elisa seemed very enthusiastic. Not at all. When the school year starts, the students will be buzzing about this. Then she handed him a paper and smiled. All right, first please take this. I have notified you beforehand, but being a bit thorough does not hurt. While Heathcliff was focusing on looking it over, Elisa explained further. The contract will last for 2 years. Your salary has already been written in there, and we will provide room and board. Heathcliff thought indifferently. This must be the contract. I plan to leave as soon as possible, so it is not very important. However, reading the contract carefully surprised him. The monthly salary is 20 imperial gold coins. Heathcliff carefully read every word. His expression became serious. Converted to the continent's common currency, that is 30 million dinars, and 300,000 US dollars. Observing Heathcliff's amusing expression, Elisa probed him. How is it? The terms are fine, right? Heathcliff could not underestimate this generous salary. His face stiffened. Not bad at all. Inside he was screaming wildly. Asterisk not bad? No, I hit the jackpot. Asterisk but soon Heathcliff hesitated. Asterisk calm down. This means the expectations for a Saurin professor are also very high. Asterisk. Became bewildered. Asterisk can I settle down here? A place where the grand hall is filled with geniuses. Asterisk. Asterisk but I've already committed to the job. It would be even more suspicious if I refused to work after coming all this way. Asterisk. Asterisk I have no choice but to agree. Fraud, deceit and emotional manipulation. Those are my strengths. Asterisk thinking this, Heathcliff made his decision. I have checked it again. Let's sign the contract. He reassured himself. Asterisk, I have real experience and I'm not weak in theoretical knowledge. I think I'll be fine as a professor. Asterisk, alright. Elisa reached out her hand in goodwill. I look forward to working with you, Professor Ludger. Heathcliff also shook the other's hand, marking the start of a new job. Me too, Principal Willow. He cheered himself on. Asterisk, 2 years. I just have to endure 2 years. And then I will be free. Asterisk. The moon shone brightly along with the stars in the night sky. Heathcliff sat in his room. His mind was entirely on the teaching issue. Asterisk, the school year starts in 3 weeks. I have to prepare a lot of things. Asterisk. He was confused. It's hard to believe they rented a whole house for me. Heathcliff leaned back in his chair, sighing in distress. So this time, it's an academy professor. I've been in this world for 27 years. Asterisk, reborn with no powers and only memories of a past life. I had to survive on my own because of those terrible parents. Asterisk. Asterisk, I've lived through many ironic situations. It's hard to believe I'm now a professor at Saurin. Asterisk. Heathcliff looked at the ceiling, imagining. Asterisk, this is like being a spy. Or rather, I was forced to be a spy. Asterisk. He tried to calm down. Asterisk, well, I needed a new identity anyway, and this Ludger name is perfect for me to impersonate. Asterisk. Asterisk, he is a fallen noble from the small kingdom of Weldon. He is an only child and his parents have passed away, and his letters were all formal, so it seems he wasn't close to anyone. Asterisk. Heathcliff analyzed. Asterisk, that means no one will be able to recognize me. This identity is too perfect. Asterisk. With those thoughts, he started to stand up. Asterisk, the remaining things are the teaching content and information about Saurin. Alright, let's scout the terrain. Asterisk. Heathcliff's stomach suddenly rumbled in protest. Now I remember, I haven't eaten since the train accident. Didn't intend to starve himself. Asterisk, leave the house and find food first. I guess I'll start tomorrow morning. Where did they say the restaurant was? Asterisk. On a beautiful morning. Heathcliff sat in a quiet cafe. He sipped his coffee while reading the news in the paper. Asterisk, it's been 2 weeks. Time flies. I've more or less finished the necessary tasks. And the preparation for the class went quite smoothly. Asterisk. Asterisk, 1 week left until the school year starts. Just need to practice. Asterisk, just then, someone arrived. Heathcliff thought about his next journey. Asterisk, it's getting crowded. I should go back and prepare for the orientation. Asterisk. Person who had just arrived and sat behind him suddenly spoke up. I'm glad you're safe. I thought something had happened to you. Seeing that the person seemed to be referring to him, Heathcliff paused for a beat. At this moment, between the two of them was a complete silence. The other person was awkward. Why didn't you contact us during these 2 weeks? The other members are also very curious about the situation of the First Order gentleman. Heathcliff just remained silent, trying to stay calm. Then he put the coffee cup down, bluntly getting into character. I had to check a few things. He realized immediately. Asterisk, it's not a coincidence. They are looking for me. Asterisk. Asterisk, well, exactly. They came looking for the person named Ludger Cherish. Asterisk. Sadena bowed her head and explained. The assassination was just an accident. We didn't think the rebels would attack at that time. Not waiting for the other to say more, Heathcliff spoke up. I also need information about Saurin. The other person was startled upon hearing that. What? Didn't we send it to you already? Heathcliff responded with utmost calmness. I had to verify if that information was accurate or not. The other person didn't say much more. Ah, I understand. Even though he appeared calm, inside Heathcliff was secretly trembling with fear. Asterisk, damn it. What is going on? Asterisk. Right now, I should play along so I don't get suspected. Then he feigned interest. Has your side handled everything yet? Sadena was very honest. Of course. Before I came here, we assassinated all the key figures of the academy and found the traitor in the organization. The girl recounted the horrific process without wavering. From what I heard, their limbs were torn off and stuffed down their own throats. Then they were thrown to wild dogs. Do you think that's suitable for traitors? It was like a warning. Heathcliff was scared pale. This is bad. He placed his hand on the coffee cup. Calm down. First. Suddenly, Sadena was startled. Then she panicked in confusion. I apologize. I should have checked before reporting. Heathcliff really couldn't understand. What is it? He chose his words to probe the other. It's fine. Why did you suddenly come to meet me? She also expressed the reason. Because it's been nearly half a month since the First Order arrived here, but there was still no news. So, Heathcliff raised his voice to question. So you acted on your own during such a critical period. He asserted his dominance. Sadena was immediately frightened.
I'm sorry.
he said sternly. Silence. Heathcliff slammed the coffee cup down on the table, revealing clear anger and annoyance. Your suspicious outfit has already annoyed me, he said coldly. Do you want to look even more suspicious? Heathcliff surmised. Asterisk, they are agitated by my actions. That must be it. Asterisk. Based on the other's expression, he could relax a bit. This girl is afraid of the person named Ludger. He didn't want to say any more. All right, it's time for the inspection. So, how many people have gathered? Sadena hurried. 31 second orders and 7 third orders have successfully infiltrated. And the other first orders arrived earlier and settled in as planned. Heathcliff had not shown a single gap until now. Truly thorough. I know. I have finished checking. Stand up. Sadena gave him another message. Ah, yes, I understand. For the next meeting, you just need to come to the predetermined location. However, Heathcliff expressed his discomfort. You want me to come? A lowly person like you is giving me orders. Sadena did not face Heathcliff, but she was trembling violently. If she had faced him, his aura would have likely scared her into fainting. That is not it. I only... Not letting her explain, Heathcliff cut her off immediately. I do not want to hear your excuses. He stood up, knowing nothing was truly difficult, so he took the advantage for himself. I will decide the meeting place. I will only meet when called by someone of equal or higher order. Sadena clenched her hands timidly. Higher order? Does that mean the 0 order? Heathcliff turned on his heel. Correct. Do not bother me with trifles unless it is from that person. Left immediately after that. Inside, Heathcliff was so scared he wanted to log out. Asterisk, damn it. Damn it. Those guys are more dangerous than I thought. Asterisk. Heathcliff broke into a cold sweat just thinking about it. Assassinating the key figures of the academy. And what do they do to traitors? It is truly crazy. Did not want to stay a moment longer. I must get out of here first. However, Sadena turned back. Wait, please wait a moment. Heathcliff tried to suppress his emotions. What is it? She asked. When? Will you call us? How will you do it? Heathcliff was distressed. I haven't thought that far ahead. He once again used his advantage. Do I have to tell you that myself? Sadena did not dare to make another sound. No, sir. Please return safely. Heathcliff was buried in a chaotic pile of papers. As a fallen noble, he had no relatives at all. A professor of Saurin. Never in a million years did he expect this. Heathcliff turned pale and gritted his teeth. Asterisk, damn it. I should have suspected it sooner. Asterisk. The reason Ludger's circumstances were so ideal was that this identity was created for this purpose from the start. He could not use his real identity to infiltrate the academy. The letters he sent and received under the identity of Ludger were nothing but secret codes. Heathcliff held his head and cried out in misery. Damn it! The lights on the ceiling were still blazing bright. Heathcliff slumped onto the bed, despairing over his future life. Asterisk, I'm done for. I can't believe the path I chose in a hurry led me to a nuclear bomb like this. Asterisk. Could not just accept death. Thinking this, he still sat up and analyzed every incoming letter. And Heathcliff noticed a detail. Asterisk, did he send and receive codes in Weldon? I was suspicious because the sentences were very clumsy. Asterisk, but the real problem was... Asterisk, first order. Infiltrate Saurin Academy as a professor and gain the school's trust. Next steps will be sent depending on the situation. Asterisk. Heathcliff was full of worry. Saurin is not the only thing I should be worried about. He broke into a cold sweat and squeezed his eyes shut. Heathcliff held his head, finding it hard to think. But the more he thought, the more unbelievable it seemed. What kind of secret society high-ranking member gets involved in a train assassination and dies? Asterisk, he was a high-ranking member of an organization that planted many spies in Saurin. Someone like that should have survived. Asterisk. In the end, he could only sigh. What is the use of criticizing the dead? Heathcliff was terrified. Asterisk, anyway. There is one more party that must never find out about me. Saurin Academy and the secret society. Asterisk. He tried to think of the most practical measure. Maybe it would be better if I contacted them today. Based on Sadena, Heathcliff could deduce. Asterisk, according to the girl I met today, the secret society has 4 ranks. 0 order, first order, second order, third order. I don't know what the 0 order is at all, but knowing it exists right now is good enough. Asterisk. Heathcliff had countless questions. The most important thing now was, who is the other first order? He was a friend of Ludger, he would soon discover I am a fake. Now then, priority is not getting caught first. Asterisk, the ideal scenario in my head right now is Saurin destroying them for me. Saurin is very powerful. If those guys just act, no matter how strong the secret society is, They cannot destroy them. Asterisk. Heathcliff was struggling too hard to cling to life. Sitting under the light, he felt exhausted. Asterisk, of course, I should offer corresponding information so I don't get trapped between the two sides. Just thinking about the tightrope I have to walk to appease both forces gives me a headache. Asterisk. Heathcliff could not believe it. Sighing heavily, he closed his eyes, thinking about the miserable future. Asterisk 2 years. I won't be able to relax. Asterisk. Another morning came. The brilliant morning sunlight illuminated the entire academy. Students here were extremely crowded. Most in the classroom had already taken their seats. Whispering sounds were unavoidable. Have you heard? The spell theory and elemental decoding class. There is a new professor. Class 2 has a new professor? Must be very talented. I don't think it was planned because the previous professor resigned suddenly. The words accidentally reached Flora's ears. They continued without caring. I mean, the professor was boycotted by students. Right in front of other students too. Seeing that, Cheryl quickly whispered, Flora, they are talking about you. Flora was nonchalant. Oh my, what did I do for them to be like that? As a student, I just wanted to point out to the professor that their magic technique was wrong. Cheryl nodded in agreement with a reluctant expression. Right, that is right. But the students seemed to look forward to the new teacher. His profile is quite impressive. I heard he killed many when he was a military officer. Doesn't that mean he is a good person? Truly extraordinary. But do you know? That person is a fallen noble. They talked cheerfully. Really? Then it must be easy to get credits. Flora heard all these words. She was indifferent. Is that so? How disappointing. At that moment, the classroom door opened. Heathcliff walked in. His posture was very straight, very charismatic. He slammed his hand on the desk to signal. The whole class fell silent before he spoke. Nice to meet everyone. I am the new professor, Ludger Cherish. Heathcliff's eyes were full of calm. Serious. The students were all orderly. They did not dare to cause trouble in front of him. Heathcliff looked like a real teacher. Since this was just a mock lesson, I wouldn't start the lecture immediately but would state a few notes first. I will teach everyone spells, but my teaching method will be very different. I will focus on practical application. The students began to whisper among themselves about his teaching style. Heathcliff didn't want to waste words directly refuting them. Silence. I understand your complaints, but I won't lower the difficulty of the class, so please no bargaining. Suddenly a hand went up. Can we know why you allow first years to participate in the class, sir? The person who just asked the question was Elendon. Heathcliff saw her and found her familiar. I think I've seen that face somewhere. He had already prepared an answer. As an educator, I feel it is my responsibility to train equally, regardless of the school year. Of course, I understand that my class differs from current standards. However, Elendon pressed him to the end. Please explain more thoroughly, sir. I still find it very hard to understand. Heathcliff skillfully and directly brushed past her face. If I tell you beforehand, where is the fun? If you are curious, then attend my next class. He emphasized. However, I must warn you. If you think taking my class for grades will be easy just because I'm a new professor, I will make you regret it. As an educator, he talked tough like that. But in reality, he was praying in his heart, so please don't come to my class. Heathcliff, for the sake of his livelihood, had calculated very carefully. Asterisk, of course, I've prepared all the lessons. But the fewer students I teach, the better. Asterisk. Asterisk, if second years have to study with first years, their pride will be hurt, right? Furthermore, who would want to take my class when I've already said it's hard? Asterisk. Then he turned back to the class. That is all. Any questions? The students were all confused. Asterisk, is it because he's from the military? His aura is truly majestic. People say he's the youngest to reach rank 4. Is that right? Asterisk. Heathcliff calculated carefully to cut out all annoyances. Asterisk, they are curious about many things, but they cannot ask questions. Asterisk. Flora rested her chin on her hand. A mysterious smile appeared on her lips. Heathcliff stood on the podium, proceeding to the final step. If there are no questions, the mock lesson ends here. The long hallway was quiet. Heathcliff left. Asterisk, I did very well. Shut all the students up, so I can relax for now. Who knew no one would ask a question? I thought there would be questions about myself. Asterisk. Just realized. Asterisk, well then, for me that's good. But the answers I spent time preparing are useless now. Asterisk. Heathcliff suddenly froze. Asterisk, wait. Don't tell me they're ignoring me on purpose. Asterisk, his mental state gradually became unstable. Asterisk, actually, I don't want to be ignored. It's not strange though. I should have been friendlier. Maybe I hurt their pride. Was I too pressuring? Asterisk. Heathcliff looked straight ahead, his gaze directed at a few students. They all looked timid and stepped aside. He looked in another direction. That rich kid also looked very wary of him. The whole corridor naturally quieted down when they saw him. Everyone was apprehensive. Heathcliff felt like he could collapse. Asterisk, it's just my speculation, right? But is it true? Asterisk. A sweet sound came from behind. Hello. You're the new Professor Lutzer, right? The person who appeared was a very beautiful woman. Nice to meet you. I am Selena. I am also a new professor like you. Heathcliff was polite. Ah, nice to meet you. Is something the matter? Selena stammered. Well, she took the initiative. Have you eaten anything yet? A voice rang out to announce their presence. Nice to meet everyone. I am Brino, the one in charge of the golem summoning class. The woman beside him also spoke up. I am Marilda. I teach charm and illusions, part of the curses and dispelling darkness course. Heathcliff politely introduced himself before the other professors. Pleasure to meet everyone. I am in charge of the spellcasting class. My name is Lutzer Khaleesi. He thought to himself. Is this a party for new professors to get to know each other? The other professors exclaimed at his appearance. Oh my, up close you're even more handsome. Heathcliff politely replied. Thank you. One person was observing him, and Heathcliff also felt an unfriendly gaze radiating from that person. That person immediately turned their head away when caught by him. Rilda whispered into his ear. That is Professor Chris Benamor, but as you can see, he is a noble, unlike us commoners. Heathcliff looked at this person while replying to her. I see. He calculated silently. Asterisk, the new professors consist of 1 noble, 1 fallen noble and 3 commoners. Asterisk. Asterisk, it can be seen that they all have different rules, but everyone possesses extremely high skills in their field. Asterisk. Asterisk, or in other words, there is a high possibility that another First Order is among them. Asterisk. Heathcliff thought to himself. Asterisk, coming early isn't easy for me. I can't even trust my colleagues. Asterisk. Spoke up in annoyance. I can't stand being here any longer. I was very curious to know what the newcomer would be like. Who knew it would just be a fallen noble with a few commoners? He reminded them unpleasantly. Don't dirty me. You people just go have fun together. Especially you. Chris continued speaking while pointing his finger at Heathcliff's face. Don't be arrogant when you're just a fallen noble like that. Rilda was annoyed at Chris's attitude. He thinks he can judge? I know he's a noble, but how can he look down on us like that? Don't mind that guy, Professor Lutzer. Heathcliff replied to her. I'm fine. Since he won't eat either, why don't we go eat by ourselves without him? The other professors agreed with Heathcliff. Okay. Sounds good. Right now, I should feel satisfied that I don't have to eat alone. Sky gradually turned to night. Inside the room, something suddenly appeared. A line of text appeared with the content. Have you heard anything about the new professor, Lutzer Khaleesi, yet? He is rumored to be the youngest to reach rank 4 and even has experience serving in the military. I heard he also contributed to the hunt for the mysterious creature. People even say he carved his name on the magic tower as a free mage. Is that right? The girl thought to herself. Her hands didn't stop typing on the keyboard. I cannot ruin the First Order's class. I need to call upon as many students to attend his class as possible. The information was immediately sent to other students. Each person had a different expression. Even first years are allowed? Sounds attractive, doesn't it? I think I should give it a try. Day broke. Heathcliff strode down the hallway. His mind was thinking about today. Today was the first real class. I wonder how many are left. He calculated in his head. I gave a clear warning that my class is like hell, so no one would want to attend. Heathcliff was certain. If there are any, it's likely because they had no other choice, since other subjects are already full. He carried that mindset as he pulled the door open. At most, there would probably only be 30 students. The students in the class were gossiping about him as he entered. That's right. You saw that post too. The whole lecture hall was packed with people, causing Heathcliff a moment of surprise. Thought to himself as he slowly walked in. He observed the students. How can there be this many? All 80 seats are filled. He looked closer. Incomprehensible. There are even many first-year students. Why is that? The students were astounded when they saw him. Everyone had their own thoughts. Just by walking in, the professor already created this atmosphere. Rumors about him being in the military must be true. Heathcliff wondered. Isn't studying with upperclassmen uncomfortable? He was fed up as he guessed the situation. It felt like someone was pulling strings behind the scenes to trick me. That person would act like, go ahead. First order. You can do it. Heathcliff held his head. He calmed himself down as he stepped onto the podium. No. I must have underestimated the students. Saurin is the place where the top students of this continent gather, after all. I should have stimulated their competitive instincts instead. Heathcliff spoke up. Since there are new students attending this class for the first time, I will reintroduce myself. I am Ludger Cherish. I am teaching the overview of spell casting process. I will try to teach to the best of my ability. A student raised their hand to speak. I have a question. Does the overview you mentioned mean all 4 major specializations? Heathcliff glanced at this student. He reprimanded him, and the student's attitude became wary in an instant. Questions may only be asked when I allow it. I will let it slide this time since it is the first day. Heathcliff used the kid as an example to warn the others in the lecture hall. From now on, anyone who interrupts the class or challenges me as a professor will have points deducted. Of course, there will also be opportunities for extra points. So work hard. Since you asked, my answer is, yes, I will teach all 4 major specializations. The 4-inch. Major specializations. Emission, elemental, psychokinesis, and enhancement. Those are the corresponding names. A few students tapped their fingers on the table rhythmically while thinking. Normally, just teaching 2 specializations is already difficult. But he intends to teach all 4 when he's just a new professor. The female student frowned in thought. Feels like he's exaggerating. Heathcliff up there began his lecture. Since today is the first class, I will show you this to pique your interest. He began to control his power and channeled it into his wand. This is the Tier 3 Fire Elemental spell, Oscillating Flame. It uses emission as a basis for combustion, oxidation, condensation, expansion, diffusion, and acceleration. Thus, these 7 components will unify in turn to create the technique. What I am going to show you is how to cast spells 3 times faster. The other students were amazed by what Heathcliff just said. They whispered among themselves. He's shortening the casting time? Is that possible? He must be bluffing. The blonde female student looked at her friend next to her, curious. Flora, do you think he's telling the truth? Flora rested her chin on her hand. She replied indifferently, I'm not sure. I don't think it's possible, unless the fundamental structure of the spell has changed. They're methods like parchments used to store spells in written form, or memory reflection, but each has its own limitations. She thought to herself as she looked at him. If he is thinking of one of those 2 ways, then I will be very disappointed. Professor. Flora gave Heathcliff a smirk. Up there, he was still casting the magic circle while explaining. It seems you have many questions. I will only answer a few. The students immediately seized the opportunity, raising their hands to speak. My name is Alex Salon. I'm a 2nd year. What do you mean by shortening the spell casting speed? Heathcliff explained concisely. Exactly what I mean is that it will cast faster. Next question. Another student quickly responded. I am Dahlia, 1st year student. Does that mean you will adjust the technique? He continued to explain. No. If you alter a complete technique, then it becomes a different spell. Thing I will show you is how to shorten the casting speed while maintaining the spell as it is. Professor. Flora raised her hand to refute him. Impossible. Heathcliff looked at her, slightly frowning. Flora spoke while raising her hand. I am a 2nd year student. Flora Lumos. Professor, that is impossible. The other students immediately turned their eyes to her spot. They whispered, it's Flora. Flora finally got involved. That professor is done for. Heathcliff replied, I never agreed to speaking without permission, but this time I will listen. Why do you assert with certainty that it is impossible? Flora looked at him and began to explain. According to existing formulas, the only method to shorten casting time is through reconstruction capability. You are talking about an achievement that no genius has ever accomplished before. So I cannot believe it. Heathcliff pondered while listening to Flora Lumos. Then he replied, instead of saying it cannot advance, what if it doesn't advance? His words made Flora pause. Excuse me? He continued to explain his argument. Magic is stagnating because it is too focused on tradition and history. Meanwhile, science is steadily developing, to the point where it threatens the position magic has held for so long. He spoke up. I am not saying science is superior to magic, but that magic still has a chance to develop. Then he reached a conclusion. Therefore, your judgment is wrong, because no one has ever tried to improve it. I will be the first. Flora pursed her lips and asked back. Do you really mean that, Professor? She thought to herself, secretly cursing Heathcliffe's attitude. What the hell? He is shamelessly arrogant. Heathcliff continued the lecture. He decided to use the magic circle on the board to enlighten her. It would be hard to understand just by explaining, so I will demonstrate for you all to see. You said your name is Flora. Do you know the average casting time for a flash fire? She replied like a model student. It depends on the caster of the spell. For a third circle mage, 10 seconds. Higher ranks will shorten it to 5 seconds. Heathcliff explained. Correct, but I do not rely on the method of increasing rank. I am talking about other methods suitable for the ability of each student in the class. She continued to argue with him. Then the fastest case would be 5 seconds, although I can cast it a bit faster than that. Heathcliff looked at her. His face still showed no expression. You are indeed very confident. Then can you come up to the podium and demonstrate it live? She immediately left her seat. She agreed to his request instantly. Fine. She stepped onto the podium and began to perform as Heathcliff asked. A magical vortex appeared, quickly taking shape. The observers below looked up at her and exclaimed, truly very fast, worthy of being the daughter of the Lumos house. Heathcliff timed it and commented, 4.78 seconds, total incantation time, an achievement almost impossible for a second-year student. The process was also perfect. His words meant little to Flora. She arrogantly replied, as if this was nothing. However, his next sentences made her freeze. But still too slow. Flora asked immediately, what? Heathcliff explained. The fastest record for a third circle mage is 4.41 seconds. So it is still too slow. If you get used to it, you can cast it faster. Heathcliff glanced at the watch, reaffirming once more. That record of 4.41 seconds is still too slow. The other students buzzed with discussion, curious about his ability. Is the professor serious? Then how fast can he cast it? Heathcliff waved his wand to demonstrate. Watch closely. This is how to use flash fire. He shot out a fire spark. Flora watched attentively, wondering silently. What is he doing? That is not the technique for flash fire. A magic circle was formed. Not only Flora but everyone present in the room was also astonished. They could not sit still and all stood up, each expressing a different exclamation. What happened? The spell completed in a blink. No, it took less than a second. Flora was visibly shocked. She thought, just now, that was definitely not the flash fire technique. No, there was no spell completion process at all. Heathcliff asked her, did you see it? I will perform it again for those who missed it. He pointed his wand and cast it one more time. A magic circle appeared in just the blink of an eye. Flora was astounded. The other students were also speechless. After all, the expressions of all the students changed. Heathcliff timed it while explaining. The flash fire I just cast took only 0.24 seconds. A huge difference compared to the existing record. However, you can see it is a bit unusual, because during the first incantation, the technique I used was not flash fire. But the final result is the flash fire spell. More precisely, I used a spell to cast another spell. Students looked at each other in bewilderment. Using the technique of one spell to cast another spell? What the hell is that? Heathcliff looked at them, slowly enlightening these immature minds. Therefore, the moment I pay the price, the item immediately appears. A unique blueprint. You can understand it like that. Through the biological hardware that is the wizard, consuming data called mana, and complying with a program called technique, thereby activating the software named magic. Flora had to think to herself. Origin code. I have never heard of that kind of magic. What is he? Heathcliff asked her again, but her face was already sullen as a stale noodle. Has your question been answered? Flora Lumos. Yes. Heathcliff proceeded with a friendly reminder. You arbitrarily interfered with the lecture without my permission, because you could not overcome your own prejudices. He asked her, do you admit your mistake? Flora nodded, admitting her fault. I admit it. Heathcliff looked at her with the eyes of a superior, of a predator looking at its prey. Your action was an undeniable challenge to authority. Therefore, Flora Lumos, I will deduct 10 points from you. The students below discussed Heathcliff's decision. How could he? Flora accepted the penalty points. Her friend had different emotions. Worry, sympathy. Flora. Flora pursed her lips, swallowing her anger. He looked at her, then spoke. However, the flash fire technique you performed was perfect. I will award you 10 bonus points. His words once again made Flora freeze on the spot. I do not hate capable students. Very praiseworthy. Flora clenched her hands into fists. whispering softly, "Thank you, Professor." The students below breathed a sigh of relief, meaning, the 10 penalty points are considered as if they never happened. That's fortunate. She returned to her seat and the girl next to her immediately asked her, "Flora, are you okay?" Flora forced a smile and replied, "Yeah, I'm fine. Thanks for worrying, Cheryl." The girl nodded gently and continued,
I'm relieved.
In her head, she silently admired her friend. She can let go of this matter so quickly, as expected of Flora. However, Flora was silent. Her expression did not look anything like someone who had let everything go. Heathcliffe took off his coat while lecturing. "Now then, let us officially begin the lesson. I will select a few students who can keep up with the class and teach them the origin code. If you want to learn it, work hard." The offer he put forth caught the students' attention. Class went smoothly, if not to say too smoothly. The students silently marveled, because everyone only said strange things about the professor. I wondered if I had chosen a terrible class? Aiden's face became excited immediately as he continued to watch Heathcliffe. "But it's truly amazing. I am really at Saurin." Time flew like an arrow. Heathcliffe announced as the clock struck 12. "The lesson will stop here." He put on his coat, walking out of the class while instructing his students. "Everyone go back and review on your own." As soon as he left, gossip about him flared up immediately. Surprisingly, origin code. I didn't think I could witness such a thing. One person spoke up with a mocking look. "You guys admire it just because you saw that tiny thing." This guy spoke while crossing his arms. "You are tacitly admitting that you are idiots. That is why commoners cannot do anything." His words made Aiden uncomfortable. Aiden looked at Javon, the one who had just cast aspersions on Heathcliffe. Aiden looked around, confirming who Javon was talking to. Then he scratched his head, speaking innocently. "Oh, you were talking to me." His attitude made Javon annoyed and shouted back, "Are you mocking me?" Aiden explained in confusion. "No, how would I dare?" Javon growled. His hand had already clenched into a fist. "You dare treat Javon, the eldest son of Baron Felio, this way?" Aiden helplessly corrected. "I said that wasn't it." A third person interrupted their conversation. "If you are mentioning the Baron Felio family, isn't it located at the furthest border of the Empire?" The boy spoke up, causing Aiden and Javon to look over simultaneously. Javon sneered and asked back, "Does Saurin now accept infants too?" Leo showed no sign of annoyance on his face. He sighed and retorted sarcastically with even greater damage. "Still better than accepting a stupid brat from a petty baron family." Javon was speechless. He could only glare at him. He readied his wand in his hand, speaking annoyedly. "You guy, that guy, you dare look down on a noble. I will make you pay." Leo's face darkened when he saw Javon draw his wand, preparing to cast magic. Challenged. "Try it." Javon asked back immediately. "What?" Leo slowly approached him while repeating. "I said, try it. You will see what happens if you attack us." Leo stopped in front of Javon. The pressure from him made him wary as he warned him. "Even if you are a noble, getting away with it in the Saurin is not as easy as you think. Aren't you being watched even before you arrived?" Other students besides these three were also observing their argument. Furthermore, when shouting, learn to check the surroundings. "Don't you see there are still others here?" Javon gritted his teeth, looking around in annoyance, confirming that Leo's words were correct. He left a word before walking away. "Just you wait." Aiden sighed in relief when he saw Javon leave. He looked over at Leo, smiling and speaking. "Thanks for the help. I'm Aiden." He looked back, nodding slightly while replying. "I am Leo. No need to thank me. I just find it annoying when he causes trouble everywhere in the name of nobility." Aiden looked at him with admiring eyes. "You are so kind." Leo asked back irritably. "Did you hear what I just said?" He continued. "Forget it. I'm leaving." Aiden quickly spoke up. "Ah, let me go with you." Leo asked him back while walking. "Do you know where I want to go?" Aiden began to analyze as he had observed Leo long enough. "The thing you are holding is the alchemy textbook, right? My next class is also alchemy." Leo looked at him, sighing, not trying to stop him from coming along anymore. "Suit yourself." He kindly reminded him. "Also, it would be better if you stopped giving out those signals." Aiden asked back with a puzzled look. "What signals?" Leo listed bluntly. His words were like arrows piercing Aiden's head. "Rustic, mediocre, signals that you were not taught magic properly." Aiden asked back with an inquisitive look. "Oh, is that true? I don't know much about that." Leo continued. To remind him, "You should also know what is happening around Saurin, especially from the second year onwards. There are many students with outstanding achievements." Leo presented the prominent individuals. First is Lumos, second year. Aiden remembered her. He continued, the one who went up to the podium during the lesson. Leo told more about her. Right? I heard her personality is terrible, so it's best to stay away. There is a rumor that the previous spellcasting professor quit because of her. He came to the second name. Next is the royal lineage of the Exilian Empire. The third Princess Elendin von Exilian. Leo explained. Nothing good will come if commoners like us come into contact with a high-ranking noble. Aiden asked back with some concern. Ah, she also joined this class. I think I saw her in the school. Leo replied to him again. Exactly. And finally, the leader of the largest noble faction of the second year. Frodden Gonbach. Aiden stuttered. Gonbach. You mean one of the three Duke families? Leo looked at him while explaining. Right? They see us commoners as insects, so it's best not to get involved with them. Luckily, it seems he didn't come to this class. He mentioned Javant's name from earlier, speaking again. That idiot just now also belongs to that noble faction. Nobles are. His mindset is to look down on commoners. Commoners are. Aiden commented. So that means I have been marked by that side. He continued to exclaim as he walked with Leo. Wow, I can't do anything about it anyway. Is there anyone else? Leo was a bit scared of Aiden's carefree nature. I don't know if you are brave or stupid. Continued to explain nonetheless. There are still a few more people. I will tell you on the way. Aiden smiled. Great. Do you want to have a meal together? Why? Why should I do that? They did not know they were being watched. The white-haired girl sat up high, smiling with hidden meaning. Heathcliffe was walking along the corridor. He thought to himself, that was... Then he gave a bitter smile recalling his first class. The reaction was better than I expected. I didn't expect much. The basic time frame of this world is around the 19th century on Earth. Even considering the power of magic, it still lacks much compared to the rapid development of 21st century science. He frowned in thought, thinking about the small tricks he applied to his magic. That's why I combined science and magic while creating the source code. The truth is, I never thought the reaction would be so hot. The first time seeing what I created. Not bad was the comment he received. My teacher only said that much, so I didn't expect much. Heathcliff looked outside. His thoughts were still drifting here and there. Can use magic quickly and accurately, but the final limit is the third rank, and the creation process is extremely complex. I cannot continue relying on the source code. If I don't want to be detected, I must prepare more things. Heathcliff stopped in front of a room. He looked at the name pasted on the door, muttered, Is this my office? Heathcliff pushed the door and walked in. There's already someone inside. The girl with white hair looked at him, spoke up. Oh my, she smiled, gently as she greeted him politely. Hello, Professor Ludger. How is it? The interior is quite great, isn't it? He froze when he saw the appearance of this girl. She continued to present. Saurin provides each professor with a private space. You can do whatever you want here. Heathcliff responded. They were sitting together, discussing teaching. Heathcliff asked bluntly in confusion. Is that so? What brings you here? The girl joked back. Did I come to a place I shouldn't have? Heathcliff corrected. I'm just curious, and to be honest, a bit of pressure. She laughed while replying. Because Professor Ludger is an invaluable presenter of Saurin. But you are too honest. As the principal, of course, I have to pay special attention to you. She opened her eyes to look at him. Heathcliff was embarrassed, confusedly thought to himself. What is this? Every time our eyes meet, my body feels ticklish. The girl continued. But your reaction is a bit cold. I expected a surprised expression. Heathcliff replied to her. Sorry to say this, but I am surprised enough. Heathcliff's face could no longer maintain its usual indifference. Meeting a ghost at midnight wouldn't be as surprising as this situation. I just opened the door. And why are you here? The girl explained. The truth is, other newly accepted professors were also surprised. Professor Ludger is the last one. Heathcliff frowned, warily pondered the words the principal just said. You also appeared at other professors' offices. But why am I the last? He observed the girl in front of him. Looking at her mysterious smile, he guessed. Unless she has her eyes on something. Heathcliff made deductions. Even if it's a secret society, a person who can become a principal, she can completely grasp the small changes inside Saurin. Does she suspect me? He startled. Himself froze after scaring himself with a wild guess. No. But really, too unfair. I don't belong to the secret society. But it's the duty of the secret society. Principal spoke up again, asking casually about his teaching situation. I heard you accepted even new students into the class. Heathcliff replied. Yes, I have no intention of strictly separating the years. He agreed with this method. I don't mean to nitpick you, even. I agree with your method. The first year has a few very talented children. She continued. There is also a student using uncommon magic. Heathcliff's hand grazed the pile of papers as he replied to her. Is that so? I only observed the students' attendance slips. The principal reminded Heathcliff gently. Anyway, because the princess is also participating, please be careful to avoid issues that may arise. You don't need to pay special attention to her. But it will be very difficult if complicated matters happen. Heathcliff froze. The words Princess Highness printed in his head. The girl laughed faintly, placing a huge burden on his shoulders. I have high expectations of you, Professor Ludger. And while standing up, she continued speaking. Anyway, I'm glad you finished the first lesson smoothly. Student evaluation isn't bad. So my worries have lessened. Heathcliff held her back. You should drink a cup of tea before leaving. This principal gently accepted his kindness. Oh my, thank you. I appreciate your kindness, but I still have a mountain of work to solve. Please take care of me more. The door closed behind her back. Wilford was already waiting and spoke up immediately. How was it? The girl's eyes glanced at him when hearing the question. Is Mr. Ludger trustworthy? She replied to him. To be honest, I'm not sure either. They walked together in the corridor as she explained. We are observing the person with the greatest suspicion, but we still cannot make a conclusion. Wilford smiled kindly in response. Is that so? If Principal Dicton investigates, I trust there will be progress quickly. The girl smiled faintly, agreeing with his words. That's right, isn't it? She laughed mockingly and spoke. Even after facing my fascinating Vascania twice, I'm surprised he wasn't affected by them at all. She thought to herself when remembering Heathcliff. If he is at the 4th rank, it would certainly be unavoidable. No reaction after looking into Vascania twice. It means he resisted them relying only on will. She smiled with hidden meaning when commenting on him. An interesting guy, the train terror. Because of a group of people hiding inside Saurin recently, I cannot miss even the smallest thing. She speculated. What if that attack was just a smokescreen, and the person named Ludger switched during the chaos? Then smiled, turning her head to look at Wilford while asking back. What do you think about this, Mr. Wilford? Wilford maintained that warm smile as he presented his views. I dare not affirm it, but I think he is certainly not an ordinary person. He smiled as he continued, although that is just an old man's hunch. The headmaster smiled and replied to him. You know your ability to judge people is very reliable. She spoke up again. Of course, if we want to trust Professor Ludger, we will have to observe him for a while longer. Heathcliff let out a long, weary sigh after seeing that headmaster off. He gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, private meeting my foot. No matter how I look at it, she just came to interrogate me. Heathcliff held his head in thought as he read the documents in his hand. Well, in any case, I haven't done anything to get caught yet. Let's just continue with what I'm doing. He glanced through the information of the students in the class, marveling at their backgrounds. Now that I think about it, the Lumos family is a ducal family with immense influence. Heathcliff froze, feeling like he had just shot himself in the foot. Can't be. Her family wouldn't pressure me because of the incident before, would they? A long silence filled that room. Heathcliff convinced himself. Hey, no way. Why would she care about that? I even gave her bonus points as a way to make peace. Ikon continued reading through the documents. From those backed by the Magic Tower to the Imperial Princess. Heathcliff froze when he saw something. Aiden's information caught his eye and he thought to himself. This is the kid who possesses magic. Unusual. He tapped his hand on his thigh as he tried to recall the past. But this child, why does he look so familiar? Heathcliff continued flipping through the information in his hand while assuring himself. Well, I'll remember later. Anyway, cannot let my guard down yet. From the way she looked at me, it's clear she doesn't fully trust me yet. Heathcliff put the documents down on the table, still thinking aimlessly, or would it be better if I sided with the secret society? Memories resurfaced in his mind. The girl from before calling him the first. The words of that person came back to him. I am glad you are still safe. First order. Heathcliff speculated. There's no reason she wouldn't know Ludger's face when he boarded the train, which means she very naturally accepted the fact that Ludger's appearance had changed. Heathcliff guessed if Ludger is truly someone skilled in disguise and infiltration, then indeed I shook his head vigorously, rejecting those random thoughts himself. No, of course I shouldn't. I know very well what my end will be if I get caught, and there is no guarantee they will save me, even after I dedicate myself to the organization. He looked up at a spot while thinking to himself. Currently, the only choice is to play the role of Professor well. However, a knock on the door interrupted his train of thought. Heathcliff spoke up. Yes. When he went outside to open the door, a young man spoke up. Hello, Professor Ludger. I came to deliver this item. He looked at it, asking back, Patrol duty certificate? The young man replied, Yes, because today is Professor Ludger's shift. He thought to himself as he held that paper in his hand. Come to think of it, it seems the contract also mentioned this. The delivery boy hurriedly left after handing him the letter. Anyway, I have delivered it to you. I beg your pardon to leave first. Heathcliff looked back at the paper in his hand, muttering, Patrol duty certificate, huh? Surely. Nothing will happen, right? Practice room. A voice rang out with annoyance. What did you say? Repeat it for me to hear. The blonde girl placed her hands on her hips, asking with a dark expression. The other person repeated her words. I said there is no reason for me to leave, because this place is free for everyone to use. If guys feel uncomfortable, why don't you leave yourselves? She spoke up with a stern voice. Dynamo sneered and asked her back. Are you arguing with me? A lowly commoner like you, the girl, with gray hair retorted. Saurin does not rank students based on status and bloodline. Don't you know that? Dynamo stroked her hair, asking back with disdain. Do you believe those nonsense words that make you blindly happy? The crowd behind her chimed in. Commoners are truly stupid, right? Lady Dynamo. They hurled insults at this girl. Lowly trash just trying to climb up. I told you. She clenched her hands, thinking to herself. No matter what I say. Her lips had long since pursed as she thought. These people have no intention of listening. You heard it. Commoners should kneel down and beg for forgiveness. She helplessly turned to leave. But her attitude made Dynamo not pleased at all. Followers spoke up. That lowly trash is gone. Lady Dynamo. Finally she had to do it. Stubborn in a meaningless way. But she was busy paying attention to that girl's attitude. How dare a lowly commoner ignore my words? She spoke up while tightening her grip on the wand in her hand. The thing like you. Dynamo launched an attack. How dare you? A blue magic spell headed towards that girl. Followers screamed in panic. Lady Dynamo. Gray-haired girl was astonished to see magic flying towards her. Her eyes were filled with horror as she saw it. A light flashed, accompanied by a scream. The magic of Dynamo vanished. She screamed. Her eyes darted around looking for the person who saved that girl. Who is it? Who dares to intervene? Heathcliffe's voice rang out. What are you doing? Dynamo's face became distorted as he continued. I cannot believe you dare to fight arbitrarily in the training area reserved for honing a wizard's skills. No. Not even be considered fighting. I did not expect such a major incident to happen right when the semester has just begun. Saurin must be nothing in your eyes. The gray-haired girl stammered. Professor Ludger. He slowly approached them using flight magic while speaking. I thought I would let it slide if it was just a normal argument. But no matter how I look at it, this is violence from one side. Dynamo retorted. Why would you do that? This is obviously a matter of protecting the authority of the noble class. Authority? Heathcliff asked back. He annoyed. Why reminded her. Every student of Saurin is equal. It does not matter how noble your bloodline is. Therefore I cannot overlook this. His words made Dynamo fearful. He lowered. Order. Follow me immediately. She muttered. That name. Dina screamed an insult. You lowly fallen noble. She froze when she realized her mouth had slipped. Her followers looked worried. Miss Dina. The gray-haired girl was terrified. Ludger paused. He glanced at her, asking back. What did you just say? The killing intent radiating from Ludger was far from pleasant. He ordered her. Repeat that again. Dina trembled violently. She stammered, unable to speak. Ludger stood in front of her. Asked again. Did you just call me a fallen noble? A stew. Dent pointed as another professor arrived to resolve the situation. Professor Selena. This way. She reached out to stop Ludger from committing misconduct.
Pro.
He reached out. Selena's voice rang out again. Professor Ludger. Dina closed her eyes, bit her lip, trembling as she awaited a terrible punishment. But Ludger only placed his hand on her shoulder. He spoke. Exactly as you said. Dina asked in disbelief. Pardon? He repeat. Just as you said. I am indeed a fallen noble. But this is Saurin, and I am a professor of Saurin. He explained to her. What you just said was a blatant provocation of a professor's authority. The hand on Dina's shoulder radiated terrible pressure as Ludger asked. Am I wrong? Ludger continued. But you are still a student, and adapting to a different environment is difficult for you. so I will let this pass as a warning for your slip. Of course, you will face appropriate punishment for what you did to your classmate. He turned his head to the gray-haired girl, asking with concern, Lin, are you hurt? She replied politely, no sir. He continued, that relieves me. He spoke to Selena. I will leave the rest to you, Professor Selena. Selena replied, a bit flustered. Ah yes. The incident ended there, and Ludger left under the disbelief of the students and Professor Selena. Gray-haired girl thought to herself, Professor Ludger knows my name. He remembers I took his class? She pondered. I was just one commoner among 80 people, someone unworthy of a professor's notice. His words echoed back. Saurin. And this girl began to admire him. Everyone is equal. She smiled and thought, my first impression was just of a scary professor. Now I feel I can trust and follow Professor Ludger. She encouraged herself, determined to speak. I will do my best. The sky grew dark. Ludger was sitting alone, exhausted, on a bench. He held his forehead, exhausted. Then he took a bottle of medicine from his pocket, swallowed several pills at once. Ludger guessed as he fought the pain. I survived. I would have been in big trouble if I hadn't brought my medicine. He was uncomfortable, wondering in confusion, why the hell did it flare up now? I almost revealed an unsightly appearance. He recalled the incident with Dina. I felt the early symptoms when I entered the training center, but I endured until I saw the argument. Halfway through, the symptoms worsened, and I intended to leave quickly. But why the hell did that girl shout that line at such a moment? I couldn't pretend nothing happened or that I didn't hear it. He meant on his own performance. I think I said some lines worthy of applause, but my face was extremely uncomfortable. Ludger confirmed. It didn't look strange, right? He held the empty bottle in his hand, calculating. That was the last bottle. I will probably be fine for about 5 days. Ludger thought. Situations requiring mana might arise in those 5 days. If I use the infirmary, I'll have to leave a record. Ludger rejected this method immediately. Too dangerous. He came to a conclusion. I must contact him quickly. The sky brightened again. A voice spoke. Werewolf. Ludger asked back immediately. What did you just say? Selena recounted. That's right. Werewolf. He presented the experience of others to Ludger and Melinda. The students visiting Leathervelk yesterday saw a black shadow wandering the rooftops in the night fog. Ludger replied. I see an urban ghost story. Selena asked back. Right? But inside. Saurin, there are witnesses too. Ludger asked. The Saurin? Selena explained. Yes, of course. They might have seen something else. But the possibility can't be denied since strange phenomena have happened inside Saurin Academy too. There are even the 7 ghost stories of Saurin. Do you know them? Ludger was surprised. There's such a thing? Selena smiled and continued. Yes. You've never heard of them? Ludger commented. Professor Selena seems to know a lot about ghost stories. His words made her freeze. Selena blushed, using all her strength to explain. No, it's not like I always research thoroughly when I hear ghost stories in Saurin. It's just that when I want to chat comfortably with students, I think of easy topics. So I looked up ghost stories a bit. Not because I have a deep interest, nor because I like them and am attracted to them. Ludger thought. That was a compliment. He spoke. I understand. Please calm down. Selena continued. No, really it's not. Melinda changed the subject. By the way, Professor Ludger, I heard you demonstrated a fascinating subject in your very first class? She continued. A world-shaking magic that can shorten casting time. What was it called? Selena cut in immediately. Source code. They fell silent as Selena accidentally spoke a bit too loudly. Melinda replied. Yes, that's it, right? Is it real? Ludger confirmed. Yes. Melinda continued. So it really exists. I can't believe such a spell exists. Selena exclaimed. People in the library were staring at them. Ludger noticed it. Linda explained the situation. That's because everyone is interested in Professor Ludger's magic. Rumors have already spread. He asked in confusion. My magic? Then Ludger ate a forkful of food while pondering. Melinda asked again. But is it okay to just show that vibration magic here? Selena added. Right, if it's that great, you could even get a patent from the magic tower. Heathcliffe explained. I don't really care about such things. He thought to himself. No, it would be better if I ignored those patents. Because if not, without backing, I can only lie still and wait to be robbed or beaten. And of course, I don't know what will happen if the magic tower approaches me first. The problem is the other professors are staring at me with burning eyes. That is Chris Benamore. That look could kill. Heathcliff thought while chewing. A werewolf, huh? Night fell. Saurin, Heathcliff, was standing outside waiting for someone. Too late. He silently guessed. Could he be wandering around? From behind, a figure appeared. A werewolf slowly approached him. This person rushed at Heathcliff. Claws exposed. Heathcliff countered in a split second, not giving this werewolf a chance to attack. Heathcliff swung his leg, kicked the werewolf violently into the wall. Then he spoke to the person lying belly up on the ground. I was wondering why you were so late. Turns out you were waiting to pull this prank. The werewolf cursed back. Damn it. Would it kill you to stand still and act surprised? Anyway, long time no see. The werewolf slowly crawled up while speaking. Brother. Heathcliff sneered in response. Yeah, long time no see. Hans. Heathcliff called the werewolf's name. You're still causing trouble like that, just like in the past. What is it this time? Hans gritted his teeth. Holding his face in annoyance, he explained. Damn it. You think I like being like this? Who would have thought a dog held by a strange woman would chase me? Heathcliff covered his mouth, mocking silently. You were just born funny. Hans went crazy, scolding him wholeheartedly. Don't laugh just because it's not you. At this moment, I feel like I'm cursed. Hans is a human possessing a very special trait. Every time he is bitten by an animal, he will receive their genes. And then, whether he wants to or not, he will turn into the shape of that animal. Turning into a tuxedo cat. Turning into a Pomeranian dog. Hans continued asking him. Anyway, did you bring the medicine? Heathcliff took out a syringe. Inside was a green liquid. Here. Hans took it, quickly injected it into himself while speaking. Phew, thanks. I can't walk around in this state. He gradually returned to normal. Fur also gradually disappeared as he exclaimed. Without you, I would be miserable for days again, Heathcliff added. Just like the first time we met. He recounted the past. I had a mission to destroy a cryptid, but a giant chihuahua appeared and surprised me. Hans continued. Thank God everything was resolved. Otherwise, I would have gone to heaven. By the way, Heath, Heathcliff reminded. It's Ludger. Ludger Cherish. He realized something. Continued. Now that I think about it, that seems to be the name written on the letter. He scratched his neck, looked at Heathcliff suspiciously and asked. A Saurin professor. When did you create that identity? Also, why meet here when the plan was the imperial capital? What happened? Hans's laughter echoed through the empty alley. He looked at Heathcliff, laughing his head off while responding. You're unbelievable. If it were me, I definitely would have been caught immediately. How the hell did you get into that situation? Heathcliff replied. If I wanted to live, I had no other choice. Hans continued. Plus. That name Ludger belongs to an unidentified secret society. Heathcliff agreed and explained further. Yes, it is called the First Order. Stop laughing. Heathcliff listened as Hans tapped his hand and muttered. The First Order. The First Order. He asked him. Do you know anything about it? Hans thought. Pensively replied. In my memory, definitely yes. Recently, a few strange names have appeared in the underworld. They call themselves the Order or something. Heathcliff paused, then affirmed gently. It's definitely them. So what is the name of that group? Hans replied Brie. Black Dawn. That is the name. He continued asking Heathcliff. You might have survived by luck, but wouldn't just one mistake be enough to get you caught? Heathcliff agreed. Exactly. Yes. So I need to prepare. By the way, did you bring the suitcase I asked for? Hans handed it to him while replying. Ah, here. Heathcliff asked back. You haven't opened it yet, have you? Hans scolded. I'd be crazy to open your briefcase. Even if I wanted to, I couldn't, Heathcliff added. Now that I think about it, Sheridan is also waiting for me. I'm sorry. Hans replied. Well, no one thought something like this would happen. No need to apologize. Hans exclaimed about the importance of the suitcase while Heathcliff took medicine from it and drank. Anyway, we both depend on medicine. Heathcliff raised his head to look at him and asked. More importantly, we can meet immediately because you arrived 2 days ago. Why did you write in the letter that I had to wait? Hans confusedly asked back. Ha, what are you saying? Heathcliff also confusedly explained. What do you mean? The day before yesterday, rumors about a werewolf started spreading. Hans still asked back with a puzzled look. What? I just arrived in Leathervelk today. Why would I be wandering around for 2 days? They paused, then understood the problem. There is another werewolf appearing. Hans worriedly cried out. Ah, brother, that thing. Heathcliff replied briefly. Yeah, it's real. A werewolf. The shadow of a werewolf flickered under the moonlight. They muttered curses. Damn it, is it really there? Hans spoke up. I don't think it detected us. Must leave quickly, Heathcliff countered, analyzing the situation for his friend.
No.
If we move, it will notice. I suspect it is looking for the nearest prey. His eyes darted around, stopping on something. A name tag worn around this werewolf's neck made Heathcliff wonder. Look, he informed the person next to him. Hans. I have to go check. He was stunned, surprisedly asked back. Check? You want to catch that werewolf? Heathcliff explained. There is something glowing on its neck. Someone must have intentionally left it. But Hans asked confusedly, who would do that? Heathcliff checked the bullets in his handgun while replying. That is why we have to check. Han remarked when seeing Heathcliff fire a shot at its hip. It has been quite a while since I saw you use that. The last time was when you were still an active cryptid hunter. Han continued. Didn't you have a nickname back then? What was it?
Van Helsing.
Heathcliff finished the sentence.
Abraham van Helsing.
The werewolf noticed a strange movement. Heathcliff walked with dignity down the street. The werewolf bared its teeth and growled. It dashed away in a split second and landed in front of Heathcliff, looking at him with craving eyes and a mouth endlessly drooling. Heathcliff thought to himself while observing it. Just as I thought. There is a collar on its neck. There are many things I find curious. I will answer each one after I get a hold of that monster. The werewolf roared. It rushed to attack Heathcliff, but he simply stepped back gently to dodge. Magic was activated beneath his feet. Again and again, Heathcliff dodged while the thing kept rushing to attack. He hit a wall. No more room to retreat. In front of him was that hungry werewolf. Heathcliff maintained his usual indifferent expression. Or to be more specific, he was sneering. The magic circles he left behind while moving earlier glowed, creating sound waves to attack this werewolf, making it tumble to the ground. It growled terrifyingly. Han, hiding in an obscure corner, thought to himself, huh? Why did it suddenly act like that? Did it eat something wrong? Heathcliff explained to Han the reason the werewolf suddenly fell. I set up a resonant ultrasonic frequency around here. Normal people cannot hear it. His head must hurt a lot. He held up a syringe while continuing to speak. No need to use an expensive silver bullet. Now, let's see where this thing was created. However, a loud noise rang out, making Heathcliff pause. Strangers shouted urgently. Over here. The sound came from this side. Everyone, hurry up. Heathcliff thought in annoyance. Police. Damn it. Why now of all times? The werewolf took advantage of Heathcliff's distraction. Fled in a flash. It jumped high up. Heathcliff looked after it, muttering, no. He fired a shot toward it. The bullet turned into a grappling hook. The wire stretched out. Heathcliff nearly caught up to this werewolf. He was determined. I won't let it live. The police officers urged each other. Over there, someone is on that roof. Arrest all suspicious individuals around here. Heathcliff chased after the werewolf. The distance between the two was not too great. The werewolf used all its strength to dash away. It landed on the ground. Turning its head, it saw that Heathcliff had also landed and was looking at it. He slowly stood up while speaking. I intended to only defeat you. He stood up straight looking at it, his hand readying his weapon as he continued. But you gave me no other choice. The werewolf rushed forward. Heathcliff immediately threw darts at it. It did not stop at all, still continuing to rush towards him. The darts flew as fast as the wind. Only now did it realize the danger and retreated. Heathcliff remarked as he caught the returning darts. Good senses. Continued. I intended to finish you with that last attack. Heathcliff used magic. Blue light gathered at the tip of his wand, then shot at the werewolf. Heathcliff's hand moved slightly. The attack curved, striking its head from behind. Luckily, it only grazed it, but Heathcliff took advantage of its distraction to rush in and attack. The creature hurriedly backed away, threw more weapons at it. This time it couldn't dodge, so it cried out in pain. Heathcliff seized this opportunity to jump high. Approaching it, he struck down once, then pulled a knife from the body of his wand, spun around, aimed at the target and slashed. The werewolf's eyes reflected Heathcliff's swinging motion, and it was finished off by him in a single strike. Meanwhile, Han was walking and muttering in fear. Almost got caught. He thought about Heathcliff's words before leaving. He said he was going to catch the werewolf. But how long will it take? Han froze when he saw a wolf's head fall in front of him. Huh? He screamed in fear. Then Heathcliff appeared and joked back. Startled? Han went pale and cursed. Damn it. Announce yourself before appearing. I almost dropped the suitcase. He looked at the head on the ground, wondering. Is that the werewolf from before? Don't tell me you plan to leave it like this. Heathcliff explained. I found out information about it, so I don't need it anymore. Han asked back. Then why did you bring it along? Heathcliff replied. Because. His reason was extremely childish, and expressed by a cold, emotionless face. I wanted to startle you.
Han Sai-hid
Smiled bitterly and asked, you still hold a grudge about me tricking you? I tricked you, so it's fair. Heathcliff continued. After checking, it is indeed a magical creature. An artificial magical creature, the product of some experiment. I think I should continue with the plan. Hearing Heathcliff speak, Han was startled and asked, don't tell me it's that plan. Heathcliff interrupted him. We should settle down here. This place is better than the capital in many ways. We also have no choice but to stay here for a while. Han asked, back suspiciously. In Saurin? With an unidentified secret organization? Also, don't forget the crazy people who released these creatures. Since this is a big city, there will surely be gangsters too. Heathcliff explained. That's why it's great. Because those things will take up everyone's attention. It will be safer for us. Gather important intel first. Han asked back. Me? Me alone? Heathcliff explained. I am currently under suspicion, so I can't do anything suspicious. Just gather info and notify me, because I will make my move after this affair. Han nodded in agreement with Heathcliff's instructions. Got it, that's my specialty. I didn't expect everything to go smoothly. Even though I can't move immediately, I must gather allies soon as a precaution. Yeah, it's over, but it's hard to believe you could create a werewolf in this era. It has laboratory marks on it. I don't think a trivial force is behind this experiment. He looked up at the sky, thinking to himself. It doesn't matter now. I took care of the werewolves, and now I don't want to get involved in trouble anymore. The unidentified killer in Lethavenk is still alive and well. Last Sunday, 5 more murders occurred in Lethavenk, and as a result, the death toll has exceeded 10. The identity of the culprit remains a mystery, but witnesses say it was a terrifying beast with black fur. Police said the culprit is just a crazed killer. They announced that they would find and catch the culprit soon. He muttered while reading the content written in the newspaper. The public is still very worried. Heathcliff recalled. The following Sunday? How could that happen? I dealt with the werewolves on Saturday.
Impossible.
Is there more than one werewolf? The item beside him suddenly glowed, attracting his attention. Very quickly, he arrived at the meeting room where the other professors were waiting. Lena called him over. Professor Lutzer, over here. The other professors also gossiped when they saw him. Is that Lutzer Khaleesi? Heard he invented some great spells, right? Isn't he a fallen noble? Acting like he owns the place. These words basically did not bother him. Selena saw him sit down and immediately asked, have you heard the news? They say 2 first-year students were attacked last night. He recounted anxiously. Luckily, their lives are not in danger, but both are heavily injured. The wounds look like animal scratches. The student who opened his eyes said the thing that attacked them was a terrible monster. I think the rumors all week are true. They also said there were victims in Lethavenk too. Heathcliff pondered while hearing these words. Woman announced, the headmaster has arrived. Please keep silent. Selena whispered to him, introducing the identity of the person who just announced. That is Professor Mary Jones. She is in charge of pharmacology. She has worked at Saurin for over 20 years. Heathcliff replied, ah, the headmaster. Slowly walked in. She spoke with a solemn air. I called everyone to this emergency meeting because there is something to announce. A mysterious attacker has appeared in Saurin. 2 students of ours were seriously injured last night. The identity of the culprit is still unclear, but according to witnesses, it is a werewolf, a magical creature. The professor stood up while retorting.
Impossible.
Did I hear wrong? Did you just say a magical creature? The headmaster looked at him seriously and asked back. Do you have something to say? Professor Hugo Buttart. The man named Hugo restated. This is Saurin, the land protected by the Exilian Empire. Werewolves cannot appear in Saurin. How can I believe a ghost story discussed among students? The headmaster sighed and explained to him again. Professor Hugo, didn't I say there were already 2 victims? Hugo frowned and replied unpleasantly. I heard very clearly. That is why I believe it is not a werewolf. Aren't both victims from noble lineages? The eyes of the headmaster hardened when hearing the accusation of this bastard professor. I think the culprit is a Saurin student, and I believe that student is a commoner. The headmaster asked back in annoyance. What? Hugo restated, directly accusing the commoner students. I am asking, is it possible this was caused by a commoner student? Why are only noble students attacked? A werewolf attacking Saurin. Professors of noble origin sneered, silently despising this man. Saying there is someone disguised as a werewolf would be more credible. Heathcliff crossed his arms, listening silently. he thought to himself while observing the surroundings. Thought the Black Dawn Society would be at a disadvantage? I must have miscalculated. I can't believe they are still forming factions when uniting their strength isn't even enough. This is the reality of Saurin, the most prestigious academy on the continent. Suddenly, a bug appeared on his shoulder. It dropped some powder and Heathcliff was surprised. Reached out to touch it while thinking, "There's a bug." Observed it. Then he withdrew his hand, remaining silent. The bug was crushed in his hand, leaving behind a piece of paper. Heathcliff silently read the content on it. 3 test subjects have escaped. Destroy them immediately if they cannot be captured alive. If the subjects are seen, your identity may be exposed. Heathcliff's gaze focused on the paper in his hand. He crumpled up. Then he thought, lamenting his miserable fate. "Oh my God, why do you torment me like this?" Lena beside him anxiously inquired. "Huh, Professor Lutzer? Where does it hurt?" He waved his hand and replied, "Ah, no." He thought to himself, "I didn't know this situation was related to the Black Dawn Society. Looking at their actions, perhaps they didn't know about this accident beforehand either. I would be very happy if they suffered losses. But my identity might be exposed." Heathcliff weighed the pros and cons. Then he started looking for a solution to everything. "If so, I can't sit still. I must destroy them before Saurin does. I'm done for if I get caught." Headmaster replied to Hugo, "Think whatever you want, Professor Hugo, but please do your job." He asked back, "So you will organize patrols, right?" The headmaster agreed with him. "That is correct. Please remind students not to walk around late at night. Deduct their points if necessary. This is my order." He accepted the order bitterly. "Yes, I understand." She looked around and replied, "Very well. Then today's meeting ends here. Good work, everyone." Whispers continued behind her back even after she had left. When Heathcliff stepped outside, he stopped. Then he ordered the person hiding, "Stop hiding. Come out." A girl hesitantly stepped out, standing opposite Heathcliff. She looked a bit sad, mixed with fear. Her eyes looked down at the ground, worried. Heathcliff looked at her and thought, "This girl is clearly the one who approached me at the start." "Who knew she would come here as a student?" he asked. "Directly. What is it?" Ah. He turned his head. He suggested before she could finish her sentence. "Let's move first. Follow me." She complied quickly. "Ah, yes." He continued asking, "Do you like coffee?" The girl was confused, asking back, "Huh? At a certain coffee shop." The two of them sat in silence. The one to break the awkward atmosphere first was Heathcliff, asking her, "What is your name?" "My name is Sadena Rosen." Iana eyed. "Since you have a surname, you surely didn't enter the school as a commoner student. All right, what is your real name?" She replied. Thanks for watching the video." Continued, "All right, you must have followed me because you had something to say. Speak." Sadena turned her head to look around, a bit wary of the somewhat bustling atmosphere. "Ah well, the surroundings," Heathcliff explained. "I have cast a soundproofing spell. We will be fine unless someone enters this area," she exclaimed. "Truly worthy of the First Order." Heathcliff reminded her, "First of all, change how you address me. From now on, don't call me First Order anymore." Sadena asked back, "Huh? How could I be so disrespectful?" He asked back, "Do you intend to call me that in front of others? This is an order." She nodded, replying sadly, "Understood." He continued, "Back to the main topic. What is the current situation?" Sadena explained, "Ah, yes. There was a recent werewolf accident in our affiliated organization. A top-secret experiment was conducted by the Dark Mages at the Shamsa School. The Shamsa School is a group of scientists expelled from society for their unethical experiments. I don't know what experiments they did, but a few subjects escaped, and one of them happened to come to Saurin through the sewers. So there are victims." Heathcliff fell silent, staring at her with disbelief. Sadena was flustered, quickly speaking up. "I apologize. I talked too much." He reassured her, asking her to continue. "No, it's fine. Go on." Sadena presented further. "Ah, yes. It is their own responsibility, so we can blame this accident on them. But first, no. I came here because I heard it involved Professor Ludger." She presented. "You borrowed this name under the orders of another First Order, Victor Drift." Heathcliff replied, "I only borrowed the name. I didn't know things would turn out like this." He thought to himself, "Victor Drift. I should remember this name." Sadena replied, "Since it has already happened, it is best to destroy them as soon as possible. Since there are 3 of them, we will also." Heathcliff interrupted her. No, there are only two. Sadena asked back in confusion. Huh? She continued. Don't tell me. When did? Explained. 2 days ago. I caught one at Leathervelk. She replied to him with undeniable admiration. As expected of Professor Ludger. He looked at her, calculating silently. She contacted me without being detected and even infiltrated as a student. Why is someone this talented still a third order? Don't tell me she's being neglected. Maybe because she is a noble. Such an antisocial organization wouldn't welcome a noble. She will be drained of her value and discarded. I just saw a crack in Saurin. I didn't expect to see a crack in the Black Dawn Society as well. Maybe this accident is an opportunity for me to exploit more from Sadena. He thought to himself, then spoke up. You said they are hiding in the sewers. Then I will expand the search there first. He continued asking. Saurin doesn't know this news, right? Sadena nodded. Yes, that is correct. But we don't know for how many days. Heathcliff replied briefly. I understand. He raised his hand while replying. I have understood your matter. Sadena Rosen said. If there is a chance, let's meet again. She continued, addressing him. Yes, Professor Ludger. Heathcliff instructed. And? This time you explained better than when you first met me. Very easy to understand. Next time I will ask you to do it again. Sadena was surprised by this remark. Heathcliff quickly left, leaving her alone. Sadena pursed her lips, then muttered. Thank you. Thank you. She bowed her head, lost in thought. Outside, someone was observing, thinking silently. Was that magic just now? Flora watched Heathcliff, annoyed and wondering. What kind of conversation requires him to use magic? What the hell were those two talking about? The lecture hall was still bustling even though it wasn't Heathcliff's class time. Flora, however, was not focused on listening at all. She was concerned about what she had seen that day. The magic I saw through the window. Just by its color, I can confirm it was a soundproofing spell. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to recognize the color or taste of magical power. But why? What did they talk about? The instructor, up above, announced. Today's class ends here. Don't trust strange rumors and don't wander around too late. If you are caught, you will receive penalty points. The students discussed the werewolf with each other. Yo, have you guys heard about the werewolf? Of course. Curious, isn't it? What if we try to catch it? The students discussed even more excitedly. Didn't you hear the announcement at the start of class? If caught wandering, we'll be punished. Then just don't get caught. The city is also offering a reward to catch that thing. Really? Leo spoke to Aiden. Aiden, what do you think? Aiden asked back in confusion. About what? The werewolf rumor? Well, getting caught means disciplinary action. So we'd best stay away. Leo sighed, not surprised by this answer from Aiden. Ah, right. I knew you would say that. Aiden asked back. Leo, what about you? He replied. I don't like acting rashly either. There have been victims already. We should leave it to the professors. A red-haired girl came to their desk and slammed her hand down. Aiden spoke up. Hey Casey, good morning. The girl frowned and asked back with annoyance. What do you mean good morning, huh? Leo regretted seeing her. He spoke up. Hey, you lost that time. Shouldn't you stop already? Casey corrected with similar annoyance. It was a draw. Moreover, can you stop sticking your nose into my business with Aiden? She pointed at Aiden and declared. Anyway, let's duel one more time. No holding back power allowed. Aiden asked back worriedly. Huh? I don't think I can. Casey flared up, scolding loudly. Why? He explained. Because I still have classes this morning. By nightfall, we aren't allowed to move around because of that werewolf. She laughed faintly at his words. What? You plan to run away with that excuse? You are scared. Leo and Taesai both looked toward Aiden. He smiled excitedly and replied. Right, let's just consider it so. Taesai, annoyed, continued. If we can't fight, we can decide another way. Aiden asked back. Huh? What other way? She suggested immediately. Werewolf. Whoever catches the werewolf first wins. How about it? Aiden wanted to refuse. Yeah, it's a bit. But Leo was faster than him, directly agreeing. Yeah, okay. Aiden couldn't stop him in time. Leo, why did you? Taesai was satisfied, pointing at them. I'm warning you one last time. Good. Don't run away in fear. Leo replied with an annoyed attitude. You too. Don't cry if you lose. She left and Aiden finally spoke up. She's gone. Leo, why did you say those unreasonable things? He shrugged and explained. I just went along with her words. Anyway, the professors will handle that werewolf. Aiden replied. I think Taesai is very serious. Leo crossed his arms and asked. Hey, Unless she's stupid. Otherwise, why would she do that foolish thing alone? Aiden presented. To be honest, if it's Taesai, it's quite possible. Leo insisted. No way. Stood up simultaneously, looking out the window, searching for Taesai's silhouette. They discussed in confusion. When did she get all the way there? Yeah. That's the way to the dorms, right? Thank God. I know Taesai has some awareness too. However, witnessing her change direction, they froze, standing completely stiff. Both Aiden and Leo thought in fear. Oh no. The sky gradually darkened. Heathcliff was walking on the road. He silently thought about the events that happened today. There were many people looking for me today. First was that guy Hugo. He had answered him. So, on the condition that you help restore my family's honor. You want me to take care of the noble students. He corrected. I only said we should be flexible. That condition isn't bad. Who would have thought he would become a fallen noble? He must be very worried. In fact, he wants to show me that clinging to the judiciary department is a big advantage. Heathcliff continued. Saurin. Hugo asked in confusion. Pardon? He explained. Saurin Academy has no royalty or nobility. I have no intention of going against that statement. If you don't mind, I have to go on patrol. He hurriedly called out. Wait, hold on. Professor Ludger. He thought to himself. If I side with them, my identity will be exposed. Why should I do that? I also don't want to be blacklisted by the judiciary department for no reason. He glanced over, immediately catching students sneaking out at night. Heathcliff questioned them. Weren't you asked to return to the dorms right after class ended? They stammered. Professor, it's not like that. Heathcliff didn't give them a chance to explain. Directly deducting points. 5 penalty points for all of you. He thought as he watched them return. This is the 20th group already. Too many. I heard there was a bounty, but I didn't expect so many students to come looking. Using penalty points to threaten has no effect. The situation could get even worse if this continues. I must deal with that thing before something happens. Vicinity of the Saurin wastewater plant. Heathcliff slowly entered the sewer line. Sadena said the werewolf moves through the sewer system. This is the only place large enough to hold a werewolf. He looked around, silently remarking, seems no one has arrived yet. Heathcliff used magic to light the way. He paused when he saw something. Before him were werewolf footprints. There are up to 2 of them. One large, one small, going in the same direction. Hopefully, the footprints won't disappear midway. Heathcliff followed the path of the footprints. Reaching a place where a split appeared, he thought, here they start to separate. The large footprints head toward the academy. It must be going there to hunt prey. Heathcliff assessed the situation. The most dangerous thing right now is on this side. It wouldn't be strange if someone were attacked right now. As soon as he finished speaking, a blood-curdling scream was heard. Heathcliff rushed off. A scream. He thought, I won't make it in time if I follow the footprints. I should run straight to where the scream came from. A werewolf was attacking 2 other female students. Heathcliff was annoyed and cursed silently. Damn it, not in time. He drew his wand while chanting a spell, and launched an attack toward this werewolf. It was startled. Before it could react, it was already blinded. Heathcliff kicked it far away, successfully protecting the 2 female students in front. They were pale with fear, looking at him and speaking up. Professor Ludger. He spoke up. Renee.
Irendia von Exilien.
They replied. Yes. Yes, Professor. He declared. Both of you. 5 penalty points. They cried out in disbelief. Huh? They cried out. Wait. Shouldn't you ask if we agree first? Heathcliff asked back. What did you do to be screaming like this? Huh? She explained. I tried to bring the students back. Heathcliff replied to her. I see it's fortunate that you are still alive. Instead of talking so much, worry about yourself. The other female student was speechless immediately. She suggested, at least save this child from having points deducted. He asked back, pardon? The gray-haired girl explained. I accidentally fell asleep while studying. Heathcliff presented. Renee, I appreciate your spirit, but you should have understood the situation clearly. She replied immediately, yes, I'm sorry. The blonde girl was confused by the difference between Heathcliff's attitude toward the other person and herself. What is with this opposing attitude? Heathcliff continued. Irendia, take Renee back to the dorm. I will overlook the mistake for both of you. She asked back in disbelief. Really? Heathcliff replied impatiently. Are you refusing? Then I'll just deduct points. The other girl hurriedly pulled her friend away. Hey, Renee Hubie, let's go. Yes, yes. However, the werewolf had stood up. They reminded him. Professor, over there. Heathcliff replied curtly. I know. Paused, not moving. and decided to run away, making the two girls cry out, "It's running away." Heathcliffe chased after it while ordering them, "You guys should evacuate to a safe location immediately." He followed this werewolf closely. It headed to a tower and climbed up. Heathcliffe looked on, hurriedly used a gun, shot a line to launch himself up to its level. The gray-haired girl looked on, muttering when seeing Heathcliffe chasing the werewolf. "Over there. That is levitation magic, right?" The blonde girl added. "Yeah, I guess so." Heathcliffe was already on the roof. Near him was the werewolf. He rushed up. Also rushed up. The two sides engaged in close combat. They fought, jumping back and forth between the roofs, and landed at the same time. The werewolf attacked continuously. Heathcliffe dodged while countering with magic. He jumped high when it swung its hand to attack, and struck down with his wand. The two girls observed, exclaiming, "That is a battle of a wizard." Heathcliffe was still dodging. He stared intently as that thing's hand swung towards him. He used magic. "Thanks for watching the video." Knocking it away, falling down below. Luckily it managed to grab onto the roof to stop itself from falling. Heathcliffe continued to gather magic at his wand, struck down at its head, pounding it down below. He looked when it had stopped moving, then sighed, thinking to himself, "So tired. Obviously using too much magic isn't good." He slowly went down to it while considering, "Geez, I can't help but use magic to fight in front of the students. I must quickly finish this guy and deal with the others." He was surprised to see that werewolf still struggling. It still has the strength to move. It grabbed a brick. Heathcliffe was astonished. It threw it towards him. However, Heathcliffe defended with a blue shield. He thought in disbelief. Impossible. A werewolf, knowing how to use tools? It moved, heading towards him to attack. Heathcliffe flew up into the sky, shocked, thinking while looking at it. A werewolf using tools. Because that guy was created based on a wolf. It shouldn't possess any intelligence except for estimating the opponent's strength. These guys, are they really werewolves? Here calls rang out. "Tassie, Tassie." Aiden and Leo were trying their best to find their friend Tassie. "Where are you, Tassie?" Leo spoke up. "Aiden, shouldn't we give up? We haven't found her anywhere. Tassie must have returned by herself." He guessed. Aiden worriedly replied. Where did she disappear to? Can't find her. If something happens, it's our fault." Leo asked him again. "Do you really believe Tassie is still out there looking for the werewolf?" Aiden explained. "I don't know about others, but Tassie would do that." Leo held his head. Out of options, he had to agree with his friend. All right, let's look for her for another 30 minutes. If by then we still can't find her then." They froze when hearing a scream. Both immediately ran to that place. Aiden cried out in fear. "Did you hear that? That's Tassie's voice." Leo replied. "Yeah, this way." They ran together. Aiden stopped. The screams continued to ring out. He held his head. Leo ran closer, spoke up. "Hey, you." Tassie was also sitting on the ground. Aiden cried out. "Tassie." She asked back. "Aiden, why are you here?" He explained. "I just heard a scream." Tassie blushed and denied. "Scream? That never happened." Leo interrupted them. "Wait, the sound is..." Tassie interrupted him and signaled. "Shoo. Follow me." They walked together, hid behind a large bush and poked their heads out to observe. Over there was a wolf. They wondered. "Is that thing a werewolf?" "A baby werewolf." Tassie excitedly replied. "See? I won the bet, right?" Leo annoyedly retorted. "You only found it. The bet was to catch it." She continued. "Yeah, so I'll catch it right now." Aiden spoke up to stop her. "Tassie, I think that guy is injured and can't move. That's why it's hiding under the leaves in a hard-to-find spot." She was startled when he asked, "You think it can hide itself like that?" She froze, asking Aiden, Are you saying there are other werewolves around here?" Aiden replied with uncertainty. "I don't know, but if there was someone helping it." Froze, blinked. Over there was a sparkling collar. "What is that?" Was a werewolf drooling. Leo turned his head. He called out loud while pulling his friend's arm. "Aiden." The werewolf attacking Leo, knocking him far away. Aiden and Tassie screamed. "Leo!" It froze, placed a hand on Aiden's head. Tassie stammered. "It really is a werewolf." She reassured herself, even though her body was still trembling. "Calm down. I must handle this thing. I need to do this to restore the clan." It glanced at her, then immediately slammed Aiden towards her, preventing Tassie from having a chance to attack it. Aiden held onto Tassie. Leo over here had found a hiding spot. He was injured but still alive. He called out, "Aiden." Aiden asked the girl beside him, "Tassie, are you okay?" She confusedly asked back. Why did you help? Aiden explained as if it was obvious. What do you mean why? My friend is in danger. How can I stand still? The werewolf stood in front of them. Aiden reached out to shield her while speaking. Don't worry. I think it's angry because it thinks its child is in danger. Presented, right? I'm not wrong, am I? Tassi confusedly asked back. What are you doing? How can a werewolf understand you? He continued to persuade the target. It's okay. We won't harm your child. Turned and walked away. Approached its child. Aiden explained. I think it went crazy because of its child. Tassi was amazed. It actually understood you? Leo also had the same thought. But how do we know it won't go crazy again? Aiden looked at them. Continued. Leo. Tashi. I know what I'm saying is hard to believe, but please trust me this time. He slowly approached the werewolf while reassuring it. It's okay. I won't hurt you. He took out a potion and explained. That child, it is very weak, isn't it? Though the effect is low, it will make the human part a bit stronger. The werewolf reached out its hand. It was about to touch the potion in Aiden's hand. Suddenly, a hole was blown through its body, and it screamed in pain. Golden lights pierced through its body. Then they formed into chains binding it tight. Heathcliff spoke up. Aiden. Leo. Tashi. What are you kids doing here? Leo and Tashi were worried. Shocked to see him. Professor Lutzer. Leo stammered. Professor. Continued. Explain later. Step back. They replied in unison. Yes. Aiden stood in front of the werewolf and spoke firmly. Please wait a moment. He explained. I think that werewolf understands human speech. So please consider not killing it, Professor. Heathcliff asked back. What nonsense are you talking about? Aiden explained. It's not nonsense. Perhaps that werewolf. He glanced over. Cold gaze that made Aiden freeze. He pushed the boy aside. Aiden thought in shock. What is this? Professor's expression just now. He used fire magic to attack the two werewolves. Aiden was speechless. His eyes turned towards him, and towards the fire in front of them. Heathcliff spoke. I will punish you for this misconduct tomorrow. Return to the academy. The next morning, the three were made to sit in a room. Leo spoke first. We're done for. We're really done for. Of all people, why were we caught by Professor Lutzer? Tashi was thinking aimlessly. I only made a small mistake. I didn't actively do anything. But I shouldn't have done that either. She looked over. Aiden was completely silent. The principal was the one who spoke to them. Students, you have waited a long time, haven't you? All three went pale, shocked by this appearance. The principal. The principal continued to smile and speak. Now, sit down comfortably, you three. They looked at her, spoke up. The principal came here herself. That means we won't just get a normal punishment. She spoke up. Do you know the reason I called you here? It seems the professor doesn't intend to just give penalty points. Heathcliff honestly explained. That is correct. You should know how reckless your actions were last night. If things had gone a bit differently, someone would have lost their life. As continued his words. Now, you shouldn't have that world is ending look. And Professor Lutzer shouldn't scare the students like that. He retorted. Mum, this is not a matter to be easily overlooked. The principal continued to emphasize. It ended well, didn't it? And you have already explained the situation in detail. She continued to ask the students. Aiden, I heard you saved Tashi. He hurriedly replied. No, ma'am. It was just. She did not ask further but directly gave them their punishment. You certainly realized your actions were dangerous and wrong, so I have decided to give each of you 10 penalty points. But I cannot criticize your actions during a crisis, so I have decided to give each of you 20 reward points. All three said in unison. Really? The principal asked him back. Professor Lutzer has no objections, right? He nodded and replied. If that is your will. She continued. Then continue to work hard in the future. The three students said in unison. Ah yes, thank you, ma'am. Aiden looked after Heathcliff. He fell into deep thought and did not reply. The principal asked him. Are you satisfied? Professor Lutzer, I didn't think you would ask me to take care of those kids. Heathcliff replied. Thank you. I did so because if they knew it was my request, it wouldn't fit my image. He answered back. Alice smiled at him. Continued. Well, I understand. But was there really nothing strange about the werewolves? Heathcliff replied. Explained. Yes, no matter how hard I try to remember, there was nothing strange. She looked at him, said, Then, there is nothing we can do. Anyway, I am once again very grateful to you. Thanks to you, there were no casualties. I will look forward to your future achievements. He recalled those words, thought to himself. At that moment, two humans alive back then appeared in his mind. The way they died at his hands. Heathcliff replied, closed his eyes, tiredly thought. It is clear that a human body that has not completely transformed into a werewolf form. Thought, those people, they do not create werewolves based on wolves. Understanding the true intentions of those people. They capture humans and transform them into werewolves. I do not regret my choice. That still hasn't changed. That is the reason they became like that. Like that. Heathcliff stopped thinking. He took a communication device out of his pocket, then spoke. It's me, Han. I have a proposal. Leo and Tashi exclaimed. Who would have thought we'd get reward points instead of penalties? Am I dreaming? Tashi asked Leo. Is your hand okay? He replied to her. It's fine. They said I just need to be more careful for a few days. Tashi looked at Aiden, observed his thoughtful expression. Don't worry, continued. But do you remember the werewolf cub yesterday? There was a strange collar around its neck. Tashi exclaimed in surprise. Huh? Really? Leo continued, gently reminded. Keep your voice down. Aiden continued to analyze. That is also why I stopped Professor Lutzer, in case someone created them artificially. Leo mumbled when hearing these words from Aiden. Artificial, huh? Now that I remember, I heard the strange rumor. They say there are some suspicious people hiding in Saurin. Tashi shouted again. Huh? Isn't that just a silly rumor? He replied to her. I'm not sure, but a werewolf having a collar around its neck is indeed strange. Aiden continued. Yeah. Also, Tashi continued his words. You want to talk about Professor Lutzer? He agreed and recounted. Yeah. I don't want to suspect him, but his expression yesterday was a bit strange. At that moment, Professor Lutzer suddenly saw something. Taisai asked back. So you think Professor Ludger is trying to hide something? Aiden honestly presented his view. I'm not sure, but I think the professor definitely knows something. He thought to himself. Asterisk, maybe it's just my imagination, because a Professor Saurin would have no reason to do that. Asterisk. But what if it's true? If Professor Ludger is really involved in those rumors? Are you stupid? You're overthinking it. Taisai stood up. She put her hands on her hips and spoke clearly. Don't you remember what the principal said? She said Professor Ludger had explained the situation in detail. If he was like you said, why would he do that? He pretends not to show it. But Professor Ludger definitely cares about us. But now you're doubting Professor Ludger? Her words made Leo and Aiden pause to think. They finally had to agree with her. Yeah, I think you're right, Taisai. Well, we don't need to worry about that now anyway. More importantly, I'm hungry. Let's go eat something. Aiden changed the subject while leaving the bench. Leo agreed with him. Yeah, it's lunchtime already. They invited the girl next to them. Let's go to see. She asked back in surprise. Huh, me too. Aiden continued looking at her as she stammered. Hey, eating together is what friends do. We are friends, right? He asked again. His words made the girl blush. Taisai yielded. Then I will go with you. Aiden was satisfied. Yeah, very good. Have you looked through the documents I sent? Yes. Heathcliffe replied to Han while continuing to read through the documents in hand. The missing people are currently in Leatherbank and gathered areas. There is a group of big shots coming and going at an abandoned factory nearby. I'm sure it's there. Han explained and Heathcliffe agreed. Yeah, good job. He continued. I also looked into the info you mentioned. Heard some workers went missing outside the city recently. Heathcliffe asked again. Is there a family of 3 among them? Yes. It's the only case where a whole family is missing. Heathcliffe continued to reply. I understand. I will go there soon. The sky gradually darkened. The workers discussed with each other. Bored to death. How much longer do we have to stand here? I'm not sure. About 2 days. This person continued in annoyance. How did those bastards escape? But now that they've escaped, how are they? That kid doesn't have enough medicine. They took him out to increase the dosage, but he screamed and cried and made a huge scene. Problem is no one realized his parents would go crazy seeing that. His parents? They turned into werewolves but still care about their child. The other person recounted. Yeah, that's why they smashed everything up and fled. It seems they asked someone reliable to handle this. Anyway, it means that Brat is making us work this hard, right? Exactly. If I had been there at that time, I would. From the distance, a strange noise made these two freeze. They looked at each other, then simultaneously reached for the guns holstered at their sides. However, 2 bullets were lodged into both their heads before they could move. They collapsed immediately. Heathcliffe entered. Han spoke up. "You're here," he exclaimed at his friend's appearance. "Look at how you're dressed. You seem to have prepared thoroughly, huh?" He probed. "Are you going alone?" Heathcliffe asked back. "If I asked, would you go?" Han was honest. "I think I can take down 1 or 2 people." Heathcliffe refused outright. "Never mind. I can do it alone." "How many people are there?"
Han explained.
"About 40. They are preparing to leave, so if you're just 3 days late, everything will be in vain." Heathcliffe continued asking, "How is their combat capability?"
Han reminded.
"It's better to act as if everyone has a gun. There are 3 people with powered armor and 2 mages. You can enter through the sewer pipe. Please be careful." "Yeah." Heathcliffe spoke again before leaving.
Han.
"The family I asked about." "Yeah. The child. How old is he?" Heathcliffe's words surprised Han. He thought to himself, recalling the words Han had said. "You mean the child? 7 years old. A mere child. 7 years old. Huh? I got it." Heathcliffe proceeded inside. Very quickly, terrified screams echoed out. "Who are you? Save me." Heathcliffe took down each person. One by one. They flew after him. It was someone's magic. Over here, the workers were busy working. One guy sighed. He spoke. "Seems like there's a rat hiding." The one next to him replied. "Is he from security? Stop what you're doing and send someone out there." The bee landed on this guy's hand, relaying information to him. "Seems he's not from security. But if so, that's also good. Meaning no one will care at all. If he dies, right?" The crowd at this facility shouted. "Fire." They fired continuously. Someone wondered, "What is that?" Heathcliffe used magic to block the bullets. The crowd gasped in shock. The bullets were blocked. "Damn it." Another spoke up. "It's a mage. Guns won't work. Get the knives out." Heathcliffe still slowly advanced. This time, it's his turn to draw a gun. That guy arrogantly yelled, "Idiot. If bullets are blocked like this, your weapon won't." However, as soon as the words ended, the guy behind him had a bullet embedded in his head. Heathcliffe was the one who struck. They all turned to look at the one who was just shot dead, muttering,
Impossible.
"That's a magic bullet. Get out of the way." "Now, my turn." A fully armed guy charged forward to attack. Even if he's a mage, getting hit by this will end him. He fired at Heathcliffe while laughing loudly. "How does it taste?" He was horrified when he saw what Heathcliffe did. He caught them like it was nothing. He panicked, suddenly thinking, metal attribute magic plus alchemy. Damn it. High voltage power won't work on metal attribute magic. He was then counterattacked. The gun in his hand was punched with a hole. Twisted. All up. He cried out in pain as he was electrocuted to death by his own weapon. Heathcliffe thought to himself as he watched him fall. Including that last strike, I've dealt with 20 of them, haven't I? He raised his head to look up, and fired a shot upwards. He thought to himself as the bee he just shot fell apart. I knew someone was watching. He's monitoring me through an insect. Using insects for surveillance. Are the infamous insect brothers behind this? It seems they are waiting for me inside. He calculated his strategy before entering. Should I deal with these insects first? He stomped, foot down on the ground, casting wide-range sonic magic spell. The bees flying everywhere were immediately affected. They fell to the ground in unison, stone dead. The bee controller paused when he saw his bees lose connection. He muttered, "All signals from the insects are lost." Before losing signal, I felt a vibration. A magical sound emitted from wind magic? He thought with annoyance. Assessing Heathcliffe. He uses metal attribute with what? Not bad. Small insects aren't good against wind attribute. I have to send out the big ones. Then he ordered the bald guy over there. "Barum, get ready." The man stood up immediately. He replied curtly, "Fine." The rest of the base personnel gathered in a group, ready to intercept Heathcliffe on command. Based on his path, he'll definitely come here. Let's welcome him when he arrives. However, the electric lights suddenly went out, surprising everyone. Panicked. What is it? The lights are all out. Start the backup generator. The insect controller spoke up. Brother, I think this is that bastard's doing. He glanced over when he didn't get an answer. Brother, when did that guy vanish? On the ground was his head. He hurriedly jumped up and cried out. Damn it, brother. He thought in a panic while looking around. Bastard. Is he in here already? The lights haven't been out for long. Must strike before. he thought while controlling a centipede from his sleeve. But the thing was sliced before it could be used. Turned his head. When did Heathcliffe get behind him? He slashed. Again, forcing him to retreat backwards. He gritted his teeth in annoyance. A mage fighting in melee? What kind of mage is this? Dangerous. I need to create distance. But Heathcliffe had already switched to using magic. He widened his eyes and cried out. That is fire magic. Did he cast it in such a short amount of time? He screamed in pain as he took a direct hit. Then he was incinerated in a corner. The others stammered in fear, witnessing their leader getting beaten like a dog. The enemy is there. Since when? Heathcliffe approached him. He wasn't dead yet but was burned to deformity. Muttering curses. Damn it. Which bastard are you? Heathcliffe pointed his gun. Then finished him quickly. The crowd was in disbelief. Stammering. The insect brothers died so easily. Heathcliffe turned to look at them. The whole group flinched. He swept his eyes over them when he heard a strange noise. Something whizzed past. Heathcliffe looked, thinking in astonishment. Insect legs? The man who had supposedly been taken down was the one attacking. Slowly stood up while cursing. Bastard. It hurts so much. A mouth appeared in the palm of his hand and started rambling. Surprising. I didn't expect to be ambushed like this. You killed Brino before I could even appear. Heathcliffe spoke up. Insect form? You're still fine even after being decapitated like that. The guy clicked his tongue to explain. TCH. My body has evolved transcendentally, surpassing human limits. He exploded. Heathcliffe was astonished to see the monstrosity in front of him. The guy slammed his insect legs into the ground. Then spoke. I'm not sad about my younger brother's death, but I will tear you into 100 pieces to pay for this. The crowd screamed in panic upon seeing Barum transform into an unbearable abomination. Run away. He rampaged through them, slaughtering indiscriminately. Heathcliffe asked him, You don't care about your subordinates at all? The guy replied, If you care about them so much, then stand still. Heathcliffe drew his gun and shot him, but his shell was too thick. His bullets had no effect. Heathcliffe immediately switched to using magic circles. He attacked that monster. But he thought in astonishment as he saw him move. He dodged with that huge body? He was caught by him. Heathcliffe continued to use magic, attacking this guy with even greater firepower. However, he remained unmoved, making him think to himself, devising another strategy. Unbelievable, he's still fine after being hit directly by magic. The guy stomped. He spoke. If you want to roast me, you must use at least fourth circle magic. He grinned widely and reached out to Heathcliffe with the intention of grabbing him. But he quickly stopped laughing. And the spot he just struck was empty. He disappeared. Barum thought in disbelief. What the hell? High above. He immediately looked up high. An iron beam, cut in half, fell down towards him. Heathcliffe landed, maintaining a good distance, not getting hit. Sneered. Oh my, you're quite fast. Like winged bug. Heathcliffe calculated silently. Both guns and third circle magic are ineffective. He won't give me a chance to use fourth circle magic either. He continued speaking. I didn't want to use this either. Barum looked over in confusion. Heathcliffe continued casting magic. But I have no other choice. On the other side, Han was sneezing continuously. He complained. So cold. I should have dressed warmer before coming here. Waited outside, shivering but still not abandoning his friend. It must be time for the battle to end. It's really taking long. Is fighting two dark mages at once that hard? But he's not the type to die here.
Han looked over.
A blinding light radiated from the building, just like a disco. Huh? Then it exploded.
Han cried.
Did he finally use it? His true magic? Or something?
Han sa hid.
He saw the embers fluttering about. True what? Magic is just magic. What the hell is true magic anyway? Heathcliffe walked out and Han spoke up. Ah, you done? How is it inside? Heathcliffe replied briefly. I handled everything, including the test subjects. They really couldn't turn back into humans? Han asked and Heathcliffe explained. Yeah, it was best to send them off painlessly. Han continued. So this is it? The drug used to turn people into werewolves. He remarked. The world has become truly scary. I can't believe there was such a large-scale human experiment. But without a backer funding it, they couldn't have done it. Heathcliffe spoke up. Don't worry. I found out who funded them. Han looked at him in shock and asked, You say you found out? No way. Han pushed himself away. He didn't want to get into more trouble. He left while finishing his sentence. No, never mind. I can't stop you anyway. I'm going back to the hideout first. Heathcliff stood still, turning his back to the fire. On this side, someone was extremely furious. You bring this thing up and call it food. You lot only think about embezzling my money. None of you can do your jobs properly. This person screamed and scolded the servants bitterly. He frowned, glared, and snarled at them. You are all worthless trash. Idiots. Scum. No matter who it is, you can't do your job well. He muttered curses as he walked. Then he thought to himself, I poured so much money in, yet they couldn't manage the test subjects properly. I don't know who did it, but luckily those subjects were disposed of. He felt annoyed. The more he thought, the more annoyed he got. The results of the experiment will be in my hands soon, and its final goal will be ready for my use. Soon, the potion that can rejuvenate my body will be complete. Besides getting younger, I will become stronger and more perfect. When I use that drug, the youth I spent climbing to this position will. Heathcliff spoke up, making him freeze. Belfort Rickson. The man hurriedly turned his head while asking, Who are you? He pounced on him, pinned him down. Man cried out in shock as he was choked. What the hell? Guards. Heathcliff warned. Call all you want, they won't come. I've soundproofed this room. The man asked in shock. What? Belfort Rickson, Heathcliff continued. I will ask you a question. There was a 7-year-old boy who should have survived. In the harsh reality where he and his parents had to become monsters, the child smiled at the person about to kill him. Killing them, how do you think that person felt? He laughed at his story and replied, So, you are the one who disposed of those test subjects. Belfort continued, There must be some misunderstanding. Let me go and let's talk. He demanded, Answer my question. He still didn't stop rambling. You're worried because you destroyed those subjects? Don't worry, those brats. So what if you killed a few? We're giving them a chance to add value to their useless lives. This opportunity contributed to the development of humanity. Isn't that a noble sacrifice? Heathcliff spoke. Yeah, it doesn't matter anymore. He spoke while stabbing a syringe into the man's neck. That answer is enough. The man screamed. Heathcliff continued. The answer was so complete that I can't even get angry anymore. Belfort cried out. Bastard, what did you do to me? Heathcliff replied. I read the report in the lab. It's actually quite interesting. A drug that can turn humans into werewolves with just a tiny amount. And suddenly, I wondered what would happen if I used a whole vial. The man's eyes rolled back, accompanied by a miserable scream as he transformed, becoming a monster far removed from the definition of a werewolf. He thought himself, I can understand his emotions, a fear radiating from deep within the soul. Therefore, then he used magic to finish this bastard off. You should also understand the pain of others you harmed. The servants in the house rushed over upon hearing the noise. They murmured excitedly, What's that noise? It's coming from Lord Belfort's room. Then they pushed the door open hard and entered, calling out loudly, Lord Belfort. Before them was a monster, the thing that used to be their master. They screamed, Monster! Where did this monster come from? Then they began the process of destroying it. Take it down first. If you can't use magic, find Lord Belfort first. The monster roared. They cursed, after using many ways to kill it. Damn it, is it still alive? Don't stop. We should use up all our mana. Increase firepower. On this side.
Han exclaimed in surprise.
What is this? Take as much as you want and use it for your work. Then hide it well, Heathcliff said briefly.
Han wondered.
It took quite a lot of effort to find this hideout. Why don't you look around for next time? Next time, Heathcliff replied. I'll come back anyway. Heathcliff continued. At that time, I will use a different identity to better fit into this underworld. He agreed with him. All right, then you get some rest. Heathcliff left. He strolled around, stopped at the pier. Heathcliff clenched his fists, looked out into the distance, remembering the past. Next day, the news shook the whole region. Unbelievable. Really? Billionaire Rickson? He was eaten by a monster. When security arrived, there was no sign of Rickson. Only the monster remained. Perhaps the rumor that Rickson practiced forbidden arts was true. What about the monster? I heard the Mage Security Bureau took care of it. They said it took over an hour to destroy the creature. They served as a person with long white hair appeared. The Security Bureau even has the Night Squad. The one leading them is the Guardian, Captain Terina Leo. The people present immediately focused their attention on this person. I didn't think the National Security Bureau would get involved. Is it that serious? This news is quite important. We should report that the Knights are cooperating with the National Security Bureau to investigate. This person gave the order. Open the gate. The soldier guarding the gate replied warily. I was ordered not to let anyone in. She, annoyed, repeated her words. Open the gate. The person was scared. Quickly complied. Yes. Tarina entered. Inside, a man greeted her and her team, then began to speak. Captain. Tarina. It's an honor to meet you. I am Inspector Teberin. She replied. All right, you did well. Now on, the Security Bureau will take over the investigation of this case. Hesitant. You mean the Security Bureau? I understand. Then, without wasting a moment, he ordered his troops to withdraw. Withdraw. Everyone pull out. Only Tarina and her people remained here. A few spoke up, breaking character since they were alone. This atmosphere is really tense. Ho Enya. Losing dignity completely. Enya replied to him. Brother Lloyd, we don't need to save face where no one can see. Even when no one is around, everything must be the same. You should behave properly as a member of the Night Knights. Tarina interrupted him. Stop it, Lloyd. As long as the media doesn't see improper actions, it's fine. Don't forget the purpose we came here for. They answered her in unison. Yes. Tarina looked at the thing in front of her and spoke. Is this that monster? Disgusting. Belfort was rumored to be involved in not just forbidden arts but also aberrant arts. So hearing he was killed by a monster means this isn't just a simple case. Lloyd continued. The monster appeared. Rickson was killed. That is the testimony of the witnesses. Enya also chimed in with some info. The monster's corpse makes sense too. Just a glance shows it was burned to the marrow. There's no way for us to identify the body. Tarina ordered. Try looking around the room. They search around. Tarina stopped in front of a painting. She was perplexed and wondered. A small mark on the wall. It wasn't burned? Then she began to twist it, successfully opening a secret chamber. Lloyd exclaimed. Oh, a hidden room. Tarina slowly inspected the surroundings. Yeah, but there's nothing. She bent down and remarked. Looking at the size and position, this is the perfect place to hide a safe. Enya asked back. A safe? Lloyd explained. Belfort Rickson was known as a tycoon doing many shady things, so it's not strange he has many secrets. Tarina agreed with them. Right. He would usually hide documents where only he knew. There must have been a safe here until last night. He thought while observing closer. Traces of the safe can still be seen here. It was just moved recently. The mysterious death of a tycoon. The appearance of a monster. And a missing safe? This isn't just a coincidence. We can conclude that someone intervened in Belfort's death. However, what was his purpose for hiding it so carefully? The only person I know with skills like this is Arsène Lupin. Lloyd asked back, hearing her exclaim after her deductions. What is it? Tarina replied. No, nothing at all. She asked. Lloyd, have there been any strange cases in Leathervent recently? Lloyd presented immediately. There is one case. An abandoned factory was burned down recently. Actually, it happened not long before Belfort's death last night. Tarina seized the clue from his words and ordered her team. Then there might be something there. Let's go. Meanwhile, thanks for watching the video. Heathcliffe was suffering the consequences of that battle. He thought while clutching his head in pain. TSK. Its after effects really can't be underestimated. Magic. Overdrawing too much mana. Just breathing can leak mana. Luckily I prepared medicine beforehand. Otherwise I'd be in big trouble. He muttered after letting the medicine take effect for a while. It's better now. He thought. I burned those werewolves to ash and destroyed all evidence. At least for now I don't need to worry about werewolves anymore. I know. There is still one person left. Aiden. He tried to stop me until the end. When I was dealing with the werewolves. Aiden was also the person closest to me at that moment. Although I destroyed the evidence immediately. But, even if just for a moment. Heathcliffe thought with annoyance. Damn it. Didn't think things would turn out this bad. Who can guarantee he won't go spouting nonsense? Heathcliffe calculated countermeasures. If so, then the best way is. He clenched his hand. Considering an extreme possibility. Should I kill him? He frowned in annoyance, tormented by the jumbled thoughts. That scene returned again, when Aiden spoke to him. Don't worry. I won't kill you, teacher. He clenched his hands tight. He brushed away that terrifying thought. No. Acting against a student carries a huge risk. Moreover, Aiden is a special figure closely monitored by the principal himself. If anything happens to him, I will fall onto the principal's radar. Heathcliffe slumped onto the chair. For now, let's just rest. He began to think idly. Come to think of it, he wrote that since he was young, he learned a special type of magic from a wandering mage. Is this a coincidence? Meanwhile, Terina's team arrived at what used to be that abandoned factory. She exclaimed, I knew it would turn out like this. Team members chimed in one after another. It's completely destroyed. In this state, it will be hard to investigate. Terina wondered as she moved. Why would an abandoned factory suddenly catch fire? Moreover, it happened at the same time as Belfort's death. Lloyd proposed a hypothesis. Could be that this factory was still operational. It was just disguised as abandoned. Terina agreed with him. I think so too. Otherwise, it couldn't have spontaneously combusted. I guessed. Could it be that dark mages and warlocks were discovered while scouting here? So they set fire to destroy this place? Terina replied to her. That sounds reasonable. But we don't know who discovered them. I had no plan to investigate this place. Could it be that they had to go this far just to hide evidence from someone? Or is this just a coincidence? Or are there many other reasons? Lloyd, apart from this incident, are there any other notable incidents recently? Terina asked, and Lloyd quickly provided information. None. But a werewolf caused a ruckus a few days ago. It appeared at Saurin Academy. Saurin? Terina asked back. Lloyd replied, yes. According to the report, it entered through the sewers. She fell to deep thought. Security there is inherently lax. That's not surprising. But are the students there safe? How is that werewolf now? Lloyd continued presenting. A professor there resolved it. Terina asked further. Worthy of being a Saurin professor. Have they handed over the werewolf carcass? But the result she received was not what she expected. There is no carcass left. Because it has been incinerated. Terina was astonished. She asked again. Incinerated? She looked around in silence, not answering. Another person in the team asked her. Are you trying to confirm something? Do we need to go to Saurin? Terina replied. No. We must focus on collecting evidence first. They received the order. Understood. Terina strung everything together, trying to find a connection between them. A factory and a werewolf were both incinerated. Although saying these two cases are related just because of that is a bit forced. I won't rule out this possibility. All threats to the kingdom must be uprooted. The Nightwalker Corps exist for that very reason. Professor Lutzer took down the werewolf? He came from the military. Moreover, he participated in the campaign to exterminate warlocks. From the start, I knew he wasn't average. The students discussed this werewolf matter. They whispered to each other. And those words reached Lin's ears. Not knowing where to sit. There was an empty seat in the middle. But it seemed they wouldn't move aside. She was secretly sad. After that incident, everyone avoided her. Ah, there is a spot outside. The blonde girl who went with her the other day waved. Hello. How are you? Lin smiled and replied. Hello. Is it next to the princess? Others immediately gossiped about this. Offensive words were directed at the girl mercilessly. Good heavens. She dares to sit next to the princess? And acting close too. Since when are they close? They remained silent, not answering. Both remembered the memory of that day. Lin had asked her friend. Will Professor Lutzer be okay? The princess spoke up to reassure. Don't worry. He is a professor of Saurin Academy. She continued asking. Why are you still out here so late? Lin Eklai. Ah, the thing is. The princess exclaimed in surprise. What? No one woke you up? That's too much. I must teach that librarian a lesson. Lin hurriedly stopped her. It's okay. It was my carelessness for oversleeping. By the way, why is the princess here at this hour? The girl explained immediately. I came out to lead the outside students into the dorms. Lin asked back in confusion. The princess is doing it personally? Just call me senior. Saurin, everyone is equal, right? Unexpectedly, even the princess has to go on patrol. And comfortably chatting with a commoner like me. However, sitting next to the princess makes me uneasy. One slip up and I'm done for. The girl thought fearfully. Heathcliffe entered from the classroom door. Walked to the podium and started the class. Class begins. Today, I will lecture on manifestation characteristics, basic principles and laws of elemental attributes. He continued, elemental attribute is one of the 4 manifestation characteristics. It is the most common and important characteristic. It is the basic of basics that most of you have learned. Therefore, today I will teach you a new method. Flora thought with interest. A new method. What is he planning to do this time? Heathcliffe continued, a method to increase your elemental power, from 20% to 80%. Students buzzed with discussion. There is such a method? Surely the teacher isn't tricking us. He pointed to call a student. Anthony, which elements can you use? The The boy hurriedly replied, yes, water, ice and wood. Heathcliff continued instructing. Then summon the element you are most confident in. Anthony hurriedly followed. Yes, sir. The element gradually appeared in his hand. Heathcliff commented. Passable. Anthony replied politely. Yes, thank you, teacher. Heathcliff spoke up again. I mean, there is nothing special about it. His words made Anthony cry tears of grievance. He continued. Watch closely. Heathcliff's element gradually concentrated, forming the shape of a snowflake. The people in the room were astonished. Tacy asked Leo and Aiden. What? Is that really the same mana? Leo agreed. The level is completely different. Heathcliff explained. It seems you all feel interested. Now I will explain the theory first. Flora listened attentively. Let's see how good his theory is. Cheryl exclaimed on the side. My, Flora is energetic today. Heathcliff lectured the students in his class. Since elemental attributes have a long history in the field of manifestation, it used to be called the foundation of all forms of pure magic. Now it is also a part of manifestation. They are the first 4 great elements. If compared to the more than 10 elements we currently have, 4 is too small a number. Also extremely simple. Come. Does anyone know why elemental attribute magic developed so much? I will add 5 points for whoever answers correctly. Take fire element as an example. The students eagerly raised their hands to speak. It is because fire is used to ward off the darkness. Heathcliff replied. Wrong. Next. Another person immediately tried. It is used to burn and clear forests. He rejected it again. Darkness. Heathcliff retorted. I think you would be good at writing poetry. He invited the next person. All right, Flora Lumos. She presented concisely. To burn and kill people. Heathcliff answered her. Correct. The other students were astonished by his words. Burning with fire, drowning in water, cutting with wind and shocking to death with electricity. War and slaughter are the reasons leading to the development of magic. However, amidst the biting cold, fire is a symbol of life instead of destruction. Water to operate water wheels. Wind turns windmills and electricity is used to light up the darkness. Heathcliff explained. The purpose of the elements can always change based on human actions. Fighting for a better world. That is the mindset you need to have before learning about elemental attributes. He walked up to the podium while continuing. Now, we will start the lesson. Everyone, create an elemental orb. He observed, reminding each student one by one. Joseph, focus on the flow of magic. Even though you are a second-year student, the magical power you create is surprisingly inexperienced. Joseph stammered in response. Yes, sir. Heathcliff continued to comment on the second person. Irina Karaman, you call that a wood attribute? It feels like a rotten leaf falling on the ground in late autumn. Think of a young sapling just sprouting from the earth. She replied. Yes. They thought inwardly at his attitude. Especially Leo. He was staring incessantly at Heathcliff. The teacher is really strict. The person next. Him was not doing anything at all. This confused Leo. Aiden. He spoke up. What are you doing? But before he could finish his sentence, Heathcliff had already reached them. He stood looking at Aiden, thinking inwardly. Asterisk this kid. Why is he like this? Asterisk. He conjectured. Asterisk is he trying to oppose me? Because of the incident with the werewolves? Asterisk he observed his expression, rejecting that hypothesis of his. I do not think that is the case. He came to another conclusion. So, perhaps. Then he asked him, do you not have experience manifesting elements? Aiden honestly replied, yes, I am very ashamed. Heathcliff understood the issue. So that is how it is. He had a headache, frowning and holding his head, thinking, asterisk a special kind of poor student, doesn't even have the basic knowledge, even though he was recognized as special. Asterisk. Asterisk I have no responsibility to care for someone who cannot even follow the basics. Letting him fall behind the rest of the class is no problem either. But, asterisk. He spoke to him. Tell me what elemental attributes you can use. You know that, right? Aiden was startled and replied. Ah yes, fire, water and wind. Heathcliff suggested. Then try the fire element. The boy looked at him in confusion. Huh. Heathcliff clarified. It means I will teach you. Heathcliff. Thanks for watching the video. Clarified. Thanks for watching the video. Heathcliff clarified. Further. Heathcliff thought in astonishment. Asterisk I did it. And this feeling. The memory I recalled. Asterisk. Heathcliff looked at the flame, smiling and commenting. Not bad. He continued. This fire is not hot but warm. It also does not bring destruction. Instead, it is a soft sensation. I can guess what you were thinking about. The students upped their thought in surprise. To think the loser professor is actually praising someone. The flame in your hand is the fire element you thought of. Instead of a standard element. It is your own fire. It is your magic. In asked again with a doubtful look. This is my own magic? Heathcliffe walked away while instructing. Do not forget that feeling. He walked to the middle of the class and continued speaking. I am sure you all know this by now. But the method I am teaching is like that. Use your own senses based on your own experiences. Mandatory basic knowledge is the foundation of using elemental attributes. But thinking that fire is hot, ice is cold. Even a 3-year-old child knows that. A true mage must put something special into it. Manifest your elements by thinking of a special moment in your life. Feel the element with your 5 senses. Students practiced and immediately exclaimed at the positive results they obtained. Ah, it really works. That is right. It is much different than before. Flora remained calm amidst the surrounding noise. She sighed, thinking to herself. I already knew all those things. I thought the teacher would show me something I did not know. I guess there isn't much to him. She looked at Aiden, wondering. But why did he try to teach that rookie so carefully? And even praised him just for manifesting a single element. Flora trembled, clenching her hand into a fist on the table. Where is the person who humiliated me in front of the crowd in the first lesson? I only intended to do things that would not attract attention. But, she came to a bold decision. Let's see if the teacher can avoid praising my element. Cheryl next to her cried out in surprise. Compound magic? You can use that already? Flora thought while controlling the magic. If I use the technique of wind magic here and create a whirlpool. She froze. Something had gone wrong. Cheryl cried out while the others had already dodged away. Flora? Cheryl asked anxiously. Isn't this too dangerous? Flora, stop it. Flora frowned, trying to control the thing in her hand. At this rate it will explode. I must stop it. I need at least a barrier so everyone around doesn't get hurt. The other students scrambled to move. Run quickly. Hide, fast. Someone called her name. Flora. Focus. Heathcliffe instructed. He placed a hand on top of this orb, shaping it together with her. Heathcliffe spoke up. Flora Lumos, do not give up. Control your magical power. He offered. I will help you. The orb was surrounded by a stream of blue light. It was gradually brought under control. Flora thought in astonishment. It is more stable now. Heathcliffe reminded her. Stay focused. It is not over yet. He continued. If you stop here, your magic will disappear without achieving anything. Are you okay with that? He looked at her. She looked back at him. Determination was evident in her eyes. Right, I have come this far. I will complete it. There are always 2 types of gazes directed at me. Admiration and envy. I never cared about those gazes, let alone let them affect me. Actually, the hardest thing I have to endure is people who look down on me and treat me like a child. My father's cold, sharp gaze. Flora Lumos, I am giving you penalty points. She recalled Heathcliffe's words. Along with the feeling of failure I felt for the first time that day because of the humiliation I received. I was also reminded of childhood memories I wanted to forget. I turned away so I could not see his face. But he definitely looked at me with disdain, just like how my father looks at me. The Lumos family never forgets a grudge. One day I will defeat you, teacher. I swear. Flora looked on in surprise as her power came under control. The abnormal color returned to normal. If I try a little harder. She cried out. I did it. Flora smiled with satisfaction as she observed the power in her hands. I succeeded. Heathcliffe suddenly leaned close to her face and spoke, making Flora's expression turn to surprise. So you have done something very naive. Flora Lumos. Flora Lumos. Flora Lumos. Heathcliffe continued with a cold expression. The pressure radiating was immense. I do not care if you try a new magic and fail, because everyone fails. But if you put other students in danger, that is different. The girl lowered her eyes. She whispered a reply. I am sorry. Along with your inexperience in mixing 2 elements. Heathcliffe continued. These words made the girl freeze. Huh. He continued explaining. You even mixed fire and ice. It is very difficult to make 2 opposing elements harmonize together. Flora argued stubbornly. That is true, but I succeeded. Flora frowned to defend herself. I admit that I intentionally wanted to mix a 3rd element, but when I mixed fire and ice, the result was perfect. Heathcliffe looked at her without answering. performed what she had just done, mixing fire and ice right in front of her. His power completely overwhelmed and was many times more marvelous than hers. Heathcliff explained to Flora, "You should know the difference between them. Your mixed element is only beautiful on the surface, because the fire was frozen. But that is all." Heathcliff growled, questioning her. "What does this magic ultimately achieve? Is it just for decoration?" Flora closed her eyes, defeated completely. Cheryl and the other students did not take their eyes off her. Cheryl muttered, "Flora." Heathcliff sent his magic flying into the sky. It lit up the whole area, making the room sparkle. Leo and Tassie reached out to touch what he just created. "Is this snow?" Flora looked up to observe and silently commented, "Magic optimized to restrain fire, allowing him to combine the spreading ability of fire and the cold of ice into one spell." She pursed her lips. "He turned the elements I used into something much more useful. I have clearly been defeated." Heathcliff spoke again. "Flora, I do not reprimand you for flaws in your skills." She looked up at him. Confused, she asked back, "Pardon?" Heathcliff stared at her. He continued, "You have very special skills. I have never met a mage with such technique at your age. What I wonder about is much more fundamental. In my eyes, your magic is used only to show off." He placed his hand on her shoulder, continuing to advise, "I have no right to interfere with your purpose for using magic, but at least find a path other than showing off. For your own benefit." Flora opened her eyes wide in surprise, muttering the words, "My benefit." Heathcliff turned to speak to the rest of the class. "Everyone return to your seats." He also walked away. Flora thought to herself, he didn't scold or despise me, but was genuinely worried. Even father has never looked at me with those eyes. She held her head, feeling a bit dizzy. Cheryl hurriedly supported her. Flora spoke. "I'm fine. I'm just a bit dizzy from using too much mana. I feel like I am about to faint. But is he okay?" She looked at him, thinking silently. The professor seems to have consumed even more mana than I did. Heathcliff on the side gritted his teeth. He thought to himself as he left. Luckily I took medicine earlier. So dizzy. He thought about Flora. That child can not only combine elements at such a young age, but also combine 3 extremely difficult elements. I was also reprimanded by teachers when I showed off like that. I squeezed her shoulder a bit too hard because I recalled that. Did it hurt? Even so, I still hope that child overcomes it easily. My advice is never empty words." He stepped up, heading towards the students sitting higher up. Heathcliff thought, truly Saurin. Everyone does well. She said this year's new batch of students has many talented people. He recalled Headmaster Ellis's words. Is this the golden generation? Ha! Heathcliff froze. He looked at the gray-haired girl, asking her, "What is the matter, Ling?" She replied, "Yes." Heathcliff looked at her and spoke. "So you cannot summon the element perfectly. Basically, that element does not exist." The girl replied, "Yes." Heathcliff announced to the students, "Today's lesson ends here. I will replace homework with reviewing what you learned today." Then he looked at this gray-haired girl. "Also, Ling, follow me to the professor's office." The girl was surprised. "Your friend too?" The room door closed. Heathcliff said to the girl, "Wait a moment." The girl obediently replied, "Yes." She was scared to the point of panic thinking. Why did he call me here? Can't be. Is it a personal interview? Does he want to kick me out of class? Of course that's it. How can a student who can't even summon a proper element keep up with his spell class? But I don't want to miss Professor Lloyd's lectures. Her wandering thoughts were interrupted when she looked toward him. She was even more panicked than before, assuming that. It can't be. Is it a class transfer application? It's true, he wants to transfer me to another professor's class. Lynn, Heathcliff called, and she hurriedly cut him off. "Professor, I'm late. I will do my best. I will do everything you ask. Please don't tell me to drop this class." He looked at her while handing her a book, then asked, "What are you talking about?" She asked back, "Oh, isn't it an application to transfer classes?" Heathcliff replied, "Have you been saying strange things all this time? Hurry up and take it. My arm is getting tired." She took it, then exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, Professor, this is..." He answered her, "From now on, read and study from this book. A path you never knew existed is written in there. Research on non-attribute magic." She mumbled the name, then wondered. Where did you get this book, Professor? Heathcliff explained. By chance. That is the result of her lifelong research. She continued. I can't believe there's someone else with non-attribute magic besides me. How is she now? He replied. She is no longer of this world. Her face showed surprise for a moment. Oh! Her gaze turned towards him. Lin saw the pensiveness in him. Inside the large floor-to-ceiling window, there was the sound of two people talking. A female voice spoke first. So I can't learn magic of other attributes? Is there really no way? A male voice replied. As far as I know, yes. Disappointed. The girl replied.
Seeming a bit sad.
Yes, I wanted to control at least one element. Lin, thanks for watching the video. Thank you. All 10 non-attributes were grouped into a single earth element. That was only in the past. Now that science has developed, there are different studies. So don't worry. Both the world and magic are constantly changing. Anything can happen. Read that book starting today. This is a personal assignment I'm giving you. It will help you a lot. After handling everything, he leaned back on the chair, closed his eyes, silently exclaimed. Indeed, it's quite surprising that the kid possesses non-attribute magic. But he recalled Lin's clear blue eyes, the judging eyes. I didn't expect to encounter those eyes that distinguish good and evil right here. It hasn't awakened yet, so the kid herself doesn't know yet. Heathcliff turned to look outside. Weak sunlight shone through the window, he said. But I also didn't expect the book she wrote to return to her hands in this way. Is this fate? After class at the lecture hall, Aiden, after being instructed by Heathcliff, immediately practiced magic diligently. Not knowing how long or how many times he had practiced. Just like this time, he had finally succeeded. The bottom of Aiden's eyes clearly showed surprise. He rejoiced. I did it. The method Professor Heathcliff taught me is really effective. He recalled being in his classroom. At that time, when casting magic, Professor Heathcliff's eyes were so gentle and serious. Indeed, did I misunderstand him? He observed. That the good students had also practiced and succeeded. Aiden thought to himself. No matter what, a person who loves magic that much can't be a bad person. He turned his attention to a group of people chatting noisily in the distance. Aiden wondered. Who are they? A group of noble students gathering. Seems like a very important person. He was free. Another group of students approached to mock Aiden's group. Oh, who is this? Javant's voice was exaggeratedly theatrical. Isn't it Aiden? The brat who can't materialize an elemental attribute? So you're still this arrogant, little kid. Leo heard this and got angry, unable to control his words. You bastard. Dare to say another word. But Aiden quickly signaled to stop him. Leo, calm down. Let me handle it. He turned back and spoke politely to Javon. Javon, I don't know what I did to annoy you, but I will apologize now. So next time, can you leave us alone? Javon lifted his chin and said, Leave you alone? Sure, but on one condition. Kneel down. Tassi heard that condition and immediately flared up. Hey, don't be unreasonable. Aren't you ashamed as a noble? Javon smirked, mocking. Why does a fallen noble like you want to stick your nose into this? Truly someone not raised properly. Clearly, his words had directly insulted Tassi. The girl gritted her teeth in anger. Do you want to die? Suddenly, Aiden spoke up to interrupt. Javon fellow. He took step by step towards Javon. You can mock me however you like, but... He brought his face close to Javon. The faces of both darkened. Aiden warned. Try touching my friends. I won't let it slide. Javon laughed once, slightly forcefully. Then what can you do? Want to play? He threw a glove at Aiden. Javon's tone carried arrogance. Okay, I challenge you. A magic duel. Aiden also accepted. Fine then. Hearing that, Leo and Tassi were extremely worried. Aiden, what are you doing? Conversely, he spoke without any fear. But, if I win, you must apologize to Leo and Tassi. Javon laughed sinisterly. That is if you can win. He said, you should prepare yourself to kneel before me. Just then, Heathcliff suddenly appeared from nowhere and interrupted. You too. What are you doing? Aiden stammered. Professor Heathcliff. Seeing him, Javon immediately looked annoyed. Heathcliff's inner thoughts at this moment were equally unpleasant. You again? Again? You're not the main character. Damn it. He spoke up. To question. Explain what happened. Javon immediately raised his voice to reply. This is a legal duel. I issued a formal challenge. And the opponent also agreed. Heathcliff didn't agree. A magic duel? That doesn't seem very appropriate. But Javon argued back. Is there any law forbidding first-year students from doing so? He immediately got annoyed. What? What is wrong with this kid? Then he noticed another group of students behind them. Very quickly, Heathcliff understood everything. Ah, I understand the cause of the problem. He noticed Frodden. Is he planning to speak up for this kid? Why is he staring at me? Finally, he decided. I won't pursue responsibility for an accident that hasn't happened. Go back to the dorm. Javon heard that and was resentful. Professor. Suddenly, Professor Chris stepped out. Just let them be, Professor Heathcliff, he said. Isn't this a blatant abuse of authority? Chris disagreed with him. A professor has no right to stop students from voluntarily dueling. The others heard this and chimed in. That's right. It is abuse of power. He felt completely helpless inside. I don't know what he plans to do, but this is truly troublesome. Heathcliff said. Even so, we cannot just leave those inexperienced students to get hurt. Hearing those words, Chris immediately replied, If you are worried, why don't we join in? He turned towards Javon and Aiden and asked, What do you two think? The two of them quickly agreed. Let's do that. Yes, I will follow your instructions, Professor. Finally, he concluded, Since the students agreed, I will follow your suggestion, Professor Chris. Suddenly, Chris interrupted. There is one more thing. He extended. Formal invitation. Do you want to make a bet with me, Professor Heathcliff? Chris implied, It is not mandatory. It is indeed a bit comical to place a bet on a match with a predetermined outcome. But Heathcliff quickly responded decisively. All right. Seriously said, I accept. Chris's expression became mysterious. I didn't expect you to agree so easily. So, which student do you think will win, Professor Heathcliff? He said, I, Professor Chris, will of course bet on Javon Felio. I think he is an extremely talented mage. Hearing his name mentioned with praise, Javon could not help but feel happy. Thank you, Professor Chris. Next, Chris spoke as if by accident. Surely you also want to bet on Javon, don't you, Professor? Should we change the bet to how Javon will win instead? Heathcliff remained calm. There is no need for that. He said, From the start, I intended to place my bet on Aiden. Chris laughed loudly as if hearing a joke. Fine then. I don't know where you get that confidence. So what is the content of the wager, Professor Chris? He said, How about some magic research we are working on? After all, both of us are assigned to teach the subject of incantations. Heathcliff was quite surprised upon hearing this. He innocently asked, Is it true that you also teach incantations? I truly did not know that. These words struck like a bolt of lightning, leaving Chris stunned. Indignation welled up inside him. Gritting his teeth, he cursed silently in his head. This damn washed-up noble. He was extremely furious. You think you can live peacefully after humiliating me like that? Heathcliff also felt a bit guilty. So he really teaches incantations too? Finally, he said, All right then. The match will begin in 3 days. Chris quickly responded with a grumpy tone. That sounds reasonable. I look forward to it. Having finished discussing the bet, Chris turned his back and left in annoyance. Aiden approached and spoke shyly. Professor, I'm sorry. Just because of me. But Heathcliff interrupted the boy. Start thinking about how to win. He explained. Javon and you have completely different starting points, but it is still too early to conclude that you will definitely lose. Heathcliff said. Because in a duel, variables always exist. Aiden asked, So what variable can help me win this match? He said. With an obvious look. You already possess it. You just need to use it at the critical moment. The boy told himself. Right? If I use that, perhaps I can win. Suddenly, an image from the past appeared in Aiden's mind. But, suddenly shouted with determination, Professor, I want to win with my own strength. Heathcliff was momentarily stunned. Aiden clenched his fists, his eyes steadfast. So, please guide me, Professor Heathcliff. Hearing those words, he began to look at the boy more seriously. At this moment, Aiden suddenly remembered Veronica's teachings from his childhood. Remember this well, Aiden. When I teach you these things, it is best that you do not show them off too recklessly. Otherwise, you will get involved in a lot of trouble and dangerous situations. Above all, she paused for a moment, then pointed at Aiden and said loudly, This is my main source of income. You don't want me to starve to death on the streets, do you, Aiden? Back then, the boy was startled and replied, Yes, I will remember. Veronica placed her hand on his head and patted it, saying, But saying that doesn't mean you should absolutely never use it. When you feel it is truly necessary, just use it without hesitation. He instructed, Because life is long, There will definitely come a time when you have to decide. When that moment comes, Aiden, just follow what your heart tells you. Aiden recalled that moment. His face brightened as he looked up, his eyes steadfast. Heathcliff looked at him with confusion. This kid. Immediately after, he thought angrily, what the hell is he saying? He said to himself, I accepted the request because I trusted his magic. And now what? He says he wants to win only with his own strength. Is that magic not his strength? Heathcliff rubbed his forehead and sighed. He told himself, fine then, this is also a good opportunity to test this kid's ability. Right after that, he made a decision. All right, I will teach you how to gain an advantage in a duel between wizards. However, he also warned, it might be as harsh as torture for you, and there is no guarantee that you will win. Hearing that, the boy excitedly responded, I will still do it. Seeing his determination, Heathcliff praised him. Good, then let's head straight to training. Aiden was a bit flustered. Right now? I understood. After that, he led Aiden away, thinking to himself, they should prepare the victory feast in advance. I'm quite looking forward to your performance in the next 3 days. That evening when he returned to his room, Aiden started complaining. I'm going to die. At this moment, he was lying face down on his bed, telling himself, the training was much harder than I imagined. I can't believe I'm about to continue doing this for 2 more days. He wondered, why is the professor so sure that I will win? Not many people know about my special magic. Perhaps he already knows something? A while later, exhausted, Aiden quickly fell asleep. At this moment, inside his room, Creed burned a piece of paper in his hand while muttering. Heathcliff Van Bretters offered to mentor that mediocrity himself. Of course, it would turn out this way. He was confident. Even though he tried to act calm, surely he is desperate for a victory. Immediately after, he turned to speak to Javon. I'm sure you know why I called you here, Javon Felio. The boy replied. Then Creed interrupted again. No. That alone is not enough. Creed's tone was heavy. You must show them just how vast the gap is between us nobles and those commoners. Next, he grabbed the cabinet handle, preparing to pull it open. I don't think you will lose, but it is best to do this to be sure. Just as he saw a glass bottle containing a blue liquid that Creed brought out, Javon could not help but ask in panic. That is. Creed immediately replied. A mana enhancement potion. Drink this before the match. Javon held the potion bottle in his hand, his face paling slightly. He asked worriedly, But if I get caught? Won't I be disqualified as a student? Creed explained to him. This is a special item of the Benamor family. You won't be detected. He spoke with disdain but did not let down his guard. Those filthy commoner bastards will surely use every method to win. Therefore, we cannot let them down. Javon quickly replied. Professor is right. Although it slightly insults my pride, it is still better than losing to one of those filthy commoner bastards. Seeing him obey so obediently, the corners of Creed's mouth couldn't help but lift up. He said, You made the right decision, Javon. On the day of the match, at the training grounds, at this time, there were many other students coming to watch them compete. On the stands, there was quite a buzz. A black-haired student said to the friend beside him, Who will win? That noble boy has the advantage, right? Because their education curriculum is completely different. The red-haired friend replied, I heard that the first-year student is also formidable. That friend recounted. He was involved in the werewolf accident years ago. The black-haired student looked like he heard important news. Did he actually catch them? I thought Professor Heathcliff caught them. The red-haired friend added. Professor Heathcliff guided him. The red-haired student looked towards the front row seats. Really? It seems the other side is Professor Chris's faction. Afterward, the two began to whisper. Professor Chris, who is he? Is he the one responsible for teaching the first years? The red-haired friend replied. That's right. It seems the two of them are compared a lot, since they both teach spellcasting. Hearing that, the black-haired friend sighed. Then that's pretty bad. Chris had heard that entire story. He gritted his teeth in anger and muttered. I can hear you. Then he looked over at Heathcliff's spot. Heathcliff Van Bretters. From today onwards, I will end your arrogance. I will make you suffer a humiliating defeat in front of everyone. A moment later, more people arrived. Obviously, the arrival was no stranger. It was Elisa. As soon as she entered, she smiled and spoke first. Hello, Professor Chris Benamor. He quickly changed his attitude and greeted her back cheerfully. Madam Principal, what wind blew you here? Even Professor Hugo too. Chris hadn't finished speaking when she cut in. I heard there was a very interesting event taking place. I brought him along with me. Then, Elisa also greeted Hatchcliffe. Professor Hatchcliffe? Long time no see. Is everything going smoothly lately? He also bowed to her and replied, yes, thanks to you. Elisa approached and asked him, I heard that you made a bet. So who did the professor bet would win? He honestly answered, I bet on Aiden. Hearing that, she appeared surprised. Oh my. Then did Chris bet on Javon? Lisa looked excited. I'm really looking forward to it. But regardless, student safety comes first. Hearing that, the female professor accompanying her quickly replied, you don't need to worry about that. She reported. Further, defensive magic has surrounded their bodies like a shield and will block all attacks. Just then, someone walked over. Oh, the two opponents appeared right on time. Aiden, in his armor, was present. He looked very confident. On the stands, everyone was also cheering hard for him. Don't lose. Go for it. Leo raised his hand and shouted loudly. Crush that arrogant kid's snobbery. Tasi was also excited. Aiden, do your best. Javon's side, he also appeared with full protective armor. His bearing was somewhat more arrogant. The cheers for him rang out. Javon, we believe in you. Show them the pride of a noble. A second later, the professor controlling the match also walked up to the two. I will check your conditions for a moment before starting. Aiden said to him, Javon, remember to keep your promise. He replied, win first, then talk. After checking, the professor announced, everything looks fine. However, when seeing the sword Aiden carried with him, the professor asked, student, what is that? Ah, this. He cheerfully replied, this is a personal item I will use in this match. Professor picked it up to check. It looks like a sword, doesn't it? Aiden confusedly replied, ah, because this item was made based on the shape of a sword. Am I not allowed to use it? The professor looked at the sword in his hand for a moment, considering. It is very blunt and has no sharp edges. Finally he said, all right, approved. Aiden quickly replied, thank you, sir. Next, the professor went through the rules again. Ready, start. The professor had just finished speaking when Aiden quickly cast ice magic, while Javon also unleashed fire magic. At this moment, on the observation stand, Leo couldn't help but be surprised by the opening. Their spell casting speed is equal. Tasi also couldn't help but exclaim, both are very fast. During the competition, Aiden calculated silently. Just as predicted, he used the fire element first. If it's Javon, it seems he will use his strongest fire attribute spell first. Javon on this side couldn't help but think that guy's skills have improved. Plus, looking at the elements, I'm at a disadvantage. In a moment, the corner of his mouth curled up as he thought. However, that only matters if the power in the spells is equal. The next second, Javon quickly gained the upper hand to Aiden's astonishment. His stream of power swallowed Aiden's ice magic, forcing him to dodge and let out a pained groan. But then, he noticed a beam of light heading towards him. From within it, Javon jumped out to attack. He shouted, this is the gap between you and me, you lowly commoner brat. But very quickly, Aiden also pointed his sword and cast a new magic circle to counterattack. A moment later, their two streams of magic collided directly, causing a massive explosion. Leo was extremely worried. Damn it. Aiden is gradually being overwhelmed. On the other side, he also realized he was at a disadvantage and told himself, if this continues, I will lose. In that case, Aiden decided he would use the thing he had learned from Professor Heathcliffe. Just then, Javon rushed up to attack once again. He laughed triumphantly. Given up already, you mediocre bastard? Outside, Chris also crossed his arms and mocked arrogantly. It's over, As soon as he finished speaking, his face changed color. Chris looked at Aiden in amazement. Wait, impossible. That is. The reason for his expression was because right now he was rushing forward with his sword, preparing to counterattack. Professor Chris was currently extremely shocked.
Impossible.
That is teleportation magic. How can he use a technique of wartime mages? Thinking that, he turned to Heathcliff, gritting his teeth in thought. Did Heathcliff teach him that in 3 days? No, more importantly. Chris looked at the arena in disbelief. A commoner who couldn't be more mediocre mastered teleportation in just 3 days? At this moment, Javon fell into a panic. He was confused. What the hell just happened? The foundation of magic is focus. It's too hard to focus on chanting while moving like this. Then, he quickly reassured himself. No, don't get confused. I've already finished casting the spell. He pointed straight at Aiden, telling himself, with this, I can shatter his concentration. However, Aiden also quickly dodged Javon's attack. Next, he powerfully countered him. Javan now discovered a problem arising. He thought, his technique is starting to weaken. Both prepared to deal the decisive blow. Aiden used all his strength to counterattack. The very next second, a blow landed right in the middle of Javan's forehead, making him scream in pain. Bam, an explosion rang out. Finally, Aiden held his sword pointing straight at Javan while he was sitting on the ground. He said sternly, "Now it's my turn." Javan panicked and quickly interrupted. Wait. But he showed no mercy. After that, everyone heard Javan's violent scream ringing out miserably. Amidst the enthusiastic cheering of the students on the stands, the referee professor announced, "The winner is..." Under Aiden's bewildered and dazed state, he grabbed his hand and raised it high, declaring, "Aiden." Leo rejoiced. "You're so cool, Aiden." Tashi beside him couldn't help but shout, "This is the result of your hard training." At the same time, Joseph appeared extremely disappointed. "That brat Javan. He is tarnishing the honor of the nobility." Dynamo sitting next to him also sneered. "I didn't expect anything from him from the start anyway." Javan was stunned with shame. The criticism from the stands surrounded him. "That guy is just a mediocre baron. Yet he keeps following us everywhere. And now he lost to a commoner. How ridiculous. He is truly the disgrace of the nobility." Javan was annoyed. He couldn't believe what had just happened. He thought, "I lost? Me? Javan Felio?" He gritted his teeth in denial. No, there is something wrong here." Javan glanced at Aiden. "Right? That commoner definitely cheated. Otherwise, how could he use magic while moving?" Suddenly he shouted loudly, attacking Aiden. I will kill you." The whole stand panicked at Javan's action. Tashi screamed, "What is he planning to do?" Leo worried. "Javan, that guy is crazy." The referee professor stepped out to protect Aiden. He shouted, "Aiden, get back." Seeing the light of magic from Javan, he remembered the teachings he heard when he was young. Back then, Veronica had said, "Because life is long, there will definitely come a time when you have to decide. When that moment comes, Aiden, just follow what your heart tells you." Each word seemed to echo in his ears. Aiden decided to step forward to fight Javan. Currently, his magic was incredibly strong, and Aiden was still trying his best to resist it. His eyes and face shone with unprecedented determination and strength. Finally, Aiden won. Once again, he slumped down to his knees, breathing a sigh of relief. At this moment, Principal Elisa was extremely surprised by his ability. Everyone on the stands was also astonished. Whispering sounds rang out. "Whoa, what just happened? Did that kid cut the magic in half?" Heathcliffe sighed, falling into deep thought. "This child, he is too stubborn about that matter. But, there is no doubt, he used it at the most critical moment." In contrast, after seeing the situation just now, Professor Chris could not contain his shock. He sank into his messy speculations. Anti-magic, a rare spell that can erase magic. How the hell did that brat use it right after using teleportation magic? At this moment, in the arena, Javan's body was trembling, partly from anger, partly from panic. He pointed straight at Aiden, unable to utter a complete sentence. After that, Aiden stepped towards him. Seeing that, Javan was startled and backed away in fear. Very quickly, a powerful blow was struck by Aiden onto Javan's face, making him cry out. Cough! Javan fell to the ground. He clenched the fist he made earlier. His tone was a mix of anger and disappointment. "Javan, I thought you would at least admit your own failure." Aiden spoke coldly. "I didn't know you were even worse than trash like this." Up on the stands, Henry mocked Javan. "His defeated look is so ugly. Don't you think so?" Turned to ask the person next to him. Frodon. That was second-year student Saurin Frodon Goldsberg. But he didn't rush to answer. A moment later, as if finished thinking, he replied, "I don't know. I've never been interested in barons from the start." His gaze turned towards Aiden, thinking to himself, however, I must keep an eye on that commoner Aiden. He's even better than some nobles. After that, Frodon stood up. "Let's go, Henry." The two of them walked out together. Before leaving, Heathcliffe noticed him. Frodon quickly turned his face away. Beside him, Chris was extremely annoyed, asking him in a very irritated tone, "Did you know that student could use anti-magic?" He coldly replied, "I don't know why you are so angry. You are responsible for teaching the first years. Did you not check all the students' personal information?" Heathcliffe emphasized. And anyway, anti-magic didn't play a small role in his victory. Hearing those words, Chris's expression immediately worsened. He gritted his teeth, showing his attitude. Heathcliffe stood up and continued. "By the way, Our wager was the specialized research paper, right? Chris was confused. Right? Do you want something? Said straightforwardly.
No.
Nothing at all. I don't want your research paper. However, Chris didn't believe him. He turned back sharply and asked suspiciously. What do you mean? Heathcliff put his hands in his pockets, answering calmly. After all, stealing someone else's results to use as betting money isn't my style. Saying those words, he decisively left, leaving Chris sitting dazed alone in the row of seats. Chris muttered. He said, Not my style? To me? Chris Benamo. Thinking of this, he immediately gritted his teeth in anger. Heathcliff Van Bretters. On the way back to his room, Heathcliff met Sadena again. She stood respectfully and said to him, Congratulations on winning the bet. However, with that result you will be noticed by Saurin later. Is that all right? Replied calmly. I am fine. Instead, it's actually a good thing. Hearing that, Sadena was worried. Why is that? You mean? Heathcliff cut her off. The principal is currently suspecting me. She was surprised. What? He began to explain. The principal has been aware of our existence for a long time. Even if I am a professor, I cannot easily escape her list of suspects. Sadena was flustered. No, that can't be. You came here as a professor to avoid suspicion. But Heathcliff just rubbed his chin and replied. But through this event, I have created a good reputation with the principal. The situation has changed. She cannot change her view of me immediately. But, at this point, Sadena understood the issue. Ah, I see. Next, he also advised her. However, Sadena, you should also cooperate with me. She was surprised, asking hesitantly. Me? Me? Then, he pointed at her and said, It would be very easy to attract attention if I frequently met with a student unrelated to me like this. However, a professor meeting an excellent student is natural. You must try your best and show them the image of a model student. Sadena clenched her fist, telling herself, the first mission directly entrusted to me by him. Then, as if she had decided, she said strongly, Understood. I will try to do it even if I have to sacrifice my life. Hearing those words, Heathcliff just sighed and instructed. No, don't die. Immediately, Sadena quickly replied. Yes. She clenched both hands, radiating determination, her eyes shining. I will not die even if I have to sacrifice my life. Seeing her intense reaction, a series of ellipses appeared over his head. Finally, he just indifferently dropped a sentence. Whatever. Heathcliff thought to himself. This girl is somehow becoming troublesome. After returning to his room, Heathcliff thought about what happened today. The recent event helped me affirm to them that I belong to the principal's faction, as well as sending a message to the Dawn Society that I cannot act rashly. He sat on the chair, arms crossed in thought. But I can't keep going on like this forever. Heathcliff started looking around. I should establish my own organization too. If so, first I need... Just at this moment, the orb on the table glowed again, surprising him. He picked it up and asked, What is it, Han? The orb replied, Sir, as you requested, I have checked the nearby areas. What must we do to maintain our position? I don't know what the situation in the dark alley is like either. But, when it hadn't finished speaking, Heathcliff interrupted. It seems it's time to use our power. The orb quickly agreed, praising. You grasped the situation really fast. You're right. Now we must use our power. He glanced aside, thinking a bit. Just in time. Then, made a decision. I'm going there right now. The orb asked in surprise. Aren't you very busy? I don't think this matter can end that quickly. But Heathcliff quickly dismissed that worry. Don't worry. If that's the case, I just need to end it quickly. They chatted for a while longer. Meanwhile, at a wooden house which seemed to be a tavern, Duturi slammed the cup on the table, roaring. Damn it! Seeing this, the guy in the green shirt next to him hurriedly asked, Boss, are you okay? He replied annoyedly. Do I look okay to you? Duturi questioned loudly. That little wretched bastard was supposed to make our investment profitable before dying, right? Now everything we poured into him is gone. The guy in the green shirt immediately said, We still have a little money left. We can still find another way, right? He let out a sharp sigh and spoke wearily. That is right. That is why I called you here. Soon, we will have to expand our business on a large scale. First of all, those bastards. As he was about to speak, Duturi turned around and suddenly saw a stranger enter the bar. Ha! Voices came from the nearby tables. What is wrong with that guy? Duturi spoke to the person walking in. Hey, we are closed. Get lost. He repeated himself when he saw the other person continuing to approach his table. Hey, you there. Can't you hear me? We are closed. Suddenly, that person asked, You are Duturi, the leader of the Red Society, right? But he did not care. He just said indifferently, I don't know you. Have we met before? That person gave a soft laugh and replied, Ah, of course not. It is just because you are quite famous that I know of you. After that, he used a fake name to introduce himself. Sorry about that. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is James Moriarty. Hearing that name, Duturi repeated it in slight surprise. James Moriarty. His expression turned serious. He thought incessantly, the crime consultant? The one controlling the black market alleys of the Delica Kingdom? He has been in hiding for years. Why come here now? Let me test him. Thinking so, he smiled and said, Professor Moriarty, I have heard a lot about you too. He also replied politely, I am very pleased to hear that. Next, Duturi implied meaningfully, but Professor Moriarty, I myself cannot know if the words you speak are true or not. Asked back, Do you suspect I am an imposter? He signaled with his eyes to the people at other tables. Clicking his tongue, he said, Who asked you to suddenly appear in a place like this? Raised his hand and waved it. The reason you give is valid. However, behind him, a series of gunmen were pointing straight at Heathcliffe. He said, I think you should not brandish your guns. Then he turned his head to look back. His voice sounded somewhat surprised. Oh my God, was I right? But unfortunately, it will not help at all. At this moment, Duturi raised his eyebrows, signaling as if to say, Shoot him in the shoulder. Everyone pulled the triggers, aiming precisely at him. However, they all froze. They could not use their guns. One by one, they cried out, Huh? What is this? My gun. Essentially, that happened because Heathcliff had now used his magic to control them. He said calmly, That is why I warned you earlier. Seeing the magic spinning wheels appearing, Duturi could not help but be surprised. Magnetism? Since when did he? 1 second. Later, the corners of his lips corked up into a beautiful curve. Immediately after that, an explosion rang out. The powerful destructive force caused everyone around to scream. The cloud of dust gradually faded. A giant wolf appeared with sharp claws and a growl hissing through its bared teeth. Seeing that, everyone around could not control their trembling fear.
Ashi. Titirang wop.
His figure was slowly stepping towards Heathcliff. Finally, it stood quietly and obediently beside him. Everyone was astonished by this scene. You raised tyrant wolves? Then were those tyrant wolves from last time also due to this guy? The wolf's eyes flashed as it looked straight at them. Going back to a previous time, Heathcliff sought out Han. They had an appointment, so when seeing him, Han just made a sound and said, You have arrived? It seems you are here because you want me to explain the situation more specifically, right? Heathcliff replied, Correct. Start now. Then Han began to speak about each case. The dark alley we are ambushing seems to be divided into 4 dark guilds. He explained further. The largest guild is a group of thugs called the Red Society. All their work involves dirty business. Basically, that alley is essentially controlled by them. Heathcliff quickly grasped the core point. If so, then our target is the Red Society. Han agreed wholeheartedly with that opinion. That is right. If we deal with them first, it will be easier later on. However, he stroked his chin, looking hesitant. The forces of the Dark Guild are very numerous. It is difficult for us to defeat them quickly. Should we start with the easiest guild? Heathcliff cut in.
No.
That is a waste of time. Decided firmly. Aiming straight for the mastermind will be much faster. If we cut off the head of the snake, the rest will surrender on their own. Hearing that, Han was surprised but also reminded him gently. Really? But now is not the right time. Recently, they have been colluding very closely. He confirmed again. This only happened after that Belbert Rickson died, right? Han seemed unable to link the information yet. Huh?
Yeah.
TSK. That is right. Wait a minute. Heathcliff pondered silently. He calculated for a moment. It seems there is some connection between Belbert Rickson and the Red Society. Many events and concerns revolve around Rickson. Han said, perhaps the dirty jobs the Red Society carried out were all for him. Now that the key figure is dead, they must be very annoyed. Heathcliff continued. If they have colluded together, it is even more convenient because we can wipe them all out in one go. This time, Han seemed to understand his intention, so upon hearing those words, he panicked.
No.
Wait, with mercenaries? No amateur knights there, he retorted. That does not mean they have real knights. It is nothing big. Han did not know what else to say. He just scratched his head awkwardly and said, Ah, really? If you say so, then it must be true. Heathcliffe's face showed a speechless expression. He thought to himself, but it is not like they are weak either. But let's not mention it. After that, he spoke up. So Han, I need your help with something. He looked blankly surprised. Huh? Me? Returning to the present at the tavern. From the previous conversation, the wolf just now was Han transformed. He thought to himself, he cannot scare them on his own, so he needs a giant beast to intimidate them? But for this mission, I am indeed the most suitable. Han said. Han whispered in Heathcliffe's ear. Hey, I told you, if a fight really breaks out, I'm running first. He whispered back to reassure him. All right, as long as you scare them, that's enough. At this moment, Duturi gritted his teeth, looking angrily at him and Han. He was still suspicious. This guy, I don't know if he's an imposter or not, but I can't go easy on him. I knew he had magic, but I didn't expect him to have a direwolf by his side like that. Then, he scratched his head and laughed insincerely. Ah, I see. So you really are Moriarty. Sorry for not recognizing you. He smiled gently in return. It seems I've proven my identity. Heathcliff held out his hand. He began to state his purpose. So now, let's get straight to the main reason I came here today. I intend to start a new business in this city. Seeming to have touched on a topic of interest, Duturi looked surprised. Ah, business? What kind of business? We'd be happy to help you. He replied politely. Thanks. Also, I have a few words for you. I don't like dirty tricks and lies like this. Hearing this, Duturi froze for a second. He hadn't caught up with the context yet. Huh. Heathcliff continued. In other words, the Crimson Society will disappear forever from now on. A moment of silence fell. Duturi stood frozen. Immediately after that, his voice rang out. Attack him! But before he could even draw his knife, he was jabbed in the stomach by the cane, making him cry out in pain. The bald man saw this and cursed angrily. You bastard! Han looked at the situation becoming chaotic. He was worried and concerned. These guys aren't running away at all. What are you planning? But Heathcliff calmly said, get ready to split up. A second later, he tapped the cane hard against the floor. Very quickly, a black zone immediately appeared beneath his feet. It began to spread rapidly, reaching all the places with light. Everyone panicked. What is that? Gradually, even the chandeliers high above were swallowed by the darkness. The surroundings were immediately covered in shadows. Duturi's men began to stir. What is it? I can't see anything. Someone turn on the lights. What are you planning while we can't see? Damn it. At this moment, Heathcliff began to slowly draw his sword. Turned out, the cane he was holding was actually a sword. Above all, it was Inazumathian, the infinite light. His eyes were sharp in the night. The blade glowed.
Radiating à lurking danger.
Magic. Of the third tier. The fool's dream. A blade slashed down, sending splashes of blood flying. Using the power of darkness and illusion to sow fear into the enemy. A stronger group slaughtering the weaker ones. This is a curse-sowing spell. Complex magic. They slashed. They also screamed. D. Streams of bright red blood continuously gushed out towards Duturi. He was cowering in a corner, shouting orders in fear. What are you waiting for? Kill him. Sounds of chaotic screaming rang out. Help me. Damn it. Stop. On the blade, a surge of power wavered. The person holding the sword decisively slashed out two beams of sword energy, tearing through space. Duturi couldn't help but be terrified. He stood there, stunned and paralyzed. At this moment, Heathcliff appeared unexpectedly. Duturi was horrified. But how? He glanced at him. His lips curled into a mysterious smile. A moment later, two people rushed up, charging straight to attack Heathcliff. He stepped back slightly, thinking to himself, Asterisk and aura controlled to cut through my magic. They are definitely Alliance Knights. Asterisk. So, he stepped forward and slashed out counterattacks against them. He told himself, anyway, I don't think I'll lose to them. Suddenly, he gave a mysterious smile. While they were scuffling, a sophisticated glass vial containing purple liquid fell to the ground. Immediately, a powerful burst of aura radiated from Heathcliff, forcing those people to quickly retreat. The purple-haired man blocked his face with both hands. He warned loudly, that could be poison. Back off. The muscular guy next to him didn't care. He gritted his teeth. Things like poison won't affect us if we protect our bodies with magic. Suddenly, two knives appeared in front of him, flying towards him at high speed. However, the muscular guy quickly slashed a path to knock them away. He scoffed, pointless. But at that Moment, his sword was hit by a shard of glass. Immediately, that liquid stuck to his hand. Gradually, black marks spread from it, emitting a bizarre aura. He screamed in pain and panic. The purple-haired man saw this and retreated in fear, on guard. He was astonished. Did he use the daggers as a distraction to throw poison at him? He knew we couldn't avoid being poisoned by direct contact. The muscular eye was now trembling, gripping his poisoned hand with the other. He hissed, "Damn it! Where are you hiding?" Right at that moment, a black vortex suddenly rose up behind his back. Meanwhile, he remained unaware, still screaming, "I'll kill you." A second later, Heathcliff appeared and thrust his sword straight into his neck. The purple-haired man and Duturi witnessed that scene with their own eyes and were terrified. He looked coldly at the two of them, gripping the sword tightly, preparing to pull it out. Then he decisively slashed the sword. A stream of bright red blood sprayed out everywhere. The purple-haired man seemed to have dropped some of his suspicion about the identity. He questioned, Are you really Professor Moriarty? I didn't know Professor Moriarty had such good fighting skills." But he only asked back with disdain, "Why should I explain to you? You're going to die anyway." The purple-haired man frowned in thought. He makes opponents drop their guard to reveal weaknesses. As long as I'm careful, I can win. Then leaped straight towards Heathcliff, telling himself, "First I have to close the distance." Heathcliff also quickly threw a vial of magic liquid towards him. However, the purple-haired man saw that and looked disdainful again. "You think that trick will work on me?" He swung sword to knock the glass vial aside. He thought, "I just need to deflect its trajectory." Suddenly, the purple-haired man's body froze, causing him to turn his head back to look. At this moment, the sword was stuck to the ground by a sticky substance. He panicked, "My sword, don't tell me that flask would..." Right then, Heathcliff pulled out a handgun and aimed it at the purple-haired man. Seeing the advantageous situation, he quickly racked his brain to react. "Damn it, I have to let go of the sword to dodge. With my reflexes, I can dodge in time." Suddenly, his eyes became horrified. The purple-haired man looked down. Below his abdomen, a sharp object had pierced straight through his body. The expression on his face was one of disbelief, his whole body trembling. He turned his head to look behind. It turned out that the sharp spike rose from his own shadow. The purple-haired man was horrified. This from my own shadow, how? Magic must be cast near the caster. I didn't expect this to be feasible. Over here, Heathcliff kept his posture, aiming the gun at the opponent. Bang. A second later, purple-haired man's body lost all strength and fell to its knees. Heathcliff walked quickly past his corpse. Finally, he stopped in front of Duturi, who was currently trembling in fear, cowering in a corner. He reached hand up to adjust the hat on his head, flashing an eerie smile, and said, "Now then, why don't we continue our conversation?" A moment later, an amber liquid was poured shimmering into a glass cup. Heathcliff was currently sitting calmly at the bar counter when someone walked in and said, "How can you drink alcohol at a time like this?" He asked back, "Did you remove your disguise?" The newcomer replied, "Ever since my nose became sensitive, I can't stand the smell of blood." He asked about the people lying on the ground. It seems he screamed very miserably. "Is he dead yet?" Heathcliff glanced at them. He replied indifferently, "Not yet. Now that I know all the information I need, I'm planning to hand him over to other organizations." Han sat down next to him. He said, "All right, I think you will arrange everything properly. By the way, what are you drinking?" 38 years old. Just hearing the answer, Han immediately reacted violently. "What? Damn it, drinking alone? Pour me some too?" Heathcliff asked back. "I thought you were uncomfortable with the smell of blood." But Han quickly pleaded, "Come on, I want to try it too, even if it makes me nauseous." Finally, both of them had a glass of wine each to drink. Suddenly Han spoke up to ask, "Well, forget it. What do you plan to do next with the remaining people in the Crimson Society?" He replied, "I plan to pick a few of them, find some people useful to me." He said, "There are many documents and secret ledgers in the second-floor office. They will be useful to you." Han smiled, "I guess I have more work to do then." "Don't you feel there's too much work for just the two of us to handle?" He replied, "I anticipated that." Heathcliff seriously said to Han, "You should know, I know a lot of people who can help us." Han was surprised. "Really?" He was confused and tried to ask in detail. "I'm sure there's no one suitable for the job. But, come on, do you really think they will respond to your invitation?" But he remained calm. "They said they would come as soon as they finished their previous work." "Do you hate them that much?" Immediately, like a conditioned reflex, Han showed an attitude. "Of course, none of them are normal." As the words just left his mouth, he met Heathcliff's warning gaze. Han quickly changed his attitude. "Yes, I know I don't have the right to say this. After that, he sighed and looked up at the sky to lament. Even if I complain, we will still carry out your plans. I remember you were suspected by the principal. Is it okay for you to hang around like this? Heathcliff put the cup down. He said, don't worry. They won't tail us. Those mages will never do risky things they aren't sure about. He thought to himself. Especially during the time the principal is being watched by the opposition faction. She won't do anything detrimental to herself.
Han nodded.
In agreement. That makes sense. So what will you call the organization? He asked. A name?
Han analysed.
Bit. You want to take control of Letterbelk, right? Then at least you need to have a name, right? Suddenly Heathcliff asked. How many people do we have in total? He said. Counting the two of us, probably around 10 people. Then he concluded. I have this idea. Heathcliff uttered a name.
Wen Owen. Han just.
That name and immediately asked back.
Wen Owen.
Nameless. You plan to name the group Nameless? He turned and replied. Well, that's also an idea. Han continued. Bring wine. He praised. No, I think that's good.
Wen Owen.
Then, he held out his glass towards Heathcliff. Hey, shall we have one last drink for today together? He also didn't hesitate, said. All right, both of them linked glasses together, speaking in unison, to the birth of the organization. The scene shifted to another space. At this time, Selena was worriedly asking Heathcliff. Professor Heathcliff, why don't you have an assistant? The hand holding the fork of meat paused because of the unexpected question. Then he calmly replied. Currently, I don't feel it's very necessary yet. Hearing that, she seemed concerned. But you have up to 80 students. Don't you feel exhausted? He faintly said. True. It's not too exhausting. Right after. Selena's sweet voice full of admiration rang out. Wow, you are truly amazing. However, in his heart right now, it was like countless lightning bolts striking from a clear blue sky. Heathcliff bitterly thought. Everyone has assistants. Am I the only one who has to work like a dog? He suddenly looked up and asked Selena. Professor Selena, do you have assistants? She happily replied. That's right. But I don't need much help, so currently I only chose 3 assistants. The words just came out. Immediately Heathcliff felt a few black lines running down his head. He was speechless, helplessly thinking. Didn't you just say you didn't need much help? So usually professors have up to 10 assistants? Suddenly, he heard a noisy commotion in the distance. Over there, Chris was muttering angrily, followed by a group of students. Heathcliff silently remarked. Professor Benemo's assistants? It seems 3 is indeed too few. He helplessly turned back to his desk. Other professors advised. You should hire some too. It'll be hard alone. You need at least 5 assistants. Marilda spoke up to help. If needed, I'll list some bright students for you. Selena also kindly chimed in. I will help a bit too. Heathcliff could only helplessly agree. All right. Thank you, everyone. Everyone continued eating and chatting. Back in his office, Heathcliff read a book. Private recruitment. No grade limit, and even new professors can have at least 6 assistants. He propped his chin on his hand, continuing to think. Instead of graduating, some accept continuing magic research under a professor. Basically, this is a 21st century grad school. Heathcliff thought hard. TSK. Having someone handle small tasks would be good. The problem is who to choose. Suddenly, he saw the document folder.
Heathcliff exclaimed. Ah.
Right. I already have the list, don't I? He picked up the papers and flipped through them, thinking, TSK, it's not that urgent. Suddenly, he noticed someone's information. This guy. Scene change. Heathcliff was walking along the corridor. Sensing something, he stopped walking and silently focused. A moment later, he spoke up. If you have something to say, come out and say it, Sadena. From behind the wall, a female voice quickly replied. Ah, yes. Sadena peeked out from behind the wall, explaining fearfully. I'm sorry. I saw you passing by, Professor. So I just... Heathcliff glanced at her, silently retorting in his mind. No way. No one stalks a professor like that. Doesn't she have things to do? Suddenly, he seemed to realize something. He turned his head back to her. All right. Incidentally, I have something to ask you. Sadena, being singled out, felt uneasy. Huh? Me? He asked directly. Do you have classes on Tuesday and Thursday from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m.? Sadena was surprised. Isn't that your teaching schedule, Professor? He answered honestly. I am free at that time. Do you have a request, Professor? Heathcliff walked towards her, saying, Excellent. You. He stopped in front of her, looking down at Sadena, and invited, Be my assistant. She was still dazed, replying unconsciously, "Ah, okay." The words just fell out. She stood frozen for a moment before realizing it. A loud scream rang out. "Ah!" Sadena stammered in panic. "A assistant? Professor, what are you saying? Why someone like me?" Heathcliff replied calmly, "If you become my assistant, you can approach me more naturally." But Sadena was still worried. But I have no connection to you. You'll be suspected too." Heathcliff recalled the student list. He reassured her, "Don't worry, your name is on the list I received. It's reasonable." Hearing that, she felt relieved. I understand." Then he added a bait, "TSK. If you don't want to, I won't force you." Sadena flinched as expected, answering quickly, "Oh, of course not." Heathcliff confirmed, "So you agree, right?" She immediately nodded like a pecking chicken. Finally, he said, "All right, bring me the assistant application within 2 days." Sadena responded excitedly, "Yes, sir." Heathcliff rubbed his chin, thinking, "Good, the first assistant isn't bad. Keeping her close will make it easier to gather info on the Dawn Crane Guild." He mused, "Within 2 days, I'll have a loyal errand runner." Very quickly, the clock ticked. 1 hour later, Sadena appeared again, presenting the documents with both hands carefully, wearing a trustworthy, sparkling expression. When Heathcliff opened the door and saw that, he felt a bit helpless. However, after that, he took the paper and praised, "Well done." Sadena replied happily, "Thank you, Professor." He marveled inwardly, "Faster than I thought, just within an hour." Scene change. A crowded lecture hall. The students were busy chatting. Lynn looked around and wondered. A girl bluntly said, "I heard Professor Heathcliff is looking for an assistant." Lynn was surprised. "Ah, that sounds fascinating." Din continued, "It's even more interesting that so far, he hasn't chosen anyone. People think he didn't even know professors get assistants."
Lynn gasped, "Impossible."
He is Professor Heathcliff. The story didn't stop there. Eli Din revealed more. Also, the hottest rumor is that Lynn was puzzled. Asterisk that asterisk? Eli Din said, "The wish-granting philosopher's stone. Rumor has it that it's hidden in Theon." On her face, Lynn looked skeptical. "Is such a rumor true?" Eli Din affirmed firmly, "Of course, there are still many undiscovered mysteries." She raised a finger and said excitedly, "And this place is the magic center, Theon. It might be exaggerated, but such an artifact really exists." Hearing that, Lynn smiled wryly. "I see." The two girls continued chatting with each other, silently scoffing. "Philosopher's stone, my foot. If such a thing existed, the higher-ups would have confirmed it." She rolled her eyes, thinking, "By the way, is that Superman searching for an assistant?" Flora imagined a bit. Assistant is someone recognized by the professor, so naturally they must have matching skills. A student like me, she flicked her hand, asserting confidently, would definitely be considered if I applied personally. Immediately after that, a voice rang out, making Flora freeze. "The professor is coming. Everyone, be quiet." Lynn stood on the podium with a stern face. Whispers surrounded her. "Who is that? Never seen that student before. Is she carrying study materials? What? Is she Professor Heathcliffe's assistant?" Hearing those words, Flora couldn't help being astounded. What? He already hired an assistant." The very next second, Heathcliffe's voice came from outside the door. "Well done, Sadena. You may go now." Sadena bowed her head. "Yes." Looking at the dumbfounded faces of the students, he was confused. Why are they acting like that? Then, he cleared his throat. "Focus. Class is starting." Period of time passed. Heathcliff announced, "That's it for today. Today's material will be on the test, so remember to review it." Suddenly, a female voice spoke up. "Professor Heathcliff, I have a question." He quickly replied, "What do you want to ask, Julia Blum?" Hearing her name, Julia immediately looked surprised. "Oh my God, you remember my name." He recalled. She was the top scorer in the entrance exam. "I heard the magic tower supports her too." Heathcliff spoke. "Go ahead." Julia laughed loudly, acting carefree. "It's not very important." A second later, her expression turned sinister as she asked, "How did you recruit an assistant?" Heathcliff's expression changed slightly. He cursed inwardly. "I knew she would ask that." Then, he answered frankly, "I personally chose her." Julia didn't let up. "Are there any conditions? Like possessing the highest magic power?" Her face was full of sarcasm. "Or perhaps, someone so famous that everyone remembers their name?" Heathcliff sneered internally. Aha, so it's not just a simple curious question. Immediately, after he answered, when choosing an assistant, I only care about one thing. That is, character. Julia froze, no longer as natural as before. He continued, if you have a good character, I welcome you, and you will be interviewed. His face darkened. He narrowed his sharp eyes and declared, however, after asking that question, I don't think you need an interview anymore. His voice was cold as a knife, making Julia speechless. Because it seems you are not suitable to be my assistant. Finally, he said, if there are no other questions, I'm leaving. In witnessing the conversation, began to worry. Heathcliff reminded the class one last time. Midterms are coming up. Prepare well. Heathcliff left the classroom after finishing the lesson. Suddenly, he noticed someone. He immediately glanced over. Seeing Sadena standing outside the door, he asked, have you been standing here this whole time? Go to the assistant's office and wait for me. Sadena quickly said, ah yes. Suddenly she awkwardly called out to him. Ah, Also Seeing her stammering, he asked, what's wrong? And Sadena waved it off. Ah, it's nothing. Have a good work day, Professor. He replied gently, You too. Then, he handed her a file and instructed, right. Here are the students' assignments submitted today. Keep them safe until the end of the day. Sadena affirmed, yes, sir. He walked away from the spot, but he hadn't gone far when someone called out, Professor, turned out to Flora. He looked back at her and asked, is something wrong, Flora Lumos? She was a bit hesitant. I heard you just recruited an assistant. Heathcliff replied immediately, that's right. Do you want to be an assistant too? Hearing that, Flora jumped. Huh? Of course not. How could I do that? Then he asked again, so why did you come to see me? Flora remained silent for a while as if thinking. Suddenly, she spoke up. I wanted to thank you. She put her hands on her hips, looked away and continued shyly. Last time, thanks to your help, I returned safely, and your advice wasn't wrong. He seriously replied, I only did what a professor should do. As long as you seriously consider my advice, that's good enough. Just as he finished speaking, Flora asked, did you go back immediately after that? You must have used more mana than me that day. Heathcliff said calmly, I'm perfectly fine. However, inside he gritted his teeth in frustration. Actually, I almost croaked too. Suddenly, Flora curiously switched topics. Professor, how many elements have you mastered? I only saw you use 5 elements in class. He closed his eyes helplessly and answered, that is all the elements I can use. In his mind he thought carefully, actually, I can use all 10 elements, but that's not good. Unlike a mage who cultivates only one element, basically, internally he was in pain. The downside of multi-elements is that none of them are particularly strong. Heathcliff calculated silently, but if this gets out, I'll be in a tight spot, so I'll just say 5. At this moment, Flora, after hearing his answer, rubbed her chin and mumbled, 5? That's a lot. He seemed to have nothing else to do, so he turned to leave, dropping a sentence. If you have no more questions, I'm going. But she hurriedly reached out to stop him. Still. Heathcliff reminded her seriously, if you still haven't changed your mind, you're welcome to apply to be my assistant anytime. You can completely become my assistant. Hearing those words, Flora was a bit stunned and surprised. Finally, she couldn't say anything more. Her hand raised in midair hadn't lowered yet, her eyes following Heathcliff as he walked away. She suddenly bit her lip tight. Then, her face darkened as she lowered her head. Her hands clenched tight. She said a sentence without context. How annoying. Scene shifts to a luxurious doorway. Heathcliff greeted the headmistress. Did you call for me? Headmistress Elisa sat on her throne, resting her hands on the table. She smiled and asked, hello, Professor Heathcliff. Have you heard the recent rumors? She said, inside Theon, the omnipotent stone has disappeared. He calmly nodded in response. I've heard. I think it's just a silly rumor among the students. Elisa suddenly interrupted seriously. No. He was surprised and confused. Ha! She reached out her hand. A glittering stone appeared. Elisa smiled and said, the omnipotent stone that can grant wishes truly exists. She continued, mystical object with unique power that has existed for a very long time. Hearing this, he couldn't help but be astonished. A divine artifact? She confirmed it again. Correct. That is accurate. Lisa began to explain. what an ancient divine artifact of unknown origin is. Its power is estimated to be 100 times that of a sacred relic that an archmage could create. Heathcliff wondered, is such a divine artifact really in Theon? She immediately replied, yes, we have had it in custody for quite some time now. Her eyes clearly showed calculation. Elisa said, but that is top secret information. If there are rumors, it means the information has been leaked out. Heathcliff immediately offered a speculation. Someone revealed the secret. She agreed with that opinion. Correct, but there is still another possibility. Elisa spoke in more detail about what she speculated. Because the omnipotent stone has such terrible power, the area storing it is under very strict security procedures. It is possible that information was leaked while the storage room relaxed its defense due to the process of transporting the stone. Her eyes narrowed. She spoke frankly to him, but because this rumor is very specific, I am considering assigning you to investigate it for me. His expression darkened. His eyes dimmed as if sensing danger, switching to alert mode. He silently analyzed. On the surface, it seems the principal trusts me enough to entrust this task. But she is not the type to trust me just because I am on her side. Looking at her sinister face, he became even more certain of his thoughts. It is more likely that she wants to seize this opportunity to investigate my background. Lisa tapped a finger on the table, continuing, just tell me if you have any questions. Also, please help us during the process with that divine artifact. He agreed. All right, are there any other mages participating? She replied, yes. Heathcliff closed his eyes and calmly confirmed. Heathcliff sat resting his chin on his hand, pondering the issue. Information leaked from Theon. Could it be the Black Order? But then there has been no contact from Sadena. He reached up to adjust the glasses on his face, analyzing everything himself. I am not sure if it is another transaction, or for some other purpose, but an incident will happen soon. He slipped his hand into the inner pocket of his shirt, while thinking. Besides that, Heathcliff took out a shiny stone fragment and held it up high to examine it. Thinking silently, a divine artifact. It seems I have also found one here. He started to remember. Stone long past. I have changed identities while traveling through the lands for quite a long time. Sometimes as a mercenary, sometimes as a professional criminal, and then, sometimes a merchant. There is only one single reason for my wandering across this world with so many identities. Light reflected on the shiny stone fragment. He thought, that is to find the remaining fragments of this divine artifact. His eyes widened, as if reminding himself, I came here because I heard the Empire possessed a divine artifact. But I did not think there would be one inside Theon as well. Heathcliff remembered the dark green stone, thinking silently, of course, it is a different type from the divine artifact I am looking for. But what if I can use the omnipotent stone to locate the one I seek? Suddenly, the crystal ball on the table glowed again. Han's voice rang out from the other side. Bobos, I have cleaned up the scene. He reported back to Heathcliff. Perhaps because you are watching the Red Society, the other 3 societies are also lying low. But Piranhas, the one who wants to take over that guild is going crazy. Boss, I might need your help. Are you free? Heathcliff replied. Maybe in a week. Anguesur. Is something happening over there? He leaned down to speak into the crystal ball. There is a divine artifact inside Theon. Han heard this and rested his chin on his hand, looking somewhat helpless. Seriously? You get into more trouble than I do. Heathcliff thought the same. Indeed, Han asked. Further, no, but what kind of school has a divine artifact? The principal must have some secret basement. Heathcliff sighed. Closing his eyes, he said, Han, stop talking nonsense. On the other end, Han pouted. Can't you take a joke? Anyway, I am going on a date too. Heathcliff replied. Good luck. After the conversation, he sat in contemplative silence again. I must act as soon as possible. But now I still have to sit tight as per the principal's request. He silently thought, can the omnipotent stone grant wishes? This might be an opportunity. His eyes looked down at the stone resting in his palm, telling himself, divine artifacts are not easy to find. Even someone who has traveled everywhere searching like me has only found 3 fragments. Heathcliff analyzed for a moment. Based on shape and size, there should be about 4 fragments left. Once I find all 7 fragments, a complete divine artifact of my own will be finished. His expression turned serious. Waves of thought kept crashing in. If I can do it, then. Heathcliff clenched the stone in his hand, looking as if he had resolved to do something. Finally, what remained was the silhouette of him sitting alone at the desk, head resting on his supporting hand. Bright moonlight shone straight through the window into the room. Servant asked respectfully, "Do you need anything else?" Princess, "No. You may go inside." "Yes." Elendon sighed tiredly. "I am so tired. They cannot leave me alone for even an hour." She frowned, thinking inwardly, "Although with this position I have to accept it. I want to live a normal life like other students." Just then, a knock on the door sounded from outside, making Elendon jump. She cleared her throat and said, "What is it?" The person outside immediately replied, "Princess, someone sent a request to you." "A request?" Immediately after, Tarana's image appeared. "Forgive me for coming so late at night like this, Princess Elendon. Is there an emergency?" "It is fine. But what business do you have with me, Tarana? I heard about the recent presence of werewolves in Theon. Is that true?" She replied with a stern face. "Yes. One of the professors has already dealt with them." Tarina lowered her voice. "I am investigating a case related to it." "Which case?" "I have been asked to keep this confidential. Please understand, Your Highness. Anyway, I intend to meet that professor. Do you happen to know who it is?" The two of them had been talking for quite a while. "The new professor."
Rudiger Chelsea.
Elendon said softly, "I hope your investigation yields results soon." Tarina, "Thank you." "Ah, that's right. Princess." "Yes." "The first princess said she is waiting to hear from you. She wanted me to convey that she is very sad because you haven't contacted her lately." Hearing that, her face darkened slightly. "I understand. Then, I shall take my leave." Then the call ended. Elendon let out a long sigh. He hesitated and thought, "Right, I could have asked how she was doing. Speaking to me through Tarina is also her way of caring for me. How frustrating." Scene change. At the academy. "What is the matter?" "The new professor has dealt with it. I need to meet that person as soon as possible." Tarina asked in a low voice, "Enya, how is the investigation of the factory going?" "Ah, yes. I analyzed a few unburnt scraps of paper. It seems someone is researching or developing something, but the details are still unknown." Tarina suddenly felt a headache coming on. "It's not exactly baseless, but we can't proceed either." "Anything else?" Enya quickly replied. "One more thing. The Crimson Society. A dark guild. It recently disappeared overnight in Leberk." Hearing this, he looked at her. "The Crimson Society. Does it have any connection to this case?"
No.
"But we should still keep an eye on it."
No.
"It's fine. No need to worry that far ahead. Focus on your investigation. Scout Leberk a bit more, and then we will head to Theon." "Understood." As for Heathcliffe, he was currently teaching in a classroom. While writing on the board, he thought, "Over the past few days, rumors have been spreading more and more. Students are acting on their own accord because of the werewolf incident. In that case, I'll likely be bothered soon too." He glanced toward the back. The students were all nodding off. "There is absolutely no spirit of learning here." Heathcliff gently placed the book in his hand down on the podium. Said in a low voice, "It seems you are all bored. Then, I will show you something interesting." Dozing students woke up curious upon hearing this. "What's hot?" He created a small flame in his hand. Mages always use magic by centering it on themselves, because mana comes from incantations. However, Heathcliff glanced at the students. There were still some people sleeping, paying no attention to his words. Immediately after, he created a burst of fire that made them scream in terror. "If you touch upon it a little, you can also do this." I said magic manifests outwardly using the incantation as the center, but in reality there is a small gap within it. Usually, it falls within about 1 meter at most. However, if you are willing to expend more mana, you can extend it even further. And I call this the coordinate designation formula. Flora stared in bewilderment, thinking, "Coordinate designation formula? I have never heard of this. Where on earth did he learn that magic?" Heathcliff continued speaking. "This might be interesting to you, but this is merely a small modification in the usage of magic. It was created from the inspiration of a certain mage. And I am not showing you this because I want to teach it to you." Students' eyes went wide upon hearing this. "Huh? You're not teaching us? Then why?" He replied with a stern face. "Because I want you to realize one thing. All magic develops from a solid foundation, and a finished artifact only comes right after that. To use magic truly perfectly, you must learn step by step. So if you feel bored or think I am stating the obvious, focus on studying first, for the sake of your future selves." Class is dismissed for today. If anyone wants to learn more about this magic, come to my office. I will think highly of you. Afterwards, Heathcliff went straight to his study. Inside, Sadena was already waiting. Seeing him, she immediately stood up. "Ah, Professor. Heathcliff focused on the glowing crystal ball on the desk. Sadena, wait outside for a moment. Ah, yes. He stepped through the barrier. He sat down at the desk. He thought, it must be nearly time for me to be contacted. Heathcliff lightly touched the crystal ball. Yes, Prime Minister. Immediately, a voice rang out. Professor Rudiger. Emergency situation. Hearing that, he froze. Yes. The omnipotent stone has been stolen. I underestimated your enemies. He furrowed his brows tightly. What happened? They knew about the stone's reserve room. They attacked before we could do anything. Elisa said with a headache. No matter how far the rumors spread, I thought handling it quickly would be enough. Yet, a mistake like this happened in the end. We are chasing them, but if they use the stone, the situation will become much more serious. Heathcliff responded in silence. I know. How long do you think the golden time will last? Hearing that, Elisa said, I think until midnight tonight. I understand. She asked further. Is there anything else you want to ask? I think it would be better for you to move rather than sit there asking more questions. All right, then I leave it to you. The call was quickly disconnected. Heathcliff touched the barrier. In his heart, he felt extremely troubled. I knew this would happen, but who thought it would come so soon? Those people. What the hell are they thinking? I haven't cleared all the Prime Minister's suspicions yet. I'll be considered one of them. He frowned and began to calculate. Something is wrong. This situation. Is it really the First Order? Now that I think about it. Heathcliff called out in a deep voice. Sadena, come back here. She quickly opened the door and stepped inside. It seems a subordinate is acting on their own. Sadena nodded anxiously. Yes. He remained calm. He looked at her face. Explain to me from the beginning exactly what happened. According to the investigation, it started with a Third Order seeking news. That person found documents related to the omnipotent stone while searching for info on Theon. Somehow, rumors about the stone spread among the students. Because he read that information, he completely believed the rumors, and subsequently learned of the stone's existence and location. That guy quickly reported it to a Second Order. But that person didn't report it up and acted on his own. His name is Demiless. He has close ties to the government and handles matters related to them. Heathcliff heard this and said, if it's such important information, he really should have reported it to the First Order. Does he really think I wouldn't know? Why do you think he did that? Sadena responded with some hesitation. This is just my speculation, but I think he wants to become a First Order. The Order never said the 7 positions of the First Order could not be changed at any time. Demiles's talent isn't enough to satisfy his greed, so perhaps this time he wants to gamble big. I understand. So what is the situation now? She didn't answer but asked back, Ah, Professor, do you intend to act personally? Yes, they are already chasing him. If we aren't careful, our identities will be exposed. Sadena frowned slightly. They are currently fleeing after stealing the stone with a few dozen accomplices. I only know they ran towards the silent forest. Heathcliff heard this and stood up abruptly. All right, I should get going too. Seeing this, she stammered. What should I do? You don't need to do anything. Ah. That information alone is enough. Good job, Sadena. I will leave the rest for you to handle. Saying that, he quickly walked away. Only Sadena was left standing there dazedly. She couldn't help but tear up. Thank you, sir. Heathcliff stood outside, glanced back into the study. In his heart, he wondered, I only said a few sentences. Why is she making that face? I thought it was extreme loyalty or something, but it seems that's not it. The most important thing right now is, he lowered his voice, Ater Nocturnus. Immediately, a shroud of black power enveloped his body. Heathcliff looked forward with a cold, sharp gaze. The sky had turned dark by now. The street lamps were lighting up one by one. Heathcliff walked straight ahead, radiating a murderous aura. He thought to himself, Ater Nocturnus. It belongs to a summoning spell type called the Path of Magic. It consumes a large amount of mana, but it can completely conceal the user's presence, so that no one can find them. He walked straight past Flora and Cheryl. Flora, who was laughing and talking happily, suddenly froze. Seeing this, Cheryl asked, Flora, what's wrong? She didn't reply but turned her head towards where Heathcliff was walking. But she couldn't see anyone. Huh? Someone just walked past. I didn't see anyone, but I definitely smelled the scent of magic. Invisibility magic? I have to check it out. Flora, where are you going? Flora. At this moment, at the gate separating the academy from the forest, a group was standing guard. Damn it, they actually ran into the silent forest. Even if it's dangerous, shouldn't we call for more people? Why do forests like this still exist? It's been destroyed so many times. They kept talking, unaware that Heathcliff had just flashed past them. Walked straight into the deep, dark forest. But no matter how much you try, it grows back extremely fast and drives intruders mad. Blocking the entrance is our best option. Scene change. Deep inside the forest. Constant panting sounds could be heard. Demiless gritted his teeth and warned a man who was clutching his head and groaning. Calm down. Do you want to go mad like that other guy? Others felt anxious and asked, Lord Demiless, what should we do? We are surrounded. We can't stay here for long either. Not waiting for them to finish, he shouted angrily, Shut up, I have a plan. The group instantly fell silent. Demiless took out a blue stone. He stared at it with wide eyes. Damn it, it is indeed the omnipotent stone. But it's completely useless. The power radiating from the stone is real. But why? Why is there no reaction at all? Suddenly, they all startled and looked towards one spot. Who are you? Heathcliff spoke calmly. Is this all of you? I heard there were at least 10 people. Were the rest captured or left behind? Demiless and the others were trembling uncontrollably, as if unable to believe his eyes. Lord Heathcliff. He looked at the man with eyes full of coldness. Second order Demiless. Why do you think I came here personally? The man's face turned pale with fear. He thought, he knows everything. Why am I so unlucky to run into the cold-blooded Heathcliff? I'm going to die today. Demiless tremblingly raised the stone. This is the omnipotent stone. I offer it to you, sir. Heathcliff observed it expressionlessly. He reached out his hand to take the stone. Good job. Well then, farewell. The man looked up in bewilderment. Ha! Right after that, 3 sharp spikes suddenly shot up from the ground, piercing straight through them. Before completely losing consciousness, Demiless struggled to speak. First order. Why? Heathcliff carelessly snatched the omnipotent stone from his hand. He looked down at it with a dark expression. Why? Talking to you would only waste my time. This is the omnipotent stone? He frowned tightly. This isn't a relic. It has a powerful source of mana inside. But that's all. But the principal said that. Heathcliff was slightly startled and looked up. At that moment, a beam of pink light suddenly appeared in the sky. It shot straight down from above with extreme speed. That beam of light illuminated the entire forest. Then, a massive explosion occurred. The tremor was more violent than ever. The entire area was destroyed. Only a deep crater remained in the ground. In the center, the omnipotent stone lay there alone. Oh my, I shot that very hard. It's truly unbelievable that there isn't even a crack. It's over. Elisa Willow, holding her scepter, smiled and picked up the stone. The fake omnipotent stone. Elisa smiled and glanced in another direction. She thought, just need to add a little spice to this bait. The big rat will take the trap soon enough. Professor Rudiger, you will regret being here. A tree base not far away. Heathcliff had used teleportation to hide behind it. He gritted his teeth, thinking, this is not good. Recalling earlier, when that beam of light struck straight down, he quickly used a terror nocturne to teleport away from there. Avoiding a disaster, Heathcliff couldn't help but let out a breath. My spell is equivalent to magic. Perhaps that's why I survived. Teleportation magic doesn't exist in this world. But with the coordinate designation formula and the uniqueness of this magic, I can do anything. That is a 6th rank professor. The power of Elisa Willow. He looked behind him vigilantly. She told me to do this. But why did she come here alone? Moreover, that omnipotent stone is fake. Could she have discovered my identity and lured me in? Just then, a sudden headache struck him. Heathcliff groaned in pain. He quickly took a vial of potion from his clothes. Damn it! The teleportation spell drained my mana. Heathcliff downed all the medicine into his mouth. I won't choose such a troublesome method. So from the beginning, she acted alone. She didn't even reveal it to her allies to achieve maximum efficiency. A truly extraordinary person. Immediately after, he sensed human movement nearby. Heathcliff raised his cane without hesitation. But it turned out the person approaching wasn't Elisa, but Flora. She screamed upon being suddenly attacked. Flora stammered, Professor, you. He also quickly recognized her. Flora Lumos. Why are you here? Don't you know this forest is forbidden? Huh? She raised her voice and asked back. Then why are you here, Professor? I'm the one who should be asking you. Also, what was that terrifyingly strong magic just now? That's none of your business. This forest is very dangerous for students. Go back immediately. Flora retorted. I'm not that weak. Heathcliff didn't argue further with her. He thought, it seems she didn't encounter anything suspicious. Did she find a path to avoid the gate guards to enter the forest? At the same time, Flora was thinking, how can I tell him I came here because I smelled something very fragrant? I didn't expect Professor Rudiger to be here. Then, another voice suddenly rang out, attracting the attention of both of them. Flora. Elisa stared at him silently. Before that, she had seen Heathcliff panting and taking out a potion bottle to drink. She couldn't help but feel curious. What medicine did he just drink? Is something wrong with him? Elisa saw him walking out of the bushes and pretended not to know anything. Ah, Professor Rudiger. Who are these two students? He immediately answered her. These two students got lost in the silent forest, so I'm leading them out. Lisa looked at him with a contemplative gaze. The silent forest. Why are students here? Flora suddenly stepped forward to take the blame. It's my fault, Principal. Cheryl was extremely shocked to hear that. Flora. Elisa also looked at her. Flora Lumos. She said sternly, you entered the silent forest on your own, so Cheryl chased after you. Professor Rudiger found you too right after that. I understand. Heathcliff asked, how should I deal with them? Elisa just giggled and said, well, students have the right to make mistakes. Just let it pass. But what should we do? The current situation is quite urgent, so I have to go handle it first. He nodded. Slightly. So the magic earlier was yours, Principal? So, surely everything has been handled. It's fine. I will take responsibility for bringing these two students back. All right, I'm counting on you. Scene change. Elisa and Wilford walked together into a cellar deep within the academy. That man named Rudiger Chechel. How was he? Elisa was still holding the omnipotent stone. She replied softly, this event makes it hard for me to suspect him. His reaction was nothing unusual. Wilford chuckled upon hearing that. That's truly fortunate. But there's no one more suspicious than him. However, why did we have to spread rumors ourselves like that? She smiled and said, we did that to lure the rats into the trap first. He didn't ask anything more. I understand. They walked straight to a room at the end of the corridor. Inside that room, in the center was the omnipotent stone, shining brilliantly. The real stone is safe here. It's a relief nothing happened to it. This stone is so dangerous it once completely destroyed a kingdom. Elisa looked around once, then quickly closed the door. We've confirmed it. Let's go. I don't want to stay here any longer. She didn't know that just a few seconds later, Heathcliff had used teleportation to follow the trail here. He smirked. At first I didn't believe it, but I hit the jackpot. Luckily I left a tracker on the fake stone. Sure enough, the principal returned to check on the real stone. He walked straight to the real stone. The magical energy the real stone radiates is clearly much stronger. Strong enough to suck me in. But it's not enough to satisfy my true desire. No, because I can see the limits of your power. He touched the stone with his bare hand without hesitation. However, at least, I know you can show me the location of the remaining relic pieces. The powerful energy of the stone radiated violently. The magical energy radiated more and more intensely. It's trying to bore into the very depths of my body. Heathcliff said in a low voice, quiet now. If you go any deeper, even with my will resisting, you will shatter into pieces. Immediately after, the energy gradually subsided. Good. Now tell me the location of the remaining pieces. A moment later, Heathcliff looked at the stone which was no longer radiating energy. As expected, I can't clearly tell the location of each piece. Even so, there is a piece very close to here. It was nighttime. Heathcliff's mansion. What is it? Heathcliff spoke wearily to Hans through the crystal ball. The matter I mentioned the other day is done. Schedule the appointment for tomorrow night. Hans asked, that's good. The deadline is coming up anyway. But why does your voice sound like that? Is something wrong? He sighed and said, nothing. We found the location of the relic. Though it's only one. But I overworked myself a bit.
Hans frovnid.
Slightly. A lot has been happening lately, but only one piece. That's a bit not worth it. Actually there are two, but the other one is already known. The remaining one, not waiting for him to finish, Heathcliff had already guessed it, is located right in Leathervolk. Based on the scenery I saw through the relic, it's probably at an auction house. Hans continued, Kunst auction house. That's the only auction house here. I heard there's a big event coming up there. It's likely an auction item. You can check the auction list, right? Yeah. Simple. And see you tomorrow night. Yeah. Good job. The call ended just like that. Scene change. Early next morning. as the sun just rose. What are you doing? Heathcliff frowned at Flora, who was lurking in front of his office. In front of my door like that. She froze upon seeing him. Ah. Then she stammered. You weren't in there? He didn't waste time and asked directly. Do you have business with me? Flora frowned, thinking. What should I say? Should I ask about the special magic he used last time? Or ask about the potion? For that reason, I don't dare to open my mouth to ask. Heathcliff waited but received no answer. He walked straight past her. If you have nothing to say, I'm going in. Flora cried out softly. Wait. He felt a real headache. What is it? If it's not necessary then. Suddenly, water droplets of various sizes flew in front of his face, causing Heathcliff to widen his eyes in surprise. Not stopping there, Flora also created ice and fire magic. She smirked and asked, What do you think of my coordinate designation formula? He replied calmly, Surprising. I didn't expect a student to be able to perform that magic. Flora's face tilted up to the sky upon being praised. Because I'm a genius. As the only one, I should be rewarded with something, right? Heathcliff glanced at her and asked, Yeah, how about this? Highest score. What do you think? Just points are a bit unworthy of my effort. I want something else equivalent to that highest score. He looked at Flora with a scrutinizing gaze. Then he opened the study door. Come in. Flora quickly stepped inside. She looked around for a while. This is my first time in here. Heathcliff reminded her in a low voice. The laboratory is this way. She was a bit surprised to hear that. Laboratory? Opened another door. Inside was a fairly large room, fully equipped with experimental tools. Flora frowned at the words and drawings on the large blackboard. What is he researching? I've never seen these characters before, but it doesn't look like scribbles. Not giving her time to think further, Heathcliff said softly. Honestly, I didn't expect you to be able to do it, so I was hesitating on what to reward you with. As you know, coordinate designation is a mathematical formula. You have to control mana and perform a formula at the same time. Flora pouted, thinking to herself, So that's how it is, but I just imitated what I saw. Since you understood and performed it, I will show you this. He waved his wand lightly. Immediately, a golden light appeared, wrapping around the wand. Flora watched with wide eyes. What is this? Soon, Heathcliff had drawn a shape in midair. Her face turned pale at a speed visible to the naked eye. It feels like my head is about to split in two. What is this sensation? Flora then fainted right on the spot. A while later, she slowly opened her eyes. She sat up with a start. Heathcliff, who was sitting at the desk, heard the noise and asked, Awake! HM, how long has it been? He replied, Klein bottle. I call it by that name. I saw it before, so I thought of a way to create it myself. It was just for testing. Flora couldn't help but feel surprised. You created it just to test? Are your eyes and nose okay? Huh? Why do you ask that? Heathcliff glanced at her. You had the ability to sense all magical fluctuations, right? When you saw my formula, your pupils dilated and your fingers trembled. You must have sensed it in a way normal people can't. You must have been shocked because you had never seen this type of magic before. Flora clenched her hands tight. Aren't you curious, Professor, about my ability?
No.
I'm not interested in any special skills. But I'm not sure about other mages. You'd best not get caught. It's late. You should go back. She didn't stay there any longer and quickly walked out. Separated by a door, Flora thought suspiciously. How can he be so calm after knowing my ability? Has he met someone with this ability before? Now that I remember, I haven't been rewarded properly yet. Scene change. It was dark by now. Heathcliff walked slowly to a parked car where Hans was waiting. Truly, no matter how many times I see it, I can't get used to your stylish look. Hans heard the voice and smiled. You're here? Did you plan to just stand there? Yeah, just as usual. Glanced at the car beside him. Where did you get this car?
Hans läghed delightfully.
The coolest car here. If we need it, we have to take it, right? True. Then let's get in. Then, they drove straight to a bustling building full of music and laughter. Men and women dressed elegantly and luxuriously were constantly entering. Heathcliff followed behind Hans. He looked around. Noisy and unnecessarily flashy. Hans then said, This place is famous. Isn't it still better than dirty and desolate? Which floor is the meeting? 4th floor. They reached the stairs but were stopped. Wait, you need permission to go up to the 4th floor. Hans took out a ticket from his clothes for them to check. But we can go in. Sure enough, the 2 guards immediately stepped aside. Please. Heathcliff commented in a low voice. The atmosphere on the 4th floor is truly different. Hans smiled and replied, I heard underground organizations often meet here. That's why. Unwritten rule of this place was born. Unwritten rule.
No.
Fighting aloud on the 4th floor. That's why this floor has no security. There must be a reason we were invited here. Perhaps they want to check if we follow that rule. After walking a while, they stopped in front of a door. We're here. Inside the room, there was a group of people in black scarves sitting around a dining table. Waiting there. Well then, let's go in. Moriarty, I'm sure you wouldn't lie in a place like this. I know you went missing after the failed uprising in the Delica Kingdom. The Black Rose Lady Violetta said in a low voice, What wind blew you here? Do you want to redo what you failed at? Heathcliff sipped his wine and replied, Of course not. Don't speak baseless words anymore. I never had that thought. How can I trust you? Why would someone with no bad intentions destroy the Red Society right after arriving here? I just cleaned up the filth in front of my eyes. Kier Caspinian frowned and asked, Enough private talk. What do you want? Surely you have your own intentions for accepting our invitation. Sharp. I want to build a foundation here. He heard that and asked further. Foundation? Do you want to create a second Red Society or something? Orkies and Dion remained silent. Only their eyebrows were knit tight. Heathcliff sighed slightly. Of course not. I understand the reason for the tense atmosphere. First, I will clear up this misunderstanding. Dion looked at him with suspicious eyes. What misunderstanding? Before that, I want to speak privately. Huh? What are you saying? It's fine, Mr. Dion. Marcella smiled and said, You figured it out, Moriarty. I'm often looked down on for being a child. Heathcliff shrugged. My life hasn't been pathetic enough to look down on a child. And don't worry, I don't intend to establish a second Red Society. Of course. I intend to start a new business. He quickly turned serious. I have a proposal. If you come work under me, I will help you make a lot of money.
Hans stood
to the side, gritting his teeth at this. What is he saying? Violetta said bluntly. Then how is that different from the Red Society? You will eventually suppress us into following your every order. So even if you refuse, I will also transfer a part of the Red Society's business to you. All of them were shocked to the point of startling upon hearing him speak. Marcella asked hesitantly, Even if we refuse? I don't understand. What do you really want? As you know, my current position isn't suitable for causing chaos. Fighting is useless too. I just need solid power. You don't need to believe me. Even if you refuse, you won't lose anything. But I really want to hear your answer. Atmosphere suddenly became awkward. But Pinion calmly spoke up. Hey, at least tell us what that business is. Right? Violetta frowned and cried out, Pinion, why are you deciding on your own? He didn't pay attention to her but looked straight into Heathcliff's eyes and said, If it's dangerous, I'm not in. You must understand that. He waved his hand to call Hans. I promise you won't encounter any danger. Hans quickly handed a stack of papers towards them. Do you know how nobles like to have fun? Pinion, though not understanding the point, still answered, Ah, well, opera and music, right? Don't tell me we have to do those things. No. I want you to do something more elegant. Telling stories through drama and music. And dancing too. His head was full of question marks. Just looking at this, I'm not sure. But you have vision. Let's do it. Heathcliff saw this and said, Then I look forward to working with you. Guild leader Pinion. Violetta still wanted to ask thoroughly. Interesting, Moriarty. What do you want in the end? I want change. Before factories and forges appeared here, this was a wasteland. Only a gray sky and a bleak future. But humans need to look at the sky to live, right? I want to change this gloomy place into a place truly alive. I will also provide suitable business models for other organizations. You should read through it first. After chatting for a while, it became late. Electric lights were no longer flickering. Hans couldn't help but praise. Your idea earlier was great. You actually got all 3 organizations to agree. Heathcliff walked slowly. I just took inspiration from someone else's idea. Anyway, he suddenly turned around. What do you want? You don't have anyone escorting you. Violetta stood leaning against the wall and said, I want to speak with you privately. You go ahead, Hans. Yeah. Now only the 2 of them remained. She looked straight into his eyes and said, The thing you just proposed, do you really think it will work well? Heathcliff didn't answer but asked back, Don't you think so? The clothing market is currently controlled by nobles and wealthy merchants. I don't know if we still have a chance. My potential customers aren't them. Ready-made clothes that are light and convenient for daily wear. If people only focus on those outfits, those nobles won't be the majority anymore. Violetta immediately retorted. But we won't be able to avoid their sabotage. But he remained as calm as if nothing was wrong. Then we must beat them. We can't hide forever. You don't need to worry about the kids anymore. If you accept my offer, I will protect them. And when the business starts, you will be able to use your magic on clothes too. Violetta jumped upon hearing this. How do you know? Mage will recognize another mage, no matter what. Since I agreed to cooperate, I can't hide it forever. She raised her hand, lifting the veil covering her face. A beautiful face with black spots around one eye was revealed. Heathcliff frowned slightly. Burns from magic. Yes, a mage with extreme possessiveness. The one who taught me magic caused it. Because I came too late, even the apostles of Hella had to give up. I've shown you my ugly face. So I'll take my leave. Not waiting for her to finish, he suddenly grabbed her hand. Wait. Since you trusted me and showed me your face, I must show you something too. What are you saying? Heathcliff lightly touched Violetta's burn with his finger. In just an instant, the burn immediately vanished as if nothing had happened. Look at your face again. Violetta looked into the mirror in bewilderment. How did? He smiled slightly and said, It's truly a pity for magic to have to cover your face just because of that scar. She froze upon hearing that. I'm still more comfortable covering my face. Suit yourself. I will follow your orders first. Today's meeting was very effective. So, Heathcliff suddenly shouted loudly, Violetta! She didn't understand why his reaction was so harsh. Ha! He didn't say anything more but quickly hugged her and pulled her away. Following that, a strange object suddenly attacked towards them. It turned out to be an extremely sharp arrow. Heathcliff asked in a low voice, Are you okay? Yeah, thank you. He took his scepter out from his coat. An ambush? Who is it? I also suspect a few people, but I don't think it's just one or two people. In front of them was a group of people holding weapons. James Moriarty, an important figure like you actually has no escorts. Truly a good opportunity for me. He glanced. I scanned the surroundings once. Remnants of the Red Society? Do you not know the reason your organization collapsed? I know it very well. That is why I prepared carefully. Immediately after, Heathcliff realized a strange scent wafting by. The smell was poison gas. Violetta, don't use magic. Control it tightly. You understand it too well, don't you? The leader in black laughed with delight. Wait, this voice. The wait was truly worth it. To think I could take down two important figures at once. Violetta frowned and took out her umbrella. How annoying. Violence isn't my style. Heathcliff glanced at her. Do you plan to fight them? We can't run away anymore. He smiled and asked, So, does the lady know how to dance? Good enough not to need to admire others. Then I'll leave your back to you. At battle area, waves of power impacted the civilian houses below. Heathcliff and Violetta were fighting together, dealing with the remnants. Those guys panicked upon seeing the two so powerful. Damn it, are they still too strong for us even without using magic? Even so, but they seem to be running out of stamina. Hold them off a little longer. Violetta, now tired, spoke up.
I'm exhausted.
Is it because I don't exercise often? Heathcliff then joked with her. Perhaps you should consider physical training after this is over. Joked, but inside he was calculating. Asterisk, I still haven't found the one who shot the first arrow. Is he hiding himself after that surprise attack? Asterisk. Asterisk, he is using a rare type of diffusion incense capable of concealing his killing intent. It seems asterisk. There is a professional among them. Thinking this, he suddenly spoke up in a low voice. Violetta. She turned to respond. What is imd? Quietly, he hoisted Violetta up and rushed straight in one direction at top speed. Group saw him fleeing and shouted in panic. You idiots! They are running away. Chase them quickly. Violetta, being carried, asked in confusion. What are you doing? He explained. They have a professional assassin hiding in their ranks. We will fall into a disadvantage if we continue fighting like this. She exclaimed in panic. An assassin. Right after that, two streaks of aura shot past the remnants. Two assassins wielding knives rushed after the two of them. Those guys are... Heathcliff was about to answer when the two of them drew near. Heathcliff then asked, Do you know who they are? Violetta quickly replied, I heard there is a group of assassins from the southern desert, those willing to kill for money. The southern desert? Just as I thought. That is a Kansapa assassin. Heathcliff prepared to make a move and warned her first. Careful not to bite your tongue. Violetta was still confused. Suddenly, a chain shot out from his hand. That chain helped him vault over a high wall. The two assassins, agile in movement, simply jumped up. After the two climbed onto a roof, the two assassins also arrived. As soon as they landed, one of them slashed out two powerful knife strikes with both hands. Heathcliff and Violetta quickly jumped backward to dodge. Violetta quickly opened her umbrella to block the wave of power. But immediately the umbrella was corroded by that aura. Violetta was utterly shocked. What did they smear on those blades? My umbrella melted completely. Heathcliff turned to answer as if understanding her question. That is a special poison used by Kensapa assassins. Basically, nothing can block it. Violetta heard this and asked worriedly, "So what do we do now?" The two stood back to back. Heathcliff answered her. "Either we wait until they run out of throwing knives, or we manage to escape from here." Violetta made her choice. "The second option sounds better." He complied. "All right, then. Hold on tight." Immediately, Heathcliff once again lifted Violetta up, then jumped down and ran off. The two assassins were also startled. Heathcliff's feet accelerated, running as fast as possible. Then he once again jumped down from a high place. The assassins fell into silence for a moment. Then they looked at each other and nodded as if exchanging a silent agreement. Afterward, the two split up and dove down from two sides. When the assassin was about to dash off, a call rang out. "Wait!" Sin quickly pulled out two more poison knives while thinking. She is alone. Did that guy run away? No. There is no way he would leave her here and run. He poked out from a wall to observe her from the darkness. This reeks of a trap. That woman is definitely bait. And that guy must be hiding somewhere nearby. He just stood there calculating. Suddenly, he threw two knives in one direction. Over there. But it turned out to be just a pillar. This made the assassin extremely panicked. Immediately after, Heathcliff appeared from behind him and thrust a sword through the guy's chest. Blood spurted out. The assassin trembled in pain, but he still gasped in question. How? Heathcliff, with cold eyes, replied to him, "Just magic. Although it is true I used a few components of the diffusion incense." Saying that, he decisively pulled the sword out. Blood sprayed out even more. His body fell to the ground. He swung his blood-stained sword and thought, quite faint. But there is still a little diffusion incense at a level that doesn't affect mana. I transmitted some sound through it. Suddenly, Violetta shouted a warning. "Wait! Above you!" Of Heathcliff, another assassin was diving down to attack him. At this moment, he launched a chain. The chain had a hook that caught his sword blade. After the assassin pulled his sword away, he also launched himself forward. This guy thrust the poison-coated knife toward him while shouting confidently, "It's over!" Heathcliff stepped back to dodge. At this moment, he pulled out another weapon from behind. This startled that guy. He was still hiding another weapon, but just a second later, Heathcliff slashed past his body with a sharp blade. Naturally, he was disposed of in a single move. His body lay face down in his own pool of blood. He could only leave behind two words. "Damn it!" Heathcliff then turned and said, "Your judgment was good, but you were careless at the most critical moment." Suddenly, other voices rang out. "I heard a noise over there. Catch them. We're dead if they escape." Both turned their heads to look. "It seems the diffusion incense is about to run out. Can I leave the rest to you?" he asked. Then he took out a black handkerchief and replied, "Well, this is easy. The remnants of the Red Society were rushing over in a hurry. Found them. Where are they?" But without letting him finish speaking, a blast of power rushed toward him. Moments later, a massive explosion erupted in a small corner of the city. After finishing the job, Violetta bent down to pick up her handkerchief and said, "Seems like that's all of them. I didn't expect them to gather for a surprise attack after their group was scattered." Heathcliff also turned to walk away, saying, "Perhaps someone ordered them." Hearing this, she asked in surprise, "Huh? Who do you think ordered them?" He answered immediately, "Likely the one who paid the assassins. I killed Belfort Rickson, so it couldn't be him." Realizing something, Violetta gasped in shock. "Wait, you killed Belfort Rickson?" "You?" he affirmed. "Yes. It seems he was doing something shady while providing funds for Doki. He even committed acts violating human dignity. I don't want to stand on the same ground as such a person. Speaking of Doki, I will give you his rookies. You all have suffered enough, so do whatever you want with them." She asked back, "In return, you want us to find out who caused this incident, right?" Heathcliff answered frankly, "I originally intended to ask it in the form of another request." Violetta sighed upon hearing that. "Seems like it's going to be quite busy soon." We also have to manage the business you suggested earlier. Hearing that, he turned back and asked, You can't handle it? Violetta teased. Boo-hoo. You are hurting my pride. Then Violetta pulled the scarf up to cover her face and affirmed, I will do both perfectly. I will work hard beyond your expectations. Heathcliff smiled with satisfaction. That is a good answer. Well then. Take care. After finishing their talk, the two left in two directions. Meanwhile, in another space, some noisy sounds rang out. Hey, assistant. Come over here quickly. Who said I am your assistant? Heathcliff pushed the door open and saw a chaotic scene. This guy. If I call, just come. Ah, I know. Now move out of the way. He finally spoke up. Why is it so noisy? It turned out that inside, Han was being sat on by a girl with white hair and golden eyes. The girl turned around, saw him, and cheered. Oh, here is the gentleman. This girl was Sheridan, the dwarf inventor colleague of Rudiger. Han reached out his trembling hand to call for help. Brother, please stop her. But Heathcliff just stood still and replied calmly, Looks fun. Just teasing. Then he spoke up to mediate. Stop bullying Han and come look at this. Sheridan jumped down, curious. Okay, let me see. Ah. Sir, did you retract the wire while pulling another person? I told you it can only be used for one person. Ah, the hook clamp is all loose. Complaints rang out. Heathcliff felt helpless and could only reply, I had my reasons. Sheridan took the item, turned away, then turned back and said, It will take about 10 minutes. Please wait a bit, sir. Han then stood up, rubbing his neck with a twisted face and scolding, Ugh, why is this little hooligan so mean to me? Heathcliff said a sentence sharp as a knife stabbing into Han's heart. Because you are weak. Then he reminded him, She is older than you. Be a little patient. Han then turned to exclaim, At first I thought she was just a child. Heathcliff asked, Was it the first time you met her at the mines of the Delica Kingdom? He answered, That's right. At that time, she was captured as a slave there. Hearing that, he fell into deep thought. Does that count as being captured? At that moment, an earthen tunnel appeared. Both Heathcliff and Han walked in and saw the image of Sheridan sitting in front of a pile of explosives. Both broke out in a cold sweat. Turns out it was a memory the two recalled. Han got goosebumps, hugging himself in fear, saying, If the bomb exploded back then, we would have been done for, right? Heathcliff remained calm and replied, If that thing exploded 1 kilometer underground, even the captain of the knights would be done for. He suddenly remembered something and said, I just remembered that at that time, I saw some strangers coming to find her. He gripped the cane at his hip firmly and replied, I took care of them. They were people from the Red Society. There must be someone behind them. Can you investigate? Hearing this, Han felt his head ache and whined. Checking the items at the auction already tired me to death. Suddenly, Sheridan called out, Hey, assistant, why aren't you coming here quickly? Heathcliff said, Go to Sheridan, and don't let her take stimulants. A moment later, looking through the window, he thought, *10 minutes, they will probably take up to 30 minutes. In the meantime, I will rest a bit. *. Suddenly, he saw something that made him gasp in surprise. Ah! Outside. Right now, a few figures dressed in tight black robes looking like assassins were dashing by. He thought to himself, * movement is very fast and light. I can't even hear their footsteps. *. A group of people moving in rhythm with each other at this hour. Could it be? *. Suddenly, one of them glanced up with a sharp eye as if sensing someone's gaze. That person looked up at the window of that house. The person following also stopped and asked in confusion, What is it, Captain? The captain
replied, No.
Nothing. By this time, Heathcliff had quickly hidden behind the wall. Then he thought, * seems she didn't see me yet. I thought they might be knights, but that silver hair. * Guardian officer of the Night Patrol Knights. The image of Trina Ryanhowl appeared. He began to wonder again. * Why is she in Leathervelk? I heard she was responsible for the murder case of Belfort Rixon. Does she think that case is related to what happened just now? Luckily, *. I deleted all the evidence back then. I don't want to get involved with that eccentric person anymore. * Right after that, Sheridan also came out and waved. Hey sir, I finished repairing it. Took a bit of time because I wanted to make sure all parts were optimal too. Heathcliff took the item. He put it on his hand and exclaimed, Oh, it's smaller and thinner now. Sheridan said, Try it. Immediately, he raised his hand and fired a chain hook straight into the wall. The iron hook embedded deep into the wall. He couldn't help but exclaim, It's stronger too, Sheridan said confidently. I made it twice as strong. Now you can use it for 2 people. I also added a new function. Try making a fist and moving your wrist. Heathcliff heard this and gasped in surprise. A new function? Heathcliff quickly did as told. Made a fist and flicked his wrist. Immediately, a sharp blade popped out. Gamers would definitely know this. Sheridan instructed further on how to use it. I added it because I remembered what you told me before. If you relax, it will retract. He tried relaxing his hand. Instantly, the blade retracted. His face showed clear interest. Oh ho! Sheridan continued instructing. See the small hole on the left? You can shoot needles that paralyze opponents through that hole. Heathcliff looked down and smiled with satisfaction, saying, Thank you. I like it very much. Sheridan put her hands on her hips and replied confidently, You have a good eye. That guy afraid of death kept saying it was dangerous and whatnot. That is what's expected from a professor of Thean Academy. He felt a bit guilty thinking, asterisk slightly untrue, but whatever. Asterisk suddenly, she said again, By the way, you look good in luxurious clothes. Just looking at you, one knows you're a gentleman. Like a noble. Heathcliff fell into silence for a moment, then helplessly said, If you see it that way, then thank you. He walked, asked and said, Anyway, I will use it well. Sheridan exclaimed in surprise. Going already? Just for a walk.
Heathcliff replied, Ah.
I want to ask you a favor. Scene shifts to the murder scene earlier. Blood stained the ground. We came because we heard a brawl. These wounds are caused by magic. Is there a faction conflict here? Trina observed and spoke up. I know one of them. He is from the Red Society. A member heard this and exclaimed, Huh? The Red Society was wiped out. Another person looked to the side and spoke up. There are 2 corpses over here. He approached and touched the knife stuck in the pillar. Trina observed the sharp poison-coated blade and analyzed. Sour smell. It is a type of poison used by Kensapa assassins. 2 other teammates were surprised. You mean the assassin organization from the Fatima dynasty? Could it be a conflict between the Red Society and Kensapa?
No.
Trina denied. They didn't die from poison. Maybe they were on the same side. Anyway, he was killed with a single move. Lloyd approached a corpse and called out, This guy too. Seems to be stabbed in the heart from behind. Trina, after observing for a while, began to analyze again. An assassin engaging in close combat. They must have thought the opponent was a mage who couldn't use knives. Because of that wrong judgment, they died. The culprit who killed these assassins is a mage skilled in using knives and swords, and is the person who wiped out the Red Society. The Red Society? Why do you think so? The teammate asked. Trina explained. A disbanded organization trying to hire Kensapa. It must definitely be a deep grudge. Now that I think about it, Belfort's funds were transferred to the Red Society. Someone killed Belfort and the Red Society members. A factory was burned down. And a professor of Thean burned a werewolf to death. The image of Heathcliff appeared in Trina's words. Then she stood up hurriedly. We are done here. Let's go. Lloyd was surprised. Done already? Trina replied. Yes, I have grasped the key points. But we still haven't come close to a conclusion. Continuing like this, Lloyd said with an uneasy face. Not done yet. There is still a place with clues. We can go check there. Hearing this, Trina also agreed. All right, decided then. Scene shifts to the next day. The sky was clear again. Sunlight shone down on the world. Inside, Selena, with that gentle face, spoke up. Hello, Professor Rudiger. I heard you are not working today. Heathcliff opened the door and replied. Ah, that's right. I don't have classes today. What brings you here? Selena cupped her face cutely and replied. Someone is looking for you. Hehe. I was passing by so I stopped by. He asked in surprise. Who is it? Selena replied. A knight from the National Security Bureau. Heathcliff heard this and his face became serious. A moment later he replied. I will go there. Lloyd, standing nearby, saw the person arriving and spoke up. Ah, hello. He paused his hand on the bookshelf and asked. Are you Rudiger Kellisai? Heathcliff replied. Yes, it's me. Then he gestured toward the table and chairs. Please sit. Lloyd stopped his curiosity and replied. Ah, thank you. After sitting down together, Lloyd introduced himself. Let me introduce myself. I am Lloyd, a member of the National Security Bureau. Heathcliff asked, Do you want some tea? Lloyd refused. This is fine. I don't eat or drink during work hours. He quickly prepared to take out documents. Hearing that, he calmly replied, Understood. So what business brings you here? Lloyd asked. You resolved the werewolf appearance on campus last time. Correct. Heathcliff replied. That's right. Is there a problem? Hearing that, he faked a friendly smile. Haha, no. I just want to know the details of the incident. You can just tell it freely, like talking to a friend. Heathcliff calmly accepted. All right. Then his eyes looked forward warily, thinking, it's not Trina Ryan Hell. I thought I would meet her. As long as it's not her, it won't be difficult. Thinking that, he started narrating. So, I will begin. Please tell in detail, Lloyd said. After recounting the situation for a while, the two shook hands. Lloyd spoke up. Thank you for sparing your time for me. Heathcliff replied politely. You are working for the nation. This is my honor. He walked out the door and turned back to smile innocently. Nice to meet you. He also replied. Me too. After he left, Heathcliff looked down at the hand that had just shaken hands and fell into silence. At this time, a beautiful scene appeared. There was a fountain and flowers like in the garden of some house. A voice rang out. Guardian, you have arrived. Lloyd walked towards Trina and asked, Did you find any clues?
Trina replied, No.
Saw nothing at all. Then, she sighed helplessly. Ha, we even brought a search warrant. Didn't find anything useful. How about you? Did you follow my orders exactly? Lloyd replied, Yes, just as you instructed. Trina heard this and asked with sharp eyes. So then, is that person someone who has been thoroughly trained? Lloyd quickly answered, Even though he wore gloves. But when I shook hands with him, I felt that. Inside, Heathcliff had already thrown away the glove he shook hands with. Outside, Lloyd gave his own conclusion. His hand is like that of an ordinary mage. Never touched violence even once. This made Trina feel surprised. Enya asked back. Really? You aren't mistaken, are you? Lloyd affirmed. Of course not. Trina was also skeptical. A hand like an ordinary mage. Then, she fell into a deadlock. This is outside my calculations. I thought I finally found another clue. But this case has hit a dead end again. Then she turned away briskly and said, If there are no clues, we must stop the investigation. Enya, you stay here and report to me if you see anything suspicious. Enya heard this and started in surprise. Huh? Me? No way. Before doing that, what if I meet them first? Trina explained. I cannot meet them. That is the condition. Condition? Suddenly, a voice rang out. Trina. Elisa Willow. She waved and called out with a friendly look. How long has it been? Both Lloyd and Enya exclaimed in their hearts. Huh? Principal Elisa Willow. They know each other. Trina asked calmly. What wind blew you here? She still ran over with a fake polite look, implying reproach. What do you mean? At least greet your friend. Won't you? But Trina still replied seriously. After preventing the meeting between me and Professor Rudiger, you are acting too attentive for someone with no motive. No need for that. Elisa Willow now acted aggrieved. Boo-hoo. Don't bully a useful newbie like that. I have my eyes on this person, Trina. So how can I trust you won't do anything to him? Trina said speechlessly. I clearly see you think I am someone who ruins others. But Elisa Willow still joked. Oh my, isn't that so? Trina turned away unhappily. I am leaving. No need to see me off, Elisa. She still acted faintly innocent. Already? Leaving already? At least stay for a sip of tea. Trina dear. Above, Heathcliff looked down at the troublesome crowd below through the window and thought, the principal and a guardian officer. I'm not sure if they are related. But thanks to her, I could avoid being interrogated. I can not let my guard down in front of Lloyd. But his every move provided many good clues for me. First, he checked for dust. He recalled the finger placed on the bookshelf. And appeared. Very neat and clean. I think he is afraid of dirt. If such a person offers a handshake while leaving his hand bare, it means he wants to verify something through that. He analyzed clearly. So I put on Sheridan's artificial skin just to be sure. Luckily it wasn't in vain. At this moment he peeled off the artificial skin. Removing it from his hand, he thought with satisfaction. Good effort. But I was still one step ahead. Now, should I rest a while and prepare the exam? Very quickly, a week passed. Inside a room, a voice rang out. Recently, others seem to be acting very cautiously. It seems the reason is that the guardian officer has been visiting Theon often lately. Heathcliff asked while grading papers. Cautiously? What do you mean? The other person replied. Everyone avoids contact with that person. Private gatherings have all been set outside of Theon. Said. I understand. Is there anything else unusual? Turns out it was Sadena reporting the situation to him. She then said, "Ah, now that you mention it. 2 days ago, 3 people from a Tier 3 gang were arrested." Heathcliff stopped his hand upon hearing this and exclaimed in surprise, "Tier 3? Sadena quickly affirmed, "Yes, it wasn't very important, so I didn't report it to you." He wondered again. She replied, "I heard it involved students of Theon, 2 male students and 1 female student from your class." He truly looked up with attention. "My class." After thinking of the images of those 3 students, he just let out an ah. Then he fluently read out the names. "Aiden, Leo, and Tracy, right?" Sadena exclaimed in surprise. "Yes, correct." Heathcliff asked further, "Did they catch people in the outskirts?" She replied, "It seems they were doing a quest." Heathcliff wondered, "A quest?" Sadena recounted, "Low-class students have a quest board. They do them to get money for tuition. All 3 of those students do not belong to any wealthy families." Hearing this, he nodded in thought. "Even so, I didn't expect those 3 to be able to catch a Tier 3 group. I already had my eyes on them, but this is beyond expectations." Sadena asked, "How should I handle those students?" Heathcliff fell into thought, tapping his hand on the table. "Handle?" Then he said coldly, "Just ignore it. I don't need those who were defeated by ordinary students." Sadena was stunned for a moment, then quickly complied. Yes, you are right, Professor." He asked further, "Besides that, is there anything else?" "Nothing, except that I agree we should lay low for a while." "Is that so? Then that's fine." After putting on his coat, Heathcliff spoke up. "Let's go." Sadena carried the stack of documents and replied, "Yes." Meanwhile, in the classroom, a steady voice rang out. "Today marks the beginning of the exam period. Surely you have studied a lot." The chalk kept rolling on the board as Heathcliff spoke. "As I said before, I will teach the primeval source code to the 5 most hardworking students. Of course, I won't teach it all at once. I will divide it into 4 stages, teaching 1 part each exam period. If I detect cheating or anyone holding an unfair advantage, I promise there will be a suitable punishment. And now, if you have seen the end time." These words made the students more tense. Saying that, he raised his hand, creating magic to lift the papers, and announced, "The exam begins right now." The clock just kept ticking, indicating time was gradually passing. Immediately after, an announcement rang out. "Exam time is over. You did very well, to the point that looking at books would be useless." At this moment, Arundel von Exilian suddenly saw Renee running down in a hurry. She looked after her in surprise. "Renee." Heathcliff had already walked out of the classroom when Renee called out, "Professor Rudiger." He turned back and asked, "Renee, do you have a question about the exam?" Renee held out a book and said, "Ah, no, I finished reading the book you gave last time. I want to return it." He looked down, replied, "No need." This confused Renee. "Huh." Heathcliff kindly continued, "You will need it later, and this copy suits you very well." Then he turned to leave. "I think doing so would be like respecting its former owner, so don't return it, keep it, because I believe you will keep this book very carefully." Hearing this, Renee was stunned. She just stood there watching his back disappear. Arundel von Exilian came out and called, "Renee." She walked over worriedly. "What's wrong? You walked so fast." Renee, with blushing cheeks, turned back and replied, "Ah, nothing." Then she smiled brightly and asked, "Well, it's fine. How did you do on the exam?" "It wasn't as hard as I thought, but—"
Arundel von Exilian looked awkward.
"Ah, really?" Renee realized something and broke into a cold sweat, comforting her. "Maybe your mood during the exam wasn't good. That happens often." She also helplessly agreed. "Ahem. Yeah, I had to think about too many things, so I couldn't study properly." At this time, someone read the document and exclaimed, "No matter how many times I look at it, I'm still surprised that Professor Rudiger wrote questions like this." That is not none other than Elisa Willow. She watched and commented with interest. "One needs a solid foundation and a grasp of the basic principles, plus a predetermined difficulty and a trick question. Since he is a rigid man, I didn't expect much. But I am quite surprised." Wilford immediately asked, "How does he compare to Professor Chris Benamore? Since both teach manifestation, I'm sure the scope of the 2 exams is relatively similar." Elisa Willow waved her hand. Hey, comparing like that is very rude. That man just throws in some technical terms to show off. Professor Chris has probably seen it by now.
"I'm very cool."
Riot to see what his expression is like right now. The image of Professor Chris appearing to fall into darkness while reading the document emerged. His hands trembled, clutching it so tightly that the paper crumpled. Then, unable to contain his anger, he threw the document away and shouted a curse. Damn it! Professor Chris gritted his teeth, thinking indignantly. I wondered why the principal suddenly came. Was it just to record Professor Ludiger's questions? He recalled. Image of Elisa Willow smiling brightly as she handed over the document. Professor Chris, you teach manifestation too, right? I brought this because it might be useful for your upcoming test. Just thinking about being compared to a fallen noble made his eyes feel like popping out. Then Profs. Sore Chris slammed his hand hard on the table, nursing his hatred. Just you wait, Ludiger Kelisai. I will repay this humiliation. Scene changed to outside the school. The sun was still shining brightly. Renee walked alone on the campus, thinking, since I've already prepared for the other exams too, resting a bit probably won't hurt, right? Then she thought of the awkward image of Arendelle and worried. Senior Arendelle went straight home because she was too shocked after the test. Hope it gets better soon. Suddenly, the sound of laughter rang out. Ah! And then she noticed a group of people was approaching. A blonde guy saw her and spoke arrogantly. Oh my, who is this? Isn't it the noble and proud commoner? Renee panicked slightly and hurriedly said, please step aside. But the blonde guy extended his hand to deliberately block her. What did you say? I didn't hear you. She immediately raised her head and replied in annoyance. Are you acting like this because I rejected you last time? You are too petty. Aren't you ashamed even though you are a noble? The blonde guy heard this and became angry, shouting, this commoner bitch. You don't even know your place. Then he grabbed her hand and dragged her. Follow me. Renee panicked at being treated like this. Sir, what are you doing? The guy threw her straight to the ground. Her bag of food fell out. Let me go. You don't even know your place. Noble. Fruden suddenly uttered. Education. So, you mean you people ganging up to bully a commoner is education? He spoke up to question them, causing the blonde guy to panic. That is not true, sir. This commoner bitch dared to look down on a noble. Immediately, Fruden ordered coldly. Silence. The blonde guy was instantly crushed flat against the ground by a force. He screamed in pain. Fruden glared down at the guy with murderous intent. How long will you destroy the surroundings? And what about you all? Do you feel angry for suddenly being schooled? The blonde's accomplices were extremely terrified. No, of course not, sir. Fruden chased them away in annoyance. Get lost. I won't say it a second time. They could only obediently obey like dogs. Yes. Renee was still sitting on the ground. Though scared, she tried to speak up. Thank you for helping me. Fruden only then noticed her and asked, you are? Renee was confused and bewildered. Ha! Fruden turned away and said, no, it's nothing. Then he spoke up. Ah, right. Isn't that your lunch? It's not edible anymore. Renee looked at the spilled food box and replied, ah, it's okay. I just need to brush off a bit of dirt and it'll be fine. He felt helpless with this girl. Eat food that fell on the ground? If you don't mind, you can eat with me. Renee fell into a stupor, not knowing how to answer. A moment later, Fruden spread out a mat and sat down. She looked around and said, where is this place? This is the first time I've seen this spot during my time at Theon. Fruden replied, this is my private spot. Even my bodyguards don't know this place. Sitting leaning against a tree, he held out a food box and continued. You can come back another time if you keep it a secret from the students. Renee affirmed. Of course. I won't tell anyone. Then she looked down at the glossy, meaty, and incredibly beautiful food box and asked, but is that really your lunch, senior? Fruden replied nonchalantly. Yeah, I got a bit too excited while cooking, so I ended up making a bit too much. Renee heard something even more surprising and exclaimed, you cooked all that yourself? Senior? He asked. Want to try? She didn't refuse and replied, ah, thank you. After eating a piece, Renee chewed like a little squirrel. With food on her face, she exclaimed adorably, oh my, it's so delicious. Fruden replied, I'm glad it suits your taste, but eat a bit slower. At this moment, she ate while glancing at him and thinking to herself, they say he is an extremely cruel person who hates commoners, but he isn't like that at all. I guess this is the reason I shouldn't just believe those rumors. Thinking that, she happily continued eating. Fruden just sat there silently watching the little squirrel eat. Scene change. To outside the campus. Voices were heard. Selena saw someone and called out, ah, Professor Rudiger. Your exams are all finished, right? Rudiger replied, yes, I'm on my way to grade them. Then he asked back. You have to proctor a practical exam this time, right? Selena smiled brightly and answered. Yes, for spirit studies, practice is more useful. Do you want to come watch? Rudiger was about to refuse. I'm fine. But he saw Selena's sparkling, expectant expression saying, please, so he couldn't refuse. It seems she is nervous because it's her first time in charge of an exam, so he had to agree. Then I will come watch. Selena heard that and cheered happily. Ah, come along with me then. Then, the scene changes to a forest. Rudiger stood leaning against a tree observing Selena, who stood before rows of seated students, saying, as I mentioned before, you will form contracts with spirits in today's test. You will use your magical power to communicate and befriend the spirits. I will demonstrate. First, saying that, Selena clasped her hands together. Immediately, a light emitted from them. Her whole body stood amidst the brilliant, colorful beams of light that had just appeared, looking incredibly magical. After creating round ball, Selena spoke happily. Hello. The students saw this and exclaimed in admiration. Wow, is that the power of a spirit studies professor? Selena controlled 2 streams of light with both hands and smiled. Did everyone see clearly? It's not too hard. You just need to do what I just did. Now, everyone start. Immediately, the students began to stand up and disperse to summon their own lights. Then, Selena called out to Rudiger. Professor Rudiger, do you want to try? It's not too hard. He refused.
No.
Thank you, but I'm not the type of person spirits like. She still smiled brightly and retorted. How can that be? Spirits are very kind. Look at this. Saying that, she held out a white spirit, but the round white ball began to tremble in her hand, confusing her. Even other spirits circled behind her. She looked up in confusion and thought, the spirits are trembling. They don't even dare to go near Professor Rudiger. At this moment, Rudiger's mood was a bit unstable. He spoke up. Didn't I tell you? He recalled past words.
Son.
You have the standards to be a shaman. His body emitted a dark aura as he said coldly. The spirits don't like me. The words from the past continued to echo. The holy spirits are protecting you. Then, Selena worriedly said, What is going on? It's true there are cases where they aren't interested. But to be scared like this, he replied. My case is a bit special. So the mid-tier spirits are still very calm. Then she looked at him, poking her 2 index fingers together with a regretful face. Even so, still truly unfortunate. It would be much better if you could also be close to the spirits. Professor Rudiger. Rudiger could only reply helplessly. Well, there are many different types of people in the world. Then he suspicious, so he asked her again. Right? You must remember that you are in charge of a test. Is it okay to just let the assistants do it all? Selena was startled upon hearing that. Oh my, I forgot. I'll go back to work right away. After Selena ran back to the students, he finally sighed. Phew. Ludger was so tense he was sweating bullets. Thank God I still have enough magical power. If the mid-tier spirits also started reacting, Selena would surely get suspicious. What the spirits? Fear is not me. It is that thing behind me. Because they are the weakest spirits, they can sense that strange power. He began to sense the surroundings within the lush forest. They are hiding among the trees. This energy, fire spirits, their rank is quite high too. Do the others not notice? Even Professor Selena, who is very sensitive to spirits, isn't reacting at all. Selena was currently talking and laughing happily with her students, completely unaware. Ludger was confused and analyzed it alone. A presence that even a spiritology professor who controls mid-tier spirits cannot sense. Then this guy is not a spirit existing in nature. It is an artificial spirit being controlled by someone. And if they dare to blatantly stalk me like this, then there is only one answer. There is another spy hiding at Theon. Why are they appearing now? And they are only observing me, not doing anything. He broke out in a cold sweat from anxiety. He pursed his lips in speculation. Has my identity been exposed? No. If so, they wouldn't be just standing there watching. They want to send me a signal. Thinking this, he loosened his tie and sighed. It's a bit hot, isn't it? The surrounding temperature just rose. They are reacting to my words. Then he turned and walked away from Selena's group. As he walked alone, deep inside he continued to analyze. What if I move to a place with no people? Now what will you do? Even if they don't do anything, at least I will know what I am facing. Don't want to miss this opportunity. Thinking this, his eyes became sharp. Suddenly, sparks appeared in front of him. On the ground was a sentence written with fire magic. Ludger exclaimed in surprise. Letters. Night. After school. At this place. After reading, he looked around and observed. The space seemed distorted by magic. Very quickly, the scene shifted to night, and Ludger appeared at the appointed location. At this moment, a gloomy voice rang out. Oh my, you arrived so early. It was a dark flame. Ludger looked at the flame and thought, the original body is not here. I had a feeling this would happen. But, then he said seriously, get to the main point. What do you want? The flame replied, wow, straight to the point, huh? You are always so cold. Hey, anyway, I called you here because I need your help. Hearing that, he couldn't help but be surprised. Help? From me? The flame continued. I am planning to create chaos at Theon. I am a destroyer. However, those mages keep extinguishing the fires I start. You mean, you want me to help play with fire? He sighed wearily, thinking, chaos. It seems they are plotting a terrorist attack. The flame denied it. Play with fire? Why would I want to do that? However, not only my subordinates, but the second orders have also disappeared. Unlike those first orders, you don't work with anyone. With your skills, you can easily hide your identity and help me. An image of Ludger standing alone amidst glowing eyes appeared. On the other side, the flame contacted Ludger and continued. Of course, I am not asking you to work for free. If you agree to help, I will definitely reward you fully. Like a promise and a contract. Ludger asked carefully without expression. Who is this contract signed by? The person on the other side answered. Of course, it is between John Doe and Esmeralda. Ludger heard this and fell into confusion. Esmeralda, that's not their real name. Surely that is also an alias like mine. The flame asked again. So, do you accept this offer? He remained silent for a long time as if thinking. Then, he replied reluctantly. I refuse. In the current situation, I cannot do anything. The flame exclaimed in disbelief. What? Wait, I told you everything. Are you serious? Don't tell me. You are using that as an excuse. Ludger replied frankly. Normally that would be true, but now it is different. The principal is still suspecting me, so I cannot make any rash decisions. Hearing that, the flame also fell silent to think. Then he prepared to turn away and said, if that's all you wanted to say, then we are done here. Inside he thought, I have enough information. Let's go. Suddenly, the flame called out again, making him stop in his tracks. Wait. Now that I think about it, I heard some interesting things recently. It began to recount. I heard you have an assistant, right? An image of Sadena appeared, transformed into two sharp blades. Not just anyone, but the great, omnipotent John Doe has an assistant. Moreover, someone from the second order? Don't you find that suspicious? Saying that, the flame turned into streams of power attacking Ludger from behind. His face also became solemn. Before attacking him, it spoke again. Don't tell me you are plotting something behind their backs. At this moment, Ludger was silent for a while, then spoke up. You speak as if you know me very well. For someone who came to me seeking help, you not only jumped to conclusions but even suspected me. Then he glanced back with sharp, killing intent to question. Just because I infiltrated Theon but haven't acted much, you dare to look down on me now? Flame began to retract its power and said, what the hell? You are a weird man of action. He calmly explained to avoid trouble. I can't be the only one without an assistant when every other professor has one. I thought it best to choose someone from the organization. Anyway, I don't need to explain myself to you. The flame fell silent for a moment upon hearing that. The streams of power began to withdraw. Then it tried to appease his anger. I was just joking. It was a joke. Don't you think you are being too serious? Ludger turned around and said, I don't care if you suspect me or not. I will overlook it this time. But do not doubt my loyalty to the order. His eyes emitted a killing intent as he warned. If that happens, one of us will have to pay the price. The flame immediately bowed to apologize. All right, I apologize. Since there is nothing left to say, I'm leaving. Saying that, it began to fade into the air. The scene shifted to a while later. Still in that forest, Ludger felt panicked and covered his face with his hand. That was close. His face clearly showed extreme tension. Luckily, I studied the personality of this John Doe beforehand. Otherwise, I would have been done for. And he leaned against a tree to calm down a bit. Think back. The voice behind the flame was a young woman. If it is a young woman and an elementalist capable of controlling such high-level fire spirits, Most suspicious ones are the elemental professors, narrowing down the suspects to those including students who can control fire spirits. Now that I think about it, Thean is hosting a welcoming event for the new mages. Since all the sponsors for Thean will be attending, every professor is required to be present. If it is a professor, they will come to that welcoming event. That is my chance. A moment later, Ludger also returned. Someone was peeking at him through the window. Ludger walked calmly, even though he had noticed that glowing window. The person inside the room held a candle, observing his expression and thinking. Because he is so dedicated to his work, I thought there was a problem. It seems I worried for nothing. He didn't tremble before my fire at all. Perhaps he is even stronger than I thought. A red pupil appeared. She turned to walk away. It really was a waste of effort. Then she exclaimed in frustration. Now that I think about it, we still have that event. Damn it. It makes sense. Though, a mysterious face half hidden under a hood appeared. A sinister smile emerged as the candlelight shone on it. The main character will not be me, but someone else. Scene shift to another place. Renee was eating lunch with Frieden, thinking regretfully. I didn't think I would get to eat lunch with Senior again. He doesn't seem to have bad intentions. Since I was small, I have been able to tell if someone has malice or bad intentions towards me. The only person whom I didn't sense any malice from, Senior Ariandia, and Senior Frieden, along with an image of Ludger appeared. Professor Rudiger. Then she corrected herself.
No.
Professor Rudiger has no goodwill towards me either. Instead, it is sorrow and guilt. But why? Suddenly, at that moment, a voice called out. Hey, you are Renee, right? The first-year student. This person waved and smiled friendly. I am a friend of Braden.
Eri presto.
Nice to meet you. Were you just with Braden? Renee exclaimed in surprise. What? How do you know?
Eri presto replied.
I have my ways. I was also wondering what Braden has been up to lately. This moment, she stared warily at the person opposite her. He has no malice towards me, but I can feel that his nature is that of a dangerous person. Then, Henry Presto acted nonchalant and said, Did I do something wrong? Then he raised a finger and said, I will give you some good things as a way to get acquainted. Actually, I have a part-time job that pays quite well and is safe. I'm sure you know that most students at Thean are commoners and don't have money. Renee asked in confusion. Why are you telling me? I just met you.
Eri presto replied.
To be clear, maybe out of curiosity, I was shocked to see Braden spending time with a commoner girl like you. She was confused. Is that so surprising? I just think he is a good person. Henry Presto, who was stroking his chin in thought, froze upon hearing that. Then he couldn't but laugh loudly. Ha 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 ha. A good person? Braden? Renee asked clumsily. Why? Why are you laughing? Henry Presto continued to laugh heartily. Ha ha. Yeah, that's right. Braden is a good person. That was a good laugh. That is my thought after being friends with him for a while. Anyway, I was curious when I saw you two together. You can decide whether to accept after hearing the details. She only maintained a serious guard against the person in front of her and remained silent. Seeing she didn't say anything, he asked again. So, what do you think? The scene shifted to a large building appearing. Inside, melodious music was playing. Inside, banquet tables were elaborately set. Groups of people approached to greet each other. At this time, the Academy's professors also appeared. Voices rang out. It seems all the main characters of the party have arrived. I heard all the new professors are excellent. Just then, a pair of polished leather shoes appeared. Seeing this, everyone exclaimed in surprise. Ha! They turned to look and whispered to each other. Oh, he must be the man from the rumors. Rudiger Kalissai. Ludger appeared in an outfit brighter than usual. His face was still cold, but he looked particularly handsome. Lady came to talk to Chris. Oh, Count Chris Bennymore. The rumors were indeed true. You are truly dashing. Chris also replied politely. Ha ha ha. Thank you. At the same time, someone also came to talk to Marilda. Professor Marilda, right? I am Congressman Sarkley. Ludger looked around and assessed the situation. Everyone is busy with the sponsors. I should stay and observe the situation a bit, then go find Esmeralda. Suddenly, an old man came to talk to Ludger. Hello, Professor Rudiger. I am Count Deckers. Ludger immediately cut him off, replying coldly. Excuse me, I am not in the mood to talk right now. Count Deckers froze upon seeing that, hurriedly saying, I understand. Sorry for bothering you. Ludger thought to himself. Refusing that count to his face will temporarily stop the flies from buzzing in my ears. Need to find Esmeralda quickly. Suddenly, Selena's voice rang out.
Sorry.
We don't know each other. Ludger quickly realized. That voice is. Turned out. Selena was being bothered by a blonde man. He kept talking continuously. She continued to wave her hands in refusal. No. Ludger quickly went to rescue Selena. Stop it. Professor Selena has an appointment with me. The man asked angrily. Who are you? Before he could finish, a subordinate came and whispered something. After hearing it, he shouted arrogantly. Ha? The newly transferred professor? So what? Does he not know who I am? Ludger thought to himself. Talking about me? The blond man arrogantly patted his chest and said. Hey you. I am the director of Luke Company. Evan Luke. Surely you aren't stupid enough not to know Luke Company, right? If you understand, then get lost. Ludger saw Selena trembling and clutching the corner of his shirt. He said coldly to Evan. Didn't I say we have an appointment? Evan pointed angrily at Ludger and spoke arrogantly. Hey, are you kidding me? You think I will leave just because of a professor like you? Do you know who I am? Ludger grabbed Evan's wrist tightly, looking at him with sharp eyes and a terrifying tone. Then let me make it clear to you. Do you think I will leave just because some nameless director is standing here barking? Evan turned pale and said, Let go of me. Do you want to be fired? Inside, he couldn't help but think in fear. What kind of strength is this? Ludger was not afraid at all, even challenging him. Just try it. Evans. Subordinate came to mediate between them. Stop it. Don't cause trouble at the party. Only then did Ludger release Evan's hand. As soon as he was released, he started jumping up and down again. You washed up noble, the subordinate reminded Evan tactfully. Young master, please calm down. Don't attract attention. Suddenly, a loud slap rang out. Turned out. Evan slapped that subordinate hard in the face, scolding him. I told you to call me director. The subordinate held his face, replying weakly. I apologize, director. Evan continued to scold. You tell me to calm down? After being humiliated by that dog like that? Rudiger or whatever. I will definitely have you fired. Edgar felt annoyed as things got noisy. He thought, things have gone too far compared to what I imagined. I only wanted to use Professor Selena's matter to leave here. Evan was still boasting. I don't know what bluffing is. Right at this moment, Principal Saurin Elisa Willow appeared, smiling and asking, Oh, is something happening? Evan started shouting. Principal, perfect timing. Is this how Theon trains professors? That washed-up noble dared to use violence against me. If you still want sponsorship from Luke Company, fire him immediately. Saurin Elisa Willow calmly replied. I was wondering who you were. Turns out you are the son of Chairman Luke. Correct. Evan didn't quite understand, asking back. What? Saurin Elisa Willow continued in a serious voice. Isn't Luke Company owned by Chairman Theodore? Why is a director making such reckless statements in a crowded place? Have you discussed this with your father? Evan stiffened a bit, stammering. My father always supports me. I am his son. Hearing that, Saurin Elisa Willow smiled brightly and turned to ask his father. Oh my, is that so, Chairman? Do you think so too? Behind Saurin Elisa Willow, Luke was fuming with anger, looking at his beloved son. Evan saw this and cried out in panic. Dad! Luke hurriedly turned to say to Saurin Elisa Willow. I am truly sorry, Principal Elisa. Please forgive my useless son. Saurin Elisa Willow smiled and replied. No. It was somewhat refreshing. Luke politely said. Thank you for overlooking it. Suddenly, Saurin Elisa Willow said. But ending it like this is a bit forced, isn't it? How about this? Luke didn't quite understand and asked. Principal Elisa, what do you mean? Saurin Elisa Willow explained. In front of everyone, let the two of them have a duel. Ludger frowned in annoyance upon hearing that. What? She clearly resolved it. Why now? But after thinking carefully, Ludger felt. No. This isn't necessarily bad. If things end like this, that guy definitely won't be convinced. Chairman Theodore would also be in a tough spot. That's right. A duel will solve everything. So Ludger accepted. I accept. Saurin Elisa Willow asked Evan. Mr. Evan, since you cannot use magic, you have the right to have someone fight in your place. Is that okay? Evan heard and smiled smugly. Sounds good. That is exactly what I want. Then he turned to tell his subordinate. You assistant over there. I will give you a chance to redeem yourself. Inside, Evan chuckled. The opportunity has come. My assistant is a talented mage. But immediately after, his face turned pale, stammering. Impossible. because the referee had announced. The winner is Rudiger Kelisai. Evans. Subordinate lay knocked out on the ground, making him unable to believe it. People around started buzzing. Luke Company's bodyguards are certainly not ordinary. Yet, turns out the rumors about him using special magic were not wrong. Luke stood by and said warily, quite surprising. Are all Thean professors at such a monster level? Saurin Elisa Willow smiled smugly. Ahaha, of course not. It's just that Professor Rudiger is a bit special. Anyway, Chairman, you have no more complaints about this result, right? Luke also replied frankly. So I really exposed myself? I truly have gotten old. Well, this was a fair duel. I certainly have to accept it. Don't mind my stupid son. I will re-educate him. Saurin Elisa Willow smiled politely, as expected of Chairman Theodore. It's good that we share the same view. Luke also went with the flow. By the way, there are a few things I want to ask you. But Saurin Elisa Willow quickly refused flatly.
No.
Luke said sadly. I haven't even said anything yet. Saurin Elisa Willow laughed. You intend to ask me to introduce Professor Rudiger to you, right? I'm sorry, but please do not contact our professors. Luke heard that and resignedly said, if you say so, then all right. Ludger went outside, sighing in relief. Finally, it's over. Time to focus on the main goal. Suddenly, Selena ran over and called him. Professor Rudiger. Ludger turned back to answer. Ah, Professor Selena. Are you okay? Selena smiled. Yes, I received an apology from Chairman Luke. Thank you for helping me. Where are you planning to go now? Ludger replied frankly. I don't know either. I don't have a specific plan yet. Selena opened up. I was planning to go meet the spiritology professors. Do you want to come with me? Hearing that, Ludger reacted, thinking, spiritology professors. The chance has come. So followed Selena to the gathering. Selena greeted. Professor Susluna. Susluna also greeted back and said, Professor Selena. This is. Someone immediately recognized him and said, this is Professor Rudiger. I heard that even though he is a new professor, he has already taken charge of the second years. Ludger looked around, thinking in disappointment. No one is showing any strange behavior. Ludger replied politely to everyone. Indeed, the second year is a bit too much for me. Hearing that, the other teachers laughed. Don't be humble. Ludger was frustrated as he left the conversation. Damn it, I gathered nothing. I observed those three professors carefully, but no one showed any strange behavior. Based on the previous conversation, Esmeralda must be a difficult and aggressive person. She isn't the type who can maintain composure in such a situation. Then, is her identity not a professor? No, I don't have enough information. Must consider all possibilities. Ludger felt a bit thirsty, so he reached for a glass of water. Suddenly he heard Renee calling him. Professor Rudiger. Ludger asked in surprise. HM? Renee, why are you here? Renee explained honestly. Because a senior introduced me to work part-time here. If you look closely, you can also see a few of my classmates. Ludger drank water while glancing around. Then he instructed Renee. All right, don't overwork yourself. Remember to go home before it gets too late. Renee replied obediently. Ah, yes sir. Thank you. I'll be going now. Just then, Selena also walked over and asked Ludger. Professor Rudiger. There you are. Oh, isn't that Renee? Ludger asked back in surprise. Professor Selena, you know Renee too? Selena replied. Yes, I have met her. What a coincidence. My assistant is also working part-time here. Ludger asked. You mean the teaching assistant? Selena pointed for Ludger. That girl over there. Even though she is only a first-year student, she has a great talent for spiritology. Joanna Lovitz. This very moment Ludger began to realize. Thinking carefully, I completely overlooked the students. Because she is a high-level spirit, I mistakenly assumed she was a professor. Since Joanna turned to leave, Ludger evaluated intently. Where is she planning to go? Ludger evaluated intently. Where is she planning to go? Seeing Joanna just place the tray and stand in one spot, Ludger reassured himself. Is she just returning the tray to its place? Maybe I'm just being too sensitive. I'm afraid I'll miss ordinary things that I could have noticed. Suddenly, Ludger heard a conversation between noble merchants. About that, didn't those guys want to do business or something? They brought a very large amount of fabric. Probably want to enter the garment industry or something. What are those lowlifes thinking? Ludger thought to himself. Violetta, she moves faster than I thought. Even though she tried to hide it, she must be very discouraged right now. There is still hope for her. The noble merchants continued to gossip and mock. It's ridiculous. Why don't they know their place and dare to enter the royal family to conduct that mediocre deal? Why get angry? Isn't it obvious they won't achieve their goal? Haha, let's just drink and watch the show. Ludger sipped the wine in his hand, cursing silently. Fools. Their actions will cause a huge wave soon. That will change the future. They will soon realize. They and all the rest. Just then, a severe pain struck, causing Ludger to drop the wine glass in his hand. Selena, standing nearby, asked anxiously, Professor Rudiger, are you okay? Ludger suppressed the pain, trying to reply, I'm fine. The floor is a bit slippery. And he made an excuse to leave. I'll go get some fresh air to clear my head. Chris also noticed Ludger's abnormality. Ludger Kellisai's head hurt like it was splitting. The sentence echoed in his head. Choose us, our power. You are the chosen one. Ludger Kellisai shouted angrily. Shut up! And hurriedly took his medicine. Only then did the pain subside. Thought wearily. Because I focused on ending the duel quickly, I used too much power. I was so careless. I only realized it after falling into this state. Chris stood in a corner and saw everything. He felt puzzled. Medicine. Ludger Kellisai went inside when he suddenly heard screaming voices. Help! Ludger Kellisai mumbled in confusion. What is it? People in the hall were running and screaming in panic. Monster! Run quickly! Seeing the fire spirit aggressively attacking the surroundings, Ludger Kellisai couldn't help but be surprised. What is happening? It is Esmeralda. The mages are trying to fight it. A man asked in panic. Where did that monster come from? Another man calmer ordered. Everyone, put out the fire quickly. Evacuate the guests first. Sluna pointed the way for guests and said, Everyone, go this way quickly. When the fire rocks were about to hit them, a water spirit appeared to block them. Turned out to be the spirits summoned by Angela Anderson, the 5th-year spiritology professor, and Viorano Dentes, the 4th-year spiritology professor. Mages attacked all at once, but it had no effect. Suddenly, lava fell from the ceiling. Someone saw it and shouted, Watch out! Something is falling from the ceiling. The person below tried to knock it away, but unexpectedly was burned to ashes by it. Seeing that, the commanding man shouted, Don't let the fire touch your body. If the fire touches anything, just abandon it. Ludger Kellisai quickly assessed the situation. That is not normal fire. It is like lava. That is no longer just a high-level spirit. It is a supreme spirit at rank 6, approaching rank 7. At this moment he suddenly realized, wait, why does this spirit have a human form? Usually, they must have natural forms like animals or plants. Something is wrong. Now I notice it. That bitch. Ludger Kellisai began to look around and realized. It has no torso. It is transforming via a medium. The benefit of using a medium spell is that it can hide the caster's identity. Based on where that spirit appeared, the medium is probably the silver tray placed in the middle of the table. Just as I suspected. Joanna Lovitz is Esmeralda. I can't chase her now. I'll find a way later. Now I must deal with this. Before he could act, Ludger Kellisai suddenly saw Renee trapped in the debris. Renee tried to sit up, thinking vaguely. I'm stuck. What is this? I must leave here quickly. But my leg. Suddenly, fire shot powerfully towards Renee. She squeezed her eyes shut in fear. Fortunately, Ludger Kellisai managed to move Renee to another place in time. He asked worriedly, Renee, are you okay? Renee cried out in joy. Professor Rudiger. Renee looked around and asked in surprise. The storm. Your leg is injured. Not severe. I will give first aid immediately. Ludger Kellisai looked for items in his bag to treat Renee. As for her, she thought vaguely. Why, the scene. I feel like I've seen it somewhere. Thinking so, Renee spoke up. Professor. Ludger Kellisai asked calmly. What is it? Renee went straight to the point. We have met somewhere before, haven't we? Ludger Kellisai paused slightly, trying to keep his expression stable, then pretended to say, No. I just have a feeling that. But Ludger Kellisai didn't let Renee finish, interrupting her. Your wound is treated. It's dangerous here. Leave quickly. Renee asked worriedly. What about you, Professor? Ludger Kellisai just replied coldly. I still have things to do. You go first. Renee said politely. Yes, thank you for saving me. Then ran off. As for Ludger Kellisai, he walked to the banquet hall with a face full of indescribable emotions. He used the power of source code, ether, and approached the monster. He said coldly, The celebration ends here. Viorano Dentes ordered the spirit. Bite it. Ventus won. Everyone around cheered happily. Success. One of its arms is broken. At this rate, we will win. But Viorano Dentes didn't think so.
No.
The attack just now didn't deal as much damage as I thought. And with just one strike, Angeline's form has already disintegrated. Suddenly, the fire spirit's arm blazed up again. He spoke to Angela. Professor Angela, return Ventus 1 immediately. Water spirits, retreat quickly. Verandantes racked his brain thinking. With our current power, we can't defeat that thing. Just when the principal is away. No, did they aim for this? Suddenly, Verandantes noticed something. A black shadow. That was Rudiger. The water spirits continued to attack the fire spirit relentlessly. Verandantes felt something was odd. What is this? Those spirits are moving strangely. It's as if they are trying to protect something. Verandantes spotted a silver tray in the center of the fire spirit. He hurriedly exclaimed, "So that's it. That thing was summoned through a medium." Angela asked from behind, puzzled. A medium? Rudiger Kellisai assessed the situation. I don't have enough power left. Since I'm exhausted from earlier, I can't use grand magic now. In that case, Rudiger Kellisai unleashed a powerful ice element spell toward the fire spirit. He didn't forget to tell it. It's over. The fire spirit shrieked. Keek! Verandantes said joyfully. He did it. Suddenly, the fire spirit spoke up.
Humans.
You detestable wretches. I am certain, one day, all of you, will be burned to ash. Rudiger Kellisai replied without fear. Go ahead and try, if you can. The fire spirit shouted in anger before disappearing. I will definitely see you burn. A moment later, Verandantes asked Rudiger Kellisai. Its lower half wasn't fully formed yet? He honestly replied. That's right. And after checking the blurred area closely, I saw it was connected to an intermediate medium. Verandantes said in surprise. You even discovered that? But Rudiger Kellisai calmly replied. Anyone in my position would have certainly realized it. Verandantes hurriedly denied.
No.
I didn't notice that at all. Or rather, because my specialty is spiritology, I didn't think that far ahead. Contracts in spiritology are created to be fair to both parties. Therefore, forced summoning, the thing spirits hate the most, is something almost never used. And until now, I have never heard of a spirit hating humans before. Rudiger Kellisai asked curiously. Spirits aren't usually like that? Verandantes answered. Because spirits represent nature. They don't have consciousness like humans. Just thinking that such a spirit exists, along with the defective feedback. However, thanks to Professor Rudiger, the damage caused was minimized. Especially with that magic you used at the end. That must have been a spatial jump, right? Seeing Rudiger Kellisai hesitate, Verandantes said. You don't need to be sensitive about it. Because I have lived for so long and seen so many things, I can recognize quite a lot. Hearing that, Rudiger Kellisai replied. That's correct. This magic is created by placing magical energy at specific coordinates, then manifesting it. Verandantes looked surprised. Oh, placing coordinates? Is that even possible? Rudiger Kellisai calmly replied. At first, it's quite difficult, but once you get used to it, it becomes easy. Verandantes silently assessed in his heart. No matter how accustomed an ordinary person is to using this magic, they still cannot use it easily, unless they have a talent for spatial perception. Or perhaps, confirm his thoughts, Verandantes probed. Are you all right? Verandantes went straight to the point. When you use magic in a poor condition, do you experience any unusual symptoms? For example, hearing strange voices. This is just my worry, but sometimes, there will be people with more developed perception than others. The world considers them geniuses. However, the truth is slightly different. If geniuses are those who break a part of the given barrier to show off their talent, then those people have no barrier at all. Rudiger Kellisai said. Isn't that a good thing? Verandantes explained further. It sounds like a blessing, but actually it is not. People don't realize that the barrier hindering them is actually a sturdy wall protecting them from things on the outside. That is why I asked you, Professor Rudiger, have you ever heard strange voices in any special situations? Rudiger Kellisai pretended not to know and said, the idea you are talking about is extraordinarily interesting. Verandantes replied with a bit of disappointment. Is that so? Rudiger Kellisai also took this opportunity to ask. Yes, but this is quite interesting. Do you have any more thoughts on it? Regrettably, Verandantes replied. Unfortunately, that is everything I heard when I was young. Rudiger Kellisai said thoughtfully. The youth of an elf. Then for a human without the lifespan of an elf, this is almost a myth. Verandantes laughed and said. Ha ha ha, that might be true. Verandantes thought with relief. He looks absolutely extraordinary, so I thought that, but I guess not. An ordinary human would never be able to handle that thing with a sane mind. Rudiger Kelesai probed further. Is there anything else besides that? Verandantes let out a soft sound. Rudiger Kelesai asked for clarification. You said they could hear voices from the outside world. Is there anything else? Verandantes thought deeply then answered. As far as I know, there are only voices. Anyway, ordinary people wouldn't be able to receive the voices. Rudiger Kelesai asked. And suppose they could receive them, then what? Verandantes replied. Then likely there will be a next stage. For example, symptoms will become worse. I think they might start seeing things. And this is only an if, mind you. If something happens after that, then this is what they will encounter. They will have the ability to personally make contact with those things. With the gods. Rudiger Kelesai frowned when he heard about the gods. A few days passed. Rudiger Kelesai went out as James Moriarty. He was sitting at a cafe reading a newspaper with the headline. Terrorist attacked the banquet hall. What is the true identity of the culprit? James Moriarty thought to himself. The damage is truly significant, and most of the victims are upper class. If this was Esmeralda's goal, then she has succeeded halfway. But this is also good for us, because we have also realized Esmeralda's true identity. Should I leak her information to the Pantheon? No. This is the first time Esmeralda has acted. If her identity is exposed immediately, the Dawn Society will suspect me because I was the one who defeated that spirit. It's not the time yet. Just observe a bit more and look for an opportunity. A familiar image on the newspaper caught James Moriarty's attention. He immediately guessed. This guy is Ivan Luke. That guy is the head of the Kunst auction house, right? Strengthening the auction's security because of yesterday's event? This is starting to get a bit more troublesome. Suddenly, someone called him. Hey, are you allowed to call others out early in the morning like this? James Moriarty calmly asked. Ah, you've arrived. Turned out to be Violetta. She put her hands on her hips and said, Let's go. You said you were curious about the changes in the slums, right? Violetta spoke as they walked. All right, take a look. This is the newly renovated street. James Moriarty praised. Oh, it looks much cleaner and neater than before. Violetta said proudly. We used about 80% of the funds to widen the paths. Just as you said, this street will soon become crowded with craftsmen. Other groups are also starting to cooperate with your proposal. Kiku's is in the process of making a musical to replace the circus act. Dean and Mistella are preparing for the magazine you mentioned. They are preparing to gather short stories from unknown authors. Although we told the kids to spread the news, I'm not sure if it's effective. James Moriarty replied calmly. If they fail, it's fine. Just remember to tell them to do a good job with advertising. In any business, an initial investment capital is always essential. Violetta sighed and answered. You say that, but so far not many people want to invest in us. Afterward, Violetta led James Moriarty along and continued. And this is the newly opened tailor shop. They plan to start with simple clothing designs. Easy to access the market. Then gradually they will import more luxurious and famous clothing designs. James Moriarty asked softly. You seem confident, don't you? Violetta smiled and replied. Of course, I have always dreamed of this moment. James Moriarty was satisfied and said, All right, it seems we have seen all the innovations. Now let's go meet everyone. Violetta asked, bewildered. Meet who? What do you mean? James Moriarty answered. The people we will be working with. James Moriarty and Violetta moved on. Suddenly, they saw a romantic young man pinning a girl against the wall. Oh, my muse. If only you could give me a chance to be by your side tonight. The girl replied shyly. Oh, I really don't. James Moriarty said calmly. There he is. Then he stepped forward to rescue the girl. Excuse me, miss, I will have to take him now as we have a prior appointment. The girl replied shyly. Of course. The romantic young man said disappointedly. It's not time for the appointment yet, is it? James Moriarty replied. I thought you would be late if I left you alone. That romantic young man was Alex, a member of UNON. He said sorrowfully. Come on, leader. Who do you think I am? But immediately after, Alex laid eyes on Violetta and asked. Oh, and may I know the name of the beautiful lady standing next to you? Violetta asked with some suspicion. Does he really work with us? James Moriarty replied composedly. Really, he may act like a fool, but he has enough skills for the job. Violetta still didn't quite understand James Moriarty's meaning. She thought to herself, could it be that he has more to expect than what I see? Suddenly Alex winked at Violetta and said, putting that aside, what kind of treasure and women are you looking for, leader? Violetta felt fed up, losing faith. She desperately asked James Moriarty. Are you sure we can trust him? Alex stepped close to Violetta. He introduced himself politely. Apologies for the late introduction. I am Alex. I am a noble from the south of the Fatima Kingdom. I hope both of us will have good luck. Violetta asked in surprise. A noble? Suddenly, James Moriarty spoke up. Be careful. He is a professional con artist. Hearing that, Violetta glared at Alex with extreme annoyance, thinking to herself, he just impersonated someone else in front of me? Meanwhile, Alex laughed with great delight. Afterward, he asked James Moriarty, now then, why did you call me here? James Moriarty replied, I will explain in more detail after we return to the hideout. Alex rubbed his chin and said, your hideout? You mean the place of those people? I wonder, what if I feel disappointed by its mediocrity? James Moriarty was silent for a moment, then replied, you don't need to worry about that. Hans came out to welcome James Moriarty with a pale face. Sir, you have returned. James Moriarty asked about the situation. How is the investigation going? You look tired.
Hans replied weakly.
I am fine. It's just that I can't endure this thing. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind. Hans. Where are you? Oh, you are here? Ah, boss. Long time no see. Bellaluna Pet Anna was also a member of UN Owen. One hand holding a knife. One hand patting Hans's shoulder with a scary face. She turned to glare at Hans. Now then, Hans. Where was I?
Hans screamed helplessly in panic.
Ah, Violetta asked in surprise. She is an elf? James Moriarty replied. As you can see, that is Bellaluna. She is an elf. She is responsible for producing medicine as well as gunpowder. Bellaluna excitedly pinned Hans down, comforting him. It will only sting a little. Ignoring Hans, whose face was turning completely green, Violetta asked curiously, wait, don't elves hate artificial creations? James Moriarty replied while turning to glance at Alex. That is just a stereotype people assign to the elf race, saying that is no different from every other species looking at you and assuming you are a con artist. Alex felt a bit stung, embarrassedly said, Leader, I wonder what you really think of me. Just then, a noise also rang out from outside. Is everyone here? James Moriarty calmly replied. Oh, seems both of you arrived on time. Alpha. Phantos. The two of them were also members of UN Owen. James Moriarty immediately said, now that we have all gathered, let's go inside to talk. Everyone went into the room and sat around a table. James Moriarty said, all right, since Alex has finished his introduction, now it's your turn. Phantos crossed his arms and said coldly, I am Phantos. Thanks. Alex said somewhat surprised. What the hell? Is that all you're going to say? Alpha hurriedly explained. Phantos usually doesn't talk much. I hope everyone understands him. Then he also introduced himself. Ah, my name is Alpha. I don't have a surname. Hans asked curiously. You don't look like anything special. How do you know the leader? Alpha replied frankly. Are you talking about Sir Rudiger? Well, if I had to say, is he my father? Violetta heard that and turned to look at James Moriarty, reacting violently. What? James Moriarty added. To put it briefly, this is not my real son. It's quite hard to explain. Alpha continued. When I was born, I didn't have much knowledge about this world. Hans still didn't quite understand, asking again. What do you mean? Alpha replied. The reason I consider your leader as my father is because he taught me many things. Alpha continued. I can introduce Phantos myself. But before that, can you take off your hat? Everyone was surprised to see Phantos's ears. Is he a beast man? Alpha replied. That's right. Among the beast men, he is the one with the most developed body. He is quite diligent in tasks that require his strength. Tasks like whaling. Hans asked in surprise. Whaling? Aren't beast men usually afraid of water? James Moriarty spoke up. That is incorrect. Phantos' strength and skills were able to lead his people. Phantos finally opened his mouth to speak. Even so, I was still defeated by you. That is the reason I decided to work under you. James Moriarty said. Phantos will work for us as a combat agent. If ranked within the guild, he would be the second strongest. Everyone gasped in surprise. James Moriarty turned to speak to Violetta. And finally, Violetta, she asked in surprise. Huh? Me? James Moriarty replied. That's right. I hoped that you could continue working with us. Violetta stammered. Wait, I only came here to guide you. I'm already busy enough. James Moriarty continued. If you are talking about the business, isn't everything already ready? Violetta hesitated a bit. Ah well, I don't mean that I don't intend to join, although, I'm still not sure if I should join or not. Everyone has their own strength. As for me, James Moriarty interrupted her and said, Violetta, if I thought you didn't have the necessary skills to join us, then I wouldn't have brought you here in the first place. There is only one reason for me bringing you here and introducing you to everyone. It is because I feel you have more than enough skills to join us. I want a confirmation from you yourself. Will you work with us? James Moriarty reached out his hand towards Violetta. She bowed her head in silence, then reached out to take it, saying cheerfully, All right, good luck to both of us. James Moriarty also replied politely, Okay, thank you. James Moriarty looked around and thought to himself, and just like that, we have enough necessary members. I chose the most elite people I know. The people here are even better than I expected. James Moriarty smiled smugly and said, Now then, before we start the meeting, let me introduce our first target. In the coming days, we will raid the location where the Kunst auction is about to take place. Violetta shouted in surprise. What? The Kunst auction? James Moriarty replied, That's right, they have something I want. While we take that thing, I think we can take a few extra gifts on the way out. Suddenly Alex raised his hand to speak. Leader, wait a moment, let me clarify this first. As far as I recall, I don't remember anyone ever being able to raid the Kunst auction. In the last 20 years, there have been hundreds of people who tried but no one succeeded. In addition, due to recent events, security has been tightened. Nothing goes in or out. It is even rumored that there is an artifact that helps them observe the warehouse area at all times. So, if you are that confident, I'm sure you already have a plan, right? James Moriarty smiled, replying confidently, Of course, Hans. Bring it in. Hans handed the map to James Moriarty. He placed the map on the table and said, Everyone, please pay attention. This is the blueprint of the building that I managed to obtain. Our target is here. He wondered, so he went over to check. Selena saw him and said, Ah, Professor Rudiger. Rudiger greeted, Long time no see, Professor Selena. Selena also smiled and replied, Long time no see. It's been a while since that accident at the party, hasn't it? The man Selena was talking to suddenly said, Excuse me, then left. Then, Rudiger asked, Were you two discussing something important? Selena replied, He was just a bit worried about what happened at the party. Rudiger asked again, Sorry for not asking sooner. How have you been lately?
Selena replied politely, I'm fine.
It's true that nothing gets done unless you handle it, Professor Rudiger. Thanks to you, all the students were safe. Has my assistant expressed her gratitude to you yet? At this moment, Joanna also bowed in thanks following Selena's words. Rudiger thought to himself, Esmeralda, pretending to be ignorant seems to be the right choice. Selena suddenly said, Forgive me, Professor. If only I could have helped you in some way back then. Rudiger comforted her. You evacuated everyone and tried to do the best you could. But Selena felt sorrowful and said, No, that was merely all I could do. I lacked the necessary skills. So, Rudiger seemed to realize and thought, She worries about things like that? So, he spoke up, Professor Selena. Unlike you, I don't know how to smile brightly and be friendly to everyone like you do. Your attitude was what helped everyone stay calm while they were being evacuated. You did very well in the role you undertook. Selena was not happy at all. Still sorrowful, she said, Smile brightly and be friendly, I don't know either. Do I really deserve to hear those words? But immediately after, Selena changed the subject. Ah, have classes started already? Sorry for wasting your time. Thank you for listening to my troubles. Next time I will treat you to a meal. Then Selena and Joanna left. Sadena appeared from behind Rudiger out of nowhere. She muttered, I feel a bit annoyed. How dare she speak of her troubles and make you listen to them? Rudiger reminded Sadena, You should learn how to deal with situations like this more naturally. Sadena stammered in reply, Ah, I understand, Professor Rudiger. Rudiger suddenly asked, Putting that aside, can you investigate this person for me? Sadena immediately burned with enthusiasm. She replied eagerly, I will even dig up their ancestors and distant relatives if you need. Rudiger replied, No need to go that far. I need you to investigate Joanna Lovitz. Sadena answered eagerly, Yes, I will get to work right away. The next day, at the location of the Kunst auction, Ivan stood outside looking at his watch, grumbling, I heard they are coming here. When on earth will they arrive? A subordinate said to Ivan, Sir, why don't you wait inside?
Ivan replied irritably, Fine.
And let them arrive during that time and make us lose face? This is a good opportunity for the Luke Corporation. We will be able to oust Lawson and push the business forward. In addition, This might be the only chance for me to regain my father's trust. Just then, a vehicle arrived. The subordinate stammered, "They're here." Ivan stood. Straight, politely introduced himself. "Welcome to this place. I am the manager of this auction house. My name is Ivan Luke." The person stepping out of the vehicle also introduced himself. "Oh, very pleased to meet you. I am." Before the person could finish his sentence, Ivan said, "I have heard about you, Lord Aguramusa." But actually it was Alex in disguise, bringing Phantos along. Alex laughed and replied, "Ha ha ha, it's an honor to hear that someone cast aside by their family like me is still welcomed." Ivan said formally, "Now then, please follow me inside. We will certainly provide you with the best services." Alex said amicably, "No need to be so formal. It seems I am just about your age. Why don't we become sworn friends?" Ivan heard that and was so happy he stammered, "Are you sure? Now then, let's go inside first." Stepping inside, Alex suddenly said, "Oh my, while it is still on my mind, can I ask you a favor?" Ivan asked curiously, "A favor?" Alex began to explain, "I was given a valuable item on the way here, but I haven't found a suitable place to keep it yet." Ivan asked again, "What is it?" Alex replied, "Currently, my family is still utilizing mana water to be able to manufacture high-quality magic stones." Ivan immediately realized it was the magic stone business. Alex said cheerfully, "This is the prototype blueprint for the business. I can't keep it by my side, can I?" Ivan also laughed and said, "Haha, you're not wrong." Alex didn't beat around the bush anymore, asking directly, "In that case, do you happen to know a suitable place to store it?" Ivan immediately responded cheerfully. Alex also laughed politely and said, "Is that so? I appreciate it." In Alex's hand he wore a miniature transmitter. A few hours ago, while in the carriage, Alex eagerly praised Violetta. "I couldn't have imagined you could make a set of clothes resembling the southern nobility so well. I am impressed. Violetta, right?" James Moriarty only replied coldly, "If it's good, then fine. I hope you remember who you are supposed to be playing." Alex said confidently, "Of course, although I don't have much power. But thanks to my father's business in the magic stone industry on the market, I am a handsome, young, and influential noble." "Correct," James Moriarty said bluntly. "I will pretend I didn't hear the last part." After that, James Moriarty instructed Phantos, "Phantos, can you fulfill your role? All you need to do is stay silent and disguise yourself as his bodyguard." Phantos replied coldly, "If that is an order." James Moriarty said thoughtfully, "Recently, the Luke Corporation has been trying to expand into the magic tool market as well as artifacts. This leads to them seeking a supply of mana water because it plays an important role in creating magic tools." Alex immediately realized the issue. "Aha, so that is why you chose this identity for me to disguise as." James Moriarty calmly replied, "That's right. You will seize this opportunity to build a connection with Ivan." Afterward, James Moriarty handed an item to Alex. "We are almost there. Put this on your hand before you go out there." Alex looked at it, asking curiously, What is this?" James Moriarty replied, "A mobile communication device that Sheridan made." Alex whispered through the communication device, "This is Vigo, currently heading to the target location with Melvin." The other end replied, "Understood," and heard the whispering, turned around and asked, "Did you say something?" Alex hurriedly replied, "No, I was just admiring your interior." Ivan heard that and laughed smugly, "Ha ha ha, I guessed you would like these things. Now then, we just need to take this down." Alex observed the process, thinking to himself, the entrance to the elevator is opened by a single key, and, just as Hans said, it is guarded by 2 knights equipped to the teeth. Alex recalled what James Moriarty had said. "The location we are targeting is the basement of the Kunst facility. It won't be easy. All items are stored 30 meters underground. In addition, there is an artifact that helps them track every movement. However, that doesn't mean this is impossible. Alex, Phantos, I need you guys to look into the interior of the storage area." After going down there and returning to the party, Alex contacted James Moriarty. "The investigation was successful, leader. Looking at the current situation, I can be confident that we will succeed." James Moriarty replied, "Is that so? That's good." Alex asked, "Should we continue sticking to the plan?" James Moriarty calmly replied, "Just continue, but only if you remember what we discussed." Alex said with a bit of annoyance, "Why do you keep teasing me? Don't worry about that." James Moriarty immediately replied, "All right, I trust you. Quickly finish everything and return." Alex, confidently, "Understood. I will quickly say goodbye and leave." stopping the communication. Alex muttered as he walked out. Really? Why does the leader want me to stay here? Suddenly Alex heard something. Thinking to himself, huh? The voice sounds familiar. Alex's face suddenly turned pale. He hid inside and reported to James Moriarty. Leader, there is a problem. James Moriarty asked curiously. Huh? What is it? Alex said in panic. She is here. James Moriarty didn't understand. Hurriedly asked. Who are you talking about? Explain it. Alex replied in panic. Enya Joiners, my ex-girlfriend. James Moriarty was also somewhat puzzled. Enya Joiners, why is someone from the government here? And he ordered Alex. Vigo, get out of there as soon as you have a chance. Nothing good comes from being spotted by her, especially since it's you. Alex checked the situation while replying. I know. I will leave as soon as I have a chance. In his heart, Alex thought, she is still the same as always. Enya. Alex immediately went to Ivan and said, my friend, I have to go now. Ivan asked with some regret. You have to leave already? Oh. About the business problem we still left unfinished. Alex made an excuse and answered, I prefer discussing this another time more privately. Afterward, Alex and Phantos withdrew. Upon returning, Alex asked curiously, hey, Bellaluna hasn't returned yet? James Moriarty said calmly, it's fine. She is analyzing something I gave her. Afterward, James Moriarty shifted to the main topic. Now, explain in detail to me, Alex. Alex began to recount everything he gathered. The relative architecture of the auction area is quite similar to the map you guys showed us. However, more importantly, the place for auction items is divided into 3 rooms. Depending on the importance, the valuable things are placed in the rooms with the highest numbers. The auction duration is 3 days. Each day, items in each room are brought out for auction starting from those in the first room. Hans added, after investigating, it seems the items we are looking for are in the 3rd room. Sheridan said eagerly, then we should aim for the 3rd auction day, right? James Moriarty spoke again. No, our plan will take place on the 2nd day. Sheridan asked in confusion. Huh? Why is that? James Moriarty calmly replied. On the 3rd day, security will be tightened. Alex also added, on the 1st day, the auction will attract too much attention. The suitable time is the 2nd day. At this, James Moriarty suddenly asked Sheridan, Sheridan, how is the item I requested? Sheridan confidently replied, it is nearly done. I will finish it within the next 3 days. James Moriarty turned to ask Violetta, Violetta, can you find a construction or interior structure expert? Violetta calmly replied, I will try asking Oaks. More importantly, I heard a knight from the intelligence agency has joined. Their knights are famous for being sharp. Will it be okay? Alex replied, just a low-ranking knight. Nothing to worry about. Violetta was skeptical. How do you know it's just one? When our plan starts, there might be more. Alex replied, come to think of it, I think I've met that knight before. Hearing this, Violetta asked even more suspiciously, what if you run into him during the operation? Alex scratched his head, sighed and said, we met once a long time ago. Don't worry. I will execute my assigned role perfectly. James Moriarty also reassured Violetta. There will be no problem. The information we gathered today is enough. Only upon hearing James Moriarty did Violetta feel reassured. All right, if you say so. James Moriarty mused. That is just a hypothesis. For now, the plan remains unchanged. At the same time, in another place, Casey stepped onto the train platform and shouted excitedly, I have arrived, Leo Brew. Turned back and told Betty, look, assistant, it's about to rain. Stop dawdling and come over here. Betty struggled to pull the pile of papers while shouting quietly, hey, don't just walk ahead alone like that. I have a lot of luggage. Why did you bring so many useless things in the first place? Casey turned back and replied, useless? You mean the things that bring me endless inspiration. Suddenly, Betty's hand slipped, causing papers to fly everywhere. She angrily sat down and complained, what the hell? Who brings a pile of case documents from 5 years ago with them? Casey calmly said, they are all important, Betty. Furthermore, shouldn't you walk faster? Betty asked, why? Casey replied, why, you ask? I said it's about to rain, right? Betty asked in panic, that's a big problem. When will it rain? Casey slowly replied, calculating the humidity, rainfall, and countless other factors. 5. Betty cheerfully said, 5 minutes later? If we hurry, we'll be fine. Unexpectedly, Casey counted down. 4, 3, 2, 1. Drops of rain began to fall. Betty panicked and shouted, Casey, it's raining. Casey calmly replied, I knew it. And she popped open an umbrella. Betty kept shouting in panic. We have to find shelter immediately. All the papers will get wet. Wait a minute. These things can't get wet. Only I know how fastidious. Suddenly she felt no more raindrops. Betty was somewhat surprised and let out a huh. Casey asked mischievously, Are you surprised? Betty sighed, glanced at Casey and reproached. You are really strange, Casey. If you intended to do that, why didn't you do it from the start? It turned out Casey was the holder of the title Azure Water, and was also Private Detective Casey Selmore. While following Casey, Betty asked, But Casey, why do we have to come to Leo Brew? Casey calmly replied, I heard strange things are happening in this city recently. The movement of suspicious organizations and the werewolf raid. Betty added, The appearance of warlocks isn't strange either, right? But suddenly Casey said, They are not ordinary warlocks. That made Betty extremely surprised. What? Not ordinary? Casey began to clarify. Besides, his last traces were heading towards this place. Betty understood nothing. She asked again, You skipped the important details again. Whose last traces? Casey solemnly replied, James Moriarty. Betty said blankly, Huh? Didn't James Moriarty die while fighting you? Casey placed hands on hips, disappointed. Betty, you still believe that nonsense rumor? He continued. Is the rumor that you two fought by the waterfall near the cliff and fell down together in the finale also? Casey honestly said, Ah, that part is true. That left Betty speechless. Are you joking with me? Casey then seriously continued. The difference between the rumors is that that person didn't die. My instinct tells me so. Betty sighed, somewhat unbelieving, and said, Instinct again? What about your supreme deductive skills? Casey replied, Not just instinct. I also have proof. Betty seemed still not quite convinced and asked, Really? Casey confidently said, Really, my proof is the articles and data you are carrying. 5 years ago, in the kingdom of Duraman, a large number of abnormal warlocks attacked the citizens. The night was called the Night of Blood Purge. Also on that night, a giant angry monster, the Beast of Gavaden, appeared. The man who hunted that beast was none other than Abraham Van Helsing. However, he abandoned his fame and was never seen again. Betty didn't quite understand and asked, Huh? What are you trying to say? Casey explained further, 4 years ago, in the Fatali kingdom of the Allied Empire, in a land ruined by the exploitation of nobles, a mysterious thief with a black shadow appeared. Arsène Lupin. He was active for about a year and stole many treasures before vanishing, never to be seen again. 3 years ago in the kingdom of Delica, an evil man tried to start a war, James Moriarty. He also suddenly disappeared, and no one saw him again. And when the civil war broke out in the kingdom of Utah recently, the victor was Machiavelli. He disappeared at the end of the war. Betty shouted in surprise, Casey, no way! Are you trying to say that all those people are the same person? Casey put her hands on her hips. According to my deduction, it seems so. The last place that person is predicted to be heading is this very city, Leo Brew. Betty still found it hard to understand. Why would someone with such ability hide his identity and roam the world? Casey also couldn't understand. Of course I don't know. Anyway, that person is someone who once brought the Empire into chaos. If he is still alive, we cannot just leave it be. Then, Casey turned around and said, Let's go. I have to find a good place to stay. Betty asked, Where? Casey smiled and replied, The Kunst Auction House. This time, the Kunst Auction House was bustling with guests. Evan bowed respectfully. Thank you for coming, Princess Erendia von Exilian. I am Evan Luke. I am in charge of the auction. Erendia von Exilian replied indifferently. Ah, nice to meet you. I am a bit tired now. Can you take me to my restroom? Evan said eagerly. Yes, I will lead you to the royal room. Erendia von Exilian politely replied. Thank you. As she walked along the path, she looked around and exclaimed inwardly. Ah, how much does this stuff cost? If I sold one of these, I wonder how many commoner families could be helped. At the same time, behind Erendia von Exilian was James Moriarty, communicating with his teammates. Nameless here. Plan UNON starts right now. Alex adjusted his tie and spoke excitedly. Great, it's finally starting. I thought I would die of boredom waiting since yesterday. Alex walked while thinking to himself. First, I will meet Violetta downstairs. Suddenly Alex saw a familiar figure, hurried to hide behind a door, and thought in panic, Huh? Of all places, why are you here, Enya? Violetta suddenly heard the signal from a teammate, Wiggle, saying, I will take some time to untie my shoelaces and go down. She thought with some worry. Things have started to go off track. If things are like this now, I will have to do it myself. Recalling words James Moriarty had said to them, the first objective of the plan is to find the key to the elevator door. Alex, Violetta, I will assign this to you too. There were a few whispers. That beautiful woman over there, is she a staff member? Making the brown-haired man turn his head to look. Violetta pretended to be drunk, leaned against the wall and said, I think I drank a bit too much. Can you help me to my room? At the same time, it was also a secret exchange between two members of the organization. Find the key, master. Get the key and come here. He supported Violetta into the room, making her grateful. Thank you for helping me. He then replied gently, Of course, I can't just ignore a guest visiting the auction floor. You are drunk and forgot your room number, so you can stay in my room for a while. Hearing that made Violetta unable to help but praise. Oh my, you are so kind. Hearing her speak made him even more impatient. He couldn't wait to lock the room door and said, You need to sober up before you can find your room. That's right. So you can sober up. Let's have some fun together. Seeing that he had taken the bait, she cheerfully said, Oh my, I really like fun activities. Immediately, she grabbed his wrist, pulled hard, and slammed him down onto the floor. Because she acted too fast, he couldn't react in time and fainted. Then, she smiled brightly and asked, Is this game fun? She also felt amazed at herself as she thought, I didn't think one move would take him down. It's great that I learned how to reinforce my body with magic from the captain. Now, let's find the key. At this moment, in the hall, the auction had begun. The man hosting the auction stepped up and said to everyone, Ladies and gentlemen, thank you again for visiting the Kunst auction floor. Without keeping you waiting any longer, let's admire the first item of the second auction day. Jewelry rumored to be Mermaid's Tears. The Mermaid's Tears. The starting price is 1 million dina. Everyone in the stands saw it and couldn't help but be amazed because the jewelry was indeed very sparkling and beautiful. Immediately, they quickly bid from 1 million up to 50 million or 200 million. Seeing this made Arendia extremely confused because she doubted, Is that really Mermaid's Tears? It's too extravagant. Suddenly Casey sat beside her and said, Although it looks beautiful, it is a fake, it seems. You aren't very interested in the auction, are you, Princess Arendia? Hearing that she knew her name made her extremely surprised. Have we met before? She then replied, No, first time meeting. Hearing that made the princess wonder and ask, Then how do you know? Casey jokingly smiled. I said it before, because you look bored. In places like this, not many people would reveal that bored face. Do you know the hair at the back of your head is also a bit flat? You just rested in a room, didn't you? Although the scent of the room deodorizer still lingers on your body, you didn't use any perfume. A noble who needs to care about what other nobles think of them would not do that. To be able to not care about what others think of you in a place like this, surely you must be a member of the royal family. And there are also rumors you came to this auction, princess. Arendia heard this and was extremely surprised and admired her. Amazing. You are sitting in a VIP seat, so you must not be an ordinary person either. Hearing that, she began to introduce herself. Ahem. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Casey, a detective. Just hearing that name made her quickly realize, is that name perhaps the famous detective? The water mage who also received the title of Azure Water. Seeing the princess recognize her made her happily say, Oh my! Being recognized by the princess is truly my honor. The fact that there was a detective here made the princess a bit confused and asked, What are you doing at Kunst? She quickly replied, When I arrived in Leobrew, I was invited here. Furthermore, at big events like this, things always happen. Her saying that made her a bit confused. Huh. She then said, Just consider it my detective's intuition. Over on Rudiger's side, he walked while thinking. It seems like from the start, things have gone off track a little. Violetta is trying her best to complete the mission. Now I should regroup with the other members. While walking, suddenly someone blocked him and said, Oh, who is this? We meet again. What a coincidence. Since our meeting at the party that day, it has been quite a long time. Right, Rudiger Chelsea? I don't know what you are doing here, but meeting you is truly lucky. Are you enjoying the auction? Seeing that it was Evan Luke, he replied coldly. That's right. I find it quite worth the effort coming here. Hearing that, made him speak disdainfully. It is just as people often say, the brain affects the vision. But he did not care about that and coldly said, That is true. Excuse me. Seeing him preparing to leave made him annoyed, so he ordered the bodyguards. Ahem, why are you leaving so suddenly? It seems you have no one accompanying you, so allow me to escort you. Guards. This is an extremely important guest. Treat him kindly. Seeing the way he acted, he immediately realized he wanted to monitor him. It seems his true purpose is to show off power. If things happen like this, I won't be able to act at will. So he quickly contacted Han and reported, nameless reporting. Currently, I will not be able to act. Waiting for reinforcements. Hearing about Rudiger unable to act made him extremely surprised. Damn it, reinforcements means me. Moss beside him heard that and said, Han, I think you need to go. Han also knew that. First, this device needs to work for me to go. And temporarily don't use my name. Call me Kafka. Ah, right. Kafka. Can you call me Dumas too? Han knew that, so he said back to him, even if you didn't say it, I would call you that. We will be delayed much longer than expected. If so, I have no choice but to act with a 3. Suddenly Han saw that although the device blinked red and caught the signal, it still couldn't connect. A 3 beside him saw the red light, so he reported back to Kafka. That makes me feel good, because at least we don't need to go deep inside. Suddenly a guard walked past and shouted, Hey, what are you doing there? Come here immediately. Han saw that and was extremely confused. Damn it, caught red-handed. I didn't even think about them patrolling this alley. So he told a 3, Hey, do something, will you? A 3 heard that and immediately turned his head to walk to the guard. He saw him and immediately asked, What the hell? Just a kid? What are you doing here? But before he could finish his sentence, a 3 delivered a powerful punch to his stomach, knocking him unconscious on the spot. Han saw that and was extremely surprised because he knocked out such a tall guy in just one hit. So Han asked, Are you a knight? A knight? You mean those superhumans who graduated from the military academy and were accepted as official knights? Those who are much stronger than ordinary people and... Hearing the words 3 said made Han feel he shouldn't ask and told him to forget it, praising him for doing a good job. Then Han told a 3 to tie him up and hide him in some pile of trash. Okay, sounds good. Suddenly another guard walked up and shouted, Hey Decker, where are you? Han saw that and felt, damn it, another one. Suddenly a 3 spoke up, mimicking the voice of the beaten guy. Hey, wait, I'm over here. Hearing Decker's voice, he asked back, What are you doing in the alley? Seeing him approaching, he said, Hey, don't come here. Let me finish relieving myself first. I'll be right out. Wait a bit. I checked already. Seems there's nothing strange here. Hearing that Decker was relieving himself, he immediately left because he felt it was too gross. After the other guy left, a 3 asked Han excitedly, How was it? Sounded exactly the same, right? Han asked in confusion. Who the hell are you really? Anyway, rely on the signal to turn on the device and go inside. He also quickly followed inside and replied, All right, on the other side. Alex finished his mission and came out looking tired. Phew, finally did it. I really didn't think Enya would be here. It was hard to get down. I have to hurry. Must meet Violetta. And get the key too. Just as he stepped out the door, Violetta bumped into Alex and handed him a key, then left as if nothing happened. The knights saw the two of them doing nothing shady, so they ignored it. Having received the key, Alex quickly called, Hugo reporting. I have obtained the key. And now, I will go to the elevator immediately. Hearing that, Phantos quickly replied, Melvin reporting. I will wait for you at the elevator. And he began to turn invisible to wait for Alex to arrive. Seeing him walk past, Phantos immediately appeared and said, I'm here. That made Alex surprised. What the hell? You startled me. Do beastkin often use that way to hide their presence? But he didn't care about that and asked, Where's the key? That made Alex say in boredom, You're really stiff. I have it. Let's act quickly. Alex looked out into the hallway and saw many guards there, just as predicted. Because there was an auction, the number of guards also increased. So he immediately called Sheridan. This is Hugo and Melvin. We have arrived at the gate. She heard that and quickly replied, Giles here. Now I will start the operation. Then Sheridan released steam past everyone, making everyone extremely surprised and cough. Cough, cough. What is happening? It's a terrorist attack. She saw the reaction of everyone like that and giggled. This stuff is much better than expected. Belladonna's special tear gas. Seeing the situation unstable, the guards instructed everyone. Please calmly enter the shelter. Please also ask for assistance from the guards. There are still not enough people here. Seeing the guards, Alex thought, started already, huh? Then he turned to ask Phantos. You can handle those too, right? Let's go, meathead. He replied, All right. Then the two of them walked in front of the two guards, making them ask warily, Identify yourselves. This is a restricted area. Seeing that, Alex said in confusion, wait, earlier, because it was too chaotic outside, we got lost while looking for a shelter. Thinking about it now, I bet you don't know who I am. Last time I came here with my friend, Evan Luke, right? Now looking closely, I recognize you. You were here last time too, right? Do you know where Evan is? Seeing the two of them keeping approaching made them scared and say, that, first, don't come any closer and hold your position. However, Santos did not patiently wait for Alex to resolve it. So he rushed up and punched both of them hard at the same time, knocking them unconscious on the spot. That made Alex extremely confused and say, what the hell? You didn't kill him, right? Santos replied, I avoided his vital points. Seeing that he was strong enough to dent the armor made him wonder, where did the leader find a guy like this? Then, Alex called Han, Hugo and Melvin reporting. We have taken care of the guards at the entrance. Kafka and Dumas were speaking. We are on our way. Hearing that, Han and A3 pushed the cart inside. At this moment, inside the auction room, the host spoke up. And now, the next auction item will start at 500,000 Dina. Then, the guests quickly bid sky-high prices. Rudiger, inside the auction room, discovered the two bodyguards still tailing him, making him feel, he's still tailing me? It will be hard to move freely. According to the contact from the radio, everything seems to be going smoothly. Suddenly, he discovered Casey. Before, when the two of them fought at that time, he asked her, your life. But, she said, I don't care. Even if I can't defeat you now, I am still willing to pay with my life as long as I can destroy you. Alright, if you're good then come at me. James Moriarty. Immediately after, he quickly turned his head elsewhere to avoid being detected by her. He didn't understand why that woman was doing here. I have disguised myself, so her recognizing me is not very likely. But that bitch is extremely talented. To the point of receiving the title Azure Water. If my campaign is blocked by her, it would be no different than the efforts of the past weeks going down the drain. There's no way she knew about the plan beforehand, right? No. She really knew, she wouldn't look this calm. That bitch doesn't know what is happening. I can only hope the minions will handle this quickly and quietly. At this moment, in the observation room, he yawned repeatedly and said, so boring. There is no bastard bold enough to plan to rob Kunst. The person beside him saw that and said, hey, focus. Seeing that, he said, why are you worrying? Look at the amazing artifacts we possess. There are even live images from each artifact storage room here. He was obsessed, so he also felt it was true. It is quite a pity that such an interesting artifact is only used for security. Suddenly, he saw on the computer screen someone breaking into the artifact storage room, but when he rubbed his eyes, he saw no one anymore. Suddenly the person beside him looked at the screen and discovered something, so he immediately stood up and said urgently, wait, what is that? Making him startle and ask, you startled me. What is it? There is an intruder. Did he enter by cutting a hole in the wall? But this place is deep underground. So they quickly reported to Evan Luke. That made him extremely surprised and asked, huh? Say that again. The knight immediately recounted the words of the artifact guard and said, there is a report of an intruder from security room 2. Hearing that, Evan Luke asked urgently, what about the guards at the gate? The knight replied, the intruder entered by digging. Feeling this was too absurd, he quickly went to the security room and said, absurd. Call the guards right now. All of them. After a while of gathering, all the guards were fully assembled, making the captain of the night say, good. It seems everyone is here. According to the report, intruder dug underground to enter here. A few of you check the surrounding sewer lines. The rest, split into 2 teams, the transport team and the ambush team, and go with me to the storage. They quickly understood and quickly took the elevator down. At this moment inside the security room, Evan Luke watched the screen anxiously and impatiently. The employee told him, the guards are going down via the elevator. Inside his head, he was extremely afraid and angry. He felt, bastards, do you know how much those artifacts are worth? Do you think I will obediently sit still and let you take them from my hands? Therefore, afterwards he said to the bodyguards, you all know the procedure, right? The main priority here is to move the items in storage 3 to a safer place. The ambush team will go to storage 2 and catch the thieves. Hearing that, the captain of the guards quickly replied, yes, sir. Transport team, urgently move the items to storage 3. Ambush team, follow me to the storage to catch the criminals. Ambush team to commander, we are opening the door to storage 2. Commander to ambush team, the enemy is currently still in the storage. Evan told them to quickly go inside, but When the ambush team went inside, they did not see a single soul, which made them extremely confused because no one was there. That made Evan extremely angry. Because no one is there? You mean them? But the security team was still adamant that there were no signs of intrusion and all items were intact. Hearing that made him extremely confused. Then what the hell am I looking at? You certainly entered the wrong room. Then the screen changed. Evan saw the security team had entered storage 2 and was walking around the room, seeing no one other than the security team. At this moment, Evan's assistant realized that they had been watching a fake screen all along. Hearing that, the security team asked Evan, "What should we do? Should we bring the items back to storage 3, to the old place?" But he ordered them, "No, just leave them there for safety." "Roger, sir. We will bring them along with the transport team currently in the elevator." Then he was angry because that was just a fake screen, meaning someone projected a fake video in the middle of it. As for Evan's assistant, he thought, could it be someone replaced the footage of the artifact with footage of themselves? But for what purpose? What do they gain from just changing the video? Suddenly, he realized the thieves' intention, so he quickly informed Evan. "Sir, it's a trap. Storage 2 is just a trick. They targeted storage 3 from the very beginning. They intend to intercept the items we are transporting according to procedure." Suddenly the security team informed Evan, "Commander, do you copy? This is the ambush team. Copy. What is it? The elevator to the surface is broken. We have no way to escape from here without the elevator. We need your help." Hearing that, he immediately turned back and said, "We don't have any internal troops that can support. How about asking the police for help?" Hearing that, Evan Luke quickly objected. "No, if this incident is leaked, the auction will be completely ruined. Then what must we do?" Evan also didn't know this. Seeing him unable to judge anything due to excessive fear, the assistant beside him spoke up, "We will try to go stop them. Gather all members of the security team." Everyone quickly obeyed and quickly left the room to go assist. But the door wouldn't open, making them wonder, "Damn it! What is happening?" Giles saw them being trapped like that and giggled. They gathered all in one place. Like that, they are inviting themselves to be trapped. The leader's plan is truly amazing. Initially, when hearing about the artifact storage, she didn't know what to do. At that time, Rudiger said to Sheridan, "Can you do a few things? I am planning to replace the projected image of the storage with an artifact. I need a transmission intrusion device." Sheridan smiled happily and reported, "Ah, sir. Giles here. The mission is successful. Both Alex's and Han's groups have obtained the items. 30 minutes ago, 2 guards were tied up and gagged, crying in silence. Then, a 3 asked Han, 'How is it?' He replied, 'Well, it fits, but why is the stomach part so tight? It's really uncomfortable.' Hearing that, Alex immediately stepped up to explain, 'Ah, Phantos destroyed the armor. We patched it up, but couldn't fix it completely.' When understood, get the problem. So Han looked at Phantos' hand and said fearfully, 'In my opinion, that's just enough. We will stand and wait here, see you 2 later. Let's meet downstairs.' After the other 2 left, Alex sighed in relief. Luckily, we didn't run into any guards right away. Seeing that, Phantos said, 'Wait, let me check the guards' positions.' Looking at him like that, Alex immediately understood. Understood. Turns out you can even use spirits to do things like this. After a while, Phantos reported the situation. There are a total of 8 guards. They are scattered everywhere. Luckily for us, there are 2 separated nearby. I didn't expect them to be wandering around the storage warehouse. Anyway, thanks to that, we can catch them easily." After the 2 people finished changing into the guard uniforms, Phantos was extremely uncomfortable with the armor being smaller than him. Seeing that, Alex spoke up, "Try to endure it a bit. There aren't many guys around here as big as you. Get ready. It's going to happen soon." At this moment, the captain gave the order, "Transport team, bring the supplies to warehouse 3. Assault team, follow me to warehouse 2 to eliminate the intruders." The guards heard this and were dissatisfied. Look at that guy taking his subordinates to steal credit again. He does that because there aren't many chances to make himself stand out at the barracks. Just seriously do the mission. Phew, that's right. If we work carelessly, we'll get reported. After that, the transport team went into the elevator and called the command team to report. Transport team reporting to command. "We have successfully brought the supplies into the elevator." Assault team to transport team. "Just act as normal. Move the supplies to the safe location." Seeing the time had come, the 4 people looked at each other, signaling with their eyes. "Shall we start then?" After that, the guards were completely knocked out. Having knocked out the guards completely, Alex said, Now for the final step. Then he threw the spear into the elevator, making it unable to operate anymore. Coming out of the elevator, Han then asked him, "What did you just do?" He then smiled brightly and replied, "I just messed with the elevator a bit, so those who went down can't come back up again. In the meantime, let's get out quickly." After a while of loading all the stuff onto the truck, then he told everyone to hurry to the back. "We will go up." Suddenly, Han spoke up. I will return on my own later. The plan has changed, so I need the leader to check a few things first." Sheridan heard this and realized, "You mean the things Nari is looking for, right?" "That's right. I found out the real item is still in the auction room but couldn't distinguish it from the fake one. If this one is fake, we will have to search again." Sheridan heard this and wasn't worried at all, but smiled and said, "Really? Well then, with Nari going along you'll be fine. Have you loaded all stuff up yet?" Violetta returned. "Hurry up and get on." Before, Han looked at everyone and saw, "Now that I think about it, all these people fight very well. It's not like they lack any abilities. Yet all I can do is gather information. Oh no. Will I lose my own standing?" Suddenly, realized he shouldn't have these thoughts, so he immediately slapped himself in the face. "What am I thinking? Han, if that were true, the leader would have replaced you long ago. Just focus on delivering the relic fragment safely." After that, he contacted Rudiger. Leader, maybe you are in an unsuitable position to talk, so listen to me. The others have escaped safely. I will go get the thing you mentioned and bring it to you." Damn it. Seems there's not enough energy to continue communicating. "I will wait for you at the main hall." Hearing that made him feel relieved. "All right, everyone has escaped. It seems those guys finally know the situation. I should leave and meet Han outside." Hall. Han had changed neatly to find the fragment. At this time, there was no one in the hall. "Seems there's no one around here. Is it thanks to that kid's sleeping powder?" "Yeah. Why are those guys just standing there? Something is wrong." Suddenly, that man turned to look at Han, smiling cunningly at him. Right at this moment, an explosion occurred, causing the auction to be interrupted. Following this, a group of people stepped into the hall. "Everyone, freeze. I will kill anyone who moves." The noble saw this and stood up in fear, asking, "Who are you people? Don't you know where this is?" Seeing the noble refusing to stand still, he used a gun to shoot the noble in the forehead, killing him on the spot. Seeing that, the nobles immediately called for the guards, but there was no one. Seeing that, angrily said, "Just kill them all. Then we will strip all the assets from their corpses." Seeing them rushing in like that, Rudiger quickly took out his weapon, wondering, "Robbery? How did they get into the auction room? Damn it, it's because of us." At this moment, Guy suddenly rushed towards him and said, "Greedy nobles." Seeing bombs on his body made him realize, it's a suicide bomber from the Liberation Army.
I'm definitely
not mistaken. It's the same method the Liberation Army used. They aren't just thieves, the Liberation Army has also targeted this place. So, he immediately used his magic to knock him away, causing him to explode. A spot that also caused him to be thrown far away. Afterwards, he was extremely confused. How did the bomb explode? Is it homemade explosives? I destroyed all those things when acting under the identity of Moriarty. Yet why? Suddenly, a guard was foaming at the mouth. That is a sign of a curse. It is a forbidden art. Seeing those things made him feel confused. Robbers, Liberation Army, now forbidden arts too. Damn it, is Han safe? At this moment, Elandine ran out of the auction room. Almost didn't escape.
Robbers in Kunst?
What is happening? Is Casey okay? At this moment, the Liberation Army had found the princess, so they told each other. I knew we shouldn't have come here. I should have rested at Theon instead. When they were about to rush at her, suddenly Bubbles appeared next to the Liberation Army and said, "You guys are too noisy." After that, they were trapped inside the bubbles and wondered, "Bubbles? I can't break it. The bombs, they aren't working."
Impossible.
That is special explosive that can neutralize magic. At this moment, Casey appeared and said, "Quiet now. No matter how special it is, it's still just explosive, right? I just need to wet them and it's done." After that, Bed also arrived to announce, "Casey, this side is cleared." "Good job, Betty. I'm also done here." After a while and walked up and asked, "Is the princess okay?" Casey saw that and immediately remembered. Back then you went with Tarana." She also quickly replied, "I am very honored to be remembered by you. I am, and of the Night Watch Knights." Then Casey walked up and said, All right. Seems we are done here. Let's cooperate to escape this place. Where did these guys come from? How did they get past the Kunst guards? Speaking of which, I haven't seen any guards around here. For some reason, the guards went down to the basement, and with all sorts of people jumping in to cause trouble too. It's very dangerous here. Let's get out then talk. Suddenly, AC discovered the building was collapsing. That night when Han talked to Rudiger at the pub, he asked him, "Leader, why did you accept a coward like me?" Hearing that made him a bit surprised. "Why are you suddenly asking that?" He immediately replied, "Well, you know I am a person who clings to life and fears death, always running away leaving you to fight alone, even though I possess abilities that others don't. But you don't care about those things, because you accepted me for the cowardly person inside me." This made Han a bit unexpected, thinking he might have misheard. Then he said to him, "I know your power very well, how dangerous it is and the responsibility that comes with it. You are just afraid your power will hurt others. Is that right?" Hearing that, Han sadly pursed his lips and said, "I don't have parents. Since childhood, I lived in an orphanage and I couldn't get along with other kids. But I was close with a girl. She was like a big sister to me. She was a smart and cute child. I was nothing standing next to her. One day, she found a black puppy. It was very cute. At that time I petted it, but then it bit me lightly." Hearing up to here, Rudiger had guessed a few things, so he said, "Han, you don't need to continue telling it." But he continued telling it with trembling hands. "That was the first time I transformed in my life. The first time in my life I killed someone. If at that time the dog hadn't bitten my hand. If at that time I had known about my condition beforehand. No, I shouldn't have accepted that girl's kindness from the start." Hearing that, he'd only call out, "Han, there will be a time you accept the reality you are denying." While saying that, he handed him a knife. That made him confused and ask, "Leader, what is that? What the hell is this made of?" He then explained, "When that moment comes and you have no other choice but to leave everything behind and run away, I will not blame you. However, if you want to fight instead of running, use this as a last resort. I will respect your decision." Currently, Han was bleeding a lot and was still dazed, causing his vision to narrow. He only saw them approaching, making him confused. What just happened? Suddenly someone spoke up. "Today must be our lucky day." Whoever that might be, that group of people made the guards at the Kunst auction drop their guard and end up like this. At this moment, a person spoke up urging, "Quickly take it. The building was shaking just now. I think the others know at least something about what is happening." He heard that and said back, "So hasty. Wait a bit, stupid bastard. Do you think you can hide the mana of a relic in a bag like this?" Seeing he grabbed the bag intending to give it to the captain, he quickly grabbed his leg and said, "Give it here. I need to give it to the captain." Seeing that he was still alive, he smiled cunningly and said, "Oh, still alive?" So the curse worked exactly as planned. After speaking, he kicked hard into his stomach and scorned, "You can't even move yet you dare to tell me to give this to you." Seeing him trying to suppress himself, he laughed and said, "You have been trying to suppress it with your will all this time? Great. Either way, you won't live much longer. I will be merciful and let you die slowly, if you can try to survive." When he saw him leaving, he raised his hand wanting to stop him, but his body was too heavy. "That is not for you bastards to take. If someone else other than me were here right now, the relic wouldn't be taken so easily like that. Maybe I'll be cast aside. From the start, I was just a coward who couldn't help the leader with anything. It's all because I'm weak. Until death, I am just a burden to him." Therefore, when he tried to get up to chase, suddenly the knife the captain gave him fell out, making him remember when the captain gave him the right to decide. "That's right. If this is the end, this will be the last time. Let me burn everything I have." Right after that, he stabbed the knife into his own hand, causing him to quickly transform his body. He heard the scream and turned back to say, "Truly a stubborn bastard. He's still alive." Immediately he was killed by him in just one move. At this moment, Casey, Phantos, and Rudiger realized the existence of Han. In the car at this moment, Phantos kept looking towards the auction house. Seeing that, Alex asked Phantos, "What are you staring at?" He immediately replied, "The place we just left." Hearing him say that, Alex immediately realized it was the Kunst auction house. What is at that place? He felt a very clear presence, the presence of prey. It is dangerous. The smell and its presence. This thing is extraordinary. I have only encountered beasts like this a few times. No, maybe it's even stronger than the beasts I faced. Hearing that, made Alex remember the conversation between him and the captain. If it comes from the auction house, then it must be. In the room, Alex asked the captain, I have a question. Last time, you said Phantos is the one with the second strongest combat ability among us, right? Then who is the strongest? Brother. Rudiger heard that and turned his head back to reply. No, I excluded myself when evaluating. Hearing that, Alex confidently assumed the one in first place was himself. He immediately replied coldly. You are ranked third. Even though your scores when you were at the Night Academy were high, you still haven't reached that level. Huh? And who is first? He didn't hide it from him, so he said it was Han. At this moment, at Kunst auction house, Evan collapsed and screamed. What is this mess? My auction goods, my auction house. Ruined. It's the end. The assistant next to him saw that and quickly comforted him. Sir, you still escaped safe and sound. The evacuation of customers was also conducted at the same time, so. Mentioning customers, he then remembered the princess was among them, so he quickly asked where the princess was. But he still received no news. Hearing that made him fearful, so he quickly ordered. What if something happens to her? Quickly go find her. But before he finished speaking, suddenly the building broke in half, causing him to angrily ask, now what is it? Then he saw the monster form of Han high above, looking at him with his long tongue. Everyone stood frozen before the monster taller than the building that suddenly appeared. A trembling voice. This is that monster. It seems someone recognized it. It really has returned. The monster that made Duraman suffer 5 years ago. The beast of Gavadan. The beast roared a sound that shook the earth and sky. Its footsteps created an earthquake. The beast crawled out of the building, aiming at the people here. Fearful ones ran for their lives first. The beast's hand immediately aimed at those running away. They screamed in fear. Save me. Luckily, a sword cut across the beast's path so that person escaped death. Leslie rode a horse, shouting to open the path for the survivors. The Clockwork Society will hold the line here. Everyone evacuate immediately. The ones following were noisy. I heard the auction house was attacked. But by this monster. Leslie shouted loud. Everyone listen here. He instructed the subordinates. No matter what happens, the safety of the people comes first. Focus on taking down the monster. Before he finished his sentence, the beast's hand had rushed forward. An earth-shaking scream rang out. Dodge quickly. The group spurred their horses to scatter around. Leslie pointed his sword, creating a fireball. Damn it! Fire hadn't flown yet when he froze. Something rushed as if flying towards him. Luckily, Leslie dodged that blow from the beast in time. Looking from afar, one could see the beast firing purple beams from its back. It aimed at all the humans riding horses surrounding it. Don't rush. We must wait for the opportunity. Leslie was in a panic state. What is this magical speed? Huge yet fast? Too dangerous. Where did this thing crawl out from? In a blink of an eye, the beast nearly destroyed this place. If this continues, everyone will die. She guided the escape route. Everyone, this way. Trust in me. Then they jumped simultaneously, following her. Bubble enveloped them before they fell into the water. After bringing everyone ashore, Casey turned back to check. Is everyone okay? Enya nodded. Yes, thanks to you. A loud noise made them startle and turn around. In front of them was the beast frantically destroying. That. Casey was horrified. Is that the beast of Gavadan? Hearing those words, everyone was stunned. You mean the monster that made Duraman suffer 5 years ago? Enya was stunned. I thought it was dead. In return was the affirmation of the blue-haired girl. Certain. I saw its corpse displayed in the museum in Duraman with my own eyes. Her voice was full of certainty. Although it doesn't look completely the same, its limbs have a structure not like human bones like that. Enya made a guess. Could it be a different species? Casey didn't quite agree. Can't rule out that possibility either. Everyone knows. The beast of Gavadan was destroyed by Abraham Van Helsing, yet is appearing in Leatherbelk. And the last traces of James Moriarty were also found in Leatherbelk. Casey was even more certain of her thought. Correct. There's no such coincidence, right? This proves my hypothesis that these two are one is even more reinforced. And he is definitely present here too. Moriarty. Her eyes were sharp. What are you doing here? Casey put the thought aside. Thinking is enough, the thing to do now. The water current under her feet flowed through the cracks, rising up according to her will, forming a water column shooting at the beast. Must take down this monster first. Soon enough, the beast was bound by the water column. The soldiers present froze for a few seconds. Someone bound the monster. Is it an ally? That's not important. This is our chance. Charge. The water ropes seemed unable to hold for long. They began to snap under the beast's movement. Casey couldn't maintain it for long. What kind of strength is this? The beast's bright red eyes flashed red light. It roared one sound. As soon as the water binding snapped, the beast immediately switched targets to her. The magic was just dispelled? The water bubbles shattered. I couldn't maintain the magic. Could it be due to its roar? Casey resolutely raised her sword high. If I fail before this thing, then how can I be called a color? The knights made of water were formed. Everyone was excited. A team of knights made of water? Great. We have a chance to turn the tables. The captain shouted, wanting to change the situation. All-out attack. The beast roared again. At another place, a familiar figure glided through the thick metallic smell. He observed the surroundings, a strange mana source, is it black magic, and traces of being bitten by an animal. He stood from high above looking down. Han, did you really resort to using that thing? Below, the crowd was suppressing the beast. He whispered in the wind. You must have been in a lot of pain. Athenoctonus. A pitch-black wind rose up. Thanks for watching the video. Wolf heads fell down amidst cheers. Great, our attack was effective. Don't stop. The beast's eyes flashed again. Casey startled and stepped back in alert. The eyes in that skull just flashed. Just like before, it will break my magic. Must prepare mentally. As predicted, the beast roared again. Casey carefully looked up. The water knights were still intact. Huh, still intact? Conversely, she immediately felt a strong vibration under her feet. Earthquake? What the hell is this? Elendine suddenly screamed. Look there. She trembled, pointing in a direction. There are some things coming up? Casey looked in that direction. Her eyes widened. That is. When they got closer, they could see clearly. A swarm of rats? A rat army coming is the cause of the earthquake. A swarm of rats? Impossible, it can control other animals? Casey panicked, clutching her umbrella. But why must it be rats? I'm most afraid of rats. She lightly swiped the umbrella handle, creating a water barrier. Only to see the rats jumping and changing direction. They are climbing the walls. Casey momentarily couldn't react in time. A voice called her name. Casey. The girl wearing a hat came up to help. Betty. Enya also couldn't stand aside. We will also help you. All four people attacked together. Thank you, everyone. The soldier side, they also keenly sensed it. Something is coming. Don't separate. The rats had crept to the wolf heads lying scattered. Gathered together, creating the lower body of a wolf. Leslie quickly detected the rat's action. Everyone, be careful. That monster can control other animals. Where did these things crawl out from? Something moved in his line of sight. What the hell is this? In front of him was a wolf bearing sharp teeth with blood-red eyes. The severed head of the monster and the rats combined and created a mystical creature. Leslie was stunned. It can clone itself. Then could it be? He looked in horror at the bloodthirsty beast amidst a growing pack of wolves. The reason mystical creatures suddenly appeared on the night of blood is because of him. Leslie reminded his subordinates. Everyone, focus. We need to escape them before they appear more. At all costs, we must stop them. If we can't stop them, his voice went high in the silence. The nightmare of Gavaudin will recur once again. On the side of Casey, she was also struggling because of the wolves. They regenerate fast. Right now, I can't focus on the main monster. She was shocked to realize the rats were under her feet. Since when did they? Eddie chased the rats away for her. Too many beasts. Sister Casey, we need to escape quickly. Casey hesitated. Wait, Betty. There are still many citizens who haven't been evacuated. The giant beast roared again. The water knights immediately exploded. Casey gritted her teeth, sweating cold sweat. Damn it. We only lost focus for a bit. I need to do it again. While she wasn't paying attention, the rats clung to her leg. Her body trembled. The safety of the citizens must be placed first. By all means, I must delay time until everyone is evacuated. Anya also perceived the danger of the beast. Too much. We will lose. She urged Elendine. You need to escape first. Meanwhile, Casey had a thought. No matter what happens to me, it doesn't matter. But she suddenly froze. The beast seemed attracted by something and turned to one direction. Everyone also noticed the behavior of the wolf monsters. It stopped moving. The others too. Where are they looking? The beast's direction of gaze was a high place on the roof. The sound of shoes taking steps rang out in the air. The wolves simultaneously looked in that direction. Throats emitting growls. Casey curiously looked in that direction. That is a pitch-black silhouette in a strange costume hovering in midair. Blue eyes peeking through the mask. That person is James Moriarty. The beast stopped all movements and stared at this newcomer. Betty was confused. Moriarty, are you sure? Sister Casey. Casey was firm. Certain. That mask covering the face. Along with that indifferent attitude even when facing a monster. She quietly swallowed saliva. And that terrifying aura I felt before. I am certain. He is truly James Moriarty. Feeling of fear rose in her heart. That man is the most terrifying thing here. Does that monster realize that? He whispered. I hoped you could recognize me, but I think I hoped in vain. I understand. After all, it is very hard to endure the madness of this monster. Lightly gripped the cane handle. Even so, I can feel it. It is Han still alive in that body. He drew the sword, his voice deep and hoarse. Rescuing subordinates in danger is the responsibility of a captain. The beast screeched a loud roar. He stepped on the air, taking momentum to rush down at the beast. In an instant he had set foot on its skull. The cold blade was drawn and stabbed into the beast's face without hesitation. Casey observed him attack. High-speed movement. She immediately denied.
No.
Thanks. Thanks for watching the video. To that, he can move swiftly. Casey faltered in disbelief. There's no reason for him to keep killing them continuously like that. The severed heads will continue to clone into new mystical creatures. But she noticed the falling wolf heads gradually vanishing. Casey was dumbfounded. They vanished? Is that sword made of special material? Or is it some kind of magic? Something rushed in again as fast as lightning. Casey quickly created a water wave to catch it. Oh right, this isn't the time to stand and watch the show. Beast went mad, thrashing its tail wildly. She checked her teammates' condition. Is everyone still okay? They replied. Yes, Lord Casey, she shouted. If this keeps up we will be wiped out. Must get far away from this place. She looked towards him, fighting gently with the beast. This time we can only trust in him. Seems his purpose is also to eliminate that monster. A bit heartbreaking, but I must admit. He truly has ability. He flashed and disappeared again. In a blink he teleported on top of its head. He dropped glass bottles down onto the beast's head. The wolves melted due to the smoke from the glass bottles. Casey's group ran while covering their noses. Tears streaming down. Cough. Cough. What is that? Tear gas? It works on monsters. The wolf heads fell from the beast's body. He spoke to it. So you abandoned the heads injured by tear gas to replace with new heads. You are even smarter than the original. However, light emitted in front of the beast's snout. Sure, you also realize, you have gradually become weaker after replacing them. Rising light grew larger, gradually covering its head. He landed on the magic circle. The beast suddenly hit itself. He touched his hand down on the magic circle. You shouldn't get distracted. The ground rose up with two sharp spikes piercing through the beast's hands. He realized. So you have cloned them. He gripped the cane handle, changing to two hands holding the equality for all guns. Come. Each gunshot rang out. The cloned wolves were immediately shot down. He calmly pulled the trigger. They are truly numerous. However, he down the last one. Let's end it here. He looked towards the beast. No one protects you anymore. Let's end this. It struggled to pull its hands out of the sharp spikes. The spikes also couldn't withstand the beast's force for too long. It gradually cracked, finally shattering in just a note. Observing its rage. You intend to fight to the end? He still didn't stop trying to persuade the person who had become the monster. Stop destroying and snap out of it. He raised his gun. The muzzle pointed at the beast. That body did not belong to him. The ground shook with just one of its jumps. The beast opened its mouth, rushing forward, wanting to snap at him. Heathcliffe, still unflinching, aimed the gun into the beast's throat. Suddenly, someone jumped down and stabbed a syringe into the beast, causing it to lose momentum and slam its face down. The needle had been prepared. The person pumped a green liquid into the beast's body just as the beast reacted to the drug. The massive body immediately melted like mud. Heathcliffe looked at the people wearing bird masks jumping down. You guys arrived just in time. Hair fluttered gently in the wind. Now let's go back. He softly called the name of the man who had escaped the beast's guise. Han. People who had just fled stopped and cupped their ears to listen. No more sounds from that monster. Is it dead? Damn it. Too much dust. I can't see anything. One soldier asked the captain for orders. Should we go check? Leslie looked around observing. He ordered. There are still many civilians not evacuated yet. First, we need to ensure their safety. Check later. The subordinates immediately obeyed. Yes, Sai. One of the three people wearing masks was a bit worried. Captain, is he okay? That giant spear pierced his neck. Heathcliff comforted. He will be fine. His self-regeneration ability when transforming is very impressive. He took out a pill and put it in his mouth. Also need to ensure safety for Kafka too. Should leave here before the knights arrive. Suddenly a scream interrupted. Stop. We have met before, haven't we? That person seemed familiar to him. It's been a long time. Casey bravely stood there, eyes hostile. James Moriarty. He gently replied. Casey pursed her lips. Long time no see. You've been looking for me all this time. Yes. Casey didn't hide it. I knew you didn't die that time. The three people behind were a bit apprehensive. That is Moriarty. He coldly glanced past her. Deep voice warning. I guess you don't value your life, huh? Barely know how to manage yourself. You should pretend not to recognize me. That would be good for both. On the contrary, Casey exhaled a breath. You think I would give up that easily? Like that, you are underestimating me. James Moriarty. She corrected.
No.
Should be Abraham Van Helsing. This statement startled him. Casey very confidently stepped forward. Or Arsène Lupin, Machiavelli. All of them are you. Are they not? What is your identity in this city? Her tone interrogated. Ever since I realized that you constantly change identities. No need to hide. I will continue to chase you to the ends of the earth. After a few seconds of silence, Heathcliff gave a compliment. You're right. I underestimated you. He stroked his chin. Cold blue eyes looked at Casey. Asterisk I knew she was very sharp and decisive. But I didn't think she dug into my past that much. Asterisk. He had thought of the step of being exposed at the end. Asterisk even when I ran away. She still came right after me. If my identity is discovered, I can't hide anymore. Everyone already knows my real face. Asterisk. It seemed he had made a decision. Asterisk it won't be easy. But I think I have to kill her right here. Asterisk. Heard Casey's steely voice again. Every trouble in the Exilian Empire is caused by you, right? Or should I say, it's your organization's doing. He stiffened when hearing her argument. James Moriarty of the Black Dawn. Black Dawn. Heathcliff was confused. Why is she bringing this up now? Casey thought she had caught him. Hit the nail on the head, right? Look at your emotions right now. He vaguely realized. Asterisk wait. Could it be? Asterisk. So it was like that, Heathcliff acted to the end. He smiled slightly. As expected. My old rival, Miss Casey Selmore. You have realized everything. He smirked. And pointed to the buildings behind. I won't stop you if you want to arrest me. But will it be okay? There are surely a bunch of terrorists and civilians who haven't escaped the burning houses yet. Casey hesitated again. Now you are threatening the lives of civilians? Heathcliff shrugged indifferently. Depends on how you interpret it. He smiled ambiguously behind the half-mask. I don't intend to be captured that simply. Even if you catch me, nothing guarantees the lives of those inside. Casey didn't expect this shameless behavior of his. Coward. I changed my mind. You are really annoying, but also really skilled. So, I will use my maximum power. She imagined the day the tsunami hit that evil cult. Like a hunting dog always ready to tear apart the Black Dawn. After that he spoke 3 names. Hugo, Melville, Dumas. Let's leave here. Black smoke covered all 4 of them. You think I'll let you go? Countless water arrows shot forward. Heathcliff waved his hand, knocking away the pillar of water. Casey prepared to unleash another move. Water pillars shot like arrows surrounding Heathcliff's group. His voice softly rang out. You have visibly become stronger. A magic circle appeared. But not enough to stop me. Lightning flew out, shattering those water arrows. Betty on the side couldn't stand still. I will help you too, Sister Casey. Before she could even touch Heathcliff's hair, she was blocked. Betty was briefly stunned. He blocked my punch with just his arm. 1 second of letting guard down. She was knocked flying far away. Casey looked with worry. Betty. She landed to reassure. I'm fine. Just bleeding a little. Right after that, all their attacks were blocked. We're all surprised. Asterisk who is this person actually? His defensive stance is as good as elite knights. So, how about this? Asterisk. A person secretly drew a knife from their sleeve. Enya threw the knife with extraordinary speed. But it was blocked by a blonde person. She was in disbelief. Asterisk he blocked it with a short sword. As if he predicted it. Asterisk. Enya couldn't suppress her curiosity. Who are you? Suddenly a strong wind picked up. What the hell? It was because a masked person used magic. It's almost time for the night's patrol. We can't waste any more time. Heathcliff didn't object. All right, Poppins. Let's go. Seeing I'm about to leave, Casey chased after. Wait, James Moriarty. She screamed. Don't think everything has ended. I will catch you and your organization. Heathcliff smiled clearly provocatively. I am very much looking forward to it, Ms. Casey Selmore. He left a parting word. See you again. A questioning voice broke the silently suffocating atmosphere. Why did you cause this? Black hair. Long came into view. Truly unexpected. I thought you would understand. That person's voice was cold as ice. Living with normal people, you think you are one of them now too? How can their lowly standards be applied to us? Heathcliff relaxed his hands. This world is too boring and dull. The people living in that world are also truly mediocre. He stood, amidst bodies and bloodstains on his shirt. I can't breathe, and I'm bored to madness. Casey's voice trembled slightly. Is that also the reason you killed that child? Just to provoke me? And she received an indifferent look from Heathcliff. Is that so wrong? She pursed her lips at his words. You should know too. Deep inside you, you also hear a voice just like me. Casey lowered her face. You know, I hoped you weren't a bad person. She whispered. I hoped that all these things could be resolved with words. Just a small misunderstanding. But it seems I misunderstood everything. Her eyes changed completely when she looked up again. If that is the path you have chosen, then I will arrest you right here, she roared. Man's name, James Moriarty. A voice woke Casey from the stream of memories. Detective. Emergency situation survey completed. She replied. Good job. Leslie approached to thank.
No.
We should be thanking you. If you weren't here, we would have struggled much more. We also collected the bombs from those terrorists as you requested. Casey spoke. Thanks. Leave the analysis to me. Leslie nodded, leaving that task. Okay, I will return to the crime scene. If you need anything, just tell me. Then, she pondered. Gunpowder in the countryside has no effect. Who supplied such dangerous things to the Liberation Army? Casey fell silent. The Liberation Army doesn't possess enough skill to create these things. Immediately a person with high probability of doing these things appeared in her head. In her mind she only thought of one connection. That is the Black Dawn, the organization connected to James Moriarty. Idea flashed through. After the monster disappeared, his partner appeared. In the end, was this incident an experiment caused by the Black Dawn? She furrowed her brows in tension. First, I need to analyze the gunpowder collected. To catch them, need to prepare very carefully. Just wait. James Moriarty. The moment everything is prepared, I will definitely catch you. Han woke up, opening his eyes in a distant place. Voice hoarse due to not drinking water for a long time. This is person. Walked in. You're awake. He clumsily sat up to welcome. Heathcliff entered while reading a book. Do you feel pain or discomfort anywhere? Han was startled. You? What the hell happened? Heathcliff was bland. You don't remember transforming into a monster? Han held his head, mumbling. Monster? Ah, yes, but I didn't die. Heathcliff closed the book. Yeah, really lucky. He dropped a thunderbolt in broad daylight. Now give me the thing you took. Han as a human was even more cowardly than as a beast. Hey, that matter. Don't be surprised. Listen calmly. Honestly, I was planning to take it. Heathcliff pointed straight. Don't beat around the bush anymore. Give me the thing on your right hand. This made Han even more bewildered. Right hand. He spread his hand out. A green stone glowing in his hand made him astounded. Why am I holding this? Heathcliff explained. Since turning back into a human, you just held it tight. He wondered. Is that so? Heathcliff just calmly recounted. Of course, no matter how hard I tried to take it out, you wouldn't let go. So I had to wait until you woke up. Han smiled awkwardly, looking at the stone in his hand. But you know, He decisively gave it to Heathcliff. Here, take it. He smiled slightly. Good job, Han. After that, he left. Since you're awake, put on clothes and come downstairs. I have something to tell everyone. Okay. After everyone gathered fully, Heathcliff began to speak. Although there were a few unexpected incidents, but thanks to everyone trying their best, this time was successful. Good job, everyone. He presented. Kunst has been destroyed, so it won't expose us. Handling the valuable items will take some time. Suddenly, the girls enthusiastically interrupted. We're rich. Why is everyone so excited already? All are stolen goods, so it will take some time. The expression on Heathcliff's face didn't change. After working together, surely everyone has realized. Our teammates, the people who will work with you from now on. How skilled they are. The guy with blonde hair exclaimed. Right? Honestly, I was a bit surprised. A human being able to transform into such a huge monster. This is the first time I've seen that scene. The beastman guy tilted his head looking at him. Your swordsmanship looks very strange. Were you a knight? The other replied. I'm just a normal sword learner. Hearing that, no one could hide their surprise. Normal sword learner? You fought on par with a night watch knight. He seemed not to want to mention this. Quickly changed the topic. More importantly, leader. Who is that lady? He was talking about Casey. She controls water, so surely isn't an ordinary person, right? Casey Selmore. Heathcliffe conveniently answered everyone's question. She is a mage belonging to a noble mage family. Surely everyone knows. She is a very talented person. Recently also received a title. The blonde guy went, oh, I knew it. It seems you have met her before. How do you two know each other? Heathcliffe pondered. How do I know her? He gave a vague answer. I think the first time I met her was in the kingdom of Delica. A cry for help rang out in the night. Someone please help me. Anya hurriedly ran over. Princess, what happened? Elendon stammered. This person. She hurriedly looked at Betty leaning against the wall. Eyes closed tight. Not breathing. Anya immediately checked. What? Since when? Elendon was confused. I'm not sure either. I thought she just fainted. Anya was extremely tense. Can't feel a pulse. Body is cold. She just died suddenly? How? Casey stepped forward at this moment. Betty. She's asleep again. Elendon was in disbelief. Asleep? She's not even breathing. But Casey still casually bent down. It's fine. Things have turned out like this. Just watch and you'll understand. Saying that, she took off Betty's shirt. Elendon blushed purple. Why are you taking off her clothes in a place like this? Anya calmed her down. Please wait a moment, princess. She keenly noticed a strangeness. Behind her back, there's a hole? Casey pointed out. That's right. Look closely. Anya also imagined what Casey wanted to point out. So Miss Betty is not human? She rummaged in her pocket. Correct. As you two see, she is an automaton. An automatic machine. This might seem unbelievable to you too, but she looks exactly like us humans. Casey took out a golden key. That's right. She knows how to integrate with the community and has emotions. Anya, despite witnessing with her own eyes, couldn't help but be confused. She is actually a machine similar to a human. I have never heard of this before. If it was a sophisticated machine like her, rumors would have spread everywhere. Casey fiddled around. Rumors not spreading is also normal. Many years ago, Betty was secretly created in the kingdom of Delica, and was a secret warrior. After some effort, Betty opened her eyes. Casey cheerfully smiled. You're up, Betty. Betty was groggy for a moment, then realized her shirt was gone. Why am I like this, huh? Casey. Casey pouted. I saw you sleeping, so wanted to tease a bit. Betty shouted loudly. That's truly ridiculous. She instructed. We will leave very soon, so you go pack up. Don't forget my materials. People were bewildered. Let's continue. The first time I met Betty was in the kingdom of Delica. At that time I was chasing Moriarty. Anya was confused. Moriarty? You knew who he was from the start. And the answer was a negative sentence.
No.
I only knew Mr. A was a mathematician. His ability was quite impressive and we talked a few times out of curiosity.
Kaze's attitude suddenly shifted.
Mouth mumbling in annoyance. But he annoyed me to death. She gritted her teeth. From the first meeting, his tone was very annoying. And he thought he was number one. The other two listened while looking at each other. Finally she shrugged. Anyway, after knowing he was an evil criminal, I started chasing him. And in that process I met Betty. Casey recounted. That day I was confronting him at a secret automaton manufacturing factory. While confronting, a big explosion happened and the basement collapsed. Moriarty used this to escape the scene. And I tried to chase him, but lost track. Initially, I thought I should escape, so I looked for an exit and discovered her. Between two broken walls, in a secret space. And I saw Betty lying in a glass capsule. Casey's voice full of nostalgia. That was the first time I met a successful product of an illegal project taking place in secret. Codename Beta. Everyone listen. NG felt it was magical. So Alpha is also an automaton? Heathcliffe replied. That's right. So we ended the conversation at Alpha. After hearing the stories he told, I understood. They marveled. At first I thought a rare creature like him really existed. Then looked intently at Han. He was shy. What? Why is everyone looking at me like that?
Han looked suspiciously at Heathcliffe.
So, the guy. Blonde hair suddenly realized. The person sparring with me is also an automaton like me. When we met I already knew. Though I didn't know besides me there was another child who escaped. Heathcliffe also just knew this. Me too. I thought all other automatons were destroyed. To think she was with Casey Selmore. Poppins thought forever but still didn't understand. Why did the kingdom of Delica create them? No matter how I think, they aren't normal automaton types. Only heard Heathcliffe coldly mention one word. Va. His eyes had no trace of emotion. Steel warriors that can be discarded at any time. Obviously that's the reason why they were mass-produced like that. Poppins was shocked. What? Didn't the person owning them want to cause war? Heathcliffe was silent for a while. Anyway, the things I experienced in the kingdom of Delica were like that. On the other side, Casey also finished her story. The story of how I met Betty is like that. Not long after that Betty woke up. The two listeners didn't know what more to say. Betty had finished packing and waved from afar. Casey, how long do you intend to talk? She noticed. Betty, good job. Then turned to point towards Betty with Elendon. Betty is here. I have to go. Elendon was curious. Where do you intend to go? Casey replied. The place I stayed collapsed, so have to find another place. Elendon had nothing to stop her. Solemnly placed hand on chest. Saying this now is a bit late, but thank you for saving me. Detective Casey. I will personally reward you. So when convenient please drop by my place.
Casé inter.
Estadely smiled. I am looking forward to it. Before leaving she remembered. Wait, can you send my greetings to Aunt Jenna? I intend to stay in Lethaburg for a period of time. Enya accepted. So you know her. I will pass the message. Casey and Betty smiled, waving goodbye in the dawn light. So now, goodbye. See you again if there's a chance. Early morning silence at Thean Academy. Heathcliffe habitually read the newspaper sipping coffee in the morning. As predicted, the news only wrote about the monster. Sadly the news about the Kunst auction house was overshadowed. Had a concern. To think Casey Selmore followed me all the way to Lethaburg. That's not all. She even found out my alias. I will quickly order to silence those named Moriarty. In bad luck, there is also good luck. My deduction about the Black Dawn was incorrect. His thoughts turned to a more optimistic direction. No. Maybe I was right. A student walked in. Professor. The little girl obediently placed the file on the table. I have finished classifying all materials. He didn't spare praise. Good job. The girl noticed the post on the newspaper. Seem like you are watching news about what happened last night. Correct. Everyone is discussing this noisily. The girl also knew a bit. According to the Knights, the Clock Knights captured a monster. Knights are unexpectedly strong, huh? The girl considered the thought in her heart. I think we should revise the assessment. Heathcliffe nodded, not objecting. Maybe we really need to do that. His eyes spoke of some uncertainty. This part was completely unforeseen. James Moriarty has nothing to do with the Knights. Thinking about it, the student girl aimlessly said. They started acting because of this incident. Heathcliffe raised his eyebrows, waiting for the answer. They? A terrifying name rang out. Holy Knight Breedis. Heathcliffe reacted to this name. He pursed his lips slightly. A name rang out. The Order of the Holy Knights of Breedis. He pursed his lips. The Holy Kingdom of Breedis. An island lying separate from the continent. And is the headquarters of the luminous church worshipping the god of light. They have always hunted heretics and mystical creatures to perform purification rituals, with the purpose of saving humanity. However, the heretics they deem guilty are non-human races. Because of distorted corruption along with changes in doctrines, this organization is currently less popular. He clicked. Tongue. Holy Knights Order. These troublesome bastards. They haven't acted for 12 years. Yet now, just having a clue, they immediately interfered. The student girl spoke up. But this matter is still a bit suspicious. 5 years ago, on the Night of Blood, they didn't even care. So why do they suddenly act now? Heathcliffe very keenly guessed their intention. Maybe because the succession of the Holy Kingdom is completed. Succession. The girl was full of admiration. You are amazing. I didn't even hear any news. Gloomily said. That is just a hypothesis. Heathcliffe changed the topic. Anyway, how is the task I asked you? The student girl stiffened. Right, then. Thoroughly reported. Joanna Lovett is a student directly admitted to Year 2. Lovett is a fake name. Heathcliffe pondered. Year 2. He also understood. Understood. So that is how she hides her identity. Then received confirmation from the student girl. Yes, I also discovered that she comes from the kingdom of Duramang. And it seems she is a survivor of the Great Fire of Loriotan. Regarding the Great Fire of Loriotan, that happened over 10 years ago. She is a survivor of that incident? The cause of the fire is still a mystery. He vaguely found the main point. Could it be? Heathcliff rubbed his chin. In total, how many survivors in that incident? The girl recalled. Counting the second-year Joanna. Then there are 3 people. They listed in detail. One of them is Congressman Pierre. The third person we completely have no information about. Heathcliff approved. Understood. Good job. Glancing at the clock, then standing up. Almost time for class. Let's prepare. Yes. After stabilizing the class. Before starting the lesson, I will announce the results of the exam. He started. You can check the ranking order at the bulletin board after class. Heathcliff held a paper in hand. So from now, I will only announce the top 5 people of the exam. His voice echoed in the classroom. I am sure you have also guessed who is the first place. Flora Lumos with a perfect 100 points. The arrogant girl huffed. He continued. The person after that is the white-haired student. Julia Blumhart, tied for first. Oh my! The students in the class marveled in surprise. She tied for first with Flora Lumos? One replied. Obvious thing. The magic tower supported her. Since there are 2 people tied for first, so there will be no second place. Third place is Taisai Priath, the girl with 2 red ponytails. Everyone turned to congratulate. Congratulations, Taisai. Truly impressive. Taisai blushed shyly. Now you realize I am very impressive? I can even tutor you if you want. The boy, wearing glasses at the front desk, was indifferent. No. It's fine. I can't interrupt your studying. Taisai was angry but couldn't do anything. The person following is a short-haired girl, and 4th position belongs to Lin. The last position belongs to the blue-haired boy, and 5th is Leo. The students whispered. Impossible. All 3 top people are nobles and commoners? Heathcliff ended the announcement. That is all. The top 5 can come see me after class to receive the structure. Now take out the materials I gave you last period. Materials were immediately passed to each student. Today, we will learn about magic circles using mana release. Today's lesson seems quite normal. Heathcliff started the lecture. Magic circles exist longer than incantations, and are better if used with talismans or artifacts. That is the reason they are still used to this day. He was drawing a straight line. Besides, until now, most magic circles still keep the circular shape, because we have a tradition, belief that it will protect the user from external agents. But today's magic circle will be a bit different. Flora stiffened, looking at the thing on the board. What the hell is that? Heathcliff finished the magic circle. Look at this thing. Looking at the grid on the board, the students were bewildered. What is that? Is that a magic circle? Like a natural reflex, they moved their eyes to one direction, and Flora was the center of attention. She was a bit annoyed. Why are they looking at me? They just treat me like the leader just because of what happened last semester. She sniffed. I am also curious what it is, but the professor probably won't lie about these things. Flora looked down at the professor. If he was a fake, who is lecturing seriously, then I would have been disappointed long ago. He touched his hand on the board surface. Since it seems you don't believe this is a magic circle, so I will let you admire. Light flashed. A red orb spun around. The students were interested. It worked. How did he do it? He looked at the magic circle on the board. I understand the reason you cannot believe in this. A magic circle but not circular. It is not easy in circulating mana. This is a lesson today. A curve can help mana circulate smoothly, but when they come angular, then the mana flow will spill out of the structure. His eyes were sharp. However, as you have seen, my magic circle still works well. What do you think is the reason? At this moment 2 people raised hands. Flora noticed the other arm. That little brat. Heathcliff called the name. Flora Lumos, you raised your hand first. She replied. Characters. Answer she gave was, it's the characters in each square. They are what supported the mana flow. Heathcliff nodded. Correct. If having them as a means to support mana flow, then the square magic circle can work properly. No matter which direction you read, it is similar. In other words, I used a palindrome cipher. Another person raised hand. I have a question. This is a bit unexpected indeed, but does using a magic square have any benefit compared to a circle? And the answer from Heathcliff was, of course. The sentence was so obvious. It is easier to draw. Circular magic structure can only work when the structure is drawn meticulously. That is the reason for the existence of certificates for assistants, specialized in helping draw magic structures. He drew another square. On the other hand, A square is simply 4 equidistant points connected together. It is much simpler and faster to draw than a circle. I will give you supplementary materials. Then you will understand. The square is just an example. Magic structures can be expressed in very many shapes. He spoke clearly. You will absorb this knowledge and create your own magic structures. This is the second test. I will wait to see your ideas. After class, at the professor's office, Heathcliffe welcomed the top 5 representatives. Leo, is it? You are the second person after Reno here. Give me your hand. Received a blue orb. This is 1/4 of the source code calculation method. Heathcliff explained. I call this a structure. Of course, a single part is useless. Leo was smart enough to understand. So I have to stay in the top 5 for the remaining semesters? Heathcliff confirmed. Exactly. Do your best. He walked out pondering. Only one part, maybe to prevent the source code from being leaked. With just this part, I can't reverse engineer or analyze anything. To teach this kind of magic to an unrelated student, this makes it even more confusing. What kind of person is he really? Suddenly, he heard a loud noise echoing from afar. What are you doing? An arrogant tall guy spoke. Did you hear me? You should know your place. And behave properly. Understood. Iona cut in. What if I don't want to? Her golden eyes glowed in the shade. If I don't want to, what do you intend to do? Iona's cold voice rang out. If I don't want to, what will you do? Leo was startled. Wait, treat her. The noble seemed provoked. You filthy barbarian. You still don't understand. Leo stepped in to stop it before it was too late. Enough. A group of nobles bullying a beastkin threatened them. Don't you know the professors are watching you nobles closely? Javon Pelio just got expelled. Lee continued. I'm on my way to see Professor Rudiger. But if you don't care, go ahead. The nobles clicked their tongues. Let's go. He walked past Leo and scowled. Don't think you're smart just to show off. You're still just a commoner. Intelligence changes nothing. Leo didn't waver. You'd better focus on yourself. That attitude made Zuko flinch. Watching them run away, acting high and mighty, relying on lackeys, yet so arrogant. Iona was puzzled. Why did you help me? Leo waved his hand. Help you? You're mistaken. He looked at the killing intent in her eyes. You were planning to kill them. Iona scoffed. I only intended to teach them a lesson. Leo shrugged. With that much killing intent? Well, whatever. He joked. You should be glad they were too stupid to notice. Iona interrupted. Aren't you afraid of me? Leo glanced at her. Why should I be? Only fools would be afraid. And what do I have to fear? He gave the correct answer. You are a beastkin attending the academy despite the conflict with humans, which means you want knowledge about humans and the world. Iona seemed surprised. How do you know? Leo replied. I've heard about beastkin life. Suddenly she said. Bikina Sanda. You are a good person. A strange word. Becky? What? Iona explained. Bikina Sanda is a saying in our tribe. In your language, it probably means brave small warrior. This made Leo grit his teeth. What did you say? He showed his annoyance. Don't call me small. I'm warning you. Iona wondered. It's just one word. Why are you so petty? She pointed out. Mental strength is much more important than height. You have already proven your strength. Leo shook his head. Just call me Leo. Ha! Before the cat girl's confusion, he sighed. My name. And I didn't do it because I wanted to be called a warrior. Suddenly, someone called his name. Leo. There you are. Aiden. Aiden greeted him friendly. I'm going with Tracy to pick up my work. I heard you were going. Immediately turned to Iona. Ah, were you two talking? What's your name? She replied awkwardly. Iona or Vali. Is that so? Nice to meet you. Aiden enthusiastically offered. We are going for lunch. Do you want to join us? Tracy panicked. Wait, Aiden. We aren't friends. Then came the immediate answer. Sure. Lynn walked out of Heathcliffe's room. I'm a bit disappointed because it was too easy. She sulked. I thought it would be harder. Lynn called her. Lynn, want to have lunch together? She saw the person calling her. Senior. Lynn was flustered. I'm sorry. I have an appointment today. Aiden was a bit stunned. Really? He smiled warmly to show it was okay. All right, have fun then. Lynn smiled awkwardly. I'm sorry. Let's eat together tomorrow. She rejoiced inwardly. Luckily he understood. I was worried he would be upset. Lynn thought to herself. She is too easygoing. Must be because she is a princess. That girl has a lunch date? With whom? But she didn't expect that the princess was following her. And why is she going so far? Is she meeting a boy? Erendel's mood was extremely unpleasant. Who dares to seduce my innocent Lin? I must see his face. A voice suddenly rang out from behind her. Who is it? Erendel jumped in horror and screamed. She calmed down and looked at the person behind. What are you doing here? You are. The sunlight was bright at noon. The wind rustled the leaves. If I heard correctly. Erendel went straight to the point. So you have a lunch date here with Lin? She paced back and forth. And this lawn and these flowers are your work? Then she looked at the center of the issue.
Freuden von Burg.
His face was cold. Is there a problem? Erendel realized in shock. This cold guy's hobby is taking care of flowers? Freuden spoke indifferently. If you have time to mock my hobby, why don't you find a hobby for yourself? The eyes of the two immediately clashed, sparking electricity. Lin spoke. Anyway, why are you here, sister? The third princess was embarrassed. I saw you going too deep into the forest, so I was a bit worried. Freuden scoffed. Excuses. That's why you have no friends. This sentence poked Erendel. What? She bristled. Hey, what do you mean? Lin wondered. Erendel. Her large eyes sparkled. You really don't have friends? Erendel rose. I didn't expect the little girl to join in. You too? What do you mean? Lin stammered. It's just that I also realized I haven't seen you hang out with anyone. Freuden praised. You observe well, Lin. Her Highness the princess here has no friends. Truly pathetic. Erendel gritted her teeth and glared at him. Lin exclaimed. Oh no, how can that be? Is it because of your status that you are hard to approach? But you are very nice. Freuden closed his eyes briefly and explained further. Besides status, there is another reason. It's because of the first princess Aline von Exilion and her status. The first princess. Freuden mentioned another place. Do you know about the battle for succession in the kingdom of Utah? Even children have to fight each other for the position of head of the family. His tone suddenly changed. But first Princess Aline is different. According to him, she is a perfect leader. Therefore, her succession position is irrefutable. Of course. The third princess's background is also very attractive to the nobles. Everything led to another explanation. But why does everyone avoid her? The reason is very simple. The first princess decided to forgive and accept all her siblings. Those she should have rejected. Erendel lowered her head. That's not it. She just needs toys. There was no other expression on Freuden's face. Whatever the reason, as long as she still accepts her siblings, no one will dare to risk approaching the third princess and angering her. He spoke ill right in front of the victim. Meanwhile, the third princess knows nothing and goes around volunteering and jumping into every club. I don't know how those people feel having to deal with her. Just make yourself at home. Lin's face was innocent. Is the first princess always that perfect?
No.
Freuden immediately denied. She also used to have no supporters. He knew quite a lot. There were also many people conspiring to eliminate her. But they all suddenly disappeared without a trace. Lin was amazed. They disappeared? Freuden discussed calmly. I don't know the details, but after that incident, there was a rumor in the noble circle that, beware of the first princess's shadow. Erendel finished her lunch and wiped her mouth. Thanks for the food. The chef of the von Berg family is really good. Lin spoke up again. But senior, is it true that you saw the monster of Javan Pelio? Erendel shrugged and confirmed. That's right. I can't even believe I'm still alive. Lin nodded. Luckily you are okay. Meanwhile, Erendel was very excited. This is the academy life I have always dreamed of. Chatting with friends and worrying about each other like this. A confused voice rang out. That monster is really dead, right? The memory of Erendel recalled Casey's words before leaving.
No.
The truth cannot be revealed yet. Her eyes were determined. If they knew who killed it, they would only worry more. Sometimes living comfortably is better than knowing the cruel truth. Thinking so, Erendel comforted her. Of course, the pride of Leviterberg. The knights took care of them. Lin sighed in relief. That's good. Erendel suddenly touched her memory. Now that I remember, it seems I met Professor Rudiger at the auction that day. Professor Rudiger. Erendel remembered vaguely in the chaotic memory. I only saw him from afar, but I think it was him. Lin gasped. That's surprising. He doesn't look like someone who likes jewelry. Rudiger Kellisai. Freuden was gloomy on the side. He pondered. I feel like I've seen him somewhere. A shouting voice rang out. This is outrageous. The noble pointed angrily. Arbitrarily speeding up the magic festival schedule without notifying us. What do you consider the magic festival to be? The old man screamed loudly. This is a very important historical holiday. Although there are many participants, this is also an opportunity for everyone to show their Thean stats. In other words, this is an extremely important event for Thean's honor. That face shook. Even if you are the justiciar, you are clearly abusing your power. Elisa's eyes were full of annoyance. Is speeding up the magic festival schedule that bad? They are just trying to pick a fight with any excuse they can find. Even so, she smiled apologetically. I apologize for not informing everyone about this. However, I didn't have time to discuss with everyone. So I had no other choice. She shrugged. Because of recent events, the atmosphere is very tense, right? The second exam is also approaching. So I think holding the festival right after the exam would be best. The noble Hugo was still frustrated. But Elisa cut in immediately. Professor Hugo. Another professor spoke up. Do you have any other solution? He stammered. Oh, her eyes glinted with anger. If you don't, does that mean you oppose this decision without an alternative? Hugo fell into a deadlock and couldn't argue back. The guy with glasses next to him whispered to him. Vice Justiciar. Can't do anything now. Anyway, the progress has been sped up. However, he added a condition. Is it okay if I suggest the content of the festival? Elisa had no reason to refuse. Please. Hugo didn't beat around the bush. Since the plan has been changed anyway, what do you think about a completely new event that has never happened in the past? Adding a bit of novelty to the opening ceremony of the Magic Festival. Heathcliff sat in his office reading the latest information. He contemplated. Pushing up the Magic Festival? Since many chaotic things happened recently, this is also a good idea to soothe the tense atmosphere. He remembered that fire-breathing monster. This is also what I guessed from the banquet hall incident. Esmeralda will attack the festival because there are many people gathered. He outlined a plan. While looking for the right opportunity, I will make her reveal herself. And then Thean will deal with her. Heathcliff tapped his finger out of habit. Strange. Something inside me is reminding me about the Great Fire of Leotan. He thought of the possibility. Besides Esmeralda being a survivor of the Great Fire, the fact that two others are still alive is more concerning. I should go to Leotan as soon as possible. A knock. A door interrupted his train of thought. Come in. Sing. For a walk-in. I came to get the frame. I told you to come as soon as you finished. Yet you came late. She replied. I was a bit busy. You won't not give it to me just because I'm a bit late? Will you? He shook his head. Of course not. Come in. Then, he performed the transfer ritual like the other students. Flora Lumos, congratulations on being the first. Well, it's a pity you are the first. He explained. As you know, this is a magic fragment divided into 4. However, what Flora was worried about was something else. About the magic I saw you researching in your personal lab last time. He was suspicious. Are you talking about the clay disease? She denied. Not that. I'm talking about the drawing of the cube on the board. He realized. So you peeked at that. Flora immediately protested. What do you mean peeked? Well, how could I ignore something drawn so clearly on the board? Heathcliff said matter-of-factly. It is common courtesy to pretend you didn't see anything. She didn't want to argue further. Anyway, what is that? He pondered a bit. All right, I can tell you about it. Tesseract. Heathcliff replied. That's what I call it. This name is too strange. Tesseract. In other words, what is it? Ah, right. A hypercube. This word made even a top student like Flora not understand. What kind of magic is that? Heathcliff replied vaguely. I'm not sure yet. Research shows that mana can disrupt time and 4-dimensional space. I discovered that, but I can't tell any student. He only explained simply. This is magic that helps explore unidentified areas. Flora turned away. It's okay. If you don't want to tell me, you don't have to. Anyway, I got what I wanted. I'm leaving. Before leaving, she mentioned. Right? How is your body? My body. He was confused. What are you talking about? Seeing him oblivious, Flora left. Grumpily. I asked for nothing. Just pretend I never asked that question. Leaving him with a bewildered face. At the kingdom of Durumon, the village of Leotan. A sigh rang out. The road here is really troublesome. Heathcliff walked on the street. It's been a long time since I came here. Hans trailed behind complaining. Why do I have to come along? Heathcliff's voice was natural. You will be in charge of gathering information. Hans was speechless. Gather what when this village has been burnt to ashes for so many years? The two walked into the thick grass. I heard a survivor lives around here.
Hans von der Red.
If you know so well, why didn't you come by yourself? His face was cold. Going alone here is very lonely.
Hans was stunned.
Are you serious? The two quickly saw a village. Stop grumbling. Hurry up before it gets dark. Oh God. All right.
Hans complained again.
Anyway, sir, hasn't that person moved to another place to live? No matter how I look, I only see ruins and grass here. Heathcliff suddenly changed direction. Wrong. Look over here. The eyes of the two turned to a hill. I think we found him. That person was painting alone. The two approached slowly. We came to the right place. Hans seemed surprised. Huh? Is he painting while blindfolded? That man looked at the two. Seems like I have guests. Heathcliff stepped forward. Sorry to disturb you. The blindfolded man stood up to welcome them. It's okay. I just finished too. Heathcliff wondered. Why do you have to be blindfolded? He packed his tools. Ah yes, cannot see. However, I can feel. Heathcliff keenly realized. There is magic in this painting. I didn't think a mage would live in a place like this. The man replied modestly. I don't dare to boast that I'm a mage. I'm not good at casting spells either. I have just been drawing for a very long time, so this is a skill I acquired myself. Why did an important figure like you come here? Heathcliff was slightly surprised. You know who I am? The man replied softly.
No.
But because I cannot see, I can feel very clearly. He sensed. The energy I can feel through the wind carries a strange source of power, and nature tells me that. They are telling me that the hero who saved this land from disaster long ago has arrived. Heathcliff found it a bit interesting. You actually have a connection with spirits. Then I will get straight to the point. This is about the Great Fire of Leotan. Heathcliff went straight to the point. I want you to tell me about the other survivors of the Great Fire of Leotan. He followed the man back. Now that I remember, I haven't introduced myself. I am Pierre. Heathcliff introduced a fake name. I am Rudiger Kellisai.
Pierre reminisced quietly.
Although now it is just a soulless pile of rubble. Empty. Before the fire happened, Leotan used to be a very beautiful place. Heathcliff continued. I heard about it. I remember the first time I came here. Pierre continued the story. I showed quite some talent in using magic, so my noble teacher accepted me. And I was scolded a lot because I found painting more interesting than magic. He recounted. He asked what was so good about painting and broke all my brushes. At first I tried to endure, but it kept going on like that. I couldn't hold on forever. His mood was like lifting a burden. Finally, I ran away. I wanted to paint more than cast magic. And after wandering for a while, my stop was Leotan. He sighed softly. However, adapting to a new environment was very difficult. If not for her help. Heathcliff heard a person being mentioned. Her? Pierre sat down, opened the toolbox and took out a brush. Let me show you. He waved the brush in the air a few times. So that's it. The world turned into a painting. This is painting magic using paintings. Pierre led the way. Please follow me. The center of the village is this way. The people in the painting walked naturally. Pierre acted like a tour guide. Leotan was originally a village with many visitors. A village covered in the breeze. This is Leotan.
Pierre emphasized.
And the pride of this village is... He spoke of the woman walking towards them. Her. I cannot see her face. I cannot draw her beauty with my poor skills. The girl was recreated with Pierre's brushstrokes. She was always happy and always smiling, helping everyone. She had innate magic, so the spirits also loved her very much. Her name was a name spoken, Esmeralda. She was also a survivor of the Great Fire of Leotan. The name of the woman mentioned, Esmeralda. She is another survivor of the Great Fire of Leotan. The man's voice was deep and hoarse. She was the one who helped me rebuild Leotan. Thanks to her, the village was always full of laughter and love. And peace too. The scene suddenly changed. However, that peace was broken by a noble family visiting the village. He recounted the story. I fell in love with you at first sight. Marry me. He poured honey into Esmeralda's ears. Heathcliff pondered. Of course that wasn't love. Pierre agreed. That's right. He only wanted her power. Her intimacy with the spirits.
Pierre looked sad.
However, she was too kind and innocent. Therefore, she was deceived by that obvious lie. Pierre looked at the yard painting turning yellow. Of course, the villagers were worried after hearing about her marriage. They didn't want her to live unhappily just because of the noble. He regretted. But no one did anything. Heathcliff knew that. Of course, the people they faced were nobles. He seemed knowledgeable about this. It is true that for the commoners in the kingdom of Duraman at that time, they would be heavily punished. When opposing a noble, they could be charged with treason. So, they just sat and watched her get married?
Pierre Siged.
Non.
Instead, they resisted, starting from one person. Then everyone agreed to stop her from getting married. Speaking. To hear, the voice rang out steadily. And that was the beginning of a brutal tragedy. The scene changed. Esmeralda, don't trust him. He is an expert at deceiving people to their deaths. The villagers were blocked by soldiers. You filthy peasants. How dare you insult him without knowing who he is? The villagers shouted in indignation. Even if you are a noble, you cannot take her away. Stay away from Esmeralda. Get out of the village immediately. Contrary to the woman's worried face, the noble laughed coldly. Not interesting at all. He suddenly changed his tone. You lowlives. You dare to oppose me? Kill them all. The soldiers immediately obeyed and massacred the entire village. The girl was horrified by this terrifying scene. Not only that, the cruel soldiers ordered, set fire to everything. Yes, sir. The fire quickly flared up.
Hans
Exclaimed in horror.
Impossible.
Pierre did not deny it. That's right. As you two can see, the cause of the fire was not natural. He looked sadly at the burning village. This is the truth that is never mentioned about the great fire of Leotan. Begging voices rang out continuously. Stop, please, stop. The woman knelt down trembling. The villagers are innocent. I will do as you say, so please. The eyes of the noble were shameless. Stupid. It's too late. He laughed arrogantly. See for yourself. This is the consequence of opposing a noble. Esmeralda.
Non. Non.
Watching her kneel down in pain, the noble almost lost his patience. Are you done? It would have been easier from the beginning. He had no affection for her. The smell of burning trash annoys me. Take this woman away after you're done. Yes. Esmeralda was stunned by what was happening before her eyes. Why is this happening? Just yesterday. Gee, thanks for watching the video. Couldn't believe it. How? The soldiers then walked over. Take this woman away. Where her tears fell, they turned into small sparks. The cruel soldiers still didn't know what was about to happen. What? A spirit? Annoying. Just a low-level one. A soldier was touched by a fire spirit and immediately caught fire. The others still didn't understand what was happening. He shouted at the woman. What is this? What are you doing? Her eyes blazed with the fire of hatred. I will kill you all. Fire spirits flew out from the fire in the village. She screamed in pain. I hate all of you. The eyes of soldier widened watching the final flame. Esmeralda went crazy. I will burn everything you have. She created a monster from the fire spirits. Esmeralda also left a mission for it. I leave that to you, Quasimodo. The woman seemed to go mad. Burn everything I hate. Pierre ended the story by the fire. And just like that, she burned all the soldiers and left the village. He touched his black blindfold. That was when I lost these eyes. Heathcliff glanced at him. Even if you lost your eyes, being alive is enough. Pierre shook his head. Honestly, if not for that child, I would have died. Another person was mentioned. That child. Pierre recalled that time. He was gasping for air, pulled up from a river far from the village. Thank you. Thanks to you, I survived. The girl just said casually. No need to thank me. I just did what I had to do. She whispered. The only one I could save was you. The others. At this time, Pierre's eyes were destroyed.
Impossible.
The girl seemed to recognize him. You are the painter who just arrived in the village, right? I remember you because you look a bit stupid. That's right. You know about me? She was a bit apprehensive about his eyes. Your burns are quite serious, but a painter losing his eyes is okay, right? Pierre just said casually. Whatever. I'm grateful to be alive. But girl replied confusingly. Grateful? I don't think I can be like that. That remark confused Pierre. What? Her voice seemed full of hatred directed towards the fire. The noble killed all the villagers. Just because we displeased him. I will never forgive him.
Pierre concluded.
And just like that girl left. I intended to ask her name but couldn't open my mouth. Pierre lamented again. After that, I couldn't leave this village. Even though the only thing left here is nightmares. He raised his head thinking about a distant place. This is the first place where everyone accepted me. I became attached to this place. Maybe also because of the instinct to protect it. His tone was calm. Time passed, and I could also infuse magic into my pen. After losing my eyes, I could draw and use magic. My story ends here. Heathcliff thanked him. Thank you. But what if I were a bad person and you just told the story in such detail? Pierre agreed. Of course, I was very cautious. However, he confided in Heathcliff. Empathy, pity, and anger. In my world, I could feel those emotions from you.
Pierre smiled.
Clearly, if you were a bad person, those emotions would be hard to reveal. So I trusted and told you. Heathcliff nodded. I see. Your past is truly painful. Thank you for trusting me. Pierre denied again. I am the one who should thank you. I have never told this story to anyone else. Because of that pain, I have been hiding all this time. Finally, I feel better. He was a bit apologetic. I know it's a bit rude, but I sincerely hope you can help that girl and that child escape this pain. They are probably somewhere in this world, and still suffering from the pain. Then, the two left. In his heart, Heathcliff wondered. Thinking about it, the reaction of the Durman kingdom was obvious. They prevented the truth about the great fire of Leotan from spreading throughout the kingdom. He had a worry, but they couldn't hide it from their own people. Moreover, it worsened the class conflict. And this became the fuse for the people's anger that had been accumulating for a long time. Heathcliff fell silent. Not because of incompetence, but this was a reason for the Durman kingdom's collapse after the Night of Blood. I finally understand why most nobles had to flee overseas. Hans was confused. Sir, in the end, we still haven't found anything of value. We came here for nothing, didn't we? He walked straight ahead. Not quite. We have learned the truth behind the great fire of Leorton. Heathcliff assigned him a task. Hans, I need to investigate more about the noble in that story. Hans summarized. So it's a Durman noble, blonde hair, and about 30 years old, right? Nothing distinctive at all. All Durman nobles fled to the Exilian Empire. Let's investigate from there first. He had a speculation. He might be closer to us than we think. In class, Sherry was shy. Flora, why are you staring at me like that? She looked apprehensively at the paper in Flora's hand. Don't tell me you want to use that on me? Flora tilted her head. Why not? You don't like it. Ah. Sherry scratched her cheek. Flora sat down and sighed. Well then, if you don't like it, just tell me. Suddenly, a couple was screaming frantically in the middle of the class. Liar! You said you only loved me. The boyfriend was being strangled and shaken breathlessly. Calm down. He cried out in resentment. Now you know why I didn't want to use this, right? Arendelle was also in this classroom. Someone has already used it? She and Renee each held one end. All right, we should try it too. Each person held one end of the paper and infused mana into it. In a fleeting moment, the talisman glowed sparklingly. Arendelle blinked, seeming to see something. After a while, she was pensive. Interesting. I can't believe we can see each other's memories through mana transfer. It feels like a long time has passed. But in reality, it hasn't. Renee, beside her, spoke up. You know, Senior? Arendelle listened to her. Is something wrong? Renee coughed softly. Even if it is your birthday, inviting students you aren't very close with to your own birthday party is a bit much. Arendelle flushed with embarrassment. That really happened, huh? A dark past from when I was a first year that I don't want to remember. Renee comforted her. But I understand you, Senior. Those words made her even more ashamed. Thank you. Renee was curious again. More importantly, which part of the past did you see? About that, she recalled. I'm not sure when it was, but I saw a scene from a very long time ago. Renee tilted her head in confusion. Very long ago? Right at the second test at Thean Academy. The proctor began timing. The second test will now begin. When your number is called, step forward. Heathcliff was the proctor. Here you wrote that the shape of the magic geometry is a square. You also only considered the numbers lying within the magic circle. Then came a series of words that pierced the heart. Did you decide to choose the safe option without thinking of challenging yourself? What do you think I taught magic geometry for? I'm giving you a D. Consider yourself lucky. Be grateful. Next. The remaining students broke into a cold sweat. The atmosphere in the class was now as tense as a violin string. This doesn't look like the second test anymore. It looks more like we're being dragged into a slaughterhouse. Heathcliff called again. Next. Number 13. Aiden gasped. That's my number. Leo was speechless at his carefree nature. What do you mean, oh? Hurry up and get up there. This is. He examined Aiden's assignment. You boldly used a new magic circle with a new magic geometry. You paid attention to using a lot of stability. That way, the magical power won't be dispersed too much. Heathcliffe gave his remarks. The magic geometry I showed you wasn't very smooth, and it had something quite troublesome about it. However, the way you used it to overcome the magical barrier. Very good. Of course, there are flaws, but if you use a circle like this, the importance of learning magic geometry will be faded. He gave the score. There are still a few shortcomings, but other than that, so I will give you a B+. The noble students clenched their hands. Another commoner getting a higher score than the nobles. Cliff read the name again. Next is Flora Lumos. Correct. Looking at the magic circle drawn by the outstanding student, he marveled. This is. Heathcliffe was in disbelief. I can't believe I'm seeing an application of the hexagon rule theory here. There are no errors in the calculations used here either. Then, did not hesitate to give a high score. Flora Lumos. A plus. The whole class gasped. He added an evaluation. You used a polygon. Furthermore, the technique used in here is perfect. After that, was a series of students being called up. Next. That's it. Next. Next. Very quickly, it reached the last person. So you are the last one, right? He held out his hand. Student Renee, show me the magic geometry you have created. However, Renee closed her eyes slightly. Professor, she answered clearly. I didn't bring the piece of paper with the magic circle on it. The students immediately buzzed. What did she just say? She didn't bring a magic geometry? This is Professor Rudiger's class, and she's saying she doesn't care? Renee's eyes remained steadfast. His face showed no expression as he looked at the girl. He exhaled a breath. So what do you intend to do? If I say now that you don't have a magic geometry to show me, would I be wrong? Renee replied. No. I did make a magic geometry, but writing it on theory paper is a bit broad in meaning. She made a proposal. Would it be okay if I performed it right here? Heathcliff thought for a moment then allowed it. All right, show me. Renee was excited. Yes, sir. She took her wand and danced a few lines in the air. At first, I was a bit confused regarding the concept of that technique. Renee had a basis for her confidence. But thanks to the book on non-attribute mana, I have somewhat grasped it. She was determined with her intention. So I will show you, Professor, just how much I have changed. As soon as the girl deployed the magic, Heathcliff froze. This is. He stood still before Renee's magic form. A three-dimensional magic geometry. Renee smiled broadly. I knew you would know what it was when you saw it, Professor. Heathcliff did not hesitate to give the score. Renee, your score is A+. He even added. No. It is truly a pity because that is the highest score I can give you. These words made her confused. Excuse me? This was the only person praised by Heathcliff in front of the class. Your magic geometry is very perfect. Well done. He also asked further. How did you think of this magic geometry? Forget about how the idea was formed. The fact that you could materialize such a thing in the time just now is almost impossible. Renee hesitated slightly. About that. Her eyes sparkled as she gestured with her hands. First, I intended to develop it in the direction of forming a magic circle that I thought of with magical power. But I suddenly thought of it. My mana harmonized with this technique very naturally. Then came the part where I couldn't control my own mana. But Heathcliff interrupted her. All right, that is enough. Heathcliff studied the person before him. There has never been a case where magic could fluctuate at will without the user's control. Did the girl succeed by instinct? The book I gave her might have triggered her talent. He praised one more sentence. Anyway, the magic geometry is very good. Renee was happy. Thank you. Cliff pondered. The magic flow moved naturally? Until now, non-attribute magic has had the lowest compatibility compared to attributed spells. Magic compatibility. The amount of magic used. It represents the compatibility between a mage's mana amount and the spell. Heathcliff placed quite a lot of hope in Renee. If the girl can show a three-dimensional magic geometry this time, then non-attribute magic is a type of magic specialized in focusing and harmonizing with space. A high-tier form of magic. Because space magic does not exist in this world, it is hard for me to recreate it. However, if Renee's magical power is related to space, he looked at the back of the ray of hope in his life. Then I need to obtain that power. Heathcliff read the names. Flora Lumos, Renee, Julia Blumhart, Ava Orvali, and Aiden. The people I just named are the top 5 in this test. I have business now, so come find me after the magic festival. The students were allowed to leave and poured out. My life is over. What is AD?
Adi.
AD, and among the top 5 this time there are only 2 nobles. But what makes me even more annoyed is that commoner. This is the first time I've seen Professor Rudiger praise someone like that. They couldn't help but be astonished. He has never said anything like that to Flora Lumos. This was also when they crossed paths in front of the classroom door. Renee avoided Flora's gaze. Is Senior Flora looking at me? I have never felt this gaze from Senior before. At this moment, Erendel spoke up. Lady Lumos, do you need us for something? But the girl with blue hair ignored her. Flora. Sherry was confused. Sorry. It seems Flora is a bit sad today. Erendel was grumpy. What the hell? She blocked the way, didn't answer, and just walked away. Renee broke into a cold sweat. Maybe she isn't feeling well. While Sherry was curious. Flora, why did you do that? You aren't usually like that. You normally never pay attention to other students. Is it because she got a score equal to yours? In her heart, Flora was annoyed. So grumpy. Sherry persisted, asking from the side. Flora, are you listening? Flora turned around. But more importantly, Sherry, did you prepare carefully for this test? This question made Sherry startle. Why do you suddenly ask that? Flora poked again. Professor Mary said if you don't focus on this test, she will be forced to transfer you to another class. Isn't that right? Sherry cried tears of laughter. That's right. Isn't it? She threw herself to whine. Flora, save me. If I take the test like this, how will I get a good score? Flora sighed. All right, if you remember everything written here, you won't fail. Sherry was delighted. Thank you. Love you so much, Flora. Just as they spoke. Speak of the devil. Ms. Mary walked in gently. Hello, students. She smiled brightly. Did you all prepare well for the test? Sherry trembled. I just got my hands on the notebook. After the test, Professor Mary was cheerful. Well done, students. Flora asked. Did you fail? Sherry lay paralyzed on the table, gasping weakly. Barely made it. But I still answered everything. Professor Mary spoke up. Now that the test is over, let's talk about something more interesting that hasn't been discussed in class yet. Flora reminded her desk mate. Sit up properly. It's time for Mary's little tips. Okay. Professor Mary held 2 fingers apart. Everyone, as you all know, fundamentally, mana transfer is performed by 2 people, right? But if the mana transferee has no experience in controlling magic, it will be extremely dangerous. As the 2 fingers came close, they created a spark. But do you know? During this mana transfer process, a mysterious phenomenon can occur. You might lose your memory. According to the theory of the magic tower, they call this phenomenon a memory storm. This lecture made the students look at each other in confusion. What?
Impossible.
Isn't that just a joke? I don't think so. I remember hearing about this somewhere. Professor. Harry held up a few purple papers. And my former disciple gifted me some talismans that have the ability to simulate a bit of the memory storm's effect. She invited. It is a newly crafted item, so I wonder if any student wants to try it. Flora pondered. Can I use it on others? A student asked. Professor Mary, it isn't dangerous, is it? Professor Mary was conflicted. If the side effects are severe, it could create a shock in the subconscious due to memories being blurred. She reassured. However, this thing will be fine. This product is quite weak while maintaining high stability. But you need to be careful about one thing. She reminded. To be able to create a memory storm, you must work in pairs. And when doing so, remember that the memories from the past you want to hide might be seen by the other person. Erendel was excited. Renee, let's try it. Aren't you curious? Renee was a bit shy. Is it okay? I don't mind. She was apprehensive. But what if you have a memory you don't want me to know? Like a royal secret or something? Erendel laughed freely. It's fine. I don't have much to reveal anyway. She turned pale. Even if I had to hide a secret, that bastard Braden would have revealed it already. Renee accepted. Then let's try it. This made Erendel cheer with delight. Then I will go ask the teacher. Professor Mary distributed the talismans to the students. If we put mana into this paper together, we can experience losing memories? Flora was interested. It is actually interesting. Using it now would be a bit of a waste. At this moment, turning to Erendel's narration of Renee's memory. I saw you when you were a child. You looked 10 years younger than now. But you know what? Usually you would see from the other person's perspective, right? I saw it from a different perspective. She recounted. Maybe I saw it from your mother's perspective. A green meadow where no one else lived. I think that's where you two used to live. Erendel smiled and said, You and your mother looked very happy. I feel your mother loved you very much, Renee. These words surprised Renee. Excuse me? What are you talking about, senior? She uttered. In horror. I grew up without parents. Arundel froze. What? Arundel rearranged her thoughts. So, you don't remember the time with your parents, right? Renee was certain. I told you already. Are you sure about what you saw? Arundel replied. Of course. Memory storm relies on that person's mana, doesn't it? She reflected on the memory she had seen. Since I saw it with your mana, it must be your past. But what I saw was through your mother's perspective. Arundel was confused. So it's very strange. Don't you think so? But not many people know about this phenomenon. So there must be a few exceptions. Arundel repeated. Renee, do you really not remember your parents? Both father and mother. Renee replied. Yes, I only remember growing up with my master. This person. Never been mentioned by her. Master, Renee explained. Although I call him master, there's nothing special. He's like a grandfather. He is sometimes very careless and also a bit frivolous. Renee was serious. I don't have any memories of my parents. Arundel asked again. But if you remember that master, then what is the earliest memory you have of him? Renee exclaimed. This, I knew my master from when I was about 10 years old. Arundel pointed out the core issue. That's it. So you don't remember anything from the time before that. That is true. Arundel drew a conclusion. I think it has something to do with your master. This made Renee dumbfounded. What? With my master? Correct. Arundel continued to explain. In other words, you don't remember anything before meeting your master. No matter how well he treated you, don't rush to trust him so easily. Master is involved with my memories. Her mood. Think. The mother that senior mentioned. Or my memories of the past. I cannot remember any of it. Arundel felt sad seeing her expression. She pulled Renee's hand to comfort her. Don't be sad. I'm sure you can find your memories again. And you know what? Maybe your parents are still alive somewhere. Renee was a bit unsure. Do you think so? Arundel's cheerful voice was somewhat reassuring. Of course. I will also help you regain your memories. Her heart was tinged with sadness. If possible, I really want to help Renee recover her memory. Because Renee is the first sincere friend I have at Saurin. Arundel thought so. At this moment, Brayden walked over. You're here again. Third princess. I don't recall inviting you. He noticed Renee's expression. Renee, is something wrong? You look quite serious. She was flustered. About that. Arundel waved her hand to dismiss it. That is our business. Don't butt in. At this moment, Henry cut in. What's this? The third princess and Renee? A unique combination here. Arundel showed her annoyance. What are you doing here, Henry Presto? Henry chuckled. Don't look at me like that.
Impossible.
You still think I'm the culprit behind those rumors about the invitations to your birthday party in first year? Arundel shouted furiously. Shut up. She turned round in panic. Renee, why does this guy know your name? Don't tell me he hurt you. Henry pretended to wipe tears. Princess, I'm very sad you said that. Renee was hugged tightly by Arundel with a suspicious gaze. She reassured. It's not like that. Senior Henry only suggested a part-time job for me before. Henry shrugged. See? It was nothing. Renee hadn't stopped there. Of course, I was almost scared to death. But, naturally, these words made Arundel bristle. You still say it was nothing? I knew I couldn't trust you. Henry was startled.
No.
To be honest. That's unfair. Brayden cut him off. Stop here. Surely Henry had no bad intentions. He even repeated it a second time. Probably. Henry laughed awkwardly. What do you mean probably? You too. He scratched his head. Anyway, sorry. I will suggest a better job for you to make up for it. Renee looked at him. A better job? Henry had just spoken half a sentence. That's right. The hourly wage this time is 3 times the other job. Renee immediately volunteered. Yes, I will do it. Her attitude startled Arundel. What? Wait. Renee. Henry laughed. Loudly. Truly reliable. I will discuss the specifics with you later. All right. I remember I have urgent work to prepare. Let's go. Arundel hurriedly stopped these two. Wait. Stop right there. She questioned. Renee. You need money that badly? The salary is 3 times higher. Arundel was confused by her innocent words. But isn't the Saurin scholarship enough? Brayden was weary on the side. Surely this princess who is rich enough to pour gold down the drain doesn't know. Most members of the finance department belong to the noble faction. Commoners naturally don't enjoy those benefits and have no choice but to bear the pressure of money, he said. Thanks to the efforts of the current principal, the situation has improved, but there is still a long way to go. Erendel only now learned of this. She looked surprised. I didn't expect that. You know specifically about that? Aren't you uninterested in commoner issues? Braden turned away. Think what you want. He called out blandly. I'm only saying what I know. I'm leaving. Thanks to someone. I wasted my short break. Erendel frowned in confusion. What are you saying? There's still plenty of time for lunch. Where are you going in such a hurry? Braden just sighed a sentence. So annoying. One could see the annoyance through his words. I received a marriage proposal. Henry blurted out. There she is. The young lady of the Wagner family. Vassal of the Lumos family. She is waiting for you. Braden's face was cold. Lumos again. Must be the work of the heads and the elders. Henry recounted flatly. They said that during the festival, the heads of both sides will visit Saurin. It seems they want to solidify their alliance through marriage as soon as possible. If you don't get, you can refuse like every other time. Braden brushed past his friend. You explain as if you want this marriage to happen. What are you plotting? His eyes narrowed like a fox. What are you thinking? Didn't I say I would always support you? That is the job of a retainer. Braden did not object. I know. A moment later he was led to the cafeteria with Flora. The two exchanged lukewarm words. Normally I don't see your face, but this time you are here. She was slightly annoyed inside. I don't like it. They tricked me into coming here. Braden cut his meat while bringing up a topic. Recently I've heard a lot about the name Rudiger Kellisai. Flora froze. What about it? Braden raised an eyebrow. Aren't you in that professor's class? I think you know something. Flora was puzzled. I don't know anything. Why do you suddenly ask? The expression on Braden's face did not change. I'm just curious who that is. Flora cut him off. Enough. Let's decide what excuse to use to leave here. You don't need to worry about that. Braden put down his knife and fork. I will interrupt this conversation like usual. The reason is, let's see. He casually picked an excuse. Just say the food today isn't good. Having said that, he left the dining table. So, I'm going first. Flora ignored him. Do whatever you want. She suddenly remembered. Wait, I want to ask you this question. What is it? Flora aimlessly swirled her wine glass. Recently, I heard that dried loofah is very good for health. This question left Braden unsure of what to say. Do you know where to find it? Heathcliffe sighed. He had just received a circular. The professors will have a magic duel during the magic festival. Hugo Bertag was the one who came up with this idea. Does he intend to raise his status in the noble faction by winning? He was pensive. There are too many things to care about. I can't waste time on this. Heathcliffe felt something was wrong.
No.
I don't need to win, right? I can use moderate strength at first and then lose. Should be fine. Moreover, after the incident in the banquet hall, the Black Dawn Society still hasn't made a move. Selena also reported that nothing has happened yet. His eyes exuded a cold aura. What are you aiming for? Esmeralda. Suddenly, communication crystal on the table lit up.
Hans.
How is it? Did you learn anything more?
Hans replied.
With a confident voice. Yes, I finally found it. The final answer was, only one family meets the conditions. 2 hours later, in front of a mansion, Heathcliffe went to the house and knocked on the door. Is anyone there? He had quietly observed the entire house. There is no mail in the box. The surrounding area is also carefully tended to. I am certain that person lives here. No other choice. I have to check for myself. His hand touched the doorknob. The door suddenly burst open. Heathcliffe quickly jumped back. What happened? The person before him suddenly reached out and created a sphere of light. Magic! Heathcliffe, thanks for watching the video. Immediately created a shield circle. Right after that, he regained his composure and rushed in to suppress the other person. A loud crash rang out. The mad man lay still on the floor, not moving. Don't act rashly. Do you want everyone outside to know? The man groaned. Who are you? Did you spy on my house before? You are the one who sent the demon to kill me, right? Heathcliffe warned in a cold voice. I don't care. If I wanted to kill you that badly, I would have done it myself. I need to talk to you, he called the person before him by name. Mr. Crollo Fabius. No, it must be the culprit who caused the great fire of Leorton. Duke Fabius. Back then Heathcliffe was still surprised. I had never heard of this family in the Duraman kingdom.
Hans replied firmly.
I'm quite sure. He must have left the kingdom before you arrived. After that night of blood happened, the Duraman noble faction had to live in exile. Heathcliff needed more information, but he had to live in exile before that happened. Is there another reason? Not just exile.
Hans replied.
Indeed, you discovered this quickly. He mentioned. I was also curious, so I went to investigate. Then one day, people related to that family disappeared one by one. While that number kept increasing, they started spreading rumors that the family was cursed. His voice held a hint of horror. After a while, a person suddenly caught fire even though they didn't touch fire, and the head of the family at that time was burned alive. Heathcliff was curious. In that case, about those who disappeared. Hans presented the collected information. They were burned alive. I'm sure that family tried every way to hide the truth. But there is no way to stop news from spreading when people clearly died like that. Could explain. So the Duke's family fled as if they were exiled. So how many people are alive now? Hans spoke up. Esmeralda's revenge has not stopped yet. Heathcliff asked further.
Hans.
Who is the last survivor? Hans rubbed his chin. His name is Crollo Fabius. Where does he live? I want to meet him before it's too late. As soon as he finished speaking, Hans seemed stunned. Excuse me? You really don't know? What? That man is currently living in Saurin. Two had settled into their seats. Heathcliff put something on the table. You probably don't know what this is? Crollo was stunned. This is a black identification badge only used by secret military units. He froze, red eyes that hadn't slept for a long time. Why does this person? Does he intend to help me? For a moment he had a belief. He is the one who defeated the monster in the banquet hall. Heathcliff asked with a cold face. It is best that you answer my questions honestly. He took back the card. I received this card when I was still active in the secret task force. Luckily I kept it just in case. I wondered what to do if he didn't recognize this thing, but he immediately detected it. It seems this family was quite famous even though they had to go into exile. He seemed unaware that it was useless now. However, using it to make him open his mouth works. He opened the conversation. I am investigating a recent case, and I noticed you are being pursued by a terrifying person. Crollo seemed to think of something. That's right. He suddenly went mad. It is a demon. The fire demon wants to kill me. I thought it would be safe in Saurin. I will be burned to death by the hands of the fire demon like everyone else. He looked pensively at the trembling man before him. This man is the reason Esmeralda attacked the banquet hall. Did she intend to kill him slowly instead of killing him immediately? Heathcliff interrogated. Do you know anything about that thing you call a demon? Name. Physical characteristics. Anything works. Even Crollo wasn't clear. His mouth stammered. Name? I don't remember very well. Heathcliff immediately glared. What? Damn it. Should I just let him die? Noticing his changing reaction. Wait, I do remember other things. She is quite beautiful. Black hair. About 20 years old or something. Heathcliff immediately speculated on the appearance based on these words. About 20 years old even though she looks a bit mature. She doesn't look like a teenage girl at all. No, there is no problem in assuming that mages and knights look younger than their real age. Heathcliff asked further. Do you have any other information? Crollo rummaged through his belongings. Let's see. Other information. Suddenly produced a letter. This is the letter that demon sent me. Esmeralda's letter. The content in the letter read. The last day of the festival. I will come to visit you. This matter. Crollo was worried. What do you think? Can you handle it? Heathcliff shook his head. Still not enough. Excuse me. He placed the letter on the table. I still can't find that person's identity with this. Are you telling me to handle an unknown enemy in just a few days? Crollo was confused. If so, you can ask Saurin. Immediately scolded by Heathcliff. Idiot. Have you already forgotten the incident at the banquet hall? Even if I report it to Saurin, they can't protect you completely. Crollo's words trembled. Then what should I do now? He had to think of a plan. It has come to this. We will use that to deal with Esmeralda. He spoke again. Fortunately, the enemy has already announced the specific date. If so, conversely, that means you will be safe until then. He threatened in a low voice. However, if you do something suspicious, the enemy might act immediately. So don't do anything stupid and just wait. Do nothing. That is your role. The first day of the Saurin Magic Festival. People eagerly flocked to join the festivities. Wow, this is great. Is this your first time attending a magic festival? Yes, this is indeed my first time. Elendon smiled gently. Then you must enjoy this opportunity. Since it's your first time, you have to create many beautiful memories. Lin was extremely excited. There are so many things I've never seen before. It's so attractive. Elendon was equally excited. Look over there, Lin. That is the spirit estate for experiencing things with spirits. The children and spirits seem very happy. So adorable. Lin curiously looked around. What is over there? It looks so dark. She pointed to a place where people were running out with scared faces. Ah, that is the haunted house. They use psychic magic to summon spirits and scare everyone. Lin excitedly pointed to a spot. Senior, those people are dressed up as zombies. Those people. Elendon explained. Those are graduates. They look healthier than usual. These words made Lin freeze. What? Is studying at Saurin that terrible? You didn't know? Saurin has a classification system. Hearing that, Lin suddenly remembered. Right? Why can't they enjoy the festival? Elendon suddenly cried out. Isn't that Professor Lutzer? Professor Lutzer. The two looked in that direction. That's right, he is going with Professor Selena. I heard that professors will take turns patrolling in pairs during the festival. It must be their turn today. Selena seemed very excited. Professor Lutzer, do you see? That shop sells love potions. That's great. Oh, I'm so curious. His mind was constantly thinking. There is still a lot of time until the last day of the festival. However, I don't know when Esmeralda will appear, so I must think of a countermeasure now. His face darkened. Even when using Fabius, if she suddenly arrives before the due date, it will be a bit difficult to handle quietly. Professor Lutzer, since when did Selena touch his cheek? Professor Lutzer, what are you thinking about that you don't answer me? Heathcliffe was interrupted. I apologize. Lately there have been many things on my mind. Selena was curious. On your mind? If you don't mind, I can listen to it. His eyes glanced coldly. Take your hand off first. She panicked and withdrew her hand. Sorry, I was too rude. She awkwardly changed the subject. So the matter bothering you, is it because of tomorrow's tournament? He nodded. Yes, that is correct. Speaking of which, I completely forgot myself. Selena was a bit worried. You must be very worried since this is an event even foreign guests come to visit. Hearing him ask, Professor Selena, will you participate too? Selena sighed deeply. I really want to, but the superiors stopped me, so I cannot participate. Heathcliff also remembered, right? Fighting does not suit Professor Selena's personality, because this tournament itself is very dangerous. So many people would stop her from participating. Was fed up. But why didn't anyone stop me? Does no one worry about me? Selena mentioned it again. Will you be okay? Professor Lutzer, you might get hurt. It's okay. Since this is a school event, the tournament will be conducted as safely as possible. Suddenly, the two passed a stall. Hearing a familiar voice. Almost, it looks easy but doing it is really hard. Isn't the target too far away? Aiden noticed the two. Hello, Professor. Are you patrolling? He walked closer to the kids. Suddenly, there was one more person in the group. Yes. Is this a shooting range? Suddenly the stall owner popped out and laughed loudly. Another challenger. He provoked. But hey, pretty boy, do you know how to shoot? Looks like you can barely hold a gun, let alone aim. Heathcliff intended to refuse. No, Aiden immediately stepped in to stop it. Hey, uncle, take back those words quickly. Professor Lutzer used to serve in the military. Wait, Before he could speak, he was interrupted. This weakling. If you were a soldier, you still have pride, huh? Let's see how your skills are. In just a flash, every balloon exploded. Everyone gasped in admiration. You're really good, Professor Lutzer. You didn't miss a single shot. Stall owner's jaw dropped. Incredible. Cleared the game in just one go. Uncle had to accept this truth. All right then. I admit I don't know how to judge people. You achieved the highest score. So this is your reward. Reward. He excitedly took out a monster teddy bear. A masterpiece of some doll fanatic. They say this was inspired by the stuffed monster in the museum of the Durman Kingdom. He kept a cold face and gave it to Tashi. Thank you very much, Professor. It looks really scary. Selena was curious. That's the top prize. Is that okay? He just replied. It's fine. The children seemed to like it. Leaving there, Selena praised. That stuffed animal was really cute. Heathcliff was slightly stunned. So I should have given it to you? She refused. Oh, no. I am as happy as those kids. Seeing the students laughing and talking happily is enough for me. He looked at her. Seeing the students laughing and talking happily? He didn't say more. Is that so? We should continue patrolling. Meanwhile, in a bustling area of the magic festival, Selena stood dazed amidst the moving crowd. Don't work and go enjoy the festival. I don't know what to do. She was confused by Heathcliffe's order. Why did he give such a weird order? It must be. Her spirit suddenly ignited. Is to challenge me, right? To become more advanced. I have to work even when I don't want to. As expected of first class. A stall owner invited. Mississippi. Come try this, it's very delicious. She confusedly ordered. Then give me one. Heathcliff sighed. The Selena accompanying him was enjoying the festival very much. She was holding a giant lollipop. This is so tasty. Heathcliff suddenly asked. So, what are you even talking about? She cutely pleaded. Remember to keep it a secret from the other professors. I don't intend to say it either. Heathcliff chuckled. I'm sure everyone is enjoying the festival just like you are. Is that so? Her voice was slightly regretful. Time passed so quickly today. I feel a bit sad. Heathcliff was puzzled. There are still 4 days left. That's true. You still have the tournament tomorrow. Should we stop the patrol here? It's fine. I think it's almost time. Just as he finished speaking, a familiar hurried figure dashed past. He stiffened for a moment. Fabius. What is he doing here at this time? Heathcliff froze at that familiar person. Fabius. What is he doing here at this time? He hurriedly ran after him. Miss Selena. I have to go attend to something for a moment. Professor Lutzer. Heathcliff felt uneasy inside. What the hell is this guy doing here? He ran after him into a small alley. He was struggling to pin someone down. His mouth snarled. D. Crollo frantically pressed tight on the woman's neck. This she-devil. Suddenly something slammed into him. Art. He roared. Who are you to dare? Before he could finish, he saw Heathcliff pointing his wand straight at his face. Did you not bother to heed my warning? Crollo Fabius. His tone was cold. I'm pretty sure you did everything I told you not to do. Crollo stammered. That matter. Crollo threw a fit. From the start, I intended to live quietly. But this devil. She kept following me and even threatened my life. His tone was urgent. But look at this. Caught her. Heathcliff looked at the person on the ground and was startled. He caught her. Real. Heathcliff froze. But a harmless guy like Fabius shouldn't be able to catch her? Crollo was excited. What do you think? Calm down. We need to talk more specifically. But first. Suddenly Selena's voice rang out from behind. Professor Lutzer. Her body trembled. What is all this? He was confused, not knowing how to explain. Miss Selena. Suddenly she stumbled. Miss Selena. Heathcliff stepped forward to catch her. He checked the girl. Fortunately, she just fainted. I guess this was quite a shock to Professor Selena. This is better. I will have a chance to cover this up. Heathcliff turned around. You, take her somewhere else first. But Crollo's face became even more terrified. He was puzzled. Why did he suddenly? The person in his arms suddenly squirmed. Seriously. Heathcliff was shocked. Selena's gentle tone suddenly changed. I told you to stay put until the last day of the festival. Yet what kind of trick are you pulling here? Heathcliff's eyes widened. Her eye color changed. No, more importantly, this voice. She held onto his shoulder and stood up. The prey is served on a platter. No one is stupid enough to keep that promise. Crollo was scared out of his wits and fell backward. You, don't come near. Don't come near me. His face was filled with extreme horror. Selena's hair color had turned jet black. How have you been lately, Fabius? At this moment she had become the first-class Esmeralda. Crollo was foaming at the mouth and rolled over. What is this? Just looking at my face and he fainted dead away? Not interesting at all. Heathcliff could not have expected this. You have 2 personalities. I didn't expect you were working with another personality. Esmeralda laughed. Recognized it immediately. You are quite good. She turned to look at him. Come to think of it. This is the first time we've met in person. Even we first-class mages have to hide our identities when talking to each other. He questioned her unclear purpose. What the hell are you plotting? Why did you appear so suddenly? She sighed. All right then. Since you've seen me, there's nothing left to hide. I will kill this guy and end the revenge plan here. Thanks for watching the video. Breathe. Thanks for watching the video. Deciding right now. He suddenly stopped to look at the flame in front of her. Wait, what is that energy source? Quasimodo was wary. It is looking this way. Does it still remember the incident in the banquet hall? Damn it. I must leave here immediately. Esmeralda suddenly smiled and turned back. I have to go now. I can't kill this man in vain. She touched Heathcliff's face. Take good care of Selena. You seem to like her quite a bit. Immediately after, Esmeralda seemed to leave. Selena's eye and hair color returned. Heathcliff supported her. Her original energy state has returned. I still can't believe it even though I witnessed it with my own eyes. Miss Selena. He touched the blue gem on his neck. It's me. Come to me right now. Hurry up. Then he fell into depression. This is bad. She was so close yet I didn't realize it. Joanna Lovett is the girl who once saved Lupierre. Just like Esmeralda. She joined the Dawn Society to plan revenge. Of course, Professor Selena was also a suspect. I checked carefully. There was no trace of Esmeralda's magic left. So Selena was no longer worth thinking about. He rested his chin on his hand. However, even knowing the whole truth, Professor Selena, now there remains only one concern. Can I kill her? This is a major problem that prevents me from acting directly. Just because she shares the same body with that woman. Does she deserve to die even if she knows nothing? Looking at Sadena with her strange appearance. Professor Lutzer, you called me? You must have played hard. Good job. She was confused. I apologize. Heathcliffe dismissed it. Nothing to apologize for. Come here and deal with these two. Known how much time passed. Selena opened her eyes. You're awake. She sat up in bewilderment. Professor Lutzer, where am I? He made up a reason. It seems you have been under pressure lately. You fainted while patrolling. So I had to take you to the infirmary. Selena immediately blushed and turned away. Idiot. How dare you faint in front of him? Heathcliffe observed the state and guessed. She doesn't remember what happened before fainting. That's lucky. He politely stood up. Since you're awake, I'll be going. Rest well. Professor Lutzer, she hurriedly said. Thank you. Heathcliffe replied politely. I only did what I needed to do. Selena gently felt guilty. Not only for helping me when I fainted. You also gave me advice and helped me enjoy this festival. I am also very grateful that you went with me even though you didn't seem to like it much. I apologize for causing you trouble. Heathcliffe was just cold. Professor Selena, if I thought you were that annoying, I would have said so from the beginning. He spoke softly. I didn't say anything until now because I didn't hate it myself. Thanks to you. I was very happy today. He comforted. So you don't need to worry that much. Professor Lutzer. Selena gave a bright smile. Next year we will also attend the festival together, right? He agreed. Of course. This event takes place every year. Selena was excited because of that. So let's enjoy next year's festival together too. Promise me. He left a word. Yes, I promise. Late at night, a figure lurked. This is Lutzer Chansey's office? The thief walked in very naturally. It seems there is no anti-intrusion magic. He went to his desk, opened the drawer. Security is really lax. I found it. The magic pills. He smugly took out the pill bottle inside. Unexpectedly, the powerful Lutzer Chansey is lacking magical power? The second day of the Saurin Magic Festival's magic arena. Many people came to watch the excitement. Look, there are even Mage Kuma and Sinma from the Magic Tower. High-ranking nobles have also come. They were excited. Can't believe I have the chance to see them in real life. That person over there is the headmaster, right? Elisa welcomed the two new arrivals. Ada. Distinguished guests have come to play. An old man with white hair and beard stepped forward. Headmaster Elisa. It's been a while. He is the Duke of the Katatusen family, Heibok Katatusen. Smiling slyly at the person next to him. Old friend, long time no see. The Duke of the Lumos family. Caden Lumos sneered. Who is your friend? Elisa smiled and welcomed them. It's been a very long time since we last met, right? Did you come here to watch your daughter? Caden replied coldly. I don't necessarily have to answer that question. Heibok burst out laughing. Come on, old friend. Why do you get so grumpy whenever your daughter is mentioned? Call yourself a father? Caden was annoyed. Mind your own business. The two teased back and forth. Good heavens. Look, this guy has no sense of humor. Better than pretending to be close to the Katatusen fox. Elisa exclaimed. You two are still as close as ever. She wondered. But why don't I see Duke Goldborg? I thought all three dukes would come. Heibok heard and recognized who she mentioned. You mean David? Probably because we arrived first. I haven't seen him here either. Suddenly a laugh attracted them. Who is this? Hard to believe. The pillars of the kingdom have reunited. Hugo appeared excitedly. The instructor tournament event will surely meet everyone's expectations. I put a lot of effort into it. Heibok was surprised. Was it your idea? Exactly. The referee has started the festival. Everyone must have waited a long time. This is an event I especially... Hugo's words were immediately ignored. Right? Flashy girl up high. I think the program is about to start.
Iam Jessie Luna.
Fourth-year student. In charge of commentary for the tournament. Next to me is Mr. Catalan. She introduced. The instructor for practical combat magic for fourth-year students. Currently on the arena is the professor teaching first-year students, Mr. Matthew Samarich, and the opponent will be, oh my god, just the first match and it's already this spectacular. The new professor whom everyone has been mentioning lately, Mr. Lutzer Chansey. Heathcliffe calmly evaluated the opponent. He looks at me as if meeting a destined rival. He is definitely a noble belonging to Hugo Boratak's faction. Matthew got into a ready stance. There isn't much time left until the last day of the festival. I cannot waste time on events like this. And the commentator's voice echoed throughout the arena. The match begins. He stared at Heathcliffe's cold face. Now, look here, I will try my best to speed up the match and lose naturally. Seeing the two opponents standing still on the arena, everyone was confused. What's wrong? What's happening? 5 minutes have passed. Why hasn't anyone made a move? Matthew gritted his teeth. A tough opponent. Lutzer Chansey. He is luring me to attack first to counterattack immediately. On Heathcliffe's side, he was equally annoyed. What is this guy doing? Attack already. I'm openly showing openings like this, why hesitate? He lost patience and struck first. Fine. Instead of waiting for you to act, I will show you how I outclass you. His wand created ice flowers. Heathcliff waved his wand, creating a wall of fire. Everyone cheered. He blocked that attack with a barrier. How can someone be so skilled? I couldn't even see how the magic form was cast. Matthew was bitter. Damn it. He blocked it as easy as pie. Heathcliff was speechless. Don't tell me this is your full strength. If I lose to this weak move, it will definitely be exposed as intentional. He observed. Now that I notice, his complexion is worse. Probably he has no spell stronger than that one. No other way, Heathcliff fired several fireballs. It's impolite to be defeated so easily. Matthew, shocked, covered his head. Heathcliff ended the match. Next match, I will definitely lose. But after that, the opponent also collapsed. We have found the winner. The person moving on to the final is Professor Lutzer Chansey. Had no words left. No, seriously, why is he so weak? I can't lose on purpose. The commentator announced again. The final match will start in 15 minutes. Heathcliff realized the break had come. That's good. I consumed a bit too much mana. He walked into the break room. This body consumes magical power just by breathing. I thought it would be fine for the time being. Did I miscalculate? He walked to the desk and opened the drawer. If this continues, I will run out of mana. Huh? He realized. The drawer was empty. The pill bottle was nowhere to be seen. But I am sure I left it here. Heathcliff scanned around. Those footprints. Is there a thief? He wondered. But other things are still in their places. Damn it. I don't have time to make more pills. Time ran out quickly. Go back to the arena first. Ladies and gentlemen, the final match everyone has been waiting for. The commentator's cheerful voice rang out. I will introduce the competitors one more time. Professor of Practical Magic for second-year students. Also Marquis Boratak, Mr. Debian Boratak. And his opponent, the invincible, unrivaled legend, Mr. Lutzer Chansey. He stepped onto the arena. If it's Boratak, he must be of the same lineage as Hugo Boratak. So, the match begins. Heathcliff only had one thought. I don't intend to win, but in this situation, I will have to end it as quickly as possible. Debian suddenly held out his hand. Oh, wait, I've heard a lot about you, Professor Lutzer Chansey. I think this concerns you, so wait a moment. No need to rush, right? He smiled shadily. I know your secret. He quickly recognized the bottle in his hand. My pill bottle. He realized immediately. Turns out he was the one who broke into the office. But how does he know about my body's condition? Heathcliff was wary inside. It seems someone caught me taking the medicine. All my rivals are nobles, so I know who it is. It was cold. Now I understand why all my opponents wasted time uselessly, being a professor yet playing such petty tricks. Debian chuckled. Only a fool would pass up this opportunity. You should have hidden this bottle properly. Heathcliff spoke up. Forfeit and return it to me right now. Then I will forget about this. Debian was still arrogant. Do you still not understand what's happening? You're so funny. But Heathcliff was tense. I'm not kidding. So listen to me. This is your last chance. Think carefully while I'm still giving you that chance. Commentator shouted. This is a psychological battle. Finally, they are moving. Debian scorned. Only good at showing off. Think I'm scared? He created a dome-shaped barrier. Looks like I have to take good care of you today. Mr. Debian executed a defensive spell with the 4th tier move Magic Shield. Heathcliff calmly dealt with it. Fast. Did he prepare memory resonance beforehand? Magic Shield is a spell specializing in defense. Can block most magical attacks. However, while casting, the user cannot attack. He watched him fire magic. Debian, thanks for watching the video. Smirked. You dodged it? Your reflexes aren't bad. I guess the rumor you served in the military is true. The commentator cheered. Here it is. Professor Debian Boratak's special skill. A spell that can automatically use magic on behalf of its master. The snake wrapped around his neck slithered out. From the middle of its forehead, It emitted a green light. Meanwhile, Heathcliffe constantly had to block his attacks. Athenocturnus consumes too much mana, so it's hard to fight back. Damn it, if this goes on. He used another technique. Coordinate assignment magic. The snake immediately broke it. Debian laughed triumphantly. I know all the spells you use. You think I can't deal with this? This thing isn't just offensive magic. He provoked him. How do you feel when none of your spells can touch me? Heathcliffe was extremely annoyed. Damn it, I really need to use mana. Viewers all felt strange. What's wrong? Professor Lutzer. From the start of the match he only knows how to defend. Why doesn't he use offensive magic like before? Elisa from above also noticed. Professor Lutzer's condition seems a bit strange. I think we need to pause the match for a moment. But Hugo couldn't let it be. What do you mean? This is the final. His reasoning was very natural. This is a balanced battle. That is unavoidable. Elisa was restlessly worried. Professor Lutzer. Whispering voices swirled in his mind. Look, you used to be so arrogant but now can't do anything. That is your limit. Debian goaded. What's wrong? Attack more. Out of mana? Heathcliff growled in his throat. Bastard. Debian was curious. What? I can't hear what you're saying. He noticed a black ring behind Heathcliff. What is that? A vortex. Heathcliff seemed to turn into a different person. Too noisy. He hissed. Shut up. Vision shattered. Light flashed in the middle of the stage, making no one able to see anything. What on earth is happening? The audience covered their eyes. Too bright, can't see anything. Light magic. That doesn't belong to the element he uses. Does it? That light won't fade. What on earth is this? A pitch-black vortex appeared in mid-air. Debian felt uneasy. What is that thing? I have said it. A strange voice emitted from inside. Heathcliff held his head in agony. I said it already. His eyes held no emotion. It is you who should surrender while I can still forgive you. Black aura shot out from the black hole. Debian panicked. Don't come here. Black aura turned into ragged arms rushing forward. Don't come here. A voice interrupted. Stop. Heathcliff tried to control himself. If I increase the pressure on that mage any further, he probably won't be able to withstand it. Hissed softly. All choices right now lie with you. On the observation stand, people saw the light gradually weakening. I see it. Commentator Jessica also got to work. Everyone look. The light that suddenly burst out has vanished. And there is a final verdict. She was excited. The one still standing on the arena is Lutzerchansey. It is Professor Lutzerchansey. Everyone was suspicious. What exactly happened inside that blinding screen of light? Professor Debian Boratak's condition doesn't look very good. Heathcliff had retrieved the mana pill bottle. Hugo was horrified and shouted. Quick, call the medical team quickly. A crowd of people rushed onto the arena simultaneously. They quickly moved Debian to the infirmary. What is this about? Hugo screamed. Why is Debian still in this unstable state? That we still haven't, he angrily criticized. Finding that out is the role of you doctors. The medic weakly replied. No abnormality has been confirmed. We have to try a detailed check. A voice, calm and steady, rang out. It's because he suffered a temporary extreme mental shock. As time passes, he will recover on his own. Hugo angrily blamed. Where do you get the face to come here? Even if it's a competition, there should be a limit. He was weary. Are you talking about my responsibility now? Chris next to him stopped him. Vice Principal. First observe the situation. I will go to the infirmary to see if there is any special recovery medicine. Hugo temporarily calmed down. All right, thank you. He left, leaving the two alone in the room. Hugo insisted. In short, I will definitely hold you responsible for this incident. Even if it is a match, don't think that hurting an opponent like this is good. Oh my, if something happens during a match, there's no helping it. Clearly you told me that yourself. Elisa peeked from behind the door. These words made Hugo awkward. When did I say that? Haybach also chimed in. Is that so? I heard it clearly too. Duke Haybach? Confused. Hugo stammered, sweating. No way. How could that be? It must be because I was so panicked that I forgot. Haybach smiled and came to shake hands with Heathcliff. All right. Truly a deeply impressive match. I am Haybach Katatusen. He replied politely. I am Lutzerchansey. In the infirmary we shouldn't be noisy. Let's go outside to talk. The Duke of Lumos has also arrived, so I'm going out too. Okay. Haybach thanked. Thank you for comfortably coming out with me. Actually, I also find it strange that I didn't know of a talent like you until now. Especially that ultra-fast magic casting speed. Getting outside. In a flash, it's so crowded out here. Looking at Elisa's sly fox eyes. He realized. So that's it. Is she helping to deal with the nobles coming to meet me? Heibok chuckled. It's a bit noisy, isn't it? They all want to meet you, so please sympathize. Heathcliffe replied briefly. It's fine. He again mentioned it. Also, thank you, sir, for helping me and the principal stop that violent crowd. Heibok was slightly surprised. You knew about that? Indeed, your observation is sharp. I completely forgot I had other things to do. He looked embarrassed. I intentionally called you out here. I feel quite apologetic. His tone changed. In return, later, if you need help, come find me anytime. Ludger narrowed his eyes and replied, Thank you, sir. I look forward to our next meeting. He watched the old man's back as he left. Such an obvious lie, yet he said it so naturally. Actually, he approached me for his own benefit, recalling the strange gleam in his eyes. However, in the brief moment I realized his intent. He guessed he wouldn't easily get benefits from me, so he proactively retreated. He didn't know what the opponent's clear goal was. Isn't that the three ducal families supporting the Exilian Empire? A superficial appearance pretending to be close. But every action is calculated carefully to grasp the opponent's psychology. Ludger put his hands in his pockets and sneaked out. Anyway, the business here is done. It's time to regroup with Sadena and Han. Suddenly he saw a familiar figure. Flora Lumos. What business brings you here? Flora stammered. I was just passing by. He knew clearly. It doesn't look like you're simply passing by. He speculated. On the purpose of this trip. Are you here to meet your father? Informed her. Duke Lumos is speaking with the principal. It would be better to go in a bit later. Flora evaded the topic. I told you that's not it. Ludger observed her reaction. A strange reaction, not like her usual self at all. Is she having trouble with her father? He decided to ignore it. Whatever. I'm going first. Come to think of it, I need to prepare for the next match. You're participating this time too, right? With your strength, there's no need to worry. At his compliment, Flora was a bit proud. Of course, no matter who the opponent is, I have no intention of losing. Then she turned to leave. If you want to watch, you can come. Well, if you're busy, it's fine if you don't come. Ludger considered this. Come to watch, huh? He decided. TSK. Later, if I have spare time, I'll go take a look. A while later, in front of the water fountain. You're early. Han noticed the new arrival. Ah, you're here. Nari, don't mention it. Shall we take a walk? Sadena was interested. Before that, there's a place I want to visit. Can we stop by there? He agreed without hesitation. I roughly know where it is too. Sure.
Han objected slightly.
No, brother. Didn't you call us because of something urgent? Ludger replied. Outside of the festival time, ordinary people can't easily enter Saurin. This made Sadena cheer in excitement. Pleased to meet you. I am Bruno, professor of Golem Studies for first-year students at Saurin. The host explained. Thank you all for coming to the Golem launch ceremony today. He reached out to unveil the curtain. Now, please look here. This new model Golem DT3000 was developed at Saurin. What is that? Han was confused. They brought some block of iron here? Ludger said blandly. Of course, that's not the end. The host activated a mechanism. Everyone must think this thing is strange, right? The true form of this new model golem hasn't appeared yet. If we attach a mana stone, which is the energy source of this new golem, then it can change into a form like this. The golem immediately transformed into a humanoid form. Sadena pondered. Is it a form specialized for moving or destroying heavy objects instead of mobility? It would be suitable for places like mines. Before transforming, it rolls for easier movement. The host continued. Seeing everyone react so positively, I am satisfied. But that is still not the end. The reaction of the two immediately became amazed. Can also transform into a horse like this, just like transforming robots in movies. Can it turn into a car? Xena was excited on the side. Professor, can I go closer to observe? Ludger permitted. Okay, don't go too far. The girl nodded. Of course. Han was weary. Anyone looking would think we came just to play. He intervened. Don't be too strict. Sometimes. We need days to relax like this. Otherwise, who knows what trouble Sadena might cause. That's true. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Excuse me, can I ask for directions? A person appeared, making his eyebrows furrow. Casey asked for directions while looking at a map. I'm looking for the magic dueling arena. Do you know where it is? Casey Selmore suddenly appeared asking for directions. I'm looking for the magic dueling arena. Do you know where it is? He regained his composure. Calm down. It seems she doesn't recognize me. In times like this, he reminded himself. Must make an impression using light magic. Then show her the way. It's over there. If I can change the impression even a little, people won't realize it's the same person. He timidly pointed his finger. However, because it's her, I don't know if it will be effective. Casey looked in that direction. I see it. Thank you. She took a step then stopped. Ah, right. By the way. Suspicious eyes turned towards him. Have we met before? I don't understand. Why you look very familiar. Edgar evaded. I'm meeting you for the first time. Now you know where the arena is. Goodbye. Han saw this and ran after him. I'm coming too. Casey called him back. Wait, you. Ludger froze. Damn it. Caught. On the contrary, Casey beamed. You're a professor here, aren't you? Seeing you, I recognized it immediately. He sighed. In relief. I want to ignore her and leave here quickly. But it would be very suspicious if I blatantly ignored her. So I just need to react sufficiently. Ludger asked coldly. Why do you think so? Casey stroked her chin and replied confidently. First, the clothes you are wearing. Its material is high quality. Something a bit beyond the reach of a commoner. She analyzed carefully. Since you don't carry a coin pouch, you're probably not a wealthy merchant. Even, you look quite like a noble. But I don't see any symbol on your outfit. Thus, it's very likely you're a noble who doesn't want to reveal his crest. She shrugged. Evaluating. But would a low-ranking noble dress like that just to wander around the festival? Combining the factors above, the final answer is, you are an employee of this school. So, you are that famous Ludger Cherish. Is that correct? The words made him tense. I heard you are very easy to recognize. It's really true. Unbelievable. Just looking at my clothes, she deduced that much. Time to flee. Thinking so, he walked quickly. Makes sense. Goodbye. Casey was bewildered. Wait a second. Pouted. Is that the only reaction? Normally everyone is surprised. Then hearing Ludger speak. Is it really that surprising? If you have nothing left to say, I'm leaving. Casey grimaced. Who is this guy? How can he be so indifferent? She vaguely touched upon the answer. I've never received such a reaction. No. Only one person treats me like that. A thought flashed through her mind. Betty called her from afar. Casey, what are you doing? The match is about to start. Casey turned around. Ah, I was distracted a bit. Then she snapped her fingers. Water vapor condensed. Water bubbles hovered before Ludger's eyes. Excuse me. Please contact me if you need anything later. Casey warned. I am not a simple person.
Han looked.
The water vapor froze into a hard card. I thought you were caught red-handed. What is that? A business card? Ludger pondered. Quite troublesome. He was troubled. If she recognized me, she wouldn't have given a business card. Is this a way to create a relationship? Anyway, being noticed by her is a problem. Though not much, I can feel magic from it. If I throw it away, she will notice immediately. He instructed. Carefully. Han. From now on, you should be more careful. If possible, get rid of the suit you're wearing immediately. Han found it hard to say. Wait, but she only glanced at me. This suit is very expensive. Ludger warned coldly. If you heard her deduction, you should have understood. That woman can know the truth in an instant from just a tiny clue. He always appreciated Casey's ability. Never underestimate her. The two focused on the other person again. That girl over there keeps talking nonstop. Before realizing it, other students had gathered there. Han was awkward. Should I take her away? Ludger replied. Let it be. Don't know when Sadena will have another chance to discuss her hobbies. Seeing him smile, he evaluated. Looking closely, it seems you really suit this professor profession. Even if it's just a coincidence. You look very happy when smiling at the kids. He rubbed his hands. Actually, I feel a bit uncomfortable being here, because I didn't grow up in a good environment like this. So I was jealous of them. Han. Voice cut in. For people like us, those students are like flowers blooming in a fertile field. Ludger remembered the smile of each student. However, those children are innocent. Children are supposed to laugh innocently, right? All right. Han accepted this statement. If you say so, I won't say anything more, but the age gap between those kids and me isn't much. So why is your attitude so different? These words confused Ludger. Huh? How old are you? Then Han's statement was shocking. I'm 24 this year, he said shyly. So you just call me brother. I'm sorry. It's okay. Ludger avoided his eyes. I apologize for treating you a bit harshly. This made Han shudder. I said it's okay. Ludger coughed lightly. More importantly, how is the research on the addictive drug in the werewolf incident progressing?
Han retorted.
You're changing the subject. Seeing his silence, he lamented. Gosh, let's skip it. Han reported. Results. After finishing the analysis, they discovered a type of hallucinogenic drug. It seems they are extracted from the paluma plant. Here is your medicine. Ludger looked at the small box in his hand. If it's Paluma, is it the variety only grown in Vantang? I will research it when the festival ends.
Hennekim.
Mentioned a matter. But is what you said earlier true? The identity of the first-class mage. He whispered. Correct. Han worried about his mood. Are you okay? That's your close colleague. Receiving no answer. He sighed. Never mind. There's no way you can be okay. I asked a senseless question. Even so, don't feel guilty if things don't end well with the desired result. His voice was sorrowful. You've experienced it too. No matter how hard we try, there are always innocent victims. Ludger looked down at his hands, vaguely stained with blood. Professor Moriarty, please take care of my younger brother. He quietly replied. I know.
Han advised.
I mean, if that is what must be done. Becoming hesitant. You know, if we don't kill our enemies, then we will be the ones killed. Ludger clenched his fist. Because we live in a cruel world. Death always opens the door to welcome us. Han agreed. That is true. It is an inevitable rule from the past. How bitter. It is our reality. The third day of the Saurin Magic Festival's outdoor banquet. The festival was still responded to by many people. Hybeck laughed boisterously. Holding a party during the day is also fine. Is that right, my friend? Ludger's face darkened as he responded. Yes, that's right. In his heart he complained. Why does this old man keep following me? Ludger turned around. I will ask straight. What do you want from me? He smiled again. What do you mean? I don't want anything from you. Professor. His eyes were sharp. If I truly find what I want, it must be something that truly attracts me. Ludger kept a straight face. It seems I am an interesting person to the Duke. On the contrary, Hybeck was very relaxed. Just feel free to call me Hybeck. The older I get, the more I lose interest in those things. Laughed carelessly. But I won't cross the line. So don't worry. Ludger didn't know what else to say. This guy is like an old fox. Huh? A person suddenly came into his view. That is Flora Lumos. He looked at the student wandering in the banquet. What is she doing here? And unusually tense too? Hybeck also noticed the girl. Isn't that Flora of the Lumos family? Ludger was slightly surprised. You know Flora? He sighed. From what I know, the girl was born with talent superior to others. But she is also a pitiful girl. These words were very confusing. What do you mean? Next was the unspeakable family story of Flora. The girl was rejected by her own family because she is the daughter of a concubine. What could be more regrettable? At this moment, Flora reassured herself. Calm down. Nothing to be afraid of. Just a direct greeting. She could not stop the fear. Now I am different from when I lived in that family. I will show that person that the child he once despised now lives very well. In front of her was the blue-haired man. I must not be afraid in this place. She just spoke up. Father. TSK. A mocking laugh intervened. Wow. Look who is here. That person targeted Flora herself. Isn't this the hybrid Flora? Flora trembled looking at the two people jumping out in front. Cayman. Cana. Cana smiled contemptuously. Please, can you stop calling our names rudely with that dirty blood immediately? Cayman next to her chimed in. You look fine. Before, you didn't even dare to look straight at us. The two of them mocked. Father, look who came. Caden replied coldly. What is it? Flora stood as if dead. Her ears rang. Her voice couldn't come out. She stammered. The thing is, she bowed, her face down. I have to tell father that I have changed and ask him to watch over me. But she blamed herself. Why the hell did I come here? TSK. Hand gently placed on Flora's shoulder. She froze looking at that person. Ludger had stepped forward. Do you people here have a problem with my student? A group of missionaries suppressed demi-humans with the Holy Light Doctrine. Something only for humanity. About a unique god. The Luminary Order. However, their attacks not only targeted the demi-human race. Humanity. The upper class, descendants of gods and demi-humans. And the lower class. And the servants. Hybeck sighed and narrated. The foundation of the Luminary Order lies in dividing the upper class from the lowly in everything. Because she was born in a family following the Luminary faith, Flora was treated like that. If the girl grew up in another family, it would have been good. Hearing those words, his eyes hardened. Is that why she is obsessed with exams? She thinks if she becomes an honor student, she will be recognized by her family. Ludger looked at Flora's lonely back. However, that wish, will it come true? Seeing him suddenly stand up. Huh? Wait, Professor, I should not interfere in this matter. Doing so won't help Flora anyway. I just need to ignore it. Everything will eventually end. That's it. He could not accept it. But even so, Therefore, he stepped forward. Do you people here have a problem with my student? Hearing her situation, how can I ignore it? The crowd outside watched curiously. That professor dares to intervene. Different from his appearance. He is a teacher who cares about his students very much. Highback sipped his drink and watched the show. Even so, I still can't believe he directly confronted the Duke Lumos family. But looking again, isn't this professor very interesting? Flora was stunned by his appearance. Professor, Caden strongly demanded, it is just a family matter. I request you not to interfere in this. Ludger did not seem afraid. I see it seems more serious than just a family matter. As a professor, I cannot just stand and watch and ignore it. The atmosphere became tense. Professor Ludger Cherish, right? Cana intervened. Yesterday you fought that match very well. Are you really the professor of this Flora? I'm really surprised that here she is treated like an honor student. Her tone was full of mockery. In the Lumos family, she is notorious for being treated like a demi-human. These words made Flora ashamed. Did she say that in front of everyone? Ludger spoke up. Excuse me, but who are you? Cana cheerfully introduced herself. Forgot to introduce. My name is Cana Lumos. I am also preparing to enter Saurin next year. She showed off her talent. As the valedictorian, what do you think? She asked arrogantly. As a professor at Saurin, how do you evaluate my magic? Ludger whispered. As a professor, he bluntly deducted her points in front of everyone. I will say the speed of deploying the magic form has not reached the standard. Minus 10 points. Cana's confidence dropped. What? He continuously deducted. Technique lacks development. Minus 10 points. Lack of focus on magic. Minus 10 points. This confused her. For elements, among them, which element promotes the user's power? The sudden question made her unable to answer. That. Ludger pointed out the error without mercy. It seems you don't even bother to try to understand the nature of the magic you are using. You just follow what you were learned? You are that proud after showing me that? His eyes were cold. Do you think Flora got the title of honor student that simply? Cana Lumos. Flora on the side was shaken by his words. The crowd supporting her was in an uproar. How dare he speak like that in front of Lady Cana? Letting such a person be a professor. Is Saurin crazy? A lowly noble daring to be arrogant. A person spoke up to stop it. Stop here. Highback stepped in to intervene. I know arguing is inevitable. Professor Ludger, you went a bit too far. Seeing that, he didn't push it further. I will be more careful. Caden spoke up at this moment. Ludger Cherish, are you done speaking? My daughter behaved rudely because she didn't know anything. He apologized with a haughty attitude. As her father, I sincerely apologize to you. Ludger did not yield. Of course, the young lady here was the one in the wrong first. And Caden turned and left. See you later. Ludger asked the person standing timidly beside him. Are you okay? She rubbed her hands uneasily. Should I thank the teacher right here? But why do I need to thank? If I do that here? While she was confused. When Flora turned around, she only saw the other person's back. Cheryl rushed over. Flora. She was worried. Are you okay? Let's go. Flora pursed her lips and said nothing. After leaving, the two Lumos siblings were indignant. Father, did you just let that arrogant professor go like that? That's right. He dared to mock me right in front of Flora. Eamon was agitated. We should report this to Saurin and take Flora back. Caden asked back. What would that achieve? He pointed out. The only thing you would get is just a moment of satisfaction. Moreover, that old fox Cardusan stepped out to speak for him. And the principal of Saurin was also watching nearby. Hearing these words, Cayman was stunned. So you just let it pass? No. Caden's eyes were sharp and cold. We leave now, but this is not over yet. We Lumos will never let it rest. On the other side, Highback walked and chatted. You really care about your students? Ludger humbly replied. I just did what needed to be done. Exclaimed. I didn't think Duke Caden was also a member of the Luminary Order. Highback explained. He is not just a believer. He worships that faith to the point of madness. He said idly. You know, the Luminary Order teaches to reject the body of a child with impure blood as soon as it is born. Essentially, that girl being discriminated against is inevitable. But fortunately, that child was not marked. Hearing that, he speculated. Duke Caden gave her freedom. On the contrary, it was a denial. No, the girl's mother protected her daughter in desperation. Flora's mother. Unfortunately, that person is no longer in this world. Ludger was slightly surprised. This is the first time I've heard about this. Highback sighed in weariness. Not many people know she is the daughter of a concubine either. That family used their power. Ludger exclaimed. Even so, it seems you know quite a lot. Duke. Rebecca's tone was mocking. Even if we are comrades fighting side by side, we should know at least one weakness of the other. Even I don't know when the enemy will put a knife to my neck. Is that so? He was somewhat in disbelief. I am sure he didn't hide Flora's identity for his own benefit. The Duke's intention is just to ignore that piece until he can use her. Is that kind of person really Flora's father? No. Ludger denied it. I cannot consider that thing a father. The old man interestedly said goodbye. All right. Since the professor doesn't seem like the type to spread rumors, it's fine to tell you that. Then I will go greet others too. He rubbed his aching neck. Maybe I should be careful and leave here. Huh? He noticed something floating in the air. It is Sadena's magic paper. Quickly caught it. Other mages are taking suspicious actions towards the second-rank mage Joanna. He was surprised. Joanna Lovis has started acting already? Thinking about the warning. That letter clearly stated she would come on the last day. She said she would stay put until the last day of the festival. Ludger affirmed again, looking at Esmeralda's reaction when her identity was exposed. At least the content of the letter was not wrong. He crushed the paper. If so, it is highly likely Joanna is acting independently. He was determined. I must continue to monitor the situation. Very quickly, it was the 4th day of the festival at the pharmaceutical laboratory. He looked at the pile of medicine on the table. Since I am a professor, I have the right to use any ingredients I want. If Bella Luna saw these things, her eyes would definitely roll up. He rearranged them. All I have to do is register the necessary ingredients in the list. Should have come here sooner. TSK, person called his name. Ludger Cherish. How surprising. Chris was preparing medicine when he encountered him. What are you doing here? Ludger replied with a matter-of-fact tone. Making medicine, of course. Chris scoffed. Someone like you claims to make medicine. He pointed in a direction. Then first of all, go to the area for beginners. Hearing Ludger ask, you know how to make that thing, right? Professor Chris. He was furious. Pharmacy is my main profession. He thought he was looking down on him. Don't you know how much the generations of the Benemo family have contributed to pharmaceutical science? Ludger replied superficially. Don't know a thing. Chris was full with rage. Clearly he knows but deliberately says that. Then he looked at Ludger's actions. By the way, does this guy have any experience in making medicine? What is he planning to do coming all the way here? He stopped short, raised his voice to question. Those ingredients. Are you planning to kill someone? Chris listed a series of ingredients Ludger laid out. Petrasia leaves, cocoon buds, all are extremely toxic ingredients. He was horrified. Are you planning to kill someone? His voice pitched high in panic. Moreover, even if you produce a highly effective product, even when the toxins are removed, that dose will still cause side effects. Ludger was impressed. You know quite a lot, huh? Then why do you teach manifestation magic instead of pharmacy? Chris avoided question. You don't need to know. So, he immediately ignored it. Then I won't ask anymore. You don't need to worry about how I handle these ingredients. This attitude made Chris more annoyed. What did you say? He inhaled deeply. Surely he is just good at showing off. Calm down. Finally, Chris could not focus but blatantly observed Ludger. He silently exclaimed. Even observing from start to finish, I couldn't imagine. He refined it perfectly without any failed reactions. Looking at those ingredients, it seems like a mana recovery potion. He could not suppress his curiosity. Hey, who do you intend to use that medicine for? Ludger replied. For me, of course. Chris probed into his affairs. They look different from the pills you usually take. What illness do you have to take so much medicine? Suddenly Ludger turned around. Professor Chris discovered my secret. These words made him pause. I didn't think you would ask me that after using it in the match. Chris rubbed his temples. I didn't think things would turn out like that either. He was sorrowful. All I wanted was to see you humiliated. I didn't want anyone to get hurt. Chris denied again. No, that's not it. Thinking back, that was just an excuse. He frankly admitted his mistake. My actions back then were indeed inappropriate for a noble. At least let me apologize to you this time. He sighed. Anyway, the type of medicine you intend to make is a dangerous substance. Can abandon everything just to recover mana. That thing cannot be considered medicine. Some reason. Chris had the heart to advise. If not done well, your magic neural system will die. He took out something. Take this too. This is a special sedative of my family. Ludger looked at the purple medicine bottle. You really want to give it to me? Chris still had his own pride. Even if it's personal feelings, Cannot leave my patient alone. I am a member of the Benemo family, devoted to medical science. His eyes widened slightly. Surprising. I didn't expect you to be that kind of person. Until now. These words were too provoking. Do you want to get punched? Ludger returned to work. Anyway, since you gave it to me, I will use it well. X wondered. Shouldn't that powder be thrown away? What are you taking that for? He poured the powder into the medicine bottle. Throwing it away would be a waste. Isn't it? Actually, this is the essential part. Finished. Everything. Ludger went out to check the situation.
Han.
How is that guy Krullo Fabius? Han reported. He locked himself in the bedroom. Understood. Continue to keep an eye on him. He stepped forward, bearing many thoughts in his heart. I have prepared everything to prevent unexpected incidents. Just waiting for Joanna Lovis's answer. He had thought, if Joanna Lovis really acts arbitrarily, meaning in reality, they split into two groups and took turns acting. The worry rose higher. On the last day, I need someone to stop Joanna. Meanwhile, I will deal with Esmeralda. He thought of an important member of the society. Sadena said she prioritizes my orders, but I cannot ask her to stop another member of the Black Dawn Society without a valid reason. A suitable student could stand against Joanna. Heathcliff thought of someone. There was only one choice. 30 minutes later at Saurin's student dormitory, someone discovered a piece of paper dropped in front of the door. Aiden was curious. What is this? Heathcliff stood outside the dormitory, checking again, preparing for the final battle. He nodded. Okay, I've sent the note. I don't want those kids to get involved in this. His eyes turned cold for a moment, but Joanna Lovis won't easily detect it if the targets are students. It must be Aiden. He won't take the note's content lightly and will act immediately. Even if war breaks out, Aiden's magic resistance won't be lost. However, since he is quite reckless, I will send a few more companions. He had sent the notes to the necessary people. If he goes with friends, he won't be able to act rashly even if he notices. It doesn't matter if they defeat Joanna or ask a professor for help. Now, the last thing is, he turned to give orders to Han through the ring. Han, it's me. We need this extra item. With this, the preparation is complete. On the paper left by Heathcliff there was a message. In this Saurin, there are suspicious people hiding and plotting something. On the last day of the festival, go find Joanna Lovis and stop her. Leo was confused. What the hell is this? This isn't something that side would send. This information is too specific to be considered a bad joke. He thought back to his speculation. It says there are suspicious people hiding in Saurin. Moreover, I've seen this information a few times already. Leo bit his hand nervously. But who did it? Did he find out already? That I am an intelligence agent of the Liberation Army, right? He must have known and is warning me. He struggled to make a decision. That if you don't want your secret exposed, you must obey my orders. Leo crumpled the paper. But for what purpose? He sighed, not wanting to think anymore. I don't want to join the Liberation Army anyway. No matter how I think, nothing can be changed. He stood up and left the room. I have no other choice but to find this person. It would be better if I resolve it myself. He had just closed the door when a call came. Leo! Aiden rushed over. Something happened. The other two also brought identical papers. Look at this. I saw this note in my room. Turns out there are suspicious people wanting to do bad things on the last day of the festival. I brought Tassi and Iona along. This confused him. These guys also received the identical letter. What the hell is going on? A loud, buzzing noise disturbed the mind. Father, uncle, help me. That voice repeated over and over. I beg you, please, help me. The dark shadows haunted. It's all because of you. I wanted to help you, yet, if you had just stayed in the village, nothing would have happened. The nun coldly criticized. Esmeralda, all of it. She screamed. Stop it. It's just a dream. Esmeralda woke up from the dream. I don't want to be blamed by the very people who raised me. She seemed to have made up her mind. All right, this is the last time. After killing Krullo tomorrow, the revenge will end. At the same time, another worry arose. But, is it really okay? After revenge is done, what will happen? The desire for revenge has completely destroyed this soul. Esmeralda hesitated. So I can't go back to how it was before. Selena, another personality created by me out of sadness and the wish to hold on to the past. She wished, actually, I always wanted to live like her, laughing and talking with everyone, happy and pure, like there was curtain shielding her from the outside world. She reached out to touch the light. What should I do? If I give up the chance for revenge now? A fierce Voice cut in. What are you thinking? Esmeralda. The fire monster exploded. Are you planning to let the man who killed everyone escape? Esmeralda. Her head in fear. The fire monster whispered in her ear. You must complete your mission. Because you are a good girl, right? Esmeralda laughed softly, as if convinced by it. Right? She hugged herself and grinned widely. I must take revenge. The 5th day of the magic festival, the final night. The sound of talking and laughter was still bustling. Selena separated from the crowd. She was no longer herself. In a blink, she swapped into Esmeralda. She hunted for the last survivor. Finally, the day has come. Where is he? The sound of leather shoes gently stepping on the floor. Crollo was trembling and cowering in the room. He didn't leave any contact information. I'm not being tricked, right? The shadow of a woman fell upon the wooden door. The door opened slightly, revealing the madman. Esmeralda giggled. That you, Mr. Crollo Fabius? Esmeralda giggled. Is that you, Mr. Crollo Fabius? However, the room window was wide open. The room was empty without a single person. Esmeralda was suspicious. Sensed a presence here. Just then, a swarm of rats rushed into his room. Rats that know how to open doors. Wait, Crollo did not think much and immediately chased after the rats. It must be that person sending the rats. They will lead me to a safe place. Despair lightened slightly in his heart. I knew that person wouldn't abandon me, even when the prey fled. Esmeralda just smiled. A person who rarely leaves the room. He finally decided to run away. She laughed delightedly. Yeah, just do that. Watching the prey struggle is much more interesting. Try to escape from me, Crollo Fabius. At that moment, Esmeralda's activity was also reported to Heathcliffe. Boss, she moved. Han used binoculars to observe. The rats I brought are luring Fabius. My special ability turned out to be useful at times like this. He received the order. All right, Han. It's time for us to act. The group of Aiden had also moved out. Tassi was anxious. Aiden, going like this is very dangerous. We should go back and report to the professor. She turned urgently to the blue-haired boy. Leo, say something to Aiden. You always command and guide everyone. Why are you so quiet today? Leo replied. No, I think Aiden is doing the right thing. Think about it. How do we know about this? Tassi replied in confusion. It was written on a paper in front of our door. Leo sharply pointed out the strange point. We don't even know who left that message. Will the professor believe us? Even if the professor trusts us, it would be too late to turn back. Leo's heart was heavy. The person who sent me the message wants me to complete this myself. They even involved my friends in this in case I went against their will. Truly a careful person. Must resolve this quickly and quietly. A hoarse voice rang out. Is everyone here? Aiden whispered. Everyone get down quickly. They see a group of people in fully covering cloaks meeting in the forest. But should we act on our own? I think we should wait for instructions from above if we intend to eliminate someone. The person standing in front of them spoke up. If we cause a commotion at Theon, the leader will be very pleased. That seemed to be a woman wearing glasses. Everyone is focusing on preparing for the festival. This is the best time. Don't worry. It's all for the Black Dawn. Aiden quickly realized. Round glasses and black hair. That looks like Joanna. Tassi was startled. What? So what was written in the note is true. Let's go quickly. At this moment, Crollo was panting. He had run a long distance. He had only stopped for a bit. The haunting voice of the woman rang out behind him. Oh my, giving up already? Fabius. Esmeralda teased. What's wrong? Why not keep running? You were always good at running away, weren't you? She laughed with amusement. Like when everyone in your family was burned to death and only you survived. You must keep running if you want to live. Crollo gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn it. Why is it me? Driven to a corner, he shouted. Stop it. This is enough. This attitude made Esmeralda unhappy. What? Crollo shouted loudly. How much more do I have to despair to satisfy you? The Fabius family has declined long ago. Look at me. Isn't this enough? He was like a madman. So what if I killed all those villagers? I only punished them for their crimes. They dared to oppose a noble. If those commoners hadn't harbored you from the start. As if finding a reason. He blatantly pointed at the woman's face and criticized. That's right. It's all because of you. If not for you, they wouldn't have suffered that fate. Esmeralda muttered. My fault. It's because of me that things turned out like this. These words stepped on Esmeralda's tail. She screamed in resentment. Crollo Fabius. Even at this point you still deny your guilt. Crollo's tone was still steely. Correct. It is because of you. There seemed to be countless resentful eyes staring at her. It's all because of you. They were living very peacefully, but because of you they died. Esmeralda was stunned, drowning in criticism. That's right. If not for you, why did you come to our village? Don't try to argue. It's precisely because of you that we were killed. However, Esmeralda seemed to have her mind bewildered by these words. No. Krallo screamed. Know what? He desperately dragged her down into the abyss. Who was the one who caused them to be killed and burned, while you yourself survived? Will they hate me more, or hate you more? He accused. The one denying guilt isn't me, but you. Along with a loud scream of denial, a fierce fire flared up. Heathcliff could see it from afar. A pillar of fire from the direction of the warehouse. Han also quickly reported. Boss, it's bad. We're doomed.
Han hurriedly
Hid in the heat. First of all, we successfully lured Fabius to the witch. They argued with each other, but then suddenly the witch exploded, and now the warehouse is on fire. He rushed. Thanks to the fire suppression equipment, the fire didn't spread, but it will only last for a while. The rats were blown away, so I don't know the situation inside. You hurry over here. Heathcliff acted very quickly. All right, I will be there shortly. While running the scene, he called someone. What's up, boss? Sheridan. How is the festival? Did you notice anything strange? She replied, with a questioning voice. Strange. I don't see anything here. Based on your reaction, seems like you need my help. Heathcliff strategized quickly. Yeah. Just in case. Can you divert everyone's attention at the festival? Haha, sure. Sheridan was hiding somewhere and pressed a button. I've been waiting for my turn all this time. Suddenly, fireworks flew straight into the sky, creating a brilliant sky. Everyone gasped. Fireworks. Look quickly. There's still 30 minutes until the fireworks display. Why are they firing now? Should we return to the base? Heathcliff took the opportunity. Good. Everyone will focus their attention on it. But I can't arrive in time at this speed. I must save mana, so I can't use Arthur's Nocturne. He suddenly noticed something on the right. Heathcliff stopped. Before his eyes was the warehouse storing golems. This is Han on this side. Fire burning his butt. Oh no. At this rate, the fire will spread to the festival venue. When will the boss arrive? Suddenly there was a noise attracting him. In his vision, Heathcliff rode an iron horse rushing in. That is, boss.
Han resalid.
He is driving the transforming golem we met last time. At the same time confused. But what is he planning to do rushing into the fire? The golem jumped high and rushed into the fire. Gently. Landed without any damage. Heathcliff saw the huge monster inside. The situation is worse than I thought. He greeted. The fire monster. We've met before, right? Quasimodo. He calmly confronted it. Back then, due to circumstances, I couldn't do anything. Heathcliff got off the golem. I have no intention of fighting Esmeralda. She is my teammate. I came here to help her. He wondered. Will that thing understand? Then glancing briefly at Esmeralda on the ground. Esmeralda didn't look stable at all. Obvious too. He scanned the status here. Something is unusual. Heathcliff blatantly stepped in front of the monster. But this is also good. This is the only chance for me to easily handle this. When a spirit is summoned within a magic circle, just destroying the circle is enough. But when a person directly summons them, one must capture the summoner. He took a syringe. I just need to use a sedative to capture Esmeralda. Heathcliff slowly stepped forward. I have to get closer to aim accurately. Suddenly, the monster attacked. His foot stamped on the road. Heathcliff was in disbelief. An ambush? Professor? His heart was heavy. No, this is. He looked past the growling monster. From the start, it didn't trust me. A person wandering in the forest. To be able to be quiet like this. Casey walked nonchalantly. I was just walking around, but so many people kept striking up conversations. Betty must have fun doing this. Times like this, I'm really jealous of her. Suddenly she heard whispering voices. Casey approached. Hey, there are people here too. She happened to hear them talking. Don't worry. It's all for the Black Dawn Society. Dawn. She quickly hid behind a tree trunk. Don't tell me it's that Black Dawn Society. Let's follow and see. Her footsteps paused when she heard another voice intervene. Round glasses and black hair? That could be Joanna. She saw Aiden's group sneaking out of the bushes. They are moving already. Let's go. Casey watched quietly. First of all, should I follow them? The fire rose blazing in the night. The fire monster laughed loudly. What a pity. Prepared To strike again. I could have. Punch. Fell down shaking the ground. Killed the human already. Heathcliff realized its intention. Is it blocking Esmeralda from my view? This is the reason why I can't use magic to aim at the target. He stepped back. I can act freely without the summoner's command. Is this the power of a first-class black soldier? The fire. Monster opened its mouth to breathe fire. He frowned. Using magic. Arthur's nocturne. In a blink. Heathcliff flew up high. He struggled. Deal with it. Damn it. It doesn't give me space to use magic. The monster roared. This name. This damned musician. He swung. His right hand sending fireballs flying. This is not the time for wandering thoughts. The fire. Monster suddenly exploded, making him unable to react in time. Heathcliff landed on the ground. He grimaced looking at the fire monster. This fight isn't going well. Is there no other way but to borrow divine power? He immediately dismissed the thought. No, that risk isn't worth the trade. Heathcliff ordered the golem. DT 3000. Defense mode. Block that attack. The pillar of fire. Shot forward hitting the barrier created by the golem. It automatically activated. Detected very high overheating risk. Switching to maximum defense mode. The fire monster bared its ugly teeth. You plan to block that attack? I wonder how long you will last. Heathcliff also helped out, but it seemed ineffective. Just as it said, this is only a temporary measure. When the golem's defense is broken, I have no other choice but to advance. He took out a pipe, poison from the medicine I concocted. Fortunately I brought it. Heathcliff took a risk. If it has come to this, I will fight with all my might, remembering that time. Bella Luna had warned. The mana in this medicine exceeds normal levels. After drinking this medicine, if that amount of mana is not unleashed, then the user's mana circulation will be damaged. Heathcliff stubbornly brought it along. Don't worry, I can handle it. But the poison inside the medicine is very strong, so it's very dangerous. He disregarded the hesitation. It's fine. He had basis to use this. My poison resistance has been raised to a new level. Heathcliff lit the pipe challenging the monster. You want a contest of strength? Quasimodo. The magic circle began to change. The fire monster also sensed the difference. The air around him is changing. Fury of the sea. A whirlwind flared up. The fire monster panicked at the situation it had to face. A loud shout rang out in the forest. Who are you people? Aiden's group was exposed. Crap. We're discovered. Joanna quickly pointed out. Who are you? Aiden had no choice but to step out. We heard everything. You intend to harm others. You must not do that, especially when it's a joyful festival. Joanna smiled faintly. I thought you would say something cool appearing suddenly like that. She bit her lip and hissed. What happy festival? She looked at the surrounded kids. Really? To achieve personal desires, they use others as tools. Aiden spoke boldly. No, that is not the truth. She shouted. Shut up. How dare you speak when you know nothing? Joanna didn't bother to care. She summoned a giant eagle. Whatever you say, you all deserve to die. I will kill all of you first. Right after that she launched it at Aiden. He couldn't dodge in time, watching the attack fly towards him. Too fast. I can't react in time. They closed their eyes. No. At this moment Casey jumped out creating a water sphere to shield them. She gently blocked Joanna's attack. I only intended to stand aside and watch. But I can't ignore people in distress. Tassie was stunned. Are you the famous Casey Selmore? Why is a Celadon mage here? She flared her nostrils being praised. Thanks for recognizing me. I also have many questions. But let's resolve the matter here first. Her tone dropped. I also have business with these people. You are members of the Black Dawn Society, right? On the side of Heathcliff. After the recent attack, the fire monster had lost an arm. With 5th tier magic, I can only injure one of its hands? He realized. True enough, I need to use higher tier magic. And then the monster suddenly struck a blow. He had provoked its anger. You damn human. I will definitely kill you. Heathcliff couldn't expect this. Damn it. It regenerated the arm instantly? With my remaining mana, I can only use high tier magic 2 more times. But the barrier started to crack. I need time to prepare thoroughly before unleashing this move. But with the current state of the golem, it can't last much longer. He took out a red potion bottle. Then I will use this. Sorry. Master. He opened the cap and splashed it on the golem in front. The golem won't be able to withstand this support magic of Master. But it will be able to push back Quasimodo's attack for a period of time for me to prepare. The core of the golem immediately turned bright red. Engine reset. It raised its hand to block the fire monster's punch. Was stunned. A near-destroyed golem pushed back my attack? You human, what did you just do? It increased force to crush the golem. No trick of yours can stop me. But at this moment, suddenly noticed that human disappeared somewhere. It frantically looked around. Where did you hide? That human. Where are you? The voice of Heathcliff appeared above its head. I'm right here. He had been in the air for some time. Heathcliff summoned a large ship. Try blocking this. Each person in black cloak fell down. They had forced Joanna into a corner. You are the only one left. Surrender quickly. Suddenly, Tassa shouted. Wait, look everyone. In the sky, everyone simultaneously looked in that direction. A ship? Who could cast such magic? That direction. No. Joanna suddenly screamed. She took the chance when no one was paying attention to run away. Casey saw that and chased after. Hey, stop there. At the same time she was also suspicious. They got closer and closer to the giant ship. No need to care about them. That magic is heading towards Theon. The situation is too dangerous. If I guessed right, then I've read about that magician in books. The magic. Enlightened by Lexler, an adventurer and magician. The 6th tier magic circle appeared. Iceberg blast ship. The ship immediately fell down under Heathcliff's command. It stood, frozen watching the falling ship. The monster roared. Damn it. How dare you? Its eyes widened watching the final scene. Rudiger Chelsea. After that, the ship crashed down creating a strong tremor. Heathcliff approached and picked Esmeralda up. He touched her earring. I had to use a sedative to put her into a deep sleep. Spirits are linked to the summoner through the mind, so Quasimodo will be unsummoned soon. However, Esmeralda wakes up. Quasimodo will recover power and return. If I want to completely finish that monster, I must seal it. I need the soul of a living being to perform the sealing ritual. He struggled. Think of a way. The only chance is now. Is this the only way? Suddenly a hand grabbed his hem. Heathcliff looked at the person in his arms in astonishment. The sedative wore off. Esmeralda weakly trembled. Run away if I lose consciousness. I can't control it anymore. Heathcliff momentarily didn't understand her words. The monster had appeared behind him striking a blow. Luckily, Heathcliff had quick reflexes. He was still intact thanks to the emergency shield. The monster sneered. You're quite good. Heathcliff glanced at the unconscious Esmeralda in disbelief. It took a 6th tier magic hit straight to the face and recovered already? More importantly, the summoner has lost consciousness. So why can it still move? He noticed something suddenly appear. A red thread connected Esmeralda with Quasimodo. Heathcliff reached out to touch the red thread. Memories were flooding back from the thread. This is memory resonance. A voice, surprised and amused, rang in his ear.
Surprise.
That person spoke. About the desperate girl sitting on the ground. A spirit absorbing magic increasing exponentially according to the hatred and desire for revenge of the contractor. No, I suppose a warlock with the characteristics of a spirit would be more fitting. That person gave her the ability just for fun. It doesn't matter anyway. Han turned to the fire monster. What do you think? Want to join our side? If yes, I will help you achieve what you desire. After receiving that memory, Heathcliff spoke up. Now I understand. The reason you can still move without your summoner. He only realized Esmeralda is just a vessel for you to suck magic power and mental power. You are the one controlling her. This is truly ridiculous. In the end, Esmeralda is just a puppet, right? First-class magician Quasimodo. It bared his jagged teeth and laughed. Seen through by you, the monster was delighted. However, it's too late. Now I can use my full ultimate power because you defeated Esmeralda. It rushed in. Well, let's end this. Casey at this moment also caught up. Damn it, I'm sure she ran here. But in front was a burning warehouse. What is this fire? She didn't understand the situation. I can sense the magic of the iceberg blast ship through the fire. Seems like the fire blocked it. What is going on? The fire had spread towards her. Oh no, the fire is getting more intense. Casey swung her umbrella creating a water wall. Take this. The group of Aiden also ran over. Miss Casey, you block them. Do not get close. Hurry up. Call for help. I can't resist any longer. So run quickly. Aiden also knew the situation was critical. Yes. Heathcliff was also resisting the pillar of fire from the monster. He tensed himself to resist. I can't hold on much longer. Damn it. At this rate, the sealing ritual will be the only answer. Am I this useless? A gentle voice rang out. It's okay. It's for me, right? Selena had woken up. I'm fine. So please do what you want. After I woke up, I realized the consequences of what I caused. She laughed bitterly. I wished this was just a nightmare. But until now, I'm really happy to have you here. However, Heathcliff directed his gaze to her. He reached out to cast a spell on Selena's forehead. When you wake up, everything will be over, rest assured. Selena immediately fainted. He supported. Girl, this is not something easily said. But thanks to you, Professor, I was able to do it. Whether it's a nightmare or not, you also need to wake up. The final barrier disappeared. The monster went looking for him again. TSK, where did you hide? Heathcliff was startled by the people appearing. You students. The animal species appeared before him. Did you come all the way here because you felt your professor was in danger? He relied on them. What a coincidence. To protect her. I need your help. Please distract it for me. The group of creatures simultaneously rushed up. Wasting my time again. Come out quickly. But not once hitting these small kids. Suddenly, a tree appeared. Heathcliff had drawn a magic circle. The ninth path is pure devotion. A stable but high-level magic. Una liberatio de purification. The Almighty with boundless mana. The monster. The situation was critical. No, I must escape. But the animals didn't give it a way out. Don't block my way, you bratty mouse. Heathcliff called the name of the ninth Sapphira branch of the Sephiroth tree. Yes, a beam of powerful light shot out. The fire monster sank into endless light. Heathcliff stood looking at the cracked ground. He wiped his mouth, thinking suspiciously. Resolved already? He thought he nearly couldn't survive that magic battle. Phew, truly ultimate magic. So exhausting, almost couldn't control the divine power. Esmeralda called out from behind. Ludger. I know. Jones. She tilted her head and asked, why did you save me? Heathcliff turned to look at her and thought, she's back to Esmeralda. Replied indifferently, whatever you become, it has nothing to do with me. From the start, I was unhappy with that guy's rude attitude. Esmeralda observed his attitude and asked, you plan to lie that way? She didn't understand. Speaking while there was a large hand behind her. Jones of the world defied trouble to perform the ritual. Heathcliff saw Esmeralda being grabbed by a large golden hand and shouted, Esmeralda, thanks for watching the video. Quasimodo looked up, growling, human. Heathcliff was panicked because Quasimodo was still alive. That hit and still has strength to regenerate? Even being resilient must have a limit. He commented. Quasimodo held Esmeralda, affirming, I will definitely kill you. Give me more power. Heathcliff saw Quasimodo connecting the link thread with Esmeralda and thought worriedly. Esmeralda. He is forcibly draining her mana from the connecting thread. Heathcliff raised his wand and fired a shot at Quasimodo within. While shouting loudly, get your hand off right now. Quasimodo scornfully asked back. What is this? Why is the attack so weak? Can you not be as strong as before anymore? Quasimodo raised his massive hand high, continuing to speak. Now you can die. Voice rang out. Damn it. Is there any way? Heathcliff suddenly wondered. Ugh, this voice. He remembered a person. Chlorofabius. Looking at it, I remember he's still here. Then he dodged the attack while stepping back. Then remembered and said, using him for the sealing ritual should work. Quasimodo slammed a heavy blow down, roaring in anger. I won't let it pass this time. An attack suddenly appeared, severing Quasimodo's arm. Joanna appeared and demanded of the monster. Let her go immediately. Quasimodo looked at his severed arm, asking in annoyance, Gore, you are Joanna. Heathcliff looked at his arm, thinking of acting. His arm hasn't regenerated yet. He doesn't have much power left either. Here is the chance. Quasimodo spoke suspiciously. Why are you stopping me? I'm helping you take revenge like you wanted. You want to stop me? Will you save them? Joanna shouted. Shut up. Quasimodo mocked. You are someone who can't save anyone. Not even your own family. A strange voice appeared. No. Person appeared, denying everything. Quasimodo said, the statement that Joanna can't save anyone, or the statement that you are saving them, they are all false. Bia appeared with a briefcase and a brush, looking towards Heathcliff and spoke. Hello you two. Hello, Professor Lutzer and Joanna. I arrived just in time, didn't I? Bia said happily. Finally, I know the name of the person who saved me. Joanna asked in confusion. What? How did you get here? Bia recounted how he found his way here. Well, the other day I confided in Lutzer about the past. So I decided to face my past. I was worried about finding the way, but luckily, thanks to the Holy Spirit, I didn't get lost. Quasimodo angrily raised his hand, gathering energy and shouted, "You've been so noisy this whole time." Cana was surprised. She hadn't caught up with the situation. Panicked, she turned and asked, "Where is Bia?" Bia ignored everything and affirmed, "It seems now is not the time for idle chat, although my ability still has many flaws. But at least it can blind the opponent." Bia saw the monster's power was too great and ran away while speaking. "I know it's a bit shameless, but I'll leave the rest to you all." Fabius destroyed everything in anger. "This guy too. That guy too. A bunch of insects." Quasimodo was too big. "These magic tricks of yours won't work on me. Just burn as much as you like." This guy suddenly had his arms tightly bound by chains. Confused, he spoke. "This is," Heathcliffe said coldly. "Thank you, Bia." Finishing his words, he lifted Fabius up, creating chains to bind Quasimodo. "Thanks to you intervening at the right time, I could turn the tables." Heathcliff clenched his fist, causing the chains to tighten while speaking. "Now it ends. Quasimodo." "This guy." Quasimodo tried to struggle, intending to move towards Esmeralda. "Connecting me with another person?"
Impossible.
Quasimodo still tried to rush closer, using a persuasive voice. "I have formed a contract with Esmeralda. I cannot form a contract with another person anymore." Heathcliff coldly waved his hand backwards, explaining, "You know one but not two. The old contract is being defeated by a larger contract. The weaker the contract, the weaker the person, and you won't be able to resist anymore." Quasimodo controlled the dark red connecting threads with Esmeralda. "What are you doing? Save me quickly." Quasimodo still tried to pull Esmeralda towards him to take energy, wishing to escape the chains. "Esmeralda, you must have me to be perfect, so I can't disappear like this. Save me quickly." Heathcliff rushed forward in anger. "This thing is really strange." Joanna shouted loudly, "Sister." Esmeralda used her power preparing to do something. "If you want me that much." She released her soul from her body while continuing. "Then take it all." Everyone was panicked. Esmeralda fainted. Quasimodo reached out trying to stop.
No.
"No. I am being pulled away. What are you doing? Do you want to die together?" Esmeralda shouted. "That's right. Let's die together. Quasimodo. And your meaningless slaughter too. End it here." Joanna intended to rush up to save Esmeralda.
No.
"Sister."
No.
Bia stopped her and advised, "If you go out there, you will also be sucked in." Quasimodo was being burned by a fire, screaming, "Ah, what is this fire after all? A fire igniting by itself inside my body. Too absurd." Esmeralda explained to Quasimodo, "That is the fire that burns the soul. Only that is suitable for your end. If I can atone to the people in the village, even just a little." Esmeralda closed her eyes, apologizing to everyone. "I am truly sorry, everyone. I will also have to disappear." He rushed over and said, "Why act on your own like that?" Then looked at her with eyes full of anger. Esmeralda was surprised by those words. Heathcliff corrected Esmeralda's thought. "Do you think dying like that will make you feel lighter? Confusion has its limits." Blue lights suddenly burst out from Quasimodo's body. Joanna wondered. "That is." Bia discovered that. "This energy. Turns out it's the souls of the Roten villagers." Quasimodo struggled with all his might to escape.
No.
"My power. I will have to burn the whole world." Quasimodo was burned to ashes. Esmeralda looked, exclaiming in astonishment, "The aura." Quasimodo's aura has completely disappeared. The villagers' souls have also been returned to freedom. Heathcliff spoke in panic. Your body, it's fading away." Esmeralda explained to Heathcliff. "Ah, is that so? Because I was attached to Quasimodo for too long. It's okay. From the beginning, I anticipated this." Someone called out, "Esmeralda." Esmeralda was surprised. "Sister." She burst into tears and rushed over, constantly apologizing.
I'm sorry.
"I'm truly sorry, sister, because I was weak, because I was foolish, so I caused everyone to lose their lives." "It's okay. That's not your fault." The sister hugged Esmeralda tightly, comforting. "You must be very tired, right?" Esmeralda looked up, stunned, hearing the sister speak. Her tears flowed down. "I apologize for not being able to be by your side," the sister said. "Let's go together, Esmeralda." She burst into tears, obeying her. "Yes, sister." In the sky, the blue lights gradually flew up. Have the corrupted souls returned to their original state? Heathcliff put his hands in his pockets looking up at the sky. The souls that wandered for so long are finally saved. They are gathering. Perhaps it is not time yet. One day, to end my journey, there will surely still be many hardships. Heathcliff called someone. Leave Xian immediately. Both looked forward. Bia spoke. Has everyone gone back? Joanna asked doubtfully. Is everything over? Heathcliff reminded. Not yet, Joanna. Just as he finished speaking, she looked at him, surprised mixed with tension to the point of widening her eyes. Her pupils also contracted. He continued with concern. You must leave Xian immediately. Joanna didn't understand and replied. What? Heathcliff explained clearly for both to understand. Joanna, a rank 2 of the Black Dawn Society, died here. Leave here and never return to Xian again. He asked again. Bia, can your magic quietly take Joanna to escape from here? Yes. Bia replied quickly. Okay, just leave it to me. Heathcliff entrusted with peace of mind. Then I'm counting on you. Joanna still didn't understand and asked. Why, after all? Bia comforted gently. Lutzer seems to still have things to do. Let's go back first. She asked in surprise. Go back? Back where? Bia replied. Where else? He continued. Of course, back to our hometown. Both walked forward where their hometown was waiting. Heathcliff supported Selena while thinking worriedly. I was a bit suspicious, but I didn't expect her to really be breathing. He doubted in his heart. Not only her personality but her soul was also split? Selena slowly opened her eyes and then gently. Heathcliff asked worriedly. You're awake. She opened her eyes wide in surprise. Ah, Professor Lutzer. He instructed. Someone is coming to help soon. Try to endure a little. Selena looked up at that handsome face. Then she asked. Why did you save me? Selena continued. I did bad things. You still remember. He continued speaking. We promised. Didn't we? She was surprised. What? Heathcliff continued. Promised that next year, we would enjoy the festival together. Both looked up at the magnificent fireworks. Their hearts were sobbing. He said gently and warmly. That's why I saved you. Selena replied. Ah. She was so happy that tears had stagnated since when, looking up at the black sky with stars still sparkling. Selena shouted happily. Okay, let's enjoy it together, where the fireworks are brilliant in the high sky. Above the city glowing brightly below. A hurried voice shouted loudly. There's someone here. Quickly bring the stretcher over here. The group of children asked worriedly. Miss Selena, are you okay? Selena dusted off her hands, signaling, then replied. I'm okay. No need to worry. The children bustled around standing around. Han bustled, hurriedly chasing and calling loudly. Professor Lutzer, Professor, you are weak so you can't walk like that. Han's voice was so loud it made Casey notice and look. Heathcliff replied. I'm okay. Everyone is busy. I will walk to the emergency room myself. He kept following closely behind. Even so, she looked after him and thought. After the fire was extinguished, only 2 professors were found, including that person. Joanna shouted hurriedly. Black Dawn Society. Hearing that, Casey was tense to the point of sweating and thought in her heart. And the magic power of 6th grade magic I sensed in the fire has disappeared. Only a single Xian professor remains with a deep impression. She placed a big question mark in her heart. Is it all just a coincidence? A voice called out. Detective, please help suppress the fire over here. Oh my God. Casey replied urgently. Yes.
Han spoke.
Boss, I ordered the rats to erase traces at the scene. Heathcliff replied. Thank you.
Han.
See you later at the hideout. As he walked, he thought. Wow, currently Han and Sheridan have withdrawn. Now I just need to make up a suitable report for the principal and it's done. Heathcliff just sat down on the chair and sighed as if letting go of all fatigue. Phew. But anyway, extinguishing a fire urgently. The masked man appeared behind him and said, You worked hard, Rance. Just as the voice stopped, Heathcliff's face paled a few degrees. He was worried to the point of sweating profusely and thought, I didn't sense anyone approaching at all, and I've heard this voice before. Heathcliff suddenly realized it was the voice of the man he heard while resonating memories with Quasimodo. Him with the dangerous face. Moreover, he spoke to me. Ah no, to John Rue with the voice of a superior. The guy smiled sinisterly, making Heathcliff realize. He is a high-ranking member, possibly a rank 0 of the Black Dawn Society. The masked man spoke to explain. I heard there was a festival here, so I came to see. It seems something very interesting happened. Huh? He continued. Now, can you explain to me what happened? Heathcliff calculated worriedly. I've never heard about a rank 0 coming to visit the festival. He was tense, his face changing color, continuing to think. Does he know I eliminated Quasimodo so he appeared? No, if so, he wouldn't ask me about the situation. Heathcliff calmed himself while looking at the masked man. He still doesn't know the whole story. Aunt spoke again. I apologize, Sir Rank 0. Please forgive me for being speechless when suddenly meeting you like this. He calmly replied. It's okay, because I came without contacting beforehand. No need to mind too much. Rance. His face paled a few degrees and he replied. First of all, Rank 1 Esmeralda. Ah no, Quasimodo has been destroyed. The masked man remained calm. Ho, you realized it? He smiled and said. But as you see, he was a bit special so it had to be kept secret. So what? How was he destroyed? He thought worriedly. I can't tell the truth. Must speak based on the truth. And mix in a little lie. The masked man continued speaking. If speaking from the result, Fabius sealed Quasimodo. He seemed to realize something and continued. Sealing. That's right. After all, he is a Holy Spirit. Surely the Holy Spirit's sealing ritual would work. But it's a bit strange. What was Esmeralda doing while Quasimodo was being sealed? Also, Fabius, that guy doesn't look like he has the ability to do that. He wondered. The masked man calculated. Could it be that he was helped by someone? Heathcliffe's face changed color, glancing at him, thinking tensely. As expected, that alone is not enough. He replied. I also don't know the specific situation at that time. Heathcliff began to recount. But while patrolling outside Zion as a professor, I happened to see Fabius being chased by something. Presented the whole story again. Looking closer, the things chasing Fabius were Esmeralda and Rank 1 Quasimodo, who was always considered Esmeralda's Holy Spirit. Heathcliff continued. Right before the incident at the party, Esmeralda personally asked me for help. I had seen Quasimodo at the party, so I recognized him immediately. Masked man heard and replied suspiciously. All right. I also knew about Esmeralda's revenge story. Was it today? Then what happened? He continued. I was afraid Esmeralda acting recklessly could cause the Black Dawn Society to be exposed. I was worried something would happen, so I followed them. Heathcliff recounted further. Then finally, when Fabius was cornered, Quasimodo shouted loudly, I won't die alone. He used his own soul to perform the ritual to seal Quasimodo. The divine light at the source of the seal, Quasimodo didn't expect him to counterattack so fiercely, so he could only helplessly be bound. Esmeralda's soul was connected to Quasimodo, so she was also sucked into the sealing ritual. Heathcliff continued presenting. If Fabius failed, my identity might be exposed, so I couldn't step in to stop it. It was my negligence. Please forgive me. The masked man asked calmly. A cornered dog bites the wall. Was it like that? So how did you leave the scene? He replied. After that, I went to dispose of Esmeralda's body but saw she was still breathing. Heathcliff explained. And finally she woke up in the form of Selena. So I used the pretext of being the person who saved her to escape the scene. He continued. Is it a creature with a separate soul? First time I've known about it. Did she remember Esmeralda's memories when she woke up? Was tense, calculating his words, then replied. When I checked, she acted like she didn't know why she was in the warehouse. But if you order, I will eliminate her. No, it's fine. The masked man replied. Even if she figures it out, she can't prove it. Asking her more won't do anything. No need to mind. Anyway, that matter is within the controllable range. He sighed in relief and whispered. Thank goodness. Masked man spoke loudly. Anyway, after this, a rank 1 position is vacant. Probably have to open a high-level meeting soon. Heathcliff calculated tensely. High-level meeting. A chance to confirm other rank 1s. But I don't know where the high-level meeting opens. The masked man asked. It's been a long time since there was a meeting. Do you still keep the thing I gave you back then? He heard and was suspicious. Heathcliff tensely swallowed saliva with difficulty and thought. Following the flow of the conversation, this thing definitely relates to the high-level meeting. Although I don't want to gamble too much, but... He replied in a low voice. I ask permission to apologize to you first. The masked man was surprised. What? He continued. Surely you also know when I came to Zion I encountered a train attack. At that time I lost a part of my luggage. I truly have no face to see you. He was silent, unable to speak. The masked man was helpless, placed a box on the railing and said, Then there's no other way. Here, take it. He disappeared. See you at the meeting. Heathcliff sighed in relief and thought to himself. This time it was only for a moment, but luckily I passed this hurdle. A voice shouted loudly. Oh my, Professor Lutzer. Heathcliff recognized.
Ah, principal.
Elisa asked with concern amidst happiness. What is the person who should be lying in the emergency room doing here? He made up a story and replied. I was walking and felt dizzy, so I sat here to rest a bit. She asked worriedly. Oh my God. If you don't feel well, you must ask for help. Elisa suggested. I will support you. Let's go quickly. Heathcliff hurriedly stood up to reassure. It's okay. I can walk by myself. Suddenly the world went dark, only hearing the principal's voice. Oh! She walked over and shouted. Professor Lutzer. Oh, what is happening? I have something to ask of you, Principal. The sound of conversation echoed from the other side of the curtain. You don't know how panicked I was when you fainted. You're really okay now, right? Yes, I'm okay. Elisa touched her chin lightly, bowed her head slightly, a contemplative look as she spoke. Until now I still feel unbelievable. How could Professor Chloro do such a thing? Moreover, with the help of a student. Heathcliff looked up at her, agreeing. That's right. The raid at the party last time was also caused by Chlorofabius and Joanna Lovitz. Principal sighed, suddenly asked him. Professor Lutzer, do you remember the Universal Stone case? Hearing that, Heathcliff replied immediately. Ah? Yes, I still remember. The image of men in black with angry smiles appeared in his mind. She spoke out her deduction. I think they are related to the person who stole the Universal Stone. He heard that and was extremely surprised, asking back. What? What do you mean? Principal continued. What did you say Chloro said when he intended to set fire to Xeon? In Heathcliff's head, the image of a man appeared. He replied without hesitation. All for the Black Dawn Society. Elisa agreed. That's exactly it. I found out that the person who stole the Universal Stone is also from the Black Dawn Society. Those people seem to be hiding in Xeon deeper than we thought. He heard that and just looked at her intently, not speaking up, not letting the silence last long. Heathcliff continued. We should have used every method to capture him alive and interrogate him. Hearing that, Elisa just smiled and shook her head. No. I just need the teachers to be safe. It's already too lucky that no one lost their lives besides the criminals. Then she instructed about his health before turning to leave. In short, I'm going back first. Take care of yourself. Heathcliff nodded in response. Yes, take care. His eyes swept around, looking carefully at the surroundings. After confirming no one was near, he sighed. Luckily not detected. Remembering the appearance of the principal just now, he thought. Although she doesn't completely believe my words, but the only evidence remaining is the words of two professors. Even if it's unclear, temporarily she can't dig deeper. I'll have to tell Selena to match her testimony with mine. He thought. Now, let's check if the things I brought back are enough. Heathcliff took out each item one by one. First is the item rank 0 gave. Then the red gem obtained when Quasimodo was destroyed. He held the box in his hand, thinking, the gem is still here. Must see what the item rank 0 gave is. Inside the box after being opened by him contained a ring. The ring flashed in the light along with his thought. Ring. Holding the ring in his hand, he observed it carefully. The inside has magic engraved. Works by wearing the ring and transferring magic power in. He looked down at the ring intently, looking at the letters engraved inside the ring. Can see this is dream magic. Can move the user's consciousness to a designated dream space, using a dream as a meeting place. Truly smart. Image of a hooded figure sitting high on a throne appeared in his mind with thoughts. Quasimodo destroyed, so there are only 6 rank 1s in total. Besides me, there are 5 people left, including Victor. His eyebrows furrowed. His eyes seemed to emit a murderous aura. If done well, this time I can find out more about the other 5 people. On the other side of the door, conversation sounds rang out. Nice to meet you, Miss Casey Seymour. Lisa held a teacup in her hand, winked playfully at the person opposite. You not only helped us collect the scene, but also told us the location of other injured people. Today calling you here is to thank you for yesterday. Conveniently, I also have something to ask. She brought the teacup close to her mouth, thinking, best is still to cross-check between the 2 people. Casey sat with crossed arms, her eyes seriously directed towards her. I will cooperate with all my best. Instead, I also have something to ask of you, Principal. Lisa spoke. Finally, you don't know anything about the fire scene? Casey continued without hesitation. Yes. The scene was surrounded by pillars of fire, so I didn't know what happened inside. Looking at the person in front who didn't look suspicious, the principal of Xeon thought to herself. Hearing this side story, I don't see anything unusual either. In her head, the memory of the scene gradually reappeared. She chased a suspicious person of the secret organization running to the scene. After the fire pillar was extinguished, only 2 professors remained. She remembered the image of a black-haired woman running forward. The suspicious person running towards the scene must be the student who came to help that Professor Lutzer mentioned. Her eyes narrowed. I seemed to emit light. Professor Lutzer's testimony has no contradictions. On the contrary, it's increasingly natural. But I just have a feeling I missed something. Suddenly Casey spoke up. Ah, that person named Lutzer whom Lysai mentioned. Who is he exactly? Elisa was confused by her question but still smiled and explained. He is one of Xion's excellent professors. What's wrong? Casey didn't reply to her words. Sighed, face full of as expected thoughts. As expected, she doesn't intend to speak easily. Also true. Even I can't be sure, so I can't say he is suspicious. She waved her hand. Nothing. Just that I'm quite interested in him. Elisa smiled. He is indeed such a person. She put down the teacup. So finally, for the things happening inside the fire pillar, I can only rely on Professor Lutzer's testimony. Casey immediately replied. Yes, that is correct. Elisa's hand touched her chin lightly, smiling. Thank you for cooperating, Miss Casey Seymour. What is the matter you wanted to ask me? Casey looked straight at her, face full of seriousness, replying. I want to directly participate in interrogating the remnants of that organization. There is a person I definitely must catch. Behind the curtain, loud and small conversation sounds rang out. Heathcliffe pulled the curtain open, speaking. Students, visiting the sick is good too. And he continued. But don't affect other patients. The students heard and awkwardly apologized. We apologize. We'll go out right now, okay? He looked at Selena, speaking. Miss Selena, you don't necessarily have to receive all the students. Selena apologized in confusion.
I apologise forbotering Professor Lutzer.
Then she continued. And the fact that because of me you have to lie in the hospital room like this. Before she finished, he interrupted. That was my choice. You don't need to mind too much. Flora and Cheryl pushed the door and walked in. Flora spoke first. I heard you were injured. Professor Lutzer. Are you hurt badly? Aiden followed. Suddenly shouted loudly, making Flora startle. Professor Lutzer, are you okay? Leo. Ona and Tassie also followed their 3 friends. Leo immediately spoke reproachfully. Hey, Aiden, is screaming in the hospital room acceptable? Aiden heard and awkwardly rubbed the back of his neck. Ah, that's right.
I'm sorry.
Flora, with an unpleasant face, thought, what is this? These kids. Endon and Lino also walked over. Lino looked at the scene in front, suddenly spoke. Oh, other friends also came. Looking at the teachers, Heathcliff asked, about this? You came to visit me? Ah. She replied, yes. Are you teachers okay? Selena replied happily.
I'm okay.
There are a bit too many people, so you guys go inside first then talk. Hearing that, everyone walked in one by one. He spoke. Too complicated. Looking at the students in front, he thought, Aka, occasionally like this is okay. Feeling that the time as a professor is not meaningless. Suddenly he saw someone. That guy. Flora spoke in confusion. Froden Goldsberg. Leo was also confused no less. Why is that person here? Endon turned to whisper to Lino. Look, Froden is truly too dazzling. Lino was also extremely confused. Even so, he said he would come along. Froden stood in front of Heathcliff. Long time no see, Professor. His words made everyone around extremely surprised. After visiting, everyone went home together. Elendon spoke. Luckily both teachers look fine. Lino agreed. That's right. Then Lino suddenly asked. Ah, what about Senior Froden? Elendon sighed. He said he would go back by himself. So let him be. Should have said from the start. We didn't have to wait. Back to that moment. Heathcliff spoke in confusion. Long time? I don't understand what you are saying. I remember this is the first time we talked to each other. Froden lowered his eyes. Is that so? Then surely I was mistaken. Elendon remembered that scene and was extremely angry. Don't know what he thinks. Making people curious, then saying it's a misunderstanding. Forget it. How can a person like me understand the thoughts of a noble wolf? Hearing that, Lino standing aside only knew to smile wryly. Suddenly, Aiden spoke. Ah, over there. Elendon turned her head in confusion. I'm in the same magic class as you. Hearing that, Aiden replied. Ah, yes. My name is Aiden. He continued. Words like pouring honey into ears made Elendon blush happily. Before, I always wanted to talk to you, Senior. But I didn't dare come close. She thought happily. Senior. Senior. Besides this guy, are there other juniors calling me Senior? A second later, She immediately spoke up cheerfully. You really know how to talk, little boy. How about you stop calling me senior so stiffly? Call me sis. It sounds more affectionate. Aiden was startled and confused.
Sis. Sis.
Tasa saw them getting extremely close and loudly interrupted. Wait a minute. Don't cling to Aiden like that. Flora stood behind with a dark face, her eyes radiating murderous intent at Aiden. In the end, it's because of that idiot that I couldn't strike up a proper conversation. And then others just swarmed over. And her face filled with thoughtful confusion. Come to think of it, what's wrong with that guy Froden lately? He kept asking about the teacher, yet greeted him with long time no see when they first met. She thought to herself. He's the type who never even visits sick relatives. On the other side, Heathcliff walked in front. Behind him was Froden following. So, you were here, teacher. Heathcliff turned his head back. You've been following me all this time? Do you have business with me? I have nothing to say to you, so you should leave. Froden chuckled, making Heathcliff stop in his tracks. The first time I saw you, I also thought I might be mistaken. An image of Lino holding a book appeared as he continued. Only after I learned that Janie received that non-attribute magic book from you did I realize. Among the people I know who possess non-attribute magic books, there is only one person who owns that kind of book. Froden stared at him. After that person died, there was only one person who could inherit it. What is your intention in revealing yourself so brazenly like this? Heathcliff calmly put his hands in his pockets and sighed. If I had known, I would have covered my face back then. Ah no. I didn't think you would remember like that from the start. It was my negligence. Then he suddenly changed his tone. Long time no see, puppy of Goldsburg. He continued. Back then you were just a little brat. But now you look quite the noble. Puberty hit you well. 10 years. Ah no. 12 years already. Huh. Froden's face darkened. Cut the crap. Tell me why you came here. Heathcliff turned around to face Froden directly. Is there any reason I can't come to Xeon? He frowned in annoyance. Are you asking because you really don't know? You really are thick-skinned. Then Froden continued. You are the murderer who killed Janie's mother, aren't you? An image of Renee appeared with a bright smiling face calling out. Senior Froden. Froden asked with a serious face. Are you planning to pretend you don't know now? Shouldn't you find an excuse to defend yourself? Heathcliff only replied coldly. How ridiculous. Why would I have to do that to you? Froden was startled by the answer. What? Heathcliff continued. It's all just the past. Heathcliff put his hands in his pockets, looking incredibly cool. But it seems you are mistaken about something. I didn't come here because of what happened 12 years ago. Froden wondered. Then what did you come here for? Heathcliff criticized him for being nosy. That's none of your business. But from the start, I wondered what right you have to interrogate me like this. You know exactly what happened that day but deliberately ignored it. Aren't you just like me? Froden gritted his teeth in anger. I am different from you. Heathcliff turned away, leaving Froden with a sarcastic remark. Different from me? Sounds like a nice excuse. Heathcliff turned to leave, leaving Froden only a view of his back. If so, then whether the truth is exposed or not depends on you. Do whatever you want. You won't be able to do anything anyway. Froden's hands clenched into fists, trembling. Froden finally walked away but carried a sense of frustration. On the way, Froden was spotted by Renee. She greeted him. Senior Froden, are you still here? Froden replied in surprise. Ah, Renee? He asked her. I was just about to leave. What about you, what's up? Renee explained to him. I forgot something, so I came back to get it. Froden heard that and replied. That's good. I have something I want to tell you. Renee asked back in surprise. Tell me. Froden spoke with a heavy voice. Yes, Renee. You. Froden remembered when they were both young. Froden and Renee had witnessed the scene of Renee's mother being harmed. Thinking of this, he didn't want to continue and turned to leave. No. It's nothing. Sorry for wasting your time. Froden pondered the words he couldn't utter. What do I want to tell her? That the teacher she has always trusted is actually the one who killed her mother and erased her memories that day? There was no concrete evidence from the start. If I let Jane know such an unclear truth, it will only cause her pain. I just don't want you to get hurt. That's all. Froden left, leaving Renee dazed. Standing there, she just whispered softly. Senior. Froden walked heavily. The image of that person appeared again with a voice echoing. How are you and I any different? Froden gritted his teeth in anger. He knew from the start he couldn't say it. I admit right now I really can't bite you yet. But you better not let your guard down. The wolf of the Goldsberg family won't miss an opportunity to bite its prey's head off. Heathcliff on this side rubbed his head tiredly, cursing silently. That brat. Nathan. Han heard Heathcliff's voice sounding strange and asked, Boss, what's wrong with your voice? It's nothing. Heathcliff didn't let Han think much. Don't worry. He continued. How is the matter I asked you to investigate?
Han replied, explaining thoroughly.
Ah, the fire yesterday will likely be attributed to loose fireworks management. Heathcliff asked. They intend to overlook it without making a big deal? If it's Headmaster Elisa, it's easy to do that. I heard a few remnants of the Dawn Society were caught at the scene. Do you know anything? Han continued answering. I know. They are being detained in the Renee. The interrogation seems to have been assigned to a blue-haired girl. Is it Casey Selmore? That's right. The rats saw her going with the headmaster to the interrogation room.
Han worried.
Will it be okay? If this goes on, your exposure will only be a matter of time. Heathcliff sighed. If it's her, I can't hide it forever anyway. What can we do? We'll deal with it when the time comes. Han sighed at Heathcliff's vague answer. Good heavens. Really? Having been helpless enough, Han continued. Anyway, this incident has been handled roughly. We destroyed even a tier 1. There's no achievement more glorious than that. Heathcliff sat casually and replied. True. Although we can't completely let our guard down, it is a good thing. Suddenly Han asked. Ah, boss. Can you go out for a bit? It's not that you can't go out, but... What's wrong? Heathcliff asked back. Han was secretive. I have something related to the underground business that needs negotiation. The story might take a bit of time. Elsewhere, a man was pushed down to the floor mercilessly. The noise when his body hit the floor was incredibly loud. The blond man sitting on the sofa spoke. No. That won't do. Is our Siver son that mediocre? I have to borrow my hands to deal with some beggars in the underworld? He twirled the gun, bringing it to his mouth mockingly. Tamarin, don't you know what kind of person I am yet? He was the Siversun Guild Master, Kalen. Tamarin started and screamed loudly. No. No, sir. He wore a fearful face, sweating profusely, bowing low. Actually, we came not because of those filthy guys, but because of the man who owns it from behind. Kalen still looked at him with disdain, slowly raising the gun. Ah. Is it that rumored guy who took down the Crimson Society? So that's why you want me to handle him? Where is the specific information? Tamarin replied carefully with eyes full of resentment. Montag. Most of us were panicked, so I... What? Keaton was panicked and blurted everything out. I know. Right when the Crimson Society was dealt with, I heard those guys screaming it was James Moriarty. Calon Priset ka aton. That's more like it. Good job. With a bang, he aimed straight at Tamarin and finished him off. Galen laughed loudly, ignoring Keaton's fear. He was happy. Congratulations, young merchant friend. From now on, you will be the one to replace Tamarin. Kalen put his arm around his shoulder. What did you say your name was again? Keaton hesitated. My name is Keaton. Kalen continued. All right, Keaton. We will act according to your wishes as soon as possible. Of course, our price is not small. Keaton panicked and replied hurriedly. Yes, I know. Kalen ordered the cleanup of Tamarin's body, who died with eyes wide open. All right, then you go. Take the body with you. Yes. Kalen returned to his chair, laughing loudly. James Moriarty? How ridiculous. That guy died in the Delica Kingdom already. Rippling waves of wine were poured into the glass by Kalen. They probably just want to use that name to make business easier. Seeing those merchants desperate enough to ask for help, it seems he does have some ability. Kalen held up the wine glass and ordered. Proceed to purge those guys in the slums. Kill a few to make an example. Remember to keep those who know how to do business. The subordinate next to him obeyed. I will go prepare immediately. Kalen sneered inwardly with his sinister face. Let's see how long you can endure. Back to where Heathcliff was sitting. Han's voice rang out again. Ah, boss, over here. Heathcliff was surprised. You're here so early? He asked straight to the point. What's the matter? Is there a problem with the business? Han replied. No. On the contrary, it's going very smoothly. He continued. But the actions of those merchants are a bit suspicious. Explain clearly, Heathcliff ordered. Han spoke with some hesitation. The thing is, if our business is booming, then the merchants in the guild should have written complaint letters to hinder us. Heathcliff cut in. But for some reason, we haven't seen them causing any trouble anymore. Han saw Heathcliff hit the mark and immediately latched on. Exactly, boss. That's just it. Those guys who always cause trouble are suddenly too quiet, making me feel a bit uneasy. Heathcliff raised doubts about the people in the association. They must be plotting something. Did you find anything out? Han still looked hesitant and unsure. I don't know the exact details, but I can guess a little. Heathcliff was surprised. You guessed it. Han began to explain his speculation. Have you ever heard of Silverson? Usually called SS. It used to be a gang operating in the shadows. But they gradually expanded and commercialized, becoming a mafia organization disguised as a legitimate business. Not only do they intervene in unions for profit, they also have outside businesses. Besides, they are very active in illegal activities. Those thugs also accept commissions from people to make money. The rats also saw people from the merchant guild entering and leaving their building. Heathcliff bowed his head slightly. Is that so? Truly suspicious. I understand. I will pay attention.
Han obeyed.
We will also investigate specifically on this side. Ha! Seeing Heathcliff's unwell appearance while speaking, Han got worried. Boss, is something actually wrong with you? Heathcliff's voice was weak. What are you saying? Han pointed out the strange things he was witnessing. A person whose legs have never trembled before is now shaking like that. Oh, and you're sweating cold sweat profusely too. Heathcliff just stayed silent, wearing a tired look. He put his hand to his lips. Actually, I've been a bit busy since yesterday. I forgot an important matter. It's possible that after this, that person might discover my location. At a castle in the old district inside. Castle, a woman was sitting in a coffin. She looked gloomy. This is the smell of my blood. That stupid disciple. He stole my blood when he ran away, and now he's using it. He is someone I raised and taught, so I thought he wouldn't need to use the blood. Did something happen that forced him to use my blood despite the risk of being discovered? How interesting. It's been a long time since I had a reason to go out. If you don't entertain me enough, that won't do. My disciple. Speak up. Sunlight shone through the canopy. The wind blew, making leaves fall. Han's voice still echoed. Aren't you shaking too much? People who don't know might think that master of yours is the god of death. Heathcliff heard that and replied gently. To be precise, my master is exactly that kind of entity.
Han smiled avkvardly.
Boss really knows how to joke. Heathcliff remained calm with a hint of seriousness. Joke? Where do you think a mage with my technique learned from? Han felt unnatural. Ah well, I just thought you were a genius, so you learned everything by yourself. Heathcliff was annoyed. Haven't I always said it? That I just apply things others created. He hummed for a while, then continued. Of course, I also had self-realizations. The things I make are indeed not ordinary in the eyes of others. Han let out a long breath. He thought to himself. I knew it was like that. Heathcliff started with a more serious voice. However, the reason I can't reveal that is because most of the things I make do not satisfy my master. A drop of sweat rolled down Han's temple. He asked discontentedly. How many people desire boss's magic? Just how talented is that person? Heathcliff interlaced his fingers and rested his chin. A monster. Because of that person, I almost died several times. Han's head was full of question marks upon hearing this. He asked himself, they are still your master. Why call them a monster? Does he want me to curse along with him? Han thought for a while and felt indignant on Heathcliff's behalf. He blurted out, What do you mean almost died? What kind of master is that? Truly a bastard. Heathcliff replied. Even so, she is still my master. You shouldn't curse like that, right? Han could only fall silent when hearing these words. Social life failure. A few days later, at Royal Street, Heathcliff stepped down from the carriage, thinking to himself. It's been a long time since I came here. After the Esmeralda incident, I was busy for quite a long time. Still a while before the appointment with Han. Huh. As he walked and thought, his eyes bumped into two people wearing cloaks. He suddenly remembered. Wait. This pattern. It's the master and disciple from the Holy Kingdom of Bredis. I also guessed that the succession war in Bredis had ended. Heathcliff glanced at them and praised. But their return speed is quite fast. Troublesome. Gotta go fast. A while later, he arrived at Violetta's clothing store. House of Verde. Violetta brought tea out. You arrived too early. Leader. Han hasn't even arrived yet. Heathcliff explained. It's been a long time, so I wanted to come early to see how things changed. I arrived at this hour, but the street is quite busy, so business must be doing well. Huh. Violetta slowly pulled a chair and sat down. It's all thanks to the leader. She recalled. Suddenly saying you would come really startled me. Do you have something for me to do? Heathcliff didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. I heard recently some people came to disturb the business. Moreover, it seems to involve bad people. Violetta praised. Truly worthy of the leader. I intended to resolve it within my ability. But I didn't expect you to know already. Those guys in the Silverson Guild are plotting something with the Merchant Guild around here. There have been suspicious guys lurking around the shop for a while. I am also monitoring them closely. Heathcliff continued to probe. I want to hear the specific story. The story involving the higher-ups. Suddenly, someone called out loudly outside. Ma'am, Miss Violetta. A man rushed straight in from the door in a panic. Something big happened. Violetta asked immediately. What happened? The printing factory was attacked. Hearing this, both Violetta and Heathcliff widened their eyes in surprise. The fire burned more and more fiercely. People panicked looking for water. Quick! Bring water here. It's too smoky. Can't go inside. Violetta and Heathcliff arrived at the scene. What happened? Violetta asked. A person who knew the situation replied to her. Some people wearing white headscarves suddenly attacked the factory. Heathcliff ordered at this moment. Priority must be given to extinguishing the fire first. Quickly use magic to extinguish it. Keep his hand in his pocket and slowly pulled out something glowing. This is Quasimodo's elemental stone left behind. Is it reacting to the fire? Could it be? Thinking of this, the stone glowed extremely strongly. Heathcliff stood watching silently. Violetta beside him was surprised. Absorb.
No.
Now is not the time for that. Everyone quickly go inside and save those still in there. Person obeyed. I understand. Miss Violetta. Everyone heard that, right? Let's go quickly. Those trapped were continuously brought out. Someone reported. We searched forever but couldn't find Don and Mistella. Luckily they were elsewhere so they avoided the fire. Isn't that right? Although they weren't injured, Heathcliff's expression wasn't very happy. That's good then, but I have a bad feeling. But what if their goal from the start was to attack the printing factory to get those two? Violetta, do you know where Don and Mistella are staying? Violetta listened to him. She rested her chin in thought and hummed. Violetta told Heathcliff about Don and Mistella's whereabouts. Over there is the building they live in, but I don't know if they are there right now. Heathcliff heard that and offered to go look. Let me go check. I'll leave things here to you. In the building, bodies lay sprawled everywhere. Blood was all over the room, looking extremely terrifying. Leader, you're here? I should have come out to welcome you. Heathcliff observed and then asked. What happened? Mistella, with darkened eyes kneeling beside Don's blood-covered body, slowly replied. Some strangers suddenly broke in. And Don, to protect me. Don's lifeless face with eyes not closed made the girl sob. After all, why did this happen to us? Mistella cried uncontrollably. Now is the time we just saw hope. We just wanted to live like human beings. Heathcliff came to her side and patted her shoulder. Mistella, go out of the building for a moment. Let me try every way possible. Heathcliff instructed the girl with a cold face. Also, no matter what happens, absolutely do not return here until I walk out. Mistella remained silent. The girl turned and walked outside. I released the seal. Come out. A stream of black aura radiated out, covering Heathcliff. Standing in front of Don's body, Heathcliff spoke to the aura. If you don't like it, I will call someone else. Heathcliff offered a condition. But if you help me, there will be corresponding compensation. How about it? Outside, Mistella was extremely worried. Seeing Heathcliff supporting Don out, the girl called out loudly. Grandpa! Mistella rushed into Don's arms, asking in surprise. After all, how did it happen? Are you really okay? Don gently replied to the girl. Yes, I'm fine now. Don was apologetic. Boss, I'm sorry for arriving late. Heathcliff was generous. It's okay. I just finished resolving it. He held up a pendant and asked. Violetta, I found this at Don and Mistella's place. Do you know what this is? Violetta saw it and got worried. She explained. What? That must belong to the Silverson Guild. The guys who came to destroy our shop also had that. Heathcliff seemed to understand something implicitly. All right, since it's like this, I don't need to compromise anymore. Han was surprised. Boss. Heathcliff turned to leave. It's enough for me to go alone. Everyone doesn't need to follow. Outside. Real Street. Colon's house. A gatekeeper spoke up. How long until the shift change? I don't know if it's necessary to stand guard here like this. The other one spoke up. That's right. Who would dare to come and provoke Silverson? The guy who just yawned widely said. Hey, after work, let's go to some tavern. The other one also responded. I know a place. Ah. Figure walking from afar made the two of them confused. What is that ahead? A wild animal?
No.
Suddenly a punch landed from somewhere right on the throat of one of the two gatekeepers. The other one stood there watching his teammate being beaten until blood splashed everywhere. He stepped back in fear and asked, You? Who are you? Heathcliff turned his face, answering with extremely cold-blooded eyes with just one word. Trash. Heathcliff fought from the gate into the main hall. He fought until the whole room became chaotic. One guy couldn't believe this. His face was full of cold sweat.
Impossible.
We are being taken down by a single guy. The knife stained with still wet blood was being slowly carried by Heathcliff towards that guy, making him pale. He could only open his mouth. Wait. Heathcliff, hiding his face in the cloth, didn't change his expression at all. Coldly swung the knife down. Flash of light appeared. Colin still calmly sat on the chair sipping wine. Enjoying the good show, he smiled. The other guy's head fell down mercilessly. Along with that was Colin's sarcastic voice ringing out. All the guards in the corridor have been killed? How sad. They were so good but got taken down so simply. He raised the wine glass to his lips, smiling happily. I've been waiting for you, leader unknown. Sit down and have a sentimental chat. Shall we? Heathcliff slowly removed the scarf on his head. Colin still sat there swirling his wine glass. So obedient? I thought you would attack me as soon as you saw me. Heathcliff sat down opposite him. You knew I would come. Colin laughed a few times. Of course. You also know very well that I am the mastermind behind this morning's incident, right? So, do you like my little gift? Through the words of my servants. It seems the screams of the factory workers sounded special. Heathcliff reached up to touch the edge of his face covering. I kept wondering if you must have prepared an excuse. That's why I sat down to talk to you. He pulled down the face covering, revealing his cold, unapproachable face. But all you do is spout nonsense that pisses me off. In Colin's eyes, a hint of fear flashed. He thought to himself, what the hell is this pressure? I thought this was just a kid with a hollow reputation as everyone rumored. He slowly calmed down, recovering his arrogant appearance. Is that so? You're really arrogant. Of course. I admit you are excellent for making it all the way here. But how long do you intend to keep that hostile attitude? Heathcliff was silent for a moment, then spoke up sarcastically. You are so stupid that I can't understand. How does the Silverson Guild still manage to hold its head up? Colin laughed brazenly. I'll take that as a compliment. I don't know how the idiots outside worked, but everyone here is an elite knight carefully selected by me. Stop wasting our time and surrender. You know what will happen if you oppose me. He offered a condition. If you surrender, maybe I can show mercy and withdraw troops from that slum. Heathcliff interrupted. I will enlighten you on two things before we start. Hearing this, Colin was surprised and slightly panicked. You! Heathcliff's face darkened. First, I am not comfortable at all. I am just surprised by your pathetic actions. Second, violence is the specialty both of us are most confident in. Just as his words finished, outside, a bald guy was beaten until his teeth flew out. A smoke bomb explosion occurred, making the gate guards afraid. Alex sighed in disdain. Your henchmen are just like a pack of dogs surrounding us. Alex stood at the head of the group confidently. So we just need to collar the whole lot, right? Too simple. So brothers and sisters, work properly, okay? Inside, Heathcliff was in a you are all surrounded by me alone stance, he said gently. Turns out, this is all the power of the Silverson Guild, huh? Colin was extremely confused. His eyes widened scolding. Looking at your smug face is really annoying. You guys, kill him. Just finished the sentence. Under the subordinates' feet, a strange energy radiated, making them panic. What is this? Suddenly, what is that bastard doing? Heathcliff was still gentle. I didn't do anything. There is someone else doing it for me already. Colin shouted again this time. He yelled loudly. You guys are still standing there. Kill him immediately. A long-haired guy holding a sword rushed up. He screamed, D. As he rushed in, something pierced his hand. Suddenly he rolled his eyes in horror. The black thing from earlier was sucking his whole person. Others saw that and were simultaneously terrified. What is that? Colin's face changed color. What did you do? Heathcliff closed his eyes lightly, pretending to be innocent. Said it already, didn't I? I didn't do anything. Suddenly he asked, Colin, do you believe in gods? Not waiting for him to answer, he continued, The pitch-black tentacles right in front of you are what people call a god. Their master is a goddess. A long time ago, she lost her reputation because of betrayal. After turning into an evil spirit, she lost her symbolism, and humanity no longer remembers that goddess. Even so, she still loves humans very much. So much that her body is made from humans themselves. It might be quite dizzying by human standards of perception, but she isn't a dedicated god. Therefore, she agreed to a deal. Instead of saving a dying person's life that morning, his eyes flashed with hatred, because you are the ones who caused the tragic death of that person. Thus I decided to sacrifice all of you. Kalon's face distorted in fear. That is a god?
Impossible.
Stay away from me. Do you know who I am? Don't worry. She loves humans very much. You won't die. The tentacles began to surround Kalon. He ran away half dead and screamed.
No.
I'd rather you just kill me. The tentacles latched onto him. His last words rang out. Kill me. Outside, Alex was extremely smug. So boring. Not even enough to warm up. Alex didn't bother to care and continued. Anyway, it's really surprising. I can't believe Violetta called us. Violetta continued. This is truly a massacre, isn't it? Alex was a bit embarrassed. Sheridan put her hands on her hips, puffing her cheeks in dissatisfaction. After all, the houses just renovated became a pile of rubble again. Han was angry, but Sheridan was angrier and shouted.
Brat.
The scout guy who was so scared he ran away losing his sandals. Just because I'm not good at fighting like you guys. At this moment Heathcliffe stepped out from inside. Alex immediately asked. Finished already? Finished? Leader, you just punched those guys but still look so fine. Huh. Heathcliff ignored Alex and went straight towards Violetta. Violetta, how is Don's situation? Violetta immediately replied. He's fine. He even seems healthier than before. Heathcliff lowered his voice to make an announcement. That's very fortunate. Everyone is here, so I will say it now. The Silverson Guild has been completely destroyed. Violetta was surprised by these words. Heathcliff continued. Suddenly outside, a loud voice rang out. Heathcliff and Violetta both looked over. Get out of here immediately, you bastards! From outside rushed in citizens holding weapons to help. Huh? Everyone. We ran here to support you guys. It's done already? Violetta sighed and explained. I told them to evacuate because this place is dangerous. It's okay. Everyone gathered all their courage to come here. Isn't that right? Leader looks indifferent at first glance, but he actually cares about us very much. On behalf of them, allow me to say a few words. Thank you for everything. Heathcliff was polite. It's nothing big. The next day at the outskirts of Royal Street, beside the carriage running on the road, a voice spoke. In just one evening, a large number of Silverson members, including Kalon, completely disappeared. The person inside tapped their hand on the windowsill. While I wasn't here, another serious incident occurred. Tarina held a newspaper, glancing at Enya ordering. Enya, report to me what you have found out. Enya reported seriously. According to what I confirmed this morning, the people likely involved in this incident are. The carriage arrived at the Lethbarrel slum. Tarina walked in front. Her steps were long, voice amazed. The scene is too clean. Hard to believe. Enya walked behind. She was also surprised. Not a drop of blood. As if nothing happened. Walking a bit, Enya seemed to see something. She hurriedly spoke up. Captain, what is that? Tarina also saw it. She replied calmly. It is an artifact being gradually completed. The object before them resembled an egg made of coiled wires. Outside were 4 opening wings. Inside a jewel flew out radiating blue light around. Tarina continued to explain. It has the ability to analyze surrounding mana and red memories stored within that mana flow. Enya put her hands on her hips, leaning forward a bit. Enya was amazed. So cool. Now the problem can be solved. Tarina standing next to her also watched the object intently. She observed it seriously, not sparing a few words of praise. That's right, provided that mana only remains for 36 hours. But whatever is said, it is still a wonderful item. A moment later, Tarina turned, glancing at Enya. She opened her mouth. It needs some time to give results. While waiting, continue the story from earlier. Enya straightened her back, seriously obeying the order. Ah, yes. The lights on the ceiling were lit. At this moment a voice rang out, seeming suspicious yet also contemplating. The boss. Another voice rang out again, as if confirming the previous person's judgment. That's right, they call him that. The person continued to narrate. After his enemy disappeared, He suddenly appeared in Lethbarrel and completely dominated the underworld, established organizations in the slum, and became the head of business deals. From those words, one could seem to imagine the appearance of how dangerous and authoritative that man was. Tarina heard this. She spoke the thoughts in her head, also asking conveniently, "He is truly suspicious. Do you have any detailed information about him?" Enya paused. She hesitated. "About that, I couldn't find his name or any information about his past." Tarina put her hand to her chin. Her face became serious. If that person, the boss, really re-established the slum, then he must have attacked his rival, Silverson. Such a decision is quite reckless. But right now, he is the prime suspect. Her face darkened. A decision was made in her heart. I must meet him and check personally. The golden egg suddenly bounced once. Enya exclaimed. Suddenly it stopped. Tarina stopped, paying attention to the movement in front, looking at the egg that had become quiet again. Tarina spoke first to explain. If it cannot find the presence of mana, it will stop operating by itself. Enya heard that and couldn't help but be surprised. She hesitated. What? So, it means? Tarina continued, as if to make Enya more sure of her thought. In this incident here, the culprit did not use the power of mana. Enya's face was serious. She turned to look at Tarina, shouting as if unable to believe her ears.
Impossible.
How can that be? On the other side, someone reported seriously. According to investigation, there were 100 guards at the Silverson base. Another person continued. That's right. Until yesterday there were still traces of their activity in here. Night Squad stood in the room, each with a job. That person continued. The only thing that can achieve this is magic. But no traces related to mana were found. Investigating deeper is useless. Tarina walked, her voice serious. First of all, I need to meet that boss. But inside Tarina seemed unsure. I have a feeling he is not an ordinary person. She continued to give orders to subordinates. Pick up the artifact and cordon off the area, so the soldiers don't affect the scene. The brown-haired person responded, obeying the order. Yes. Tarina seemed to want to say more. But before forming a sentence, she sensed danger. Tarina's eyes darkened, drawing the sword at her hip. Her face was serious, eyes flashing danger. Tarina pointed the sharp sword tip forward, growling. Show your face. Don't hide like a cowardly rat anymore. Tarina just finished speaking. A laugh rang out playfully. Worthy of being Tarina. Your senses are sharp. She looked at the arrival, hesitating. Strangers. Casey held an umbrella over one shoulder with one hand, the other hand on her hip, winking an eye, saying proudly, surely the soldiers couldn't sneak in here, since even I was discovered. Betty next to her panicked, trying to explain. I tried to stop her. It's all Casey's fault. Enya was surprised, opening her eyes wide. Detective Casey. Tarina smiled. She sheathed her sword, walked closer to greet. Long time no see, Casey. Casey blamed. She spread her arms, cheerfully running towards Tarina. Too long indeed. Tarina, how are you lately? I'm also very happy to see you again. Miss Knight, haven't seen you since the art auction, right? Enya smiled and added. Ah, that's right. It's been too long. All right, enough chit-chat. Tarina went straight to the main point. All right, you seem happy to see us. But you are at a crime scene now. A place where civilians are not allowed. Casey heard that, immediately smiled smugly. I am a detective directly under the nation, so not a civilian. Tarina sighed, putting her hand to her forehead. She questioned gently. It's always like this. Next time you want to enter, please ask properly. You can enter openly and legitimately. Why always hide? Sneaking around like that? Casey seemed to disagree, pouting and shaking her head. Because doing that takes too much time. Casey raised her hand to rub the corner of her mouth. She spoke as if reluctantly, but saying that this case is truly impressive. I cannot not participate. Casey made a suggestion. Refusal is not allowed. Seems you need a guide in this case. Want me to help? Not more than. 3 seconds later, Tarina gave a refusal. No need. She explained further. Can't trust you. Besides, I also cannot accept help from any individual for cases like this. Casey wasn't too surprised by this answer. She leaned over to look behind Tarina. You make me so embarrassed. Honestly speaking, I came wanting to help you find the culprit. So nothing to be shy about. Pausing a bit, Casey immediately acted cute to beg. Just lend me something useful. Tarina looked troubled. I know this case is quite difficult. Finally she couldn't refuse. Immediately agreed with Casey. Fine then, since it's you. Then I think it's probably no problem. The brown-haired person heard that and couldn't stay silent. He hurriedly objected. Captain, that is an outsider. Tarina spoke up. It will be fine. I will take full responsibility. The brown-haired person seemed to want to say more. But Tarina cut in. Her mind was made up and couldn't be changed. You guys saw it too. She could hide from your eyes. Instead of finding no clues, it's better to let her borrow it. Casey put her hands on her hips, tilting her head back, laughing loudly. Thanks. I will use it well. Betty fearfully put her hand on her shoulder, shouting. You just caused trouble. The brown-haired person held the golden egg and gave it to Betty. At this time Tarina was suspicious. So, where will you use it? Casey acted mysterious. That is a secret. After solving the problem I will report back later. Tarina laughed, shaking her head helplessly. Fine. Since you said that, I won't ask anymore. After getting what she wanted, Casey didn't linger long. She winked, waved her hand, creating a blue light surrounding herself and Betty. Thanks. Too busy now, so I have to go immediately. See you later. Tarina made a serious face, continuing the previous issue. All right, now let's go to the slum. Enya accepted the order. Yes. While they discussed important matters together, rats from somewhere came and hid behind a pole to observe. On the other side, under the sunny tree canopy, a voice from the other side transmitted over. Understood. Good job. Han. I was a bit worried, but now it's fine, so I will let you scout. Han sat leaning against the tree trunk, his hand placed on his temple, communicating with the other side. Gritting his teeth, replying. Will it be okay? I think they are coming to the slum. So do we need to find a replacement? The person on the other side replied. No. If it is Tarina, she will find out quickly. He reached out and pulled open the drawer. Inside lay a mask. Heathcliffe looked down at the object beneath. I will meet her in person. I have prepared for this, knowing this day would come. Tell Violetta to get ready as well. Scene change. Tarina and Enya walked side by side through the town. She exclaimed. This place has changed so much. If you told me this was a different place, I would believe it. But strangely enough, the residents did not give them a single friendly look. Only harsh glares from the people. I know the people here do not like knights at all. Everything is completely different. A voice spoke up, cutting through Tarina's train of thought. Greetings, Sir Knights. Violetta gently bowed her head to introduce herself and stated her reason for coming. I am Violetta. I will be your guide for today. The boss has ordered me to lead the two of you. Enya frowned slightly in suspicion. They knew we were coming here? Is it safe to follow her? Tarina calmly reassured her. It is fine. Only an ambush requires planning. We'll be all right, let's go.
When?
A fake base to welcome guests. Tarina crossed her arms over her chest. She sat on the chair, looking sternly at the person opposite. It is an honor to meet the Knights of the Night Watch. Although saying that might be a bit much, I am the person, the boss, that you want to find. Heathcliffe smiled brightly, explaining why he wore a mask. I have to wear a mask because of some burn scars. I hope you understand. Tarina went straight to the point, voicing the suspicion in her heart. Your real name isn't boss, is it? Please introduce your real name. Heathcliffe heard this and acted enlightened. Ah, it seems you are suspecting me. Fine. It is nothing. He laughed. He chuckled, fabricating an identity for himself. My real name is Oliver. I was born and raised in this alley. To facilitate business, I needed to hide my real name and birth date, because not everyone in these alleys is kind. Tarina seemed unconvinced. You hide it for that reason, really? He asked suspiciously. What? Do you think I am lying? Tarina held out her hand. She pointed out the impracticality. A great merchant from the alleys returned at just the right time. What a coincidence. That suspicious person destroyed the enemies, established a slum and used that place. Heathcliffe clasped his hands and placed them on the table. He calmly replied, truly scary. I ran away from them, and when I appeared again, they were dead. Tarina truly did not believe Heathcliffe's lies. I think he has prepared a script. Not wanting to waste any more time, Tarina went straight to the main topic. I have many questions to ask, but now let's get straight to the point. Last night, Severson disappeared. She posed a question to him. I heard that the people in the slums and Severson recently had friction, and the war knows about it, right? Heathcliffe seemed unsurprised. He explained. It was not a war. Severson's people provoked us first. Are you being too paranoid thinking I am the culprit? Tarina did not trust him. She was skeptical. I suspect you because there is a conflict between you and them. Heathcliffe's voice was full of sarcasm. Is that what you think? He retorted. You also know how many people want to take revenge on Severson. Heathcliffe raised his hand to cover his mouth. He made a suggestion. When that guild was established, they committed actions that were hard to forgive. Wouldn't it be better if they disappeared? Blue eyes hidden behind Heathcliffe's mask. He flashed a cold glint. What is the reason that the Knights of the Night Patrol suspect an unrelated person like me? Rena exhaled. She dropped a light sentence. That is just a viewpoint, so do not threaten me in such a clumsy way. Rena frowned. Her eyes flashed. She deepened her voice. If we truly believed you were the culprit, your blood would already be on my sword. In an instant, the atmosphere in the room sank. Both sides seemed to be silently baring their fangs and claws at each other. Heathcliff placed his hands on the table. He interlaced his fingers. He smiled slightly. Thank you for your consideration. I will remember that. Enya froze, looking at the man before her with an ominous feeling. He is not trembling at all before the captain's killing intent. Truly not an ordinary person. Tarina recalled the eyes of the people looking at them when they first entered the town. The reason they looked at us with those eyes is because they are worried about their master. Clearly, in their eyes, he is a hero. The one who saved the alley residents when the country abandoned them. She thought of the worst-case scenario. If we fight against the alley people, it will become a battle piled high with corpses. I need to avoid that. After a long while, Tarina finally spoke up to break the gloomy atmosphere. Now we must go. She stood up abruptly. Thank you for your cooperation. Let's go. Enya. Enya seemed to have waited for this sentence for a long time. She replied immediately, yes. Heathcliff sat behind the table, looking regretful. Cannot see you out. Tarina did not even turn her head as she refused. No need. Just as Tarina and her group were about to leave, someone opened the door and walked in. So tired. You are here? I finished scouting. Was it necessary to send me so far away? The three of them bumped into each other. But the most surprised were probably Alex and Enya. Her voice called out hesitantly. Alex was equally astonished. Enya. Heathcliff held his forehead, lamenting silently. Oh no, I didn't think he would return so quickly. Enya screamed aloud. When you said you were going back to your hometown, was that a lie? She spoke while chasing after Alex. When you said you were going back to your hometown, was that a lie? Alex spoke in an emotionless voice. You do not need to know. Coldly dropped the sentence. Because we have no relationship whatsoever. That sentence felt like a punch straight to Enya's gut. As if the awkwardness wasn't enough, he added. If you are done talking, can you leave now? Enya lowered her head. She bit her lip, her voice timid. You haven't changed at all. Her self-esteem had been insulted. She didn't want to cling to him anymore. Enya left one last sentence. Yeah. Sorry for interfering in your business. Goodbye. Then she turned around and left. Alex tried to suppress his emotions as Enya left. Even if he was reluctant, things could never go back to how they were. Suddenly a voice rang out. Oh, so you are here. Alex turned his head to look at the group of people coming to watch the drama. He spoke up helplessly. You saw it all? Just how many people are following me? The whole block will know at this rate. Heathcliff scratched his head, not knowing what to say. I intended to go alone, but it turned out like this. So he felt apologetic again for a while. Also sorry about that. Out of courtesy, I didn't tell you. Alex waved his hand magnanimously. It's okay. I was the one who opened the door without asking you. Since it has come to this, I will tell you the story from the beginning. While the others swarmed up to ask him, Han was astonished to hear such an earth-shattering story. You studied at the Noble Knights? The best knight training school? And that female knight was your colleague? Violetta also curiously chimed in. I heard that Sir Alex was not discharged with honor. What happened? Alex stood next to Lanka looking down below. He recounted. A few days before the inauguration ceremony, I, along with a cadet, beat up an instructor. Han was curious. Why? Alex recounted. As if this was just an everyday story. They kept bothering me because they couldn't stand a commoner being better than the nobles. No matter what I did, they complained and punished me. They treated me like that for 3 whole years. So how could I not get angry and ignore them? Violetta exclaimed. Oh my, that long. Han heard this and was equally frustrated. You must have exploded after suppressing it for so long. Phantos looked at Alex's back and voiced his suspicion. Based on that female knight's reaction, it seems she wasn't just angry about you being expelled. Is there another reason? He raised a hand to cover one side of his face, seemingly helpless. Alex laughed dryly twice and dropped a light sentence. I didn't expect Phantos to be the one to ask the spot-on question. Yeah, that's right. Enya. She and I were lovers. Alex recalled the time at the academy. Of course, it wasn't like that from the start. Because when we were cadets, we were rivals. But because we had to train for combat, we were always next to each other. Suddenly one day, I had the desire to protect instead of defeat her. Enya thought the same as me. That was a very innocent time. We promised to become each other's future. Alex tilted his head looking up at the sky, as if pouring out his heart. But unlike a commoner like me, Enya was a noble. The closer I got to her, the more I was bullied. Han was shocked. Enya didn't know anything? Alex showed no expression. I kept the bullying a secret. I wanted to protect Enya. He recounted, as if he had let go of everything back then. I also agreed with the words those damn nobles said. The moment Enya stood up to protect me, it also made Alex clearly understand how vast the distance between a noble and a commoner was. Even if I got a perfect score and became a knight, a commoner like me would only become a burden to her. So I intentionally pretended to cheat on her with someone else and broke up with her. I thought I was mentally prepared. But after we broke up, everything was very difficult. And then after seeing the sight of those bastards who bullied me rejoicing upon hearing the news that I broke up with her, I felt so stupid for enduring all of this for 3 years. So instead of being sad and enduring like before, Alex rose up and gave those arrogant nobles a proper beating. Han heard this and could only exclaim in surprise. No way. You set your ambition too high while being just a commoner. Tarina and Enya stood down below, seemingly having heard the entire story from just now. Tarina felt sorry for Alex. I see, what a pity. Such a talented person became a vagrant. After a moment of silence, Enya finally opened her mouth. It doesn't matter. Just like that rainy day that year, she chased after Alex. But he only indifferently turned his back to her. Enya stood in the rain, screaming until her voice was hoarse. The sunlight shone down. Enya looked up at the sky, as if she had decided to let go, because he and I no longer have anything to do with each other. A pair of feet slowly approached, stepping on the puddles of rainwater underfoot. The person spoke up. I saw it all. You could have easily beaten them, but you stood still and took the beating. The person looked at Alex's battered state and asked, do you have a hobby of getting beaten up? He acted unapproachable. I don't need your concern. Get lost. The person continued to dig deep into Alex's wound. Or are you satisfied with this life? Alex looked up at the person with eyes that were not very friendly. Heathcliffe held an umbrella. He spoke up, making an offer to Alex. Instead of being beaten, why not join my household? I will try my best to give you what you want, on the condition that he looked from above looking down. Don't do things that get yourself hurt anymore. Isn't this very painful? Alex let out a breath. His face looked somewhat relieved. After that, while I was wandering like a homeless person, the boss took me in. If I hadn't met him, I probably would have died. He didn't forget to give Heathcliffe a compliment. The boss is like our light. Heathcliffe coughed lightly, feeling a bit embarrassed. You are exaggerating. Violetta saw the fun and joined in. Is the boss being shy? Alex also changed his face and teased him. Oh, this is the first time I've seen this reaction from you. Seeing everyone happy over here. Bellaluna spoke up. Now that I think about it, the words she spoke out caused everyone to focus their eyes toward Heathcliffe. We still know nothing about our boss. Sheridan also excitedly shouted. That's right. Can you share with us? Seeing everyone seemingly expectant, Heathcliffe pondered for a moment. He nodded. In agreement. Yeah, all right. I intended to tell everyone someday anyway. Sheridan was surprised. She didn't expect it to be so easy. You really intend to tell us? Heathcliffe stopped walking, turned around to speak to everyone there. He declared. But before that, I will tell everyone why I asked you all to collect relics. Heathcliffe posed a question to everyone. Have you ever felt that this world is like a giant birdcage? Have you ever felt suffocated? Sheridan was suspicious. You want us to solve a riddle? He looked at the relic in his hand. No, it is exactly as I just said. I am collecting them so I can shatter this suffocating birdcage. Alex rubbed his chin, nodding as if he understood. So, this relic is a tool to destroy the world. Heathcliffe felt relieved that someone understood. That won't happen. So rest assured, because the creator of the relic does not desire that. So the reason you keep constantly changing names, becoming Lupin and Van Helsing, is because of the relics, but that is not. Alright, let me reintroduce myself. My real name is somewhere else.
Linh giơ cơ quay.
At this moment, someone spoke up. I sensed a strange energy flow, so I came here. But this is actually quite interesting. She sat up, rubbing her eyes suspiciously. You are Julia Blumhart. She did not deny it, but implicitly confirmed, arrogantly sitting on the chair. The candidate for the top of the first years. Julia Blumhart. Lynn looked at Julia in confusion. You are the top student of the first year. Studying in the same class of Professor Ludger with me, right? How did you get in here? She calmly stated the reason. Your dream lured me here. Lin asked back. Dream? Are you from the School of Dreams? Julia seemed very pleased with her. Your deduction ability is good. You know about us? Dream. Traveling. Dream magic. Magic that helps you enter the dreams of others or dream unique dreams. It is easier to learn compared to other magic specializations. So I heard there is a separate school for it.
Lin hesita.
This is the first time I've met someone from that school. Besides, I only know a little thanks to reading books or from rumors. But Julia didn't think so. You can associate it with dreams, which means you already know a lot. She laughed, awkwardly scratching her head. Really? But more importantly, thanks to a dream you could find me. You are like a dream fairy. Julia sighed, looking at her. I will consider those words as you talking in your sleep.
Lin slow.
Got off the bed. She voiced the suspicion in her heart. Oh, so that means I am still dreaming? But we don't know each other. How did you get into my dream? Hearing that, she offered another theory. More correctly, it is the state between dream and reality. I told you. I came here because it seemed interesting. Julia probed. Before I arrived, you dreamt of something strange, right? Lin was surprised. She slowly recounted. Yeah, actually it wasn't very clear. It seems I dreamt about when I was small. It was very happy, but also sad too. Julia stood up, explaining to her. As a dream traveler, there is a high possibility that it was not a dream. Lin seemed not to understand very well. What do you mean? Julia sat down next to her, gently explaining to Lin. Dreams are a projection of reality. In other words, through the dream, you glimpsed your past. She placed her hand on Lin's forehead, creating a blue light. Let's take a look together and then talk about it. Julia was surprised. Huh? I can't see anything. Wait, I can see it, but it is very faint. Lin adjusted her hair and explained. That's right. In the dream, I was with someone, but I don't remember who. Julia heard that and hurriedly spoke up. If I can't see the dream, there is only one reason. She said seriously. Your dream, or more precisely, your memories, have been intentionally sealed by someone. Lin heard that and panicked. What? But who? I don't know. Julia continued to probe. Did you do anything related to your memories? Lin frowned slightly. She recalled. Related to my memories. Is it because I once resonated memories with Senior Irendia? She turned to Julia. Can you break the seal on my memories? She shook her head. No, cannot do that. Julia pointed to her head.
Instunting Lin.
But in the dream, you can find the key linked to your seal. Think, is there anything in the dream that you can remember clearly? Lin put her hand to her chin, as if remembering something. Now that I think about it, I don't remember the face, but I remember a name. Julia was excited. Really? What is it? Lin parted her lips. In her head, she visualized half of a person's face. He stood there stating his identity.
Heathcliffe van Bredders.
I am a member of the royal family of the Holy Kingdom of Bredders and the son of the former king. Julia asked again. Heathcliffe. Lin also asked her. Does the name sound familiar? Julia shook her head. No, this is the first time I've heard it.
Lin's my aquadili.
Right, huh. So, naturally, that person appeared in my dream. Julia closed her eyes to ponder. That name is quite rare. And I also can't confirm who it is because the memory has faded. I need more information. Lin heard that and resigned herself. Understood. Thank you for helping me. She looked at Julia's body fading away. Huh? Your body, she explained. Ah, it is because I am waking up. Julia tilted her head and smiled, saying goodbye to Lin. I have to go. The conversation was very interesting.
Lin hestita.
Excuse me, Julia Blumhart. She gathered all her courage to make a request. In the future, can we talk again? Julia opened her eyes wide looking at Lin. She dropped a single word. No. Lin was suddenly hit on the head by that no. She felt a bit regretful. You don't have to be so blunt. Julia shook her head, slowly speaking up. Our conversation today was just temporary. I don't want to become close to you. Before disappearing completely, Julia left a sentence. If you really want to talk again, try to attract my attention. Who knows, I might come here again. The farewell also flew away with that. See you again, Renee. Lin leaned back on the bed. She is truly interesting. She mumbled. A name in her mouth. Heathcliffe. Lin felt a headache. Where am I supposed to find that person? Alex raised his hand to support his forehead. He felt too shocked to accept such a massive amount of information. My head is spinning like a top. You are the son of the former emperor. What the hell? Wow, if it is you, it is very possible. He scratched his head, voice curious. So, that amazing ability is thanks to the bloodline of the former emperor? Heathcliff did not deny it. Irrelevant. Even so, it is also thanks to him that I have this redundant ability. He slowly explained. I have a talent that helps my body possess it more easily, but it doesn't happen with other bloodlines. Phantos crossed his arms over his chest, speaking his thoughts. Bredis is an atheistic kingdom, so that talent is an ability similar to a blessing. Heathcliff didn't know either, his voice joking. Who knows? From my perspective, it is more like a curse. Heathcliff shook his head in denial. In the war for the throne, my talent poses no threat. Sheridan spoke up. Just wanted to retort. So there must be a reason for you wandering everywhere. Heathcliff lowered his head, voice deepening. I want to discard this bloodline and survive. My biological father, the former emperor, is unwell. As soon as the topic of who will ascend to the throne explodes, those aiming for the throne will hunt me down first. Bellaluna seemed to have vaguely guessed. She hesitated. So the reason you are very tolerant and knowledgeable about poison, Heathcliff calmly stated the reason, is all thanks to the countless times I was poisoned before. He lowered his head, standing against the light, recounting. Not long ago, the kingdom of Bredis became active again after 20 years, meaning they have decided who the interim emperor is. If that emperor knows that I am still alive, he will use every method to kill me. Betty held a broom sweeping non-stop. She screamed aloud. Casey, please clean the room. It looks like a pigsty. Casey walked past. All right, I said I would do it. Betty saw through her. Hearing that, she became even angrier. You always say that but never do it. And while I am cleaning, you should go outside. Casey did not pay attention, because she was busy analyzing the photos with crisscrossing strings. Betty inside did not stop rambling. You should be grateful to me. No one but me would agree to be your assistant. And I am the best too. Casey looked at the pile of clues she had collected. Summarizing. The werewolf incident. The abandoned factory incident. Attack on the Kuhn's auction house. The beast of Getzvolden reviving. And the appearance of Black Dawn in Saurin. Casey frowned slightly. And the mysterious factor in the bank robbery. Too many major accidents happened this year in Lizebro. I also suspect the slums are developing strongly recently, so I let Terina handle that. Casey stared intently at the board. Just focus on tailing Black Dawn first. The only clue I have currently is information from a guy belonging to the underground newspaper in Saurin. Of course, he didn't reveal the address of the main headquarters, but after interrogation, a location caught my attention. There is definitely something there. Tannum, just you wait. James, Moriarty. A few days later at Saurin Academy, Heathcliff was silent, looking at the pile of documents in front of him. He was extremely helpless. I surely told you to skip all the unimportant things in the mail, right? A lot. Sadena asked quickly and answered quickly. 10 parts enthusiastic. Yes, I filtered them all out. Heathcliff picked up a piece of paper to check. At this moment she presented a letter. And I set this formal letter aside. It seems important. Heathcliff opened the letter to read. It is an invitation to the Mystic Night. If it is the Mystic Night, isn't that the annual event where mages from all regions gather? Sadena was extremely excited. The true value of Professor Ludger is finally recognized. We should celebrate. No. Heathcliff immediately rejected her proposal. I am not interested. Instead of that, I am paying more attention to this. He fingered the letter in his hand. The old and new magic towers and the Scholars Association. I didn't think all of them would invite me at the same time like this. The current magic world is divided into 3 major organizations. The old magic tower, a place where authoritarian elders believe that magic is only for the chosen ones. The new magic tower, the pursuit of grafting, is the common link between magic and modern science. This is an organization independent from the old magic tower. The Scholars Association is an association established based on suspicions from the 2 opposing towers. Heathcliff raised his hand to rub his chin in thought. I don't want to support any side, and if I stand with one side, the remaining sides will be disadvantaged. Truly annoying. Sadena saw him thinking forever. She immediately made a suggestion. All 3 sent a gift. If it is too hard to choose, why don't you try looking through them and then make a decision? Heathcliff felt interested. I am asking myself what the pile of boxes are. They are gifts? He raised his hand, smiling cunningly. Good. I won't side with anyone but just take all the gifts. Sadena was confused. Professor? Heathcliff gave a reasonable reason. They sent gifts even though just an invitation letter was enough. Meaning I am allowed to refuse. Sadena followed the wind. Also true. She was bursting with enthusiasm, as expected of Professor Ludger, giving up all privileges. Heathcliff spoke up. That is not what I meant. Sadena was flustered. I am sorry, he observed. Now I am used to her reactions. More importantly, the loyalty she has for me is infinite. But is that loyalty for me or for the First Order? I don't know where the source of that loyalty comes from. Suddenly a knock on the door rang out. Heathcliff spoke. Come in. Viorano pushed the door and walked in. Sorry for interrupting. Professor Ludger. Heathcliff probed. Professor Viorano. What brings you here? She walked into the room. I came just to meet your assistant. He looked over at Sadena. Assistant Sadena. Viorano spoke up. Sadena, you still don't have an answer to my previous question? Sadena lowered her head awkwardly. She hesitated.
Sure.
Sorry. Understood. Seems I have bothered you. Sadena flusteredly shouted. No, it's not that. Before anyone could react, Sadena had run to the door. I still have regrets, so I have to go. Viorano looked at her retreating figure. Oh no, surely she doesn't like me. Heathcliff shook his head. That's not it. More importantly, this is truly unexpected. She looked at him, stating the reason. I didn't know you knew her. I was worried because it involves her. He was suspicious. Involves. Viorano was also surprised when he asked that. You don't know? Student Sadena is very obedient to you, so I thought you knew. She hesitated. I'm not sure if I should tell you because she hasn't agreed to tell you yet. But I think it will be fine since you are the person she trusts the most. Have you ever thought she was quite strange? Heathcliff heard that and suddenly thought of it. Strange. That's right. Viorano went straight to the main point. This is an open question. I will say it straight. Have you seen her ears? He froze. No way. Viorano nodded. Yes, she possesses half-elf blood. A half-elf. Voice rang out. Sadena, may I come in? Sadena was hurried. Why? Wait a moment. She opened the door. Voice hesitant. Please come in, sir. Heathcliff stepped into the room. He observed the surroundings. Is your hobby growing plants? Sadena unnaturally replied. Yes. Since I was small, I have liked them. Heathcliff didn't beat around the bush either. I just heard about your background from Professor Viorano. I apologize if you wanted to keep that a secret. I forced him to speak. Sadena's face suddenly darkened. No, it is okay. Heathcliff advised gently. If you go to the village that Professor Viorano suggested, you can leave the family that neglected you and live very peacefully. Sadena heard that. Her two hands gripped her pants tightly. He turned to look at Sadena. I respect your decision. I will handle matters related to the organization so you don't have to worry. First, she shrank back. I apologize for hiding my identity even though you showed me immense kindness. Sadena raised her head, voice full of determination. Even so, I still want to follow you, Professor Ludger, because you acknowledged me. Heathcliff heard that and didn't advise anymore. Understood. If that is what you want. He walked closer to her. Sadena, I also hid something from you. Sadena was flustered. Professor. Remembering the conversation earlier with Viorano. Half-elf. Actually, I didn't expect this. It's truly shocking. Sadena has the surname Rosen, so her father is a noble and her mother is an elf. During the War of the Species, there were rumors that the Rosen family bought elf slaves. If the rumors are true, then her birth seems to not be very positive. He looked at Viorano, voice seemingly curious. So Professor, what proposal do you want to make to Assistant Sadena? She spoke her intention. I thought about rescuing her from that family and taking her to where the elves live. Viorano had a serious expression. She is despised for being a half-elf. Letting her live with elves would be more comfortable. Heathcliff seemed unable to understand clearly. I am not sure either. She has half-elf blood and half-human blood. In the past, humans forced elves into slavery. Clearly, other elves will shun her because she carries half-human blood. He raised his hand to his chin, pondering for a long while. Unless you are an elder in the forest, it will be very difficult to protect Sadena. Viorano spoke up. I am an elder. Heathcliff was stunned mid-sentence. Right, you are. He was astonished. Really? Elders in the forest actually exist. Viorano saw his state. She immediately introduced herself. I am one of the 7 roots of the world tree, head of the Dante's family, because previously, our role was protecting the border of the spirit forest. Besides, protecting the forest from the outside world, then my family also protects those living far from us, like Sadena. Her voice was full of determination. I guarantee that Sadena will be safe and happy. So please, Professor, convince her. Heathcliff wasn't sure he could do it. I apologize, but I don't think I can do that. Viorano heard that and hurriedly asked. Why? You don't want her to be happy? Please advise her. Calm down. It's not that I don't understand your intention. Heathcliff explained for Virano to understand that it was because Sadena needed to choose for herself. If I convince her, then it's not entirely her choice anymore. She fell silent for a long while, finally opening her mouth. If you think so, then I understand. But Virano still hadn't given up her intention. But at least can you listen to my suggestion? The first time I said this to her, Sadena said this. She recalled Sadena's appearance. I need to listen to Professor Lutzer's opinion. It seems she relies on you a lot. Or in other words, I think you are the only one who can know what she really wants. Heathcliff kept a serious face, listening to her speak. So, I want to ask you to ask her what she really wants. At this moment, Heathcliff and Sadena stood facing each other. She thought he was joking and hesitated. You aren't a first rank? You shouldn't joke like that. It's not funny. Heathcliff calmly replied. I know it's hard to accept, but I am truly not a first rank. He spoke up, recounting the whole incident. John Ziyu, the first rank, the one who was supposed to meet you first, died in a terrorist attack on the train. I only used his identity. All this time, the person you followed was not a first rank or John Ziyu. Sadena heard that and her heart seemed to sink. Sadena couldn't believe her own ears. She gritted her teeth and asked, So then, have you been deceiving me all this time? Heathcliff reached out, intending to pat Sadena's shoulder to comfort her. Calm down, Sadena. She acted violently, slapping his hand away. That's not the point. Don't touch me. Sadena turned and ran away. Heathcliff remained there watching, seeming to have known the result beforehand. I knew it. She would react like that. He stood silently, listening to her voice. Why? Sadena stood before the door. She looked like she was about to collapse. Why did you deceive me? Then who did I do all these things for? Pausing for a moment, Heathcliff finally opened his mouth. I apologize for deceiving you all this time, but please answer me just one question. He put forth a question, forcing Sadena into a difficult spot, that she had to choose one of the two. Did you follow the first rank with all your heart? Or did you follow me, the person behind that identity? Sadena's voice trembled. Of course it was Black Dawn. Heathcliff spoke up, cutting off the words she just said. Then why are you hesitating and not leaving? Sadena's hand on the doorknob froze. He turned around. I could have hidden the truth from you and used you until the end, but I chose to tell you the truth and listen to your words. I want to follow Professor Lutzer, the one who acknowledged me until the end. Heathcliff turned his back to her, like a judge delivering a verdict to a prisoner. Now it's time for you to choose. If you want, follow Black Dawn, then open that door and leave. I have prepared myself mentally the moment I decided to tell you the truth. I respect your decision. Sadena was a bit shaken. She hesitated. Heathcliff turned on his heel. You have helped me a lot. You also worked very hard to improve. He stepped forward and placed his hand on Sadena's shoulder, praising her. Well done. You did very well. Sadena's grew hot in her head. She remembered the harsh words she had endured. You came here because you wanted revenge for your family? The Lawson family is very famous after all. What's wrong? Careful. She might be a secret spy infiltrating here. Those arrogant damned bastards. Sadena was caught up in the cycle of her own thoughts. They didn't say it, but I still knew. The reason Black Dawn accepted me was so they could use the name Lawson easily. She started recalling the past events. Initially, I approached the first rank because I was pushed aside. I didn't respect or revere the organization. But this person is different. He acknowledged me and listened to my opinions. Sadena recalled the first time she received a compliment. Well done, Sadena. The first time in my life, someone praised me. By this moment, Sadena couldn't hold back anymore. Tears spilled from her eyes. She covered her face with her hands and sobbed. A long while later, Heathcliff spoke up, inquiring. Calm down yet? Sadena replied. Yes. Then who are you? I think it's not the time yet. I will tell you later. At this moment, Sadena sat opposite him. Then I will introduce myself again. My real name is Sadena Flanty. Flanty? Heathcliff was suspicious. Is that your mother's surname? She nodded her head. Yes, that is my mother's surname. He replied. I understand. Sadena spoke up. More importantly, what should I do now? Heathcliff reassured her. Don't worry. Just act as you have been doing all this time. Because you and I still have a connection with Black Dawn. His voice lowered, reaching his hand towards Sadena. And from now on, I want you to bring me more information about them. I have thought about eradicating Black Dawn. She was astonished. Yes, yes. Heathcliff stood up. Since we have revealed secrets to each other, I think telling you is fine too. Stand. I want to introduce you to someone. Elsewhere. Urano was walking in the hallway. Her mind was full of thoughts. The professor said he wanted to talk to her, but I didn't think I would get the result I wanted. Even so, I can't just push her like that. I didn't expect to find the bloodline of Flanty at Saurin. The daughter of the Flanty family went missing after the war between the species. The family secretly bought her under the identity of a slave. And after that, Sadena was born. Those rotten bastards. Viorano rubbed her chin. Anyway, if Sadena isn't wary of me, that would be great. But that might happen because she has suffered discrimination and abuse from her family. Just trust Professor Lutzer first. She muttered to herself. Next time I must gift him the special tea leaves from the spirit forest. Heathcliff spoke up to introduce. So, this is Sadena Lawson, the one who will become our new member starting today. Sadena was shy. Hope everyone takes care of me. Suddenly someone asked. This child is a member? Bella Luna approached. She looks familiar. Seeing Sadena's awkwardness, Heathcliff explained. She is a half-elf. It seems other elves can recognize their own kind. Sadena is a very skilled mage and an excellent informant. She has helped me a lot in gathering information about Black Dawn all this time. Han at the side bit his fingernails. Feeling his position was threatened, Heathcliff happily walked over to greet him. Nice to meet you. Han couldn't stand it anymore. He spoke up asking. So the reason you came to the hideout is to introduce this child to us? Heathcliff looked past him. Right. But I also came here to review the situation regarding the task I gave you. Han heard that and felt awkward. Since you personally came here, you must be talking about the relic, right? If it's that, there are results. He replied briefly. All right, speak. He hesitated, pointing at Sadena standing there. Wait, can I speak in front of her? Heathcliff shook his head. It's fine. She is our teammate now. Han had no other choice but to agree. If you say so, you need. How many fragments? We found one at the Kunst auction house. There are still 3 more, and one of them might be at Lindenborough, the capital. Heathcliff stated his intention. Right? I was also on my way there, but because of the terror on the train I came here. So have you found the location of that fragment in the capital? Han reported. Yes. After using methods, I zoned in on a location. The white-silver castle of the Exilian Empire. That is the only location I couldn't investigate in the capital. He put his hands on his hips discussing the plan. If it's the castle, it won't be easy. The way for us to bypass the guards and get inside. Does she have enough time to do that while working as a teaching assistant? Heathcliff was certain. If there is Sadena's help, it will be possible. More importantly, since we have a very reliable assistant at Saurin now, let's prepare. Han asked. Prepare for what? He reached up to adjust his tie. We will destroy Black Dawn. I will go to Vantanung soon. A few days later at the abandoned factory. Vantanung Area B13. A gloomy atmosphere covered the surroundings. Heathcliff walked in the dark space. He looked around urgently, then pondered in his head. Abandoned factory is a very suitable place for suspicious people to hide. Anyway, it's good that I know this area well, but with so many buildings. I also don't know where the branch of the Black Dawn Society is. Suddenly a scent wafted past him. Heathcliff immediately paid attention to it. This smell is. Heathcliff stood on the rooftop looking down below. He placed his hand on his chin and calculated. Smells like chemicals. Did they build a research lab in the sewers? Suddenly a voice rang out, making him startle in panic. What are you doing here? Casey gripped the umbrella in her hand and pointed it straight at him. Her cold tone rang out. Professor Heathcliff Van Breedis. Hearing that sound, Heathcliff thought to himself. Casey Selmore. He then asked her a question. Why are you here, detective? Hearing that, Casey immediately said. Why not answer my question first? He quickly explained. I am investigating the mastermind behind the fire at the festival. I got some information. That is why I am here. Casey didn't quite believe his words. Ha! What a coincidence. That is also the reason I came here. She continued presenting. I came here because I sensed a familiar mana source while searching around. It seems you still kept my business card. Hearing those words, Heathcliff panicked and cursed silently. Damn it! Who would have thought bringing the business card would backfire in this way? Casey continued to question Heathcliff strictly. Why not stop acting? I am sure you would come here if you were him. Cold tone rang out. A new professor investigating the mastermind behind that incident alone. If you want to pretend, Do it properly? Or do you think I am a fool? She continued. Anyway, slowly turn your face here. Hearing that, Heathcliff panicked in thought. I can't hide it anymore. He slowly turned his body towards her. Heathcliff, with a dignified posture, stared at her. Heathcliff, with trembling hands, slowly spoke. Ha ha ha. I knew it was you. You can deceive others. But you can't pull the wool over my eyes. She shouted his name loud and cast magic. James Moriarty. Heathcliff was surprised by her action. He calculated in his head. Oh, no. She's attacking me right away. He quickly reached out using his magic staff. With a wave of his hand, he blocked her attack. Heathcliff stomped his foot to gain momentum, leaping towards her. Casey didn't expect this action from him and was extremely panicked. He's too fast. She screamed out loud in fear. He pinned her down to the ground and ordered, Don't move, otherwise, I will drill a hole in your neck. Hearing that threat, Casey still calmly spoke up. Ah, is that so? Casey quickly summoned countless short swords and aimed them at him. She proudly said, Do it. Heathcliff looked at them and stated, Prepared a counterattack? That's progress. Hearing that, she retorted, Ah, you are also a bit arrogant to think I would sit still and let you attack me. Let's see who is faster. Heathcliff gently moved his body and said, If that's what you want, I will. Suddenly he noticed the short swords slowly fading away. Heathcliff wondered, What? Suddenly her magic dispersed. He immediately realized something. Casey's eyes were full of fear. She looked away, her body trembling in fear. Seeing that, he looked straight at her and asked, Don't tell me you are scared of rats? Hearing those words, Casey panicked and stammered, What? I don't know what you are talking about. He furrowed his brows tightly. Heathcliff grabbed the rat in his hand and thrust it towards her. Casey screamed in terror. Seeing that, he sighed and replied, Let's end it here. He quickly turned to leave. While leaving, he spoke to her. That is why I don't want to fight with you. Hearing those words, Casey got angry and shouted, What did you just say? Casey interrogated. Is this the time to be arrogant? If you let me live, I will report to the guards. Quickly cut off her words. No, if you thought that, then you would have reported me by now. His words continued to ring out, leaving her unable to refute. But your ego won't let you do that. Isn't that also the reason you chased after me alone for 3 years? His eyes filled with anger glanced at her and said, I don't have time to play detective with you. I need to raid their hideout. So stop interfering and get lost. Hearing those words, Casey asked him back angrily. What are you saying? Aren't you on the same side as them? He took step after step. He replied to her, You are still as nosy as ever. Go home, set a rat trap, and go to sleep. He quickly jumped down into the pipe below. Above, Casey was quite annoyed with his action. She said in frustration, Hey, you sealed the entrance with magic. Casey shouted loudly in anger. This changes absolutely nothing. Put her hand inside her coat and said, Ah, fine. I get it. If that's how you want to do it, then I have my own way. Thanks to your carelessness, I was able to gather enough mana. Holding a blue talisman tightly in her hand, she spoke proudly. I will use the memory storm and search your past. Time flew by. 30 minutes later, a series of subordinates were lying collapsed in the research room inside the factory. Heathcliff, in an assassin outfit, was standing fighting a huge knight. He staggered and shouted, Damn it! I want to wreck it all. The slaughter knight. Heathcliff covered his nose with his hand. The chemical smell is stinging my nose. Looking at the chemical jars on the shelf, Heathcliff pondered. Are they making drugs from the Penluma plant? Anyway, the important thing here is their research data. Where is it? He walked around urgently. Suddenly he noticed an iron door. Thinking about it, I haven't looked at the safe area over there. I should check that place. Suddenly a hoarse voice rang out. Oh my, what a mess is this? Old man Victor appeared with a smug look, walking around looking. I personally came here to check the progress. But surprisingly, an uninvited guest is already here. Seeing that appearance, Heathcliff was a bit annoyed. That old man is. His mind immediately remembered the memory. Ah, are you planning to go to Vantanung? His voice rang out answering. Yes, I have urgent business. Sadena immediately spoke. Then, before you go, there are a few things I need to tell you. He asked in confusion. What is it? She quickly presented the matter. According to investigation, Vantanung is an area personally managed by a first rank. Xena explained seriously for him to understand. Unlike other first ranks, that person doesn't hide his identity. He is a middle-aged man dressed like a scientist. He is Victor Dreadbull. He quickly fired a shot towards the old man. The bullet immediately rushed towards old Victor standing there. He calculated in his head. I need to kill him before he becomes a hindrance. Bang! Heathcliffe's bullet slammed into a golden wall that suddenly appeared to shield him. He was panicked by the situation that just happened, and exclaimed, What? A golden wall suddenly appeared from the ground. Thick yellow liquid floating in the air was rushing towards him. The old man pushed his glasses and laughed loudly in triumph. Really? Such an aggressive guest. Are you a hired assassin? His eyes filled with enthusiasm. The old man shouted in delight. You don't have to worry, because I will take care of everything. The yellow liquid floating in the air quickly formed a block. Victor's voice rang out. He presented. Liquid Golem. It is one of my finished products, assembled from all kinds of magic, alchemy and metal transformation arts. Saying that, he immediately launched the golem towards him. Victor laughed loudly saying, Right, Liquid Golem, clean up the intruder. Seeing them moving closer to him, Heathcliff quickly moved to dodge them. His head was full of thoughts. Is this a golem? This is definitely beyond current technology. But, looking at the guy, he calculated in his head. Since he is focusing his attention on me, his surroundings are empty. This is my chance. Bang! The golems quickly collided with the ground. They scattered everywhere. Victor was panicked by the situation. He exclaimed in confusion. You shouldn't have time to hide, right? Where are you? Suddenly he appeared right behind the old man. Gripping the sword tightly in his hand, he rushed in. His mind full of determined thoughts. Come here. It's the end. Clang. Suddenly a knight shielded the old man. Heathcliff was a bit shaken by the current situation. He panicked in his head.
Impossible.
Did he teleport? Varen's voice rang out eerily. He uttered each word. Where are you looking? Dr. Dreadbull. Varen's blood-red eyes full of killing intent stared ahead and spoke. First rank letting himself be attacked like that? Varen's deep hoarse voice rang out. He interrogated. Where are you looking? Dr. Dreadbull. The sharp eyes of first rank Varen glared at him. A first rank letting himself be attacked like that. Varen swung his sword, knocking him back far away. He stepped up to stand next to Victor. The old man saw that and was happy and grateful. You saved me. Thank you, Knight Varen. Hearing those words made Varen annoyed and exclaim. Shut up. You are annoying me. Why do I have to clean up this mess for you? On Heathcliff's side, he was surprised by Varen's appearance. Thinking in his head. He has quite the skill. Also a first rank? I didn't think both would come here together. Old Victor touched his chin for a moment and exclaimed. But how did you dodge that attack just now? Nullifying physical attacks, no. Don't tell me you used spatial teleportation? Hearing those words, Heathcliff was startled. Thinking in his head. He deduced that much just by observing? Old Victor, with a flushed face full of excitement, immediately exclaimed joyfully. How? How did you do it? Please show me, please. Suddenly his eyes widened in panic. The prize attack was rushing towards Heathcliff with extremely high speed. Boom! A huge explosion occurred, blowing up the central area. Old Victor, with a trembling voice, exclaimed. Knight Varen, why did you attack so suddenly? He hasn't answered me yet. Heathcliff quickly crouched low, dodging his attack. He sighed, looking at the attacked wall behind. Almost lost my head. Varen's threatening voice rang out, answering Victor. Do you think he would easily answer you like that? He dragged the huge sword forward. Red killing intent radiated ceaselessly. Before getting too excited, you should remember he is still an intruder. Doctor. Hearing those words, old Victor snapped his fingers. Then there is no other way. Suddenly something immediately appeared. His voice proudly exclaimed. If possible, catch him alive. The humanoids quickly got into fighting stances. Victor exclaimed joyfully. It seems a rare specimen just walked right in. He immediately ordered the humanoids. Right, bring that specimen back to me. The humanoids immediately attacked Heathcliff violently. He was surprised by that. Heathcliff continuously dodged their attacks. Thinking angrily in his head. He is using every trick in the book. Golems started spewing out from the humanoids' attacks. He quickly dodged that attack, calculating in his head how to escape them. Now that there is distance, I should use it. A slash from afar rushed in. Heathcliff's cheek quickly showed a cut. Blood gushed out from it. Knight Varen gripped the glowing red sword in his hand. Victor's humanoids were slowly rushing towards him. Damn it! I don't have enough time to approach. In Heathcliff's hand, a light radiated. He whispered in his heart. No other choice. I will retreat. Old Victor was excited and exclaimed. Oh, I don't know what skill you will show me this time. Hearing him say that, the Knight Varen exclaimed in annoyance. Doctor, Something is wrong, we must defend quickly. Heathcliff reached his hand forward. A source of power from his hand immediately shined. Sapphira number 8, release. A beam of light appeared in the sky. Boom! A powerful attack struck straight down at the houses below. Blue fire started burning around. The sword in Varen's hand stabbed deeply into the ground. He leaned on the sword, kneeling down, and exclaimed angrily, "If I hesitated just a bit, I would have been dust. I didn't expect us to have to flee from an enemy like this. He is not ordinary." Suddenly old Victor held his head in panic and screamed, "Knight Varen, that is not the problem." He looked at the chest in front of him and screamed in worry. "All the items in the safe are gone. All the experimental data is in there." He continuously cursed. "I should have protected them with my life. How could this happen?" Varen, standing next to him, speculated silently. "That intruder did it? When?" At this time Heathcliff was sitting on the roof. He looked down below. The surrounding magic slowly faded. Thinking in his head, "I wish both of them died right away, but that would be too greedy. I executed that move with weakened magic, so the damage isn't even half of a normal attack." Holding the documents in his hand, he calculated. "I took the chance when they were blinded to steal the data, so the objective is complete." Heathcliff flipped through each page of data. "This is the report on experiments announced by Black Dawn until now." His mind quickly deduced. Progress on the development of special gunpowder that burns without fire. Experiments where they use humans to simulate the power of beasts. It has even more variants than I imagined. Suddenly he noticed something. This is... Looking at the document, he speculated the content inside. 3 years ago, in the Delica Kingdom. A report on the automaton experiment. Time flew by. The next day, Thean Academy. Heathcliff sat in his room. His mind continuously pondered the documents from yesterday. Automaton experiment. I didn't expect those Black Dawn bastards to be involved in it too. Memories suddenly surfaced in his mind. "Thank you for helping us. If you don't have a place to rest, please let me escort you," he replied. "Then I will leave it to you, kid. I should be the one thanking you." In his mind, he said, "If possible, I will help you with your homework while I am here." Hearing that, the boy happily replied quickly, "Oh, really? Thank you, sir. Then, can I call you teacher?" The boy handed the paper to him and exclaimed happily, "Teacher, an invitation letter from the most prestigious academy in the kingdom, Orito University. What a great opportunity." The boy's face appeared smiling at him. "Will you go, teacher?" His hand clenched tight. His mouth suddenly rang out the name, Arte. Suddenly a knock on the door sounded. Outside a voice spoke softly, "Excuse me, Professor Heathcliff." Hearing that, Heathcliff replied, "Wilfox, what is it?" Hearing that, Wilfox bowed and replied, "Nothing. It's just that the principal wants to meet you." Hearing those words, Heathcliff exclaimed in confusion, "The principal? I'm coming right now." In a flash, he arrived at the principal's room. Heathcliff's voice rang out, "You want to introduce the position of project head to me at the academy?" Elisa quickly replied, "Yes, that position has been vacant for a long time." He quickly spoke up, "From what I heard, that position holds a lot of authority." Heathcliff quickly asked, "Why me?" Elisa raised the tea cup in her hand and whispered, "Haven't you done a lot for Thean? I just want to repay you." She continued to state, "Of course, I also have acknowledged your ability all this time." He was a bit confused by the situation, looking up at her and evaluating. "Can't know what she is thinking. Even though she doesn't completely trust me, she appointed me to such a position. Is it pity, or does she want to keep me close to easily observe?" Heathcliff thought silently. "Well, whatever. With it, I will easily grasp the situation happening in Thean faster." Saying that, Heathcliff quickly replied, "Thank you for your offer, but I don't think that is a position I can sit in just with your recommendation." Hearing those words, Elisa put down the teacup and gently replied, "That is also true, to be honest. I can only recommend you. You are the one who must prove your qualifications yourself." Elisa continued to state, "I will give you plenty of time to prepare. If you start from now, it will only take about 6 months. He suddenly interrupted, "1 week is enough." Hearing those words, Elisa was a bit surprised and exclaimed, "Pardon?" He happily raised the teacup, smiled slightly and said, "Currently I am in the stage of researching an important matter. I will finish it and show you. First, I will return after finishing my class." At the school, the bell rang, ending the class. Heathcliff's voice announced, "Today's class ends here. Please submit the report next week after you finish." Suddenly, Lynn ran up from behind. She spoke up, "Excuse me, Professor." Hearing that, Heathcliff quickly replied, "Lynn, what is it?" She spoke up shyly in response. I have a question. I don't understand this equation. Heathcliff quickly took the document from her hand and replied. This life equation is all twisted. Renee looked up at him with admiring eyes. Heathcliff's voice continued to resonate. Looking at it, it's not a big issue. If you just leave it as is. His voice flowed with magic. Every time I look at Professor Heathcliff, I get a very familiar feeling. Lately, that feeling has become even more intimate, as if a fragment of memory is being passed down. Suddenly, Renee's voice blurted out a sound that startled him. Heathcliff. Her tone rang out naturally. Heathcliff. Widened his eyes in shock at those words. Heathcliff trembled in fear and exclaimed, Renee, what did you just say? Renee panicked and apologized. Oh my God, what did I just say? I'm sorry. I've been a bit sleep-deprived lately, so it just slipped out. Heathcliff sighed wearily and said, Students need to sleep a lot. I'm glad to see you trying hard in your studies, but overdoing it will be your undoing. Understood. Hearing that, Renee hesitated and replied, Yes, I understand. Watching his receding back, Renee breathed a sigh of relief and whispered, Phew, luckily he let it slide. If I told him I slipped up and said the name I remembered in a dream, he'd probably scold me and tell me to focus more. Right? Renee's eyes were filled with lingering thoughts. But why do I feel so uncomfortable? Outside, the voices of students suddenly rang out. They were whispering and discussing among themselves. What's this? Professor Heathcliff's assistant just posted it up there. Seeing the notice board on the wall, everyone gathered around, discussing excitedly. Recruiting members for clinical research? Hearing that, a female student next to them replied. A study being conducted by Professor Heathcliff is about. The notice quickly reached the principal's hands. She picked it up and read the information on it. Increasing magic output through artificial methods. Elisa looked at it and calculated in her head. If successful, he will be seated in the project leader position without any issues. Not only that, the entire magical world will be in an uproar. She rested her chin on her hand, sighing wearily. Since when did you start researching this kind of thing? Who are you? Heathcliff leaned against the desk, his mood somewhat pensive. He thought to himself, who would have thought that name would come out of Renee's mouth? Remembering the past when Renee apologized, he calculated. Based on that reaction, it seems the girl's memory hasn't been fully restored. I'm sorry, but even so, I should still be careful. Heathcliff's eyes were sharp. Renee is not allowed to recall all her memories. Suddenly, Sadena's appearance interrupted him. She reported, Professor, I posted the notice. Hearing that, he replied, all right. Good job. That was fast. He continued, It's already noon. Have you eaten yet, Professor? Hearing that, he quickly answered, Not yet. I plan to eat a magical meal later. Hearing his words, Sadena exclaimed in panic. Excuse me? A magical meal? Why? Heathcliff looked helpless before Sadena. Wait, she continued to scold him. You call that a meal? Her eyes were fuming with intensity as she exclaimed. If this continues, it will affect your body. No matter how convenient it is, you must not skip meals. Sadena instructed. I will handle the remaining messy work, so please go eat something. Inside the dining hall, Sadena's group gathered to eat with him. Sadena said happily, It's been a long time since we sat and ate together like this, hasn't it? Sadena asked him worriedly. But did something happen with you too? Hearing that, Heathcliff calmly replied, Nothing much. Looking at the man beside her, she asked, Professor Brino, you seem to have lost a lot more weight since the last time we met. He replied, trembling. Ah, right, that matter. On the last day of the festival, someone stole my golem masterpiece, and I still haven't been able to overcome that pain. Heathcliff awkwardly turned his face away. He thought inwardly. So sorry, Professor Brino. Marilda, sitting nearby, spoke up. Anyway, Professor Heathcliff, it seems you are conducting some clinical research. Sadena added. Ah, I saw it too. It's research on increasing magical output. Hearing what they said, Professor Brino turned to him in surprise. You're doing something wonderful. So, how many students have participated? Heathcliff quickly replied. Well, I just posted the notice, so it will take some time. Most people will vehemently oppose clinical experiments, so I'm worried no one will join. Sadena exclaimed happily. Please don't worry. It's your research, so I'm sure everyone will participate. He picked up the fork with meat in his hand and replied. I hope so. Thank you. Time flew by. 3 days later, on the last day of recruitment for the clinical experiment. His voice rang out. So there are up to 6 candidates? Heathcliff put his hands in his pockets and spoke gently. Honestly, I hoped more people would participate, but this amount is fine. Let's proceed. He ordered everyone. Now, sign your names on the non-disclosure agreement on the table. I will explain the details after you finish. Nay turned to Elendon, smiling brightly. I didn't expect you to participate too, she quickly replied. Luckily, meeting an acquaintance here makes me feel more comfortable. Frodden's eyes glared at him sharply. He communicated with his eyes. If you dare harm Renee, you'll deal with me. Seeing that, Heathcliff quickly responded. I know what you're thinking, kid. Julia, sitting next to them, glanced towards the opposite side. She observed Sadena intently. She thought to herself, Sadena, my childhood friend, and the first person I opened up to. But then one day, she started pushing me away and creating distance. Her mind fell into a silent void. I can see the state of other people's dreams through colors. Most emotions and the atmosphere around people don't change easily. And that also applies to the color of dreams. Watching Heathcliffe's back, she continued thinking. When I met her again at Theon, her dream was the worst. The bright colors of the past had disappeared, leaving only pitch black. Today, although it doesn't shine like it used to, the colors around her are bright enough to be noticed. The hand holding the pen trembled slightly. Dreams reflect desires and ideals, or in other words, human nature. Dreams reflect desires and ideals, or in other words, human nature. A stronger dream will impact a person's current dream. Julia's eyes were full of sadness as she thought. From what I know, the only person Sadena is close to is Professor Heathcliff. Then she shifted her target to evaluate him. But Professor Heathcliff is the only one who doesn't dream. How can a person with no dreams influence Sadena? She picked up her report. I will take this opportunity to keep an eye on him. Her steely cold eyes followed Sadena. And together with Sadena I will restart the relationship between us. Heathcliff took the documents in hand, looked at them and evaluated. Good, your signatures have no issues. Since you are all here, I will explain my research work. A student wearing glasses suddenly stood up and shouted. Yes, you mentioned increasing magic output. Hearing those words, he quickly replied. I hope next time you will answer more quietly. Flora, who had been silent until now, spoke up. She said, although the efficiency is quite low, there are still other methods to help increase a person's magic output. So your research is different, which is why you require us to sign a non-disclosure agreement, right? Professor. Hearing that, he immediately replied. Of course, the results will prove the effectiveness of my method. Holding a bottle of purple potion in his hand and shaking it, he explained to everyone. After measuring your magic, starting tomorrow, you will have to drink this potion every day for a week. Looking at that thing, the students hesitated and stammered. Is that really medicine? Heathcliff immediately explained. Calling it medicine. Actually, it's more accurate to say it's a mixture of many different types of herbs blended together. Flora, somewhat uneasy, exclaimed. Wait, it's not like that. I mean, looking at it. Renee posed a question. Will drinking that permanently help increase our magic output? He immediately answered to let them understand clearly. No. Instead, you will have extreme difficulty using magic, and you will only be able to use under 3% of your total power. Hearing that, Elendon trembled and exclaimed. No, that's impossible. He continued to explain to the students. And you will be trained in that condition. Basic exercises like control, release, and materialization of magic. Heathcliffe's tone became sharp. Training will start tomorrow. Make sure you are ready. Time passed. The next night at Heathcliffe's office. Heathcliff stood looking at the documents on the table. He mused inwardly. It's already late. I just checked a little, but time passed so fast. Eager. Suddenly, the box on the table shook on its own, catching his attention. Ha! He thought to himself. The ring I got from level 0 is emitting energy. Don't tell me an executive meeting is taking place. Good, I'm ready. This is a good opportunity for me to exploit information. Heathcliff picked up the ring, looked at it, and spoke. I will accept your invitation. Black Dawn. He quickly put the ring on his hand. A stream of dark light suddenly enveloped his face. Heathcliffe's eyes filled with intensity. The meeting was underway. Heathcliff heard the council members at the table buzzing with conversation. Why did the kingdom of Bredis act at this time? Isn't it because more heterodox mages are appearing? I heard. I intended to conduct autopsies, but they all surrendered. How humiliating. Heathcliff appeared from a distance. He heard them whispering in his head. All of them are level 1. Everyone continued chatting boisterously. Heathcliff swept his eyes around. It seems that besides level 0, Esmeralda is currently vacant. Everyone is present. He cast his eyes toward Old Man Victor and the guy Verum, pondering. On the left are the guys I've met. Their silhouettes are very familiar. And looking to the opposite side. I haven't met the ones on the right. Suddenly, old man Victor spoke up. Who is that? Approaching so silently. Must be John Doe. Hurry and sit down so Knight Verum and I can talk to you. Hearing that, Verum shouted angrily in his face. Stop acting friendly. You psychopath. Victor was furious when he said that and shouted back. What? Call me professor like before. Verum got even angrier. He slammed his hand on the table and ordered. Shut up. If it weren't for this cursed armor, I would have sent you to watch naked chickens already. Heathcliff watched them talk and realized something. Thinking about it carefully, his tone sounds rougher than before. Is that his true personality? A woman sighed wearily and said, still the same. The loudmouth speaks for the quiet ones. More importantly, when will Esmeralda arrive? Hearing that, old man Victor quickly interrupted. Oh, you didn't know? Ms. Ventman. Hearing him address her like that, Ventman was furious. This crazy professor. I told you not to call me by my name. The others discussed excitedly. Esmeralda is dead. She won't be coming anymore. Hearing that, Ventman asked immediately. Huh? Nikolai, what the hell are you saying? Nikolai smiled slyly and spoke up. I don't know. John Doe should know more than I do. You also infiltrated Theon. So what happened? Hearing them gossip like that, Heathcliff thought to himself he should keep it brief. He spoke up. Level 0 will explain. Just hear it from him. Black magic flowed around the chair. Suddenly a deep, hoarse voice rang out. Just as he said. Nikolai. Leslie saw that and signaled. Level 0 has arrived. Level 0's voice rang out. Yes, it's been a while, hasn't it? Leslie. He wore a mask and said, thank you everyone for coming to this extraordinary meeting. Magic wrapped around him. Now then, let's start the executive board meeting. Level 0's voice rang out in the silent space. He explained. That is how both Esmeralda and Quasimodo died, and that is all I heard from John Doe. Leslie, sitting next to him, suddenly spoke up. I heard from Nikolai, but this is the first time I've heard the details of this matter. Heathcliff's eyes turned towards the level 1 old man. Leslie. He pondered. The fact that he heard about Esmeralda's incident beforehand means that Nikolai plays the role of information control. Level 1 Nikolai suddenly spoke up. Quasimodo, I didn't expect that hideous monster to be level 1. Even for me, it would be quite hard to know that. Ventman, sitting nearby, also asked. Level 0, do you intend to replace anyone in Esmeralda's position? Hearing them say that, Level 0 rested his hands on the table and replied gently. Yes, I am keeping an eye on someone. If you want to nominate anyone, just let me know. Nikolai sat nearby, laughed, and interrupted. Haha. Didn't you handpick us yourself? Level 0, we all respect your opinion. Hearing him say that, Leslie was annoyed and instructed. Nikolai, don't interrupt. He wasn't afraid and retorted against old Leslie. So scary. Everyone has no other opinion anyway. They continued to bicker. I'm fine, so don't fight here. Then to the next topic. Are you all doing your jobs well? Hearing those words, Heathcliff exclaimed happily in his mind. Great. This is the time for me to gather information. Leslie immediately said. Of course, the old mages are about to be finished. But they will self-destruct without even knowing it. Hearing that information, Heathcliff pondered. Old mages and imminent self-destruction? Yeah. His eyes looked towards the old man. Thoughts flashed through his mind. If it's the old mages, it must be related to the old magic tower. If that's about to happen. Is his goal the night of mystery? Nikolai interrupted. Ah, me too. People are becoming anxious, and they are inciting the Liberation Army from behind. Ventman sighed and spoke thoughtfully. I am also gradually participating, but I still haven't been able to find it, so it will take some time. Hearing them speak, old man Victor laughed with delight. Me, Nikolai suddenly cut in. Ah, you don't need to speak. I already know. He pointed at the old man, his tone mocking as he laughed. I heard your laboratory was attacked twice. Seeing you brag so much. Hearing those words, Victor stood up angrily, shouting to show his rage. Unfair. That wasn't my fault. My subordinates refused to work properly. That's why such a thing happened. He immediately turned to Verum and interrogated. Knight Verum, say something. You're on my side. Hearing those words, Verum, somewhat annoyed, exclaimed. Damn it. Why drag me into this? Leslie quickly ordered him. Verum, explain that clearly to me. Hearing that, Verum reluctantly answered. He quickly presented the incident. I will explain. But when I arrived, the Vantanon branch had already been raided. The story of the previous attack was told in detail by him. The leader was dead, and I saved this madman from being killed. Surprisingly, the enemy was alone. We fought for a while, but he was truly on a different level. Hearing that, Leslie pondered for a long time and then asked, Since you said so, that guy must not be ordinary. Did he have any distinctive features? Aram's eyes radiated intense sharpness. He described angrily. He covered himself very tightly, so I couldn't see anything. All I know is that he used shadows to teleport, and he used magic powerful enough to blow away the entire factory in one strike. Nikolai, hearing that, didn't quite understand and asked, Fire? Thinking about it carefully, the Lethabel branch was also completely burned down. There's a possibility the attacker of both factories is the same person. He posed a question to him. John Doe, do you know anything? You were also involved with the Lethabel factory, right? Hearing that, Heathcliff was startled but quickly replied. Who knows? Do I have to care about that? I just lent them my name and handled the troublesome matters. Nikolai replied. Ah, really? His eyes filled with sharpness as he glanced at him and asked further. Wow, you're really busy at Theon, to the point I wonder if you've obtained any valuable information. Hearing that, Heathcliff didn't back down and quickly argued. However, I can guess who is behind it. His statement immediately surprised those present. Casey Selmore, she is very suspicious. He immediately pointed out the evidence for them to understand. It seems she has been tracking our organization recently. Just recently, someone from Theon was interrogated. Level 0, hearing that, was somewhat annoyed and spoke up. Oh, Nikolai still hasn't provided this information to me. Aram quickly spoke up. Thinking about it carefully, on the day of the ambush, a witness said they saw her in Vantanon. Hearing that, Old Man Victor quickly replied. The intruders used fire and shadows. He continued speaking ceaselessly. I know Casey Selmore only uses the water element. Hearing that, he spoke up. Well, you also can't rule out the possibility that she has an accomplice. Ventmin immediately stated. She is a mage who uses multiple elements, so we can't ignore it either. Leslie, sitting nearby, quickly contributed an idea. Then how should we deal with her? Nikolai quickly delivered the verdict. Kill her, of course, as I always do. We will eliminate those who dare to stick their noses into the business of Black Dawn. Jones, don't interfere. You are a reputable professor, so you must not do anything. Great. This is the time for me to gather information. Of course, the old mage is about to be finished. But they will self-destruct without even knowing it. Just stand by and watch us work from Theon. Hearing him say that, he glanced at him and replied. Do as you please. I only take orders from level 0. He thought to himself. He clearly shows hostility. Is the relationship between him and John Doe that bad? He fell silent, calculating in his head. Well, the information I conveyed is enough. They won't suspect me anymore. Heathcliffe's mood was somewhat sad as he thought. But I feel a bit guilty for mentioning her name. I should be careful for a while. Level 0 quickly spoke up. He said, All right, the conversation ends here. I'm glad everyone is doing their jobs well. Of course, there are times when things don't go my way, but don't be discouraged. Hearing those words, Old Man Victor laughed and replied, As expected from level 0. Hearing that, level 0 answered, Then the meeting is adjourned. Good job. Citadel, leave us alone for a moment. Suddenly, he uttered a sentence that made everyone there freeze. Ah! John Doe, stay a bit. Hearing that, Heathcliff quickly replied. Yes, I understand. At this moment, in the empty space at the two ends of the table, only two people sat facing each other. Level 0 suddenly asked first. All right, how was the meeting today? Hearing that, he quickly replied. Still fine, not bad. Is there something you want me to do? Hearing that answer, he laughed out loud and said. Still as stiff as ever. I guess I won't be able to keep an eye on Theon much anymore. Level 0 immediately mentioned his intention. So I need you to find someone at Theon. One blessed by fate. Hearing this information, he was somewhat surprised. One blessed by fate? He calculated in his head. He isn't simply asking me to find a person. Heathcliff quickly posed a question. Does that person have any special characteristics? He replied hesitantly. I'm not sure either. Level 0 then revealed information that shocked Heathcliff. It's a female, and she can see what others cannot. Do you know who it is? His mind immediately thought of his two students. Female and can see what others cannot. Don't tell me it's... Heathcliff quickly answered him. No, I don't know. Hearing that, the man replied. Understood. If you find her, report back to me. Continued. I've kept you long enough. You can go now. Hearing that, he quickly replied. Understood. I'm leaving then. Watching him leave, Level 0 called out. Citadel. From behind, Citadel appeared, wearing a black cloak. Yes, Sir Level 0. Level 0 said. I need to go to a place. The subordinate responded. Yes. Where do you want to go? He added. Yeah, that place is quite harsh. I need to go to the Arate mountain range. At Nikolai's office, a voice emitted from a crystal ball. The other side presented. A colorless mage, a tough opponent here. Understood. After preparing thoroughly, I will act. Hearing that, he replied. Yeah, I trust you. After the conversation ended, he let out a breath. He slammed his hand angrily on the table and uttered bitter words. Damn it, that cunning John Doe. Does he think he can act superior just because he receives favor from level 0? His body trembled with rage. His mind cursed angrily. And he has information that I don't? You think you're better at gathering information than me? Surviving the train attack, is he hiding his strength from us? Nikolai tore at his hair and muttered to himself. Right, I underestimated him too much. I shouldn't rely too heavily on the Liberation Army. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Threatening words rang out. There won't be a next time. I will prepare thoroughly to kill you. Jondu. At the Hades mountain range, a blizzard engulfed everything around. Heavy footsteps imprinted deeply on the snowy ground. Citadel walked alone in the blizzard. Suddenly, he noticed a cave up on the mountain. Over there. Citadel approached the cave entrance. Looking at the dry skeleton on the ground, he spoke. He could still crawl up here after falling from the cliff. But looking at this place, it seems he didn't survive for long. The dry skeleton slowly became visible. What a pitiful final moment. Jondu. Citadel looked at the dry skeleton on the ground and exclaimed. You died miserably. Jondu. He quickly shook the bell in his hand. A tinkling sound rang out as he mumbled a call. Open your eyes, O sleeping soul. Wake up and talk to me. The dry skeleton on the ground began to move slightly. A stream of blue energy quickly rose from within the skeleton. Wake up and talk to me. Citadel quickly pressed. Do you recognize me? Jondu. The soul in the skeleton quickly replied. Citadel, subordinate of level 0. John Doe looked at the scenery around him. He was surprised and exclaimed. Where is this? What's wrong with my body? What did you do? Citadel quickly answered to make him understand clearly. I'll say it straight. You are dead. Jondu. The other party didn't believe what he just heard and exclaimed. What? Me? The other side continued to explain. Probably because you just woke up, you don't remember. Let's assume that. Now, try to recall. What was your mission when you were alive? Hearing those words, John Doe searched his old memories and replied. Ah, right, I remember. It was to infiltrate Thean Academy. To execute that mission, I disguised myself as a person named Heathcliffe Van Bredders. Hearing that information, Citadel praised. Very good. It seems you remember now. John Doe continued presenting the event to the person in front of him. After boarding the train, I talked to one more stranger. His eyes, in the past, were full of fear, right? There were terrorists then. There were terrorists on the train. They held one of the passengers hostage. The accident in the past quickly surfaced in his mind. And while they tried to extract information from him, he self-destructed. Next, the subsequent developments were told in detail by John Doe. After using magic to reduce the damage from the explosion, I escaped to a nearby cave. The consequence of the explosion was that I was heavily injured, and since there was no food or drink, I couldn't hold out for long. Citadel immediately interrupted. Wait, something is strange. He interrogated. You talked to a passenger on the train? If it were the usual John Doe, he wouldn't have done that at that time. Hearing that, John Doe's eyes narrowed, showing annoyance, and he replied. It was because he wasn't an ordinary passenger. The opponent asked immediately. What do you mean? John Doe replied. He is a man of many identities, and with each identity, he manipulates the continent in a different way. After investigating him for a long time, I could only discover 3 of his identities. The mysterious thief Arsène Lupin, the famous detective Eugene Francois, and Machiavelli. Memories surfacing were quickly recounted by him clearly. At that time, he was also wearing another identity. But after I mentioned one of his identities, although he acted normal on the surface, I noticed he reacted for a split second. Hearing that name, Citadel explained. Machiavelli, the person behind the victory of the Kingdom of Utah? If what you say is true, then he is indeed not ordinary. Showed annoyance and asked. But what does the fact that he's not ordinary have to do with you talking to him? You have nothing to talk about with a person like him. Hearing Citadel ask that, John Doe stammered. That matter. The other's tone became angry. He asked grimly. Since you answered my summons, you must not disobey my orders. Answer. John Doe replied shyly with a trembling voice. I am a fan of his. I did it because I respect him. Hearing that, Citadel understood and replied. That was your reason? It seems. I have misjudged you completely, John. John shyly instructed. Don't talk about that anymore. He quickly posed a question to Citadel. More importantly, if I am dead, then how far has the mission progressed now? Hearing that, Citadel replied. A replacement has already been prepared to carry out the mission, so no need to worry. Citadel's mind recalled the image of him. In his head, he deduced. If the person John Doe is talking about right now is Heathcliff Van Bretters, then the fact that he speaks and everyone listens to him in the meeting makes sense. Hearing that, John sighed in relief. That's good then. Do you have anything else to ask? Citadel held the bell in his hand and replied. No, that's all. His tone was full of danger as he instructed. Good job. Jondu. The sound of the bell rang out. Suddenly, illusionary chains quickly wrapped around the opponent's soul. Seeing the scene unfolding, John Doe panicked and screamed. Citadel, why are you suddenly doing this? Citadel replied coldly. Level 0 only ordered me to find you. He didn't say what to do after finding you. Saying that, he shook the bell in his hand. Mouth instructing. Rest in peace. Boom. An explosion immediately obliterated John Doe's soul. Sadio stood watching the scene for a long time. Then he turned to leave. He whispered to himself. Heathcliffe Van Bretters. I don't care who you are. His domineering words rang out. But if I can use you to kill a rank 0, I will do so. At the Thean Academy dormitory, a student's voice rang out. But being normal is already tiring. Today is even more exhausting. Lynn slumped her face onto the table. She muttered sadly to herself. I wonder if it's because of those mana suppressant pills I took this morning. The teacher said I'd feel uncomfortable, but I didn't expect to be this tired.
Mana circuits.
Every mage has a circuit system that allows them to control the maximum amount of mana they can use. But even if someone doesn't have mana circuits, they can still use magic. However, they will have difficulty sensing magic. Her mind recalled his instructions back in the classroom. Once you take this mana suppressant, you will be able to sense and use the hidden mana circuits within your body. Heathcliff spoke up, instructing and explaining to his students thoroughly. If you can use the mana circuits I'm talking about, your mana output will increase. Especially right now, while the drug is suppressing your mana, you will see the amazing results of using mana circuits. He continued, I will give you all 1 week. During that time, find a way to recognize your mana circuits and continuously use mana. Thinking of those words, Lynn remembered the image of the top 3 and whispered to herself. Huff, the teacher makes it sound easy, but when I try it, it's not easy at all. Wait, since 3 people have already done it, I guess I'm the only one lacking. It's okay. Lynn crouched down low. Her mind was filled with determination. It's okay, I still have time. I just need to try harder and I'll get it. Time flew by. A few days later, his voice rang out. The results are in. Heathcliff held the report in his hand. He read it aloud to the club students. The average mana output of all of you last week was 12%. And the average mana output for this week is. Students present were extremely surprised by the result he was reading. About 36%. Increased by 3 times. Hearing that information, everyone was filled with surprise. Aiden exclaimed in panic. Tage 3 times? He clenched his fists. His face was full of joy. Good heavens, I did feel more energetic lately, but I didn't expect my mana to increase that much. Flora, sitting next to him, was equally happy. She cheerfully spoke up. That makes drinking that bitter medicine and practicing every day worth it. On Froden's side, he shot an annoyed look at Heathcliff. Seeing this, he thought to himself, am I the only one who thinks he's getting more suspicious? Heathcliff didn't shy away and glanced back at him. You little brat. Why are you glaring at me like that? I paid more attention to your medicine than the others. Heathcliff sighed, secretly rejoicing in his mind. But in the end, this was a success. These energetic students followed my instructions and improved a lot. His eyes suddenly filled with scheming intent. He calculated a plan in his head. Then the remaining task is to succeed in the conference taking place in the next few days. A few days later, at the specialized hall, crowds of students and teachers gathered in the stands. Below, the professor was on standby, preparing for his speech. In the stands, Casey sat watching the situation below with a look of annoyance. She cursed inwardly. Ha! Seriously, I didn't intend to travel such a long distance to get here. Holding his announcement flyer in her hand. But since I heard Moriarty's research would be published, how could I ignore it? Casey's eyes were full of suspicion towards Heathcliff. She thought to herself, since I saw him destroy one of the branches of the Dawn faction with my own eyes, I'm sure he's not on their side. Then what is his true form? Her mind wandered to the charm. But with the mana-infused paper I extracted from him and the memory storm, I will be able to know the truth. If it's different from the truth I believe in, then... The host's voice suddenly rang out. All right, please welcome the next person to the podium. Seeing this, Casey silently realized. It's him. Everyone in the academy started buzzing. Finally, the main character of the day has arrived. His aura is truly different. He stood on the podium, his tone majestic as he began his speech. Hello, I am Heathcliffe Van Bretters from Thean Academy. I would like to start my presentation right now. Heathcliffe quickly presented. The results of the study on 6 students showed that their mana output increased threefold. And through additional testing, I have also successfully proven that this is not a temporary effect. He continued. Explain clearly. The core of my research is this mana suppressant drug. Suddenly, a professor raised his hand to object. Wait, I have a question. This is the first time I've heard of mana suppressants. Did you make this yourself? Hearing that question, he quickly nodded and replied. It is true that I made it. However, the method is not mine. I recovered a lost formula and created it based on that formula. Heathcliff placed his hand on the device panel, then explained. What I am showing everyone right here and now are the ingredients in the formula I referenced. A series of projections of a strange language were presented by him. Seeing this, everyone whispered. What language is that? It looks familiar, impossible. He immediately spoke up to explain to everyone more clearly. The written language you are all seeing here is the lasso language. I transliterated it into our language and found a way to increase a person's mana output. Hearing his words, a man sitting in the stands immediately stood up in disdain, pointed at Heathcliff and shouted, Ha! That is lasso? In this day and age, who has the qualifications and means to transliterate it? Do you dare to lie right in this sacred specialized hall? Hearing that old man say that, Heathcliff calmly replied. No, his eyes full of confidence. I was able to transliterate lasso a long time ago. A scene from the past quickly appeared in his mind. Heathcliff's voice rang out with reverence. Master, he then said, I have something I want to ask. Hearing this, the person sitting on the sofa quickly asked back. What is it? He held the paper in his hand and replied. I want to transliterate this language, but I need your help. The woman took the piece of paper and replied. This is lasso. No, you are not skilled enough. He then asked. Why? Hearing that, the other party replied. Nowadays, no one knows this language anymore because it has been forgotten. You won't be able to translate it without me. He quickly cut her off. Then you just need to teach me. Hearing him say that, she returned the paper and replied. Me? Teach you? Forget it. These things are troublesome as hell. Why should I teach you? Save it. Heathcliff angrily cursed inwardly. Stingy old hag. Heathcliff turned to leave. I understand. I will find a way myself. Seeing this, Grander laughed and cheered. Good luck. She continued. Fine, as your master, I will show mercy, but only this once. Grander held up 3 fingers and instructed him. That language was created by combining 3 languages together. Engrave that in your heart. Grander's voice rang out. I didn't expect the brat to lock himself in his room for 3 days. She stood in front of the door and muttered. I thought he would give up immediately, but this time he seems very determined. The door to this room opened from the inside and Heathcliff walked out with a tired face. Seeing this, she encouraged him. Do it, but you tried for a long time this instance. That task is very difficult, so don't be discouraged. Suddenly, he interrupted. I'm done. Heathcliff spoke up. I successfully translated it, all thanks to your guidance. Back to the presentation. Heathcliff explained to everyone there so they could understand clearly. Lasso is a combination of 3 other languages, and in the first translation, its true meaning will be hidden. His face showed clear calmness. For example, if I translate the sentence on this screen just once, although receiving the blessing of light from him, I still cannot fully accept it, is the meaning of the sentence. The information was quickly answered by him. However, everyone should remember that in the past people used writing very implicitly. If you understand that clearly and translate this sentence again while searching for the true meaning. Heathcliff's eyes looked coldly up above and continued to speak. It was past morning. I woke up immediately and the meal wasn't that great. I hope this is enough to prove it. His next words made the old man who objected earlier feel somewhat ashamed. If my translation was wrong from the start, how could I have successfully used the formula in my experiment? Hearing him say that, everyone started discussing among themselves. Wow. If the translation was wrong, his experiment would have failed long ago. Another person replied, research is research, but isn't this achievement also huge? On Casey's side, She angrily crumpled the flyer in her hand. She thought to herself, wait, since when did he learn ancient languages? The more I observe, the less I can understand him. With a discovery that is not trivial like this, he will be recognized everywhere. Why does he have to risk changing his identity like that? There must be a reason. Casey continued to calculate in her head. I can't delay the memory storm any longer. I must find out the truth about this person as soon as possible. The voice from the venue suddenly rang. Excellent presentation, Professor Heathcliffe. Elisa and Heathcliff walked together. She asked him, but is it okay to reveal that immediately? The formula for the suppressant at the end of the presentation. Although everyone's reaction was great, hearing that, he quickly replied, fine, I intended to reveal it from the very beginning. He continued, even if they know the formula, it won't be easy to create it. Elisa smiled brightly and replied, you are truly cruel. The two of them walked and talked with each other. Then I'm counting on your help. Project manager. Yes, I'm counting on your help too. Suddenly, a voice from afar rang. Wait, Heathcliffe Van Bretters, the captain of the Monarch mercenary squad. Caroline Monarch stood with her hands on her hips, staring at him. Hearing the voice, Elisa spoke up. Caroline Monarch, what is a barbarian like you doing here? Caroline stepped heavily towards the place. Of the two of them, she shouted, shut up. I didn't come to see you, actually. I came to apologize to Heathcliffe Van Bretters. He was surprised by her words. Me? Caroline immediately told the story from earlier to him. Yeah. I thought you would leave without revealing the research documents, so I just shouted in your face. She shyly turned away and spoke up. You should have said you were in the process of restoring the formula. I thought you would show off the formula and then hide it away. I apologize. Hearing that, Heathcliff replied, it's my fault for just leaving without saying anything, so you don't have to apologize to me. Caroline replied, oh, I knew you were a good person. She handed a business card towards him and instructed, I like you, here, take it. He didn't understand, so he asked, what is this? Caroline smiled brightly and replied, this is the business card of the Monarch Mercenary Guild given to VIP guests. Specifically, we will handle every request, so feel free to call us. Hearing that, Heathcliff replied, I understand. After speaking, she quickly ran off. And see you later. Elisa, standing next to him, spoke up. She hasn't changed at all. Hearing that, he asked, it seems you are used to that. You also called her a barbarian. The headmaster sighed and replied, yes, she used to be my rival back in school. She was very arrogant and impulsive, so we didn't get along at all. But I admit her skills. Because we are both Six Circle mages. Although she is a commoner, thanks to those amazing skills, she is recognized like a high noble. Her eyes glanced towards Heathcliff and she murmured in her heart, anyway, I didn't expect her to give him a VIP card that even Emperor Exilian doesn't have yet. It seems she really likes Professor Heathcliff. Elisa quickly continued, all right, since the presentation seems successful, should we throw a party? He heard that and replied, yes, if you treat Headmaster. Night fell. That night at
Casey's Inn.
Casey's voice rang out in the quiet room. She placed the paper on the table and said, now then, shall we begin? If I place the mana-transferred piece of paper like Teranachi did. Suddenly, a blinding light radiated from the paper. Casey muttered, let's see. Your truth. 3 years ago, Kingdom of Delica. Casey, with a translucent body, appeared there. She marveled at everything and exclaimed, this is the Kingdom of Delica. Wait, shouldn't I be feeling this from the subject's perspective in the memory storm? Or is it thanks to the artifact? Casey rolled her eyes, looking around. Where is he? Since this is his memory, he should be around here. A harsh voice suddenly shouted. Finally caught you, you thief. The captured child immediately retorted. Let go. I already paid you. You didn't sell it, so I paid and took it. The old man didn't let up and argued back. Humph, that's stolen money too. Why should I accept that suspicious money? From afar, Heathcliff gently approached that spot. His voice rang out, surprising Casey. Wait, adults fighting with children isn't good. Hearing that, the old man asked, huh? Who are you? He held the coin in his hand and spoke. I will pay for that boy's book. What do you think? Casey secretly rejoiced. There he is. The boy said, thank you for helping me. The two of them walked together on the street. The boy quickly asked him, this is your first time here, isn't it? If you don't have a place to stay, let me escort you. Hearing that, he secretly rejoiced and replied, then I'll rely on you, thanks kid. Heathcliff turned his face and asked, it seems to be fate. What is your name, kid? Hearing that, the other replied, just call me. The boy smiled brightly and answered. A happy voice rang out. Welcome, valued guest. There is no place as comfortable as here. Good job bringing a guest. The innkeeper happily instructed. Take him to the second floor. 8 said. Yes, please follow me, sir. Sally approached to welcome them. The little girl cheerfully said. You're back? Who is that? A guest? Hearing that, the boy replied. Yeah. He is also my benefactor. Greet him, Sally. Sally gently bowed. Hello. Seeing that, he greeted back. Hello. Nice to meet you, kid. They walked to the empty room. He pushed the door open and announced to him. This will be your room, sir. It looks cozy and the price is affordable. The boy said. I will put away your luggage for you. Heathcliff replied. Thank you. 8 held the book in his hand and read its cover. The latest book of academic reports. It contains questions from Orito Academy in the appendix. His bright eyes lit up and he said. They even said they would invite those who solve the questions in there. I wonder who will be invited. So jealous. Hearing those words, he asked. So you know about it too? Heathcliff turned and asked further. From my observation, it seems you are also interested in academics. Hearing that, 8 scratched his head and smiled shyly. Haha. Yes, my dream is to become a great scholar. Hearing the boy say that, he confidently stated. If possible, I will tutor you while staying here. Hearing that information, 8 exclaimed in joy. Excuse me, really? The boy cheerfully spoke up. Then, I want to be taught by you. Thank you, sir. Can I call you teacher? Heathcliff replied. Sure. Whatever you like. Let's help each other. Casey, having watched the situation all this time, was panicked. By his personality. What gentleman is this? Is he really the person I used to know? She thought. The emotion I feel from him right now. It is appreciation. Casey continued to affect his body. Calculating in her heart. But wait. Why are the emotions transmitted so clearly but my perspective is from here? And he makes me even more annoyed. Her eyes shifted to 8. Anyway, that boy. Strangely, he feels very familiar. 2 weeks later. 8 pushed. Room door open. Happily announcing. Teacher. Seeing this, Heathcliff asked. What is it? The boy happily held the invitation letter in hand and presented it. An invitation from the kingdom's most prestigious academy. Orito University has arrived. This is truly a great opportunity. Hearing that information, he realized that and replied. Is it about the appendix question in the book I gave you? 8 replied. Yes. It seems they saw your answer. The boy continued to ask him. You will accept it, right, since the principal personally invited you? Heathcliff pondered for a moment then said. There's no reason to refuse. Heathcliff's hand placed on the report. On the table. And the research progress is also gradually hitting a dead end. Time passed. The next day, 8 with admiring eyes, marveled and exclaimed. Oh, teacher, you look so sharp. Casey standing next to him pondered. This appearance. Heathcliff in a sleek suit. Answered. Then I'm off. Casey was surprised by his style. James Moriarty. That afternoon. At Orito Academy. Would like to end here. Heathcliff had just finished his presentation, causing everyone to applaud in praise. At this moment, the principal walked up to shake hands with him and said, Great, just perfect. I am the principal. God Himble. He quickly replied. I am James Moriarty. After that, he said, must be a reward worthy of a talent like you. So besides the prize, if you want anything else, just tell me. Hearing his offer, he said, what I want. Could I hold a professor position? His proposal made him think for a moment then reply. A professor at Orito University. Currently, it's hard to give you a permanent position. But how about a temporary professor? Yes, that is enough. Because that was within his goal. Even as a temporary professor, I can still access the central library of Orito Academy. During my time here, I will search for documents useful for research. His acceptance of becoming a temporary professor made the principal interested and say, very good. I believe in you, Professor Moriarty. Yes, me too. And so the life story of James Moriarty began. After that, he became the notorious criminal consultant. In the underworld, I only know up to here. The real story starts now. A story about Moriarty that has never been revealed. After that, Casey was extremely disappointed. It's true that I had expectations. But after becoming an official professor, he just lived normally. I can't even fast forward time. I'm going crazy. So she sat on the table and said angrily, Hey, are you just going to sit and read books like this? So boring. His personality is completely different from before. But right now, it's exactly like in the past. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, so he invited them in. It was Casey Selmore. She walked in and asked excitedly, "Excuse me, is this Professor Moriarty's research room?" Seeing that it was herself surprised her. At this moment, James saw her and calmly asked, "That's right. But who are you? As I recall, you are not my student." Hearing that he didn't know her made her stunned, and she asked back, "You've heard of me. I am Casey Selmore, the genius detective who has solved many cases." She spoke with an arrogant look. Hearing her introduce herself, he remembered, "Ah yes, I've seen you in the papers before. Why would a famous detective like you come here?" Hearing that, she stepped forward and said, "The newly appointed professor of Orito Academy is also quite famous. Thank you for the praise. I want to see how talented you are. Should feel honored to have attracted my attention." Seeing herself behave like that horrified her. Was I this arrogant 3 years ago? Don't you see him looking at you with pity? Then Casey, in his memory, handed him a book and said,
Ah, buzzed.
"Since I came all the way here, I want your autograph. This is the book I wrote. Sign here." Hearing that, he also quickly signed his name in a book. Seeing his handwriting, she deduced, "Your handwriting is really stiff. It looks like a typewriter." He heard that, so he took it as a compliment. Seeing that, she said, "According to graphology, it is very likely that you are a perfectionist, or hiding your identity." Hearing her say that made him pause and ask, "What do you mean?" She firmly said, "That is exactly what I wanted to say. Perhaps you are covering up your true identity." Her saying that made him annoyed, and he retorted, "Good analysis. But handwriting isn't a reliable basis. I think you should finish reading the book first." What he said startled Casey. "What?" he said. "This book is made of easily crumpled paper. Just looking at the pristine second half, I can guess where you stopped reading. Even if you are a genius, you will realize that reading little makes your brain shrink quickly." Him criticizing her like that made Casey angry, and she laughed. "Thanks for your concern, Professor. I got your autograph. I'll be going now. Many cases to solve lately, so I'm a bit busy." After speaking, she quickly left to be less embarrassed. Looking back at that scene made Casey Selmore extremely ashamed, blushing and collapsing to the ground, screaming silently, "Rude jerk. Now I know how annoying this guy is. I didn't even bother being nice to him. So I was like that in the past. I was blinded by the aura of that genius title. But it didn't last long. Among normal people, I felt lonely standing at the peak. That's why I was interested in him, wanting to find out if he was like me. Look, I know you are not a bad person, but why turn into a villain? Let's observe a bit more." After that, Heathcliffe taught at the academy as usual. Then discussed things with Casey, and in the evening, tutored 8. Just like that, time gradually passed. A few weeks later, she was confused about what he was looking at, with such a serious face. At this moment in his memory, it was the time when children went missing. He thought, lately the missing children cases haven't ended. It smelled suspicious, so I asked Hans to investigate. But something isn't right. Besides the reporters not reporting on this issue, there's also the fact that the police don't want to investigate, even though there have been many similar disappearances, even if they are children of lower class. How can it be this easy? Unless the people in power are unaware. At this moment, Casey walked up to him, and also knew about this case. "Huh? This is the article about the frequent disappearances. I was wondering what you were looking at without noticing me entering the room." Seeing her arrive, he asked, "You entered without knocking? And arriving so late?" Hearing him speak like that made her angry. "I knocked, but you didn't answer? So what are you looking at the article for?" He replied, "I'm worried my students will also become victims." The reason made her understand. "I see. Because the police refuse to work properly. You're quite informed, aren't you?" "Of course, I'm a detective. I'm also investigating this case. Solving suspicious cases is my specialty. Hey, if you speak nicely, I might reveal a bit to you." Through the words she just said, he felt, "I've been observing. The possibility of her being behind this case is extremely low. But I can't trust her quickly." So he said, "Not that curious. You will control the situation anyway." Hearing him say that, she sighed and said, "Boring guy." Suddenly a police officer walked in and said, "Detective Casey." "Ah yes." Then she turned back and told him, "I have to go. See you later." He also bid her farewell. After she left, he started to reanalyze the situation, since detectives work very closely with the police. In this case, I shouldn't rush to trust her. First, I must warn 8 and Sally to be careful. Suddenly the crystal glowed, so he immediately listened and knew it was 8 calling, making him ask in confusion, "8, why are you calling so late?" The boy replied urgently, "Sally went out on an errand and hasn't returned yet. What should I do? Suppose something happened to her?" Seeing him so urgent, he immediately told the boy, "Calm down, 8. We still don't know what happened. But lately, many children have gone missing. Let me see. Don't worry too much. Just wait at the inn." Hearing him say that made the boy feel less worried. After that, he felt strange. This surely is related to the missing persons case. So he quickly called Hans and said, "Can you find this child for me? She's about 10 years old." Hearing him, Hans quickly sent people to search. Immediately, and he asked him, "Also, can you meet me for a moment? I found a clue in the missing persons case." In the inn, while the innkeeper sighed, worrying about 8 and thinking, the professor said he would go find Sally. "But I'm still too worried. Eating this dish will surely make 8 feel better." But when he walked into the room, he didn't see 8 anywhere. So he predicted that the boy had gone to find Sally. At this moment, outside the cave entrance, the kidnappers quickly moved the captured children into the cave slowly so no one would get hurt. Seeing their den made, 8, who was watching, extremely shocked. "I know where the kidnappers' den is. They put children in sacks and put them on the cart. I secretly followed them. If I had gotten off the cart a bit slower, I would be in big trouble. What should I do? Should I go out there to find Sally? No, I can't. If I run." He saw 2 police officers nearby making him feel lucky, so he quickly approached to ask for help. He quickly ran over and called, "Officers, help me. There are kidnappers over there." Seeing him, they got angry, wondering what the hell those guys were doing, letting a kid escape. Hearing the police's words made him stunned and shocked. After that, Heathcliff quickly ran over and asked, "Have you found the girl yet?" Hans quickly replied, "I still haven't. I haven't received any new news. The mouse I sent to the slums hasn't returned yet, so we have to wait." Seeing Han, he quickly recognized him. That was the person who went with Moriarty at the festival. Hearing he wanted to talk, he asked worriedly, "So, what do you want to talk about?" His reminder made Han remember. So he said, "Ah, right. About that, the missing persons case has a very strange point." That made him ask in astonishment, "Why is that?" Han began to explain to him. "Recently, I've received countless reports of disappearances in many cities. Notably, all victims are commoner children. Realizing something was wrong, I investigated further. On the day the kids started vanishing, Vantanung began buying up all available iron, and all defunct factories started operating again." Hearing this, Heathcliff immediately realized, "So you mean this is related to the Durman Kingdom?" Han felt that judging by the situation and the coincidental occurrence of these accidents, it was very suspicious. Suspicious? Even if it's just a hypothesis, but if it's true, what is their motive for kidnapping children unfit for labor? Wait, now is not the time to think about that. My priority is finding Sally. Just then, the mouse walked up to inform Han. He asked joyfully, "Did you finally find the girl?" He then reported back to Heathcliff. It didn't find her, but it saw the kidnapped children. There was even a port boy following them. Hearing about a boy, he immediately remembered 8. Knowing this, he hurriedly stood up and said to Han, "We must chase after them immediately." Hearing that, Han quickly agreed. "Okay, I didn't want to use it, but since it's come to this, there's no other choice." Seeing Han's action made Casey confused. "What's going on?" He suddenly took off his clothes and stabbed a fang into his arm, transforming into a werewolf.
No.
Now is not the time to be surprised. I have to quickly chase after them. Meanwhile, on the kidnapper's side, 8 was gradually waking up and saw an unfamiliar ceiling. Confused. "Where am I? I can't move. I think I went to find Sally." At this moment, he was being dragged away and heard the kidnappers' voices. "Be gentle with them. What if they die before the experiment?" But his accomplice retorted, "How could this kill them?" "Don't worry." 8 woke up and realized, "Right, I went to ask the police for help, but they knocked me out. Who would have thought they were in league with them?" As they passed a rock, he quickly grabbed it, threw it at a policeman's head, and shouted angrily, "Kidnapper, give my sister back now." That made the man angry. He turned his head, holding a weapon to threaten, "You filthy homeless brat. You don't know your place." In his rage, he mercilessly beat 8 hard, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Seeing this, the accomplice nearby asked, "Wait, he's not dead, is he?" But the man said, "Who cares? They'll be thrown away after the experiment anyway. My uniform is dirty." Just then, Heathcliff arrived and saw 8 lying motionless on the floor. Seeing the intruder was Professor Moriarty, they were extremely surprised. "Professor Moriarty, why did you come here?" But he ignored them, ran straight to 8, saying, "Open your eyes, 8." Hearing his voice, Boy tried to open his eyes and smiled. Professor, you came.
I'm sorry.
Seeing him struggle to speak, he quickly interrupted. Don't speak. But the boy continued. I didn't listen, and I was a bad kid. Professor Moriarty. My sister. Please take care of my sister. After saying the words he had to say, he closed his eyes. Seeing this, he froze in dead silence. Saying nothing. The policemen saw this and discussed with each other. What do we do now? Things will get out of control if we kill Professor Moriarty. Maybe we should use money to silence him. But one of them didn't agree. He rushed up with his weapon attacking and said, What nonsense! Since he found out we have to kill him. But before he could touch him, he used magic to impale him instantly. The others couldn't escape the fate of being impaled by magic either. Died. Casey saw this and immediately realized. What is happening? He walked over, saw Moriarty, and asked him, Why are you here? Why are there piles of corpses? It's not true, right? It's not. I think, right? Surely it's a misunderstanding, right? Seeing her, he thought, Casey Selmore. Thanks to my reputation, I've met high-ranking officers and police, but I also suspected they were involved in this. Yet you choose to trust me. In this situation, how pathetic. If I tell the truth, I could clear up the misunderstanding. Even though it's late, I could still cooperate with you to solve the case. But is that the best choice? No matter how hard I try to reveal the truth, the ones behind this incident will use money and power to cover it up and escape. They murdered an innocent child and will not be held responsible for it. That is unforgivable. I must make them experience the same thing. James remaining silent made Casey even more impatient, shouting, Answer me! But instead of telling the truth, he said, Unexpected. I thought you would understand by now. Since you live with the commoners, you must think you are one of them, right? Why do people like us have to lower ourselves to live like this? At that moment, Casey also sensed Heathcliffe's emotions. She felt she couldn't breathe and fell to her knees. Then he continued, This world is very dull and meaningless, and those living in it are pathetic. The more he spoke, the more she couldn't breathe, and hurt so much she was about to go mad. Casey, in her memories, asked him, So you killed a child? Just for entertainment? He quickly refuted her words. Is that wrong? You know it too. You also hear that voice from deep inside you. His words made her feel extremely disappointed. She lowered her head and said, You know, I hoped you weren't a bad person. I thought this situation was just a simple misunderstanding, that we would end it just by talking normally, but I was wrong. If this is the path you have chosen, we'll have to arrest you right here. Hearing that, Heathcliff coldly turned back and said, Bring it on. Do it. In his mind, he told himself, Wait for me, 8. No matter what, I will put an end to those involved in all of this, even if I have to sacrifice myself. Then Casey quickly held her wand, casting magic. James Moriarty. He also used fire magic to fight her. She thought, I must not let my guard down. Just that alone isn't enough to defeat someone like him. But immediately after, her wand was knocked far away by him. Although she didn't have her wand, she could still use magic, and moved forward to attack him. Seeing this made him a bit interested in her. Her wand is gone, but unexpectedly she can still control the water in the air. Is this the power of elemental control in the hands of a single attribute mage? Then she said, I know. You are very strong, but you are quite skilled, Moriarty. But with just that, you cannot defeat me. Seeing that, he coldly told her, I intended to leave while defeating you, but I couldn't curb my curiosity standing before a single attribute mage. But right then a water pipe burst. Cana arrived just in time and said, Boss, please get out of here now. Seeing he had an accomplice, she intended to stop them, but the building was starting to collapse. Broken pipes on the ceiling were about to crash down, so she was forced to quickly leave, vowing to catch him next time, Moriarty. After the gate was slammed shut by the rocks, the two of them could finally feel safe. Han sat slumped on the ground, saying fearfully, I thought we were all going to die. More importantly, who was that child? When I saw you, he looked. But Heathcliff interrupted and said with a darkened face, I know, but I didn't want to leave him there. Casey saw that, and in her heart, she was so choked up she couldn't speak. As for Han, hearing that, he accepted it because whatever he said, he would obey. Looking around carefully, he saw this place was different from where he initially entered. So he asked him, Anyway, where is this? It's not the path I took to get in. Han looked at the path and explained. About that, you told me to scout the opposite side. So I did and found this corridor, then walked along it. After that, I accidentally fell into a huge experimental facility. It was a room full of mechanical dolls, and as I went deeper inside, I found children in test tubes filled with green liquid. Hearing that, he immediately realized. Don't tell me they are performing experiments on children? If thinking in that direction, it might be true. So he told Han, please carry 8 for me for a while, and don't get left behind. Okay? He heard that and quickly obeyed, reaching out to hold 8 and quickly chasing after Heathcliff. He tried to run as fast as possible. Because at least I need to ensure Sally is safe. As soon as he arrived at the lab, he immediately killed all the police and left a few alive to ask, if you want to live, answer my question. Where are the children you kidnapped? Hearing that, they replied, which children? They are all dead. As soon as they arrived at the lab, their souls were sucked out, and the process began. Having asked what needed to be asked, he killed them immediately and rubbed his eyes in grief. Suddenly, Han called him and said, Boss, I found their research documents. Steal him. It is a project to infuse human souls into mechanical dolls and use them as soldiers for war. After countless trials, we succeeded. For the first time when we created the soul of a child. Code name Beta. Seeing this made Han feel, damn it. Although we are in a precarious situation, I didn't expect the kingdom to be involved in this. Suddenly, Heathcliff called Han and said, this might be a way to revive 8. 30 minutes later, I won't modify the soul like they did. But I will infuse the intact soul into the soulless prototype body, Alpha. If I knew I was going to do this, I'd have saved a few prototype bodies. Never mind. These materials are enough. While the soul is entering the body, we will go destroy this project and kill anyone involved with it. Hearing him say that, he understood. I knew it would be like this. So, where do we start? He said, first we will cut off the supply of the metal they use to make those mechanical bodies. Since this is a top-secret project, it's highly likely they made the metal mine look abandoned. Hearing that, Han quickly obeyed. And I'll go check if there are any other escape routes. Yeah. Then I'll see if there are any clues in the other notes. Then he turned back to look at 8 in the chamber and apologized. I couldn't fulfill your final wish. Next night, at the abandoned rare metal mine. Rarely left abandoned. At this time, the police urged them, hurry up your hands and feet. The kingdom needs it fast. At this moment, Han and Heathcliff sat next to each other, and he said to him, just like you said, boss, they are enslaving the lowly species. There are too many inspectors. Not only that, there are people from the military and mages too. This is a bit complicated. He glanced over to the other side and said, if we get help from the inside, it won't be too hard. I found someone nimble. We will approach her when everyone has gone to sleep. That night, when everyone had gone to sleep, she was working diligently while talking to herself. You guys just wait and see. I'll blow this mine sky high. Whatever you're plotting, it's best you stop. Seeing 2 people enter made her ask in panic. What? How did you 2 get in here? The wind. It's come to this. So Seeing she intended to detonate the bomb, the 2 quickly stopped her and explained. Wait, we aren't them. We came here to free you. Free us. He then explained. After arriving here, we observed that you are quite good at crafting. You are very skilled to make this much explosive with the materials you mixed. If we use them correctly, we can reduce the number of inspectors. I will handle the rest, so could you help us with that? Hearing that made her interested, so she smiled and agreed. So I just have to blow those bastards to smithereens, right? Fine. Glad to help you, uncle. Hearing her call him uncle made him a bit unhappy. Uncle? True. I guess you should call me uncle. I am Sheridan Ian Fit. Please help me out. Then everyone was freed, making everyone rejoice and run away. Seeing that, Sheridan asked Han, how do you think my bomb is? Awesome, right? She spoke with a proud face, while he said in horror, yeah, scary awesome. I thought the mine was about to collapse. Seeing everyone had gotten out, Heathcliff told Han, take these people to a safe place. Yes, what about you, boss? I need to settle what needs settling in this city. Midnight at the Orodio University principal's office. He was reading a newspaper about James Moriarty, the cunning criminal hiding behind the mask of a professor. Then he felt sad about losing a talent like him. It was truly a pity. But who would have thought he would become a criminal overnight? The school will be very chaotic the coming time. Anyway, it's late. I should go home. But as he was preparing to leave, Heathcliff stood on the window and said, Sorry for coming so late at night like this. Principal Dr. Himmel. Hearing this voice, he immediately realized it was Professor Moriarty. I've heard about you. Do you know how chaotic our school is right now? He looked at him and replied coldly. I know. Thanks to you, Principal, I could complete my research. But sorry for tarnishing the school's reputation. So, Principal, I give you a chance. Mentioning a chance made him step back in fear, asking, What chance? What are you saying? He told him, Don't worry. Just tell the truth and nothing will happen. Why did you participate in the research project? Steal him? Hearing him speak like that, he pretended not to know what the hell he was talking about, but immediately after, he used a knife to stab the principal, making him gasp in pain. Then he said to him, You understand what I'm saying. I know everything, so don't hope to evade it. If it's too hard to answer, I'll change the question. Tell me everything related to that case. But he still pretended he knew nothing, so how could he tell him? Then I will have to make you open your mouth. Just then, Casey felt damn it, and quickly ran over, kicking the door open, and warned, Get away from the principal, James Moriarty. Seeing Casey Selmore, he had predicted she would know he was here. Seeing her arrive made the principal feel like he found a lifeline and quickly begged for help. Save me quickly. But he held the knife to his neck and said, What a pity, I gave you many chances. Then he pulled the trigger, sending him to heaven. Because of that, Casey didn't have time to use magic to stop him. When the principal was killed, it made her furious. She used a powerful move that blew up the principal's office. But she let him escape again. Suddenly, a voice rang in her head. Your tracking instinct is very sharp but always a step too slow. Hearing that, she asked impatiently, Moriarty, where are you? He asked her back. You guess. You are the detective. But it's best you don't chase me. You know, I am not someone who easily gives up. True. Then try to chase me. Let me give you a hint. Next destination is the Detong interior. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Fine. I accept your challenge. Having said what needed to be said, he left. The next morning at an abandoned factory in Detong, Han saw the article about the principal of a rodeo and was extremely surprised. Oh my God, the principal was murdered. They reported on the enslavement of commoners. Because boss went around all night, everything is in chaos. But what if we get caught? Heathcliff quickly comforted him. Don't worry, now that the public knows, they can't do as they please. At this moment, Sheridan walked up, smiling joyfully. Look at this, uncle. Just as you wanted. I have crafted wire launcher. Just do this. You won't have to pull the wire out anymore. Seeing that, he praised her. Impressive. I didn't expect you to take only a few hours to make this. Hearing that, she happily said, Your praise means a lot to me. I'm tired. I'm going to rest. After she left, Han turned to ask him, Is this kid planning to follow us to the end? He also sighed helplessly because she did say she wanted to. Anyway, we've arrived in Detong. What are we doing here? He replied, When reading the documents about steal him, I had a suspicion. The automaton is very dangerous. It won't change our current situation. No matter how many special automatons they try to produce, they cannot easily fight against the mages of half the world, especially when there is static. Now the mages hold invincible power in battle. If it can be activated, all weapons will become useless. So I think a project to counter it is also being conducted. Just as I suspected, I found information about a type of gunpowder resistant to the effects of static. That made Han extremely surprised. Because that thing worked on mages. He replied, Right? Since the city has many factories, it's highly likely they manufacture weapons there. Principal Himmel probably knew something but kept his mouth shut. So we have to find the gunpowder factory ourselves. Hearing that, he said with difficulty, Okay, but finding them one by one will take a long time. Just as gunpowder was mentioned, Sheridan excitedly said, What? You found the special gunpowder? Seeing her startled him. Why did she appear right when we were talking about gunpowder? Go do your work. Seeing you two want to find the gunpowder factory, I spoke up. I am very sensitive to the smell of gunpowder. Let me help you too. The two were extremely amazed hearing that. That evening, the factory district in Detong, Sheridan pointed for the two of them and said, Over there, I can smell white gunpowder, the uncommon type. The smell is very strong. She said that and he realized, I see. This isn't a factory producing military equipment, but there are soldiers guarding it. Wait, someone is coming out. As soon as Han saw that person, he recognized him. Ah, I think I know him. Lieutenant General Ghetto Divinio, the man devoted to war. I remember in the papers, whenever there's a serious incident, is present. For the Lieutenant General to come here personally, I am even more certain.
Han.
Hide the rats in that truck. Find out where it goes. Seeing that, Sheridan excitedly said, "Why bother? Just blow this place up." Seeing her take out a bomb surprised him, wondering where she got it from. At this moment, Heathcliff remembered. Right? They aren't stupid. So it's likely they have suppressed static around this factory. Hearing that, Han asked, "So what do we do now?" "I think with this level of security, it's hard to get through." He had a plan. "First, we must find the gunpowder hiding place." He saw it was doable. No problem. At this moment, the rats arrived to report, so he told him, "Found it. It's the warehouse in the middle of this factory area. But the mages are guarding it very strictly. But knowing the location is enough," said and told the two to step back. Distance 300. Determining coordinates. Casting magic at the determined coordinates. After that, an explosion occurred inside the factory. Seeing the explosion before their eyes made Han and Sheridan amazed at the scene. Heathcliff answered their questions. "I calculated the coordinates of the gunpowder warehouse and hid spells around it. It's a type of magic perfected at Arodio University. Let's retreat for now. I have burned all the gunpowder here." A few hours later, Casey went to the factory that had exploded to look for clues. A policeman asked her, "Detective, did you see any clues?" But she sighed, shook her head, and replied, "No. Nothing suspicious. It seems the fire was just an accident." "Yes, I will report to the commander." When the police left, she began to think seriously. "After Moriarty told me to come to Datong, this factory exploded. According to records, this is a place manufacturing car engines. But strangely, it smells of gunpowder. There are also traces of military vehicles. If it were just car engines, it couldn't cause such a large-scale fire. Could this be a military factory where they secretly stored gunpowder? Assuming so, the military is also involved. I must investigate further." He created a type of gun not controlled by static, and since they used it, it must have been fully perfected. The three of them captured the Lieutenant General. He heard their conversation and quickly realized, "You are the one who caused the factory explosion today, right? People from the National Intelligence Agency." He asked him back, "Do I look like someone reporting to them? I have a few questions for you. Exploiting kidnapped people as specimens and slaves, and creating secret weapons during war, what for?" Hearing him say that, he quickly understood and shouted angrily, "Bastard, are you the one ruining our project?" Then he went mad and said, "Who cares about the lives of slaves? The kingdom is about to prosper thanks to war. We must return to that era." His words made him even more dissatisfied, so he squeezed his neck and said, "Disgusting. I can't stand it anymore. Listening to you was a mistake." After that incident, the newspapers reported, "Breaking news. 6 military personnel murdered. Casey Selmore accused. Moriarty as the culprit." Casey Selmore arrested one person at the scene. High-ranking police commanders were arrested for secret research and suspicious conduct. Is Moriarty the one behind the kingdom's horrific secret experiment? The government declared using all resources to want Moriarty. A few days later, a room in Grand Banquet Hall in Datong. Casey had changed her outfit, waiting in the waiting room, telling herself to catch Moriarty face-to-face with the charge of being a crime consultant and a criminal of the underworld without looking at who is chasing him and writing such articles. I found the motive behind the secret project. Also caught most of the people involved, but always letting Moriarty, the one behind it all, escape. Now this will end. According to my analysis, his next target is here, James Moriarty. This time I will catch you and put an end to all these illegal activities. This time, at Duke Bencanto's territory, the first-floor grand hall of the mansion, the Duke held a wine glass standing before everyone and said, "Welcome everyone. I am the host of today's party, Duke Louis Bencanto. It's unfortunate that the crime rate in the kingdom has increased due to Moriarty's actions. But we will not bow to these evil deeds. I want to thank everyone for coming here today to commemorate the victims. So please enjoy this party to your heart's content." Hearing that, everyone applauded with delight. At this moment, Casey sat on a chair, sighing tiredly, thinking, "They say it's to commemorate the victims but are enjoying wine and laughing. At least they should bow their heads or something. How does this resemble commemorating the deceased? It's like that happened in another world because they are all very happy." Just then, someone walked up and greeted her. "You are Detective Casey Selmore, are you not?" "I am." But she didn't want to talk to him and chased him away. "Excuse me, but I want to be alone." In her thoughts, she was extremely angry because she had chased away all the useless guys wanting to get close to her. That's why I didn't want to come here. It's all for the food. That bastard Moriarty is definitely hiding somewhere waiting for his chance. Instead of continuing to wait, I should approach the Duke. So, she walked up to greet the Duke. Hello, Duke Louis Bencanto. Seeing her, he also greeted back. Lady Selmore, very honored to welcome you. But she went straight to the point. Sir, I did not come here as the daughter of the Selmore family, so you don't need to address me so formally. Can we talk privately for a bit? Hearing her say that, he smiled and said, Of course, let's go somewhere else. After the two went into the room, he asked her, All right, you can speak freely in this reception room. Do you have something to say to me? Lady Selmore. She went straight to the main point. Sir, your life is in danger. James Moriarty is targeting you. Hearing her say that, he turned around and said, That is interesting. He's targeting me when I have no enemies. I think he has no reason to do so. Seeing him say that, she said frankly, Duke Louis, you cannot fool me. You are involved with the Lieutenant General and his army. They are all victims of Moriarty. Everyone knows that. It's just that no one says it out loud. Everyone knows that. It's just that no one says it out loud. Hearing her say that made him annoyed, so he said, Fine, let's assume you're right. Lady Selmore, then what must I do? She then said, Please hide in the safest place you can think of. Her words made him laugh and confidently say, Don't you know what this place is? There are countless soldiers here who can protect me. I guarantee you there is no place safer than here. But just to be safe, I will send more guards. Thank you for your concern. Seeing him constantly refusing her, she could only accept and say she understood. After that, he walked out of the room, smiling, thinking she was just a meddlesome lady. He killed those involved in the project, so of course I know what's going on. Actually, I am waiting for him here. If prepared thoroughly, a mage is nothing. Seeing him so confident, he decided to show himself and asked, Oh, are you that confident? Then let me show you. After that, Heathcliff removed his disguise mask. Immediately everyone recognized it was Heathcliff and was extremely surprised. That bastard. When did he get here? Did he use a disguise? Seeing him, the Duke was not afraid but said, I didn't expect you to show yourself even knowing this is a trap? Very well. How is it? Are you ready to enjoy the party I prepared for you? Then he confidently snapped his fingers and said, This is a special magic barrier that can block even 6th tier magic. You have been trapped inside. Become prey for my guards. Although trapped in the barrier, he still wasn't afraid and said, You are different from the bastards I've met before. They all became complacent and lowered their guard. If this is all you prepared, I am very disappointed. Then he grabbed his staff to start casting magic. Meanwhile outside, Casey had changed her dress back to casual clothes because for her, casual clothes were still the most comfortable. Walking around, she didn't like the feeling of a swaying dress at all, and Duke Louis was clearly driving her away. I know he is hiding something. It seems he doesn't want to cooperate with me, so at least I must act on my own. If thinking is correct, then Moriarty will attack the Duke. Inside the Duke's room, all the bodyguards he hired had been killed by him, leaving only the Duke. Seeing them die so easily made him back away in fear and confusion. What the hell? All the soldiers I chose died so easily like that. When he had defeated all those hindering him, he walked up and said, This is my true magic that you people have never known. Seeing him getting closer and closer made him back away in fear and stammer. I don't know what you are talking about, but it's useless. I told you, as long as I have the barrier that can block 6th tier magic. But that barrier had no effect on him. Heathcliff only needed one move to break his barrier. Seeing him right in front of him made him tremble in fear and shout, Get away. Immediately after, the window of the Duke's room was shattered, causing everyone to look up and see Duke Louis being strangled by James and him saying, I commend you for forcing me to use this magic. In return, I will let you say a few last words. Seeing that he was about to die, he struggled and cursed him. You monster. If I knew you were this strong, I would have prepared more thoroughly. But I won't let things go your way. Maybe you have destroyed everything. But you missed one thing. The automaton manufacturing plant. Steel Symphony. Before you came here, I sent people there to clean up. Hearing him say that made him angry and say, You bastard. Right then, the room door was blown open and it was Casey using her water magic to attack him. Seeing her made him feel like he was saved and he quickly called for help. She saw that she had guessed correctly about him, James Moriarty. I won't make the same mistake as with the principal. I utilized all the water in the lake to surround the mansion. I won't let you escape again. Seeing her method made him slightly surprised because this time it was really dangerous. He didn't expect that after using so much magic and concentration, she would get in his way. As soon as I kill him, Those water fairies will pierce through me. If I use the hostage as bait, I'll have a chance to escape, but I'll lose the chance to kill him. But if I don't hurry up, thinking of 8 being there, he accepted sparing his life and quickly left. Seeing him release the Duke, Casey quickly used her water, catch Duke Lewis and asked, "Duke, are you alright? Don't worry about me." Then she felt, damn it. Moriarty, the moment I mobilized the water flow, he had already vanished. Suddenly the Duke spoke up. "Chase him. You must stop him before he gets there." Hearing that, she asked him, "Duke, it seems you know where Moriarty is going. Can you tell me the details?" 2 hours later, the corridor of the Steel Symphony Research Institute. Ages walked and complained, "Is anyone here? This is so boring." But as they were walking, one guy suddenly spoke up. "Stop. Truly a clumsy trap. If we touch it, the ceiling will collapse. It seems they set up these traps to stall for time. Let's hurry up and be careful of the traps." A while later, in the research room, the spies returned to report to Han, causing him to be surprised and say, "What? They are avoiding the traps and moving even faster?" Sheridan heard that and scolded him. "See? I told you we needed to set the traps more carefully. But you said they were almost here, so we didn't have time. We came to check on the boy's condition by the boss's order. So we didn't know there would be intruders." Hearing that made her scared and asked, "So what do we do now?" "What do you mean? Since we can't escape, we have to hold them off until the boss gets here." As he spoke, he used a knife to stab his own hand to fight. Meanwhile, Heathcliff was running and hoping, "Please try your best until I get there." Han. At this time in the factory, the mages had caught up with Han and Sheridan and said, "My subordinates all died, so don't expect to die peacefully." Seeing him gradually approaching made the two of them back away in anxiety. She asked him, "What do we do now?" "We're out of bombs." He told her, "I'll stall for time, meet you later. You run." Seeing the two wanting to run, the mage quickly rushed forward and said, "Enough nonsense. I will kill both of you." But as he was preparing to attack, he was intercepted by Heathcliff, who arrived in time and killed him instantly. Seeing him appear so coolly made the two rejoice. "You appeared just in time." He walked over to them and said, "You two did well." Han. "How is the experiment?" "The soul has entered, but it needs more time to synchronize." Suddenly a noise rang out, surprising the three. "What sound is that?" Sheridan thought there was a tremor above us. Seeing that, he told the two, "Get out of here quickly." Hearing that made Han worriedly ask, "What about you, boss?" "The synchronization isn't finished yet." He quickly told the two, "I only do what is within my ability. Don't worry." "Yes. Take care, boss." After saying that, the two quickly ran away. Immediately after, Casey appeared, and this was within his prediction. "I knew she would follow me, but did she really plan to ambush from above?" Casey Selmore. She landed noisily, making him very displeased and say, "Too noisy. You knock a bit too chaotically. You always get in my way. Want to catch me that much?" She quickly replied, "Of course. A detective must pursue criminals. Did you think I'd let you act freely? Didn't expect us to confront each other in this laboratory. Good grief. It's so stuffy down here. This time you didn't run but waited for me. What are you planning?" Hearing her say that, he replied, "What do you mean? Why don't you think I want to turn myself in?" "You? Are you kidding? I was just saying that. How about you stop chasing me? No matter what you do, you can't catch me. Don't hallucinate that you can do the impossible. It only makes you angry over meaningless things." Hearing him say that forced her to retort, "You were the one who provoked me. You even gave me hints. Now you change your mind? Besides, you usually flee. Why are you still here? Surely there is something here you want to protect." Her deductions were also in his thoughts because she had realized it. Han and Sheridan have escaped, but I don't know when 8 will finish synchronizing, so I still have to fight. My condition isn't very stable. I spent a lot of mana and stamina to get here, but he thought she was the same. Casey was just like him because she had been chasing him sleeplessly for days and had to use magic to carry a large amount of water. But both thought the opponent's strength was the same. I have a chance to win. Immediately after, the two began to rush in to attack immediately. Heathcliff used third-tier ice magic, Breath of the Ice Queen, to freeze Casey's water fairies when she intended to attack him. She still didn't give up and continued to summon water, seeing that ice is just the reverse side of water. But when water becomes ice, it's harder for me to control. It's okay, I still have plenty of water. No matter how talented he is, he can't freeze all this water. As for Heathcliff, he saw he could freeze the water. But if the mage is unharmed, it's useless. I must target her. Lightning. Tribute Magic Tier 5. Thunder Blast Cannon. The attack was easily blocked by her. Because the two magics were mixed together, this caused the generator tank to explode. Seeing that made him worry about 8. Not good. At this rate, the lab will be destroyed. 8 will be in danger. Therefore, he quickly ran as fast as he could to the boy. Him running away made her angry and shout, "Huh? Are you running away again? I won't lose you this time." But when she intended to chase, the laboratory collapsed further, making it hard for her to pursue him. Note: this line seems to be a continuation in the source. When he got to 8 and saw the boy was nearly synchronized, he had to take the boy and run immediately. When he had covered the boy's alpha body, he turned back to look at 8's original body and silently apologized to everyone. Then, left. At this moment, while Casey was searching for him around, she muttered, "Where did he go?" Seeing that hurried appearance, he is definitely hiding something. Seeing the building about to collapse, she realized it wasn't good. She saw a gap in the wall, so she assumed there was something important inside. When she got closer, she was extremely surprised to see a person lying in a box. Outside, Heathcliff had brought 8 out, but at the same time, he sat down on the ground exhausted, panting. He held his staff trembling, thinking, "Did I overexert myself? But now is not the time to think. As long as Casey Selmore is still chasing, time is not in my favor. Must check if synchronization was successful. But must get to another place first. I will definitely come back." 8. After covering his magic around himself, he quickly left. 15 minutes later, Casey finally caught up with him. When she arrived, she was panting from fatigue. She told him, "You have nowhere left to run, Moriarty." But he said, "Isn't this waterfall majestic? This is the most resonant sound of nature. Do you know the name of this waterfall?" But she said, "No one has ever been here, so naturally it has no name." Hearing her say that, he smiled and said, "A nameless waterfall. Then I will call it Reichenbach. Let's end this here." Casey Selmore. After fighting for a while, Casey ran out of strength to fight him. Seeing that, Heathcliff spoke up. "Why did you stop attacking me?" "All right, it seems you are out of mana." Trembled and said, "Aren't you the same?" He retorted, "You are not wrong. But it seems your situation is more serious than mine. Is this the first time you've experienced mana depletion? You cannot continue fighting in this state. This is my victory." Hearing that, Casey Selmore was so angry her veins popped out. "Don't get cocky. You don't know what I did to corner you like this. Act like I'll just simply let you win like that." James Moriarty. She shouted his name and tried to use all her remaining mana to attack him. That surprised him because she could still cast spells in state. "Well, if there's a little mana left, I easily defended against it." Immediately after, she rushed up, hugged him tight and plunged down the abyss, saying, that made him confused and ask, "Are you crazy, Casey Selmore? You will die too." But she indifferently said, "Who cares if I can't catch you here? I will sacrifice myself to kill you and end all your evil actions. Let's die together, James Moriarty." But right at this moment she gradually lost consciousness. Seeing her losing consciousness, he used a grappling hook to stop falling. Then he looked at her and said, "You won. Casey Selmore. Justice has won." The next morning, all newspapers reported on the two shocking news. Casey Selmore, the godfather of the criminal world, defeated James Moriarty. Tense battle took place above a waterfall, ended with Casey Selmore jumping down the waterfall with him. James Moriarty is presumed dead while Casey Selmore was rescued and taken to the Central Hospital. Next morning, Central Hospital, Kingdom of Delica. Casey clutched the newspaper wondering, "Did I defeat James Moriarty? No. The fact that I'm alive after dragging him down the waterfall means Moriarty is still out there." At this moment, the nurse walked in and smiled brightly, saying, "Ah, detective, you're awake. Thank you so much, detective." That made her wonder and ask, "Yes, why thank me all of a sudden?" "Because you dealt with the bad guy, so the people are very reassured." Hearing that, she intended to reply, but suddenly, there was noise outside, making her wonder what the sound was. The nurse replied, "Oh, those are people who read the news coming to visit you. You still need more rest now." Looking out the window, everyone was cheering her name, causing her to be forced to respond to them in a bewildered manner. Same day, noon, Duke Bencado's territory. The Duke walked in and said, "I apologize for disturbing your rest. Detective Casey. That monster, no, James Moriarty. Is he truly dead?" Hearing him say that, she sighed and replied, "He was officially announced dead." Her words made him confused and asked, "What do you mean by officially announced?" "It means after searching. No body was found under the waterfall, so I can't be sure he's dead. If you have nothing else to say, I would like to leave." Seeing her want to leave, he quickly stood up to hold her back. Wait, so isn't this an emergency? Especially for you, the one known to have defeated him. Hearing about defeating him made her annoyed. She turned to leave and said, I just have to catch him when he reappears, and if he is still alive, he will act soon enough. So I think you are the one who needs to be more careful than me. With all due respect. After speaking, she closed the door, not wanting to talk to him further. She quickly left with countless thoughts. Moriarty is guilty, but Duke Lewis is not a kind person either. Having a factory of that size, there's no way rumors wouldn't spread. The Duke clearly must know about that anomaly, yet he pretends not to be involved. I am sure he is involved but have no evidence. I can't do anything. Failed to catch Moriarty. Now I can't even catch the criminal right before my eyes. Truly frustrating. A few hours later, the forest surrounding the laboratory. She walked there and sighed in relief because he hadn't retrieved it yet. Perhaps with the robot discovered in this lab, I can gather some evidence. But suddenly, the robot woke up, sat up and asked, Who are you? He immediately replied, I am the one who found you. Meanwhile, Moriarty's private mansion. He was extremely surprised that he had spared Lewis. Immediately replied, Yeah, at first I planned to kill him, but after seeing him tremble in fear, I thought it was better to let him live like that. With that, we are done with the work in the kingdom of Delica. Just let James Moriarty die to avoid causing more trouble. John heard that and went along with it. If that's what you want, I guess we'll wait until there's a new target. Suddenly that person asked, Oh, so what happened to that robot? Seeing his hesitant appearance made Han worry, thinking he might have failed. Seeing him not answer, the person on the other side spoke up. Stay strong, boss. I'm hanging up. Hearing that, he quickly spoke up. Wait. Oh no. I was lost in thought for a moment and caused a misunderstanding. Well, explaining to him later isn't too late. Then he walked over and said to the robot, Come talk to me for a moment. He replied, Yes, master. You don't need to call me master. You are like a child who knows nothing. So you need to learn much about the world. Hearing that word, he felt the word learn was very nice. Do you like it? Although he didn't know what it meant, he thought he was happy. Hearing him say that, he understood and said, I will introduce some people for you to learn from. Hearing that, he asked in confusion, Are you not going with me, Professor? I say something wrong? If you don't like how I call you, I will change. This made him a bit sad and think. I prepared myself, and also predicted this would happen. Even if his soul was transferred successfully, there is still a possibility he would become a completely different child. And I hoped it would happen. When he got Casey up the waterfall, he quickly ran to the robot, and saw he had awakened and was waiting for him. So hearing that child call me Professor again when opening his eyes. However, now thinking about it, do I deserve to be called that? So he turned back and told him, Yeah, call me something else, and I have work to do, so I can't go with you right now. Thinking about it, I can't keep calling you, forever. Hearing that, he said, I don't mind if you call me Alpha, or do you want to name me? Hearing that made Heathcliff feel the soul inside was that child's. So I should at least not let that child's name be forgotten, so he decided to call him Alpha. Your name from now on is Alpha. Hearing that, he felt that name was very familiar, so he liked it. Hearing him say that made him satisfied that he liked the name. Speaking of which, you are more handsome than I thought. Your noble appearance seems to attract attention. If it's appearance, I can change it within a small range. Is there anything you like? Can you smile? Hearing that, he did it. If you like me smiling, I will try to smile a lot. It's difficult, you don't need to do it. But he happily responded. After finishing viewing Heathcliff's memories, it made
Casey sit silently speechless.
At this moment, Betty walked in sleepily and asked, Are you still awake? Casey, if you sleep this late, it will affect tomorrow's schedule. But she came in and saw her crying. Betty was surprised and asked, Casey, why are you crying? Are you injured? Is it from the ambush last time? But she didn't answer but just thought,
I'm truly pathetic.
Am I still a genius detective or a hero who saved the nation? Even though he deceived me, despite being mocked by others, that man still chose to save this country. As for me, I don't know if I'm lacking or stupid. Not only did I not save anyone, I even got in his way. Seeing her say nothing, Betty walked closer, patted her head and comforted Casey. This surprised her and made her blush, asking, What are you doing? She patted her head and said, I don't know either. Why did I do that? I just thought I should. It sounds a bit strange, but let me be honest. Instead of a tired Casey like now, I prefer the lively Casey like usual. On the day we first met, you saved me. Casey? Hearing that, she couldn't help but be moved, right? There is still someone I saved. After her mood stabilized, Casey turned to thank Betty. Thanks to you I feel much better. Hearing her say that also made Betty smile along. See? I like this Casey better. 7 days later at Theon. Hugo spoke up unhappily. Professor Heathcliffe. Are you crazy? It hasn't been a week since you were appointed. How can you start inspections already? Hearing him say that, he immediately retorted. Please call me the head of planning. Furthermore, I am just restarting procedures that were previously delayed because this position was vacant for too long. After checking, I noticed that both the internal audit assessments and budget figures have serious problems. Therefore, I have selected those with the most serious status and put them on a list, and coincidentally, all those people are present here. Hearing his words made him tongue-tied, thinking, this bastard, I didn't expect him to investigate to this extent. He didn't even give me a chance to refute. Then he told him, I will bring this matter to the disciplinary committee soon, so please be prepared. Hearing that made Professor Hugo scared and speak up. Wait, head of planning, do you really have to do this? I'm not saying what we did was good, but you don't need to go this far. Him saying that made him sigh tiredly and say, as a professor, it is also very hard for me to punish so strictly. That's right, so I will give you a chance. Professor Hugo, a chance? Hearing that confused him, Heathcliff suddenly said, if it rains, clothes getting wet is inevitable, right? Then, Professor, please point out the people who got wet from the rain. Professor Hugo understood his words and shouted angrily, don't tell me you want me to point out the people who will be punished. But he just said coldly, as long as I have evidence, don't expect to be exempted. If you want to object, that's fine, but then, I have to follow the regulations. However, if you point them out, the number of people punished will be reduced. Hope you will choose wisely. The others heard that and were extremely scared, thinking, point out his close aides? But if I refuse, I will be punished. This damn bastard. A while later, Heathcliff slumped into his chair, sighing tiredly. So tired. But anyway, at least one troublesome thing has been resolved. Sadena heard that and asked, do you mean Professor Hugo? He replied, yeah. With this, Vice Principal Hugo will have to lie low for a while. I bet the principal will also like this. But we still have a lot of work to do. Can't relax yet. We also need to prepare for the upcoming field trip. Hearing that, she asked in surprise, field trip? He replied, to coordinate with the Royal Magic Association and schools supporting Theon. We will introduce the students and chat with them while guiding them around the capital. Well, the purpose of this is good. Mentioning the capital, she also realized. Seeing that, he told her, right, as I said, there is a holy relic in Lindenborough, the capital city, and since I will also participate as a supervising professor, I plan to neutralize the holy relic as well. Of course, to outline a specific plan, we must finish our work first. Sadena heard him say that and replied, I understand. Then I will try my best. Fortunately, the tasks in this field trip will be supported by volunteer guides. Suddenly Casey burst the door open and said, long time no see, Professor Heathcliff. Seeing her arrive, he quickly told Sadena, go to the assistant's office for a moment. Ah yes. After Sadena left, he sighed and asked Casey, can't you knock before entering? It seems you haven't changed at all. But she spoke as if she didn't care about that. Who cares? We aren't strangers. What are you here for today? Do you plan to arrest me again? But she didn't come here for that purpose but for another goal. I know. I just need to confirm a few things. Are you really an enemy of the Black Dawn Society? Hearing that, he pulled out a drawer to get a stack of documents while saying, I heard their branch in Vantanung has disappeared, right? If that is not enough, then take this. Seeing the documents, she asked in confusion. What is this? He explained. This is research material I obtained. It will surely help you in your investigation. Receiving the documents made her grateful and thank him. Seeing her reaction made him confused. This isn't her normal reaction. Has something happened since I last saw her? Then she spoke up. Don't think I'll owe you for this. I just did it because I think those Black Dawn people are dangerous. Hearing that left him speechless. Thinking, did I just see wrong? He asked her. He suspected that she knew the truth, but she couldn't just leave like that, so she remembered something to tell him. All right, on the way here I heard something about a field trip, didn't I? I want to apply to be a guide. Hearing her say that, he asked in confusion. Huh? What exactly are you planning? Anyway, it's not important. I refuse. Heathcliff explained to Casey. We stopped accepting applications for guides a long time ago. Furthermore, the list of participating volunteers has also been finalized. So, I just need to sign off on it. But as he was preparing to sign, she beat him to it and tore the paper. Seeing this, she slyly said, Oh my, I accidentally let the ink evaporate. I didn't expect the paper to tear so easily. This made him angry. Playing dirty, are we? Do you really want to go this far? Sigh.
Fine, all right.
I will try to add you to the list. So don't bother me anymore. Seeing him agree, she happily said, okay, see you later. Before she left, he warned her, wait, there is one thing I want to tell you. The Black Dawn has started to notice and hunt for you. Remember to be careful, Casey Seymour. Hearing him say that, she stopped at the door and confidently said, you are underestimating me. Do you think I'll stand still and let them do whatever they want? But anyway, thank you for warning me. After saying that, she left, giving him a headache because she still refused to change at all. Several weeks later, the group was walking to the library. At this moment, Casey spoke up. The field trip is about to start. I heard the third exam and this trip will happen at the same time. Aiden heard that and said, so nervous. This is my first time going to the capital. Suddenly, Leo received a signal, looked worried, and waved to everyone, saying, sorry guys, suddenly I don't feel well, so I think I'll head back first. Seeing that, Casey asked, what's wrong with him? He's clearly the one who invited us to the library. Aiden felt the same and said, that's right. Maybe he caught a cold or something. Let me give him some medicine I have. You guys go ahead. After returning to the room, Aiden heard the call of that person. Is no one around? Yeah, I'm back in the room. Just say it. Good. Then let me get straight to the main point. I received information that Theon is preparing to come to the capital, right? It is time for the revolution. Find the location where Theon students will be in the capital. Hearing that made him scared as he asked, what? Don't tell me you guys plan to attack those students too. But the man replied, all for the goal of escaping the oppression of the nobility and creating a fair world. You just need to obey. Hearing that, he worriedly said, but there are many students at Theon who are commoners. Do you guys not care about their lives? But the man rationalized, their sacrifice hurts us too, but we have no choice. They will contribute to building the future for our liberation army. Remember who is helping your family. Hearing that made Leo feel wretched as he obeyed him. At this moment, Aiden outside had heard their entire conversation. Aiden's hand, preparing to raise up to knock on the door, suddenly froze. Huh? What was that noise? I couldn't hear clearly nor be sure what they were saying, but revolution and liberation. I definitely heard these two words. Don't tell me the person on the other end belongs to the Liberation Army, the organization that caused recent terrorist attacks. Does that mean Leo also belongs to the Liberation? But suddenly Leo detected something. Thanks for watching the video. Quickly ran out to open the door and check. But when he opened it, he saw no one outside. Clearly I heard something. Why is there no one? Must be just my stress. Having said that, he went back inside the room. Aiden avoided being detected by Leo because he stood hiding behind the door. He clenched his fist thinking, no, I can't just jump to conclusions without evidence like that. I shouldn't doubt my friend. Inside the Theon lecture hall, the professor, standing on the podium lecturing. Magic is divided into many ranks. The higher the rank, the more complex the technique and the larger the amount of mana required. Above all, there will always be a name attached to ranks from S upwards. So, why do we call S-rank mages Amamuki? A student raised his hand and asked, is it because Amamuki was the first mage to reach rank S? The professor answered his question. Unfortunately, your answer is only half correct. That is because Amamuki was not the first mage to reach rank S. Actually, Amamuki was the first person to reestablish rank S by thoroughly analyzing and classifying it. Now does anyone know who rank 7 is named after? Renee immediately raised her hand to answer the professor's question. It is Impera. Yes. But wasn't that the first mage to reach rank 7, Professor? That's a bit different from what you just taught us. The professor smiled and replied to her. Correct. You paid close attention to the lesson. That is because no one has yet been able to reestablish rank 7. It must be said this is a completely different class. So the number of people reaching this rank can almost be counted on one hand. Another student raised his hand to voice his query. Then, Professor, rank 8 is also named after the first mage to achieve it, right? The professor answered that student's question. Almost so. The student exclaimed in surprise. Pardon. The professor turned to tell the students. Currently, there are still no accurate records of what that mage did. Even the name wasn't decided based on academic documents, but only based on retold legends. And the name of that 8th rank is Grander. However, to this day, there is still no mage who can reach this rank. There are also many theories that Grander is actually the word for impossible in the ancient language. If a rank 8 mage appears, then surely that person's name will be given to this rank. Heathcliffe's office. He put the documents down on the desk. He leaned back in his chair tiredly. Urgent tasks are considered done. Hearing that, Sadena cheered. That's great, Professor. He took off his glasses and said to her, come to think of it, the field trip is coming soon. With the remaining time, I'll probably need to make a detailed plan for retrieving the holy artifact. He looked up at the ceiling in thought. Normally, Thean students rarely have a chance to go out. Therefore, there's no way the Black Dawn would sit still. He spoke up and asked, Sadena, what is the internal situation of the Black Dawn? Hearing him ask, she immediately replied, It sounds a bit hard to believe, but the Black Dawn still hasn't made any moves. He said in disbelief, is that so? That's really strange. How could they let this opportunity pass? Sadena continued, is that all? Heathcliff thought, even though I belong to the high rank, I still haven't received any directives. If so, could it be they don't intend to act? Or, he spoke to Sadena, I will need to confirm and verify this, Sadena. You might grasp part of their moves, but you can't know everything. Sadena replied sadly, yes, that is true. Heathcliff asked her, so, in what cases can you not gather information? She immediately answered his question. Most information passed down to lower-ranking members must go through Sir Nicolin of the high rank. There are also cases where certain information is not conveyed. He rested his chin on his hand in thought. I thought of this possibility and finally his name was mentioned. If that's the case, it's very likely they are blocking information from our side. With Nicolin's hostile attitude towards John Gear in the last meeting, this could totally happen. I will also consider the possibility that Nicolin might be planning something alone. He stood up. Before leaving, he didn't forget to praise her. Good job. You can go back and rest a bit. I will go to the hideout now and start drafting the plan. She replied, yes, I understand. 1 hour. Later, at the hideout of the unknown group, Han turned round and asked, you? Why did you come without notifying me first? Heathcliff pulled out a chair and asked, you look busy, huh? Should I drop by another time? Han hurriedly stopped him. No, I'm not that busy. Heathcliff looked towards the bird locked in the cage and asked, by the way, do you raise crows now too? Hearing him mention the crow, Han replied, this little guy? Since my power became stronger recently, now I can control even crows, not just rats like before. He asked in surprise, so suddenly? Han said, after all, crows are smart animals. Han spoke up, I really can't understand. He told Han his intention. I'm thinking of a possibility that helped you get stronger, but... Han cut in to ask for confirmation. Huh? Really? He answered Han. The beast of Gavadan. It could be. Was that time you transformed into it? Han asked in surprise. Because of that? He explained for Han to understand. Like you, Gavadan could also call forth all sorts of other monsters. Therefore, it is likely that this partly helped increase your power. If that is true, then it's not exactly a good thing. Because, if it can impact you to become stronger, then there is also a possibility you will be swallowed by its wild instincts. Even so, you don't need to be pessimistic about it. Your physique is so special that I don't even know much about it. Who knows? Maybe my deduction is wrong. So, depending on how you use it, it might open a better path for you. This depends on your will, Han. Anyway, currently it is not a major concern. So try to make the most of your ability. Han heard him say that and asked in confusion. What do you mean? Told him, why don't you try taking a look around the royal palace thanks to this little guy? Hearing his suggestion, Han realized he could do this. Nice. After all, they never pay attention to a bird flying in the sky. He continued, saying, that's right. If you can cooperate well with Sadena, we can find the location of the holy artifact soon. Han exclaimed in surprise. With that girl? I understand. Then, after we locate the holy artifact, how do you plan to touch it? Are you planning to steal it? He thought pensively. That would be a bit difficult. If it is located inside the royal palace, then surely it will have all sorts of defensive magic wrapped around it. We should find another way. But I have no motivation left at all. Just finished work and I already have to plan for this. Heathcliff lowered his head in exhaustion. Han laughed and said, haha, looks like you aren't exactly a workaholic. How about we change the atmosphere a bit? He heard that and felt the idea wasn't bad. It's been a while, huh? Sounds not bad. 30 minutes. Later at the House of Verde. Han turned to Heathcliff in surprise. I thought only nobles came here, but it seems it's much more diverse than that. Above all, many famous designers have come here through rumors. I have some business with Violetta, so I'll probably drop by her place for a bit. He nodded in response. Okay, then I will wait for you here. He looked around thinking, since I'm already here anyway, should I buy some clothes? Just then, a cheerful voice called him from behind. Oh, is that Professor Heathcliffe? He turned around and saw Selena. Professor Selena, why are you here? She happily walked over to him. Professor Selena, what did you come here for? She smiled and answered him. Ah, I heard the items here are very beautiful, so I dropped by to try. You must have come for that too, right? Ah, right. Taking this opportunity, I have something I want to show you, but it's too crowded here. Could you step over here with me for a bit? He asked curiously. You have something you want to show me? He thought for a moment, then decided. A little while probably won't hurt. Inside a small alley, Selena summoned a spirit to show him. She happily introduced it. Tada, this is the spirit I just made a contract with. He nodded and asked, that is a dark spirit, right? She excitedly replied, that's right. I wanted to show you first, Professor Heathcliff. Suddenly, the dark spirit rushed towards him but was quickly blocked by him. Selena was surprised. Oh my. I'm sorry, Professor. Hey, don't jump on people like that. He didn't mind much. It's fine. I'm not hurt anyway, he thought. Even though it's a spirit, instead of being afraid, it jumped straight at me? He asked her, have you named it yet? Selena smiled and answered him. Ah, you mean this little one's name? Esmeralda. He repeated. That name, Esmeralda. A nice name. Suddenly, his entire demeanor turned dark. Esmeralda also quickly hid away. Selena said in confusion, oh my, Esmeralda, why did she suddenly go back? Heathcliff called her seriously. Professor Selena, from now on, no matter what happens, you must keep silent. Selena looked at him in confusion. What do you mean? From behind her, a person appeared. That person walked while greeting. Long time no see. My disciple. The person who arrived was none other than Heathcliffe's master, Grander. Heathcliff frowned watching Grander approaching. I can't move. He remembered the first time he met Grander. At that time he had fallen into a well. He could only lie there looking up. Falling like that and I'm still alive. Looks like I'm tough. But if no one comes to save me, I'll probably die down here. Right? Who would come to save me? Surely it's one of those assassins I've met over the past 7 years. Not sure how I'm still alive until now, but this is probably my end. Suddenly, there was a girl looking down from the mouth of the well. Oh my, I didn't think there was someone here. He protected Selena behind him. He called out respectfully, long time no see, master. Grander held an umbrella and spoke. Indeed, how long has it been? Selena couldn't believe the person in front was Heathcliffe's master. Huh, master? That child. He continued replying to Grander. If you are speaking of time, it has been 7 years. She sighed and said, has it been 7 years since I slept? Anyway, there are more important things. Disciple. It seems you are using my blood, aren't you? Not only did you secretly draw my blood while I was sleeping, but you also used it on your own? It seems my disciple has guts. He asked warily, are you angry about that? Grander waved her hand and sighed. Angry? Why should I be angry? After all, it is the blood of the best mage. Craving it is normal. I have no reason to get angry at my disciple just for that. It's just that there are a few things I need to confirm. What did you use it for? Hearing his master mention this, he flinched in tension. Seeing him extremely worried and scared, Selena also became worried for him. Professor Heathcliff looked so tense. This is the first time I've seen him like this. Suddenly, Grander walked up in front of Selena and wondered aloud. What is this? My disciple. Selena stepped back in surprise. Since when? Grander exclaimed happily. Oh, seeing it up close like this, it is truly amazing. A separation between body and soul can be this natural? Even calling this the pinnacle of crafting art wouldn't be wrong. Selena looked at Grander in confusion. Huh. It seems you don't realize it, do you? It's been a long time since I saw something interesting like this. Let me explain it to you. Suddenly Heathcliff knocked Selena out from behind. He let her lean on him. Grander asked him annoyedly, what are you doing? He spoke up. Going further will only make things worse, master. It will be very difficult for me if my colleague gets into trouble. Grander heard that and understood. Colleague? I see. I was simply intrigued by a similar spirit forming in human shape. And this energy source too. Looks like it's a contract with a dark spirit, right? I'm just surprised by the realism of this. Altering what is completed is not an easy task. It would be very difficult for even me to take and nurture it myself. Anyway, let's continue our conversation from earlier. If you used my blood, surely you must have your reasons. He propped Selena against a nearby wall. He turned back and replied, yes, that is correct. After hearing him explain the reason he used the blood, Grander suddenly exclaimed, oh, a fire elemental evil spirit born from negative emotions? You said its name is Quasimodo, right? It's a pity I didn't get to see it. He nodded. Yes, it was quite strong too. Grander gripped the umbrella handle tightly. Then that means the negative emotions must have been equally strong. However, disciple, using my blood for such a lowly creature, aren't you insulting me too much? Don't tell me I, your master, have become that weak. Heathcliff immediately explained. How could that be? It is all due to my shortcomings and incompetence. Half of Grander's face sank into shadow. If you say so, it's easier for me. Hope you are willing to pay the price for that amount of blood. He asked. So what must I do? Grander told him. Not cute at all. If you beg, who knows? Maybe I'll forgive you? My heart is as vast as the ocean. He knew Grander's intentions inside out. I knew from the start you had no intention of forgiving me. Grander laughed. How rude. It seems while I was sleeping, you went and learned many things. If so, surely your level and knowledge have also been elevated, right? Then, I also want to test your abilities myself. Heathcliff lowered his eyes and agreed. I understand. I will return after I finish preparing. Please give me a little time. 30 minutes later at the house of Verde. Selena lay sleeping on the sofa. Han angrily grumbled at Violetta. Hey, where did you go for such a long time? How could you hand this young lady over to me and then leave again? Violetta held up a glass and replied to him. He looked very serious. Could there be something dangerous? Han scratched his head, also not knowing what was wrong with Heathcliff. I don't know either. Well, there were some things that happened in the past, but he could always handle them smoothly, so he'll probably be fine this time too. Outside, near the forest, a pillar of fire appeared in front of him. He was forced to the edge but could not step out of the barrier Grander had set up. A pair of hands appeared from within. He was shocked, beyond belief.
Impossible.
The fifth Sephra of the Tree of Life, Gavura. Grander stood in the midst of the power and laughed. Ahaha! Truly impressive. Magic that requires no technique or anything else. I didn't expect you could bring about a miracle lost in ancient history like this. Well done, my disciple. Show me more. Heathcliff tightly gripped the potion bottle in his hand. He swallowed a few pills, then held his sword looking towards Grander. If it's master, I know she would pierce straight through it. But still, the fact that she took it head-on is truly amazing. Heathcliff used his technique to block Grander's attack. She looked down at him from above. Oh, so this is the magic you showed me the draft of before? It is fast. But if it can't touch me, it's useless. Grander thought. He probably realized it too. This magic ability is just to distract me. His real goal lies elsewhere. Suddenly a powerful explosion occurred. This forced Grander to cover her eyes because of its light. Ugh! My eyes! Is this a type of magic adjusted to pierce through space? Then Heathcliff also took this opportunity to dash forward and attack Grander. He used full strength to slash her, but he still felt not strong enough. Not enough. That is still not enough to. A powerful explosion occurred right behind him. It caused him to be smashed straight down into the ground, creating a huge hole. He spoke from below up to her. Do you plan to kill me? Grander in the air looked at him. She had lost her head but could still answer him. What is there to make a fuss about? Didn't you block it? Truly a commendable effort. Disciple. Finally Grander's head regenerated. She commented on his power. However, you still have many shortcomings. Now then, she raised her axe. He saw her action and thought, the magic that master is using is a special kind of magic known as blood magic. By mixing magic and the caster's blood, a destructive power is created. Even using just rank 4 magic is enough to make a normal person die from blood loss. However, with a vampire like master, such a limitation will not happen. And even so, she belongs to the highest class among vampires. A pure-blood vampire. Grander's move rushed towards him fast. He looked at thinking, I can't dodge or block all those arrows. He was trapped by Grander's move and couldn't escape. He gritted his teeth thinking of a way out. I have to use darkness as a medium to create distortion to help me teleport. Although, I will have to spend a massive amount of mana to do that. Wait, Master. Disappeared somewhere? Suddenly Grander's voice rang out behind him. Right? The magic. You just showed me is this, right? Space-piercing magic. Grander used just one hand to lift him by his neck, leaving him dangling. She asked him with interest. Now then, how do you plan to escape this? Don't tell me that's all you have? Suddenly, the place where the hand was holding Heathcliffe's neck now held nothing. She was surprised. Huh. He quickly used the Bhumisparsha Mudra, one of the 7 most important mudras in Buddhism. Grander was crushed by this move of his, making her unable to move. Ugh, I can't move. This energy source, it's like holy power created based on faith. It is also known by names like touching the earth or earth witness. This is a mudra used when one attains enlightenment under the Bodhi tree. Since it is used to drive away evil spirits, this power is completely incompatible with you. Master, is that enough? Grander smiled slyly, turning to look at him. Enough? You feel something lowly like this is enough? A source of power emitted from Grander's body, knocking Heathcliff far away. She also followed, rushing to him, hand placed next to his shoulder. Lacking, truly lacking. You have more than that, don't you? The skills you honed, the new types of magic. Disciple, I believe in you. How could you only have mediocre things like this? Stop hiding your strength. Show me more. Fangs began to appear from Grander's mouth. He spoke to him more and more aggressively. Show me everything you have. Pierce through this heart of mine. And please, kill me. He closed his eyes and called, That's enough. Mom. After hearing him call her that, the sky that was red immediately turned back into a clear blue sky. Grander stood up and dusted off her clothes. This bad kid. You only call me that when you need to. Huh. Heathcliff sat up and replied to her. If I didn't do that, how would you listen to me, master? She didn't want to hear it and turned her head away. Enough. Whatever I say doesn't matter anymore. He continued. I believe I have proven the power you taught me. She sighed and turned to look at him. Do you think I didn't realize you haven't unleashed your full strength? He replied. You too, master. She said. You always have to talk back to be satisfied, don't you? Anyway, leaving you out here was also my fault. Heathcliff recalled the time he fell into the well and met Grander. Red hair and the smell of blood. You must be from that accursed holy kingdom, right? Seems the relationship between you and them is quite complicated too. Even so, you were still abandoned here alone? Perhaps I understand. You also don't fear me or have a hostile attitude like them. All right, then let me raise you, kid. I will give you food, a place to sleep, and train you to be stronger. He didn't know why Grander wanted to help him. But, why? Do you want something from me? She laughed and told him, Haha, young but you know how to think. Don't worry, I don't need you to repay me anything. It's just that, when you are strong enough, I want you to kill me. How about it? You promise? He looked at her, then placed his hand on her hand. You are still as cruel as ever. Master. Back to the present. Heathcliff led Grander away. Now then, let's go back to the city together. There are a few people I want to introduce to you, master. She replied. Is that so? He led Grander by the hand while thinking to himself. How could I do it? You are like a mother to me. How could I kill you with my own hands? He looked back behind and sighed. Seems like we caused a mess here. A few hours later at the hideout of the unknown group, Heathcliff concluded. So, my master will stay here for a while. Hope everyone acts normal and helps me take care of her. I just wanted to say that. But first, he turned to look at Grander and reminded her. Master. He looked towards everyone who was wary and in a stance ready to attack. This is the first time everyone meets. Could you not put pressure on them? Everyone has worked hard. She sighed and yielded. Fine. I was just guiding them a little. Alex smiled, looking towards her. So this is the master the leader mentioned? Phantos spoke up. I cannot see the limit of her power.
Heathcliff asked Han. Anyway, Han.
How is the person I entrusted to you this morning? Han hid behind Pantos, replying fearfully. You mean that professor? She is still at the house of Verde. He turned round to leave. Before leaving, he didn't forget to remind Grander once more. Understood. I'll go there. Do not bully these kids while I am away. She looked at him and asked. You brat, are you planning to leave your master behind and go somewhere? Han sneaked a whisper. Then I will also. But before he could finish, Grander interrupted him. Oh, Does it require 2 people to go? Well, whatever. Looking closely, there are some interesting people here. While my disciple hasn't returned yet, why don't we greet each other a bit? Hearing her words, everyone was extremely terrified. Only Pantos was looking forward to this. Meanwhile, a forest near Lindenborough. The captain of the night squad looked into the deep pit below. Oh God, did a war just happen here? It looks like a large-scale bombing occurred. But what exactly did the report say? The rookie replied to him. It stated that the sky turned red, and then there was a deafening explosion that shook the heavens and earth. Hearing that, he thought in surprise, the sky turned red? That sounds strange. Although I have read a report and seen this terrible state, I still can't imagine what happened here. The rookie voiced his opinion to him. Could this be the remnants of a battle between powerful mages? Although the destruction is much greater, it looks similar to something I've seen before. The others laughed at him. Haha, it seems our rookie has some interesting ideas. Which mage? Come here and fight secretly? And as if anyone is strong enough to cause such massive destruction. Captain Sadao pondered. Mages? If it were a 6th-tier mage or higher, this could indeed happen. However, there are very few mages above the 6th tier. And why would they fight here? This is almost impossible. The people in the squad saw someone approaching and called out, Ah, those people. Isn't that Knights of the Lumensis Church? The captain frowned and thought, why are they here? The person standing at the head of that group walked up to shake hands with the captain. Nice to meet you. Greetings. May the Father's grace always be with you. He said impatiently, What is it? Please get straight to the point. If you plan to gather information, give up. We don't know anything either. He smiled and said, Oh, Commander, didn't you notice the stench rising from this place? We have already guessed who caused this. He looked at him in surprise. Is that so? He continued, We, the servants of Lord Lumensis, can be certain of it. This is the trace of a creature that the church is hunting to exterminate. The only vampire left in this world. At an alley in Lindenborough. Selena looked at him apologetically. I apologize for suddenly fainting like that. And also, not letting her finish, he interjected. It's fine. Don't worry too much. She nodded at him and said, Then I should head back to the academy now. Thank you for accompanying me. He nodded in response. All right, take care. After seeing Selena off, his face darkened as he turned back and said, Stop following me. Show yourself. He stepped out and said, Sorry, I didn't mean to do that. Professor Heathcliffe Chelsea, right? I've always wanted to meet you. He frowned, looking at him. This guy, he continued. I am a believer of Lord Lumensis, a sheep named Fredden. Though somewhat lowly, I am a bishop of the Lumensis Church. He frowned and thought, a believer of Lumensis? He impatiently told him, Please state the reason you came here directly. He calmly said, Oh my, it seems I am not very welcome. I came here because I want to make you an offer. Although others may not sense it, I am different. Divine power, that is clear proof that someone has been blessed by the gods. And I can feel it pouring out from your body, Heathcliff. He asked. Back. You mean I should join the church? He hurriedly explained. That isn't something I can say so casually. It's just that I am thinking of your best interests, Professor Heathcliff. He stepped forward, his face darkening as he said to him, If you were thinking of me, then you shouldn't have appeared here. Fredden couldn't believe it when he heard Rudiger speak like that. He sighed and spoke up. Then, allow me to say this to you as someone who has received divine grace. Recently, many things have happened in this Lindenborough. The king of monsters has revived. And today, a terrifying red flower bloomed in the outskirts of the city. With so many unusual events occurring, I hope disaster will not befall you. Now then, oh gods, please shine your divine light down to guide this little lamb. He silently thought, considering they left like that, it's likely the church isn't entirely sure yet. If they came because they confirmed the holy power, then my true identity would have probably been exposed already. I've never let myself be detected before. Yet, a stranger sensed the power flowing from me? It must be because I've been using holy power too frequently lately. He closed his eyes and decided. Perhaps it is time to use the sealing technique. Rudiger walked in and reported to Grander. I'm back, Master. She looked up at him and replied calmly, You're back. Seeing the wretched state of everyone in the group, he could realize what she had done to them. What exactly did you do to make my teammates end up like this? Grander calmly replied, Oh my, Why do you blame your master for them crying themselves to exhaustion? We simply spent some time getting to know each other better. But speaking of which, I truly admire you, my disciple. How did you manage to recruit these people? He put his hands in his pockets and answered her question. I just met them while traveling around the world. Grander laughed loudly. Haha, oh my, look at you being humble. That bandit is quite proficient in swordsmanship despite being just a human. And that beast man with the large build, he is clearly feeling uneasy. Yet at the same time, he is overflowing with fighting spirit. He thought, and guessed asterisk she must be talking about Pantos. He is always like that. He traveled around the world searching for an opponent strong enough for him to unleash his full power. Even asterisk. When we met, he also came to challenge Master. Asterisk, although she wasn't there at the time, so I had to fight in her stead. If he had fought Master that day, he probably wouldn't be appearing here right now. Asterisk. Grander was most impressed with Han. But above all, I am really curious about that guy with the aged face. Sometimes he's human, sometimes beast, but not quite either. More importantly, there is something quite interesting sleeping deep inside his body. Quite skilled to find someone like that. Did you find him in a cardboard box on a rainy afternoon? He sighed helplessly at her. Please don't say that in front of Han. It will hurt his feelings. Now Grander glanced at him and asked seriously, so, for what purpose did you gather these people? Surely you must have a reason for leaving your master behind to travel the world. Is there something you cannot tell your master? Rudiger steadfastly refused to reveal it to her.
I'm sorry.
Master, when the time is right, I will tell you later. Although, it's a bit shameless, I have a favor to ask you, Master. Could you take a look at my sealing technique? She looked at him in confusion.
Sealing technique.
He explained to her. Not long ago, a bishop of Lamensis came to see me after sensing the power pouring out from me. If left as is, sooner or later the church will discover my true identity. Grander spoke up. Is it so weak that they can recognize it? He picked up items from the table while answering her question. Considering the church knows about our battle today, they will notice your presence too, Master. She sighed and said, TSK, do those idiots still think I'm hiding from them out of fear? So, I just need to improve the sealing technique, right? He replied, yes, I also have a few ideas for that. Grander took the book he handed her and read it. After reading, she spoke, oh, if done like this, it will only take me a little time. I just need to reinforce what is already there, so it shouldn't be difficult. However, no matter how much the sealing technique is strengthened, if you continue to use that power, you will eventually reach your limit. Rudiger knew that too. I know that. Grander bluntly denied his words. No, you don't know anything. Once you reach your limit, it won't stop at just affecting you. Don't forget. You promised me down in that pit that day. He took the book back from her hand. Yes, I always engrave it in my heart. She replied, you really have a smooth tongue. Just like this morning, you didn't have enough resolve to kill me. He stared at the book. Asterisk, just as Master said. No matter what, this is only a temporary measure. If I continue to use holy power, it will weaken. Asterisk. Even so, if I think about the enemies I haven't faced yet, then, asterisk, my use of holy power is only a matter of time. Ultimately, it's only a question of when the Holy Kingdom finds me. Perhaps I need to speed up. Asterisk. Asterisk, the goal is clear. On this field trip, I must obtain that relic fragment. Asterisk, 1 week. Later, at Lindenborough Station, Rudiger stood before the group of students and called out, your guides for today will be waiting at the central square. Please follow their instructions so you don't get lost. Students looked around excitedly. Ah, is this the capital, Lindenborough? He walked with his hands in his pockets, thinking. Asterisk, it's been a long time since I returned here. About 7 years, right? It has developed much more than before. Asterisk. Asterisk, initially, I planned to come here with the identity of Gerard. But since I have to use the professor identity this time, I don't know what will happen. Asterisk. Arriving at the central square, the students cheered. Wow, the fountain is so big. Wow, look in front of it. They must be the guides for this field trip. Student exclaimed in excitement. I heard some elites would be coming here, but this far exceeds my expectations. Professor approached him and greeted, oh, Professor Rudiger Chenzi. He hesitated, recalling the person, then replied, you are Veronica, right? We met during that train robbery before, I think. The arrival was Veronica Deville, deputy commander of the Cold Iron Knight Order. She spoke up, haha, so you still remember me? He stepped forward and asked curiously, why are you here? She answered his question, Today is the field trip to the capital for Thean students, right? So, as a precaution, the royal family sent us here. He asked, in surprise. The entire Knight Order? Wouldn't that leave the northern mountains lacking defense? She replied, it's fine. We formed an alliance with the Kingdom of Utah after their civil war ended. It's not just my knights who came. They probably arrived too. It seems. You knew them before, didn't you? The Black Hawk Knights. The arrival was Tierra Leono. Veronica turned to leave. Anyway, I should go now. It was good to see you again after such a long time. He replied, likewise. He looked at the two of them and thought, even if the Kingdom of Utah has stabilized, why would they abandon border security for the capital? Not to mention, they even called the Black Hawks here. This is serious. What exactly is happening in the capital? I must, tell Sadena. Since it's too crowded here, I'll lower my voice so only a half-elf can hear. He used. A voice that only he and Sadena could hear. The Cold Iron and Black Hawk Knight orders are in the capital. Remember to report back to Han. Sadena replied from the other side. Yes, sir. She wrote the content on a piece of paper and then sent it off to inform everyone. Tierra asked Veronica from the other side. Your commander didn't come? She answered. Yes. No matter how safe the north is, the commander said we couldn't let our strongest asset leave. But that's probably just an excuse. Anyway, coming to the capital is quite a hassle. Tierra sighed. Same as always. Veronica got to the main point. More importantly, with you here too, Tierra, I wonder what is happening in the capital? Tierra didn't know either. She only followed orders. I haven't heard any specific information. Currently, I only received orders from the Grand Duchess to patrol the capital. Veronica put her hands on her hips and asked, so even the Black Hawk Knights, the unit with the most information, don't know what is happening? She lowered her eyes and replied, though I don't want to admit it, that is the case. Tierra glanced around. However, it's not that we don't have any predictions. The Liberation Army has been making worrying moves recently. Veronica understood and looked back. Just like how they stopped appearing in the north. It seems they have gathered around the capital this time. It looks like the reason we were sent here is to prevent any bad incidents. Tierra sighed. However, one thing I dislike is that if we move so openly like this, they will only hide deeper. Honestly, I just want to deal with them once and for all. Veronica replied. In any case, it's at least a relief that nothing has happened yet. But, is it okay if we don't inform Thean about this? Tierra said. This is the field trip they've been waiting for. We shouldn't spoil their mood. Moreover, they will realize something is wrong with us being around anyway. Selena walked beside Rudiger. When she saw Veronica and Tierra, she turned to him in surprise and asked, Professor Rudiger, do you know why the knights are here? He also didn't know why they were here. I don't know the details clearly either. But according to them, they came here by order of the royal family. Selena exclaimed in surprise. The royal family? Why would they? He continued. They also said they came to escort the students, so you don't need to worry too much. Rudiger thought to himself, anyway, I didn't expect Tierra Leono to be here. In the past, when I acted under the identity of the phantom criminal Arsène Lupin, I struggled so much with her persistently chasing me. Although I managed to avoid letting her see my face until today, now I have no choice. Even if she might not recognize me, but... Just then, a voice rang out. Wait! Both Veronica and Tierra shuddered in alertness. Veronica saw Tierra looking towards Rudiger and turned to ask her, Is something wrong? Tierra spoke up. It seems you were just talking to that person earlier, right? Veronica realized who Tierra was referring to. You mean Professor Rudiger Chenzi? We met during a train robbery before. Tierra thought to herself, so that person is Rudiger Chenzi. She looked towards him. So that is Rudiger Chenzi. One of my subordinates once questioned him. But this is the first time I've seen him in person. But, what is this strange feeling? It's as if we have met in real life before. Veronica saw her wariness towards him and spoke up for him. Being a professor, it's normal for him to be cautious of us. It's not every day that 2 night orders come to the capital like this. Hearing that, Tierra felt it made sense. That could be it. But just in case, I should investigate him more after this is over. Tierra turned to leave and said, Probably. Anyway, we've been away from our posts for a bit too long, so I'll head back first. She replied to Tierra. Yes, if you see anything suspicious in the capital, please report it to me. Rudiger also noticed the movement of the two over there. He frowned and thought, asterisk, why did she suddenly look this way? Considering she left like that, it seems my identity hasn't been exposed yet. Asterisk. Asterisk, whatever. That's not important right now. I must continue according to the plan. Asterisk at noon. A temporary hideout in Lindenborough. Han received Sadena's message note and frowned in surprise. Are you kidding me? 2 out of the 3 Imperial Knight Orders are present here. Could something be happening? Han held his aching head in his hands. I knew it. How could things ever go smoothly? I can't even get angry anymore. A swarm of rats came in front of Han. Han tilted his head to look at Grander. What? Am I bothering you? Han explained fearfully in a rush. Huh? Well, I was just curious why you came all the way here. She propped her head up, lying there, and replied, what does that have to do with you? Han, sweating profusely with anxiety, said, no, it doesn't affect me at all. The truth is, I just received a letter from the leader. It seems something is about to happen in the capital. Madame Grander know anything? She propped her head up and laughed flirtatiously at him. Haha, find out yourself. If you are a subordinate of my disciple, you should be able to do that, right? Han replied weakly, since I am his subordinate, I thought you would help me. Her face darkened as she looked at him. Oh, do you think I'm following my disciple because I'm worried about the boy? Han hurriedly retracted his previous words in fear. No, ma'am. How would I dare to guess your thoughts?
Han, terrified.
Placed his hand on the table, panting. Asterisk sigh. Damn it. I can't understand her at all. Having her here makes me feel so uncomfortable. Why did she come here? Phew. Asterisk. I'll have to find out myself. Suddenly, Grander spoke up. Go check the sewer system. Han turned back to look at her in surprise. Ha! He couldn't believe it as he looked at her. Asterisk K. If you're going to speak, speak clearly. Are you just saying random things? Asterisk. Asterisk, well, whatever. There's nothing to lose. I'll send a few little rats to check it out. Asterisk. Central Lindenborough. Caroline shouted. Free time begins. Go explore the capital, everyone. Taesai and Aiden stood there watching Caroline. Taesai smiled and said to Aiden, Miss Caroline is really energetic, isn't she? Aiden replied, I didn't expect her to be a former student of the principal too. She doesn't look like it at all. Isn't that Leo? Where is he going alone again? Did something happen to him recently? Taesai wondered aloud to Aiden. Aiden recalled the conversation he had heard earlier. Asterisk, could it be related to the conversation I overheard? Anyway, asterisk, I really hope not. Taesai sighed, not intending to pry too deep. Whatever, don't mind it too much. If we interfere, it will only make him angrier. Anyway, he doesn't look comfortable. So let's just watch and trust Leo. Aiden smiled and replied, although you two usually argue like cats and dogs, it seems you still care about Leo, right Taesai? Taesai blushed and retorted, huh? I just feel annoyed because he isn't acting like his usual self. Okay? Ah, right. Those street skewers they're selling look delicious. Let's buy some. Aiden asked hesitantly, street skewers? Should we buy them? Aiden excitedly and confidently walked to the skewer stall. Asterisk right. Nothing has happened yet. I just need to trust Leo. Asterisk Aiden exclaimed in surprise. Wow, there's a long line. A hand reached out in front of Aiden and shouted, Boss, give me 2 skewers. Hearing this voice, he thought in surprise. Asterisk huh? This voice sounds familiar. Asterisk. It sounds like Master. He spoke up. Master? The person heard his voice and turned around in surprise. Huh. Aiden. Mandalina was Aiden's master. Taesai looked at the person in front in surprise. Master? That is your master. Leo. On this side, heard the commotion over there and turned to look curiously. Asterisk, who is that? It's the first time I've seen that person. Do they, asterisk, know her? But he didn't pay much attention and turned to leave. Asterisk, whatever. Since they are distracted now, I will take this opportunity. Asterisk. Leo walked into a small, secluded alley. Someone was already standing there waiting for him. You're late. Let's get to the main point. The plan will be executed as intended. So, reveal. What is the route the Thean students will take? Leo frowned, pursing his lips tightly. Tasi asked. Surprise. So this is the person who taught you anti-magic? Aiden smiled and replied, That's right. I gave Master a loaf of bread after finding her starving on the street. In return, she taught me anti-magic. Tasi didn't expect the reason she taught him anti-magic was for a loaf of bread. She taught you a special type of magic just for a loaf of bread? I don't understand. What is that? Was it destiny? But aren't constitution and talent very important for special magic? If Aiden didn't have talent, what would you have done? Selena laughed and replied, haha, then I would just say, what a pity, and eat the bread. He also laughed along. Ahaha, lucky me. It seems I had talent. Taesai looked at both of them helplessly. You really are straightforward. She must really cherish Aiden. But Madalena placed her hand on Aiden's shoulder, praising him. Who would have thought this kid would have potential matching mine? It's truly fate's arrangement. Ah, right. Got a bit distracted. I should probably go right now. Aiden asked regretfully. Ah, you have to go already? She smiled and replied. That's right. Your master has a job and an important mission to do. It's time for me to get back to work. He regretted, pretending to cry tears of joy for her. You have a job? What a relief. I thought you would starve to death somewhere. She immediately pouted and retorted. Hey, what kind of disciple talks to his master like that? Before I go, I have a piece of advice for you. If possible, try not to stray far from your guide. He asked in confusion. Haha, you never know what might happen. Anyway, I'm off. After walking a distance, Mandolina looked around to confirm no one was there, then took something out of her pocket. Probably far. Asterisk enough that they can't see me. Now, asterisk. Asterisk, I will return to the palace immediately. Your Highness, Grand Duchess. Asterisk palace. Crystal corridor. The students followed the group, looking around and exclaiming, wow, it's so beautiful. This corridor itself is already an artistic masterpiece. Selena, walking beside Rudiger, also exclaimed, I never thought the royal family would prepare sightseeing spots for us. Being Thean, it's only right they give us such special treatment. But I wonder, is it okay to hand the students over to them? Rudiger reassured her. Rest assured. This year we have many people on the same level as the principal. He looked away thinking, asterisk anyway, this palace. Although I have seen many strange things while traveling across the continent, among all of them, this place is truly impressive. Not to mention, asterisk. Asterisk, it is also extremely vast. Very few people are allowed to explore around here. But is that all? I wonder if I can find the relic? The fragments? Asterisk. Asterisk will resonate with each other. So, if I can find out where they are kept, it will still be hard to take them. However, escaping from here will be the biggest problem. Asterisk. Asterisk, since this place is so vast, it's highly likely there are many soldiers. Then, being surrounded is unavoidable. Even if I use teleportation, there is still a risk that the coordinates will be off too much due to the many magic barriers inside the palace. Asterisk, a person approached and bowed politely to introduce himself. Excuse me, it is a pleasure to meet everyone. A guard specialized in handling important matters of the royal family. Another person asked in confusion, why is the royal guard here? He asked, is there anyone here named Rudiger Chenzi? He stepped forward and replied, yes, I am here. May I ask what this is about? He walked up to him and said, ah, Mr. Rudiger Chenzi, nice to meet you. If possible, could you come with me for a moment? He thought in surprise. Asterisk, what is this? I don't understand at all. Asterisk, he tactfully declined his invitation. I apologize. Since we are traveling in a group, if I separate now, it would be a bit. He anticipated he would refuse, so he leaned in and whispered so only the two of them could hear. That person really wants to meet you, Rudiger. Hearing that made Rudiger suspicious. That person? Then he said, I understand. Then let's go. Before leaving, he turned back and told everyone, I'm sorry, but I have to leave for a moment. I will be back soon. Seeing him leave like that, Selena replied, ah, yes, please go ahead. I wonder what happened that only he was called away. Asterisk, well, that is Professor Rudiger Chenzi after all. Do the royal asterisk guards usually attract attention like that? Meanwhile, outside, Taesai asked Aiden, your master is strange, isn't she? He heard that and smiled. I hope she is still okay. Suddenly, Taesai didn't see Leo anywhere, so she asked, where did Leo go? I don't see him anymore. Free time is almost over. Seeing that, Aiden spoke up, let me go find him. He probably hasn't gone far. Taesai heard that and worried. Oh, is it okay? If it's Leo, I think he'll come back on his own. But Aiden was still worried because Leo didn't know this area well. Let me find him. Okay, we'll wait here. After walking around, Aiden scratched his head in confusion, looking around. Just as Taesai said, I don't see Leo anywhere. Has he gone that far? Suddenly he saw an alley. At this moment, he remembered the previous incident and became suspicious. A place perfect for people meeting secretly. The conversation back then kept making me think. I hope it was all just a misunderstanding. True enough. Inside the alley, Leo was secretly meeting someone. That man asked annoyedly, "Why aren't you answering?" Leo sweated profusely and quickly said, "So, not only do we need to plan for the future, but we also have to execute the plan right now when knights are everywhere." That man heard that, glanced over and explained, "That is exactly why they are negligent. They surely think we are busy hiding. Now is the perfect opportunity to liberate the civilians." His words made the boy refuse, because there are students and instructors there too. Even if we ambush, we will be stopped. But the man refused to absorb those words and arrogantly said, "Isn't our goal in fighting the instructors to let everyone see how strong we are? What are you talking about? This time they have a few rank 6 mages." Hearing this, the man was startled. Seeing his reaction, the boy quickly intervened. "Exactly, you also know how strong they are. They are no different from living weapons. The result is already clear. We don't need to carry out the plan." Although he was surprised, he still arrogantly claimed, "This matter is completely outside my calculations, but we will still proceed with the plan without any further changes." Seeing him being so stubborn made the boy unable to believe it. Then, the man spoke up, "I understand what you are trying to say, but this is not something I can decide. The higher-ups have already decided to execute this plan." This made Leo annoyed. "You must be kidding me. You think I will obediently obey?" Seeing the boy like that, he dragged his family into it. "I think you should do it, for the sake of your family." Mentioning his family, the boy accepted. "All right, but I don't really know the entire itinerary, because the students and their instructors have all separated." Suddenly, the man grabbed the boy's shoulder tightly and said, "Hey, you think I don't know what you're thinking? You plan to give me a limited amount of information to stall for time, right? But anyway, it doesn't matter. We have already been provided information by someone else anyway. I only called you here to test you." Hearing that made the boy extremely angry and shout, "Bastard, so you were using me from the start." The man immediately said, "How could we trust someone hard to control like you? I will let this pass. So think about your family and decide your upcoming choices. See you later. Don't do anything stupid. Even if you go report it, you still belong to our side. Is that clear?" After the man left, the boy angrily cursed and punched the wall. "I didn't expect to be used like that. Damn them. He wouldn't listen to me. Did they really go mad with hatred? No. They aren't people who would take such risks. Could it be? Did I miss something?" Suddenly, someone called Leo. This made him turn around in fright, only to see that it was Aiden. He was looking at Leo with a worried expression. Meanwhile, at Lindenborough Square, the central plaza, Sadena turned around nervously and saw Casey staring at her, which made her anxious. Why does she keep staring at me? At this rate, how can I secretly gather information using magic? Meanwhile, Casey looked at her while deep in thought. That is the student I met in the professor's room before. She must be that guy's assistant. But Moriarty has never had an assistant before. Truly surprising. Not long after that, a group of assassins ambushed her just as he had warned. Since she was informed in advance and it was raining that day, she easily took them down. But since I'm definitely being targeted by them, I have to act more carefully from now on. At this moment, Sadena moved stealthily but suddenly remembered. Wait, it's free time right now. It's fine. If I move around, right? Wait, must be a reason she is called the best detective. Don't tell me she suspects I am a member of the Dawn Society? She also came to the professor's room that day. If I guessed right, then she will suspect me the moment I plan to do something risky. Just thinking about it made her face darken with fear. Meanwhile, at Lindenborough, in a temporary hideout, Hans scratched his head thinking, wait, why hasn't that brat made a move yet? It should have sent periodic information by now. Is it convenient to send it now because the knights are nearby? Then the previous times it sent information were just due to luck. Afterwards, the mouse working for Hans finally returned to notify him of the news it gathered. He asked, "Huh? You're back? Did you find anything?" It said. It couldn't enter deep into the underground sewers, which surprised him greatly. Then it waved its hands wildly, saying it was because the deeper it went, the more scared it got. Hearing this made him think. They are scared to the point of not obeying my orders? Clearly, I've become strong enough to order them to jump into a sea of fire. This is not good. There must definitely be something down there. Did his master know about this beforehand? I really wanted to ask more, but it seems she doesn't want to talk. Judging by the way she ignored it, it seems this isn't something to worry about much. It's really annoying. I didn't want to act on my own. However, his master told me this, so I can't just ignore it. I have to go down there myself to check if it will hinder his plan. Is that my role? At this moment in the reading room, Belluna was humming while reading when suddenly Hans opened the door forcefully and said loudly, "Sorry, but get ready to leave." This made her jump out of her skin. Then she asked in surprise, "We are going out? Where to?" He immediately stated his intention. "There is a place we must go check right now. Bring all the necessary tools for investigation." After a while of preparation, they went to the underground sewers. Meanwhile, on the ground, Pashas led Rudger along and said, "I've heard a lot about what you did, Rudger. You shook the magic world with the information at the Hall of Ancient Magic. But to you, this is nothing, right?" Hearing that, Pashas smiled and said, "So humble. What do you mean? That isn't something just anyone can do." But he calmly replied, "I don't know what others think, but that is just a standard I set for myself." This made Pashas feel he was quite honest. Is this the moment people say everyone has their own style? Then, Mr. Rudger, perhaps that is why the princess wants to meet you. When they arrived at the place, Pashas quickly saluted. "Princess, I have brought the guest you requested." Hearing that, she immediately praised, "Well done. Pashas, I want to speak privately with this person. Please leave for a moment." He quickly obeyed. "Yes, I understand." After that, he immediately left so that only Rudger and the princess remained. At this moment, he remembered the first time he came to the capital Lindenborough 7 years ago when he came to find a job. Coincidentally, he bumped into a person and then worked with that person for a period of time. In the future, that woman became the top of the succession list and was known by the title of temporary emperor. Then she spoke up. "I really wanted to meet you, Rudger Kellisai, or should I call you by the name you gave me back then? Jack the Ripper. 7 years ago, at that time Rudger and Eileen were both sneaking away, but suddenly just as they reached a corner, they crashed into each other. This confused her. Damn it, I didn't realize someone was coming, even though I prepared an artifact to erase my presence." Meanwhile, Rudger saw this and was extremely surprised, wondering in his thoughts, "What just happened? I didn't sense anything until we almost collided. And here I thought I was extremely cautious, always suspecting someone was watching me." Then she asked him, "Who are you?" Knowing she knew his identity, he spoke clearly. "So, you have known my identity for a long time. How long have you investigated me?" Eileen heard this and smiled brightly. "Do you really think I wouldn't recognize you after 7 years? Especially when your name is so famous in the magic world. Moreover, a good pawn of mine in Leathervelk was recently obstructed, so I got more clues. The only person who could cause Terina such trouble is you. You are Minikin, the one who views the Empire's war heroes as chess pieces on a board." She sipped her cup and asked directly, "So what is your purpose for coming to the palace?" Hearing that, Rudger replied, "I only came here for an official mission as a Saurin professor." But Eileen was not easily fooled by such a reason, so she smirked and said, "You think I will believe such an obvious lie? What are you looking for in this palace?" Having his purpose exposed made him annoyed. He furrowed his brows and looked at the first princess with caution. About 30 minutes ago, under the sewer system, Hans gave information to a black crow and said, "All right, take this to the boss." Seeing that, Belluna wondered and asked, "Do you think that letter will really reach them? We are underground." Hearing that, he confidently replied, "Of course, they are very talented." Hearing that, Belluna said, "This empire has existed for 1,000 years, having an extremely complex and sophisticated underground structure." He agreed with those words. "That's right. I thought initially this place had limits, but actually, it is much deeper and wider. Being abandoned like this, surely this is a vacated area. Even rats don't dare to come close. This is definitely not a normal sewer. Not to mention those tree roots saw earlier were huge." "Huh? Do you know what they are?" She quickly replied, "I didn't know there were trees that big in the capital. I might have a hunch, but..." Before she could finish, Hans excitedly asked, "Really? What is it?" Suddenly a loud noise rang out, causing the two to look around in fear. He asked, "What sound is that?" Belluna thought it seemed like the roar of some beast. After that, a tiger appeared behind the two of them. The moment they saw it, both of them ran for their lives. She asked him, "What is that? A cryptid? Why is something like that here?" After running for a while, Belluna's stamina ran out, making her gasp for air. "I can't run anymore." Hearing that, Hans quickly encouraged her spirit. "Don't stop unless you want to be eaten." Then he turned back to look at the tiger and thought, "Damn it, Being caught by that monster is only a matter of time. Should I transform? But I'm not sure if I can deal with a monster like that. Suddenly she told him to stop. Wait. Hearing that made him ask in confusion. Why stop? She then explained. Look, it's not a cryptid or anything. It's just a chimera. Mentioning that name made him remember. Chimera? I've heard of it. A biological weapon created by dark mages, combining the power of many other creatures. However, this did not make Belluna scared, but instead made her excited. But what's the difference? Cryptid or chimera, it still wants to kill us. If it was a cryptid, that would be true. But if it's a chimera, it's not scary at all. Then she used her plant powers to wrap vines tightly around its legs. Seeing that, Hans was extremely astonished by her strength. Her ability is stronger than I thought. Is this the reason Master brought this elf along? Thus he asked her, why aren't you afraid of the chimera? Hearing that, she smiled, turned around and said, a chimera is artificial, right? Why be afraid of artificial things? Actually, it's quite good. Look at its elegant appearance. No seams are visible. Understanding her thoughts made him accept it and say, ah, truly, a masterpiece. Let's get out of here first. Hearing that made her wonder and ask, huh? Why are we running? He immediately explained, obviously because it's dangerous. But she felt interested in the chimera and said, this is a great opportunity to dissect it and see how it is structured inside. What she said made Hans unable to comprehend. Then Belluna immediately walked excitedly towards it and said, big sister is here. I will personally examine your cute little body. Then the scream of pain from the chimera rang out, making Hans think in fear. No, never ever. Getting involved with that elf again. Back in the palace, Roger feigned ignorance asking, search for what? I only came here because the academy sent me. As I said before. Hearing him continue to cover up the truth made Eileen annoyed. Ha! Still denying it? You must also know about the incident at the Kunst residence. Yeah, you were also present that day. That was not coincidence. After that event, I investigated and tracked all the items from the black market auction. Everything was thoroughly checked, except for one ancient artifact. That is what you are looking for in the palace, right? She spoke with a smug smile, making him unable to deny it. Seeing that, he thought, so she was able to gather all those things. Even though I separated them carefully, she is truly tireless. Since she investigated so thoroughly anyway, there's no need to deny it anymore. However, after hearing her words, he still calmly said, it's just a personal hobby. Hearing that, she laughed and said, finally admitted it. Huh? I won't ask what you want with that artifact. But if that's what you want, it surely must be kept in the palace treasury. You don't intend to steal it, do you? Hearing those words, he didn't say anything but just listened silently. But when she told him, whatever your plan is, wouldn't it be better to go through the front door, just like 7 years ago? I want you to do one thing. This is the real reason I called you here. As for payment, you will be allowed to take 3 items from the treasury. Does that sound reasonable? This made him waver because the Empire's treasury was filled with treasures and relics of unknown origin, and no one outside the royal family could enter it. Taking 3 items from there was truly attractive, but on the other hand, it meant the mission would be dangerous. Then he asked her, before deciding, I want more information. Is this related to the 2 night orders summoned to the capital? She replied, yes, you also saw them on your way here. As you suspected, there were reports of rebels infiltrating the capital. We conducted a search to eliminate the threat, but no traces have been found yet. Hearing that, he asked, have they left the city? She replied, since the report was made, we have tightened security at all gates. If they left, we would know immediately. Hearing that, he guessed that they might still be in the city. So, the night squads are here as a precaution. Exactly because of that, she needed his help. Your ability to infiltrate and complete the mission, regardless of where the enemy is hiding. Seeing that, he guessed they must have reached a dead end to ask for my help. Even if I refuse, I might still get dragged into this mess. Besides, right now my students are also in the city, so he couldn't refuse and agreed. I trust that the reward will be paid exactly as promised. Eileen heard that and happily placed her hand on her chest, saying, of course, you know well, I am a person who keeps my word. Then, Roger asked further, is there any other information? She said, my subordinate will report briefly. Wait a moment. Ah, she's here. Then the subordinate walked over and bowed in greeting. I have arrived, Your Highness. The moment Mandelina and Roger locked eyes, both of them gasped in surprise. She quickly asked him, "Why are you here?" He also asked her back, "What are you doing here?" Mandelina. During that time, at the hall of the magnificent Crystal Palace Museum, the instructor's voice rang out. "Is anyone there? This is the Crystal Palace, where you can explore the history of magic. Even on weekdays, this place is always crowded. Visiting students distracted by their surroundings and don't pay attention to the instructions. We have booked in advance so you can enter immediately. Please feel free to explore in your own way." Behind the noisy group of students was Roya, bending her knees. She bowed her head and sighed. "Ha! So tired." Roya Pavlini, rank 6 mage, a member of the Magic Alliance. She patted her sweat-drenched face lightly. "Why did the Magic Alliance assign me to be a guide? I'm not good at dealing with crowds." Renee slowly approached. Roya jumped, blushed, and turned around to look. Yes. Is something the matter?" Renee observed the surroundings and had a question. "Can we see all types of magic here?"
Roya replied,
Mostly yes. The Magic Tower and many other organizations have contributed a lot of information about magic here." Renee hesitated. So, can we find information about non-elemental magic here?" A while later, Roya led her to the Crystal Palace Magic Exhibition. Non-elemental magic was displayed in glass cases. Roya explained briefly, "This place might contain information about magic you've never heard of before. However, they won't reveal the basic secrets of those types of magic." Renee was slightly surprised. She replied, "I understand." Renee observed something on the right. Dream magic." Roya explained to help her understand easily. It is related to holy magic." A human-shaped statue with closed eyes and clasped hands in prayer was placed in a glass case. She spoke in more detail. "This is one of the most used types of magic in the strange category. It is often used by knights, inquisitors, and priests of the Lumensis Church." Roya continued her presentation. "It is called the blessing of the gods instead of magic. But modern theory classifies it as magic." Meanwhile, Renee was a bit distracted. She stared at the statue and fell silent. "What is this? I feel drawn to it without a clear reason." Renee's eyes sparkled like stars, as if she had encountered something magical and mystical. At the same time at Eileen's tea table, Roger stood up abruptly. "Mandelina, how dare you come here?" Mandelina panicked and raised her hands in defense. "I can explain." Eileen saw the scene and sighed. "Enough. She is my subordinate." Roger was surprised. "Subordinate? Since when did you start showing such mercy?" He listed all of Mandelina's crimes, making her tremble in fear. "This woman is a member of the Black Ops Alpha Squad, a special forces unit under Marquis Heron, the mastermind behind the coup d'etat 7 years ago." Eileen gently cleared up the misunderstanding. "The day I met you was also the day I sneaked out of the palace to confront him. After the Alpha Squad was wiped out, she was the only one deemed worthy of recognition. But I didn't intend to let a traitor survive." She recalled Mandelina's figure back then. "Naturally, since the Alpha Squad consisted of the most dangerous people in the Empire. So I personally hunted her down after the coup was stopped, preparing for a fierce battle." The memory of Mandelina raising both hands and kneeling, shouting surrender, "I surrender," appeared clearly in Eileen's mind. But the moment she saw me, she surrendered without even fighting. I felt so stupid for preparing so thoroughly. In the end, I decided to take her in. Roger anticipated the situation. She wanted to surrender from the start, right? Eileen discovered something interesting. I thought you spared her because you had a purpose," Roger thought. Back to the image of Mandelina bowing with clasped hands begging for mercy. "Yeah, crying helplessly. She begged with such a pitiful face. So I let her go." Eileen glanced at Mandelina. "Anyway, she is currently my loyal subordinate. So don't worry." Mandelina was embarrassed. She smiled shyly. "That's right. I am now a loyal subordinate of the princess." Roger gave up. "All right, if that is your will, Your Highness." Eileen turned back and asked, "So, Mandelina, what is the matter?" At this moment, Mandelina remembered her mission. Yes, allow me to report." She seriously presented. "After tracking their traces, I believe they are hiding in the underground sewers. However, due to the existing barriers, I could only find the entrance." Eileen listened attentively. "If someone like you had to retreat, their base must be fortified very solidly." Suddenly Roger turned his back and walked a few steps away. "Wait." When she saw the black crow land on his hand, Eileen was a bit surprised. Interesting. Can command even birds? Roger denied. Not me. It's a subordinate of mine. After finishing its task, the black crow quickly flew away. Roger held the letter in his hand and skimmed through it. It seems my subordinate has investigated deeper into the capital's sewers. They took a different route than Mandalina. He turned his head, looked straight at Eileen. They mentioned the appearance of a giant tree species underground. Do you know what it is, Your Highness? Eileen remained silent for a moment. I don't know much either. Roger sharply realized. Are you hiding something from me? Eileen firmly denied. No. I know almost nothing about that place. She continued asking, do you know how long the history of this country spans? Roger replied, 1,000 years. Correct. Eileen's face showed no emotion. No. In reality, it hasn't even been 500 years. I deduced this from the Empire's documents. Roger doubted. The difference is double. Why was that matter kept hidden? Eileen asked one more question. Do you know about the kingdom of Exilion that existed before that? History rarely mentions it, so most assume it was a small kingdom. The image of the ancient kingdom appeared. The Exilian Empire was built on the foundation of that kingdom, just like painting over an existing picture. The portraits of nobles were all crossed out with bright red X marks. Eileen continued recounting. The kingdom's history, the families, everything, was completely replaced. At least 500 years of history were lost, merged into the empire. Her eyes carried a cold hue. Who could do such a thing to an entire empire? You must have thought about it too. Roger lowered his voice. The most powerful force on the entire continent at that time. The scene of the sewers appeared in his mind. The holy city Bredis and those underground sewers existed before the empire was formed. Eileen wondered, is that why the empire has so little information about that place? Roger seemed to have gained a bit of news. Understood. Then at least tell me who is hiding in those sewers. Eileen replied. Without hesitation, the Revolutionary Army. Roger visualized the words that person once mentioned. They planned to cause chaos and smear everyone from behind the scenes. He calculated. The Revolutionary Army. So Nikolai is planning something? Roger walked away hurriedly. We must act quickly. The revolutionary forces might strike today or at the latest tomorrow. Eileen was confused. What? Why do you think so? Roger turned back with a slightly cold expression. Because Saurin students and important figures from the Magic Tower are present here. They're perfect targets. Hearing that, Eileen nodded, silently realizing. You're right, but with rank 6 mages distributed throughout the city, it won't be easy for them. Roger looked straight ahead with a determined face. Even a rank 6 mage will die if they let their guard down. I have gathered enough necessary information. Since time is urgent, I will leave immediately. Eileen watched his figure walking down the stairs. She requested, all right, take Passius with you. Use him however you see fit. He already understands the situation, so there's no need to explain again. Roger didn't turn his head back. Understood. I won't hold back. Eileen's face had a hint of a smile. She thought to herself, he knows things that I don't know, as if that is obvious. I thought I had caught up, but I am still far behind. Even after 7 years, he is still someone to be envied. Seeming to sense the gaze following him from behind, Roger stopped and looked straight up at the top of the institute. Mandalina scratched her head, smiling perfunctorily. Meanwhile, Eileen still sat by the tea table gazing in his direction. Roger pondered, smiling at someone who once wanted to kill me. Disappearing from Eileen's line of sight, Passius stood solemnly in place. Welcome back. How was the discussion with the princess? Roger stepped closer to him. You must have been informed of the situation. He closed his eyes. Calmly. The princess said I can use you however I see fit. Passius laughed loudly. I also guessed she would say that. He bowed his head, placing a hand on his chest. His voice was filled with respect. As the blade of Her Highness, the Princess of the Exilian Empire, Passius of the Royal Guard greets you, Jack the Ripper. He raised his head to look at the person opposite him and smiled. It's truly an honor to work with a senior like you. Roger kept an emotionless face. Same here. 30 minutes later. At the center of Lindenborough City, on the street lined with closely packed buildings, Passius's voice spoke up. So, what is the plan? He followed and probed. Are you going straight underground? Roger replied while walking without turning back. No, we shouldn't rush in without knowing anything about that place. My subordinates are investigating it while we speak. Wait for their report. He He put on a solemn expression that was terrifying. Not all of them are underground. While waiting for information, investigate the city and look for clues. Cassius was a bit worried. Can we ask for Detective Casey's help? Roger rejected his idea.
No.
If a famous detective gets involved, it will be harder to track them. He was explaining. The reason, if I leave, the students might get confused. Suddenly a voice called out from somewhere. Professor Roger. Aiden ran frantically towards him. Professor, I have something to tell you. Roger didn't quite understand. Aiden? Where is your instructor? Why are you here? Suddenly he frowned and shifted his eyes behind Aiden. Seeing the frightened expression. The boy, he asked himself. Leo. In the small alley. Between the buildings, Aiden recounted the whole story to Roger and Cassius. After listening, Roger called out angrily, Leo. Leo didn't dare to raise his head. His voice trembled. Yes. Roger's eyes were so sharp and cold they caused goosebumps. His voice was full of anger. Is this true? Going back 1 hour ago at the hidden corner of the alley, Leo heard a noise, was startled, and turned around. Aiden. He was worried. Did you hear it? How much did you hear? Leo stood motionless. He trembled at being caught for what he did. Looking at your reaction, you must have heard everything. It's all over. Now. Aiden spoke gently. Leo. You. The expression. Leo's face showed clear tension as Aiden asked. Are you okay? He gritted, his teeth trying to suppress his anger. You're asking if I'm okay now? Leo lowered his head, hiding his fury. You saw it all. Why ask? You heard it, didn't you? I'm with the Liberation Army. Aiden, confused, reached out to touch him. Leo. Leo swatted his hand away and shouted, Don't say my name like that. He lost control and raised his voice. The person you thought was a friend is a liar and an international terrorist. I lied to you, and Tessie, and Sadena, everyone. Leo ran out of breath and his face darkened. So, why? He looked straight at that face full of heartbreak. You're looking at me like that? Are you worried? Leo clutched his head and sank the ground in front of Aiden. Sigh. Aiden finally spoke up to explain. I'm sorry for eavesdropping, but you tried to disobey the Liberation Army's orders. Even in an impossible situation. Leo held his head and clenched his teeth as he heard Aiden trying to calm him down. And the attack hasn't happened yet. We can still stop it. He seemed to fall into a state of despair. But if I betray them, my family will be in danger. Even if I'm not. And who would believe us? When it's just the two of us. Aiden proposed the most feasible plan. Professor Rudiger. Let's ask him for help. Leo was confused. What? Don't you remember how he handled the werewolf incident? He brought up the past. If he determines you're an enemy, he won't show mercy, even if you're a student. Besides, you could be charged as an accomplice just for being with me. Aiden's face looked a bit guilty. That might be true, but we have to try to convince him, right? Leo, powerless and resigned, accepted the idea. You are the most stupid person I've ever known. Heathcliffe looked at Leo, who stood beside him, bowing his head in fear. Leo, is everything Aiden said true? Leo nodded, daring not to lie. Yes. He clenched his fists, his trembling unconcealable. Asterisk, I knew he wouldn't help. Even though I provided so much information about the Liberation Army. Asterisk. Heathcliffe knew how his student felt. His voice softened a bit. Then we must act fast if we want to save your family. Leo looked up in confusion. Huh? What? Heathcliffe shifted his gaze to Pasket. All right, Sir Pasket will also help. Leo spoke hesitantly. Excuse me. Pasket let out a sigh. He smiled lightly. Well, it's just an extension of my assigned duties. Actually, thanks to you, it's easier for me. Aiden beamed with joy. Thank you, Professor. My dear student, remember this. Helping students is a teacher's duty. Leo was too moved to speak. Professor. He lowered his face, suppressing the grievance he had endured for so long. Leo cried incessantly like a child. Thank you so much, Professor Rudiger. Meanwhile, in Lindenbrod City, the Liberation Army's secret branch. High-ranking officials reported one by one. Branch 3 has been discovered by the Knights. Branch 5 and 17 as well. Tag, the manager in charge of the branch, heard this. He calculated. Asterisk faster than expected. Those Imperial scum. But considering 2 night squads are in action, it makes sense. Asterisk, his face remained expressionless. His eyes hid Schemes. Asterisk the raided branches are just bait to buy time. Well, it's only a matter of time before they reach the main base. Asterisk CAG ordered. His subordinates. All units. Move to the designated positions via the underground aqueduct system. If there's trouble, ensure at least one more person escapes. Suddenly, the wall behind exploded and burned into pieces. It blew some people away, injuring them. A voice sounded devoid of life. What is it? We've been discovered. Already. A figure flashed within the dust caused by the explosion. CAG asked, is it a human? Heathcliffe wore a cold face full of contempt. Trash that threatened my student. The Liberation Army members lay on the floor, mouth spewing blood. Ugh! CAG cursed bitterly. Damn it! Many fell unconscious on the spot, unable to move. He couldn't accept this reality. That brat actually betrayed us. CAG crawled backward, looking at Heathcliffe approaching him. He speculated. Asterisk, but this guy fights as if he knows silent fire won't work. Even that brat didn't know that. It's top secret. Asterisk CAG glared with hatred. Ugh, at this range I might not survive. But I'll drag you down with me. Closed his eyes and took from his pocket a terribly explosive item, throwing it at Heathcliffe and screaming. Seeing something was wrong, CAG's eyes were bloodshot. He was surprised. What is this? Heathcliffe gathered the explosion into his palm calmly. This made CAG even more panicked. The explosion was sucked into a single point. He looked at Heathcliffe holding the stone and thought. Asterisk Quasimodo Spirit Stone. So it also absorbs shocks from fire-related explosions. Asterisk CAG trembled, cowering against the iron fence. Heathcliffe interrogated him. How dare you threaten and exploit my student? Heathcliffe kicked hard on CAG's left shoulder, causing him unbearable pain. He grabbed that spot, pressing so hard that the sound of shattering bones could be heard, inflicting terrible torture on CAG. Heathcliffe narrowed his eyes in contempt. How does it feel to have your body vibrate extremely? Feels like your internal organs and blood are turning inside out, doesn't it? He squatted face to face with CAG. Scum! Like you won't confess under normal torture, so I have to do this. Spit out everything you know right now. CAG, trembling and terrified, spoke incoherently. You don't have time for this. We already sent agents to that bastard's family. Heathcliffe's face darkened. Terrifying killing intent radiated around him. CAG, blind to it, continued to bark. He is a knight with peerless swordsmanship. Whoever you sent will be cut down along with that traitor's family. Heathcliffe's voice turned icy. You don't need to worry about that. Meanwhile, in Lindenbrod, in a small alley, that knight was knocked to the ground. Heathcliffe smugly replied to CAG. I sent a reliable person there. Baskowitz turned to ask the family members of Leo. Is everyone okay? They stammered. Ah, yes. The knight quickly stood up. Impressive. Even though it was an ambush, you managed to push me back. He held a sharp weapon, wielding one in each hand. You look like a knight too. If you wanted to kill me, that was your last chance. The knight launched an attack, creating slashes flying straight at Baskowitz. Do you think you can defeat me without a sword? Baskowitz smirked. Correct. That was a good chance. But the reason I didn't kill you is simple. His eyes emitted a savage glint. Internal energy gathered in his arm, accumulating to be released. Baskowitz charged forward. I can create an opportunity to kill you. The internal energy was unleashed, shattering the knight's attacks whenever I want. Time quietly passed. 30 minutes later, the sky was gloomy and dark. Leo held Baskowitz back to thank him. Thank you. Thanks to you, my family is safe. Baskowitz was a bit polite. I only did what I had to do. Heathcliffe instructed Leo carefully. Take your sister and mother to a safe place. You've reunited with your family, so spend time with them before returning to school. Leo hesitated for a few seconds, then replied. Yes, sir. Once again, thank you, Professor Rudiger. The two watched Leo's family and Aiden disappearing into the distance. Baskowitz asked curiously. So you really don't intend to hold that kid responsible? Even though he helped the Liberation Army. Are you sure about this? Heathcliffe retorted back. Then do you see that student as the same as other Liberation Army members? Baskowitz scratched his head, answering awkwardly. Well, probably not. But it could all be an act, right? I never thought you'd trust a student this much. Heathcliffe replied philosophically. It's not about trusting a student. It's about trusting a person who has a family to protect. Baskowitz suddenly remembered. Aileen told him. Baskowitz, the reason I chose you as a shadow You are willing to bloody your hands, but you still pursue justice. Aileen in Baskowitz. Memory smiled as she said this. That contradiction reminds me of Jack the Ripper, your predecessor as a shadow. He was rational and cold, yet kind and deeply caring for others. On Baskowitz's face appeared a look of helplessness. He sighed deeply. Baskowitz still had doubts. By the way, did you dispose of the bodies? Heathcliffe answered frankly. After extracting the necessary information, I handed them over to the Knights. They are planning a large-scale terrorist attack soon. He revealed a bit of information he obtained to Baskowitz. Crowded places, especially the Grand Plaza and the Crystal Palace. Suddenly, a strange noise echoed through the sky. The two turned to the sound. Baskowitz was surprised. That sound, don't tell me. The manhole cover was shattered and thrown onto the street. Baskowitz looked at the changing scene and judged. Looks like they've started. A foot full of wild beast claws stomped hard on the road, scaring the citizens into fleeing in panic. Heathcliffe ordered seriously. We must hurry. Baskowitz frowned. Yes, sir. At the time of the incident, center of Lindenbrod, a manhole cover was being pushed up by a powerful force. The surrounding ground was about to crack open. An explosion sent the distorted manhole cover flying. Several monsters slowly crawled out from the sewer. Citizens in the city center saw this and ran for their lives.
Ah, monsters.
Run! A monster with two glowing golden eyes bared its sharp, drooling teeth, attacking a man who was screaming miserably. Ah! Wyron! Wyron arrived in time, shielding the man. His hand grabbed the monster. The monster, lifted by its neck, trembled and looked up at the sky. From behind, a bolt of fire flew in and blew up the remaining monsters. Wyron, ranked 5th in the School of Muscle Physiology at the United Academy. His face showed mockery. Hey, young lady, if you shoot fire like that, the whole street will be ruined. Caroline, Monarch, ranked 6th among mercenary mages, flew into a rage. Hey, Muscle Pig, is that important right now? We don't even have time to clear them out, and you're hitting them one by one. Amidst the chaos, Wyron laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, all right? I leave this area to you. Caroline was annoyed. Stop showing off and focus on rescuing the students. Meanwhile, at the Crystal Palace gate, another group of monsters rushed powerfully to the entrance. Personnel from the magic tower quickly blocked those beasts. Bullets were fired continuously. The commander shouted sternly, keep firing. Don't let the monsters get close. If this place is breached, the people inside will be in danger. Roya prepared to use direct attack magic, not forgetting to warn everyone, stand back to avoid getting hit. Then she unleashed her attack straight at the growling monsters charging in. The surrounding flames made them stop advancing toward the palace gate for a moment. Students visiting could not turn a blind eye to this situation. They volunteered to fight. We will help too. The guide hurriedly stopped them. No, you can't. Please go inside immediately. Alendin stepped up without hesitation and stated clearly. If this place falls, we will be in danger anyway. We may not be great, but let us help. The guide helplessly watched the students running over. Sigh, I guess there's no choice. But if things get dangerous, retreat immediately. The students obediently replied. Yes. The monsters were attacked fiercely, screaming in pain. The vines behind their tails gradually sprouted sturdy sharp spikes. They grew more and more, looking terrifying. The monsters roared, launching the sharp spiky vines forward. The magic tower soldiers were hit, pierced through their hearts in pain. Flora held her wand towards Cheryl, asking for help. We have to stop those spikes. Cheryl, I'm counting on you. Cheryl replied without hesitation. Got it. The two used magic, coordinating smoothly. Cheryl cast a spell to block the vines from advancing. Flora followed up, using magic to freeze them. She raised her wand high to the sky, gathering energy. Bolts of lightning gradually appeared, striking straight at the monsters, causing them to collapse. Other students were amazed by such power. Impressive. Another spoke up. I knew you were a genius, but I didn't expect you to be this strong in real combat. While others admired Flora's power, she noticed two monsters climbing onto the roof. Thanks to you, we can breathe. The two monsters looked straight at Flora and swung their spiky tails to attack her. Flora was taken by surprise and couldn't react in time. Lynn created a magic circle, standing in front to block the attack and protect Flora. She turned back to ask, Are you okay? A light flashed in the sky, filled with dark clouds. The group of students was startled and looked up. Actually, there wasn't just
Vine bolt.
but many bolts struck down, blowing the monsters to smithereens. Heathcliffe appeared in the air. Is everyone safe? He slowly descended to his students. The students happily called his name. Professor Rudiger, thanks to you we are safe. Heathcliffe turned his head, staring in one direction. It was the direction of Flora and Lynn. The two were startled and looked back. Heathcliffe concernedly asked, "Are you okay?" Flora blushed and smiled slightly. I'm fine, but I'm so embarrassed." Heathcliffe was looking at the person standing in front of her. Sadena. Flora froze stiff, listening to them talk.
Lin viplit.
Yes, I'm fine. Flora clenched her fists. She lowered her head, trying to suppress her emotions. 1 hour later, Lindenbrod Grand Plaza, temporary shelter. 2 people stood guard outside the camp. Eileen sat upright on a chair, full of royal dignity. "First, I would like to express my gratitude for everyone's efforts. Thanks to you all, we successfully suppressed this incident with minimal damage." Then she ordered her subordinates. "All right, report." Roy stood at attention. There, he summarized the event. Around 2 p.m. today, chimeras appeared in the city from the sewer system. Taking advantage of the chaos, the Liberation Army carried out a terrorist attack targeting students and teachers. Roy recalled the image of killing the Liberation Army. He continued, "However, thanks to the princess providing us knights and teachers with information about the explosives beforehand, we successfully suppressed the Liberation Army without much loss. But because the number of chimeras was too high, there were still significant casualties." Eileen closed her eyes to calm down. "I understand." Eileen looked at Heathcliffe and fell into thought. Thinking about how much worse things would be without this person is terrifying. He even saved Irendia in the Crystal Palace. I owe him too much, both then and now. She made a decision. For now, resolving the situation is more important than worrying about our losses. Let's discuss the next course of action. Everyone offered solutions. First, we should build a defensive line to prevent further damage. Above all, the safety of the citizens is paramount. Another spoke up. "I believe we should quickly enter the sewers and clear out the enemy. Now is the perfect time, as they have lost a large amount of force in this attack." Eileen remained calm. Amidst the arguments, "You mean we should blindly go in without knowing what's underground? What if there are traps?" The other retorted. "Everyone here is strong enough to take care of themselves anywhere. Do you think we'll fall into the Liberation Army's trap?" Suddenly, a voice caught Eileen's attention immediately. "Everyone, can I say something briefly? I don't believe the enemy's methods have ended here." Eileen verified identity. "You are Casey Selmore, second daughter of the Selmore family, right? All right, share your thoughts." Casey was serious. "Yes, first let me talk about the chimeras that appeared." She presented thoroughly. "As everyone knows, chimeras are the specialty of dark wizards. This means the Liberation Army has cooperated with dark wizards." Casey recalled the image of the Liberation Army group. "But if they possess the knowledge to create chimeras, would they stop at creating chimeras to fight against the Empire?" Her gaze became sharp. "They must have something to ensure victory. This attack is likely just a distraction tactic and to buy time to prepare for that." Caroline found it reasonable. A trump card. Standing next to her was Wyron, who looked a bit restless. "But I don't know what that is." Someone spoke up with a viewpoint. "At least we should find out what it is before having a course of action." Heathcliffe heard this and thought, a reasonable opinion. He stepped outside the door, speaking to himself. Well, it's also time for him to enter. Pasket lifted the curtain, entered, and bowed. "I, Pasket, have returned after investigating the underground pipe system by order of the princess." A respectful voice rang out. Well done, Sir Pasket." Heathcliffe watched Pasket hand the collected documents to Aileen and thought. Actually, Han and Bellaluna collected this information. But he remembered earlier, outside the camp, Han reported via the communication device. "This is all we know, sir." Heathcliffe seemed to have grasped the main point. "Okay, I understand. For now, get out safely." He asked Pasket. "Sir Pasket, please report what you just heard to the princess on my behalf." Pasket was puzzled. "What? Why don't you do it yourself?" Heathcliffe persuaded him with logic. "A meeting will soon take place at the Central Command tent, with myself and many others attending. It's not appropriate information for a teacher like me to share in that context." Pasket agreed. "True. I will join at the right time. Heathcliffe's gaze was a bit cold. Asterisk, he is the princess's subordinate. No one will suspect me. Looking at how she reacts, it seems she realized. Asterisk, Aileen silently read the information written on the paper. She mentioned some obtained information. It says here they built a huge facility underground. It makes sense. Creating chimeras at that scale would need a large manufacturing facility. Veronica seized the key point and asked skeptically, "You said a facility? But is there enough space underground?" Aileen understood her point and explained simply, "There is. Abandoned aqueduct areas. Expanded and maintained for years. They most likely used those areas to prepare for a long time." The captain showed a worried face. However, creating chimeras requires not only a facility but also a huge amount of resources. Transporting so many resources into the capital for such a long time means, Aileen advised, making Captain startle slightly. "Don't worry, Captain. No security guards colluded with them. After all, they wouldn't bring materials from outside." The captain did not understand this part well. "Then, you mean the materials were already underground? What could they be?" Aileen looked very certain of her answer. "That is." She seemed very clear about this. Something buried deep underground, and unknown to the world. A dead world tree. Rewinding a few hours earlier, in the pitch-black sewer, Han held his stomach. His face was pale, about to vomit, hiding to one side. Meanwhile, Bellaluna, covered in blood, was excitedly dissecting the trophy she just took down. "Hee, too bad. Just one isn't enough for me to explore the insides."
Han looked at Bellaluna.
Dissecting, not daring to look straight. "Crazy. I've seen many terrible things. But can you finish what you said earlier now?" Bellaluna replied. That. I think we need to investigate more thoroughly." Han heard speak vaguely. His face was grumpy. "No need to be certain. Just tell me what you suspect." Bellaluna turned back to look at Han with slightly cold eyes. "The origin of us elves. The world tree." Han was a bit surprised. "What?" He seemed not to believe what he heard. "The world tree? The tree elves worship? The tree big enough to cover a forest? Why would something like that be here?" Even Bellaluna was unsure. "That, I don't know either." She offered a suggestion. "If we go deeper, maybe we'll find out." Han worried about his safety. "But with just the two of us, it's very dangerous." Bellaluna replied. "In that case, I have an idea." Back to the present. The murmurs in the meeting grew louder. "World tree? Does such a thing really exist under the capital?" Iron Mask, Lotharon, ranked 6th in the Magic Tower, was skeptical. "Are you sure Sir Pasket didn't mistake it? A world tree isn't something you see everywhere." He presented arguments denying the existence of the world tree. No matter how long the world tree sprout has existed on this land, it needs a suitable environment and harsh conditions to mature properly. "But can it really grow like that underground?" Pasket explained. "But at least to me that is the world tree. However, it has withered and turned discolored." The captain raised his opinion. "If it really is a world tree, there won't be a shortage of materials for chimeras. Even if dead, it still contains a large amount of life energy." Aileen sat upright in her chair. Her voice was decisive. "If that's the case, they will surely use it to enhance the chimeras and attack again. Then we decide to enter the underground as fast as possible to eliminate them." Aileen seriously ordered those present at the meeting. "So from now on, let's discuss and decide who will be sent to the underground waterways." Enya heard this and spoke up. "Only those with guaranteed skills can go." Tarana, standing in the row in front of her, suggested. "Everyone here satisfies that condition, but we can't send too many people. So it's best we form approach teams with 2 or 3 people." Lot Heron also supported it. He added, "We should also form an analysis team to investigate the underground world tree." Casey glanced at Lotharon. She sensed difficulty. But finding someone who knows a lot about the world tree isn't easy. Chris raised his hand, volunteering to step forward. "In that case, I am the right person for the job." Casey slightly raised her eyebrow looking at him. "Professor Benimo." Chris placed his hand on his chest and spoke clearly. "My family once collected a sample of the world tree and studied it. As a member of the Benimo family specializing in herbs for a long time, I am confident we lack nothing." Heathcliffe looked at his determined face and thought, "He doesn't seem to be lying." He hesitated and reminded, "Even just for analysis, it's dangerous. We should have someone to handle emergency combat situations." Warren stood with hands on hips, confidently proposing, "Looks like it's best if you go. Besides, both are new teachers, so going together will be easier." Heathcliff frowned, pushing it to the others. Huh? Wouldn't Caroline or Wyron be much more reliable than me? Caroline crossed her arms, standing next to Wyron, decisive. No, we couldn't go from the start. This guy and I rely on raw power. So if we're not careful, we might collapse the underground. Wyron cheerfully advised. Don't worry. Compared to other combat teams, you'll be much safer. Heathcliff pondered. Well, I don't mind going. But he glanced at Chris, calculating. Moving with someone I'm not close to is a bit awkward. And usually this person would object the most. Why is he silent? Tarina saw. Arrangement was done. She requested to move on to find other teams. All right, the analysis team is set. Now to the approach teams. Discussions continued for a long time. 30 minutes later at the temporary warehouse at the shelter. Han's cheerful voice rang out. Ah, big brother. You're here. Heathcliff replied, not forgetting to praise him. Yes, I safely received the information. Well done. Han stood in front of the tent watching Heathcliff approach. He admitted his fault. First, sorry for acting on my own without telling you. Heathcliff wasn't cold-blooded. It's okay, but I'm surprised you thought of investigating underground. Han was frank. It seemed he didn't expect it either. Ah, your master told me to check the underground. Heathcliff realized something. Master. He recalled the image of Ender sleeping on the sofa, ignoring everything, and thought, if master mentioned it, we need to be more careful. Since she hasn't shown up personally, it seems it's not too serious yet. Heathcliff asked. On more about entering the sewer. Got it. According to the information I received, it seems you two went very deep. Wasn't it very dangerous with just 2 people?
Han explained.
Ah, actually we didn't go in ourselves. He recounted. Bellaluna injecting a monster with a syringe. We dealt with a chimera. Then she concocted something on the spot and poured it into a syringe. Han recounted up to here and froze. The injected chimera was unexpectedly tamed. She said something about altering a part of its brain to change how it receives orders. He continued, summarizing. With enhanced abilities, I can control the injected ones. That's how we sent a few chimeras into enemy territory to gather info. Han was excited, his face showing clear smugness. And because they are big enough, we can even share vision with them. Heathcliff realized. Oh, so we won't need continuous reporting. He remembered something.
Han stammered.
Ah, and Bellaluna. She has a request for you. A moment later in Lindenbrod City. Chris looked at the obedient Bellaluna in front of him but still couldn't help hesitating. An elf here to help analyze the world tree? Ignoring ability? Are they trustworthy? Heathcliff answered for him. Yes, Princess Aileen vouched for her. Chris didn't quite believe it. He considered. If the princess vouched for her. Heathcliff stood behind him, telling himself. That's a lie. They'll probably let it slide. He looked at Bellaluna, laughing happily and pondered. Even though Bellaluna proposed it, having one more person is better. They were also the first to recognize the world tree. Chris helplessly closed his eyes and sighed, letting it go. Well, we don't have much time. Let's go now. Don't talk nonsense on the way. A moment later, in the underground sewer, Chris scratched his head, blushing awkwardly. He grinned from ear to ear. Wow, it's been so long since I met someone I could talk to like this. Ms. Bellaluna, may I contact you privately later? Bella. Luna smiled along, but her words carried a hint of denial. Ah, is that okay? Wouldn't that make Chris uncomfortable? 2 people walked behind, chatting excitedly back and forth. Ha ha ha, I don't mind. Make yourself comfortable. Heathcliff felt quite annoyed watching this. He cursed silently. Just moments ago he was Hesse-Pant. But now he's chatting away comfortably, because they share the same hobbies. Chris returned to the main topic. By the way, we still haven't seen the world tree's roots. Sir Paskett said he saw them early on when entering, but that area is the entrance for another team. Suddenly footsteps of beasts appeared on the ground. They bared their sharp teeth and let out a roar. Chris saw them approaching and confirmed. Chimera, so they are here too. Heathcliff quickly did his duty. Number, about 10. I will handle them. Chris stood alongside Heathcliff to stop him. Let me. This amount is too easy for me. Heathcliff didn't refuse the goodwill. If you insist. The beasts growled and rushed straight at Chris, who was holding tubes that looked like chemical containers. He threw 3 tubes hard towards them. Those were poison tubes. They shattered, spilled right in front of the chimera's feet. The monsters were poisoned and died as usual. The chimeras screamed in terrible pain. Heathcliff didn't expect the killing to be this fast. Just with poison and you took down the chimeras that easily? Luna's eyes sparkled like stars. She looked at Chris with overflowing admiration, practically worshipping him. You mixed 3 different compounds to optimize the poison's effect. Chris lifted his face proudly. Exactly. A specialist guaranteed by the princess is different. Heathcliff opened his mouth to cut the story short there. But because of the poison mist, it seems our path is also blocked. Chris replied, Don't worry, just wait a moment, the poison will dissolve upon contact with air. Rest a bit, then we go. Meanwhile at another passage of the sewer, Casey and Tarina were assigned to a group scouting the sewers. Tarina spoke first. I didn't expect to meet you again like this. I thought we would meet in a different circumstance. Casey felt the discomfort in her words. You don't seem to be in a comfortable state either. Tarina didn't deny her words. Instead, she turned to look directly at the person walking beside her. You too, or rather, I should say you have changed, haven't you? Did something happen when we didn't see each other? Casey remained frighteningly silent. Seemed she didn't want to answer his question. After a while, Casey asked softly, Hey Tarina, what if someone didn't do anything wrong, but was still accused of being a bad person? She wanted to see how Tarina felt. And you, because you didn't know the truth, judged them so badly and blamed them. Tarina repeated, not understanding. They were blamed even though they did nothing wrong? A strange noise suddenly rang out, catching her and Casey's attention. Tarina looked straight ahead. Facing the two were glowing spots emitted from the chimeras. She quickly put this matter aside. Perhaps we should talk later. Casey also knew her current mission. I guess I was too sensitive. A moment later, back to the trio of Heathcliff, Chris, and Bellaluna. They had reached the end of the sewer. The tree roots lay on a pile of rubble. Chris was amazed. It really exists. The roots of the world tree. Heathcliff looked around once, deducing. This place is much wider than other places. I don't know what kind of facility it is, but it seems it has decayed. Chris quickly stepped forward. He made a request. Let's quickly analyze it before the enemy arrives. Bellaluna agreed unconditionally. Right? Suddenly Heathcliff felt something was wrong. He started. Heathcliff hurriedly stopped Chris. Wait, Chris asked vaguely. What is it? Heathcliff asked everyone. Please look up above the roots. Chris stared in confusion, looking up, following the gaze. Above the roots. He froze, unable to speak. Chris stammered. This? The tree stump protruded in a shape like a human reaching out for help, as if trying to resist being sucked into something. Chris was terrified. What on earth is this thing? At the central square of the temporary shelter. Everything around the city had now become chaotic. The soldiers standing guard there kept shouting. Quickly get inside. Bring the injured into that tent. In a different scene, Lynn was sitting curled up under a tree. She ignored the shouting around her that kept ringing out and just sat there contemplating. Seeing that, Elendon ran over from afar, asking worriedly, Lynn, are you okay? Being asked suddenly made Lynn surprised. I met her. She kept nagging me, saying she was worried to death. Seeing that suddenly, Lynn laughed. Seems like the first princess really cares about you. Senior. Elendon immediately denied. No way. She just sees me as a toy. Then she sighed and complained. More importantly, Lynn, running out of the Crystal Palace so hurriedly was too reckless. Do you know how shocked I was? Lynn also realized she was wrong and quickly spoke up. Sorry. Body moved on its own. Is that how you say thanks? Elendon saw this and quickly spoke up for Flora. Ah. Or maybe she was just too confused. Then she quickly changed the topic. All right, forget it. If Professor Rudiger hadn't been there, it would have been dangerous. Mentioning Rudiger, Lynn immediately became cheerful. That's right. He was really cool, but not for long. Lynn immediately felt something terrifying. Her face turned pale. Seeing Lynn like that made Elendon worried. Huh? What's wrong? Lynn Huriden Eklai. Nothing. I just felt dizzy all of a sudden. However, deep inside, Lynn at this moment, she asked herself, what is this? This strange feeling. From within Lynn's eyes, the ground emitted a dark, gloomy aura. The ground. No, I can feel it. From deep underground. Ignore the things above. Down below. Chris looked at the thing before his eyes and explained. That's part of it. But someone deliberately blocked the information stored in the world tree. Must be the work of the dark wizards creating the chimeras. Heathcliff turned and asked more. So there's no way to find out more? Chris could only answer helplessly. Unfortunately, my ability can only go this far. I'm sorry. We have no choice but to return like this. Suddenly Bellaluna stepped forward, making both startle. I found something, Chris asked involuntarily. Really? Bellaluna, to prove her statement, reached out to touch the blue energy stream in the tree. She voiced her deduction. The roots are dead, but there is still a massive life energy inside. The dark wizards are probably extracting and using it. Heathcliff saw this, and gently raised his hand to deduce. That corresponds with what we discussed in the previous meeting. So, have you discovered anything about that grotesque shape? Saying that, all three looked up at the thing protruding from the tree trunk shaped like a human. Bellaluna then voiced what she guessed. That human-shaped thing pointing out there is probably something different in core compared to the world tree's roots. Chris showed curiosity. Different in core? Following that, Bellaluna also explained further. Yes, someone forced it in there, but it's still trying to escape, so it looks like it's fleeing. Heathcliff wondered. Trying to flee? Unlike Heathcliff, Chris was trembling in fear. So that means it can move? Not letting the misunderstanding of Chris continue, Bellaluna explained it to him. No, those are just traces of the thing trying to escape. The main body is still sleeping inside the world tree stump. And highly likely, the Liberation Army and the Dark Wizards are trying to control it. Hearing that made Chris grind his teeth in anger. However, Heathcliff remained as usual. Calmly asked, "Can you figure out what it is?" At this point, the voice of Bellaluna suddenly lowered. "Yes, if my judgment is correct," she concluded with the sentence. "Then that thing is the power of a demon." Hearing that made both Chris and Heathcliff even more shocked. Heathcliff worried. Edley looked at the wooden figure trying to escape there. Asked Bellaluna a question. "A demon? Isn't that just a creature in ancient records?" Bellaluna didn't deny that view. Most people believe so, but there are those who have truly felt the demon's power. Suddenly, Chris stepped up and interrupted. "But Lady Bellaluna, if the world tree's information is blocked, how do you know?" Heathcliff appeared surprised at the sentence. "Lady" from Chris. Bella. Luna on this side also laughed awkwardly, explaining the reason elves can communicate with the world tree, and can sense the genetic information of plants by instinct. So even if information is blocked, we can still read some parts. Hearing that made Chris amazed. "Is that so? It's different from what I heard from Professor Vieira. Also, I heard that communicating with the world tree is strictly prohibited except for all administrators. I beg your pardon to ask. You didn't secretly try it before, did you?" Heathcliff spoke up to answer. "No, I wouldn't go that far." But looking at the awkward face of Bellaluna made him rethink. "Is that so?" Sweat poured all over Bellaluna's face. She stammered an explanation. "It's okay. I only got caught once." Hearing this, Heathcliff was speechless. "And a repeat offender too?" Heathcliff glared at Bellaluna amidst his thoughts. "I thought you were kicked out of the forest because of your self-centered nature. But it turns out you are a walking miracle? You should have told us sooner, Bellaluna." Chris, seeing he was being glared at, pointed at Bellaluna and scolded. "Why are you glaring at me? I mean, I'm surprised too. We have no right to judge the laws of the elves." Being told this, Heathcliff thought uncomfortably. "It's easy for you to say since it doesn't affect you. For us, it could lead to conflict with the elves." But Chris calmed down. "Anyway, we obtained useful information. Let's return and report immediately." However, Heathcliff remained silent, not responding. Then suddenly, he turned to Chris and offered his opinion. "Instead of that, let's proceed inside now. If those dark mages are truly executing some plot with demonic power, we must stop them at once." But Chris was dissatisfied with that idea. "What? Isn't reporting first the best option regardless? Besides, we have non-combatants here." However, Heathcliff gave the reason for his opinion. "In today's world, demons are considered just myths. Without concrete evidence, no one will believe us. And Lady Bellaluna, you are not in a position to make this public either." Hearing this, Chris also yielded somewhat. "Technically speaking, you have a point. Even if we follow your plan, we don't know where they are." Observing the tree for a while, Heathcliff explained. "If I were them, I would conduct research at the core of the roots. If we follow these roots, we can reach their base." Heathcliff's gaze became cold, glancing behind as he spoke. Why? Besides, our escape route can't be called safe anymore." Accordingly, the silhouettes of two people appeared in the distance. Heathcliff cautiously pointed his wand at those two and instructed Chris. "So, I leave Lady Bellaluna to you, Professor Chris." Chris wasn't idle either. He replied gently, "You don't need to tell me that. I intended to do so anyway." At the same time, At a passage in the underground waterway, blocks of old ice were scattered inside the tunnel. Amidst the scene of corpses lying everywhere, Veronica walked cold dash. Ly, her face darkened. She only stopped when she encountered the Liberation Army group. She gripped the sword radiating a cold aura in her hand firmly. So you finally appeared. Scum of the Liberation Army. The mage following her also got into a combat stance. They aren't many. They know clearly that moving in a large group will put them at a disadvantage here. Veronica saw this and confirmed. That means there is a high probability they are elites. Suddenly, a sense of ease struck, causing her brows to furrow. Be careful. But what is this strange feeling? They seem different from the Liberation Army members we've met until now. On the other side, a member of that group had a pale face like a vampire. Eyes rolled back, blood veins bulging on the face, emitting strange white smoke from the mouth accompanied by growling sounds. The scene shifts to the Tsindash of the underground waterway. Beneath the world tree roots, the conversation of a group rang out. How is the progress? The other immediately replied, Yes, master. We have successfully extracted the energy and applied it to stage 2. Then that guy added, Stage 3 is also progressing favorably. If we pass this stage, the final step will be achievable. And the one giving orders was Andre. He turned back in annoyance to scold the subordinate. What? You haven't finished stage 3 yet. The subordinate, fearful, could only make excuses. No, it is still a power we cannot fully control. Seeing this, Andre didn't want to pursue it further. Understood, it is still within my expectations. What about the intruders? The subordinate then remembered the two who had invaded. Their numbers seem low. It seems they sent an elite squad. I have sent the incomplete Type 2 units to every passage. Accordingly, the silhouettes of those sent also appeared. Their faces somewhat resembled the group Veronica encountered. The subordinate added, We need to buy as much time as possible. Deploy all Type 2 units. Seeing this, Andre also instructed further. Send the chimera designated as the first as well. Those are the tigers after mutation. They have blue eyes and horns growing on their backs. The subordinate agreed accordingly. Yes. Back at the experiment area, Andre instructed the subordinate. No matter what, experiment 3 must be conducted perfectly. What is the current status of the third? In front of the two was a giant test tube, filled with red liquid. Inside contained a human. The subordinate explained accordingly. The energy is still resisting, but temporarily it has stabilized. At this rate, it can awaken within the estimated time. Inside was a man curling himself up. Tubes were plugged into his back. This made Andre exclaim. Indeed, truly a fierce desire. A high-ranking member of the Liberation Army voluntarily participating in an experiment with no guarantee of survival. It is a power enchanting enough for them to decide to risk it. He also added, We got lucky. Originally, we only targeted the world tree for our plan. Who would have expected that the power of a demon was buried deep inside this world tree as well? The subordinate also chimed in. Right? A power that only exists in legends. A force superior to humanity. Andre remained calm, as if he already grasped that power in his hand. Once understood, it is no longer a terrifying power. Once the third is completed with that power, the final step will be the end. Just as he finished his sentence, he was alerted by something impacting. He hurriedly turned, creating fire magic in his hand, shooting towards the chimeras, rushing in. The head of one of them was instantly blown apart by the attack. Seeing this, the subordinate called out worriedly. Master! Andre still calmly concluded. It seems one of the intruders has deep knowledge of biology. Looking at the corpse of the chimera lying on the ground.
Andre det du said.
They have controlled our Type 1 and are observing us. Seems our methods have been completely exposed. The subordinate was stunned.
Impossible.
Andre didn't he's dash. Itate to instruct the subordinate. Check all chimeras again to see if there are any abnormalities. The subordinate shouted loud. To world tree roots. The two people, Tarina and Casey, were no exception. And Andre also instructed further. And accelerate the research on the first. And among the group, Heathcliffe was not missing. The eyes
Andre veid ned.
He realized. From now on, it is a race against time. At the location of the chimeras, a conversation rang out. Anything even slightly suspicious has been dealt with. The other saw this and praised. Good job. Return to the initial position immediately. Han, seeing himself discovered, looked annoyed. Discovered? But I heard important things. Saying so, he immediately turned to instruct Sadena. Sadena, report everything I said to the boss right now. I have business to attend to. Without hesitation. Sadena agreed immediately. Yes, senior. Down below. Creed and Heathcliff, after taking down the Liberation Army group together, exclaimed, "We got them." Heathcliff was not much different. Sensing their strength compelled him to confirm. Correct. They are much stronger than ordinary Liberation Army members. Looking at the magic beast of Creed made Heathcliff curious. Is that magic beast yours, Creed? Can bind enemies with vines. Quite useful. Although convenient, Creed also mentioned its weakness. Yeah, but it consumes a lot of mana too. And I feel a bit uncomfortable right now. It doesn't suit me, so I don't like using it. Especially in front of this person.
Suddenly, Bella.
Luna jumped out from nowhere. Sparkling, she praised. That magic beast is amazing. It suits you very well, Professor Creed. Being praised like that made Creed somewhat shy. Really? Ignoring the two. Praising each other. Heathcliff put his hand into his coat pocket. Thinking. No surprise there.
Han.
From the object in the hand of Heathcliff came Han's voice. Chimera. Exposed. Supply impossible. Central room. Test subject. Hearing that incomplete conversation made Heathcliff exclaim. The signal underground is too weak. But I grasped. Keywords. A special test subject. Must act fast. Far away. Suddenly, the corpse of a Liberation Army soldier moved. Heathcliff widened his eyes and turned back. A scream rang out. Professor Creed. Creed also turned back alertly as he realized a Liberation Army soldier was rushing towards him. Suddenly, a figure dashed past as fast as lightning. A girl with white hair rushed in, slicing the Liberation Army soldier in two before he could approach Creed. That person was none other than Tarina. Creed, after recognizing the identity of the person in front, stammered. Captain Tarina. Accompanying her, Casey was indispensable. Then Tarina stepped forward to greet. You must belong to the analysis team. Nice to meet you. Creed also politely thanked the person who had just saved his life. Thank you for saving us. You knew they could still move. Casey's expression was also a bit surprised as she glanced at the corpse of the Liberation Army soldier, explaining. On the way here I encountered it. When they suddenly mutated and attacked. We were very shocked, only to see on the back of the Liberation Army soldier, black spikes sprouting out. Casey added. That must be a combination of resurrection dark magic and the results of chimera research. Since only some of them mutated, it seems the incomplete samples were mixed in. Saying that, Casey glanced at Bella Luna behind them and asked curiously. By the way, who is that person behind you? I thought the analysis team only had 2 members. Being mentioned made Bella Luna panic. Oh. Chris quickly pulled Bella Luna behind him, making an excuse. This person is an expert sent to support for more accurate analysis. The first princess personally vouched for her, so you can trust her. Bella Luna also quickly said. That's right. This made Tarina suspicious. The first princess. Thoughts rose within her. I've never seen that person while working under the princess. But she keeps many secrets, so perhaps it's not surprising. Then she nodded slightly. I understand. In his heart, Heathcliff couldn't help but thank Chris. Thanks for speaking up. If I explained, they would be suspicious. Seeing that expression on Heathcliff made Casey alert and glance at him. But then she dismissed the thought. No, this isn't the time for this. At least not until this situation is resolved. Finally, the group gathered to discuss information. So, did you discover anything? After talking for a while, Tarina understood. I see. If it is magic power, then that explains why the test subjects look like monsters. Casey was equally amazed. Who would have expected that magic power actually exists in these underground tunnels? Heathcliff gave his own deduction. Correct. Clearly, the Liberation Army and the Dark Mages are using magic power and the World Tree to plot something. We should also move quickly. Meanwhile, at the center of the underground room, the battle between Andre and Veronica was taking place. On both sides, one attacked, one defended. Veronica's eyes were filled with hatred. She swung her sword furiously, while Andre struggled to defend. His 2 disciples ran over War-Dash, Reedley calling loudly, Master! Seeing this, he shouted, Don't worry, I will buy time as much as possible, so do everything to complete the 3rd. Seeing this, they worked frantically, not forgetting to reply, Yes. Andre, while fighting, sensed, from their own cold aura, some potions from behind his back with ill intent. If this goes on, it's dangerous. Before he could execute his plan, Paskowitz suddenly appeared. Without hesitation, Paskowitz immediately used his hand to strike straight at Andrei's head. The potions in his hand just fell down. Seeing the opportunity opening right before her eyes, Veronica immediately shouted loudly. Paskowitz, after taking down Andrei, didn't hesitate and headed straight for the sample, rushing in. Liberation Army soldiers saw this and lined up with the intention of stopping Paskowitz. Suddenly, Paskowitz sensed danger from behind and turned his head. A monster aimed at where Paskowitz was standing and smashed down hard. Luckily, he had great fortune and dodged a fatal blow. It turned out these monsters were summoned by Andrei. He laughed and said, "Those skills are quite good." His face full of confidence, he brushed his hair back and declared clearly, "But not enough to kill me. My body has surpassed humanity." Seeing him still alive and well, Paskowitz couldn't help but worry. Regeneration? Those evil creatures. However, Andrei calmly spoke. "Don't you see that labeling anything slightly different from humans as monster actually holds back the evolution of mankind?" Suddenly, he noticed Veronica trying to sneak attack him from behind. A strike she put all her strength into swinging down was blocked by the monster Andrei controlled. Not only that, he counterattacked, sending her flying. This shocked her. Blocked a cheery enforced attack with bare hands, only to see the ice marks on the monster's hand gradually melting. Andrei saw this and spoke smugly about the product he created. These test subjects were created to withstand every attack. They are the ultimate milestone of biological evolution. Accordingly, the arm of the monster also gradually recovered its original shape. Andrei continued, "This is the true greatness of life. It is the path of evolution that mankind must take in the future." He kept rambling on endlessly.
No burns. No frostbite.
And completely regenerates every wound. Finally, even terminal illnesses will. But before he could finish speaking, a monster suddenly fell down. He was so surprised he couldn't speak. What? Collapsed in dash. Instantly without even a chance to regenerate. Turns out the person who hit the monster down was Rotorin. He couldn't help but be annoyed by Andrei's words. "You talk too much." Seeing the newcomer,
Andre froze.
that is, Iron Mask Rotorin. Looking at the form and power of Rotron, a hero, Andrei thought fearfully. Unique magic that borrows power from great heroes of the past. Reenacting Genesis magic. Seeing he couldn't win, he played dirty. Pulling a syringe from his back pocket, he thought. No choice. He aimed the syringe at his neck, determined. Must use everything I have. Immediately after injecting the drug into his body, he gritted his teeth from the instant pain. But right after that, he obtained a terrifying surge of power. It was large enough to blow away everything around. He raised his hand high to the sky. His eyes radiated light. Above his hand, created blindingly bright stars. He shouted loud and quickly, threw them all down to the ground, creating a large magic circle carrying immense power. Tier 6 magic circle. Immediately after, he shouted loud, "Heavenly tremor." Then from within the summoning magic circle, a monster with the form of a whale appeared, looking at the terrifying monster before his eyes, making Rotorin freeze. Not believing his eyes, the monster, after rushing up, immediately turned back around, diving straight down to the ground, creating a shocking tremor. The shockwave was so huge that Veronica and the mage had to cover their eyes with their hands. Paskowitz called out worriedly, "Rotron, are you okay?" Rotron struggled, using his magic to block the attack just now. He answered with difficulty, "I'm fine." Avoided a fatal hit. Andrei followed and approached. His whole body radiated a black aura. He was smug with the power he just obtained. Oh, is this the power of a demon? Even though it was diluted to stabilize, its power is still this strong. No one noticed. The mask that Rotron always wore was shattered by the attack just now. Seeing that, Paskowitz was astonished. No wonder I kept smelling something wild. From this moment on, don't hold back. Fight with all your might. After that sentence, Rotoron's face was revealed. Turns out he is a beastman, being forced to reveal the identity he hid for so long by the enemy. Rotorin was extremely furious. The anger was now clearly shown on his face. Paskowitz was pushed back, sliding backwards by the power from him, while Andrei radiated dark aura and spoke. Heh, as expected. Every single one is a mighty warrior. I see no critical openings at all. Paskowitz gritted his teeth, extremely worried, exclaiming in his heart, "Damn it, I can handle the increased power. But the closer I get, the harder it is to fight. The black waves around them keep confusing me. What a pity." a warrior of such stature falling into the path of a dark mage. I remember he contributed greatly to the progress of modern medicine before this. What dragged him to the point of throwing away all that honor? Suddenly at this moment, voice rang out, making him turn back in surprise. Sorry for the delay, I have arrived. I will join the battle immediately. It was Terina unexpectedly rushing forward. Paskowitz exclaimed joyfully. Ah, Captain, you came at the right time.
Andre høridelig.
Launched attacks while worrying. Reinforcements. The situation seems disadvantageous. Fine. Just hold out until the test subject is complete. Casey appeared with a dangerous smile. All right, we have approached successfully. Just as expected. Her face was extremely excited, releasing water power. Beside her was Heathcliffe. Now then, let's destroy the test subject they are desperately protecting. I will handle the test subject. You stop them from interfering. At this moment, because of the explosion earlier, streams of red liquid flowed onto the floor. The giant body was still lying face down on the floor. Andre was extremely panicked. Kid. Ah, no.
Impossible.
My greatest masterpiece. Destroyed so easily. Then he hurriedly turned back to question the two. You bastards. How dare you? How dare you? I will never forgive you. Suddenly the expert ion of both people became stunned. Casey exclaimed. Ah, it's awake. The giant body had now stood up towering before Andre. He was bewildered. What? That body spread its arms and legs, looked up to the sky and roared, releasing dark power. Casey and Heathcliff tried to withstand that wave of power. Heathcliff couldn't help but exclaim inwardly. Just raw energy released, and it's already this strong. No wonder Master was interested in it. Andre, seeing this, cheered in excitement. Ha ha ha, that's right. This power is the real deal. My masterpiece is finally a success. At this moment, a male knight exclaimed in shock. Wait.
Impossible.
Leopold, is it really you? The female knight beside him hurriedly asked. You know him? The male knight immediately recounted. Yes, we used to serve in the army together. I heard he became a high-ranking officer of the Liberation Army after deserting. Leopold at this moment held his face with a look of headache. Leopold, that is my name. Suddenly, he pulled his eyelid down with his finger while contradicting himself.
No.
Wait, is it? Who am I? Countless names pop up in my head. Leopold, David, Gerald, Father, Jenna, Sing. That confusion.
Andre calculated silently.
Seems the multimagic implant caused memory disorder. Even better, easier to control him. Then he looked seriously at Leopold and called. Third, you are test subject 3. Leopold stammered back. Third. Andre confirmed. That's right. I am your master.
Andre.
But who you are doesn't matter. Aren't you hungry right now? Leopold's eyes gradually lost focus. Ah, correct. Who I am truly doesn't matter. First I need to satisfy the hunger. Andre quickly pointed his hand forward. Exactly. Third, do you see that pile of prey over there? Catch them. But immediately, he was easily lifted up by Leopold with one hand. He stated calmly, I will start with the tastiest-looking prey first. A stream of blood flowed from Andre. He extremely panicked. Ah, he's not just absorbing magic power. He's taking my mana too. Suddenly a wave of power shot over, cutting off Leopold's arm. Only then did he speak. Do you think we are fools who just stand by watching the enemy get stronger? Then Heathcliff turned back and asked loudly, Casey, are you ready? Casey at this moment was serious, bringing out her weapon and releasing power as she replied. Of course. This underground area was full of water. Immediately a giant water person was created by her, rising up in front of Leopold.
Andre?
Thanks for watching the video. Was now crawling on the ground, calculating. If this keeps up, I'll get swept in too. Must hide. Casey, eyes sharp, shouted. Take this. The giant wave of water power just poured down. The water punch struck down, making Leopold roar as he summoned strength to withstand it. Casey saw this, her face panicked. What is he? Even with this weight pressing down, he is unharmed. He doesn't even show signs of drowning. Doesn't he need oxygen? Heathcliff hurriedly turned back and called. Veronica. Veronica quickly replied. Ah, yes. Her hand immediately drew her sword. While Leopold was resisting the water power, Veronica slashed out a sharp blade beam slicing downwards. This moment everyone else discussed the plan together. Intend to trap him in ice. But in this situation, power might not be enough. But they quickly agreed with each other. Those who can use ice magic. Let's join in. I also brought coolant. Casey was gritting teeth, releasing power. Everyone there joined forces.
Moments latte.
The front had turned to a giant egg-shaped block of ice. Heathcliff breathed a sigh of relief. A truly giant ice prison. If it's this thick, no matter how much magic power he has. Suddenly the eye of Leopold inside the thick ice layer glowed. From inside he roared. Power still radiated out from the cracks on the giant ice egg. Everyone tried to withstand that wave of power. Chris worriedly shielded the girl who was frightened beside him. My lady. At this moment, Heathcliff was also standing in front defending. Casey panicked and exclaimed, Moriarty. Then Casey was attacked by that overflowing dark power.
No.
Moments later she was brought into a space thick with gloomy black smoke. Ugh, where am I? I can't see anything. Suddenly a voice spoke out, startling and stunning her. Over there, that deceitful name. In front of Casey, a line of people stood there criticizing her. Genius detective. Ah, right. You only know how to accuse innocent people for personal gain. You truly punish the wicked, who are the ones you falsely accused. Yet you dare preach about justice. Casey's face was now extremely tense and uneasy. Moments later in the space outside, Casey was defeated, lying on the ground trembling, unable to speak. Wait, no, ugh. At this moment, the gloomy steps of Leopold approached. Finally my mind is clear. On the ground, everyone lay unconscious. My, this is a bit boring. Just a little mental confusion and they all collapsed. In the end, the essence inside is nothing more than pathetic. He looked up, excited to the point of trembling. The power of a demon. Truly wonderful. Before, just facing one of these warriors meant betting my life. But now, I can defeat them all without spending any effort. The expression of Leopold was extremely terrifying as he looked down. But this is just the beginning. With this power in hand, I will set a new order for this world. Now, to real eyes that, first, I will absorb all your power, Leopold said as he reached down to grab a person. Suddenly there was a noise that made Leopold glance over in surprise. It was Andre kneeling on the ground holding his head trembling. Please stop, Leopold. Enough. I don't want to witness this scene anymore, Leopold asked in surprise. Oh, you haven't fainted yet? Must be thanks to the demon power still inside you. Fine. Since you and I possess the same type of power, I will devour you first. But what did you see that makes you look so miserable, Andre? Andre's face was extremely terrified. Leopold continued. Oh, no need for you to explain. I can feel it all. That was when your beloved daughter died, right? You had a little daughter. The girl had a terminal illness. Your wife passed away, so you couldn't bear losing your little girl too. After that, you used forbidden experiments on humans, and somehow created a cure. But it was all too late. All that remained was your life's honor lost, and the Empire's warrant for you. How tragic. I see. The pain of a father witnessing his beloved daughter die. These words made Andre even more painful. Shut up. I know that drowning in grief won't bring her back, Leopold questioned. So you chose to be despised and hated, with the desire that others wouldn't have to suffer the same fate as you. Andre turned back with a gaunt, terrifying face. That's right. If sacrificing myself meant saving others, I truly did that. But Leopold rushed in, continuing to accuse. Yet you used countless innocent people as test subjects. Didn't you? Say it. Is that really all? His two fingers extended. Don't worry. You will be next. And after that, it will be their turn. At least then you won't have to die alone. The terrified eyes of Andre could only stare up. Right then a voice rang out. Unfortunately for you, that won't happen. Leopold hurriedly turned back. You, how can you? Heathcliff stood there calmly, making Leopold astonished and question. You only feigned unconsciousness earlier? Heathcliff reached into his shirt while calmly replying. No, I really slept. I simply woke up after realizing that it was all just lies. He pulled out from there. Is that really all? His two fingers extended. Don't worry, you're next. And then it's their turn. At least this way you won't die alone. Andre's terrified eyes could only stare upward. Just then, a voice rang out. Unfortunately for you, that won't happen. Ruapal hurriedly turned around. You, how could you? Heathcliff stood there calmly, causing Ruapal to question in shock. Did you just pretend to be unconscious earlier? Heathcliff reached into his shirt and calmly replied, No, I really slept. I simply woke up when I realized it was all a lie. He drew something out from within. Holding a pipe, he continued. To be honest, you've shown me some filthy memories. Thanks to you, my mood is currently terrible. However, I'm somewhat grateful that you knocked everyone else unconscious. You helped me solve the witness problem. The eyes of Heathcliff were sharp and cold. Power radiated from the pipe. In return, I will show you something special. I will show you true magic. Meanwhile, at the temporary hideout in Lindsay Brando, Grander was lying on the sofa and said, You don't look like someone who just finished a job and came back. Do you have something to say to me? Hearing this, Han fell silent for a moment, feeling guilty. Then he replied, As you suggested, I went to investigate the underground gate area. I confirmed that the dark mages are conducting experiments using demonic energy. Grander immediately said, I did give you a hint, but you found it quite fast. So, Han couldn't hold back anymore. He questioned with a tense expression. Currently, Big Brother is probably on his way to stop that experiment. But no matter how strong he is, fighting against demonic energy is impossible. Are you really not going to help him? Grander continued to close her eyes in silence. A while later, she spoke, making
Han confused.
I don't know how long you've been close to my disciple. However, you still don't understand him, do you? Now Grander opened her eyes coldly. The reason I don't go help him is because I don't need to do so. On the side of Heathcliff, he was raising his hand, releasing a powerful stream of magical energy. It was in midair. That stream of power shot down towards Dupont. Immediately, on the body of his terrifying faces started to appear. Dupont created a white shield to block Heathcliff's attacks. Suddenly, a giant vine emerged beside his leg. The vine quickly grew long and wrapped around Dupont's limbs, making him panic. Then the white shield quickly shattered. Dupont looked around secretly, both anxious and angry. That bastard. How many elements is he controlling after all? Just then, a cluster of purple aura appeared, surrounding a sharp rock. Dupont was immediately wrapped by another vine around his waist and dragged down. His whole body was constricted to the ground. He couldn't help but panic. What? I can't move. That is a hand seal. Heathcliff still stood calmly above, controlling the elements. Dupont exclaimed in disbelief. Just one action like that, and I'm completely immobilized? Andre, at this moment observing Dupont's struggle, exclaimed in horror inwardly. Dupont can't even fight back against him. Has he been hiding his true strength all this time? Dupont, now unable to move, shouted in madness. Damn it! Damn it! I even accepted the demon's power. Why is it still not enough? Is it talent? So I can only go this far. Then he looked up at what he deemed Heathcliff's arrogant eyes. Right, that look. The look of geniuses. Mocking me and telling me that no matter how hard I try, I won't succeed. Tears of grievance streamed down. Dupont swore determination in his heart. I want to kill them. Yes, I will definitely kill them. No, I won't just kill them. I'll make them wish they were dead. I will make them beg for death. Just then, Dupont's body turned monochromatic. Filthy, foul-smelling fluids from unknown sources gathered towards him. Thanks for watching the video. Heathcliff exclaimed in astonishment inwardly. What is that? Black fluid? Oozing from the world tree's roots? What is happening? Dupont's face was now filled with resentment, as if the whole world had wronged him. Before him was a creature flailing its limbs chaotically. The eyes of Heathcliff turned stunned. He saw that creature and wondered, what is that? Something crawling out of the roots? But I checked before. There was nothing there. Suddenly, that thing looked up with a savage smile, making Heathcliff startle and frown. A noise rang out from one side. He glanced over there. Andre was trying to prop himself up, breathing heavily as he spoke. Is it absorbing the power I have too? Heathcliff hurriedly asked. Do you know what's going on here?
Andre replied.
Are you serious asking the guy you just fought? Most likely, he's losing control to the demonic energy. His demonic energy reacts to negative emotions. Even he is no exception. So those black waves are absorbing the negative emotions of everyone here and becoming stronger. Combined with the opposing power of the world tree, the result of that balance is the third. They thought they could control it, but it backfired. Simply put, the demonic energy has its own will. It wants to absorb Dupont. You are holding it. Heathcliff was stunned hearing this. Suddenly, at this moment, Dupin released a stream of dark power. Heathcliff startled and backed away. He struggled to defend against that power. My stance is being broken. The space inside the hall was now extremely eerie. Dupin lay in a pool of liquid, slimy and gross. The stream of liquid was spewed from a root of the world tree, poured down more heavily. Dupin, as if injected with adrenaline, surged up from the ground. His reflection in the puddle was embraced by that strange creature. The hole in the world tree root had stopped flowing. But now, appearing before Heathcliff, was a large two-winged creature with extremely dark energy. Andre, seeing it, widened his eyes, trembling in fear. That is a demon. The expression of Heathcliff also grew increasingly tense. The feet of the demon appeared with claws and horrific colors. He stood up straight, possessing 4 arms, 2 legs, and 2 wings. Then the demon raised a hand to stroke his head while flashing an excited smile. Ah, finally, I have escaped. The demon spoke with immense satisfaction. After so many years, I've finally escaped that accursed world tree. I must send you my deepest gratitude. Heathcliff gritted his teeth, worried inwardly. First a test subject infused with demonic energy. Now a real demon? This is crazy. The demon smiled a terrifying smile and continued. No need to be so wary. Unlike the host, I have no intention of fighting you. You seem to possess great power. Provoking you brings no benefit. Heathcliff cautiously questioned. Yet you used a human to resurrect yourself? The demon replied calmly. I merely collected the price for lending my power. The disaster was not caused by me, but by humans using my power. Hearing that, he began to analyze. I sense no hostility or malice. This differs from the records, though those records were written by the Luminous Church. Inaccuracies aren't surprising. Then he asked, so what will you do next? The demon looked towards the unconscious people. I have a mission assigned long ago. I must complete it. We all have our own missions. Heathcliff felt confused. We? You mean everyone has a mission? He pointed to a side and affirmed. Of course, there are those who don't follow their mission, but I always fulfill mine. He interrupted. What the hell are you saying? Suddenly his eyes turned grave. The demon unleashed power to attack Casey. Immediately after, he created a dark shield. But when that power gathered into a black orb, a large crater appeared on the floor. Heathcliff had managed to save Casey in time. Heathcliff gritted his teeth anxiously. I didn't realize it immediately because the attack had no hostile intent. If I reacted a second slower, I'd be dead. He spun around and questioned. Didn't you say you wouldn't fight? The demon affirmed. I did say that. Specifically, not fight you. Heathcliff put Casey down and asked, then why try to kill my teammate? The demon kept smiling wickedly. Is something wrong? Heathcliff narrowed his eyes sharply. I see. He didn't lie. Just because it's his mission. So he will kill without any emotion or hostility. Heathcliff, having realized this, calmly took something out of his pocket and spoke. Fine. Now I understand. Recalling the words. Back then, 10 times more effective than the previous prototype? I know the sect master has poison resistance, but is this really safe? Then he began calculating. If our opponent is truly the demon from the records, our current strength is insufficient. I must fight with my full power. Heathcliff exuded a gloomy aura, took a puff of his pipe, and lamented. I was stupid to think I could reason with a demon, even for a moment. Just then his face changed slightly. Dense purple dark energy radiated out. Diagnosis time is over. Inside the dark space of Casey, a voice rang out. Casey, I am truly disappointed in you. She knelt on the ground, calling out in despair. Grandpa, please listen to me, But the person interrupted her. I only hoped the world would become a fairer place. Casey hurriedly exclaimed. Yes, I acted for justice as you taught me. But that person just let out an oh. Did you really live by that principle? Behind Casey a person appeared. Casey's face went stiff. He turned around. She couldn't see the person's face because they had their back turned. Suddenly the floor near Casey cracked. Everything collapsed. She felt like she was falling into an abyss. Falling? She questioned herself. Right? What right do I have to defend myself? I couldn't even clarify the truth behind a child's death, let alone the kingdom's conspiracy. Justice? Genius detective? I'm just a fraud detective building fame by framing innocent people. Someone like me is better off disappearing. As Casey prepared to give up, another hand reached down to catch hers. being pulled back. With strong force, Casey looked up in panic. That person pulled her hand and spoke. You won, Casey Seymour. Justice has prevailed. The glass shattered. Inside was the image of Casey's ego being saved by someone. That's right. Back then, you told me those exact words. Even though you knew the whole truth. In reality, Casey suddenly opened her eyes. The demon had flown into the air, radiating demonic aura and questioning. So you still want to fight me after all? You should know that opposing me won't end well. This situation. Casey saw it and panicked. She tried to move but couldn't. She hurriedly called, Wait, wait. Heathcliff replied seriously, Awake, Casey, with a face full of misery but determination. I will fight too. This time, for justice. Heathcliff gently said, Rest, making Casey shout in panic, Wait, but by then both she and the other teammates were wrapped in a stream of dark power. The demon exclaimed in surprise, Oh, earlier I saw you use shadows to teleport. Can modern mages really do such things? Heathcliff said annoyed. You talk too much. His eyes were cold. I don't want to chat with you anymore. Come on, demon. The expression of the demon was still a hateful smile. Interesting. Fine. Sooner or later, you'll become an obstacle to my mission. I'll use you to test my power right now. As he spoke, he began releasing power to attack Heathcliff. Heathcliff quickly created his energy to defend. Against that power, the demon continuously fired down black beams. Can you block this? Heathcliff calmly blocked and dodged those attacks. Energy arrows from both sides clashed head-on. Andre, witnessing this battle from the side, couldn't help but exclaim in horror inwardly. Oh God, demons are truly on a completely different level. Became serious. This guy is harder to deal with than I thought. Must end this quickly. Then he began, cupping his hands to create a water energy orb. Defeated ice, melting water, fusion magic, flowing glacier. That water energy column was fired straight at Heathcliff by the demon. He still stood there. Column was about to hit. Just then, Heathcliff clasped his hands together. Suddenly, a mighty power radiated from him. A column of golden power shot straight up. The demon was made to found by that power, a giant Buddha figure appearing in front of him. The eyes of Heathcliff shone brightly as he swung a palm. The hand of Buddha swung up, following his move. Diamond Vajra palm. The demon gritted his teeth, creating a fragile shield. Dangerous. My instincts are screaming that I absolutely must not get hit by this. Must block it at all costs. The hand of the Buddha pressed down on that shield. The shield showed signs of heavy cracking. The demon panicked. No, impossible. Am I really being pushed back so easily? Bad. The moment my defense breaks, I must dodge immediately. Realizing a powerful energy source, he exclaimed in shock. Binding magic? This bastard is. Andre was now contributing his strength. Grew more numerous under the immense pressure. Buddha patiently dealt with the demon. When that hand applied more force, a miserable scream rang out. The Buddha, with a benevolent face, crushed the demon down. Meanwhile, at Lindsay Brando, people were discussing in panic. The noise is getting louder. What the hell is happening underground? Everyone calm down and move carefully. Alendon ran while urging, Hurry up, we'll be safe at the royal palace. Lin replied, Yeah, ma'am. And both ran together. Suddenly, Lin cried out, squeezing her eyes shut. She knelt down, holding her face. Alendon bent down, calling worriedly, Jean Rai, what's wrong? Are you okay? Lin replied in panic, Sud. Suddenly my eyes hurt so much. Suddenly the expression of Alendon became stunned. Rai, your eyes. Lin's eyes at this moment had turned sparkling blue like the sea at sunset. She looked bewildered. Ha! On Heathcliff's side, he stood before a giant palm-shaped crater still emitting smoke. Around him was surrounded by dark aura. He looked pensive. Not a single corpse left. He's been dealt with cleanly. Suddenly his eyes turned cold, looking opposite. But why did you help me in the end? Andre, on the other side of the crater, replied. To me, you are extraordinary. You can face a demon from ancient records alone. At that age, he had gone through countless hardships to gain power like that. Have you ever failed to protect what you desired? Have you ever given everything to prove you weren't wrong? Even while hating this world, the questions of him made Heathcliff silent for a moment. Suddenly fresh blood flowed from Andre's mouth. But he still smiled and continued, I think you and I have a lot in common. Maybe that's why I decided to help you. The abuse of magic earlier must have been the fatal blow. I'm at my limit. Then suddenly, his eyes became clear. The image of a body covered in white cloth appeared. Beside it was a voice. You ask me to bring a dead child back to life? But mages can resurrect the dead. Then, Andre shouted, Fool, that is completely different from resurrection. Moreover, this is clearly a common fever. A mild fever reducer would have been enough. Why did you let it go this far? But the person kneeling on the ground replied, I prayed. They said if we prayed, God would cure all diseases. Hearing that, Andre's face turned pale. What? Prayed? I hate gods. Andre was held back by those two creatures. They fool idiots by saying that faith alone can cure all diseases. In the name of God, they block the very paths where human hands could save lives. How many people have lost their lives because of that? That is why I chose to use the demon's power. Those who oppose God, even if God doesn't exist, I wanted to prove how far humanity can go. But in the end, I was used and discarded. Complete failure. But you, one who defeated a demon, perhaps, in the present. Andre fell into his pool of blood, only managing to leave one sentence for Heathcliffe. You must not lose. But Heathcliffe just coldly affirmed, Unfortunately, that won't happen. Suddenly a pitch-black column of power shot up into the sky. A demon with a terrifying appearance, red eyes flailing, screamed, Impossible.
Impossible.
You destroyed everything.
Melscrims.
Heathcliff was a bit tense. Still alive? Tenacious as a leech. But in his current state, he'll disappear soon. I don't need to do anything. The demon's eyes glared as he roared. Damn it. No. If this continues, I'll be completely erased. A vessel. I need a vessel that can contain my power. No need for Dupont. Just a body strong enough to withstand this power. Outside, Elendon was still worried. Rai, your eyes. Seeing that expression, Lin was confused. Huh. Elendon explained. They are glowing. What's wrong with you? Lin hurriedly blinked and looked down. What? At this moment, in her vision was the image of Heathcliffe's battle. Lin was extremely confused. What is this? I can see underground. Before too. What is going on? Below the ground, Lin's image reflected in the demon's eyes. He smiled vilely and exclaimed, Found it. Lin was terrified, face turning pale as she backed away. Even Heathcliff was confused, not knowing what was happening. The demon's expression became ferocious and terrifying as he laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, so it still exists. The cursed remnant of the saint. Heathcliff suddenly felt dizzy and held his head. What? His face was extremely worried. Damn, the herbal side effects are kicking in too fast. More importantly, Saint? No, Rai. At this moment, Lin was still kneeling on the ground in a daze. Elendon called worriedly, Rai, why are you suddenly so shocked? Lin hurriedly turned around and screamed a warning with a panicked face. Everyone run. Must leave here quickly. Hurry. Suddenly there was a power bursting out from the tree stump, making everyone scream in panic. The demon shot out from there, landing on a dry branch. Sword spirit. Where is it? Lin's hands were clamped tight, her face full of pain. Other students were both confused and panicked before the terrifying sound wave. Suddenly Elendon collapsed to the ground. Lin called worriedly,
Then.
Senior. The demon smiled, disgustingly, and rushed down. Ha ha ha, there you are. Stay there. I'm coming. Lin was terrified at being targeted. Flora quickly appeared, pushing Lin back and shouting, Get back! Demon opened his giant mouth dripping with slime, descending.
No.
Flora, with cold eyes, turned to say to Lin, We are even now. Lin shouted in panic, Senior!
Moments latte.
Flora was swallowed by the demon and curled into a dark sphere.
Lun exclaimed anxiously. Sen.
Senior Flora. She was swallowed by the smoke. Suddenly the dark mist dispersed, revealing Flora kneeling there, but her hair color had changed. Lin hurriedly called, Senior, are you hurt? Suddenly her eyes froze and turned grave. Flora had been possessed by the demon. He laughed with immense satisfaction. What is this? This girl. Looks like she could break any time under my power. Yet she has stable potential like Dupont, who was modified to fit me. And this feeling. I've never felt magic so clearly. Magnificent. Like finding a rare gem in a market. Lin hurriedly stood up and questioned. You? What monster are you? What did you do to Senior? The demon smiled sinisterously and turned. My, I was so excited I completely forgot about you. Come to think of it. It's strange. Why is a saint of this era here without a single bodyguard? And it seems you haven't even fully awakened your abilities. Lin shouted full of rage. I asked what you did to Senior. The demon created a sphere. Inside was Flora curled up. Don't worry. Her consciousness hasn't disappeared yet. She's still resisting. But in the current state, it's only a matter of time. More importantly, now is not the time to worry about others, right? Do you really think I'd miss the chance to snuff out a saint's potential early? As he spoke, he raised a finger, firing a beam of power. Lin trembled with rage. You! Lin exclaimed in surprise. Professor Heathcliffe. Heathcliff asked, Are you hurt? Lin was a bit relieved and replied, Yes, but Senior Flora blocked it for me. He reassured, Don't worry, I'll save her. Now, get as far away from here as possible. Lin knew she would be a burden if she stayed. She hurriedly turned and ran. Please be careful, Professor. At this moment, the demon exclaimed mockingly, Oh my, a dramatic rescue scene. Just like a prince on a white horse. Huh. Heathcliff was annoyed. Your tone is really irritating. But the demon just laughed casually. I'm just acting to suit this body. So what will you do with this girl? Don't tell me. You don't plan to kill her? If you kill me, she dies too. Heathcliff replied in a low voice, If necessary. Hearing that, the demon laughed loudly while releasing his power. Ha ha ha. You really are a cruel teacher. Try it if you can. Heathcliff quickly took a fighting stance, waiting for that attack. A dark orb appeared. Demon was extremely confident. I have reached a completely different level than before. Up above, Mandelia was observing the situation below, and remarked, Well, I just happened to come here to check if the civilian evacuation was going smoothly. She saw the giant dark orb, but clearly something suspicious is hanging in the air. Leaving it be and just reporting it feels wrong. If it explodes or something happens in between, the expression of Mandelia became twisted with anxiety and tension. She decided to stand up and walk away. All right, I'll come back later. I was never here. By the time I arrive, everything will be over. Suddenly, Mandelia looked down and saw two people lying unconscious on the floor. Seeing that face, she exclaimed in shock, Aiden. This made Mandelia scratch her messy hair. Her face grimaced as she struggled mentally. Finally, she decided to land down. Shaking Aiden, Mandelia shouted loudly, Hey, wake up. You always told me not to sleep on the ground. And now you're the one dozing off. Aiden, shaken until dizzy, called out in confusion. She turned towards the dark orb and said seriously, From now on, we will get past that thing. At this moment, Heathcliff was walking in a space full of gloomy smoke. Cries for help rang out. Why are you still alive? Why didn't you come save me? You ruined everything. If only from the start you hadn't appeared. Suddenly the steps of Heathcliff stopped. In front of him was a student standing there calling, Professor. The terrifying face questioned, Why did you not save Selena? Heathcliff decisively swiped his hand, shattering that illusion. He gritted his teeth in anger. Now the demon appeared in front and exclaimed, Amazing. Even with this level of mental attack, you're still normal. But it won't last long. Heathcliff exclaimed inwardly with worry. Damn, no matter how long I walk, I can't get close to him. The longer it drags on, the more my mind erodes. Must reach him quickly. The demon flew out with a smug look. How touching. You can try so hard for this child. Before, you didn't even care about her. Yet now you act like this. What are you talking about? Heathcliff now tried to reply calmly. You might not know, but I can still feel it. This child hates everything in this world. The demon continued. Despite such talent, no one acknowledged her. Born in a good clan but discriminated against just for being an illegitimate child. Wouldn't it give her hope that you would be different from those people? Images between Heathcliff and Flora from the past appeared. The demon continued. But then what? Have you ever worried about her when she was in danger? Did you ever care? In the end, you are no different from them. If so, then from the start, you shouldn't have given her hope. Even without me, she had already given up everything. See, she's probably happiest now because only I can understand her. Human or demon, what does it matter? If neither gods nor humans reached out to help, she would choose a demon. The demon raised his hand forward, affirming confidently, "Out of respect for this child, I will give you a chance. Get far away from here and never appear again. Then I will spare you. How about it?" Heathcliff listened for a while, then his face darkened. "Aye!" Suddenly a column of power burst out from somewhere. The demon turned around in confusion to check the situation. "Huh!" Even Heathcliff, startled and looked there. Heathcliff's eyes became grave. "Aiden, Mandelia, those two are attacking that dark sphere together. Understood. It is magic decomposition. It is time." Rudiger seemed to have found a solution. He quickly reached out his hand. He rushed in and squeezed the demon's face tightly, but the glowing eyes of him peering out from between the cracks of Rudiger's fingers looked incredibly terrifying.
Divinate in infernum reiusit.
Banished to hell. While pressing demon's face down, Rudiger released his power. Everything seemed to sink deep into a chaotic flow of aura. Scene shifts to another space. Rudiger held the doorknob. He turned it to open the door. Outside was a space beneath the surface full of flower bushes. Ahead was a vast garden of red flowers. Flora was sitting curled up inside. He called out, "Flora." Flora looked up with a sad and cold expression. "Why are you here? Are you pretending to care now? I know everything. You never really cared about me, did you? To you, I'm just a talented student, nothing more." These words momentarily silenced Rudiger. A moment later, he spoke. "I understand how you feel. I experienced something similar, but this only made Flora more agitated." "Liar!" She stood up, pointed her finger and shouted, "Have you ever been abandoned by your family? Almost treated like trash when you were young? I've never experienced that. What would you know?" Right then, the demon appeared behind Rudiger. Continued, "Right, the kid is right. Lying is wrong. Flora doesn't like that. How unexpected. Didn't expect a type of magic that could penetrate deep into the subconscious like this. But unfortunately, Flora is rejecting you. Actually, this is perfect. You walked into the spiritual world yourself. This is where I can use my full power. I guarantee I will erase your existence completely here." The giant demon appeared, intending to use its sharp claws to crush his head. Savage laughter rang out. "Kuhahaha." That stream of power swirled deep down towards Rudiger. He tried to create a shield to block it. The demon opened his hideous mouth and gloated. "Ha ha ha, you struggle well. How about this?" Seeing that attack rushing towards the back, Rudiger hurriedly turned around and shouted loudly, "Flora!" Then he immediately stepped away from his original position. He stood in front of Flora to shield her. Flora looked up in panic and called, "Teacher, teacher." Rudiger, with a darkened face, tried to speak. "Flora, you must be looking for salvation. Someone who will come forward, take your hand, and help you up. You want me to be that person. But seeking salvation from others is useless. You must walk by your own will. You know the lotus flower, don't you? Although it grows from the filthy mud of the swamp, its flower bears a pure beauty, untainted," he said while turning back. But Flora's face turned pale. "Teacher, teacher, you're back." Images from the past appeared. Back then, Flora was shielded and protected by that warm girl. Then came the image of a round piece of iron heated red. The person with those terrifying eyes slowly pressed the hot iron down. In present, on Rudiger's back, a similar round burn mark was searing. That symbol appeared. He continued to encourage Flora. "I hope you will also walk on that path." Flora was shocked and exclaimed in disbelief. That symbol. No way. You too? Teacher." She was moved to tears. "I didn't realize. I got angry, thinking there was no way you could understand me." Rudiger was calm and cold. "Don't cry. Answer me, Flora. Do you want to leave here or stay here forever? If you don't want to give up and want to go out, I will help you. At all costs." Flora looked stunned. She tried to wipe away the tears that had just fallen. And Flora's face filled with determination. "Please get me out of here, teacher." Rudiger became more cheerful upon hearing this. "Guaranteed." The demon again rushed down madly. "If you think you can do it, then come on." Rudiger created in his hand stream of pure power. "You are not the only one who has an advantage in the spiritual world. Basara." So this demon's name is Basara. The source of magic here is not mana but imagination, right? Immediately, Rudiger's power surged up like electrical circuits spreading out vastly. The stream of power grew stronger every moment, making Basara panic. The power in Rudiger's hand now resembled lightning bolts. His face was gloomy as he let out a cold smile. If that's the case, I will no longer be limited by the amount of mana I have. The demon. Sarah looked at his burned arm and exclaimed in confusion internally. My arm can't regenerate? As long as my mind doesn't collapse, I am basically immortal here, aren't I? Looking down at Rudiger's calmness, he was in disbelief.
Impossible.
Am I feeling fear? Before that pathetic human. Suddenly Becerra started in panic. Rudiger leapt into the air, heading down towards him to attack. Flora was amazed, to the point of gaping. Rudiger held the lightning power like a weapon. He executed the move while teaching her. Watch closely, Flora. The magic I am about to use. Immediately, images of elemental energy appeared above him. He thrust his hand down and continued. It will be completely different from what I teach in class. The eyes of Sarah widened in horror.
Non. Impossible.
That power. How can a mere human use the power of a god? While he was standing there frozen stiff, Rudiger's immense energy came crashing down. Before being engulfed by that light, Becerra only managed to scream, "Ah, my almighty god, the supreme being abandoned by the cruel Lumensis. Please help me, your loyal apostle." Right at this moment, from the outside, one could also see that dark sphere gradually cracking. Streams of powerful light competed to shout through those cracks. Aiden exclaimed in amazement, "Master!" Mandalina's expression was also extremely tense as she didn't know what was happening. Suddenly, a pillar of powerful light burst out from it, piercing straight into the sky. Below, a huge pile of smoke and dust erupted. Smoke and dust billowed, obscuring the view of the entire street. Becerra, in a state of half-dissolution, spoke in a gloomy voice. "Impressive. Humans are those who classify everything, yet they do not view the heavenly throne as a demon." It looked up at Rudiger, Flora in front of it. "And now, you yourselves are using a power no different from heresy. How ironic. Perhaps my failure was inevitable." Rudiger heard it speak and just replied coldly, "Is that all you wanted to say? Stop wasting time and fade away." Becerra laughed savagely. "Before I go, let me tell you one thing. While controlling that girl's body, I could sense it thanks to high vigilance. That out there are still many entities like me. It was fading but did not stop provoking. Us, the ones you call demons. Be careful with the apostles." Rudiger still showed no emotion at what Becerra said. Apostles and demons were originally separate entities. If they join hands, you will be in huge trouble. Becerra smiled sinisterly. "I really look forward to the thorny path you will have to walk. Pity that I won't see it with my own eyes." Right after this sentence, completely faded away. Rudiger stood motionless for a moment. Then, without warning, he fainted right in midair, making Flora panic and unable to react. "Professor!" The two of them simultaneously lost balance and were about to freefall. Madalina saw this and gritted her teeth, rushing forward. In her heart, she couldn't help but feel resentful. Why did I intervene just to suffer like this? Aiden also panicked and ran quickly towards them. "Professor Rudiger, Senior Flora." The two ran as fast as they could to catch Rudiger and Flora so they wouldn't fall straight to the ground. Some time later, Rudiger slowly opened his eyes. He glanced at surrounding scenery. "Is this a hospital?" He slowly propped himself up to sit. Suddenly he glanced to one side and spoke. "I didn't expect you to be free enough to visit a patient at this hour." Zero sat by the window. Hearing him speak, the corner of his mouth twitched up. "Zero? Oh my, not even using honorifics anymore. That's really hurtful, Rudiger Kellisai." Rudiger understood the meaning in Zero's words. "So you realized I am not the real Zero?" Zero laughed loudly. "What's surprising about that? It seems you also vaguely realized my purpose, right?" Rudiger looked at him suspiciously. "But the fact that you haven't dealt with me until now, what do you want from me?" Zero calmly took off his mask. "This conversation will be long. It would be rude if we didn't meet face to face." Saying that, he cast his sharp eyes towards Rudiger on the hospital bed. Flash, his eyes shifted from light blue to gold. "First of all, you handled everything very well. The Liberation Army, the Black Mages, and even that demon." Rudiger replied, "Wasn't that all your plan? You asked Nikolai to let the Black Mages use the underground facilities, didn't you?" Zero still wore a bright smile. "Wait a minute. That's really unfair. That was entirely Nikolai's doing. Even I was surprised." Rudiger wondered. "You knew everything yet still let him act on his own?" Zero didn't deny it anymore. "I can't deny that. By the way, how is the mission I gave you?" Rudiger replied with some uncertainty. The mission? You mean the person chosen by fate? That must be the person possessing the Eye of Judgment, right? Zero asked cheerfully. Knowing that much, you must have found them, right?
Rudiger replied straightforwardly. No.
But I read documents about the Eye of Judgment, a privilege of the Saintus, and usually, such records come with a list of related entities, saying that he directed, questioning tone towards the person in front, right? The demon in the list. Or should I call you an apostle? Zero was exposed, but still asked calmly, did Basara tell you? Rudiger didn't mind explaining.
No.
But he mentioned that beings like you exist. That alone was enough for me to determine your identity and purpose. Zero heard this and immediately covered his eyes, laughing out loud. You figured out who I am just from that? Yes. If a demon in the records is looking for something, it's obvious to deduce that. Rudiger immediately asked further, so, why are you looking for the person possessing the Eye of Judgment? Planning to eliminate them? Zero didn't reveal it. Ah, that is a secret. We have our own circumstances too. Then he changed the subject. To himself. Not exactly an exchange, but I will tell you one thing. We are messengers of disaster, opposing the will of the god Lamensis, plunging the world into chaos. We, the ones you call demons, call each other apostles. Rudiger listened and pondered. Apostles, messengers and lackeys sent down by a god. If what Basara said, before dying is true, it seems you are serving another god. Zero continued. On the night of the festival, when I first met you, I could feel it immediately. Even though you are human, you can still see the same world as us. Then he suddenly asked a very strange question. Have you ever felt that this world is like a cage? Being locked in a hard, cramped iron cage without even realizing it. Rudiger heard this and just sighed. A long breath. Are you trying to persuade me to join your side? Sorry, but I have no intention of shaking hands with a guy who caused this mess from the shadows. Didn't seem disappointed. Yeah, I knew it. Looking at the path you chose, it's completely opposite to mine. Suddenly, someone entered from the window. Goodness. She sat directly on the windowsill, continued. Greetings, handsome. I am Helia. You are about to become the new first rank. Zero turned to look at her. Helia, didn't I tell you to wait outside? Helia immediately replied, because you were taking forever to come back. Rudiger silently assessed. She acts quite familiarly with Zero. Is she a demon too? Suddenly Helia darkened. Her face, unknown when she was already standing right behind Rudiger. Truly an interesting human. He doesn't even show fear but is analyzing us. She hugged Rudiger from behind and whispered in his ear. Truly worthy of the title of the one who defeated Basara. Or should I say, you are worthy. Rudiger waited for her to finish. Speaking then glanced at her. Is this an illusion? Seeing that it was discovered. So quickly the illusion vanished. Impressive. How did you know? My illusions are very realistic. Even though he showed suspicion, Helia showed no restraint. Are you ordering me? We are equals. Why should I listen to your orders? Zero immediately admitted killing intent. He called out in a cold voice, Helia. Helia saw this and could only sigh. Don't be so angry. You are acting like a traitor. You even dare to think about killing another apostle if that person annoys you. Rudiger couldn't but wonder. Traitor. Zero at this moment could only bow his head helplessly. Helia. Then he ignored her. All right, we don't have much time, so I will speak plainly. You know the Holy Kingdom of Bredis is preparing to act again, right? Because of what happened in the capital, they will try to intervene in the Exilian Empire at all costs. Rudiger immediately continued. Even if you didn't say it, the Empire doesn't intend to sit still and take it. With the current power of the Holy Kingdom, they cannot easily control the Empire. Zero countered. True, but this is not without precedent. Before Exilian rose up, there used to be a huge kingdom. Its influence was so great that even the Holy Kingdom of Bredis couldn't touch it easily. That kingdom didn't want the Holy Kingdom to dominate other nations. So they joined hands with the elves to start researching the world tree. Joining hands with demi-humans would be considered heresy, so they researched in secret, avoiding the eyes and ears of the Holy Kingdom. Zero recounted what he knew. The problem is, Basara discovered that while executing a mission, the kingdom almost unsealed him inside the world tree after a fierce battle. The situation changed continuously, but in the end, Bredis found out and the entire leadership of the kingdom was replaced. Zero exclaimed, whether back then or now, the Holy Kingdom still has the power to do that. Saying that, he stood. Personally, I don't want something like that to happen again. They will trust you more than me. so make sure to pass the leadership to your people. He put his mask back on, preparing to leave. Right? One more thing. Do you want to reconsider joining us? I would be extremely grateful. Rudiger was not persuaded. My answer remains the same. Zero was not discouraged. So you are not completely opposed to it. That's all for today. But one day you will have to make a choice. He left. Just one final sentence, then immediately left with Helia. We will meet again when our paths merge into one. Rudiger sat pondering. Both Basara and Zero are targeting Lin. You who hold the Eye of Judgment. Maybe other unrevealed apostles are also targeting her. He was extremely worried. Can I protect Lin from them? I just want her to grow up normally without getting involved in these matters. Suddenly, a sound came from outside. Can I come in? Rudiger was sitting absent-mindedly on the bed when someone knocked. I'm coming in. He immediately agreed. Yeah, come in. The hospital room door opened. Thanks for watching the video. Flora entered. She asked gently, Are you okay, teacher? Rudiger replied tenderly, Nothing serious. Are you okay? Flora also replied, Yes, me too. Then she glanced at her hair and lamented, My hair doesn't look like it has fully returned to normal. She twirled a lock of hair. The color has faded a lot, but it hasn't completely gone back to how it was. But the medical check results show no problems. They even said I might be stronger than before. Rudiger heard this and thought to himself, probably remnants from when Basara possessed her body. If there are no problems, then no need to worry. He comforted her with a few words, then asked, That's good. Fortunately, you don't feel pain anymore. You didn't come here this late just to say that, did you? What's the matter? Flora was silent. For a moment, then bowed solemnly. Thank you, teacher, for saving me. Rudiger replied indifferently, I only did what needed to be done. In the end, we both made it out safely, so there is no need to make a big deal out of it. Flora saw him reply like that, so she sat with her back to him. I just wanted to thank you. Is accepting a thank you that hard? Sit here for a moment. Rudiger teased. You sat down even before I answered. Flora was exposed and felt embarrassed. Teacher. Then she hesitated and asked a question. What is the relationship between you two? You and that girl, Lin. Rudiger did not want to reveal it. That is a personal matter, so I cannot explain in detail. Just consider that we don't have a very good past. Flora heard the answer and turned to look at him with deep eyes. Rudiger actively changed the subject. Flora, do you remember the chaos magic I told you to observe carefully? Flora was surprised but quickly followed up. In my dream, right? The one you showed me there. I have never heard of that type of magic. Rudiger calmly replied, Of course, I created it myself. Flora was stunned. Huh? You came up with it yourself? Rudiger spoke up to explain. The chaos magic I use is not bound by any traditional system. Belief in magic, a heart yearning for mystery, and a sincere will to make it reality. All of those things create what is called true magic. Saying that, he asked Flora, Why do you think I wanted you to observe it so carefully? Then he said a sentence that made Flora wide-eyed. Because I believe you can also use that magic. Rudiger seriously looked straight at the girl sitting on the bed. Considering your talent and future, I think ordinary magic won't be enough. Someone like you only needs to see it to grasp the path. He encouraged. The only thing missing is how you use it. Try your best with everything you have. Scene shifts. Lincoln Road. Helia walked behind Zero, still skipping. I wanted to talk a bit more. He is truly an interesting human. Zero, walking in front, suddenly spoke up. I told you beforehand, Helia. It's better to leave before that person finds out. Helia still didn't notice the person in front had stopped. But we should enjoy it while we can. Zero smiled. Oh no, look there. Grander appeared from nowhere right in front of the two. She smiled and greeted. Finally, you all arrived. Taking a walk to admire the moon. Flora was stunned. Ah, you came up with it yourself. Rudiger spoke up to explain. The chaos magic I use is not bound by any traditional system. Belief in magic, a heart yearning for mystery, and a sincere will to make it reality. All of those things create what is called true magic. Saying that, he asked Flora, Why do you think I wanted you to observe it so carefully? Over here. Grander spoke with a disgusted voice. Truly an eyesore. Looking like you two are wandering together. I came here to sightsee a bit. Yet I see this terrible scene. Zero seemed unsurprised by Grander's appearance. He replied naturally, I anticipated this, so I tried to avoid you. Yet you still deliberately sought us out. Do you want to fight? The sentence seemed to trigger Grander's battle switch. She immediately became vicious. Fight? Absolutely possible if I want to. Helia also laughed excitedly. Just because I ran away in humiliation last time. She also immediately entered. Battle state at any moment. You think this time will be easy too? Zero spoke up to stop them. Wait. Both of you. That's enough. I didn't come here to fight. Grander looked him with disgust. She lamented in boredom. The murderous aura around immediately receded. Such a turn-off. You are still different from those called apostles. Zero still kept that harmless smile. I realized it since you claimed to be a messenger of God but never sought a God. We are truly ridiculous, aren't we? You are immortal yet want to die. Helia standing behind saw the two talking and thought in boredom. Wait, you really don't want to fight? In the past, at times like this, you would have rushed in and struck immediately. Grander turned around in annoyance to leave. Don't dawdle. Leave before I change my mind. The next sentence made. Grander paused a bit. Seems like she found it. She was silent for a moment. Then turned her head back. I just postponed the target. What about you? Have you found what you are looking for? Zero replied triumphantly. I found a trace. It won't take much longer. Then he politely reminded her. Take care. I trust you will keep your word. Grander didn't answer but turned and left. Kia now spoke up resentfully. Talking to each other in code and ignoring me. Zero laughed with amusement. Everyone has at least one secret, right? Grander walked while sighing. Oh, I was ready to drop by and mess with that student for a bit. Seems today isn't my day. Well then. I'll go tease someone else. Rudiger on this side, not knowing what he sensed, suddenly shuddered. He looked around in fear. What is it? Why did I suddenly feel a shudder? Was it imagination? After looking for a while and not seeing anything, he continued. To take care of the person lying on the bed. Good heavens! How much did she overwork to end up like this? Always locking herself in her room. No wonder her physical strength is so bad. Scene shifts. The next morning, at the Thevrak Imperial Palace. Rudiger silently glanced to the side. He didn't know how to start a conversation with Chris, who was in a gloomy mood beside him. Professor Chris. That elf girl. Before he could finish, Chris cut him off coldly. Lady Bellaruna. He quickly corrected himself. Right, Lady Bellaruna. Rudiger sighed. She must have woken up in a safe place like the others and returned safely, so you don't need to worry too much. Chris heard this and immediately exploded. He shouted loudly. How do we know if she was dragged somewhere by bad guys while unconscious? Lady Bellaruna is an exemplary and sensitive woman. Rudiger silently assessed. That exemplary and sensitive elf is a notorious unlicensed doctor in the back alleys. Is what you mean different from what I understand? He secretly glanced. The man trying to suppress his anger beside him. So, Bellaruna was sent to a private hideout. So naturally she wasn't present when waking up. But, is it really necessary to worry like that? Thinking so, he proposed. To Chris. If you insist, I will ask her directly when we meet. So, please calm down at least until the award ceremony ends. Chris had no other choice. All right, I leave this to you. Then someone came to announce. Everyone, preparations are complete. Please come outside. Arriving at the grand hall, the person standing on the high podium picked up a paper to read. Yesterday, you stepped into the center of danger to destroy the group behind the terrorist attack in Lindenbrod. You were ready to enter their fortress and fight bravely, defeating the enemy. The person reading was the Emperor of the Exilian Empire.
Alvistas von Exilion.
Therefore, I, Emperor Alvistas von Exilion, commend your efforts and award this medal. Trina stood there solemnly. This incident is concluded to be mainly thanks to Pacius and Trina. Of course, that was part of the agreement to hide the chaos caused by the appearance of the apostle. Rudiger pondered. There are a few others beside me who saw the apostle nearby. I plan to warn them, not to talk about it carelessly. He thought of the first person, Mandelina. Surprisingly, she is very dedicated to such matters, so there probably won't be any problem. Rudiger suddenly remembered something. Thinking back carefully, Casey Selmore was also there. She even refused the medal and returned to Leathervelk immediately. He was a bit unclear. Pacius said he wasn't feeling very well. At this moment, Emperor Alvistas handed the medal to him, bringing him back to reality. Maybe I will go visit him. He glanced around again. Anyway, it seems this award ceremony is formal enough to involve members of the royal family. Then he caught sight of a strange young man standing in the line of the emperor's children. The person between Aileen and Erendia. That is the second prince.
Ibelon von Exilion.
Yeah, he is overshadowed by the first princess. heard he gave up the right of succession because he has no ambition for power. But suddenly, his eyes became vicious. The scene struck fully into Rudiger's vision. He couldn't help but be stunned, wondering in his heart. But just now that look, Ibelin at this moment, had returned to the indifferent and emotionless look from before. Even if only for a moment, that was not the look of the second prince that everyone knows. Rudiger immediately became wary of this seemingly harmless person. That guy, he is hiding himself. On purpose. At the Imperial Palace Infirmary, Aline asked gently, "How do you feel?" Rudiger also replied politely, "Thanks to the treatment, I am recovering very well." Aline heard this and smiled with relief. Thank goodness. Appointing good and secretive doctors to treat you was indeed correct. You owe me, so be grateful. Rudiger sighed. A long breath. Even if you didn't say that, I am already very grateful. Aline countered. If I didn't say it, then you would have pretended not to know. Pasha standing next to Aline also spoke up awkwardly to praise. Well done, Sir Rudiger. I feel guilty for taking all your credit. Rudiger didn't mind. I don't care about those things, so it's fine. Aline was serious. I will give you the reward promised before, but before that, one more thing. She spoke directly. The situation has been reported briefly, but since there were many people there are still things we couldn't discuss. I arranged this meeting. A long while later. So you mean the test subject used demonic energy? And that awakened the sealed demon? Yes, that's right. Then everything in Mandalina's report was caused by the demon. Aline suddenly asked. However, the daughter of the Lumos family, the one possessed by the demon, is she okay? Rudiger answered honestly. She experienced some physiological changes. But other than that, nothing unusual. Aline entrusted the task immediately upon hearing that. Just to be sure, please take care of her. If the demon mentioned in the ancient texts has truly descended, then this will be very troublesome. Lutzer also agreed. That's right. This is the perfect excuse for the Lamensis Church to intervene. Aline did not refute. Yeah. They will conceal the information, but that is only a matter of time. She was a little worried. They will start investigating and will soon discover that you are involved, including the daughter of the Lumos family, who has been swept into this. Lutzer silently listened to Aline. They are very cruel. They will do everything possible in the name of God and special privileges. Even if that enrages us, we cannot easily stop them. Lutzer suddenly spoke up. Come to think of it, the demon told me about the dead world tree in the underground facility and how he was sealed inside it. Aline was surprised. Really? Lutzer fell silent. Actually, Gavin told me, but it would be better to tell them that Becerra said it. Thinking it over, he replied, yes. And there is one very interesting thing he mentioned. Elves helped create the world tree down there. Aline muttered. The elves? Huh? Lutzer continued sharing what he knew. Thinking back, I heard there are very powerful nobles living in the Elven Kingdom. Among them is the Lever family. They protect the world tree, which lies at the center of the forest and is the strongest tree. Aline offered her speculation after hearing him. However, they only started protecting the world tree after the sapling event. If what you say is true, then the sapling event and the dead world tree might be related. Lutzer replied seriously. If the elves who helped were the ones who protected the world tree before the Lever family, then they were overthrown for giving a sapling to humans. Aline exclaimed. If one of them is still alive, we might hear the truth about what happened that day. Lutzer speculated. They must be living in hiding to avoid pursuit, so finding them is like finding a needle in a haystack. He intended to continue. Besides this, there is one more thing we need to discuss. But before he could continue, he was interrupted by Aline. I understand. I haven't forgotten. So don't worry. Follow me. I will lead you to the royal treasury. In the corridor inside the Silver Castle, quite a crowd was gathering here to admire the unique works of art in this place. It's wonderful. This statue. It was made by the famous Goet. Selena was extremely excited at this bustling scene. It's so nice to see the students enjoying themselves. Marilda stood beside her and agreed. Yes, I think so too. It is quite surprising that the royal palace allowed us to stay here. She sighed. Because of the chaos yesterday, the field trip was ruined. They must be showing hospitality so the students can have a happy experience. Lena felt disheartened hearing that. I understand. While the students were in trouble, I was safe inside the royal palace. If only I had done something, perhaps I could have saved a few people. Marilda saw her like that and quickly comforted her. Don't let that weigh on your heart. The palace kept us here to protect us. She explained further. Not only that, there are people who need help, but it is also good for friends, neighbors, and family members to share sorrow and sympathy together. Selena heard that and looked at the person beside her with admiration. Professor Marilda, what we can do is believe that everyone will overcome this. The scene shifted to the park inside the Silver Castle. Taesai was excitedly pointing everywhere. Hey everyone, let's go check that place out. Aiden stood behind Sime watching her. Iona stood alone in the back without speaking. Meanwhile, Leo was almost out of breath. He complained. Yeah, I'm so tired. Taesai, can we rest a bit? Taesai heard that and turned back to scold him. Don't you guys feel it's a pity that our field trip ends like this? We should at least take a walk around the royal palace. Leo couldn't help but argue back. Yeah, so much has happened that everyone is tired. Then he couldn't help but think to himself. Well, all my worries disappeared after what happened. So for me, spending time doing this isn't too bad. Suddenly, Iona stepped forward. Wait, there is something I want to check. Leo, knowing nothing, replied. Huh? Yeah. Okay. Iona went into the forest alone and then stopped at a clearing. She called out. Come out. I know you are here. You intentionally called me out here, didn't you? Someone stepped out from the bushes. Long time no see. The person stepping out held a helmet in his hand. It was Rotron, Iona's older brother. Iona saw the person who just walked out and froze on the spot. Teneron. It took her a moment to regain her composure. Before she asked, that outfit, are you Rotron? I wondered where you disappeared to after giving up the position of temporary patriarch. So you were here? Rotron replied. I didn't have any other choice. From the beginning, I never liked learning magic. And the name Orvali doesn't suit me because I'm not of direct lineage. Iona immediately retorted. Although the beast tribe values bloodline highly, as long as you have Orvali blood in your veins, that is what matters most. And no one said that the position of temporary patriarch didn't suit you. Rotron pondered. Ona, I showed you my origin magic before, right? Oh, it's strong. And I still think so now. His mind went back to a forgettable scene from his past. But even with such power, I still suffered a miserable defeat. He recounted. A person from the White Bear lineage defeated me with just his sheer strength. He didn't intend to kill me, he just walked away. These humiliating images from the past always haunted him. I experienced humiliation and realized one thing. This world is too vast for me to sit still and be a temporary patriarch. So Rotron found another path for himself. Therefore, to use my power properly, I blended in with humans while hiding my identity. It was very difficult to hide myself. But after all my efforts, I climbed to this position. Yet you are disillusioned once again. But after this incident, I realized that I am still lacking. If I don't try harder, I won't be able to repay what that white bear guy did to me that day. Then he advised Iona, who was standing there motionless. So, give it up. You came to this empire to bring me back, right? Iona was silent for a while, then suddenly spoke up. That is not the only reason I came here. She raised her head confidently. One day I will become the patriarch. Because I think we shouldn't just live confined within the boundaries of the beast tribe. Rotron heard that and smiled in relief. I understand. I will cheer for you. In another corner, a scream echoed from the forest. Stop right there. Julia ran after Sadena. After catching up, she grabbed Sadena's hand tightly, not letting her run away. Are you planning to run away again? Julia was extremely angry. As soon as Sadena stopped, she immediately questioned her. I will wait until you answer. Why are you avoiding me? Sadena still didn't dare to face her. She thought to herself, as long as I am in the Black Dawn, I cannot be your close friend. Because I abandoned the Black Dawn and stood on Professor Ludger's side. Sadena made up her mind and turned around. You, since the beginning of the semester, she recounted. Not only did you avoid me, but you didn't look well either. So I didn't interfere too much. And the subsequent events changed Julia's thinking. But from a certain point, I noticed you returned to how you were before. Think it was when you became Professor Ludger's assistant. Saying this, she suddenly raised her voice and shouted, That's why I waited for you. But you kept avoiding me. How dare you do that? Sadena was extremely scared being shouted at like that. Julia. Then Julia suddenly warned her. I don't know about other things, but understand this. Professor Ludger is a dangerous person. This statement made Sadena freeze. What? At this moment, Julia softened a bit. You know, I can use dream magic. I'd enter other people's dreams whenever I want. Sadena immediately asked for clarification. So you have seen Professor Ludger's dream? Julia was also honest. At first, I couldn't. Professor Ludger has a strange trait. He doesn't dream. She suddenly steered the conversation. But one day, I don't know if it was a revelation. Is it a revelation? But I started seeing something. Professor Ludger's dream. Sadena listened tensely as she recounted. Although the traces of that dream were very faint and fleeting, I did not ignore them. That dream reflected reality. And in that dream, Professor Ludger committed murder. Sadena couldn't help but worry. What should I do? It's not like I haven't heard about Professor Ludger killing people. If she tells others, it will be very troublesome. She nervously spoke up. What is it? Julia suddenly mentioned a person. A student in Professor Ludger's class. Do you know Renee? Her voice turned cold. Professor Ludger killed Renee's mother. Sadena was extremely shocked by this news. Her eyes suddenly darkened. What? Julia saw her expression and was extremely worried. She hurriedly held her hand tightly, wanting to say something more to make her truly wake up. I don't know what you think, but I'm saying this because I worry about you as a friend. He is very dangerous. Don't be his assistant anymore. Sadena was helpless, not knowing how to explain her situation for Julia to understand. She stammered. Julia, it's not that I don't believe you. She decided to speak her mind straight out. But that matter is between me and the professor. So it has nothing to do with you. Julia heard that and her face turned pale, unable to believe it. Sadena decisively pushed Julia's hand away. I will decide what to do myself. Julia was extremely angry at being rejected so bluntly. She didn't hesitate to turn and walk away. Fine then. I got involved in this for nothing. Sadena didn't dare turn her head to look at Julia's departing figure. Her mood right now was extremely tangled, her eyes filled with guilt and self-reproach. At the entrance to the royal treasury, suddenly, the door in front of them opened slightly. Professor Ludger unexpectedly stepped out from behind that door. Aline saw it was him and immediately spoke up. I have been waiting for you for a long time. She asked him, so what did you bring out? He replied, there were many impressive things. Took me quite a while to decide. First, as your highness already knows, Aline expressed approval. I guess it's probably the mysterious fragment you've been collecting all this time. Let's ignore it for now. Tell me about that silver bracelet you are wearing. Ludger held up his bracelet. Yes, the plaque says its name is Flowing Silver. He lowered his hand, and the bracelet deformed. You saw it too. It can transform into many different shapes. The bracelet had now become a sharp sword in his hand. Aline exclaimed, it suits you quite well. Ludger brought a monocle up to his eye. There is one more item, the appraisal eye. I heard it was made and donated by the first principal of Saurin. Can measure a person's potential or current ability. Chris tested it right on Aileen and Alex. Excellent. Seems both of you are very strong. Aline wondered and asked Ludger, wait a minute, what did you see through that thing? He told her, this is just a normal monocle. Aline felt something was wrong. She decided to ask him until she got an answer. Items stored in the royal treasury cannot be normal. Speak up. What did you see? Ludger was silent for a moment. I saw the most brilliant light in this world. Aline seemed to understand his meaning. Do you think that by answering perfunctorily like that, I will let you off? Alex looked at her appearance at this moment and smiled. He thought to himself, but it seems your highness doesn't hate that answer either. That afternoon, in the castle corridor, Lynn walked while deep in thought. Inside the castle is so peaceful. It's hard to believe so many things happened yesterday. She recalled the images from the past. Suddenly my eyes felt painful, and I could sense the energy of others more clearly. That strange creature took over Senior Flora's body. Then suddenly the professor appeared and saved me. She felt extremely confused. I don't understand anything. Does Professor Ludger know anything? It would be rude to go find him without a proper reason. While she was deep in thought, footsteps approached. She gasped in surprise. Professor Ludger. She was just planning how to meet the professor. Yet now he appeared right in front of her, making Lynn startled. Lynn, you came at the right time. I have something to say to you. Let's go somewhere a bit quieter. The scene shifted outside. A shadow eagle appeared, startling her. Is that the professor's magic beast? It looks so special. The two sat down on a bench to talk. Its name is Arthur Nocturnus. It moves in the shadows and usually hides in the form of clothing. Lynn wondered. So when you appeared and saved me, was it thanks to this creature's ability? Chris explained to her in detail. That's right, but it consumes too much mana, so I can't summon it for long, especially in a bright place like this. Lynn finally understood. Suddenly remembered and asked him, is Senior Flora okay? He told Lynn, I checked her condition myself. Everything is normal. You seem worried about her. Lynn lowered her face, looking sad. Because she wanted to save me, she became like that. And that strange creature even took over her body. Ludger turned to speak to Lynn. Lynn, that creature was a demon. And the current condition of your eyes is also related to that demon. Lynn was astonished. What? Chris decided to reveal it to her. Things have come to this. You should also know the truth. The thing you currently possess is the Eye of Judgment. He looked into her sparkling blue eyes. The eye of judgment can distinguish between right and wrong. This is not just intuition, but it is due to seeing the essence of everything. According to the Church of Light, this is a unique power that only a saintess possesses. Lin had many questions. A saintess? It's true that the demon called me that, but does that mean the Church of Light intends to take me away? Come to think of it, it's strange too. Why is the saintess of this era here without a single bodyguard following her? Moreover, it seems she hasn't fully awakened her power yet.
Ludger Rirus Lin.
I won't let that happen. Don't worry. Ludger opined. The title of saintess sounds noble, but the church will only use you as their pawn. It is very likely that others will also target you. Don't let anyone discover this. Lin turned to say to Ludger, but now my eyes stand out too much. Can I really hide them? Also, Senior Erendel already knows. Chris asked her.
Lin.
Do you think Erendel is someone you can trust and follow? Lin hesitated for a moment. Then Lin spoke with certainty. About her, but I want to trust her. All right, if you feel that way, then I won't ask anything more. Sit still for a moment. Suddenly Lin felt a stream of power run through her forehead, and she gasped. Ah, Chris signaled to her. I have temporarily cast a basic sealing spell on your eyes. Now they look just like normal eyes. Chris instructed her. But this is only temporary. Remember to be careful. Your power has awakened. Later, it will become stronger and stronger. When strangers approach, you must be vigilant. And if they treat you kindly, you must suspect them even more. Ludger's instructions were overheard by Sadena behind a tree. She wondered, Professor, why did he do that to Lin's mother? Surely there is some misunderstanding. Is that right? The afternoon of the next day. Royal Silver Castle. Someone spoke up. We also heard about the unfortunate incident that occurred in the capital of the Exilian Empire. We offer our condolences regarding this tragic event. Eileen continued. Thank you for sending envoys from the Holy Kingdom of Bredis here to convey these words. It seems you brought too many people just to assist us. Didn't you? A stream of thought flowed within her. He arrived too quickly. The incident just happened recently. It's as if he had prepared beforehand. Is this really just a coincidence? Eileen looked to the other side. The woman sitting next to him. She must be the priestess from the Holy Kingdom. Since Bredis is the Holy Kingdom, her status cannot be low. Seeing Eileen not paying attention, the man got angry, slammed his hand on the table and shouted, Where are you looking? Aren't you talking to me? You aren't even the emperor yet. How dare you be so rude? Eileen retorted gallantly. It is true that I am not the emperor, but I am the one who can become the emperor. Unlike you, a representative priest who couldn't even become an official priest. This sentence hit his sore spot. Extremely angry but unable to do anything, he had to concede. Anyway, I feel satisfied with this position. Eileen demanded. Stop speaking nonsense. Get straight to the main point. The priest is one thing, but you bringing holy knights here means you intend to use force on Empire soil. He replied to her. Don't worry, we won't go against the Empire. However, depending on your answer, this might change. Eileen also had to be wary. If they were envoys from other countries, their heads would have fallen to the ground long ago. But the power of the Holy Kingdom is formidable. Cannot treat them carelessly. She remembered Professor Ludger's words. Just like the truth that man told about the ancient kingdom. They used that troublesome power to meddle in other countries. If they demonstrated their power openly, it wouldn't be this troublesome. The man spoke up, interrupting Eileen's thoughts. We received a report that during this incident, a black sphere appeared in the center of the capital. Do you know anything about this? I did receive a report about it, but I also don't know what it is. The Liberation Army cooperated with dark wizards, so they probably did something. The man looked agitated. Do you really think dark wizards could do something like that? Eileen retorted. I also want to ask you why you are so sure they aren't the culprits. He again exerted authority by slamming his hand on the table. He said angrily, truly ridiculous. Do you intend not to cooperate with us? If you continue to behave like this, I have no choice but to report back to the Holy Kingdom. Not letting him finish, Eileen cut him off. You just said Holy Kingdom? She looked at the person in front of her with a slightly annoyed attitude. Aren't you here as a representative of the entire Holy Kingdom? What right do you have to speak in the name of your country? Eileen's eyes looked at him sternly. I have overlooked it many times, but your rudeness has crossed the line. Do you want to know how we deal with people like you in this empire? Hearing her say that, the man couldn't help but cringe. Wait, please, Priestess Lemria sitting next to him smiled gently. Her aide also spoke up. Everyone says the successor emperor is a strong, beautiful, and wise person. It seems that wasn't just empty talk. I want to apologize to your highness on his behalf for his rude attitude. Lemria was a reasonable person. But I hope you understand that we came here also to help the Empire. Could you allow us to investigate on our own? Aline stood up and sighed. Do whatever you want. They left the room. On the way, the man kept complaining. She is truly too arrogant. How dare she treat the priestess of the Holy Kingdom so disrespectfully? Followed Lemria and pleaded. Let's go there right away, before those Empire bastards delete the evidence. Lemria spoke. Stop it. It seems we don't need to be in such a hurry anymore. No matter how much they try to hide, evil creatures will reveal themselves eventually. The more they want to hide, the easier it is for us to find them. Moreover, we are finally in the royal palace, so I want to see the famous sights here myself. The man had to reluctantly reply. Yes, then let me lead the way for you. Just then, a figure flashed past Lemria. Making her pause for a moment. Seeing her not respond, the man called her priestess. Lemria turned back to call the mysterious person who just passed her. There. Wait a minute. I sense something unusual from you. Who are you? Lemria called him back. The priestess is asking who you are, you bastard. Lemria looked at his retreating back. Hey, are you deaf or something? The mysterious person still did not respond. He paused for a moment and thought to himself. TSK. I intended to pass by silently, but she sensed my presence. Recently I only reinforced the magic sealing the mana in my body. Perhaps the battle with Basara weakened it? Finally, the mysterious person turned around and replied. You call yourself a priestess? You are just a subordinate. The man felt annoyed and turned to scold him. How dare you? I am the priestess's representative. A commoner like you has no right to be disrespectful. Seems you don't know, so let me explain. The mysterious person approached the two of them. First, I may not look like it, but I do not serve the Empire. Second, as a citizen of the Empire, I bow to no one but the Emperor. Every word he spoke made the man extremely uncomfortable. Third, if you call yourself a representative, you should learn some manners. Do you realize your disrespectful actions only bring shame to your master? Now the mysterious person turned to Lemria. How long do you intend to keep this idiot as your representative? You'd better change to someone else. The man was so angry he uttered a curse. You bastard. Talking nonsense. But Lemria interrupted. You are right. You've worked hard until now. You can rest now. The man turned his head to look at her, too shocked to hear that. His mouth gaped open. Priestess. He chased after her. Priestess. Wait, priestess. Now Lemria stood talking privately with John. It's quiet now. Can you tell me who you are? He answered her. I am Ludger Cherish, professor at Saurin Academy. She gently introduced herself. I understand. I am Lemria from the Holy Kingdom of Bredis. I am one of the 10 priests of the Holy Kingdom. Ludger continued. You are different from the priests I know. Well, it's been 20 years. It makes sense for the Holy Kingdom to have a new generation of priests. Finishing his words, Ludger turned to leave. Now that my curiosity has been satisfied, I'm leaving. Leaving Lemria bewildered. She said, You're leaving after just hearing my name? How cold. She continued to strike up a conversation with Ludger. As I said before, I sense something unusual from you. By the way, have you visited the Holy Kingdom before or met any of us? He paused for a moment. He recalled images from the past. Not long ago, I met one of the archbishops called Frieden. She said she sensed a bit of divine power inside me. Perhaps you sense something similar. Maybe I have an aptitude suitable for priests like you that I am unaware of. But I totally hope you don't impose religious rituals on someone like me. Lemria sighed after hearing the story. So the Archbishop of Lethber said that too. But what could it be? It feels like something even stronger than that. Somehow, Ludger also sighed. This feeling, he turned to look at Lemria. About everything that happened today. I hope you keep it a secret and don't tell anyone. Lemria stood looking at Ludger's retreating back. He said, Well, since we are both busy, I'm leaving. Her guard came out to ask. Priestess, are you okay? Your actions just now were a bit unlike yourself. Lemria admitted. You're right. Today I was a bit stubborn. Wasn't I? She smiled and asked him back. Ludger Cherish, right? That man's name. Is he that bothersome? I will go investigate him. Lemria agreed. Okay, thank you. And I want to ask one more thing. Don't tell anyone about today's matter. Especially Big Sister Catherine. For here, Ludger thought to himself as he walked. Seeing the way she dismissed a subordinate just because of my complaint when we hadn't met before, it made me feel uncomfortable. And after testing a bit, I am certain, in the Holy Kingdom, orphans are taken into monasteries under the guise of being raised and supported. Then they will become priests if they reveal rare talent. After training, their status becomes very high in the Holy Kingdom, and high priests and priestesses are people who cannot be looked down upon. However, during training, subtle suggestions are planted in their minds, so they never go against the bloodline of the Holy Kingdom. Ludger realized with disgust. He sighed. Nothing has changed after 20 years. Those disgusting detailed bastards are still quite annoying. Few days later at the temporary base in Leidenbrot, Ludger calculated in his mind. Now, the trip has ended. Tomorrow we will return to Saurin. It's time to clean up a few things here. I was planning to pull the fragment out, but the plan has been postponed. Suddenly, a mighty tiger rushed towards him, making him wonder, chimera? He was stunned. Brother Han. The powerful tiger suddenly fell to the ground and reached out towards Ludger. Why did you only arrive now? Do you have any neutralizing agent? Hurry up. It blamed him. You are always late. Waiting for you, I thought my neck would stretch out. A girl with blonde hair and bangs appeared. That's right. Close the door and come in. If someone sees you like that, it will be very troublesome. The girl sat down on a chair and rambled on. That creature. They even made artificial monsters that can transform. Quite interesting. Ludger responded to her. I thought Bellaluna did it. But it was you, master. You even got the claws of a chimera. Bellaluna also chimed in. I got it from a tribesman. They have a lot of stuff. Ludger closed his eyes and thought to himself. Truly annoying. Since when did they collect those things? The blonde girl smiled radiantly. So, how was it? How did you feel after confronting a demon directly? He kept his eyes closed while talking to her. As expected. You knew everything and followed me here. Even if you didn't intend to intervene directly, I still would have handled it. But it would have been nice if you at least taught me how to fight a demon. More importantly, a priestess from the Holy Kingdom personally visited the Empire. She sensed the Holy King's mana within me and approached me. Blonde girl looked at him. Really? You weren't exposed, right? Blonde smiled radiantly. So, what do you think? How did it feel to face a demon head-on? He kept his eyes closed as he replied. As expected. You knew everything and followed me. I could have handled it even without direct intervention, but it would have been nice to learn how to fight demons. More importantly, a priest from the Holy Kingdom visited the Empire. She sensed the Holy King's magic in me and approached. The blonde girl looked at him. Really? You weren't exposed, right? Ludger informed her. If hints were planted in their minds by the Holy Kingdom, then they wouldn't report to the Holy Kingdom immediately. But we cannot stop the priests from investigating me directly. It is only a matter of time. The girl spoke up. To blame him? Stupid. If you intended to use mana like that, you should have been more careful. He replied to her. There were too many observers. That was the only thing I could do to avoid attracting attention. Even if she didn't intend to investigate, rumors would spread everywhere anyway. The girl sighed. Forget about that. Eventually, you will have to confront your siblings. You won't say fighting family is too hard, right? Ludger asserted. Of course, they are the ones trying to kill me anyway. If they hinder my plans, I have no intention of going easy on anyone. Bellaruna looked at him with an intense gaze. You have a wonderful mindset. At least that's one less worry. The blonde girl continued speaking. Now then, let's handle our internal affairs. Go talk to the person waiting inside. Bellaruna and a male friend bowed to him. Take care. Ludger spoke up. You've been standing outside all this time? Come in. He turned to look at Bellaruna and said, Bellaruna, I heard you have gathered quite a few chimeras and specimens. She replied with her laughter. Then she spoke up. I have a lot to say about you secretly contacting the World Tree again. But for now, I will let that slide. Ludger crossed his arms and sighed. Is there anything you haven't reported to me? Say it now. I won't scold you. Bellaruna hesitated. For a moment. Well, it's just that I think I was discovered by the World Tree manager in my hometown. Ludger wondered. He asked her back. What? Was it when you went to check with Chris Benamor? Bellaruna told the whole story, making Ludger hold his head in helpless headache. No, not that time. When the master was at the palace, I snuck into the underground world to contact the World Tree roots again. Perhaps because the influence of demon race has faded a lot. Therefore, the path to the World Tree was restored. However, I didn't expect to run into them there. Finally, Ludger spoke up. All right, at least you told me rather than hiding it. He felt a bit uneasy and asked her. So has the manager discovered who you are yet? Bellaruna answered him. That moment was very fast, so I don't think so. But perhaps they have found the place where I connected to the World Tree. Bellaruna asked for Ludger's thoughts. So what do you think they will do? Next, Ludger propped his chin and thought. First, perhaps they will send an envoy, since it took place in the imperial capital. Bellaruna believed otherwise. Their kingdom is very closed off. They will never conduct diplomacy or talk to the human kingdoms. They will certainly send a shadow guard. Ludger asked her. Shadow guard? Like our shadow army? That's right. They mainly hunt and deal with traitors. He wondered. But if what George knows is only where the access point is, isn't it fine if you just don't go back there? Laruna sighed. Well, it's difficult. Once they have a clue, I heard they can chase you anywhere on the continent. Bellaruna's expression now held a bit of hope. The good thing is we have plenty of time to prepare. The shadow guards can only move under the Queen's orders. It will certainly take quite some time for the higher-ups to receive the report and make a decision. Meanwhile, in the elven kingdom of Renataran, the attendees of the meeting wondered, why did the Queen suddenly summon us? And not just the Liffrey family, but also the subordinates of other families too. The door opened slightly. Someone reminded everyone. They are here. A girl with shiny golden hair walked in. She spoke. Is everyone here? Everyone replied. Yes, everyone is present. Venman Liffrey spoke up. Why did you summon us this time, Your Majesty? The blonde girl stated the reason. When I was observing the world, that specific individual dared to contact the world tree without our order. The crowd immediately reacted violently. That insolent fool. Venman, upon hearing this, felt extremely annoyed and shouted. In the name of the head of the Liffrey family, I order you all, immediately summon the shadow guards. A few days later, Theon, a voice echoed. You worked hard during the field trip. Professor Ludger. Elisa was chatting with Ludger. She smiled gently. I heard you played a very important role back then. Ludger only replied emotionlessly. I only did what I had to do. She smiled, until her eyes crinkled. You are still humble as always. I called you here because I have something to discuss. Do you know that the curriculum for the first and second years has been delayed because of this incident? Ludger replied to Elisa. Yes, they had to stay in the capital for treatment. Elisa suggested. Then we will have to extend the class schedule by about 1.5 times, or shorten the vacation for the first and second years. Ludger realized the scenario if this method was applied. Either way would be exhausting. Elisa mentioned. Further, we are also thinking of increasing the difficulty of some subjects. He asked her, are you talking about practical magic and basic combat training? Elisa pointed down at the paper on the table. They are very important. But the incident at the capital clearly showed that theory is indeed important. But if you cannot apply it to actual combat, it is useless. Elisa's face was full of thoughtful concern. Above all, there is no guarantee that students won't be targeted like last time. So I believe we should teach them how to protect themselves. Starting now, Ludger found point valid, so he continued. I agree, but you just needed to inform me via official records. Do you want me to handle something? Elisa smiled sheepishly. Oh my, you are as sharp as always. That's right. About the magical beast summoning class. I want you to take charge of this class. Professor Ludger. He wondered. Aren't there enough instructors for this subject already? Elisa explained. To him. Because of the schedule changes, they are also very busy. Moreover, your theory classes will be reduced so you will have more time. Hearing this, Ludger froze. For a moment. And honestly, hiring external instructors is quite risky in the current situation. Besides, I heard you have taught a lot of practical materials. Ludger remained silent to hear Elisa out. So I think you would also be good at teaching about magical beasts. Of course, I will try to reduce your burden. After all, you are the project leader. His expression remained unchanged as he calmly replied. I understand. In return, can I teach in the way I see fit? Elisa agreed. Immediately. Of course. I trust you completely. And one more thing. Can you look at this? Ludger looked at the stack of papers in front of him and wondered. This is. Elisa informed him. During the time you were at the capital, we also encountered many problems here. Until now, I kept quiet because we needed someone to control the noble factions. But this time they clearly crossed the line. They notified external forces to leak Theon's internal information. Was cutting off the tail last time really a fatal blow to their influence? Ludger informed Hugo, making him angry. Why was the tail caught? He told him. Don't worry too much, Hugo Bertag. You still keep your position as an instructor at Theon, making him surprised. What? Ludger informed him. With what you have done, if we fire you, the nobles will revolt, and it would expose Theon's internal problems to the public. Instead, your salary will be cut, your research funds as well, and all your authority is revoked. Hearing this, he was scared. and anxious, sweating profusely. He replied to him, "How generous. Then what else? Even if you get rid of me, there will be someone else like me to replace that position." Suddenly, there was the sound of footsteps approaching. Hugo panicked. When he saw Professor Chris Benamor, Ludger thought he was very suitable to be his successor. Chris spoke up, making him extremely furious. "That is how it is, Professor Hugo." He looked like he was about to go crazy but could do nothing but curse under his breath like a petty man. "You damn brats." Then, unable to do anything else, he turned and walked away in humiliation. Chris asked Ludger, "Is it okay to let him go like that? What if he does something excessive?" Ludger seemed to grasp the situation. He told Chris, "He protects himself more than anyone else. That won't happen. Anyway, congratulations on becoming the person in charge here." Chris explained clearly, "Don't misunderstand. I never wanted this position." Chris recalled what happened in the past. "That accident made me realize a few things. How dangerous the current world is, and how vulnerable the students are. How much more time must we waste on meaningless battles? And more important is the students' safety. That is why I accepted your offer. Just consider this as my repayment." Ludger wondered. "Debt?" Chris reminded. "Ludger, didn't you help me meet Ms. Bellaruna again?" Ludger realized. "Ah, yeah." Then he thought to himself, what does she have that makes him so crazy? A few weeks later, in training grounds, red-haired Tracy was jogging in the field, panting and exclaiming, "So tired. Why do we have to train like this?" Her friend with glasses turned back to encourage her. "Just try a little more and your body will get used to it." Oh, here Cheryl was also out of breath. But Flora, in front of her, showed no emotion and still strove to run. "Flora, why are you like that? Why are you running so fast? Are you not out of breath?" Flora thought to herself. "Is that so? Even I am surprised. Not only stamina but also magic skills have improved a lot." Flora touched her hair and thought, "If I have to state a reason, perhaps it is related to my hair color changing." Ludger stood observing. The students running panting around the field. The students were buzzing. "We have to run around the training field? Strengthen the body and use up all mana until exhaustion?" A student raised her hand to ask Ludger, "Aren't magical beast classes usually about sitting and meditating in class?" He answered gently, "Normally, yes, as you may know, this unusual course starts in the 3rd year. But in the 1st and 2nd years, you won't be able to do as they do even if you share the same method." The gaze of Professor Ludger was always serious, rarely showing emotion. "Although it is a bit harder, I will teach you a much faster method. From now on, you will have to undergo the same summoning course as real soldiers." He analyzed. "Further, magical beasts have been inside you since you learned magic. It is like an egg. To find and hatch that egg, you must push your body to the limit, must run until exhaustion, and during the recovery process, feel the mana slowly rising. By repeating that process, you will recognize your own magical beast." The students stood listening to his instructions, everyone scared and worried. "If anyone is lazy or tries to skip class, I will personally take charge of training after school. So you better give it your all. Any student who is tired, come over here. We will learn theory during the break." A group of 4 students gathered in front of Professor Ludger. Everyone was panting heavily from fatigue. He spoke up. "Magical beasts are created from mana, so they cannot be considered living creatures. But they also have a will and truly exist. That is because magical beasts are formed when the mage's will is submerged in mana for a long time." A student looked up and asked him, "So, in a way, magical beasts are like artificial life forms?" The professor explained to them. "From a certain perspective, yes. But currently, the general view is that magical beasts appear naturally. To define something as an artificial life form, it needs to be created by the will and desire of its creator. But magical beasts are not created by will alone. There have been people who attempted to create things like golem spirits or artificial spirits, but no one has ever succeeded." Ludger had just finished speaking when a voice rang out, drawing everyone's attention to that side. It came out. A large leopard walked towards Professor Ludger and announced, "It is Flora, succeeding on the very first summon." Flora looked at it and thought, "A blue jaguar." Ludger turned to look at Flora. "You finished faster than I thought." Flora confidently showed off her personality. "Of course, I was born talented. But Professor," Ludger reminded her, "don't be too complacent. The practical part only starts after summoning." Flora immediately lowered her head and replied softly, "Yes." Then the professor walked past her and whispered, "Good job," he said to Flora. Once you're done watching, go run quickly. Flora seemed a bit reluctant, so when she prepared to leave, she turned her head back. Yes. A few days later, students were admiring a sword together. Tracy exclaimed, I didn't expect us to have two of the rare tool-type magical beasts here. Leo's face was emotionless. He added, truly an expert in attracting attention. A stream of thoughts flowed in Ludger while observing the students. Honestly, this has exceeded expectations. I didn't expect the students to be able to do this in such a short time. Someone's voice rang out. Renee, is that your magical beast? Erendel and Renee were looking at a ball-shaped magical beast above them. This is my magical beast. But this shape, Erendel continued. Tool types resemble basic shapes, right? Suddenly Erendel felt extremely surprised. Huh? The shape is constantly changing. Renee smiled looking at it. Yeah, let me ask the instructor. The power source. It seemed to activate, emitting an endless source of light, making Renee and Erendel dizzy. Tracy turned to look at the magical beast. She exclaimed, what? It shattered? What happened to the magical beast? Ludger also couldn't avoid being affected, causing him to stagger. He thought, the energy it emits is making other magical beasts react strongly. Ludger acted immediately. Many streams of black aura appeared after a wave of the professor's hand. Athens Nocturne. The students were panicked. Wait, that is Professor Ludger's magical beast. It covered half the training field already. Flora thought, this scent. I smelled it at the beginning of the semester. Ludger ordered everyone. Everyone stay where you are. He walked towards the glowing magical beast, thinking, luckily, Ron's magical beast isn't reacting anymore. Whether it is afraid of Athens Nocturne or not, it's good that it stopped. The professor went to ask Renee, who had been terrified all this time. Renee, are you okay? Renee looked up at him with teary eyes. Professor, why are you looking at me like that? Renee, thanks for watching the video. Lapsed in front of Ludger, along with a panicked face, tears streaming down. Why are you making that face? Ludger's face darkened. A thought ran through his mind. Why do I feel guilty? Renee, exhausted, fainted, seeming to no longer feel anything. The space surrounding her was now just a white color. She fainted. For Ludger's seemingly unforeseen witnessing, still keeping that expression. Without hesitation, Ludger hurriedly picked Renee up. Today's class ends here. Renee was taken to the infirmary. Around her came worried questions for Ludger. Professor, is Renee really okay? Ludger replied calmly. Yeah. She just fainted for a moment. Ludger gently reassured. Just leave her here. Don't you have class? Although hearing him say that, Erendel was still worried for her friend. Hesitating, not wanting to leave, but sensing that anxiety, Ludger continued speaking. It happened during my class. Obviously, I must take responsibility. Feeling somewhat relieved, Erendel spoke softly. All right, after she left. The quiet room suddenly emitted a soft noise from Renee. Renee suddenly woke up to Ludger's surprise. You're awake. Her tone became hurried and embarrassed. Huh. I fainted. She became flustered. Hurriedly asked Ludger about her condition before fainting. Right before I fainted. I think I said something rude. I didn't say anything rude. Right? Ludger kept his calm appearance, reassuring her. You didn't say anything, don't worry. Ludger fully recounted the event before. You just fainted due to the shock from summoning a magical beast for the first time. Newborn magical beasts are simply sensitive to the world they see for the first time. Hearing that explanation, Renee became curious. Huh? Magical beasts can do that? Ludger immediately answered her question. Magical beasts don't always listen to their masters. In rare cases, they even eat their masters. Renee asked timidly. Isn't my magical beast a rare type? That's right. Replying to that answer from Ludger was her silence. Renee's tone became even more hurried, scared. Oh no, I still have many things I want to do. I can't die this early. Ludger waved his hand helplessly to reassure her. Calm down. That is an example for those who don't treat their magical beasts well. As long as you treat it well, that won't happen. Even so, Ludger still had a question for her. You said you have many things you want to do? What are they? Renee stammered. It's hard to choose. There are too many. Then she blossomed into a radiant smile talking about what she wanted to do. I want to become a magic researcher and learn spells no one knows. For the sake of people who don't know what kind of magic they possess. Replying to her answer, Ludger closed his eyes in thought. His voice slowed down. Is that so? Becoming a magic researcher isn't easy. He immediately explained further. For her to understand the work of magic research, it requires an enormous amount of knowledge, not to mention paperwork and reports. Not only that, your achievements in magic theory must also be correspondingly high. Simply put, this is a profession representing the peak of intellect. Ludger's explanation of the job was like a heavy blow to Renee, almost completely extinguishing her thoughts about the magic researcher job earlier. She sighed. Wow. It's harder than I thought. Ludger gently reassured her one more time. But you study theory extremely well. If you work hard, you can do it. After being given more hope by him, Renee was surprised. Really? Renee continued asking him about things she still wondered. But even so, are there times you feel despair and want to give up? Times like that, how do you overcome it, Professor? Ah, perhaps you have never felt like that. Replying to those rapid consecutive questions was Ludger's silence. But then he spoke up. His tone became stronger. I never overcame it. I just silently endured it. Stepping out of the infirmary. In Ludger's head, thoughts constantly appeared. Just for a moment. But Renee's eyes of judgment strengthened abnormally and broke the seal. If there is a cause, it must be the magical beast Renee summoned. There has never been a precedent of someone having both non-attribute mana and eyes of judgment. In reality, it is very hard to evaluate with current knowledge. Power no one wants is no different from a curse. Non-attribute mana, unless I find a solution. At least. Suddenly, Ludger stopped in his tracks. The thoughts in his head stopped due to the sudden appearance of Fruden. Ludger was surprised. Fruden Ulberg? Fruden's tone became hurried, mixed with skepticism and anger. I heard everything. What did you do to Renee? Still keeping a face. Ludger answered him. She just fainted. No need to react like that. But it seemed his attitude and words made Fruden even angrier. She fainted in your class. Do you think I accept such an explanation? He became even more cranky. How much longer do you intend to hurt Renee? Was what you did to her mother not enough that you dare to stand by her after all that? Ludger's face darkened. His voice lowered. If you don't know anything, don't speak. Fruden wondered. What? Voluntarily. Ludger hesitated. Renee is suffering from a terminal illness. Hearing the news like a bolt from the blue, Fruden froze. His face stiffened, completely losing the arrogant and angry attitude from the start. What? Ludger left. Behind him was Fruden's gaze vaguely looking down with a face full of worry. Thinking. In his head, Ludger's words from before still echoed. That mana will gradually develop and destroy her body. If the body cannot withstand it, it will kill the user. Average lifespan. About 25. Even if it's long, it won't exceed 30. And that process will be extremely painful. Death would be better. He recalled the serious face and words Ludger just said. A mother who loved her only daughter chose to die at the hands of another because of that. Fruden clenched his fist. His hand trembled. Thoughts appeared in his mind. You bastard. What did you do to Renee? While I was watching over her. Find a way so she doesn't end up like that. Suddenly a voice came from the side, pulling him out of his thoughts. Wow, you are more impatient than I thought. Fruden turned his head to ask. Were you eavesdropping? Flora said while walking over. No, I just happened to hear. She leaned against the wall. I didn't think you liked Renee that much. I never thought you liked anyone. Fruden replied calmly. And you are the one interested in that Ludger cherish even though he pays attention to others. Is that okay? Flora sighed in relief. Perhaps in the past, yes. But now I don't care anymore. I have received enough. Fruden looked at her. You have changed. Can't be a child forever, right? And Fruden replied to her. I guess I have to be like that too. Over here. Ludger returned to his room. He gently pushed the door to enter. Suddenly beside his ear came a slight noise. Professor Ludger. Long time no see. Are you still doing well? Hybak spoke up in greeting. Hybak Karatos is the head of the third ducal family in Karatos. Ludger walked to the seat. While walking, he asked, What wind brings a duke here? Hybak replied immediately with a clear voice. Of course, I came to see you. Have you eaten? Ludger sat down. Continued. From the start, I was offered to be the principal. Hybak's face darkened. A glimpse of malice appeared on his face. Ah, I spoke a bit confusingly, didn't I? I am not talking about that. I mean Lezabel Ali, the owner of Oliver. Hearing that, a flash of worry crossed Ludger's eyes. He knows. Ludger lowered his face. Thean teachers don't usually interfere with work outside of class. Hybak sighed. Paid well and allowed to do extra work. A dream job, isn't it? Highback stroked his beard, saying with an arrogant face, "Then allow me to reintroduce myself. The eyes of the people in the Imperial School, former head of the planning department and leader of the Night Knights. Highback Karatos." Lud. Gare's face wrinkled, his eyes flashing with wariness. He thought, head of the planning department and leader of the Night Knights. Indeed, the head of one of the three great families is not just a simple old man. Why is that so? He continued. You revived a dying province and solved the troublesome mob. You contributed greatly to solving the case in the capital. Catching you would only harm the empire. What you do in the underground world far exceeds others. Ludger was confused. But with that much information, how did you not know about the incident in the capital? Highback waved his hand, gritting his teeth. That is the royal family we are talking about. If people like us interfere in the capital, it will only weaken the royal family's authority. Highback continued, explaining, in other words, we never hesitate with threats outside the capital. Therefore, I came to ask you a favor. Ludger hesitated. What favor? Highback smiled. Sinister smile. I heard you participated in this year's Mystic Night Festival, right? The space fell silent, only Highback's voice echoing. I want you to kill a person. That night, Ludger walked alone to Lezabel Alley. While walking, he thought, that old man threw a troublesome job at me. Suddenly he stopped, turning his head back. Ha! Behind him were strangers covering their bodies. He thought to himself, those people, when they drew their swords and rushed in, suddenly remembered. Are they the ones chasing Bellaruna? Forgetful, aren't they? He wondered. Why are they targeting me instead of Bellaruna? He turned around, still keeping a cold face. Do you people have business with me? I have never harmed elves. A stranger suddenly held a sword and flew in as fast as lightning. Seeing that, Ludger hurriedly fought back. He thought, so talking is not an option? Suddenly, something happened that made his sharp cold eyes. He flashed a look of surprise. Flashed a look of dizziness as if he just felt a source of power suddenly strike. A stranger suddenly fell down due to receiving a great impact. It made everyone stop and turn to look. The other guy was suddenly thrown far away. Everyone around became panicked and suspicious. The whole space seemed to freeze. A strong arm with rising power appeared. Ludger was calm. You came at the right time. The person was Pantos. He and Ludger stood next to each other, creating a formidable source of power. Thanks for watching the video. Strangers became panicked. Fear appeared on their faces. Pantos spoke softly. I felt killing intent, so I ran here, but it wasn't worth it, huh? Replying to him were the words of Ludger. That's right, but since we are here, why not exercise a bit? The silence around rang with Ludger's voice. Take down all the rest except the leader. Pantos's face became sharp. Firmly replied. Understood. Suddenly, the door was thrown open. Someone was kicked inside in front of Bellaruna. Seeing Ludger walk in, she wondered. Master, who is this person? Ludger replied. I am the one who must ask Bellaruna. Frowned, looking at her. Didn't you say the pursuers would take some time to arrive? Bellaruna broke out in a cold sweat, stammering. I don't know either. There's no way they arrived this early. The girl in black, kneeling on the floor, shouted, looking at Bellaruna. I knew it. So the insolent one who dared to violate the sacred tree is you. You are a traitor. Ludger sat down, looking at her, smiling slightly. It seems I am not the target but Bellaruna. Then why did you attack me? Hearing those questions from Ludger, she remained silent, gritting her teeth without replying. He lost patience. No intention of speaking, huh? Suddenly, Bellaruna was named by Ludger. Bellaruna, make her speak, she asked, startled. Me? Ludger looked coldly. Yeah, unless you hesitate with your own kind. Having finished speaking, Bellaruna was delighted. No way, actually I still want to test the potion I brewed on an elf to see. Heathcliff saw this and thought to himself, I don't know if having her on my side is good or bad. The elf girl looked in panic as Bellaruna approached and asked, Wait, what are you doing? What are you making me drink? Bellaruna replied with a grotesque smile and an amused tone, Don't worry, it's just the truth. The girl couldn't believe her eyes. How dare you do that to your own kind? Before she could finish, her voice was replaced by a scream of resistance. A moment later, Heathcliff asked, Name and reason for coming here? She groggily replied, Galleon Seguazin. My goal is to kill the traitor who violated the sacred tree. Heathcliff continued questioning Galleon. I heard your tribe wouldn't arrive for some time. How did you get here so early? She replied, The family head of House Leifer who guards the sacred tree, encountered the intruder directly that day and immediately used her authority to summon us Seguazin. Upon hearing Galleon's words, he glanced at Bella Luna. Our mission is to capture the intruder of the sacred tree and retrieve the sacred tree. Other than that, we don't. Oh, an image from Galleon's memory appeared showing a room. When we arrived at the capital, humans were completely guarding the sacred tree's location. So we left a squad to monitor it and came here to kill the traitor. Heathcliff replied, I understand your purpose, but why target me instead of the traitor? Hearing this, Galleon fell silent, her lips moving. She replied, Brant, I see traces of the Brant family on you, the ones who used to guard the sacred tree. Hearing Galleon's words, Heathcliff was startled and confused, thinking, a family that used to guard the sacred tree. How could their traces be on me? He turned to ask Galleon, is there any mistake? She replied, we have been tracking it for a long time. We cannot be mistaken. Before Heathcliff could recover from his surprise, he was hit by another from Galleon's words. However, although your bloodline is strong, the scent is very faint, as if diluted by some impurity. Heathcliff seemed to realize something as he recalled. Impurity, mixed blood, a half-elf. The image of the young girl appeared. My real name is Sadena Brant. Sadena. Turning to the present, he asked, are you looking for survivors of the Brant family? She replied, yes. Any survivor is a target for elimination. Heathcliff looked down and asked, but hasn't the Leifer family completely taken over? Why are they so determined to exterminate them? Galleon replied, it is because of the ownership of the sacred tree. An image appeared of a white-haired woman clutching something and fleeing from a dark hand. Galleon recounted, the sacred tree contains a vast amount of life energy and immense power. 500 years ago, the head of the Brant family fled with that ownership. That is why they continue to hunt the Brant family to regain the right to rule. Hearing this, Heathcliff fell silent. So that's how it is. At least now I need to ensure Sadena avoids being attacked. He continued, the interrogation. You said you recognized her by scent. So is there any way to hide it? Galleon replied, a strong scent, something like human perfume, is enough. After asking everything, Galleon was grabbed by the collar. Heathcliff said, I understand. Pantos, dispose of them at the previous location. Understood. One hand holding Galleon. Pantos looked at Heathcliff and asked, what about the ones in the capital? He replied, going there is too troublesome, so I will send someone I know, a junior suitable for this kind of mission. Scene shifts to evening. That night in a house in the capital Lindenbrow, inside the house, many people lay on the ground. Someone wiped sweat while cursing, seriously, why do we have to stay in a human house? A mysterious person turned to complain to his teammate. At least we should do something about the bodies. They're starting to smell. The other replied, we could get caught. Bear with it a little longer. Once everything is confirmed, we can leave. Suddenly, Alex appeared at the window, silent and amused. Too bad for you guys. It's too late to run. Now, the mysterious person who was complaining earlier was now screaming in fear, looking at Alex. A powerful blue light beamed from inside out into the dark night. Soon, it arrived. The very next moment, in Ludger's office, Sadena held a bottle of purple perfume. Professor, this is... He replied, as you can see, it's perfume. Suddenly, her overthinking habit appeared again. I'm sorry, I didn't know I smelled. Heathcliff sighed helplessly. No, that's not what I meant. Don't misunderstand. To calm Sadena down, he replied, you have been a very good assistant to me, so I wanted to give you a gift. She happily repeated, a gift? Heathcliff continued, picking up his coffee cup. Just so you know, don't save it, just use it. Sadena was startled and replied, ah yes, thank you, sir. Heathcliff looked at her and thought, with that, she won't be detected for a while. It seems Sadena doesn't know much about the Brant family. He remembered Viorano and thought, I guess I'll have to ask Professor Viorano if I want to know more about the Brant family. The vision of Professor Viorano patting his shoulder and asking, how do you know about that? Appeared. Forget it, things will get very complicated if I dig deeper. Heathcliff finished his drink and praised, this is good. Did you change the coffee beans? Sadena cheerfully replied, yes. I used the Nexarian beans we grow in the assistant's room. Heathcliff put the coffee cup down on the table and said, Nexarian is very hard to grow here. Sadena replied, I think because I have elf blood, the plants I grow develop very well. Heathcliff looked at the coffee cup and thought, no, from what I know, this is Sadena's ability. The ability to accelerate growth and bloom perfectly. A power within the Brant bloodline. He remembered Image of Sadena as a child. Thinking about paper coming from trees, Sadena's ability with magic related to paper is no longer strange. Interrupting Heathcliffe's train of thought, Sadena asked, "Should I prepare another cup? Or is there anything you want me to do?" He replied, "No, it's fine. More than 1 cup a day isn't good for health. I've almost finished preparing for the upcoming Night of Mysteries, so there isn't much work." Suddenly remembering something, Heathcliff stood up and said, "Ah, I almost forgot. Sadena, if there's nothing urgent, you can go home early." She asked, "Are you planning to go somewhere?" Heathcliff replied, "Yeah, there is a place I want to visit." The scene shifts to a high-rise building under the glaring sun of the late afternoon. Inside, someone was carrying a pile of boxes, big and small, frowning in annoyance. Seriously? Don't they know how tiring it is to handle all this stuff? Suddenly, Heathcliff walked up in front of her. She quickly asked, "A guest? Sorry, but Casey doesn't want to see anyone." As if remembering something, "You are Ludger Chalice, right? Casey talks about you a lot. I recognize you." Heathcliff replied, "So you are her assistant?" He looked at the pile of items in her hands and asked, "What are you carrying?" She replied, "Fans send them every day, so I'm throwing away the unnecessary things. They don't know how annoying this is," as expected of Casey's fans. Heathcliff heard the answer with an emotionless expression. "Your hands are full. You said she isn't well? Is something wrong with her?" Hearing Heathcliff's question, she worriedly replied, "I don't know. The doctor said she isn't exactly sick, but she stays in bed all day." Before leaving, she turned to Heathcliff. "Since you know her very well, please watch over her while I'm out." He replied, "All right." Heathcliff watched the girls retreating back and thought, "That girl. She is a successful product of Alpha. Perhaps her soul only belongs to ARPA." Heathcliff turned away and thought, "No, I shouldn't give up." Scene shifts to Casey's room. Under her slowly opening eyes, Heathcliff's figure became clearer. She thought, "What is that? Is someone there?" "Who?" Heathcliff saw Casey wake up and asked, "You're awake?" She looked at him, puzzled. "Why are you here?" He didn't answer her but continued to exclaim, "I didn't expect Casey Selmore to be bedridden from depression. That's rare." Seeing that he saw through the cause of her condition, she fell silent and lowered her voice.
I'm sorry.
Heathcliff closed his eyes. "For what?" Casey replied, "I know the truth now. Why did you do that? Why did you take responsibility for me?" Looking at Heathcliff, she sobbed, "I'm sorry for making things turn out this way. I've waited a long time to say sorry." He calmly replied, "You have nothing to apologize for. That was the path I chose, and I don't deny it." The scene of the two pointing weapons at each other appeared. Whatever the intention was, in the end, my hands were stained with blood. You were right not to overlook it. Heathcliff looked at Casey lying on the bed. "Furthermore, I was the one who made you do that. I am the one who should apologize, not you." Casey looked at him anxiously. "Even so," Heathcliff cut her off. "If you say that, then I accept your apology." Casey sighed in relief. "Seriously, you're still as annoying as ever." Scene shifts to evening. That night at Ludger's mansion, someone pressed the doorbell. Heathcliff inside looked out, wondering, "Who is it?" Outside, Selena called, "Greetings, Professor Ludger." Heathcliff opened the door and asked, "Lady Selena, why are you here so late at night?" She replied, "Oh my, is that a problem?" Suddenly, her second personality, Esmeralda, appeared. "After all, we are both busy during the day. And more importantly," under Heathcliff's astonished gaze, Esmeralda smiled dangerously. "We can't let others see this face of ours, can we?" The sky had turned dark. Professor Ludger was surprised to see someone looking for him. "What brings you here?" Turned out to be Helia. Hearing the question, Helia giggled. "Oh my!" She looked up at Ludger slyly, smiling as she spoke. "You saw through me in an instant again. But aren't you a little surprised this time?" Ludger didn't answer immediately but thought, "I saw her final movement with my own eyes. So there's no way she could be standing here completely fine." Then he turned and invited Helia inside. "Enough. Come in before someone sees. We'll talk inside." Hearing that, Helia happily replied, "Then I won't be polite." Once inside, Helia sat down naturally. Without hesitation, she asked, "No coffee?" But Ludger coldly replied, "Ran out, and even if I had some, I wouldn't give it to you." Hearing that, Helia pouted in anger. "How boring. Can't you be a little friendly?" But Ludger maintained his cold demeanor and replied, "If there is no sincerity, then no matter how thick-skinned you are, it will still be difficult." Helia immediately changed her attitude. She looked at Ludger slyly and replied, but the deeper the relationship, the harder it is to break off, right? Ludger, as cold as before, replied, so isn't it best to keep it at a moderate level? He used his sharp eyes to look at Helia and spoke with disdain. Either way, I have no intention of befriending a devil unless it is useful to me. That's all. Facing that disdainful attitude, Helia calmly smiled and replied, you should have said that earlier, if that's the case. Speaking of those strong from childhood because we could use authority from the start, does not mean he has no authority. It's like while others start at 100, he starts at 0. Ludger was extremely surprised to hear Helia speak. Wow, I guess that's what makes it a learnable authority. Huh. He was startled, thinking, learnable authority. Helia continued to explain in detail. In other words, starting from 0 means he can become infinitely strong by learning anything. Even a mediocre talent can reach its own peak after years of effort. At this point, 0 order might be more dangerous than any devil. Suddenly, Helia stood up. That's right. Actually, I came here to tell you about the meeting tonight. Ludger replied. It's good that you informed me so early. Having finished speaking, Helia turned to leave. Well, I'm heading back first. You continue with your work. Ludger arrived at the meeting. Those who arrived earlier were already there. They were talking shadily. We don't just have one chance. We just need to send someone stronger next time. Seeing Ludger arrive, one of them spoke sarcastically. Speak of the devil. Ludger Chalice, the famous one. I heard you stopped a terrorist attack on the capital and even received a medal. Don't tell me you're actually serious about the teaching job. Hearing these sarcastic words, Ludger replied with great irritation. You're talking nonsense. I simply crushed the bugs that were in my way. He glared with a menacing aura and said, if killing a few bugs helps me earn a medal, I'd rather catch them. Nikolai, is that the precious liberation army? The best you could summon? Nikolai was extremely furious upon hearing that. Then he replied, of course not. That is not the level of the Liberation Army. It's humiliating that we wasted our preparations. But if it benefits the Dawn Society, then let it be. Hearing that, Ludger thought, so you know when to retreat. Suddenly, an oppressive aura radiated from the chair. A figure appeared mysteriously. It was 0 order. He smiled and said, seems like everyone is here. I assume you all guessed I summoned everyone to introduce the newly recruited First Order. A stream of black smoke suddenly rose in the middle of the meeting table as 0 order shouted, all right,
Come introduce yourself.
Smoke gradually dissipated. The familiar silhouette of a person slowly appeared. It's none other than Helia. She introduced herself playfully. Hi,
I'm Helia.
let's help each other from now on. Looking at Helia, everyone at the table was silent, saying nothing. People began whispering about Helia. Nikolai thought in annoyance. What's wrong with her? Does she know what kind of organization the Black Dawn is? Another person thought, ignoring her appearance, she was chosen by number 0. There is no doubt about her skills. Suddenly, someone spoke with a dark tone. Forget about being friendly. Just don't get in our way. I won't object, since it's 0's decision, but take care of your own responsibilities. Seeing Ventmin's attitude, someone at the table spoke up to remind her. Ventmin, what kind of rude attitude is that in front of 0? She calmly replied, rude? I'm just clarifying my stance. Helia appeared in front of Ventmin and said, so your name is Ventmin. Does everyone here really use their real names? Ventmin replied in surprise, what did you say? Helia smirked and pointed straight at her face, saying, hey, I know that name. That's the name of the head of House Leifer in the Elf Kingdom, right? Hearing that, Ventmin was stunned. What? How do you know? Everyone there was also stunned upon hearing that. One person spoke up. Wait, Ventmin, you are an elf. Several others also spoke up. Oh my god, not just an elf. Also the head of a noble family. I've never met her in person, so this is a bit surprising. Seeing this, Ventmin stood up and said, sigh, fine, I can't hide it anymore. That's right, I am the family head of House Leifer. After speaking, Ventmin turned to Helia and said angrily, Helia, you should visit the royal palace sometime. I will treat you with the utmost hospitality. Helia replied hesitantly, really? I will definitely go. On this side, Ludger pondered, an unexpected achievement, so she is the one looking for Sadena. 0 order also laughed and said, all right, enough. Helia, sit down. Actually, there is another reason I gathered everyone here. 0 order announced, I have to go to a faraway place for a while. Hearing that, someone stood up and said, you say you will be absent? 0 order calmly replied, it won't be long. I will keep this place intact, so just use it if you need to discuss. Zero Order said, Lest, your plan is almost done, right? I hope you achieve your goal. Lest bowed respectfully. Yes, sir. I will definitely do it. Hearing their conversation, Ludger guessed. Those two must be talking about the upcoming Night of Mysteries. If we go to the same place, we might become enemies depending on his goal. Ludger glanced at Lest and thought, it doesn't matter much. I will confront him anytime. A few days later, Ludger was sitting on the train and saw Arpa excited. So he asked, Arpa, is this your first time in first class? Arpa replied, Yes. When I went to Leberk with Mr. Pantos, we stayed in a cramped room. Arpa said excitedly, But I'm not a mage. Can I really come with you, teacher? Ludger replied, As long as you are invited. Anyone can participate in the Night of Mysteries. Since I decided to bring you along as my companion, there is no problem. Having said that, Ludger fell silent for a moment. And Ludger had a conversation with Heiberg. You want me to kill someone at the Night of Mysteries? Are you really asking a professor at Theon to carry out an assassination? Heiberg replied, Oh my, it seems I haven't been clear. Then he explained, Perhaps you already know. The Night of Mysteries is an annual gathering of mages from all over the world. A festival to explore the unknown and improve magical knowledge. At the same time, it is a battlefield for those who want to discover the secrets of the land. They interfere, form alliances, and conflict in madness to gain knowledge. Heiberg said seriously, That doesn't directly affect me. But if a new pollutant enters that place, it's a different story. Ludger listened seriously as he spoke. Do you know where the Night of Mysteries is held? He replied, In the Casa Basin, near the border of the Empire. He said, Huge paths converge there from all directions. Space is distorted. It is truly another world. Heiberg replied, Exactly. The dense fog makes the area harsh. One wrong step and you will be lost forever. And the entrance to the Casa Basin exists for 3 days each year. The Night of Mysteries is the opportunity to explore its secrets during that short time. Heiberg said, And this time, there are signs that something will happen there. That is why I want you to eliminate those who are plotting there. Those impurities. Ludger wondered, If that's the case, why does it have to be me? He replied, Then who should I trust? The Exorcism Tower, the Holy Tower, the Mages Union? You not being in any organization makes you suitable for this job. Ludger stood up and said, I understand why you asked me, but I still don't understand why I need to do it myself. Heiberg smiled and replied, Do you think I would really ask you without paying anything? In the name of Heiberg Katatusen, I promise to give you a worthy reward. Ludger remained firm and said, Let me be clear, I will not act for just any price. Heiberg didn't give up. Please, do you think I'm bragging in front of you? He said, From what I see, someone like you values knowledge more than money, so I will promise you an answer in advance. Ask me anything you are curious about. Hearing that, Ludger asked, Do you know anything about non-attribute mana? He replied, Non-attribute mana. Obviously, you wouldn't ask about basic things in books. He continued, If that is your question, then it's perfect timing. Heiberg will give Ludger an answer. The information you seek about non-attribute mana is right there at the Night of Mysteries. In the large room, Heathcliffe and Heiberg sat opposite each other talking. He spoke up and asked, Have you ever heard of the mansion inside the Casa Basin? He replied in surprise, A mansion? In a place where one can only stay for 3 days a year? Who could have built it? At this moment, he lowered his voice and recounted, No, that mansion has been there from the beginning. Long before the Night of Mysteries began 73 years ago. A huge mansion appeared, looking magnificent. He added, After 10 years of investigation, we know it is at least several hundred years old. And the books related to magic inside show that its owner was a mage. Heiberg raised a hand. Most of the books are written in a lost ancient language, making deciphering difficult. But some parts that have been interpreted mention lost ancient magic. Since you deciphered the Vierixu script, I trust you can also understand those books. Heathcliff listened for a while and then opened his mouth. So you mean one of those books might contain information about non-attribute mana? But based on what you said, it's still hard to fully trust. His brows furrowed, and his eyes looked somewhat dangerous as he replied, These people could be a tall man, a woman, or even a little girl. He continued, They have all participated in the Night of Mysteries. Like that, they are trying to find something in there. His head bowed slightly, his voice serious. I don't believe they risked their lives for a vain hope. Surely they saw some hope and entered the basin. This moment, he was strolling down a long road, his mind unconsciously thinking, If Duke Heiberg's words are true, then that hope is not zero. Even my master didn't know every type of magic in this world. A faceless man sitting on a chair, radiating thick smoke, clenched his fist and spoke. Of course, those old mages are about to bring destruction upon themselves without even knowing what they are doing. Heathcliff thought, the biggest variable is probably Lest, who is plotting something this time. Based on the situation, he is likely the impurity that Duke Heiberg mentioned. He stopped walking, his face pensive. I don't care if it's Lest or anyone else blocking my way. I will find the book on non-attribute mana and find a way to save Renee. Arpa stood beside him at that moment, the boy's eyes lighting up as he said, Leader, look, making him look as well. It turned out to be a carriage sparkling with brilliant colors. Arpa pointed a hand and said, A transparent horse is pulling a carriage. It's magical. He replied calmly, It must be a spirit beast summoned through magic engraved on the carriage. Since we are near the Casa Basin, the Earth's mana is abundant, so it can be permanently stable. Time passed, and finally the two stood in front of the hotel. Arpa spoke up, Is that the Land River Hotel where we will stay? It's huge. The train ride was the same. It's incredibly expensive, isn't it? He replied gently, It's fine, Duke Heiberg paid for everything. The boy looked around the lobby of that huge hotel once and was amazed. Wow, no wonder it's a luxury hotel. Just looking, I can see many rich people. That's right. I see many mages gathering for the Night of Mysteries too. While Arpa was busy admiring the splendor of this place, Heathcliff was using his glasses to scan the surroundings, thinking to himself, Using the eye of truth, I can really feel it. They are all full of potential and mana. After a while, the boy suddenly looked to the other side. Leader, there is a crowd gathering over there. Over there was a group of people crowding together. Arpa wondered, who could be attracting such a crowd? Everyone here is already famous. Heathcliff also paid attention, thinking, even from here, I can feel the immense potential. Who is it? Suddenly, he felt something. Then he immediately turned to leave and said, Arpa, we have the key. Let's go up quickly. The boy was stunned. Leader, why the rush? A woman with a calm expression slowly stepped out of the crowd. He then explained, Actually, I know that person. They wouldn't let me go, so I had to fake my death and disappear. Heathcliff was wary. But if they recognize me alive and well like this, what do you think will happen? That woman was Queen Yekaterina Bonspare of the Utah Kingdom. 30 minutes later, in the second-floor corridor, Yekaterina laughed ecstatically. Did everyone hear that? They are praising me. Just hearing it makes me feel great. The short-haired person behind her whispered a reminder. Your Majesty, please maintain your dignity. The girl with the ponytail beside her also praised. Your laughter today is still as beautiful and noble as usual, Your Majesty. The short-haired person was Advisor Batali. He glanced at the girl beside him. What nonsense are you talking about? Even if she is the queen, she must still observe proper etiquette. If someone sees her true self, the whole nation will lose face. The other girl was Advisor Valentina. She didn't hesitate to reply, Lose face? Her Majesty is a role model for everyone to follow. Honestly, I wish everyone could see her true self. Yekaterina then walked away. She raised both hands and said, Now, since this is a rare trip, forget those boring papers and relax a bit. Advisor Batali remained firm. Your Majesty, we didn't come here for a vacation. Don't forget we came to build relationships with mages during the Night of Mysteries. She turned back, smiled slightly and replied, This time my brother is right. You are the queen now leading a whole nation. You are in a position where you have to do even things you don't want to. Just like that man Machiavelli once said, right? The image of that person with a scarf covering his head appeared. Advisor Batali hesitated. Right? You remember. She replied casually, How could I forget? He was just a mercenary, but he was devoted to our kingdom. I still remember everything he used to nag me about. She left with final words about that man. What a pity. Died in the final battle when victory was near. If he were still alive, I could have learned so much from him. Scene shifts. The two of them had entered the room to rest. Heathcliff opened his mouth. She hasn't changed at all. Arpa wondered, Is she always like that? When I glimpsed her in the lobby, she looked very solemn. He sighed. Before, she didn't even bother to act like that. Foolish and naive. Completely unsuitable to be a leader. Arpa stared into the distance and asked, Surprising. You fought on the same side as someone like her? Was the other side even worse? Heathcliff hesitated. On the other side, judging by appearance, Prince Alexei seemed better. Remembering the situation during the battle, innocent people kneeling down, he recounted. But actually, Prince Alexei was very cruel. He didn't hesitate to kill innocent civilians when necessary. He caused great damage with forced labor and indiscriminate purges. He rested a hand on his arm, speaking about the queen's character. As for Yekaterina, although she seems arrogant on the outside, she actually cares about others very much. She also has a strange charisma that can gather talented people around her. The image of her fighting while raising the flag was recalled by him. Heathcliff added, she once appeared in the newspaper, fighting on the front lines, holding the kingdom's flag. Thanks to that, she immediately won the support of the people and turned the tide of the war. During this, Arpa was excited. Then her victory must have been a good thing for the people. He remained silent for a moment. Scene shifts back to the time on the battlefield. Someone approached, and a female voice rang out. You are that person, right? A man with a scarf covering his face and head, carrying a weapon on his shoulder, sat silently on a log. Mercenary Machiavelli. The girl laughed and introduced herself. I am Yekaterina Bonspare. People often call me the princess of tyranny and extravagance. He added, now I am a fugitive, and I need your help. Machiavelli remained silent and did not respond. A second later, he opened his mouth. So how much do you intend to pay? I'll decide whether to take this job based on that amount. Yekaterina replied, unfortunately, I don't have a single coin because I'm currently wanted. Hearing that, he immediately asked, shameless. You plan to hire a mercenary without paying a penny. Have you thought about me selling you to the prince for the reward? She gave a calm, gentle smile. Hee. Then I misjudged your character. He was surprised. What? At this, she spoke clearly. But I don't regret it. This is what I chose. If everything fails, the responsibility is mine and mine alone. She pondered. Even so, failure would be regrettable. So I must try my best, right? He sighed. You need to learn more about the prince before becoming a ruler. Yekaterina was surprised. What do you mean? The mercenary Machiavelli said bluntly. It means I will accept this mission. I want to see the country you will build. Returning to reality, Heathcliff said gently. That's right. A flame like you is exactly what that frozen land needs most. Arte asked innocently, how can a human be a flame? He crossed his arms and mused. It's a metaphor. The next morning at the Gaza Basin, there was something glowing bright, flying and merging together, illuminating the whole sky. That light created a powerful gust of wind. People nearby had to exclaim, the wind is too strong. Hat-wearing man was surprised. Wow, is this the scene when the gate opens? The blond man said urgently, Don't look anymore. Let's go. We only have 3 days, so be careful everyone. Arte stood watching and wondered, why does this phenomenon occur? Heathcliff stood nearby and explained, it happens when massive mana flows collide at one point and cancel each other out. He pointed and added, the point where that occurs almost becomes a mana vacuum, and that vacuum creates a spatial rift. Unlike this entrance. Arte followed his gaze. Wow, I get it, truly magical. Alright, let's go in too. Yes. At the Gaza Basin at the forward base, an instructor shouted loudly, Alright, everyone move out. Heathcliff and Arte entered the large tent. He spoke. So this is the tent we will be using. He looked around with interest. Oh, it's wider than I thought, and has everything necessary. They must have booked the most expensive tent for us. Arte's eyes lit up as he said, Leader, I'll go scout around and get familiar with the area. He agreed. Okay, just leave the luggage here. Heathcliff brought his gear to the seat. I'll start unpacking. His keen intuition immediately sensed something. It turned out a little girl with blonde hair in a blue dress was hiding behind the wooden cabinet and was discovered by him. He was surprised. A little girl. He approached and knelt on one knee to be at eye level with the girl, then spoke gently. Hey kid, are you lost? Where are your parents? Girl answered meekly. I am looking for them. Heathcliff was confused. Looking for them? What do you mean? At this moment, Arte also returned, standing outside waving and shouting. Leader, I brought the guidebook and map of the forward base. He secretly rejoiced and called out. Just in time, Arte. Heathcliff pointed at the girl and said to Arte, This girl seems to have lost her parents. Can you help her find them? Arte was surprised. A child. Then he turned towards the direction he was pointing. The boy Arte wondered, But there's no one here? Then he turned.